3 minutes later, you will awaken the strongest 3S-level skill in history, the body of the ancient Qilin. But at this moment, you have personally taken out your own heart and handed it over to the Demon King. Your 7 sisters rushed into this realm of death at all costs, just to save the fake young master who fell with you. The 7 sisters who wanted to save you were stopped by others, and the look of disgust and rejection in their eyes when they looked at you, you will never forget in your life. Perhaps even God couldn't bear to watch anymore, so he gave you a chance to start over. But this time you are truly tired. The long-awaited family affection only brings you endless pain in the end. But why did they regret and cry, begging for your forgiveness after you joined Zhang Qiling's team? But everything was too late. The familiar voice once again entered my ears. Chen Fan, it must be you who stole Chen Yu's Dao artifact, right? I shouldn't have brought you in from the beginning. Orphans are indeed despicable. Last life, you stubbornly refused to admit, explaining that it was not stolen by yourself, but obtained at the risk of your life from the ghost domain. But what you got in exchange was a fierce slap from the big brother Qinpei, directly injuring you severely, and snatching the Taoist tool and giving it to Qinyu. Afterwards, Chen Jiang brought a bottle of medicine to find you, saying that as long as you admit that you stole it, she will give you this bottle of healing medicine. At that time, you thought that this sister had accepted you, so you agreed directly. But what you received was another slap from Qinpei, and she demanded that you unconditionally transfer your teammates' injuries to yourself every time you go out. Now think about it, it's really ridiculous. How did I blindly join their team? Chen Fan, how dare you accuse Chen Yu of framing you? He is so kind and gentle to others. Unlike you who are completely clueless and only know how to take advantage of situations. You must have stolen it. Chen Jiang exclaimed in a chattering voice. You are a bit annoying. So you scratched your ear. Qinpei is so angry to see you acting indifferent as if it's none of your business that he wants to slap you to death directly. Chen Fan, tell me if it was really you who did it. Just say it. We are all on the same team and won't make things difficult for you. Fan Ge, I really need that Daoqi. I don't want to make you angry. Just give it back to me. I can find another one for you. Shen Yu said, tears streaming down his face as if he had been wronged. Shen Jing was even more angry at this situation. Don't reason with him. He's just a bad person. Only knows how to suck the blood of our team. You don't care at all. And directly took out the sword handle. So what if it's me who did it? It's really you. How can you be so despicable? Instead of doing something good, you choose to be a thief. I must have been blind to let you in. S-rank Qinpei raised his hand and slapped C-rank you directly in the face. Today, I will teach you a lesson. I will also punish you by sending you to the C-rank horror level to find a weapon for Chen Yu as compensation. You, who have been knocked down to the ground. Look at Qinpei with a fierce look in your eyes. How ridiculous it is. You have never thought that the world could be so absurd. As an orphan, I was afraid of everything when the terror struck, and I was invited to join this team when my abilities awakened. I thought I would be welcomed by the older brothers and sisters in the team, eager to blend in. Every time there was a challenge, I would be the first to explore it. I would not hesitate to take on the injuries they suffered. But what did I get in return? Endless exclusion and insults. You even find those horrors somewhat cute. And no one understands how much an orphan longs for love and affection. At that time, you were like dry land encountering a heavy rain. But now you realize that this rain is acidic. Several teammates despise you for being an orphan, thinking that you are dirty and doomed, often hitting you and not giving you food to eat, showing their dislike for you directly without any concealment. You once tried your best to obtain their favor by searching for various talismans and ghost coins, until you were framed by Qinyu and pushed into an S-level ghost domain. At that time, he remembered that only Lao Qi wanted to save himself, while the others looked at him with disgust and a desire to get rid of him, never considering him as part of the family. Do you still remember when you went to find medicine for the third brother and narrowly escaped from the ghost's mouth, only to come back and see them celebrating Qinyu's birthday by the campfire? They are truly a loving family. You had hoped at that time whether they would come to treat themselves, but the fantasy was shattered and no one cared about themselves. Even old Seven was stopped by others when he wanted to approach. Pei Ge. Fan Ge probably didn't mean it on purpose. Chen Yu at this time still pretended to be a delicate and charming woman to plead for you. Chen Jing looked gently at Chen Yu. Don't worry about him. He's just a jerk. Chen Fan. Look at Chen Yu. He is so kind. And you still stole his Taoist tool. Has your conscience been eaten by dogs? We have always treated you well. Chen Pei looked at you disdainfully. Chen Fan. You should repent properly. Our friendly and kind team has been ruined by a piece of rat feces like you. You wiped the bloodstain from the corner of your mouth, raised your eyes coldly and stared at each of them. What evidence do you have to prove that I stole it? This artifact is not Chen Yu's. Chen Jiang gritted his teeth and said, both the testimonies and the physical evidence are all there. What are you still arguing about? Chen Yu squeezed tears from the side. Brother Yen, just don't make the few brothers and sisters on the team angry. Give me the stuff and I'll plead for you and brother Pei. Zhang Pei's face, which was still black because of the lack of evidence, instantly softened down, turning around and rubbing Chen Yu's head. Since Xiao Sun pleaded for you, then you don't need to go and look for the Dao weapon anymore. First give the Dao weapon to Xiao Sun, and you will go and stand outside in punishment for 1 day, and this time will be considered to be in the past. Jiang Yan laughed coldly. What? Can't get a reason? He directly picked up this Dao sword and gathered his entire body's ghost chi to blast towards the sword. If I can't get it, then I'll destroy it and not give it to you. Zhang Pei directly gathered his power towards Jiang Yan and struck. With a loud boom, Jiang Yan fell to the ground, and the Dao sword on the side was shattered. Ha! And thanks to you, I was worried I wouldn't be able to shock it off. Chapter 2, Against All Odds Team 1. You're a real. How do you have the face to live? Zhang Pei was directly enraged by Jiang Yan's words. Recruiting you was the biggest mistake of my life. On the side of the Chen you personally watched almost belonged to his Dao weapon so destroyed. The ruthlessness in the eyes in a moment subsided. Instantly turned innocent up. Yen brother, even if you are caught, but also cannot be so hurt themselves. Dao weapon destroyed is small. If you hurt you, then I cannot forgive themselves. Chen Jian rushed over to comfort Chen Yu. It's fine. I'll go back and throw Jiang Yan into the B-ranked ghost level to find another handle for you. Randomly, he then yelled towards Jiang Yan. Do you hear me? If you don't take it out, you won't be able to return to the team. Chen Wanning looked at Jiang Yan from the side and was also disgusted for a while. Hurry up and go to hell. You stole my amulet last time and ended up breaking it for me. Stirrer. Jiang Yan looked at their hate to eat their own face, a burst of guilty of nausea. You are to give me to find out the evidence. There is no evidence. You are here to say. Xia Wanting just wanted to have a fit, but found the words blocked in her mouth, delayed to say. She realized that it seems that there is really no evidence. It is all because Chen Yu told her that it was Jiang Yan who stole it. Then Chen Yu surely wouldn't lie to her. He's so kind and lovely. How could he lie? It must have been Jiang Yan who was anxious about being exposed to lies. Jiang Yan looked at Chen Yu's worried face, but it was really excellent. Living again. He was seeing through this hypocritical face of theirs. This wasn't the first time that he had planted evidence. If it wasn't for this Chen Yu, he wouldn't have been bullied so much. He used to even think that this Chen Yu Dao was a man of love and justice, but it turned out that he only realized his true nature after living through one life. Zhang Pei growled. Is that how you talk to Lao San? Thanks to her. She didn't mind you stealing his amulet last time. Jiang Yan smiled coldly, staggered towards the door. He just wanted to get out of here. Zhang Pei stepped forward and directly slapped his big hand on his shoulder. Are you deaf? I told you to go and find Chen Yu another B-grade Dao weapon to compensate him. Jiang Yan glanced back at him with a pair of extremely cold eyes open. Want me to die so badly? Do you realize that I'm barely C-ranking? He suddenly laughed in exasperation. It's also true that people like you won't care about my death or life at all, and will only care about the one-sidedness of that little biatch Chen Yu. He coldly gazed into Zhang Pei's eyes. The cold and stern eyes and icy cold made Zhang Pei chilled. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Jiang Yan pushed his hand away and walked towards the door. Zhang Pei came back to his senses and was on the verge of having a fit over how Jiang Yan dared to say those kinds of words. Chen Yu wiped the hard squeezed out tears and pulled him back. Let Brother Yan reflect on himself. Brother Pei, you don't blame him. He was an orphan since he was a child. It's normal to have some petty theft. Chen Jiang also went up and patted his shoulder. That's right. That has had a bad boy odor since he was a child. Or Xiao Sun is obedient. Let him find you a Dao weapon later. Chen Wanting looked at the departing figure with disgust in her eyes, and then looked at Chen Yu with more and more fondness. Still, Xiao Sun understands things. Unlike someone. Damn it. Zhang Pei also had an appreciative look on his face. Xiao Sun is still so protective of him even after having his Dao weapon destroyed. I will make sure that he gives you an explanation, so that he knows how this reasoning is written. Yes, he just owes lessons. Early directly give things to Xiao Sun is not good. Xiao Sun are his. Jiang Yan still do not give. Ungrateful thing, they are so good to him. If not for them, he would have died when the terror fell. They never knew shame and only wanted to stand on the moral high ground to criticize what Jiang Yan had done. Jiang Yan, who had left the room, returned to the small room that belonged to him, and after pushing open the leaky door, he could no longer hold on to the pain coming from his body, and planted himself on the floor, initiating a loud noise. Ignoring the pain coming from his body, he found a tattered box, rummaged through it, and took a piece of paper and a pen from it, but the pen had run out of ink, and he dabbed at the still drying blood at the corner of his mouth, enduring the excruciating pain to write on the paper, but for a long time, he was directly knocked out by the sharp pain coming from his body. His mind inexplicably recalled everything that had happened in his last life before he died. Thinking back, in order to please the oldest three and the second, in the middle of the night to change their wounds, they comfortably slept, leaving him to endure the severe pain himself for the night. How he wished then that he had been recognized by them for all that he had done. But they just take it for granted. So much for human nature. It's pathetic. Maybe he was a clown in their eyes for what he had done. How dare he worry about their deaths? Worried about the knight just came back to the oldest 3 injuries to go to her to change the injury. The result is that after going in, the injury is changed, but directly be blown out. And by her false accusations that he has not good intentions, but for such an outrageous reason, the others even believed it. And Zhang Pei beat him up at that time. It's really ridiculous. That time Chen Yu even laughed at himself when he found out, and even used his acting skills in front of everyone, saying that Jiang Yan was also doing it for the good of third sister, and persuading third sister not to blame him anymore. It's ridiculous. For a long time, Jiang Yan was in a daze, only to hear a sound from outside the door. Luo Xiaofei's voice sounded outside the door. Brother Yin stole Xiao Sun's Dao weapon? Yes, Xiao Sun is crying it. It's all because of that beast, sucking our team's blood even if it's not enough. Even his hands are not honest. Stealing my amulet not to mention, but also stealing Xiao Sun's things. That can't be. How do you guys know that Brother Yin stole it? How is it impossible? Xiao Sun told me all about it. What has Little Sun told you? Chen Yu, not long after the Dao artifact I obtained by going through all the trouble and risking my life to get to the C-ranked Ghost Realm level came out. Brother Yen got wind of the news and snatched my Dao artifact away. Chen Shuya, you see, Xiao Sun has a point and that beast has admitted it. Locks, just this one side of the story? Chen Shuya, that Xiao Sun couldn't possibly have lied to me. He even stole my amulet, and destroyed the talisman that Lao Er had meticulously developed. Lo Xiaofei, where's the evidence? Zhang Pei, no need for evidence. Just Jiang Yan that is orphaned and has been hooking up with those unsavory people since he was a child. Isn't it obvious? Just angry I directly gave him 2 slaps to let him sober up. Save the future still give us trouble. What? Captain, you're in S-class. Those 2 slaps of yours? Did you want to kill Brother Yin? Where is he? I'll go take a look. Zhang Pei was disdainful. It's better to be dead. In the room. Or Xiao Sun is obedient. This man deserves to be beaten. And I didn't use much strength. But at that moment, Jiang Yan walked out of the room in a daze. And that blood-covered appearance startled the crowd. Luo Xiaofei, eyes clear with tears, unbelievably surveyed Jiang Yan. Looked at him about to falter, hurriedly went up to assist. This is what you said, Captain, about not using much effort. Luo Xiaofei turned her head to look at Zhang Pei angrily. Zhang Pei was a bit embarrassed. But as the captain, he was not angry. Who is to blame? Blame him for his unclean hands and feet. He has no respect for the captain. Blame him for his body being so poor that he can't even take 2 slaps from me. Jiang Yan spat out a mouthful of blood from his mouth and stared at him. Then you give Chen Yu 2 slaps. He's so good, surely he can carry through. You. Zhang Pei was dumbfounded by the blockage. Look at what kind of attitude he has. This is how he treats the captain who treats him like family. Chen Jian gritted his teeth. Look, old 7, you are still siding with him. Look at the way he has no respect. He really is from an orphan. Chen Yu spoke. Brother Pei, you guys don't blame Brother Yen. Brother Yen just hasn't learned the etiquette. Let's just teach him more. Zhang Pei pointed at Jiang Yan. Look at Xiao Sun. You're all pretty much in the team. You haven't had Xiao Sun's awareness for so long? Xiao Sun, you teach Jiang Yan more in the future. He's full of stinky problems. If he doesn't change, he'll be a wreck. Chen Yu agreed and then opened his mouth to Jiang Yan. Brother Pei has pleaded for Brother Yen. Brother Yen, don't be angry. Isn't it good for us to get along? Luo Xiaofei was just about to say something when Jiang Yan tapped her arm to stop her. It's okay. Luo Xiaofei sighed when she saw Jiang Yan walking towards Chen Yu step by step. Yen was really taking too much heat here. And in her place, she wouldn't have been able to stay for a second. She wondered why people treated Yen with such hatred. As for Chen Yu and the others, when they saw Jiang Yan walking towards Chen Yu step by step, they were just about to step back when they heard Jiang Yan open his mouth. I'm sorry, it was Yen who was wrong. I shouldn't have stolen your Dao weapon. Chapter 3, Ugly Face is Disgusting. As soon as these words came out, Chen Yu was clearly surprised for a moment, but in an instant, he revealed a smile. This Jiang Yan is still very sensible. It would have been better if he hadn't been like this earlier. Chen Jiang did not understand how Jiang Yan admitted, but also sneered in his heart. This beast is still not have to obediently submit, but even dared to export to them so, when really damned. Zhang Pei looked at the scene with some intent. It's good that you guys made up. After this matter, Jiang Yan will just find a C-grade Dao weapon for Xiao Sun to compensate. I won't make it difficult for you. You can then give all your ghost coins to Xiao Sun as an indemnity, and this matter will all be over. Jiang Yan coldly smiled as he walked towards Chen Yu. Yes, I should repay him properly. Chen Yu laughed. It would have been better if you had been like this earlier, Brother Yen, and made it so difficult for everyone. Jiang Yan smiled and walked up and opened his arms as if he wanted to hug. Chen Yu saw a flash of dislike in his eyes, but in the way of his other teammates, he still walked up with his hands open. Luo Xiaofei was a bit lost. Alas, he really felt bad for Brother Yan, but all that awaited Chen Yu was a hard slap. Snap! Chen Yu did not have the slightest defense and was directly knocked to the ground by this heavy palm. Jiang Yan pointed at Chen Yu, who covered his face and was full of confusion. You can be a real green tea. I've put up with you for a long time. Waiting for the crowd to come back to their senses, Chen Jiang hurriedly pushed Jiang Yan away to assist Chu Chu, who had already started crying. What are you doing? Crazy. Xiao Sun kindly pleaded for you and even took the initiative to make peace. And you hit him? You. Chen Jiang angrily pointed at Jiang Yan. Several others came up to check on his injuries. Only Luo Xiaofei caught the staggering Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan looked at their panicked looks. Ha! He just used all his strength and couldn't have caused much damage. That pussy thing's body was covered in defensive Dao artifacts, and robbing him all the time. It's ridiculous. At this time, Zhang Pei, who had finished checking his injuries, pointed at Jiang Yan. That's how you treat Xiao Sun. What a white-eyed wolf that can't be bred. I should have left you on that road in the first place for the terror to kill you. Jiang Yan silently looked at them. On the contrary, I still don't want to be inside your Thai team. Garbage into a pile. Except for Xiaofei. In the end, do you still have any humanity in your hearts? Who the hell healed you day and night when you were injured? Zhang Pei was directly blocked by Jiang Yan's sharp words. This is your attitude? He directly took 2 steps forward and slapped Jiang Yan on the head. The tremendous force directly blasted Jiang Yan out. Jiang Yan was struck on the wall and fell slowly. So damn powerless. Didn't you eat? Zhang Pei just wanted to continue to go up and kick, but was directly stopped by Lok Xiaofei. Captain, just calm down. Chen Yu couldn't help but feel happy in his heart when he saw Jiang Yan's misery, but he started to act again. Captain, just stop hitting Jiang. He didn't mean to do it. Some people are born to decide their destiny and character. I don't blame him. Zhang Pei was furious and pointed at Jiang Yan. I really don't know where you got the face to hit Xiao Sun. Ungrateful white-eyed wolf. Luo Xiaofei saw the captain withdraw his hand and hurried to look at Jiang Yan's injuries. Jiang Yan coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. It's fine. I can still hold up. Then he took out the paper he had just used, and the bright red letters and blood on it were especially clear and striking. Let Xiaofei be a witness. Luo Xiaofei was puzzled. Brother Yan? Zhang Pei froze after receiving the white paper and scanning it, the veins on his face rippling. Jiang Yan, are you crazy? What am I crazy about? Compared to you guys, I think those horrors are more adorable. Aren't they? Jiang Yan sneered at the hypocritical crowd in front of him. I think it's better to leave and leave evidence. After all, you guys never take evidence. And if something happens to you again, it'll still be on my head. Zhang Pei directly opened his mouth and cursed. Where did you learn this from? It's really unbelievable. The white-eyed wolf that can't be raised. We've treated you so well for nothing, and now you're threatening me with this? Jiang Yan sneered. Being nice to me? Then give me an example of someone who's good to me. Name one and I'll directly apologize to you on my knees. As the words fell out, the other man began to stammer, and realizing that there really wasn't anything, his face instantly began to darken. Chen Jiang walked over. What did he write? She scanned the letter and looked at Jiang Yan and started cursing. Jiang Yan, you're crazy. We're treating you so well. You want to quit the team. Do you know how horrible it is out there? On the letter was the exit protocol, a stipulation bestowed from the beginning of the terror. A team of 4, protected by rules, with a certain range of territory, and only a small chance of fending off a terrorist attack. Chen Jiang also couldn't help the anger in his heart. They were all doing it for his own good, giving him the hope of staying alive, and now Dao started to blame them. She directly stepped forward and prepared to give Jiang Yan an ear slap to wake him up to what he was really doing. Jiang Yan directly caught the slapped ear slap and held her wrist in a death grip. Enough fighting? I never owed you guys. All of your food is what I paid for with my life. What right do you have to talk about me when you stay in the territory every day waiting to be fed? Chen Jiang did not expect Jiang Yan to dare to block her ear bar. She began to realize that the Jiang Yan at this moment was completely different from before. She directly raised her foot and kicked towards him. Jiang Yan fell straight to the ground with a slip. The originally shriveled breath was even weaker. What the hell are you doing? Luo Xiaofei yelled. Chen Jiang froze. You're quitting the team too? Luo Xiaofei didn't know how to answer. She was afraid that the fear outside would just kill her. No, Brother Yan is already badly injured. Jiang Yan stood up trembling. You guys had such a good fight. All the injuries I've suffered for so many years were resisted by me, and I even ate the food I brought for so many years. So it's also a way of repaying the favor you guys did at the time for inviting me into the team and not letting me bring up my death. We don't owe each other anything now. Zhang Pei, sign it. Don't you all not want to see me? I'll fulfill you all. Zhang Pei was a bit annoyed. Are you crazy? Do you know that there is terror outside? Do you want to die? I'm not crazy. I just think you guys are more chilling than those horrors out there. Zhang Pei was a bit hesitant. Jiang Yan was a rare dual ability person, and damage replacement was even more so that they didn't have to go through the pain, and could also strengthen their bloodline. Those would definitely be a big loss if they fell to another team. Thinking about it, he said viciously, "Oh, it's okay to quit the team. If there is no us, you won't be able to survive. And even more so, you won't be able to gain the ability. You scrap the ability and I'll let you quit the team." Luo Xiaofei directly blocked in front of Jiang Yan when she heard this. "Captain, it won't work. Brother Yan will surely die if he goes out like this." "What? You want to be with him too?" Luo Xiaoya instantly shook her head at a loss for words. At this time, Shen Yu had some sadness on his face. Jiang Yan laughed. So how else was he going to seize the qi? He just wanted to open his mouth to plead for Jiang Yan, only to see Jiang Yan raising his eyebrows as if relieved. He took out a stone, and in an instant a flash of blue light traveled out from his eyebrows and fell into the stone. Zhang Pei was just about to take it when Jiang Yan smiled and slammed it directly towards the ground, and the stone landed on the ground. "Destroyed and not for you." Zhang Pei was instantly infuriated. "You are really disobedient. Where did you learn all this? What a white-eyed wolf. I just feel tired." "Good. You're good. I hope you won't regret it. You resent me for hitting you and scolding you. You have a grudge in your heart and think I'm wrong, right?" Jiang Yan didn't say anything and was very bland. "Okay, I'd like to see how long you can show off." He saw that Jiang Yan was still as calm as water after you sign. "You'll have nothing to do with us anymore, and when you come to ask for help, no one will save you." Jiang Yan was a bit excited. "Then I'm really thankful to Captain Zhang Pei." Zhang Pei directly brushed down his name. A light shone directly on the paper, and invisibly, the chains between Jiang Yan and them all shattered. You can't really raise a snake and get bitten when you do. Jiang Yan seemed to have been sublimated at this moment. He coldly looked at the few in front of him. "Don't. You're all very good. Excellent. It's my villainy that joined you." He turned his head sparingly, feeling a much lighter pace under his feet, and was just about to leave when Luo Xiaofei's voice rang out. "Say, where are you going now?" Luo Xiaofei was the only one in this team who treated Jiang Yan well, with a mouthful of Brother Yan, and he would bring all sorts of medicines to him even when he was injured. Luo Xiaofei seems to be afraid that Yan is not joking this time. He is really going to leave. After all, so disappointing teammates. She wouldn't be able to stay for a second if it was directed at her. "What are you shouting at him for? He's not our teammate anymore." Zhang Pei gasped. Jiang Yan walked up and rubbed Luo Xiaofei's head in a light tone. "Don't worry. If you don't stay here, you can stay here." He didn't care about the other people's strange looks and just left the disgusting place. When he walked out, the ruthlessness in Chen Yu's eyes could no longer be hidden. "Brother Pei, just let Brother Yan come back. He's so badly injured right now. If Brother Yan wants a Dao weapon, I'll just give him mine." The moment he had just retreated from the team, he only felt that his bondage to Jiang Yan had completely disappeared. This powerful force of qi that he had never seen before. He couldn't lose Jiang Yan. Zhang Pei patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, he'll be back. Not far away is a ghost domain lair. It won't take more than a few days." "It's you speaking for him. The key is that he doesn't appreciate it. This kind of person should be taught a lesson, so that it's for his own good." Chapter 4, Red Embroidered Shoes. Jiang Yan, who was out at the moment, walked out of the door that had caused him so much pain, and the moment he stepped out, he felt the bonds on his body shatter like shackles, and a steady stream of ghostly qi spread throughout his body. Everyone in this world can gain ghost qi by killing horrors or by passing the appropriate levels, and every time the ghost qi reaches a threshold it breaks through, with a minimum of E and a maximum of SSS. And as for further up the scale it seems to be XXS, but no one's ever seen it. He had nothing now, and the ghostly aura spreading all over his body didn't even look like it was stored. He looked at the territory behind him and laughed coldly in his heart. When it was really a good group of teammates, all that was done for them before was really blind. There was no need to turn over with them now. The priority was to find a suitable place to survive, find a way to regain their abilities. He has the same rank and realm for this ability, though his are both double DS. He hoped to find a new team if he could, then at least there would be territory to protect. As for the teammates, I hope they don't just backstab him like those vampires. Watching Jiang Yan's departing figure, the entire hall fell into a deathly silence. Both Qin Jiang and Chen Wanting did not expect that just because of a Dao artifact would result in the current situation. Chen Wanting sneered back. Is he so petty? Stealing Xiao Sun's things, still turn around and bite us, but also want to use the withdrawal of the team to threaten us. He is to think that he is in us. How important it? Is he worthy of it? It's just that he wants to cover up the fact of stealing Xiao Sun's things. This doggy will definitely not be long before he cries and comes back to beg us. That's for sure. Ah, you did not see what he did not bring. This is not just want to continue to come back to suck our blood. When we saved him, he desperately want to join us. Now. Ha, deathbed counterattack just. The oldest three, Chen Jiang, revealed a look of determination. They looked at Zhang Pei at the same time. Don't worry, Captain. That brat went out and was definitely scared out of his wits by those horrors. And he will definitely come running back with his ass on the ground before long. Zhang Pei snorted coldly. Very disdainful, I tell you. When the time comes, none of you can speak for him. This petty theft is small. Character problem can be big. Must be severely punished. Said and opened toward Chen Yu, you are the most soft-hearted and kind-hearted. Unlike Jiang Yan that lowly, if he comes back, you cannot take him in. Since the withdrawal of the team that has nothing to do with us, his life and death we do not need to care more. Chen Yu sighed. His expression was slightly sad. Brother Yan, he is just a momentary use of gas. He should be very much in need of that handle of Dao Qi. I originally did not want to get entangled with Brother Yan more, lest I hurt the peace, but now, alas, Brother Yan probably does not like me. Right, if he comes back, give him a send back. Zhang Pei sniffed and looked around at the messy hall with blood everywhere. He's two in nature. Let's talk about it when the time comes. Luo Xiaofei looked at the group and began to silently pack her things. She knew how Yan received inhuman treatment here, seemingly comfortable to stay in the back as logistics, but that time and time again to catalyze the ability to the crowd of teammates all the injuries are transferred to their own body. Not even a healing medicine. Night and night subject to the erosion of the ghost energy. Hiding in the corner huddled and trembling figure let her heart ache. This time, I'm afraid the retreat is forever. Zhang Pei noticed Luo Xiaofei's dissimilarity. What do you think, Lao Qi? Luo Xiaofei was flustered by this question. Her body shook a bit as she stammered. I just think that Brother Yan's ability doesn't seem to have any offensive power. So how was he able to snatch Shao Sun's personalized Dao weapon? Zhang Pei was also confused by this reply. At this time, Chen Jiang hurriedly laughed. It wasn't that beast Jiang Yan who sneaked up on Shao Sun. Shao Sun couldn't resist in time and was directly robbed. Zhang Pei looked at Chen Yu. Chen Yu froze and then pretended to be sad to reveal the broken skin on his arm. Even the blood did not flow out but also pretend to be in pain. Brother Yan directly pounced on me at that time while I was unprepared, and then snatched my Dao weapon. You see, it also broke the skin. Zhang Pei came to a realization and hurriedly said, quickly find a band-aid for Shao Sun. This wound will get infected if not treated in time. This is not a small matter. This Jiang Yan can really be a villain, and his heart is afraid of being all black. Chen Yu covered his face and cried, Brother Pei, don't be angry with Brother Yan. Don't get angry and break your body. Alas, it's still Shao Sun who's good. It's fine. When he comes back, I'll make sure he makes amends to you and gives him a good look. He did not think that Jiang Yan would leave them. So many horrors outside. He never had the experience of facing the horrors directly, afraid to see them all walk the road, and treat them that like more anxious than anything. Dao weapons were casually given away, and the best food was also given to them, taking care of almost all of their logistics. Leave now? How can that be? Jiang Yan, who had left towards the distance, walked down the narrow corridor. Having just decapitated a D-rank long-tongued ghost with his years of combat experience, he now realized that all the functions of his body were as if they had been sublimated after he had just left, and that ordinary D-rank ghosts had no effect on his infestation at all. Maybe it's an immunity he's gotten from suffering from injuries for so many years. He was still too thin, having been malnourished in the ranks and having to endure all sorts. After being pushed into the ghostly realm before his death, he became a lone ghost and has been following the group, witnessing a lot. That setup. In fact, the teammates were unaware of it, as if they were blinded by Qing Yu. The 10-year-long horror journey. They were covered in injuries. No one changed their injuries for them, strengthened their bloodline for them. The only therapist didn't even know how to do the most basic healing, when it was really laughable. He had seen tears of remorse many times because of his injuries. Eventually, 15 years later, Jiang Yan's death was exposed. Remembering that at that time, Chen Yu's realm had already topped the SSS level, milking this team of all its usefulness. He then stepped Zhang Pei. He elaborated on everything that Jiang Yan had done for them and all the things that they had done to squeeze him. At that time, he seemed like a victor. And during that time he had also tripped up Jiang Yan a lot. Even the medicines Lao Qi gave him were gifted by him. That bottle was a drug laced with chronic poison that would also amplify the pain indefinitely. A few people didn't know. They thought he was kind and cared about his teammates. No one else knew about it. Even this medicine was given to him by Qin Zhang when he searched for it in the barrier. And at that time, he only thought that Chen Yu should have some use for it. Later, Zhang Pei tried to kill him and got his head crushed by a foot. The oldest three Qin Jiang was occupied by him. Chen Jiang did not want to lose his innocence directly that night to commit suicide. The result of the transformation into a lonely ghost of her and Jiang Yan just so Four Eyes relative. At that time, Jiang Yan didn't want to be too happy. He only asked one question. Do you regret it? Thinking back to what he saw then, he felt like the world had become friendly. When it was really comfortable, he had fumbled his way through this world, and he had been at the forefront of every adventure. And except for the appearance of B-ranked or higher ghosts, he felt that he was completely free to avoid them at will. After all, he was too weak now. But when he returned to his thoughts and looked up to the far side of the corridor, he realized that there appeared there what had not just been there. Red embroidered shoes. Chapter 5. Zhang Qiling. Red embroidered shoes? I think he heard a world announcement once that there was an A-rank wandering red graft horror in his immediate area. No way. A gust of ghastly wind came towards him from the distant alleyway entrance, and Zhang Yan only felt as if his neck was being strangled, and the hairs on his body stood up in sweat. A ghastly wind blew through the alley with a wailing sound, and he tried to lift his feet and hurry, but he realized that it was as if he were fixed there. Class A ghosts? He can't fight them now, not to mention being wasted now. He used to only be able to run. He looked up again and realized that the red embroidered shoe had disappeared, and the red embroidered shoe in his sight had reached him, right in front of his feet. Only seeing shoes and not seeing people is the real horror. God damn it. Give me a Western ghost for a change and I'll still be able to run. Little brother. Alone? Shall we? This suddenly up and delicate voice rang from behind his ear. By all rights the breath that was exhaled behind his ear should be hot, but he only felt the icy cold air hitting his ear. He stiffened and turned his head to find the woman in a festive red wedding dress with her back to him. But suddenly, the head cackled and turned. On that head, bleak skin painted with delicate makeup, those eyes scarlet and slightly pitiful, only to see her slowly open her mouth and say words that gave Zhang Yan chills. Why don't you let me eat it? This bizarre scene left Zhang Yan at a loss for words. Just then, the red wedding garment disappeared, and without warning, Zhang Yan seemed to be strangled and began to fly, as if he was being lifted up as a puppet. The choking sensation was agonizing him. God damn it. Just out of a wolf's den and into a tiger's den. Boom. Zhang Yan was once again blasted against the wall of the alley, and the scene around him began to change, becoming a place of worship with red makeup. And Zhang Yan also realized that he was wearing the groom's clothes, but he didn't feel much joy, and the feeling of chills all over his body was very unpleasant. He looked around and realized that at the seat above were two paper figures, as if they were worshipping parents. It's funny to say that he was dumped in an orphanage as a child without ever seeing his parents. It was only after being discovered for his abilities that he was invited to join the team. At this moment, his right hand seemed to touch the fabric, and as he turned his head, he realized that the red dowry-clad female ghost was kneeling right in front of the hall with him, her scarlet eyes staring straight at him. He felt a wave of dizziness, and the paper people around him seemed to be able to move as if they were coming towards him frantically. Just as he was about to faint, a voice rang from his ears like a dawn in the darkness. Are you okay? Zhang Yan opened his eyes in a daze and saw a handsome young man in a black trenchcoat with a hat, his sharp eyes staring at him, his right hand holding a knife and his left hand reaching out towards him. Hey man, why are you confused? A slightly muffled voice rang out from the side. Zhang Yan turned his head and saw a fat man looking at himself with a puzzled face waving his hand in front of his eyes, probably scared. How did we three get to this hellhole? Do you know where this is, little brother? There was also a slim and handsome man standing on the left side. He was very puzzled and elbowed the knife-wielding little brother. The black-clothed little brother shook his head. I don't know. I just came here and some group quest rang in my head, and I've never been to this place before. That's strange. The man who had just asked looked at Zhang Yan. Dude, my name is Wu Qi. Do you know where this is? Zhang Yan was a bit confused. Wu Qi, isn't that the guy from Tomb Raider? He had read the book when he was in the orphanage and it was fascinating. Zhang Yan gazed towards the other two. The black-clothed little brother didn't say anything, just silently put away his knife, and the fat man on the side laughed. Don't mind him, he's just like that. I'm called Fatty Wang. He patted the black-clothed little brother. His name is Zhang Qiling. Just call him little brother. He's quite nice. Don't look at him cold. Zhang Yan's eyes glowed, and somewhat surprised, he reached out to hold Wu Qi, who was reaching out towards him, and stood up. My name is Zhang Yan. Where's the Class A female ghost from just now? Wu Qi was very enthusiastic and patted his back pointing towards his back. Is that what you're talking about? Zhang Yan suspiciously turned his head and realized that there was no female ghost there, only a pair of chopped up red embroidered shoes. Ha? This is what you guys killed? Zhang Yan looked at Wu Qi suspiciously. No, it's the little brother who killed it with a knife. We didn't expect it to be so weak. Wu Qi's mouth nudged the little brother next to him who was wiping his knife. Zhang Yan shifted his viewpoint over again and realized that the other party was also watching him. Only the little brother put away the knife in his hand and slowly spoke. You are special. Zhang Yan was puzzled. What's special? I see, unactivated physique in you, and this place, can you explain it to us? I have a feeling that you brought us here. Wu Qi was surprised and pulled Jiang Yan right over to sit down next to little brother. Can you give us some science? I just felt a ringing in my head to team up too. Fatty Wang also squeezed over. Jiang Yan sighed and said, there are all sorts of horrors happening in this world. For example, the dowry woman ghost you guys just killed was class A. After Jiang Yan gave them a clear explanation of this world, Wu Qi came up and patted him on the shoulder. Hey, Jiang Yan, let's team up, shall we? Since little brother has said that it's possible for us to be brought in by you, it's just right to be partners. Jiang Yan looked at Xiao Xiao, who didn't say anything, but just stepped forward and directly pressed Jiang Yan to the ground. The move confused the crowd wholeheartedly. What are you doing, little brother? Is there something wrong with this dude? Wu Qi asked. The little brother spoke very little. Activate his physique for him. As the words fell, he directly peeled off Jiang Yan's clothes, revealing a spine full of scars, and even little brother froze at the sight. He rarely quipped, Iron Man. Holy, buddy, you've been tortured and beaten. So many injuries, can't see a bit of good skin at all. Fatty Wang sucked in a breath of cool air, some chills. Wu Qi was very righteous. Don't worry, join us, treat you to a good meal. Our team is very strong. Just hide behind little brother. Just what SSS you're talking about? It's all small dishes. Jiang Yan's heart was warmed when he heard these words. He didn't expect to meet such a good team, compared to the previous one, which was a group of devils that ate people without spitting bones. Between thoughts, little brother had bitten his finger and was drawing something on his back with the blood. Fiery pain shot through his back, but they seemed like minor annoyances to him, and he didn't even furrow his brow. After a long time, channels of golden light appeared from Jiang Yan's back, and a ringing sound came from his mind. Congratulations, your ability has been activated again. Ability 1, Ancient Lin's Body. Can replace other people's injuries in your own body? Recovery ability doubled 10,000 times. No damage can be done to you within one realm above. Ignoring the rules. Ability 2, Bestow God. Can raise any ability by one step, no upper limit. Chapter 6, that's what teammates are for. Jiang Yan felt the warmth coming from his body, and his body's incredibly painful injuries gradually began to recover. The three little brothers looked at the hideous wound on Jiang Yan's back interspersed with the runes that had just begun to wriggle. It was frightening. Wu Qi covered his mouth full of horror. This injury? What kind of inhuman treatment did he get? He looked to little brother. What did you draw on him? This recovery is so fast. Xiao said flatly. It was just a subconscious thought to draw a unicorn behind him with unicorn blood. I don't know why I had that thought. It's like he shook his head. Fate. Fate? Fatty Wang was puzzled. This hellhole is already spooky. At this time, Jiang Yan has recovered almost from his injuries. Slowly stood up. A face of excitement. But it is a double XXS ability. This is one level higher than the highest SSS level. He has not seen this kind of talent in this world. The highest is only Chen Yu's SSS level. Lao Jiang, what ability have you awakened? And what was the rank you just mentioned? Wu Qi patted his shoulder, very happy for him. Fatty Wang came over. Hey, if you take off, you have to take us with you. From now on we will be called the Iron Four Corners, and we will give him a pass through this whole world of horror. The little brother was flat. You can leave it out. No hard feelings. Jiang Yan didn't estimate that he would have died just now if it wasn't for these few people in front of him, and they also helped him awaken his abilities. My ability is the body of the ancient Lin, and I can exchange your injuries for my own. Jiang Yan hadn't finished speaking. Little brother directly walked over and patted his shoulder, looking at him seriously. Don't use it in the future. I'll cover you. Wu Qi was originally very happy, but when he heard this ability, he smiled and said, this ability? It's the same as none. We can still let our teammates get hurt? There are others? You just said there is another one. Fatty Wang took out a piece of compressed cookie from his backpack and handed it to Jiang Yan. Eat some. No. It doesn't matter what your ability is. We have you covered. Jiang Yan was warmed by this action of theirs and wanted to cry. He had never gotten so much favor. When he had spoken out about his ability in the original team, they hated to eat themselves, and every time he was injured, they directly ordered him to hurry up and transfer his injuries to himself, and they didn't even give him food. At this time, the little brother took out a bottle of water and also handed it over in a tone of voice without ripples. Don't choke. Jiang Yan suppressed the excitement in his heart and continued. My ancient Lin's body will always recover 10,000 times over, and anyone within one equal you higher than me will not be able to cause harm to me. He said it in one direct breath. Ha! No way. Fatty Wang was so shocked that he directly started circling around him. This ability of yours is so dangling? 10,000 times. He counted on his fingers. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Are you even a ing human being? It also comes with a damage waiver. Wu Qi was very happy for Jiang Yan. Quite good. When you encounter a solution that can't be solved, you run straight away. If you can survive 1 is 1, and take revenge for us at that time. No need. Xiao was surprised but recovered in a moment. With me, it won't hurt. Jiang Yan smiled. He realized that they were really good to themselves. Unlike Zhang Pei and his kind, all of them were targeting themselves, treating them as blood packs, or that kind of pressurized blood packs. Compared to the three of them, it was hell there. Jiang Yan took the compressed cookies and water and continued to speak. Have you awakened your abilities? The three shook their heads in unison. Hold out your hands and I'll see if my second ability can be developed for you. The three didn't hesitate to extend their hands, trusting Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan's hand rested on Fatty Wang's hand and began to catalyze his ability, and gusts of golden light lit up. A moment. Fatty, what do you feel? Jiang Yan withdrew his hand and raised his eyes to look at Fatty Wang. Fatty Wang scratched his pussy head and said, it seems like there really is. The name is Eating God. The function is to make all kinds of food have special effects. Now don't know what kind of effect, but it's a SSS-level talent. Wu Qi hooked onto his neck. Hey, Fatty, from now on you're the logistics, cooking for us. Go go go. Fat Master, I'm going to the battlefield to kill a piece of armor. Develop it for me, chant old speech. Wu Xia said. Jiang Yan nodded his head to catalyze his ability. After a long time, Wu Qi opened his eyes. Feeling the surging power on his body, exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. My ability seems to be a bit strong. The name is divinization. It can help a person to be divinized. The attributes are doubled by 5 times. SSS-level talent. Fatty Wang was the first to exclaim, asterisk 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 asterisk. You're an armored warrior. Or Kai Huang opened big. I dropped a. This if the little brother ate my food plus your myths. The old speech and then assisted. Then the world is not a mess to kill. Several people sniffed and turned their attention to little brother. Little brother shook his head and reached out. Don't expect too much. A moment later, an exclamation of surprise came from the alley. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Little brother, you're open. From now on, the main force will be in your hands, and the three of us will be in charge of the sauce. I think he can single-handedly penetrate this world. Jiang Yan said silently. Not so outrageous. Little brother Dulai said a little embarrassed. Is not just a XXS ability. The ability, if you automatically lock the target, not more than their own 2 big realm seconds. Wu Wei sighed. You Versailles what? You'll be relying on little brother from now on. At that moment, a subtitle appeared in Jiang Yan's mind. Whether or not to abandon the God-giving and advance the ancient Lin's body. Seeing this, Jiang Yan felt that this divine bestowal didn't seem to be of much use and directly chose yes. Instantly, a golden light shone on Jiang Yan's head, and the crowd looked over in unison. A moment later, Jiang Yan scratched his head and looked at the crowd. I seem to have upgraded again. Ha, are you still human? Rank unknown. Reaper, any dead horror can be reclaimed, and with a rank +1, damage to horrors is quintupled, can be reduced to nothingness, untouchable by anyone, and with previous abilities retained. When these words came out, the crowd's mouths were open enough to stuff an egg. In unison, they gave Jiang Yan a thumbs up. Alright, you're the most NB. We'll just see which one of you or little brother kills enough. Fatty Wang directly swinging sitting on the stone pulled out a chicken leg and began to eat up. You guys play. I now feel that life is 2 words. Lying flat. However, my current physique is so poor that I need to reach S rank to activate it. And before that I can only turn into nothingness. It's fine. I'll kill it. Little brother smiled faintly. 5 days later, Zhang Pei trembled. His mouth ghastly white touching his arm's morose cold bone injury. His mood was very bad to the extreme. Lao San Lao Air. Have you found Jiang Yan? Quickly let him come and change my injury. It's been a few days. Originally, he could still be patient, but he found that he didn't even have a shadow. He went out to look for food today and encountered an A-class ghost, and was directly injured in his arm by a sneak attack. And if it wasn't for Jiang Yan that didn't roll over to find food for them, he wouldn't have been injured at all. Chen Jiang sighed. Who's going to find him? His nature. I can't wait to avoid him. Xiao Sun, I've just searched for a Dao weapon for you. Let's see if it's useful to you. Chen Yu also started to get anxious. Thanks sister Yaya, but it's better to let brother Yen come back soon. I don't blame him anymore. It's me who shouldn't have made him angry. This if something happens outside I can't forgive myself. He is in the Jiang Yan gone. Bad luck to death. And realm enhancement has not made the slightest progress. Are to blame that Jiang Yan? Run what run Obediently stay here so that he sucked the gas. Luck is not good? Damn it. That's how people are. Taking favors from others and biting them back. Chapter 7, Xiao Sun. You're just too kind. Zhang Pei sighed. Xiao Sun, you are just too kind. Treating his kind of thing that is not a human being you don't need to sympathize. Is it true that he secretly looked for you to plead for leniency? I told you before, no matter what he said, you can't be soft and accept him. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been so badly injured. Chen Yu said, but it's all scary out here. I'm worried that senior brother. Zhang Pei sighed as he looked at Chen Yu's expression. AI. You guys go and contact him. For the sake of Xiao Sun. But after I come back I will definitely have to teach him a lesson. It has gone against the grain. He doesn't even dare to listen to me as the captain. He was already furious at the moment because of the injuries on his body. Captain, Brother Yan isn't around. I've searched, Luo Xiaofei said after a moment of silence. No? What happened to whatever secret base he used to frequent? Luo Xiaofei lost her head down. I don't know where it is. Zhang Pei was speechless. He turned his head to look at Chen Jian looking at him with a face full of favor as he looked at Chen Yu and opened his mouth. Lao San, do you know that secret base that Zhang Yan often goes to? Chen Jiang skimmed his eyes very plainly. What secret base? It must be a doghouse. Who would want to go there? I don't know. You're on his team. Why don't you know that? How could I know? You're the captain and you don't even know. Let alone me. For a moment, Zhang Pei did not know what to say. Chen Jiang spread his hands. What do you care? If you look for it again you will surely find it. Or else it will be eaten by ghosts. Hearing this, Zhang Pei was speechless. It was all fear outside. It was extremely likely, and he had already quit the team. He didn't even have the ability to do so, and he was afraid that it would be long before he was killed. Who told him to steal from Xiao Sun and not admit it? Besides, she asked to quit the team on her own. If I get him back, I'll have to give him a fat beating. Luo Xiaofei suddenly spoke up. Why don't we give Brother Yan a call? Maybe we might be able to find other teammates? Zhang Pei slapped his thighs. Right. Lao San, you quickly send a message to that bastard Jiang Yan. Quickly tell him to get his ass back here and change my injuries for me. It's all his fault. If not, contact the others who are out there exploring the tomb to ask if there's any news. All of this is to exercise him. How he just doesn't know what I'm going through. Captain, what do you care about him? Where can he run? He's probably cowering in some corner where he doesn't dare to come out. How dare he face the terror as an ordinary person? Ask if you're told to ask. Can't you see that I still have injuries on my body? Zhang Pei was a bit annoyed. Harm. It won't take long to come back, but it's also really hateful. The captain was injured and didn't know to come to help. White to him good. Chen Jiang took out his cell phone and asked some questions. All asked. The old four that several said there is no news of him. Then you call him. Zhang Pei was somewhat speechless. Called who? I've called them all. Chen Jiang was a little surprised. Call that bastard Jiang Yan. Hurry up and make him come back. I have to kick him to death. His brain buzzed with anger. But, I don't have his phone number. Chen Jian was a little timid. Ha? No phone. Your teammates. You don't even have a contact? You guys don't even have basic numbers as teammates? Chen Jiang was full of speechlessness. I've long since blacked him out and deleted him. He's been annoying me. As for WeChat, he sends me something every day that's not there, letting me pay attention to this level's missteps. And again other annoyances all over the place. Zhang Pei lowered his head to suppress the anger in his heart and said in a deep voice, what about the rest of you? Is there any contact information for him? I don't have it either. Chen Wanting stammered from the sidelines. Zhang Pei's gaze went to Luo Xiaofei. You're on the best of terms with him. You must have it. Luo Xiaofei stammered. Yes there is. Then quickly call him and tell him to get his ass back here. What kind of person can give me a face now? Zhang Pei was not in a good mood. Luo Xiaofei swept a circle of the crowds couldn't care less look and had some difficulty saying, don't you guys know that Brother Yan's cell phone was lost in a horror? She wanted to give Brother Yan another one at that time, but he said that it would cost too much in ghost coins if they went to exchange it, and that it would be better to buy them more Dao weapons to protect themselves. Brother Yan sided with them like that, but they threw him off the team. Zhang Pei and the others seemed to have heard something unbelievable. Lost it? Why didn't he tell us? He really didn't treat us as teammates. This kind of person is really a white-eyed wolf. Chen Jian crossed his arms. It's not our fault that we don't have contact information. He lost it, and didn't even talk to the team. By the way, didn't he get the captain to match one? Zhang Pei shook his head in exasperation. Cell phone? What am I giving him a cell phone for? Won't he go exchange it himself? When did he lose it? The crowd shook their heads in disbelief. Who cared when he lost his cell phone? And only that loser would be afraid of losing it. Luo Xiaofei pursed her lips. Yan's cell phone was precisely because of that collective action. Encountered a ghostly creature that could not be dealt with. Left behind to break off the last dying out when lost. Do they even know that? Zhang Pei angry called the boss. He is the captain. Overriding all team members everything. And the boss is the pride of his team. Now has a level strength. Mainly share the team deputy. Now in S City to complete a level task. After the call was connected, Zhang Luo was surprised. Cell phone? What cell phone? I don't know I'm too lazy to know about him. Zhang Pei gritted his teeth and casually said, "Just last year. Don't you know? He didn't ask you to give him a cell phone? Who wants to buy him a cell phone? He won't even buy it for me. The Dao artifact sent or even some inferior ones. I don't even want to look at them. What's the matter? You guys can't contact him?" Zhang Luoluo was puzzled. "I don't know. He may have changed. WeChat is not there. It is estimated to guard against us. This white-eyed wolf. We are good to him for nothing." Zhang Pei gasped and heavily slapped on the table. "He doesn't even want the team. It's been 7 days, and he voluntarily left his ability behind." "What? 7 days and the ability to stay? What's going on?" Zhang Luoluo seemed to have heard something unbelievable. Zhang Pei gritted his teeth and endured the severe pain on his body to tell everything he had endured in the past. "If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have been injured. If he comes back, I will make sure to cure him of this stinking problem. It's simply the opposite of what it should be." Boss Zhang Lola was shocked. She had been out on a mission for the past few days, and it was surprising that she didn't know about this kind of thing happening in the team until 7 days later. Or because she couldn't reach him. Didn't the team look for him? Her relationship with Jiang Yan can only be described as average. Did not ostracize him, but he is not cold to him either. Once she returned to the team in the middle of the night with an injury. Jiang Yan had to boil some kind of medicine for him, and she directly kicked it over. "How about now? Haven't we found him yet? I've looked everywhere. I just don't know where his kennel is out there. With the ghosts and monsters running rampant these days, it's possible that he's run off to a stronghold to escape. And by the way, that orphanage seems to be a territory as well. If we go to the orphanage, that's fine. It's just that it's still a bit far away. I'll ask the others if they have any contact information first. It's highly likely that he'll just avoid a few of us." Chen Jiang said angrily. "It's not that his hands are too unclean and his character is so bad. He is thinking that he has hardened his wings and can go out alone to kill terror, is it? Even the amulet dares to steal. What else does he not dare to do? Isn't this treating the lives of the team members as a pose?" Zhang Pei rummaged around in his cell phone. The oldest 4, the oldest 5, and the oldest 6 all said they didn't have it. And if Xiao Sun did, he definitely didn't have it either. Not even telling them their contact info was really not treating them as teammates. He said from the time he joined the team that he treated his teammates like family. What is he doing? Go to the orphanage. I'll see if he's there or not. If he is, I'll teach him a good lesson and show him what a king of size is. Chapter 8, The Orphanage Tells the Truth. "You guys come with me? I want to see what this bastard Jiang Yan is doing." Zhang Pei walked out of the door with large strides. Luo Xiufei followed behind with a face full of surprise. The Wei followed the safe route that Jiang Yan had drawn out with his life before and reached the entrance of the orphanage unhindered. Looking at the rusty orphanage, Zhang Pei secretly said, "This place is as good as our place?" Straight away, he found the territorial captain stationed at the orphanage. This captain was none other than the son of the previous orphanage director, and Jiang Yan did have contact with him. Jiang Yan? Wasn't he snatched away? Where did the team come from? Zhang Pei was momentarily speechless. He then remembered that at that time, it seemed like he was the one who saw Jiang Yan's talent and directly forced him to join the team despite the orphanage's discouragement. We are his teammates. He left the team on his own because of the guilt he felt for stealing from the others in the team, and he didn't find anyone else for a few days in a row, and we were worried about him. That's why we came to ask if there was any news of him, or his contact information. Zhang Chang looked puzzled. "I know you guys, but you don't even have his contact information? Are you guys such teammates? I have the contact information. You guys quickly get him back. It's been too chaotic out there lately." Zhang Pei thanked him and called through the number, realizing that the number was already in arrears and was still the same number they had before. "No, we've tried this contact. There's nothing else?" "No, only this one. He came 2 years ago and only left this contact. But back then it was because you guys snatched the kid away and now he's coming back to ask for us. But I'm wondering, that kid came in rags last time, and you guys are all shiny and bright." Zhang Rob looked at them scornfully, as if he had seen through everything. It was really a weasel giving the chicken a black heart. Zhang Pei was a bit fuming. "What are you saying? If it wasn't for Jiang Yan I wouldn't have been injured. All the team's trips and plans were delayed because of him." "What do you mean? Do you mean I forced him out? Just what kind of good people can you teach out of this shabby orphanage of yours? You only know sneaky rotten tactics." Zhang Chang listened to this immediately came to temper. "What do you mean these rotten means? They do not steal, not rob. You are sick in the brain." "Right, just Jiang Yan, that child. I know. He grew up here and everyone get along with, very amicable, and will be especially care of the other children. How to your place to become a sneak? I should have been directly to snatch him back." Zhang Pei gasped. He stole Lao San's amulet from the team, Xiao Sun's Dao weapon, and the personal clothing of other teammates, all of which are visible to everyone and have empirical evidence. Zhang Chang rolled his eyes and pointed at Chen Yu's face that was full of aggression. Ha, I kind of know you guys. I see that all this is this soft with a sour cucumber screwed up. Pussy, is not even the seed is soft. Seeing Xiao Sun being targeted, Zhang Pei looked at Zhang Chang aggressively. Xiao Sun is not a villain like Zhang Yan. I don't care what you guys came to rob. We are all drifters in the world of horror. So this is the end of it, he said and flung his sleeves away with the others. Zhang Pei just left the orphanage and slammed the door. Zhang Yan, it's all because of Zhang Yan. If he comes back, I must teach him a heavy lesson, and compare him to Xiao Sun. Is he worthy? Chen Jiang was also furious. Captain, why didn't you just teach him a lesson? He talked about us like that. I would like to, but, Zhang Pei was silent as if he had been poked in his soft underbelly. Luo Xiaofei softly said at this time, there are 2 S ranks on the opposite side. We can't beat them. What? 2? Chen Zhang's eyes widened in shock at the news, and he couldn't regain his senses for a long time. Chen Yu opened his mouth somewhat aggrieved. Brother Pei, don't be angry. I will definitely become an S rank in the future, or even higher, and at that time, I will take back all the anger that I have suffered. And as for Zhang Yan, he won't be able to come back in dust, and he won't come back right now, but he just thinks that we will be moved by him. Zhang Pei then revealed a smile as if the rain had passed. It's still Xiao Sun who knows what he's doing. Zhang Yan can't even compare. Forget it, let everyone else come back. This time because Zhang Yan has disrupted all our original plans a lot. Replanning. Just wait for Zhang Yan to come back to give him a separate meeting. Those last words are extremely heavy. He had isolated Zhang Yan all these years because he wanted to exercise him, and because he was worried that Xiao Sun would feel inferior because of his presence, and there was no way for them to bias their focus to one side. Besides, Zhang Yan was so resistant to fighting. These teammates of theirs pampered Chen Yu more than anything else, not only because of his good talent, but also because his character was simply two extremes compared to Yu Xiaoxuan. Xiao Sun, you don't have to be afraid that he will affect our friendship for you. Chen Yu sighed regretfully. Alas, Brother Yan is actually quite good to me. Brother Pei, don't blame Brother Yan. If he comes back this time, I will definitely strive to get along with him. I just don't know if Brother Yan will think the same as I do. It's okay, if he doesn't want to, then I'll beat him until he does. Xia Shooting walked up. Alas, I've just notified over. I can probably arrive at night, because is it necessary for a Zhang Yan to be so vocal? Our team only needs Xiao Sun alone. It's fine. If it wasn't for Brother Yin, we might have been delayed due to various things as well. Brother Yin's contribution is even greater than mine. This was something Luo Xiaofei strongly agreed with. He even thought that without Brother Yin, this team would have to break up sooner or later. She stayed here now just to see how they regretted it, and she would poke them hard then, and then go to Brother Yan and bring him to join the other team. She didn't want to be on this Thai team for a moment, but it's just that this anticlimactic speech just manages to mesmerize a bunch of stupid teammates. Don't be presumptuous, what he did was his job. You are the core of our team. Xia Shooting rubbed his head. In the evening, they returned to the territory. A woman wearing a pitch-black close-fitting combat suit fully armed with swords and guns and with an extremely beautiful face slowly spoke. What time did Zhang Yan leave? She was the team's leader. Lolo Zhang, the team's second-in-command, responsible for mending and assisting. Hey, it's actually a jerk. Without Zhang Yan is a touch of fish. Everything still has to Zhang Yan on the battlefield. 7 days ago, Xia Shooting touched her nail polish with a face full of boredom. Let's wait for Old 4 and Old 5 to come back. Old 6 is on an expedited mission and can't get away right now. Chen Wanting spoke helplessly. Let's wait a little longer then. We've been delayed too much this time because of Zhang Yan. Chapter 9, How to be so neat on vacation. After a while, a woman dressed in professional clothes and rimless glasses walked straight toward the territory. There was also a petite and cute loli behind her. Dressed in professional clothes is the oldest 4 Wang Xiaoxiao, responsible for the back row analysis in the team. Controlling the whole battle situation is the team's military division, and behind her is Old 5 Cozy, the team's healer. Only she can't heal and will only protect me with a mouthful of Chun Yu's brother. In the end it was still Zhang Yan who had to carry all the hurt. That's how they talk about how nice they are to Zhang Yan, but in reality they just suck his blood and then toss it aside when it's no longer useful. Don't you have Zhang Yan's contact information? Did you not compensate him for the loss of his cell phone? Zhang Pei looked at the two in surprise. I don't have his contact information. He asked me for it before. I didn't give it. Surely he wants him to fall into death trying to frame me together. Whoever has contact with him is in bad luck. When Xin spoke out of turn, uttering words that were completely different from her looks, Wang Xiaoxiao seems to have heard some amazing words. Forked his chest, faintly opened his mouth. I don't have it either. He approached me once before and said that he had encountered a Class A horror, and he asked me to go and save him. This point of the big picture is not there. This is not letting me go to send death? I directly deleted him plus pulling black. Zhang Pei looked at the two of them and fell into a deep thought. All of them did not have his contact information now. No, it should be that they did not even know when he lost his cell phone. We don't even know a little bit about him now. After 7 years together, and not even a contact? Wang Xiaoxiao was full of contempt. Captain, what are you looking for him for? He also stole a few pieces of my underwear last time. I saw him holding it in his hand with my own eyes, and it was discovered by Xiao Sun. As a result, Jiang Yan also slandered Xiao Sun. This kind of lowly person. What are we looking for him to come back for? Zhang Pei sniffed and looked at Chen Yu. Xiao Sun, what your sister Xiao Xiao said is true, right? Chen Yu froze then sighed. This is not to blame Brother Yan. Puberty is a normal phenomenon. That time I saw Brother Yan in Sister Xiao Xiao's room. I was curious and went to take a look, and found that Brother Yan was holding Sister Xiao Xiao's underwear and sniffing it against his face, and it turned out to be after I found out. He stammered and wiped his eyes as if he had been wronged in some way. Zhang Pei gasped and crushed the cup in his hand, suppressing the anger in his heart. It's fine. Xiao Sun, you continue. Chen Yu looked around the crowd and spoke in a resigned manner. After Brother Yan saw that he was discovered by me, I originally wanted to keep the secret for him, and I apologized to Sister Xiao Xiao for that. It's just that. Wang Xiaoxiao came over and rubbed his head. It's okay, you're of good character. You're not wrong to do this for the sake of the team. What about the back? Chen Yu sniffled and wiped his tears. It's just that Brother Yan was afraid that I would tell you guys, and he directly framed me, saying that I took it, and then threatened me to not let me tell. But at that time it was directly discovered by Sister Xiao Xiaoyu. He was aggrieved and didn't know what to say. Wang Xiaoxiao was heartbroken and went forward to hold him in her arms to comfort him. It's okay, Sister Xiao Xiao knows that you definitely won't do this. Except for Jiang Yan. No one can do that kind of thing. Such a person doesn't deserve to live in the world. Zhang Pei angrily clenched his fists. Silk blood seeped through his nails and flowed all over his palms. How in the world did this brat dare to do this? It's true that he came out of an orphanage. His character is so bad. Chen Yu looked at this scene and sighed. I can't blame Brother Yan. This period is normal. A few sisters are so beautiful. If it wasn't for my firmness of heart, I'm afraid that I would also hold thoughts about my sister. Xia Shooting rubbed his head. Puberty. It's normal. A few sisters are so beautiful. Your kid has no idea. We are still worried that you are sick. Zhang Pei sighed. When Jiang Yan comes back, I will make sure he gives you guys an explanation. There are simply too many faults. Luo Xiaofei raised the sole question. But we don't have his contact information. We don't even know if Yan changed his cell phone and what number he changed to. Xia Shooting was full of concern. This can't be blamed on us. Who made him so cheap that he could even sniff Lao Si's personal clothes against his face? I now seriously doubt that he has sniffed everyone's clothes, and I don't even know what even more out of the ordinary things he could do with our clothes. Luo Xiaofei felt nothing but nausea in her heart as she looked at the faces of the crowd accusing Brother Yan, and it was only then that she realized how malicious this group of teammates were towards Brother Yan. Speech. Oh speech. Become stronger and give them a bubble to wake them up. Forget it. You guys go to Jiang Yan's room first to see what clues there are. It's possible that he had already made plans to leave the team. This time he just wanted to milk us dry one more time, but we were just able to recognize it. Zhang Pei helplessly waved his hand. Do we really have to go to his doghouse? Xia Shooting looked dissatisfied, thinking that Jiang Yan's house must stink constantly. Wang Xiaoxiao pulled her towards Jiang Yan's room. Let's go. The last time I couldn't find a piece of underwear. He must have stolen it. Xia Shooting suddenly spoke up. Fourth sister. You say how did we pull him into the team in the first place and quit? Do you think it's laughable? It's just an orphan. If it wasn't for us, he would have died a long time ago. The oldest four. Wang Xiaoxiao pushed up his glasses. Oldest three. You really don't know that Jiang Yan lost his cell phone? So what if I know? It's none of my business whether he loses his cell phone or not. What's the point of giving him a cell phone? Let him drag his teammates into the water? Xia Shooting twisted her head in disdain. That's right, but what about when we need him? Why didn't you get him one? Don't blame me for this. Fourth sister. The captain doesn't even know if he's lost his cell phone, so I'm even less obligated to buy it for him. Luo Xiaofei also came to the side and spoke. Fourth sister. Do you know that 7 days ago, Brother Yan was kicked by the captain and almost died? What? Wang Xiaoxiao seemed to have heard something shocking. Then he won't really leave our team. Right. Then what if there are injuries in our team? Luo Xiaofei rolled his eyes at the words. He could sort of understand why Brother Yan had left. They would only look after their own interests. Wang Xiaoxiao looked at the tattered door full of disgust as pushed open. Even the door is so rotten. Inside must be even more rotten. With him this person kind of fit. But when the crowd looked over, they all choked on their words. Not too messy or ugly, but too neat. There wasn't much in there. Just a bed and table with a quilt like tofu. But it was thin. On the table there was a Yangzhou flower that Xie Shooting had given Jiang Yan when he first joined the team, and took very good care of it. Neat items of neat clothing, except for the obvious putting on top that was so noticeable. Zhang Xiaoxiao froze for a moment. He didn't expect Jiang Yan's room to be so neat and tidy, even tidier than theirs. It was very different from Jiang Yan's dirty and blood-covered appearance. Fourth sister, how long has it been since you guys came to Jiang Yan's room? Chapter 10, Jiang Yan is not stupid. Xie Shooting twisted her head. She also didn't expect Jiang Yan's room to be so clean, but she was still full of arrogance. Why would I come to his room? He's covered in blood every day. Who knows if it'll be the same in his room? Besides, our priority right now is to find contact information first. The captain's injury can't be delayed. They started rummaging around randomly, even throwing folded clothes around. Xie Shooting pinched her nose and picked up a piece of clothing that had been washed I don't know how many times. The patchy white fabric on it was covered in pudding and had bloodstains in places. These clothes are so worn out. How did Jiang Yan manage to put them on? Wang Xiaoxiao came over. This dress, I remember he wore this when he first came here. It's small. Smaller indeed. Can it not suck to be treated like an animal when you've just arrived? You guys didn't buy him any clothes? It's not like our team can't afford a shirt. What are we buying him that he wouldn't buy himself? Xie Shooting covered her nose in disgust. Luo Xiaofei stepped forward at this time. I've exchanged one for Brother Yen. It's a D-grade body protector Dao artifact. These ordinary clothes can't resist the erosion of the terrifying aura at all. It's just that it seems like his Dao weapon has been eroded to the point that there's nothing left of it. But Brother Yen still seems to wear it every day. Xie Shooting was a bit annoyed. He himself doesn't go to exchange the Dao clothes to protect his body. And he blames us? To a lesser extent. He is not responsible for his own rotten life. To a greater extent, he is disregarding the lives of his teammates in our team. He is closing for us. What if he is attacked by a sneak attack? What if he can't block the erosion? Hey, I don't want to hold him accountable. Look for the number first. Wang Xiaoxiao didn't stop. Did Lao Er and the others change it for Jiang Yan? He's not responsible for our lives despite the fact that I still want to figure it out. Xie Shooting paused. You and old 5 and old 6 haven't exchanged them. It seems like it's only old 7 who has exchanged them for him. But there are Dao weapons in every level. Who knows if he's privately storing them or not? He might just be pretending to show them to us, wanting to take some more benefits from us. By the way, isn't old 7 in charge of logistics in the team? Both of their gazes went to Luo Xiaofei. Lok Xiaofei was puzzled. What's wrong? Wang Xiaoxiao asked. Is that the only thing he's wearing besides his body? Luo Xiaofei froze for a moment, choking on her words a bit. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Wang Xiaoxiao continued to ask. Seventh sister, didn't Xiao Sun change it for him? Xiao Sun is so kind. Luo Xiaofei shook her head to indicate that she didn't. Fourth sister, you know, everyone doesn't like Brother Yen. Chen, you did have a desire to change Brother Yen into a better Dao clothes. I told you, even if the others don't have it, Xiao Sun surely will, whether he's sending A, B or C rank. Luo Xiaofei shook her head. Could it be an A grade? Little Sun is still too kind. He only has one as well. Or the captain gave it to him when he joined the team, and they all only gave B grade Dao weapons as well. Didn't send it. A hint of contempt flashed in Luo Xiaofei's eyes. How can that be? Little Sun even gave me a C grade Dao weapon before. Even though it's low grade, it's still a token of his appreciation. It was just that what she didn't know was that the C rank Dao artifact was all Chen used to rob Jiang Yan. Luo Xiaofei suddenly broke their fantasies and rolled her eyes. Chen Yu wanted to give it to Brother Yen. Only the captain put a stop to it, saying that he wasn't much use in the team in the first place. So what's the point of giving him a Dao artifact? It's just a waste. Ha! How can that be? Luo Xiaofei continued to open her mouth and stormed. Moreover, apart from that doti, Brother Yen only has a single piece of sewing and mending clothes. Not even a warm cotton jacket. Then why don't you tell us? Xie Shooting shifted the goalposts. Doesn't he know to tell us? Isn't this just for others to see and think we're abusing him? Luo Xiaofei laughed in exasperation. He said it, but you guys didn't even care. What about the shoes? I remember he changed his shoes. Wang Xiaoxiao attempted to find one last bit of rebuttal. Shoes? Ha! Luo Xiaofei was so angry that she didn't want to care about them. But she really couldn't help herself and said, Brother Yen begged me to keep some money for him so that he could go change his shoes and add some clothes. Xie Shooting seemed to have caught something. He asked you to keep it for him? Why did he ask you to keep it? Luo Xiaofei was like looking at a little cutie. General, it seems like you guys don't know everything about everything in the team. Ha? Then how do we know? We run around every day for the team's mission. And when we come back, we still have to let that drag queen Jiang Yan change his injuries. And then he pretends to be in pain and runs out of the territory. And pretends that he can't bear for us to see it. The captain told him to turn in all the ghost coins after each mission, but the Dao weapon is confiscated. But I've never seen Brother Yan have any Dao weapon. The captain told to turn it in? Why didn't we? Wang Xiaoxiao wondered from the sidelines. That wasn't even the captain treating them differently. Luo Xiaofei rolled her eyes. They really were hopelessly stupid. No wonder Brother Yan had to leave. Xia Shooting pondered for a moment, then it's not our fault. He didn't know to say? And secretly let you keep it. The captain must have done that because he wanted to train him. He's a brat. Can he manage it? This is also for his own good. Wang Xiaoxiao opened his mouth. What about after letting you keep them? But still haven't seen him have shoes. Every time it's those two pairs. Dirty. That's something we'll have to ask our good captain. What do you mean? It wasn't the captain who found out and punished Brother Yan for standing outside the territory for a night, and told me not to spoil Brother Yan. And then Brother Yan also said that he just wanted to buy some clothes. But as a result, the captain made him develop a big picture perspective by having to focus on the team as the core of the team. Although Wang Xiaoxiao hated Jiang Yan, disliking him for being dirty and stealing her clothes to do nasty things, she didn't think that he didn't even have a piece of clothing to protect himself from the cold. They gave Little Sun a huge amount of everything good. But it's also Jiang Yan's fault. Who told him to be so useless? How can they be half as good as Xiao Sun and half as hardworking? Xia Shooting was a bit unconvinced. How can it be? He went out so resolutely. It's been a few days now. He must have secretly bought a lot of things. He also stole Xiao Sun's Dao weapon. Surely he can exchange it for money. He's not stupid. She started rummaging inside the room and eventually found a shoebox. Look guys, isn't Jiang Yan secretly hiding a pair of shoes here? Luo Xiaofei seemed to have thought of something and looked at her movement of opening the shoebox with a smirk. Wang Xiaoxiao also went over to have a look, but when the box was opened, the pupils of the two men shrunk slightly, and the surprise in their eyes was directly visible on their faces. Their stunned looks were caught in the eyes of Luo Xiaofei who was on the sidelines, and she sneered in her heart. Chapter 11 3 Ghost Coins? Both men looked at each other, both backed away. Did you guys find anything? Luo Xiaofei pretended to be puzzled and locked eyes with the two. Xia Shooting and Wang Xiaoxiao both didn't say anything. Luo Xiaofei came up and lifted the shoes, pretending to be surprised. Isn't this Brother Yan's pair of shoes that you guys destroyed together? Who poked so many holes on it? Luo Xiaofei seemed to have thought of something and said, this seems to be from last time, when Brother Yan accidentally stepped on Chen Yu's pants after retreating in order to cushion you guys' rear. It got dirty for a bit, and then you guys ruined Brother Yan's shoes, and you made him make amends to Chen Yu. The disliked two were silent. Xia Shooting finally broke the stalemate. That's not because he almost stepped on Xiao Sun. That's fatal. Can he learn from his mistakes if he's not punished? Luo Xiaofei was speechless with dislike at this anticlimactic speech. Wang Xiaoxiao didn't say anything, that is to say, in these 7 years, we haven't bought him a single pair of shoes, a single piece of clothing, not even the Dao clothes that hindered the erosion. There's another one, confiscating the fruits of Brother Yan's labor, Luo Xiaofei added. This room seems to be the room where the scrap was stored before? Wang Xiaoxiao muttered. What the hell has he been subjected to, in our place? But he doesn't blame us for not going for it himself. Xia Shooting said in a bad mood. Wouldn't the captain have given him ghost coins? How could he not have the ghost coins to buy the Dao clothes? And he's blaming us for his own feigned pity? Luo Xiaofei said calmly. Brother Yan doesn't have many ghost coins. Only 3 are given to him every month. Brother Yan makes a few hundred every time he shows up. At that time, the captain said he was afraid that he would turn bad if he had money. What kind of concept is this? It's equivalent to $100 in the past. Moreover, the captain specifically instructed me not to sneak help to Brother Yan, or else he would be punished by standing outside the territory. Wang Xiaoxiao seemed to hear something unbelievable. Only 3 pieces? I don't even have enough for one breakfast. Xia Shooting was full of disbelief. 3? I don't believe it. Let's find the captain and ask him. He definitely has more than 3. The captain gives Xiao Sun several thousand every month. Sometimes more. Luo Xiaofei looked at the two men's hurriedly departing figure, and secretly said in her heart, you guys are standing around and not hurting, and what you are taking are the results of Brother Yan, and you call Brother Yan a white-eyed wolf? Blind all. The two Wang Xiaoxiao hurriedly found the captain who was smoking to relieve his boredom. Brother Pei, there is no contact information in the room. Zheng Pei slapped his thigh in anger. This white-eyed wolf, does he want to hurt me to death? Wang Xiaoxiao looked at the captain tearing his heart out and spoke with some difficulty. Captain, how many ghost coins have you given Jiang Yan every month for these 7 years? Why do you ask? Didn't you not find the contact information? We found that Jiang Yan, not to mention the Dao clothes that protect against ghost chi, he doesn't even have a single piece of clothing to shield his body. Wang Xiaoxiao spoke up. What? I don't know. The logistics have always been managed by Old 7. Zheng Pei looked at Luo Xiaofei. How many ghost coins does Jiang Yan receive each month? Luo Xiaofei looked at the oldest 2, Chen Wanting, and the oldest 6 who were there chatting with Chen Yu warmly. You guys don't know? Chen Wanting was puzzled. Why do I know how many ghost coins he has? Everyone never collects them. If it wasn't for the fact that he's not honest with his hands and feet for fear of him spending them frivolously, we wouldn't have helped him collect them. When Xin and Chen Yu also shook their heads to indicate that they didn't know. It turns out that all of them never cared about Brother Yan's situation. Luo Xiaofei took a deep breath and sighed. According to the captain's instructions, no deductions and no help. It's like this. I remember I made this kind of rule. Jiang Yan was taken through by our team. He can't take our team's heart and soul and spend it everywhere. I specifically controlled his money. Zhang Pei sighed. With a tone of hatred. Xia Shooting and Wang Xiaoxiao were silent. They originally thought that it was Lao Qi who remembered wrongly, but they did not expect that it was the captain himself who spoke. But they can also appreciate the captain's good intentions. Being in this world, he is burdened with too much, which can be in this one point to spend more effort. Chen Yu was saddened by the situation. I wanted to secretly give Brother Yan some ghost coins before, but he was hesitant to do so. Maybe he doesn't need them. Luo Xiaofei looked at these people's faces and spoke with a bitter smile. 3 pieces. 3 pieces a month. What? Zhang Pei was the first to stand up, his face full of incredulity. Chen Wanting immediately choked on her words. 3 pieces? I don't even know how many dozens of pieces I lose in a month. This can't be possible. Old 7, you wouldn't have deducted it. How dare I withhold? This is what the captain personally ordered. I know the captain's good intentions. Luo Xiaofei's tone was somewhat conspiratorial. 3, and I'm afraid everyone in this room won't even look at 3 ghost coins when they see them. The scene was uniformly icy, and no one knew what to say. Chen Yu saw this and sighed. A little sad. This is not to blame the captain. He has too many things. Alas, Brother Yan also does not know to open. He mentioned the words captain will certainly change. This cannot blame others, but it is better to find Brother Yan earlier. This is not to blame him. It is normal to have a thin skin at this age. Zhang Pei laughed. Or Shaosun know how to be courteous. I was just seeing Jiang Yan take too much at a time. I was afraid that he would do something bad. In fact, 3 ghost coins. Just don't starve. At these words, the crowd was in deep thought. They never turned in their ghost money, and the captain would still send out a large amount every month. Now they knew where it came from, and it turned out to be all handed over by Jiang Yan. Just like the boss, Zhang Lolo, the team would have a sum of money on top of the ghost coins they got from completing the mission themselves. The money was most likely the captain's own, or it could have been deducted from Jiang Yan's money. Zhang Luoluo, whose words were extremely sparse, looked at Zhang Pei. Captain, does Jiang Yan he really only have 3 pieces every month? I haven't changed it, and he didn't know to tell me. Grow a mouth for nothing? Then how the hell did he survive? Zhang Lolo interjected with a word. I also did it for his own good. Don't you see that he's alive and well now? No. His 3 ghost coins? He must have stolen the team's stuff and taken it to sell. This kid's problem must be changed. And he must be beaten. Zhang Pei was not in a good mood. Zhang Luoluo opened her mouth. He's already gone. And without contact information. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack in this world. That also have to find our team appeared injured. How to do? Do not let your teammates dry pain? Zhang Pei's beard flew up in anger. Xia Shooting suddenly spoke. Actually, with 3 ghost coins, you can still live on steamed buns every day. And he might have stolen Xiao Sun's Dao weapon to sell it. That's right. He just lacks discipline. Even if he doesn't have ghost coins, it's good to starve him, as long as he didn't die. Chen Wanting concurred. All of you leave him alone. He will definitely come back in a few days. Zhang Pei sighed powerlessly. Chapter 12, I'll get along with Brother Yan. Wang Xiaoxiao suddenly said, Captain, how long has it been since you've been in Jiang Yan's room? What's wrong? Does his room stink? It's also right. He's covered in a rotten stench. And that dog kennel surely isn't any better. Zhang Pei spoke in disgust. Wang Xiaoxiao was silent for half a moment. In his room, it's very tidy, but there's not even a quilt in it. And there's no clothes and there's nothing. Just a mangled shoe. Ha! This, the crowd was shocked by the words. Luo Xiaofei stepped forward at this moment. Captain, Brother Yan doesn't even have a dress, let alone a Taoist dress, and even his only shoes were broken by us. Isn't our team targeting Brother Yan too much? And, we have a surplus of a few thousand ghost coins in our team every month. Can't we give some to Brother Yan? Aren't you afraid that Brother Yan will go to another team? What broken shoes? If he joins another team because of a shoe, then I really look down on him. After receiving so many favors from us now, for his waist that doesn't even have any abilities. Who else dares to want him besides us? Who knows how his shoes broke? Zhang Pei looked around at the crowd. Everyone shook their heads, and at this moment, Luo Xiaofei opened her mouth once again, directly telling the events of that time one by one. What? Stepping on Xiao Sun's pants? Zhang Pei seemed to have heard something 10 times worse, and in the middle of an evacuation? What's the difference between this and taking someone's life? If this is his reason, then I, Zhang Pei, am really high on him. Isn't it just a pair of shoes? Can it be as important as Xiao Sun's life? It's really insensitive. Chen Yu started acting again at this time. I don't blame brother Jiang Yan's. He didn't do it on purpose. It's just that terror was too powerful at that time. And it wasn't on purpose for him to push me that much. What? Xiao Sun? He even pushed you? Xia Shooting forgot all about the front some warm anger. How can he do that? Not just a pair of broken shoes? Chen Wanning chimed in. Then it's possible that he's simply jealous of Xiao Sun and wants to plot against him? Zhang Pei was furious and gritted his teeth. How dare you hit the idea to Xiao Sun? Lost Xiao Sun also pleaded for him. When he comes back, I do not break his 2 legs to Xiao Sun to make amends. This captain will not have to be. And 3 pieces? It's good enough to give him 3. If he's not grateful to Xiao Sun, then he's not even as good as an animal. Zhang Luoluo sighed. The priority now is to get him back first, although he has also stolen my Dao sword. It's too early to say anything about it. Wang Xiaoxiao looked at them and sighed in his heart. He actually just wanted to ask if Jiang Yan couldn't even afford to eat, and even simple sustenance was a problem. But now, suddenly, he felt, he doesn't seem to be having the best time. Zhang Luoluo was actually still very aware that he was out on missions from time to time, and when he first met Jiang Yan, he was still a doll in his early 10s. At that time, when using her ability to tremble her body, she cried through the pain and said that it was good that her sister was okay, and she felt quite heartbroken indeed. But for some reason, as soon as she returned to the team, her thoughts instinctively loathed Jiang Yan. This action from within her consciousness she could not control. Zhang Luoluo looked at her teammates and opened her mouth to inquire. Could it be that Jiang Yan hasn't asked you guys for a cell phone? 3 ghost coins? How the hell did he survive? The crowd shook their heads in unison. No. However, Xia Shooting spoke up instead. Let's not worry about the money first. He also often goes to our room to steal clothes. I lost another pair of underwear this month. What about you, Sister Luo Luo? Hasn't he ever been to your room? Zhang Luoluo didn't know how to answer for a moment. Been there, at that time. I was caught by Xiao Sun. That's not bad. Maybe he'll just steal our clothes to wear and our food to eat every day. We shouldn't have given him the ghost coins. Thinking about that image makes people nauseous. Xia Shooting shook her body, nauseated in her heart. It's possible that what he's wearing on his body right now he's touched. Even. Her latter words were left unsaid, and the crowd could guess what she wanted to say. In fact, they hated Jiang Yan also because of this reason. 7 girls and 3 boys. Xiao Sun has traditionally been well behaved, and the captain would even less likely to do this kind of thing. Then it was just Jiang Yan, a boy, or puberty, who often went in and out of their room. That was really creepy. Zhang Luoluo spoke. Did you guys see Jiang Yan get the clothes with your own eyes? This doesn't seem to be the case. I only know that the clothes were lost. Besides, who else besides him has this fetish? Xia Shooting stammered, then asked back. Sister Luo Luo, why are you asking this? Zhang Luoluo was puzzled in her mind. Did Jiang Yan really steal it? Did Jiang Yan really have some unseemly fetish? She was now getting more and more interested in figuring out this matter. Jiang Yan must be severely punished if he was really that kind of person. But if not, then who else would steal the clothes? Aren't you guys surprised? Luo Xiaofei saw these people verbally attacking Brother Yan one by one and pointed at Chen Yu in anger. Don't you guys wonder why every time Brother Yan does something bad, Chen Yu is right next to him? The first thing the crowd did when they heard this was to first look at Luo Xiaofei in surprise before inquiring. Isn't it obvious? Xiao Sun cares about Jiang Yan. Isn't it rare to have such a teammate who understands and is also considerate? Xia Shooting gasped. You don't think Xiao Sun instructed Jiang Yan to do it, do you? Old 7. Xiao Sun isn't this kind of person. Chen Wanning also spoke up. The clarity in Xiao Sun's eyes when he looks at us is completely unlike Jiang Yan, who is so cloudy. Luo Xiaofei was really pissed off by them. Then which one of you saw Jiang Yan get the clothes from your room? This is just Chen Yu's side of the story. Chen Yu, at the moment on the side of the sweaty palms, said, This old 7, what happened? Is the ghost godlock useless? When Xin patted Chen Yu's hand at this time to put him at ease, then stood in front of him and said loudly, Old 7, what the hell are you standing over there for? Can that villain Jiang Yan be compared to Xiao Sun? And as far as Jiang Yan's words are concerned, you guys say you can believe them? That time when we begged for help, we fell straight into an S-rank terror point trap. If it wasn't for Xiao Sun's timely call for help and the captain's arrival, we would have died long ago. You guys are still talking about Xiao Sun like that. Have you forgotten what Xiao Sun has done for us? When these words came out, Luo Xiaofei was all silent. It was the truth. She had no way to argue. However, she thought for a moment. Then it's possible that Brother Yan is insecure. He was only 10 years old when he first came here. They endured the pain and suffering to help you guys change your wounds. And they also worked their asses off to help you guys strengthen your bloodline. So you guys just tell me, what does he owe you guys? Winnie was a bit tongue-tied. Zhang Pei spoke up at this moment. That's his obligation. Every team member has to bring out their own value. It's his job to do all this. He sighed. All of you stop arguing for now. Let's go out and look for them again. You guys also use your connections to ask. When he comes back, I'll make him personally apologize to each of you and then punish you heavily. Especially to Xiao Sun. It's simply the opposite. Xiao Sun helped him so much. He even turned his back on him and falsely accused Xiao Sun. I'll make sure he kowtows and apologizes. I'm fine. Brother Jiang Yan might just be looking at me in a bad light. It's fine for me to withdraw from the team when the time comes. Team member harmony is the most important thing. Shen Yu wiped her tears with a selfless look. Zhang Pei got up and patted his shoulder. What demoralizing words. He is a dispensable waste, which is not as important as you. You help him to correct his mistakes is your goodness. He can't change his nature. I'll make sure that he gives you a good apology. In the future, don't say such demoralizing words. Chen Yu's eyes snapped up as he looked at Zhang Pei's trembling body and nodded. I will strive to get along with Brother Yan. It's still little Sun who's good. Compared to Jiang Yan that simply finished him off. Xia Shooting was very happy. Chapter 13 Zhang Qiling, some shabby meet and greet gift. Give you a better one later on. Luo Xiaofei suddenly spoke up. But Brother Yan is no longer capable. So what are you still letting him come back for? When these words came out, the crowd instantly woke up. Yeah, Jiang Yan doesn't even have the ability anymore. Why call him back? Waste of resources? It's fine. I'll share my share with Brother Jiang Yan. Shen Yu's face was full of worry at this time. As long as Brother Jiang Yan can come back, it's more important than anything else. No, it's fine for him to come back, but we can't give him ghost coins anymore. This kind of person who is just waiting for death. In our team, it's already a great favor to be able to protect him safely. Xia Shooting was the first to retort. No powers? Doesn't he still have his bloodline? Captain, you mean? That's right. As long as you lose a little bit of your bloodline, then you can still activate the ability again. Zhang Luoluo snapped and spoke. Right now, the top priority is still to find Jiang Yan. Otherwise everything is empty talk. Their group just wanted to squeeze every inch out of Jiang Yan and then turn around and blame him. Human nature being what it was. Luo Xiaofei felt that they were horrible now, and worriedly prayed in her heart that Brother Yan would never be discovered. Speech will definitely be abused if he comes back. Zhang Luoluo's heart was also a little sad. He felt as if Jiang Yan hadn't had a very good life with them. She also treated Jiang Yan to verbal abuse. As for the other teammates, she also knew that they were secretly targeting Jiang Yan, even deliberately leading him to dangerous places, ostensibly to train him, but in reality it was to take revenge retaliation for his petty theft. The captain also disliked him, and often some harmless injuries were transferred to Jiang Yan's body, and no medication was given. Back to the essentials though, she didn't think it had wronged him much. There was no way another person on this team would do something like that. It was laughable to say the least. One by one they snatched Jiang Yan to their team, but they were doing this to him, when it was really pathetic. But she seemed to have thought of something and found Xia Shooting, asking her to lend a hand. Xia Shooting followed suit. Zhang Luoluo directly opened the door. Take it out. Xia Shooting looked at her suspiciously. Big sister, take out what? Jiang Yan's cell phone. Zhang Luoluo rolled her eyes. She just realized it was Lao San who took it. After that mission, she specifically went back for a bit, and when she asked her after she came back, she just said that she lost something important there. At the time she wondered about it, but now in connection with it all she realized. What cell phone? Didn't Jiang Yan lose his cell phone? Don't be sophomoric. I know you went back for your cell phone. Xia Shooting spat out when she saw that things had been discovered. Just his cell phone. If it wasn't for the fact that I wanted to see if there were any sneaky pictures of us, I wouldn't care to go back and look for them. Photos? Did you find it then? Xia Shooting's eyes began to drift around. Who knows where he hid the photos? Maybe he gave them to be hidden in a place where we have no way to find them. She looked to Zhang Luoluo. His cell phone is already broken, so he can't watch it. Bad? Do you think I'll believe that? Xia Shooting was forced by her and could not hide it. She went back to her room and took out a pair of tattered cell phones and handed them over to Zhang Luoluo. Nah, this is it. It stunk to death when I took it, and I don't know how Jiang Yan was able to carry it on his body. And it really does stink as much as the others. Zhang Luoluo took the phone, turned it on, and found that the lock screen was a group photo from when he first came to the team, and his smile was so bright then. But now, look, Luoluo's sister. He is a hypocrite. Look at what he has become now. It is simply rotten mud can't help the wall. You look at how small Xiao Sun was at that time. Also really admire Jiang Yan can bear to frame Xiao Sun. Zhang Luoluo didn't say anything and was just about to unlock the screen when Luo Xiaofei came over and spoke. Eldest sister. Third sister. There's news about that secret base of Jiang Yan. There's news? Where is it? Zhang Luoluo instantly put her cell phone away and looked up to inquire. Luo Xiufei looked at the strange two and spoke. In an abandoned A-rank poop ghost's haunted domain. Ha? Poop ghost? Xie Shooting seemed to have heard something disgusting and covered her nose. No wonder he can't be found. He's really good at hiding too. Hiding inside the poop ghost. No wonder he stinks every time he comes back. At the moment, Zhang Luoluo didn't have much of an idea. She just thought that Jiang Yan had managed to find such a good hiding place. The poop ghosts were indeed disgusting, but that was the reason why the other high-level ghosts didn't want to get close. And the low-level ones didn't dare to get close either. It's a natural hiding place, and the fact that it's an abandoned one means it's safe. It's just that if you don't stay in a good territory and go there, are you not looking down on them? Did he never think of them as teammates? Or do you think they don't deserve it? Everyone followed the captain to Jiang Yan's base. At this moment, other than Luo Xiufei, everyone else had a disgusted look on their faces. What a stinky place. How was Jiang Yan able to live in it? Xie Shooting covered her nose and cursed. Everyone else also had ugly faces. If I catch him, I'm sure I'll break his legs. And how much we've lost because of his quitting the team. It's all bound to be taken from him one by one. That's right, and it caused us to come to this filthy place to find him. Luo Xiufei looked at several people speechlessly. Don't come if you don't want to come. Who forced you? It's not because you guys forced Brotherine to do it, or else he could have found this place to hide? The rusty iron door swung in the wind as the group walked up to a small door. Zhang Pei wrinkled his nose and pushed open the door. What came into view was a dusty house, but inside it was clean, but the stench was hard to hide. In the room, there were broken stone tables and benches that should have been moved from somewhere. Xie Shooting was filled with disgust. This place is small and smelly. It's not even for a dog to live in. It's only for someone like him who's scruffy to the core. But was he really scruffy? He was scared. Scared that they'd come after him in the middle of the night. Scared that he'd be subjected to cynicism in that place, which he found much more cozy than there. Zhang Luoluo, on the other hand, was a little heart-blocked, so it turned out that Jiang Yan was even able to stay in this kind of place in order to avoid them. But Jiang Yan is also really stupid. They won't treat him any differently, so he has to find his own suffering. Isn't that asking for it? Does this still put them as teammates in the spotlight? You guys come see what this is. It's disgusting. That's when Wang Xiaoxiao's words came through. The crowd looked in unison to find a boulder covered in blackness as if it were stuck to it. Luo Xiufei looked at it with some difficulty and spoke. It can't be something he ate. It's so disgusting. How did he eat it? No, this should be the blood that Brother Yin shed after he was injured. Ha? How is that possible? Isn't blood supposed to be red? Luo Xiufei had a hard time in her heart. This is blood that has received severe erosion from ghost qi. This should have accumulated for a few years to become like this. Then wouldn't he have been heavily infested with ghost qi? Chen Wanning covered her mouth full of amazement. Zhang Luoluo held back her nausea and sniffed closer, almost vomiting. So stinky. When Xin took a few steps back. You guys keep looking. I'm back. It's too disgusting. How can Jiang Yan be so disgusting? She panicked and exited the room to leave. The others left one by one. Only Chen Yu and Zhang Pei, as well as Luo Xiufei and Zhang Luoluo did not leave. Chen Yu was already in tears at this moment. I'd better leave the team. Brother Yen is blaming me for not wanting to stay with me even in a place like this. Zhang Pei consoled him. It's his own fault. I don't blame you. But where else could Jiang Yan go if he's not here? He didn't know to tell me even when he was heavily infested by ghost qi. He's afraid that he doesn't even have me as his captain in his eyes. Zhang Luoluo looked at the two and didn't say anything, but silently left the place. She now only felt a twinge in her heart. All this black blood. I think it's for them. But why didn't he tell them? His teammates. Did he really not think of them as teammates? Leaving the team would have been a miserable time for him by now. Gotta get him back quick. But at this moment, Jiang Yan was flattered. Yanko, I just killed an S-rank long-haired ghost. This Taoist clothes will be your meet and greet gift for joining the team. It might be a bit shabby. You can just wear it for now, and I'll give you a better one later. Little brother placed a Taoist garment in front of Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan was in shock that Xiao was able to kill S-class ghosts, but when he looked down at the Tao weapon, his eyes instantly widened. It was Chapter 14, then kill them all. This is a SS grade Tao suit? Jiang Yan's eyes widened in shock, looking at little brother with a face full of unbelief, and the words that he wanted to say out of his throat were choked by the shock of being spoken. Xiao leaned against the doorframe, his eyes twinkling. Too low of a rank? With that, he got up and prepared to go out to look for a higher level again, but at that moment, Jiang Yan spoke. No, it's too high. Ha? Wu Qi came over at this time. Too high? Isn't the highest XXS? Is this still too high? Jiang Yan held back the excitement in his heart and spoke. In this world, SS ranks are all like plagues, but to be able to obtain SS ranks from S-ranked horror levels, little brother's luck is really good. Little brother stopped at this point and spoke faintly. It's good that you like it. Jiang Yan looked up. It was the first time he had received this kind of gift. He felt, this group of teammates were genuinely kind to him. Warmth flowed in his heart. He looked at the little brother and spoke sincerely. Thank you. If you need anything in the future, just mention it. But how long have you been killing that S-rank terror? Little brother? Zhang Qiling shook his head. Didn't remember it lightly. He didn't know if he was seconds away from that time, or if it would take seconds to kill him. Wu Qi stared at the two men suspiciously. Why are you asking this? Could there be other opportunities? I remember little brother has been back for more than 20 minutes. Fatty Wang came over, holding 3 baked chicken legs. First, do not care what clothes. That thing is not anywhere visible. Fat master, I'll get you all a few pieces in a couple of days. As for the meat and greet well. Speech. I send you a sword. To cut the demons and remove the devil with. To see who is not happy. To cut them to death. Then I'll give you something for defense. Wu Qi smiled and patted Jiang Yan's shoulder. Just think of it as a toy. After all, we're here. If you want to hurt you, you'll have to step over our corpses first. That's right. Buddy has nothing but righteousness. Wherever you say from now on, Wu Qi and I will fight. Fatty Wang was very righteous and patted his chest to indicate that everything is with him. Jiang Yan looked at this group of teammates. His heart warmed up. He had really found great teammates. If it was in the previous team, this SS-ranked Dao cloth would definitely fall into Chun Yu's hands. And as for him, alas, he would only get a body full of wounds. Thank you all. Jiang Yan wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. The first time he felt the care of so many people, he really didn't hold back for a moment. Fatty Wang handed over the chicken leg in his hand. Cry what? Manly man. Fill your stomach first. After everyone had taken it, Wu Qi asked again. Words. What did you just ask me about the time for? Jiang Yan was just about to explain when a loud bell sounded in the distance. The voice was so loud that it resounded throughout the world of terror like a flood bell. Immediately following it was a loud bang. Congratulations to Zhang Qiling for defeating the S-rank long-tongued ghost and breaking the S-rank kill record by 1 second. This bell rang, and the entire terror world boiled over. Snap. Jiang Yan dropped the chicken leg in his hand. As if he had heard something unbelievable, he rubbed his eyes and looked at Xiao Xiao as if inquiring. Wu Qi and Fatty Wang both looked over in unison as well. Little brother just couldn't help but speak up at the stairs. A kick. He looked at Jiang Yan. It might be faster to switch to you. Jiang Yan gulped. 1 second. What kind of divine speed is that? You just met me? Fatty Wang teased. Look at this situation. That ghost is afraid that it is also a half-assed I'm going to certainly also work ha. Wu Qi looked at Jiang Yan. Yan Zi, are you sure this ghostly creature is S-rank? Why do I feel like this is weaker than a pheasant's neck? Jiang Yan gulped. Maybe little brother is too strong. Fatty came over and patted Wu Qi's shoulder. Naive This you don't understand. We are the ones who have been strengthened by the bloodline. How can those ghosts be compared to those dumplings in the past? Just for you now. Go back and kick the human Western Queen Mother directly to the maternal grandmother's home. Fatty Wang laughed playfully. He then looked at Jiang Yan. Yan Zi, how much do you WeChat? I'll add you. Jiang Yan began to stammer at this moment, and all three gazes looked over. Fatty Wang was the first to open his mouth. You don't have WeChat. Jiang Yan spoke awkwardly. I don't have a cell phone. Ha? No cell phone? Fatty Wang was surprised. At that moment, the little brother suddenly found one from a side bag and handed it over. New one. Then he stopped talking and just watched the atmosphere, the corners of his mouth involuntarily rising slightly. Sweet. And after Jiang Yan received the cell phone, warmth flowed through his heart. It turns out that a true teammate is one who never has to worry about what they're going to ask for or force him to do anything. At this time, Fatty Wang came over, carrying a bag of ghost coins in his hand. Words. What do you need to say to me? These ghost coins you use first. Not enough to ask me. This chicken leg a ghost coin quite cheap. Little brother to fight once the S-level gained a few thousand. Jiang Yan marveled at how Fatty Wang had familiarized himself with this world so quickly. But when he thought of his mellow personality, he had a general idea in mind. He took the ghost coins and looked at each of them heartily, speaking from his heart. Thank you. I have never seen so many ghost coins. Ha! Wu Qi was surprised and put down his cell phone. Aren't you originally from this world? Isn't the ghost currency your most common currency? Jiang Yan sighed and spoke. The team I used to be on would make me turn in every time, and then only give me 3 pieces every month to keep me barely alive. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Fatty Wang immediately felt that the chicken leg in his hand didn't smell good anymore. Which beast can do such a thing? No wonder I saw you in tatters. I thought you had just experienced a battle. I didn't expect. He surveyed the chicken leg in his hand. Doesn't that mean that the chicken leg from the four of us just now is worth more than a month's worth of Yanko's money? Is this ING still a person? Wuchi treats this new teammate with more and more grief and indignation at this moment. Even the clothes are not given to wear. This is still worthy of being a teammate? Then what happened to your injury when you first came here? Jiang Yan shook his head inside. It's just an injury from being driven out. Why did you hurt you so badly? Did you do something wrong? But you can't hate it so much. Fatty Wang was puzzled. At this moment, Wuchi pulled his eyes signaling him to stop talking. Fatty. Ow. The reactive fat man realized that what he had just said was a bit presumptuous. Jiang Yan spoke in a self-deprecating manner. I was falsely accused by my teammates of stealing from them and framing them, and then I was isolated. He didn't want to say too much. It wasn't necessary. Saying too much also made people feel like they were pretending to be pitiful. He had experienced too much, and had begun to become numb to this. When Fatty Wang heard this, he opened his mouth and didn't know what to say. This, teammates are too heaven-defying. Even he, an outsider, could imagine Jiang Yan facing the crowd's verbal abuse alone, and the powerlessness of saying nothing. Why don't we just end that group? Fatty Wang weakly said. I don't think so. They must be very strong. Let's lewdly develop a wave. Wuchi flicked Fatty Wang's brain flower. Let's not talk about whether or not you can beat them. You've terminated them. And Yanzi is still standing here nicely. So you're letting his reputation go down in infamy. Ah, Wu Xia had a look of dismay on his face. Then what should we do? Can we still let Yanko suffer this grievance for nothing? At this time, little brother suddenly moved, and the black and gold ancient sword held in his arms was abruptly sheathed, shaking the ghostly chi in all directions, as if an overwhelmingly sharp sword had been sheathed. What are you doing, little brother? Wu Qi opened his mouth to inquire. It can be beaten, spoke Zhang Qiling as he stared back faintly. Wu Qi did not have the good sense to say. It's not even a question of whether to exterminate or not. Then what do you let Jiang Yan do? He just broke away from the team and turned back to exterminate that team. Yan Zi will surely be detested by the others here. Then kill them all. Chapter 15 Ghost Baby Fruit. Jiang Yan stepped forward and stopped Zhang Qiling. Little brother. There's no need. It's all in the past. Let's not mention it. Wu Qi walked up inside. We also want to take a breath for you. How about this? Why don't we go beat them up to relieve our anger? Fatty Wang patted Wu Qi's shoulder. Naive ah. This world we have not yet figured out what kind of it. Inexplicably incurring trouble for fear is not good. Wu Qi directly quit. But sat on the stone full of anger holding the chest. Then how to do it? You let Jiang Yan suffered gas ah. Anyway, I cannot stand this gas. Jiang Yan looked at this group of teammates. The heart cannot help but feel. This is the teammates ah. No matter who's right or wrong. As long as the bully that is the first not to serve. Fatty Wang sidled up to Wu Qi's side and spoke. We can plot a trap for them to jump into. It wasn't loud, but Jiang Yan could still hear some mere words, and spoke helplessly. Actually, there's really no need. When I'm strong on my own, I'll personally take back all that I've lost as much as I can. And I can already feel that the realm is going to start breaking through. Ha! Wu Qi was the first to stand up and walk next to Jiang Yan. That fast? Why didn't I feel it? You break through and take a look. We'll watch the surroundings for you. Wu Qi was as if he had an infinite curiosity for all new things. Jiang Yan would smile when he saw that the topic had changed, and sitting on the ground, he began to search for sensations. On the other hand, Xiao Xiao stood not far away, and after his low eyes swept Jiang Yan, his eyes gradually sharpened as he watched the wind blowing around him. Jiang Yan was familiar with breaking through realms because he had experienced it too many times. At the lowest level of F, he didn't know how many times he had broken through. As for Y, that's going to be blamed on the inside of the previous team. His captain, Zhang Pei, punished him for standing outside the territory for a night every time he did something wrong. The night outside was so still that unexpected dangers existed at all times. Not to mention C rank. Even A rank ghosts might appear, which was why many people would hug teams. And it's not like he's a high-level ghost hunter. He's a C rank at best, and he's hunkered down for half a year to pile it on. He hadn't done a single thing wrong during that period, but now it was a lost cause. He was able to get through the ghostly night because of a special feature of his bloodline enhancement. That is, he can dissolve all the ghostly aura on his body, casting a shield that lasts up to 8 hours, and he can hinder most ghosts and monsters. Just in addition, his lifespan will fade. Then during the other 4 hours, he not only had to endure the cold winds of the night, but also had to be alert to his surroundings at the same time. And once he really had no choice but to burrow into the territory without a shield. Zhang Pei directly slapped him, and then punished him for standing for a few more days. All the times he had broken through the realm were just too many. There was just one drawback, and that was that the difficulty of breaking through the realm was also increasing. He could now clearly feel the wind blowing around him, and 3 of his teammates were very alertly escorting him. This feels so good. Only when he opened his eyes, he realized that Wu Qi was sizing himself up with a wide, curiosity-ridden gaze. You're awake? How do you feel? Do you have extra strength in your body? How did you break through the realm? Do you have any tricks? Fatty Wang squeezed over. Hey, Tianjun, don't scare people. After he finished, he then looked at Jiang Yan. Yanzi, how is it? Just now, fat brother, I have guarded this 3 minutes and 5 acres of land for you. You this mustn't talk about the breakthrough feeling. I also want to feel it. Jiang Yan raised his eyes and realized that little brother was also glancing over with his eyes lowered. Jiang Yan smiled and stood up, moving a few stones and sitting down with them before he began to narrate. I've broken through the realm many times, and the biggest feedback I got was that your body will be strengthened by ghost chi, and your physical fitness will be all around. Wu Wei blinked. So can you beat your former teammates now? Jiang Yan shook his head. I shouldn't be able to beat it. I'm only F rank. Seeing this, Wu Qi randomly pulled out a few fruits from his bag and handed them over. See if you can use this? Jiang Yan looked over suspiciously, his pupils shrinking slightly once again. Ghost infant fruit? He was stunned. God raised his eyes to look at him. This is the S-ranked ghost infant fruit? Wu Qi spoke in doubt. So this thing is called ghost baby fruit. Fortunately, I didn't eat it indiscriminately. Wu Xia patted his chest with a fluky look on his face. What's a ghost baby fruit? Fatty Wang came over and inquired suspiciously. We have a bunch of this stuff. Ha! Jiang Yan pupils began to shrink full of unbelievable. This ghost baby fruit in this world is a rare thing, specializing in the growth of ghost gas, particularly rich in the land of ghosts and gods. The ghosts there are all SS level or higher. He had obtained it once at the B-rank terror level, but in the end, it was snatched by Zhang Pei and given to Chen Yu. Alas, he also said that the core of the team is Chen Yu, and the resources should all be inclined towards him, and he also did not care about the oath that he himself made in the past to directly snatch it away. Does this do anything? Wu Qi opened his mouth to inquire. Jiang Yan pulled back his thoughts and began to explain. What about this ghost infant fruit? It only grows in places that possess pure ghost chi and is accompanied by all sorts of unpredictable dangers, but the efficacy should be quite great. It's said that one person ate one and grew by 1 realm. Wu Qi was stunned. So powerful. And Jiang Yan just smiled and didn't say anything else. He could only watch. You guys take it quickly. You should break through soon. As much as he was grateful to them, he didn't think he could get them to be able to give him the ghost baby fruit yet. After all, it would be much more effective than some kind of Taoist clothing. But the next second, Wu Qi did not hesitate to hand over the fruit in his hand. Try it first. It seems like you haven't eaten it either. Jiang Yan laughed bitterly in his heart. And rightly so. Who would completely trust a new stranger? He spoke slowly. This one is very valuable. And I'm the only one from our former team who has ever acquired one. Fatty Wang didn't have a good temper. If you want you eat. You eat. We are not as petty as your team. You also look down on us too much. If you do that again I will turn my face off. After his god-awful comment he ran off to the side to look for something in his bag. Jiang Yan shook his head and took the fruit, taking a bite. Sure enough, they wanted to see if they had lied to them. A moment later, the breath in his body began to rise crazily, but the breakthrough he had expected was not there. Jiang Yan looked at himself doubtfully, then bumped into Wu Qi's curious gaze. How was it? Did it work? Jiang Yan slowly spoke. No poison. I'm fine here. Fatty Wang came over and took out 2 more ghost baby fruits and handed them over. Must have eaten too little. Eat a little more. Wu Qi nodded back. Tube enough. Jiang Yan laughed bitterly in his heart. Sure enough, people like him were not welcomed anywhere. Even the little brother next to him, who seemed to be incredibly high-strung, didn't move a bit, but there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. Chapter 16, Jiang Yan's address, 50 ghost coins. Jiang Yan scanned the crowd and bit on again, thinking, it seems that the world is still too biased towards me. If they can't trust his words, they might as well get away with it themselves. But before you go, first repay the favor of this awakened ability. After eating a few ghost infant fruits again, Jiang Yan still felt that his realm was slow to break through. His chi pool was as deep as a bottomless pit. If an ordinary person couldn't break through, he would definitely be directly burst. How's it going? How's it going? What's it feel like? No. Woozy leaned in very close to him with his eyes wide open. It's like they won't stop until they figure it out. Jiang Yan scratched his hair. Still don't feel anything, but it's definitely not poisonous. What poison? Fatty Wang yanked a large bag and placed it in front of Jiang Yan. Must not have eaten enough. This is all. Eat more. Jiang Yan opened his mouth in a daze. He probably looked at it. There were at least hundreds of them in this bag. No, did you guys poke a hole in the Oni's lair? Ha? You say this ah. Fatty Wang picked inside as if he was picking apples, and picked a few good-looking ones and handed them over. There was a tree when we came here, and I thought I should be able to eat it, so I picked them all. Tree? Jiang Yin froze. Didn't this thing grow on flowers? As if he thought of something, his eyes flashed. This isn't the ghost infant fruit. Ha? What's that? Wu Qi was puzzled. Jiang Yan picked up the fruit and carefully observed it, realizing that the lines on it were very similar to the ones he had obtained before, but this one was more delicate and purer, as if there was a rune on it. This one is the ghost god fruit. Fatty Wang wasn't surprised in the slightest. What is the ghost god fruit? Can't you eat it? Jiang Yan spoke. This fruit is at SSS ranked fruit. No one has seen what happens when you eat it. You guys haven't even eaten this in all the years you've been here? Didn't you encounter any great horrors while you were picking the fruit? After Jiang Yan's voice came out, both of Wu Qi's gazes went to Zhang Qiling, who was standing there with his eyes closed. Ask him. Jiang Yan gazed over, only to see little brother speak gently. It seems, there is that one. What kind? Zhang Qiling looked at the worn-out ceiling, then lowered his head and spoke. I don't know. It seems like we did step on a human-unhuman, ghost-unhuman thing when we first came over. Jiang Yan choked on his words when he heard this. Yanko, you eat quickly. Finish eating and make a good breakthrough. Then go back and give them a fat beating. Fatty Wang hurriedly urged. Ha! This time it was Jiang Yan's turn to be dumbfounded once again. Didn't you ask me to test the poison? Wu Qi looked at the bewildered Jiang Yan and shook his hand in front of him. What's the point of testing you for poison? You don't have a fever. He hurriedly turned back and kicked Fatty Wang. Fatty, bring some fever-reducing medicine here. Yanzi seems to have a fever. Jiang Yan shook his head. He then realized that he seemed to have misunderstood them. He puts all kinds of things he's suffered before into the present, and he seems to be a bit. Jiang Yan sighed. I don't have a fever. I was wrong to blame you guys. You guys eat quickly. I'm not in a hurry. I'm feeling delayed in breaking through right now. Maybe it's not because of the ghost chi. So, nodded Wu Qi thoughtfully. You guys eat. But as soon as the words came out of his mouth, Wu Qi shouted towards Fatty Wang. Bring some water by the way. Yanzi will choke on the fruit. After he finished speaking, he handed over the bag of fruits. Quality is not enough. The quantity comes to make up. You also said that it is SSS ranked fruits. Your delay in breaking through shows that you are gifted against the heavens. We still have to rely on you to get us to fly it. Our hope of going back can rely on you. That's right. Don't be polite. We are a family. As the saying goes, a family doesn't talk about two families, right, little brother? Fatty Wang handed over a cup of water. Zhang Qiling said very little but could not help but feel at ease. Eat whatever you want. Eat it all. I'll find it again. Jiang Yan really couldn't use words to describe his current mood at this moment right now. He could only take the water and nodded. Thank you. I'll try it. At this moment, his heart was mixed. The previous team, they would only endlessly ask for things, let alone give themselves anything, not to mention so many precious fruits. In the past, he might even be suspected of trying to steal if he even looked at them. As for fully tilting himself, then only Chen Yu would have this kind of treatment. After a long time, Jiang Yan suddenly felt a layer of shackles on his body being opened. Boom! He stood up, his eyes full of excitement. He had broken through, and was now at E rank. But how did he feel? This time, compared to the previous E rank, it seemed like it was not 1 star stronger. He felt like he could even harden himself against a D rank or even a C rank right now. How? Wu Qi inquired as he felt the scent over here. He now felt that Jiang Yan's talent must be very strong. Otherwise he wouldn't have eaten so many fruits. Although I don't know what kind of fruit effects are like. What Yanko said is definitely correct. Jiang Yan opened his mouth and laughed. I'm now rank E. I want to go out and try out whatever strength I can. Wu Qi was very happy for Jiang Yan. Let's get a few of us together. Jiang Yan nodded. But Fatty Wang came over with a set of clothes. Change your clothes first. I specially found you the same duckling counterpart as little brother. He handed a large pair of pants over first. Fatty Wang looked playfully at Zhang Qiling at this time. Hey, little brother, what feelings are you wearing? Let Yanzi get to know them first. Without a word, Xiao walked up and took the sheath of his Dao blade and knocked him on the head before heading for the door. Wu Qi flicked Fatty Wang's brain. There's no proper form all day. With that, he pulled him up and left with him, leaving enough space for Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan looked at the departing figure, an unspeakable mood swirling in his heart. Moment STH. The converging few people found a B-rank terror level, and it turned out to be Jiang Yan's turn to be dumbfounded. They froze and cleared all the monsters, leaving none for him. No, wasn't it me who came to measure my strength? Jiang Yan held his forehead as he cried and laughed. We also did not expect little brother so powerful. Well, Fatty Wang laughed nervously and opened his mouth. Alas, little brother, you don't make a move. Yanko has to measure the strength. As the words fell, Zhang Qiling then chopped off the head of the last ghostly monster with a single stroke of his hand. then turned his head to look at the several people. What did you say? All three held their foreheads up at the same time, and all raised a thumbs up. Wu Qi was very unrestrained. Let's go out and find another one. With little brother around, I guess we don't even have the possibility to make a move. Jiang Yan nodded as he cried and laughed. Isn't this an inversion of the Big Dipper? In the past, I'm afraid he'd be one of the first ones kicked up to block arrows, eating all the skills, then backing off to nurse his wounds, and then ending up having to pat his back and replace their wounds again. Right now, he's probably just a punching bag at best, but for revenge, it's better to improve your strength first. This revenge, he'll take it personally. Brother Pei, when can we bring Brother Jiang Yan back to the team? I know it's wrong. I shouldn't have fought with him. He wants a Dao weapon, I'll just give it to him. This makes the team a mess. Zhang Pei interrupted him. Xiao Chen, why are you so concerned about him? Is it that he secretly contacted you to let you plead for mercy? Don't mind him. He just wants to squeeze more benefits from us. You don't need to sympathize with this kind of villain. Now that the ghosts and monsters are rampant outside, it won't be long before they come back, and I feel that I am about to break through the SS level. This kind of thing is even less of a rush. Here, little Sun, I just exchanged 10,000 ghost coins for a ghost baby fruit, so I'll give you a taste. Chen Jian walked up and rubbed his head. The captain has been promoted to SS level. Then we have more to rely on. As for that dispensable thing Jiang Yan, he knows the captain's strength. Afterward, it's sure to come together in an ass-kicking way. Chen Yu did not pick up the ghost infant fruit. He only felt irritated in his heart. When the hell will Jiang Yan come back? Once this punk left, his cultivation speed obviously slowed down a few times, and his chi luck was not as good as it used to be. And this scene was all watched by Zhang Luoluo. Seeing how emboldened and indifferent they all looked, he was a bit surprised that Jiang Yan used to live this kind of life in their team. A teammate goes missing and they don't care. She must find Jiang Yan. There are so many ghosts and monsters out there. How can he survive? She had to figure out the truth. In these 7 years, she never seemed to pay attention to Jiang Yan as a person. She was desperate to find out if he had stolen from the team or not, if he had falsely accused Sun, or if he was a vampire who had done nothing wrong. She turned away from the happy crowd and swept her eyes to the screen on her cell phone, which had a message on it in big, bright letters that were so ironic. Jiang Yan's coordinates. 50 ghost coins. Chapter 17. Don't you want to explain that you didn't steal the ghost baby fruit? Zhang Luoluo slid open the screen and typed. Can it be cheaper? He's nothing more than a mortal with no powers. It didn't take long for the message to come from the other side. 30 can't be less. Zhang Luoluo clenched his teeth. Where to rendezvous? After the other party sent over the address, Zhang Luoluo followed and went out to it. After a long time, a man in black appeared and sized up Zhang Luoluo. You guys are teammates? Zhang Luoluo glanced at him and directly handed over the bag of ghost coins. Don't ask too many questions. Tell me where it is? The man in black smashed his mouth and took the ghost coins. I didn't expect to be dressed in bright clothes. That kid doesn't even have any better clothes. In which direction? Zhang Luoluo said in a somewhat warm and angry cold voice. The man in black pointed in a direction. Near that B-rank headless ghost. I saw it some time ago. Zhang Luoluo instantly fumed. Not a definite address? Are you fooling me? The man in black spread his hands. I was going to tell you, but I kinda feel bad for that little guy. Don't think I don't know what kind of treatment that little guy receives in your team. With a cold snort he flung his sleeve away. Find it yourself. Only leaving the stiff-faced Zhang Luoluo stunned in place. How did he know? Could it be the rumors that Jiang Yan and he spread around? They were a little sorry for him, but it was all his own doing, and she wanted him back on the team. It's just a matter of sparing him this time and teaching him a lesson after the meeting. They were just so ludicrous. No matter what Jiang Yan did or didn't do, they would twist the facts out of thin air to accuse Jiang Yan. Even an outsider can't look away. Zhang Luoluo began to run wildly in that direction, and because she was in too much of a hurry, the thorns hidden in the grass slipped over her delicate skin from time to time. She was suffocating in her heart. If it wasn't for the sake of figuring out the facts, she wouldn't have been willing to come to a place like this to find Jiang Yan. Isn't it nice to splurge every day with the money the team gives you? She endured the severe pain, thinking to herself that when she found Jiang Yan she would ask him to help change her injury. Big deal to go back and put in a good word for him. Soon, he arrived at the B-rank headless ghost, but there was no Jiang Yan. Sure enough, just can't trust his words. How could someone like Jiang Yan, who hides behind others every day in cowardice, come to such a high-class place? She was powerless to spit out a sentence. She was just about to turn her head to continue her search, but she realized that her surroundings were gradually beginning to darken. An invisible force bound her at her feet. Crap! It's being watched. Instantly a headless body emerged from the sticky black mud at his feet. She struggled desperately, urging the Dao weapon on her body. The golden light immediately illuminated the entire B-level black domain like Buddha's light filled the sky. If you didn't know better, you'd think the flash was on. Phew, the escaped Zhang Luoluo was lucky in her heart. She blamed Jiang Yan. Otherwise she wouldn't have fallen into this trap, but I'm afraid he'd be dead if he came. It's just a matter of dying. Then dying, go back and talk about it. Really bad luck to die. Jiang Yan, that beast deserves to die. But suddenly she shook her head and sobered up. What was wrong with her just now? How could she have that kind of thought? Hadn't she come to find Jiang Yan to go back? Her head was starting to get confused. Unbeknownst to Zhang Pei's side, when Zhang Luoluo went out, Chun Yu had already started his item of ghosts that could take away qi. Zhang Luoluo shook her head and after a while, it cleared up a lot. She wanted to continue searching, when the sound of a distant fight came from afar interrupting her thoughts. Puzzled, she peeled back the grass and looked over, only to see a teenager sparring with a gargoyle with a small knife. His eyes were determined, overlapping with a thin figure she remembered. Zhang Luoluo walked up to watch the battle from the sidelines. His heart was puzzled. Although this ghost is at D level, but Jiang Yan is just an ordinary person. How did he fight against it? And is that tricky stance serious? How old is he? She doesn't remember, but I think it's about the same age as June, 17. Has he regained his strength? And this clothes on him, is it really stealing from Shaosun? Otherwise where to find clothes to wear? Could it be that what Lao San and the others are saying is true? Did you really steal old Five's intimate apparel? At this moment, Jiang Yan also saw this figure and turned his situation so that he could be wary of Zhang Luoluo. He didn't want to have to be pushed for blocking the knife for them like he had before. He had gradually begun to start putting up his guard against them over the past few years. Otherwise he was really thinking he would be set up to die. That B-rank ghost looked at Jiang Yan with a face full of hopelessness. Big brother, are you playing with me? Take a small knife and slowly cut my blood. Can't you give me a pain? Jiang Yan simply didn't say anything. His figure turned and stabbed over, and the ghost finally rested in peace. He was captured by Jiang Yan and the four of them, and then he was made to fight against one of the skinny guys. And he had originally thought that this kid could be much stronger for an E rank. He wanted to just lie flat, but who knew that the hooded human in their group would put a knife to his neck and then the endless humiliation would begin. He didn't know how the kid could be such a dog. He couldn't touch him every time. And Jiang Yan's explanation for this is that he's used to being shaded. After Jiang Yan drew his sword, he scanned the surroundings and realized that little brother and the others weren't there. Perhaps they were catching more advanced ghosts for him again. He prepared to leave without even looking at Zhang Luoluo. Jiang Yan. Seeing that Jiang Yan didn't even want to look at herself, she hurriedly shouted. It was hard for her to imagine how long it took Jiang Yan to exhaust this ghostly creature. Jiang Yan looked at her and raised his eyes. Have a fart. He opened his mouth as he continued to leave. But hearing the curse, Zhang Luoluo came to temper. I'm your teammate, how can you talk? Jiang Yan glanced back at her nonchalantly. I remember I've already quit the team. With a face full of indifference, he pulled out a ghost god fruit from his pocket and put it in his mouth. We've all been looking for you. Where have you been these past few days? Said Zhang Luoluo angrily, but in the middle of her words, her eyes rested on the fruit in Jiang Yan's hand. This is the ghost infant fruit? How did you get it? Jiang Yan glanced at her. What? Want to slander me that this is stolen? Isn't it? Old 3 just gave little son a ghost baby fruit. Where can you get a ghost baby fruit? Jiang Yan was speechless. These people of theirs were really like that, always blaming everything on him. He didn't bother to explain and was ready to just leave. Seeing this, Zhang Luoluo ran over and pulled his wrist. You don't even bother to explain? We've been worried about you having an accident out there for the past few days, and we've all been dying of anxiety, yet you're here relaxing. Jiang Yan only felt annoyed in his heart, shook off her hand and said with a cold smile, This Miss Zhang, I'm no longer your teammate, so please lift your feet, get lost. Zhang Luoluo retreated in a daze. She felt that the Jiang Yan in front of her was so unfamiliar. In the past, he would only respond obediently to herself. She also remembered that Jiang Yan was afraid of being hungry in the middle of the night, and didn't know where to find the fruit for her. As a result, when she tasted it, it was rotten, and she directly slapped Jiang Yan. But now, maybe that fruit was the best thing he'd come up with. Jiang Yan, where else can you go? You go back with me now. You go back and talk to the captain. She directly blocked Jiang Yan's way, not letting him go. Jiang Yan glanced at her and was instantly happy. Ms. Zhang, in what capacity are you retaining me now? A teammate? What am I going back for? To continue sucking your blood or to be disliked by you? His eyes were the same as looking at a little cutie. Like looking at her. Since you've found me, you naturally know all of this. Or maybe you just want me to go back and apologize to them and beg them to take me in? We may have misunderstood you. Will you go back with me? They are all worried about you. Only if the misunderstanding is cleared. we can still continue to live together. Zhang Luoluo continued to speak. Looking for me? Jiang Yan only felt amused. Ms. Zhang, don't you blush before you say this? I'm really tired. Let's just get together, okay? He said and proceeded to leave. Zhang Luoluo once again ran forward and pointed at the fruit in Jiang Yan's hand and spoke. Don't you dare to explain that this ghost infant fruit in your hand isn't stolen? Chapter 18. What the hell is wrong with you? Jiang Yan laughed at her words and turned his head to stare at her. What the do you want? You have to have me scold you, don't you? Zhang Luoluo was obviously shocked by Jiang Yan's outburst and retreated a few steps. But she turned her words around, thinking that Jiang Yan had a ghost in his heart and asked rhetorically, do you dare to go back with me to confront me? Jiang Yan saw her endless appearance and gasped. Then Miss Luo, then tell me how many ghost baby fruits that teammate of yours can take out? Zhang Luoluo saw that Jiang Yan's tone gradually softened, deepening his heart's speculation even more and spoke directly. Then there's at least a 3 or so. Although this thing is very precious, we've obtained one before. Jiang Yan bared his teeth and laughed. Then think about where the one you acquired came from. Zhang Luoluo obviously froze for a moment. That's of course the team, but when she got to the halfway point, she awkwardly stopped the next half of her sentence. She seemed to vaguely remember that the ghost infant fruit was also obtained by Jiang Yan and was also given to Qinyu. Can't say it? Jiang Yan turned away when he saw how she was doing. I've never cared to steal from you guys. Don't put gold on your face. Zhang Luoluo looked at Jiang Yan's figure for a long time. He used to be, not like this. In the past, every time Jiang Yan saw her, his eyes would light up with excitement. That kind of worshipful gaze she remembered. At that time, he stuck to her like a mangy dog that she couldn't shoo away, stealing all sorts of Dao weapons to give to her. But the more he did this, the more she looked down on him, and every time she destroyed or just returned the broken Dao weapon to Xiao Sun to his face. You can remember Jiang Yan's helpless but hardened smile at that time. But now, everything had changed. He had become so strange. Jiang Yan, we won't blame you for stealing the ghost baby fruit. Will you go back with me? Jiang Yan swept a cold glance back at him. He really just wondered how he was still coming after him when he had tried not to provoke them. Isn't the last thing they want to see is a useless person like themselves? Zhang Luoluo was darkened by Jiang Yan's cold gaze. Xiao Sun has already forgiven you. Everyone wants you to go back. They're all going crazy looking for you. What else do you want? You have to let me take the shot, don't you? Jiang Yan snorted with laughter at this anticlimactic remark. Forgive me? Are you guys brainwashed? You've seen me steal with your own eyes? Once. As for the ghost baby fruit? According to you, you guys are looking for me, and I can steal it right in front of your eyes with honor. Am I able to take it from a distance? Or are you guys blind? Jiang Yan got a kick out of cursing at once and turned his head to say no more. Zhang Luoluo's mood was as if she had fallen into an ice cellar, and her cold hairs stood up all over her body. She didn't know why she couldn't refute it. She seemed to have, indeed, never seen Jiang Yan steal anything, and what she listened to was entirely from Chen Yu's side of the story. Was he really wrongly accused? But how could he obtain the ghost baby fruit? Her entire body froze. Jiang Yan, I'm your big sister. Have you forgotten what you said before? You said that I'm like a big sister who can pamper you and likewise you'll protect me. Don't be a hypocrite. I did say it, but I did it, didn't you? What are you up to now with all these bitter tricks? If I'm thinking correctly, are you focusing your attention on my bloodline again? Zhang Luoluo was surprised. How did you know? She did think about consuming some of her bloodline to restore her ability when Jiang Yan returned, but it was all for his own good. Well then, don't you think I'm that stupid when you people, who only put profit first, think I haven't milked it dry and come looking for me back? And, did you guys wait for me to go back and then post the video of me licking my face to go back in your team group? Zhang Luoluo, take your little mind back. Do you guys really think I don't know about the things you've done? Zhang Luoluo was surprised. How did you know? I remember you weren't in the group. I don't think I'm obligated to tell you that, right? That's enough, Ms. Zhang Luoluo. We're no longer teammates, and you have the blood letter of withdrawal. So think about whether you want to come to me after you've thought about your relationship with me. Okay? Zhang Luoluo froze and looked at Jiang Yan's departing figure for a long time, and her body went soft and she directly sat down on the ground. She was trembling, looking at Jiang Yan and trying to speak, but she was slow to speak, as if she had been strangled. It turned out that Jiang Yan knew all about it. They all knew that their team group was posting all sorts of Jiang Yan's grimy looks every day inside their team group. But they had all forgotten that Jiang Yan's grimy appearance was all messed up to protect them. There were also various false accusations against Jiang Yan. Actually, they all know. For example, Xia shooting pushed Jiang Yan into the ghost domain lair. She did it once too. I remember 3 years ago, Xiao Sen accidentally broke the territory core in his team. The territory core is an important key to the protection a territory can get. At that time, Xiao Sun was really afraid of being thrown out. so he found her and asked her to join him in falsely accusing Jiang Yan. At that time, she looked at Xiao Sun, who was immediately aggravated and close to crying. Her heart softened and agreed, then found Jiang Yan to discuss. At that time, Jiang Yan didn't agree, so she promised to find her a suitable Dao clothes for him, and Jiang Yan happily agreed. She thought then that Jiang Yan was really money-minded and couldn't walk away from the sight of a Dao weapon. In the end, Jiang Yan was angrily scolded. The teammates scolded him in 1,000 ways. She started scolding him too in order for things to become real, and in the end, the captain stormed him and went out to look for food for them. Afterward, Jiang Yan even ran his ass over to him, holding out his hand and asking her, "Big sister, when are we going to fight monsters?" She remembered that Jiang Yan was only 10 years old at that time, and at that time she thought that she was really greedy for money, even doing such things that gave up her dignity. At that time, she took a picture of Jiang Yan and sent it to the group to show her teammates what he was like. Tell your teammates to beware of Jiang Yan being bribed by the enemy to betray them. But now, she seemed to know something. Jiang Yan at that time, probably just so he could spend more time with her adoring big sister. Everything is wrong. Turns out she was fooling herself the whole time. An electric current went straight from the soles of her feet to her brain. She was trembling all over, and tears of regret were even flowing from the corners of her eyes. But then she shook her head. It wasn't her fault. It was just one time. She couldn't trust Jiang Yan's side of the story. Who else on the team would steal but him? But she still felt a struggle in her heart. But did he really steal it? At that moment, her eyes once again landed on Jiang Yan's back, and her pupils shrunk slightly as she saw two people approaching him. Could it be that Jiang Yan was originally an undercover agent lurking in their ranks? As if she had grabbed some kind of life preserver, she got up in a panic and ran towards that side. She knew then that she wasn't wrong. Jiang Yan really betrayed them. No, it was supposed to be to drain them dry. Jiang Yan, what are you entitled to? Although there are a lot of things we did wrong, we have never treated you poorly. Jiang Yan, what kind of person are you? Chapter 19. Isn't this the fruit of the demon god? You haven't eaten it before, have you? Her pace grew faster and faster, and she desperately wanted to expose Jiang Yan's face so that all her statements would be true. They're not wrong. As she got closer, she got a good look at the two men, a fat man and a skinny young man. Why was it different from what she had imagined? Shouldn't it be a thieving older man? But the bad guys aren't all uncles. She spoke as she ran. Jiang Yan, you really are a traitor. But Jiang Yan, who heard the voice, hadn't turned around. Loudspeaker. A long black blade slashed through the air, and a wind-breaking sound of the wind being sliced apart rang out. The black and gold ancient sword grazed the tip of Zhang Luoluo's nose, and in her horrified gaze, it stood straight up at her feet. So close to touching her. Zhang Luoluo took several steps back as if exchanging the rest of her life. Her sweaty hairs exploding. Why did she completely fail to notice where the blade came from? She looked down at the blade, only to see that it was ancient and slender, made of materials she had never seen before. This person was definitely an expert. At the very least the rank was higher than her. I didn't realize that Jiang Yan had such an expert as a receiver. Zhang Luoluo arched his hand warily. Why is your excellency so cowering? Why don't you come out and meet me? But as soon as the words left his mouth, the air began to chill. Just then, a voice as flat as water came from the distance. Kill? The crowd looked in unison towards the direction the voice came from, only to see a sturdy figure dressed in black with a cap on his head leaning against a tree. His eyes lowered and he was looking at Jiang Yan as if inquiring. Jiang Yan saw the situation. He just wondered where little brother ran off to, but it turned out that he was leaning there to rest. No, she's not worth it yet. Jiang Yan answered back. Well, call me if you need me, I'm always around. Jiang Yan's heart warmed. He felt that this group of teammates was really reliable. Yanzi, who is this? Fatty Wang patted him on the shoulder and looked at Zhang Luoluo. Quite pretty. Your girlfriend? Wu Qi flicked Fatty Wang's brain. Are you out of your mind? If a girlfriend can get so stiff. But, there's another possibility. What might? Wu Qi didn't answer Fatty Wang's words and also looked at Jiang Yan, who spoke surprisingly. Quarreled with your girlfriend? Jiang Yan shook his head as he cried and laughed, without waiting for him to answer. Zhang Luoluo, who was angrily running over to question him, spoke up. Who's his girlfriend? I'm his big sister. Big sister? This time it was Wu Qi and the others' turn to be puzzled. Yanko, I haven't heard that you have a sister? So pretty. Why don't you introduce me to Fatty? Wu Qi kicked Fatty Wang. Don't joke around. He looked at Jiang Yan again. Is it really your sister? Should we evade for a while? Jiang Yan shook his head. It's just a former teammate. I've been an orphan since I was a kid. I've never even met my parents, let alone my sister. Wu Qi nodded. It turned out that Jiang Yan was an orphan. No, the focus was not on that now, since he was a former teammate. Wouldn't that mean? Wu Qi stared at Zhang Luoluo as he gathered Jiang Yan behind him and sized him up. Teammate? What are you doing here? What do you want with Jiang Yan? Fatty Wang's eyes also started to sharpen from the laziness just now. Since it's a former teammate, that's fine. You're just looking for in the toilet in the middle of the night. Close the door and let little brother go. Bite him to death. But when he just finished speaking, his butt came kicking again. He just wanted to turn his head to curse, but when he met Zhang Qiling's sharp eyes he closed his mouth. Xiao walked up and towards Zhang Luoluo. Zhang Luoluo hurriedly backed away at the sight. She didn't know if this dangerous figure in front of her would strike at her. Don't come over. But her words were of little use. Zhang Luoluo saw this and looked at Jiang Yan again. Jiang Yan, you're crazy. I'm your big sister. Don't you even have a conscience? But the expected little brother didn't even look at him. Just walked past her to his own blade and drew it into his sheath. Zhang Luoluo let out a sigh of relief at the sight, and she realized after the hijacking that she had just been surprised by his aura. Sure enough, Jiang Yan must have colluded with them. She raised her eyes and looked at Jiang Yan, once again resuming her lofty appearance. Jiang Yan, you really are a traitor. It turns out that you lied to us from the very beginning. She was just about to continue speaking, but an icy voice rang in her ears. Miss, please organize your words before you speak, or I'm afraid of the sword. Zhang Luoluo stiffly turned her head and met Zhang Qiling's murderous but unusually calm eyes. After Zhang Qiling had finished saying this, he walked to the side of the rock and sat down, beginning to close his eyes to rest his mind. But in his hand, the black and gold ancient sword was already unsheathed. As Zhang Luoluo watched this scene, she wouldn't doubt for a second that the incredibly handsome hooded young man in front of her would kill him. She shuddered and walked over to Jiang Yan to speak, only her tone was a few points lower. Can you come out and talk? Wu Qi just wanted to stop Jiang Yan, but Jiang Yan shook his head. Let me do it. Just say it clearly. Only then did Wu Xie see this and moved away, lifting his eyes and speaking worriedly. Remember to call us if there's any situation. Don't be a fool to bear the burden. We can all be your brothers. Jiang Yan smiled from his heart. It will be. After he said that, he walked towards Zhang Luoluo. Go over there. He pointed to the side where no one was. He didn't want his own personal matters to affect the mood of his group of good brothers. Zhang Luoluo scanned Wu Qi and the others and nodded. It was good. Without them, she could ask him without fear. Step aside for two. Jiang Yan was the first to speak. What else do you have going on? The voice was flat, as if he were talking to a stranger. Zhang Luoluo stared into Jiang Yan's eyes and laughed in exasperation. What is it you're asking me about? She trembled and pointed at Wu Qi as they roared. You betrayed us, and now you're asking me what's going on. Do you think it's ridiculous or not? Jiang Yan was instantly triggered by these words. I betrayed you? Ha! How do you have the face to say that? Aren't they? Aren't they the same people you lured in? Accomplice? Has your brain been brainwashed by Chenyu? Jiang Yan's eyes were ruthless. Isn't it? Zhang Luoluo walked up to Jiang Yan and pointed at the Dao clothes on Jiang Yan's body and spoke. You've really played a good game. Starting this game from the age of 10. What a good mind. This Taoist clothing on you is also stolen from us, right? Thanks to that, I thought you were falsely accused. But now it seems that you just ran away when you saw that you couldn't ask for anything good on us. Jiang Yan shook off her hand. I'll say it again. I've never stolen anything from you guys. And you falsely accused me many times, and taken many Dao weapons and ghost coins from me. And I haven't settled the score with you. So you're opening your mouth to bite me back? Aren't you just being poked at your soft spot? Sure enough, people like you don't deserve to live in the world. And those of your accomplices deserve to die. What did you say? Jiang Yan's tone gradually rose as if he had been stepped on the reverse scale. Zhang Luoluo looked at the intimidating Jiang Yan in front of her. Her heart trembled, but she began to speak, isn't it? Arranging you from the age of 10 into our team, draining us of everything, and now coming out to return to them to share the spoils. I really want to kill you. Jiang Yan coldly said as he pulled out a Dao sword and put it on Zhang Luoluo's neck. You shouldn't have said them. Am I wrong? Zhang Luoluo was not afraid in the slightest. So what if Jiang Yan could cultivate? He was still a coward who would only hide behind his teammates. Jiang Yan's eyes flickered. Then you'll see clearly what grade the Dao I'm wearing already and this Dao sword in my hand are. Do you think you can take it out from your team? Have it for me to steal? Zhang Luoluo was startled by the sound of his angry roar. And then her gaze went to the Dao clothes on Jiang Yan's body. Without looking closely, it was a simple piece of clothing. But upon closer inspection, she realized that there seemed to be ghost chi wrapped around it. And it was the kind of ghost chi that was very pure. It was as if she had seen something unbelievable. Which was a SS-ranked suit? She was shocked beyond words in her heart, then stiffly turned her head to look at the Dao sword that was on her neck. Instantly, her three views seemed to collapse instantly. She could no longer support her body and collapsed to the ground at once. She looked at Jiang Yan incredulously. This is a SS-grade Dao sword? Jiang Yan nodded non-committally. As you can see, these are all from that accomplice you spoke of. At this time, Wu Qi, who realized that something was wrong, came over and took Jiang Yan's shoulder to look at Zhang Luoluo. What are you talking to her about? Don't you want to take revenge? If you can't lay your hands on her, let little brother do it. Jiang Yan shook his head. Now is not the time. He wanted to see them regret it. He wanted to see them step by step themselves towards death because of Chen Yu. Jiang Yan put away the Dao sword. Fatty Wang came over and handed Jiang Yan a ghost god fruit. Tired of cursing, eat a fruit. Zhang Luoluo looked at the fruit in a daze. Ghost baby fruit? Fatty Wang pulled out a few more fruits from his bag and turned them upside down and handed them back to Wu Qi. Isn't this thing called ghost god fruit? As if he had discovered some new continent, he looked at her with mocking eyes, his voice laced with derision. You haven't eaten it, have you? Chapter 20, The Whole Family. Zhang Luoluo opened her mouth, and in her heart, she no longer knew how to verbalize what was in front of her. Was she dreaming, and why was everything happening now so strange? Jiang Yan no longer clung to himself like a mangy dog as before, and no longer worshipped himself. And this group of teammates of theirs, how they all feel ridiculously strong. She had also only heard of the ghost god fruit in books, but why could they take it and eat it as a fruit? Zhang Luoluo didn't know how she managed to leave that place and return to the territory. She felt as if her entire body had lost its soul. Turns out, it was all just a farce she was putting on herself. When did she become like this? She was a stranger to herself. It turned out that Jiang Yan had never stolen from them. It turned out that they were the ones who had been squeezing Jiang Yan. All of this has been their fault since the beginning. But Jiang Yan had now joined a new team with new teammates, and they were so nice to him. Will Jiang Yan ever come back? Probably, he'll never come back. After all, it's the source of his sad memories, and his new teammates are treating him well. Come back? When did she become like this? Did it start when she started helping Shaosun frame Jiang Yan? Or from the time when he himself pushed Jiang Yan into the ghostly realm? Or did she compare Jiang Yan to Shaosun from the very beginning? And then her heart veered to one side, believing that Jiang Yan was just an orphan who came out of a garbage heap and was full of stinky problems. She never seemed to care about Jiang Yan's feelings, the expectant and adoring gaze when he used to give the best things to himself. But what did she do? She disliked him over and over again, disliked all of him, and even stomped on the Dao tools and food he gave her right in front of him. She just thought at that time that Jiang Yan was a bad boy with all the problems, and only felt that what she did was to punish him. But now, everything was wrong. She felt like the world was starting to go gray. It turns out that what scares people in this world is not the horror of ghosts and monsters, but the human heart. Zhang Luoluo stepped through the door of the territory in a state of disorientation. At the moment, Zhang Pei and Shen Zhang were talking and laughing in the living room with them. Everyone was there, even the oldest six. Fan Yaya, who had gone out on a mission, had returned. The way they laughed heartily, Zhang Luoluo just found it a bit ironic. Aren't they worried about Jiang Yan's death? If Jiang Yan hadn't encountered that team, it was possible that what she had just found was a corpse. She by now clearly remembered the look in Jiang Yan's eyes when he left. It held a lot. There was loathing, disgust, and a hint of fluke. She really didn't know at this moment what kind of existence Jiang Yan used to have in their team, and a sense of dissonance surfaced from the bottom of her heart. Luo, why did you go out? Today is Shaosun's birthday. How can you run around? Zhang Pei was very angry and was just about to cut the cake when he realized how Zhang Luoluo was not there. How could this family be absent? The second Chen Wanning walked up with some concern and pulled her hand. How did Big Sister become like this after a trip out? So haggard. Was she bullied by anyone? Big Sister, what's wrong with you? Who bullied you? Tell us, we'll go and take revenge for you. Zhang Luoluo raised her head in a daze and looked at them, speaking in a stiff tone. I went to find Jiang Yan. There was a loud bang against the table with a pang. Who told you to go to him? At this time, Chen Yu, who had a sullen face, instantly came to life when he heard these words, and ran to Zhang Luoluo's back to look towards the door. Where is brother Jiang Yan? Why don't you see him? Didn't he come back with you? Big sister? Zhang Luoluo felt more and more unfamiliar with Chen Yu's actions at the moment. If it was in the past, she might have thought that Shaosun was a good boy who understood and knew how to be humble, but after everything that just happened, she felt more and more that she couldn't see through the Chen Yu in front of her. Today is Jiang Yan's 18th birthday. At these words, the entire room fell silent. Zhang Pei put away his hand on the table and didn't say anything. They did seem to never remembering Jiang Yan's birthday. When Jiang Yan first joined the team, they were still amazed as to why Jiang Yan's birthday was exactly the same as Shaosun's. This was also the reason why Chen Yu had targeted Jiang Yan, but it was still because the qi on Jiang Yan was simply too great. But besides Zhang Luoluo at the scene, only Luo Xiaofei was despondent in her heart. She always remembered brother Yan's birthday, once when Chen Yu was irreversibly injured. Their whole team except her went to the large territory to treat Chen Yu and then celebrated his birthday outside. At that time, in this huge room, Jiang Yan did not know where to get a bowl of noodles. Shared half of her, then curled up in the corner and ate by himself. It seemed to be the best thing she had ever seen Jiang Yan eat, but it was too late. Human nature being what it is, once prejudice is formed, it is like a big mountain. And how can the person who stands at the top of the mountain feel that he or she is not right? Brother Jiang Yan didn't come back to spend his birthday with me? It's really a pity. Chen Yu saw the situation inside just as he was about to pull Zhang Luoluo's hand, but Zhang Luoluo dodged it. I'm a bit tired. You guys eat. I'll go back to my room to rest first. Zhang Pei was very angry at the sight. Is it because of that bastard Jiang Yan? What did he say to you? Zhang Luoluo walked straight back to her room without answering. Zhang Pei was just about to continue his inquiry when he was interrupted by Qingyu. Brother Pei, perhaps Sister Luoluo is too tired. Let her rest and take a break first, he said while wondering in his mind. Could it be that big sister had already met Jiang Yan? What did Jiang Yan say to her? Ah, it's so annoying. Why did this loser just leave all of a sudden? I can't even raise my chi now. Zhang Pei sighed and rubbed his head. Sigh. I'll ask her later. It's all because of that bastard Jiang Yan. If he comes back, I'll have to break his legs. Zhang Luoluo, who had returned to her room, once again pulled out Jiang Yan's previous cell phone. But Jiang Yan didn't need it anymore. Maybe his teammates have matched him with a better one. Zhang Luoluo looked at her cell phone for a long time. She was a little afraid to open it. She was afraid to see the last thing she wanted to see. There should be a lot of previous records in here. She took a deep breath and slowly placed her hand on the on button of her cell phone. She pressed it with a heartbeat. But the picture didn't show up. Zhang Luoluo was puzzled. Could it be that it had been put away for too long and had gone bad? It was like she was relieved. But her heart lifted again in the next second. She searched for the charger and found that there was no corresponding plug. The cell phone of Jiang Yan's was an old version from 7 years ago. She went back to Jiang Yan's room and rummaged around, and steeply discovered a box. Inside is a charger and a photo and a transparent box with many thousand paper cranes. But Zhang Luoluo didn't care, took the charger and went back to charge it up. After a while, the screen lit up, and Zhang Luoluo's heart lifted once again. She slammed the on button. Her eyes narrowed and her heart slowed momentarily. The lock screen is a family photo that sneaks them in. Chapter 21, Fruit. On that family photo, Jiang Yan held up his cell phone and sneered, looking as if he was afraid that they would find out and receive a lesson. But he managed to squeeze out a happy smile. And behind him were the ones who sang birthday songs for Qingyu's birthday. It all seemed like only Jiang Yan seemed out of place. Being the oldest of the team after the captain, she took care of them like a sister. But she was the only one who never paid attention to Jiang Yan. And as for Jiang Yan's birthday, they never cared about it. Or they didn't even know when his birthday was. Her mind slid across the screen a little feebly as she found the tweets and began to look over the bits and pieces of them. She wanted to thoroughly understand Jiang Yan's previous past. She wanted to strip out all the truth. She wanted to tell her teammates that Jiang Yan was innocent. He hadn't stolen anything. The messages in the cell phone flooded Zhang Luoluo like a stone sinking into the sea. Among them are maps that detail the various safe escape routes from each place and label many of the dangerous points. It was hard for her to imagine how Jiang Yan had drawn such precise maps over the years, the kind of maps she had turned over a lot, but was slow to get to the bottom of. And many of the spots are labeled with the chance of safety and suitability for each teammate. She really felt now that she, as the boss, was afraid that she wouldn't even be able to draw one of them. She couldn't know everyone's habits and personalities. Others have various photos, profiles, and some chat logs. She didn't know how Jiang Yan had the chat logs. They teammates never interacted too much with Jiang Yan, even disliked him, worried that he would come to annoy them, and directly pulled black and deleted them. She clicked in and flipped through it, and his pupils instantly dilated, trembling as he hesitated to return to his senses. Jiang Xin, this is the biggest big sister in our team. How about looking gentle and pretty? This photo is exactly the separate photo that was cut off inside the lock screen one. Jiang Yan only intercepted her picture and sent it to the other party. Her eyes continued to sweep downward. My big sister is a B-ranked ghost hunter. How about that? Awesome. She has a C-ranked Dao sword. Especially handsome. Big sister is especially gentle. When she first came here she even gave me a Dao sword. But it was snatched by little brother Chenyu. What a pity. That was given to me by big sister. But I didn't dare to ask for it. Chenyu should have some reason for it. But it's okay. Big sister, but personally take me to Yo. I'm so happy. The way she kills the enemy is really too valiant. I will also be able to fight side by side with big sister in the future will be good. Zhang Luoluo covered her mouth, and it was hard to breathe as if she was blocked at her throat. It turned out, Jiang Yan wasn't even because she gave him the Dao weapon. He just wanted to be alone with her. But what did she think at that time? She even thought that Jiang Yan was a bad boy who was greedy for money and sex. Jiang Xin, big sister is really good and powerful and also so beautiful. In the future, surely a top-notch big sister. But, why does it seem like big sister doesn't like me anymore since she gave me something? Should I not have agreed? Big sister is really powerful. She even broke the record of C-rank ghosts. Although I don't really understand it, but it must be very powerful, that's all. Ha ha. Seventh sister told me that big sister is the prettiest and most powerful person inside the entire horror world. And it's said that in the past, when horror hadn't yet descended, she was even the world's top entrepreneur. You guys are envious. I want to be like big sister in the future. That way I can protect her. That way I can protect every member inside the team. Seeing this, Zhang Luoluo could no longer suppress the emotions in her heart. Her hands clasped her nails tightly and hugged her legs as she sobbed. This scene, Jiang Yan should have experienced a lot. Right. Hiding in the corner alone and crying alone sadly. Then enduring the pain on his body to rub his injuries. Why Jiang Yan never told her? Why? Doesn't he think of himself as the best big sister ever? Why don't you tell her? Her vision blurred as tears stained her eyelashes. She covered her mouth and shuddered. She didn't dare look down. She was afraid to see something that would be too much for her to bear. It turned out that Jiang Yan had treated her as the person he admired the most from the beginning to the end. But what has she really done all these years? Shi Chao wiped the tears from her eyes and her eyes fell on the cell phone screen once again. Jiang Xin, my ability is useful. I can finally help big sister. Every time I see her bruised and battered, I can only watch. I've gained the ability to strengthen and change wounds now. And these were activated for me by the captain yet. Though it took some lifespan. Big sister's injury has been replaced to me. Finally I can see big sister's happy smile. But it really hurts. Why doesn't the captain let sixth sister heal me? I'm really in pain. Maybe it should be because sixth sister is afraid of using up her ghost chi worrying about special circumstances. I'd better bear it myself. I'll be fine after a while. It's good that big sister isn't in pain. Zhang Luoluo once again couldn't suppress the emotions in her heart. And the crystals in her eyes slid out and dripped onto the screen. She hastily wiped the screen with her hand. But the screen flipped down again with her movement. I'm so hungry. But big sister came back in the middle of the night. So she must be hungry too. But why did big sister stomp on the fruit I've been looking for days? Is it because she doesn't like it? But, that's the best thing I've got. I think it's because big sister doesn't like it. After all, it's sour. I'd better find another sweeter fruit for big sister. Jiang Xin, I found so many sweet fruits again. They're so old and delicious. I'm going to bring them all back to big sister to eat. Big sister will surely like them, right? Jiang Xin, big sister still doesn't seem to like it, and seems to be angry, scolding me if I only know how to insult her with these. But it's really, just the best thing I have. Jiang Xin, I envy you so much. It's fine. Jiang Xin, you don't have to worry. Big sister should have misunderstood me. I'll find something better to give to big sister. Zhang Luoluo paused for a moment, her fingers on the screen trembling. This is what she has done. She remembered that time when Jiang Yan gave her the fruit. She was busy planning the future direction for Shaosun when Jiang Yan was carrying a broken pot that he had picked up from somewhere, filled with red fruit. She can't eat it because it's dirty? It's not poisoned. I'm afraid. She swept a glance then slapped her palm on Jiang Yan's face angrily scolding him. Then 1 foot at a time, he stepped on the fruit inside the basin. She by and by remembered Jiang Yan's strange and fearful gaze at that time. Zhang Luoluo slapped her again when she saw that look on his face. In the back, Jiang Yan even gave her an apology and took out another pot of fruits, only with a change in color. But at that time, she only thought that Jiang Yan was using these lowly goods to insult her, opened his mouth directly and cursed him for a whole hour. Jiang Yan didn't say anything, just stood frozen in the corner with his head lowered, not knowing what he was thinking. He seemed to be holding back tears and sobbing. She pointed at him and cursed, and he did not respond in the slightest, just lowered his head. But unbeknownst to him, at that time, Jiang Yan's eyes had long been red, and he was like a bad child who had done something wrong in accepting her curses. But only now did Zhang Luoluo realize how helpless Jiang Yan was at that time. He was only 10 years old. Chapter 22. Jiang Yan, are you out of your mind? Jiang Yan was just trying to fit in with them, just worried that she was hungry. But she, as a big sister, she's pointing 1,000 fingers at a 10-year-old. After that again, Jiang Yan never seemed to take those fruits to her again. Zhang Luoluo no longer knew in what mood to continue reading. She was no longer able to think, and stiffened as she flipped through her cell phone. Jiang Xin, do you think I'm a bad boy? But why does big sister dislike me so much? Is it because I'm not doing too good enough? It must be. Big sister treats little brother Chenyu with a gentle voice. It must be that I didn't do a good job. I want to learn from brother Chenyu. Tomorrow is big sister's birthday. Ugh. What do you think I should prepare as a gift? I've thought about it. Didn't Big Sister say that the Taoist clothes on her body are uncomfortable to wear? I'll prepare a Taoist garment for Big Sister. You say I'm smart or not? I'm really a little witty. Big Sister will definitely like it. Jiang Xin. I passed the level of a C-rank dowager female ghost, but my right leg seems to be broken. But it's fine. Big Sister's dowager clothes I acquired. Let's find a nice gift box to wrap it up first. Seeing this, Zhang Luoluo seemed to have thought of something and continued to scroll down. Her face instantly stiffened. Big Sis didn't seem to like the doti, and it rotted her, but it was the best thing I could find. Big Sis, is it that you don't like me very much? At this moment, Zhang Luoluo's expression stuttered as she remembered. That time on her birthday, Jiang Yan gave herself a gift, which appeared to be a dress, but she only thought at that time that Jiang Yan could give her something. Just directly pull out the Dao sword and directly chop it up. At that time, Jiang Yan's dull gaze looked at himself. Then without a word, he lowered himself to pick up the shattered boxes and clothes and left in silence. She ran to Jiang Yan's house in this moment as if she was crazy, and found a gift box on the table that had been dipped in tape. With trembling hands and gradually rapid breathing, she pulled back the ribbon. A garment full of stitches neatly folded in it, but she saw clearly that there was always a splash of bright red at the stitching on the snow-white dress. Her eyes shifted once again to the greeting card next to her that had been dabbed with duct tape. My favorite Big Sister. Happy birthday, ah! I wish you nothing to tweak your heartstrings. Everything you think about is what you wish for. And most of all, I love your brother, Jiang Yan. Her gaze seemed lost in thought as she picked up the doily next to her with a trembling hand and slowly opened it. It was found to be an extremely beautiful white dress, but the dress was drenched in large swathes of bright red, like a white lotus dyed in blood. Zhang Luoluo put down her clothes, covered her mouth, and choked as she crouched on the ground, sobbing with a single sob. She never thought she could be so hateful. Jiang Yan has been remembering her birthday and is desperately trying to face the horrors he can't resist just to win her happiness. But when he gave it to himself, but she did something like that. Why she didn't know sooner? Why would Jiang Yan seriously restore the gift to its best form and treasure it in the most prominent place in his house? She's the big sister of the team, and she's at the top of the heap, both before and after the terror descends. But she was capable of being such an asshole. What was wrong with her? Why hadn't she opened the gift and looked at it then? Why couldn't you care more about Jiang Yan, even if it's a little bit of a cut from Chun Yu? Trembling, she pulled out Jiang Yan's cell phone again and once again flipped to where she had just been, scrolling towards the bottom. Needlework is really hard to learn. I puncture my fingers every time. I'm so stupid I've dyed my clothes red, huh? Oh, I want to smile so bad, but why can't I? Jiang Xin? Let's switch, shall we? Big Sister doesn't seem to like me. Chen Yu gave Big Sister a fruit, and Big Sister was very happy. But I'm so tired of living. Zhang Luoluo could clearly see Jiang Yan's gaze towards himself, from worshipful anticipation, gradually turning into fearful disappointment, and now, even disgust. When she went to find Jiang Yan, the eyes he looked at her with didn't have a trace of excitement. Instead they were as flat as stagnant water. It's like looking at a stranger who has nothing to do with you. Why hadn't she seen this sooner? Why did Jiang Yan secretly not tell himself? She no longer knew how she got back to her room. She hid under the covers, as if they would give her a hint of warmth. When had Jiang Yan perhaps also hid under the covers like this and cried silently? But his quilt was so thin, it seemed as if he had still picked it up from outside. Obviously Jiang Yan liked her so much, was so adoring of her. Everything has changed. He has new teammates who care about him and treat him like a brother. He doesn't need them anymore. She fondly remembered the words Jiang Yan ordered. Will I go back and continue to suck your blood or be disliked by you? He was clearly meant to be someone like her. But now, people like her. She shrank back under the covers and cried silently. She couldn't imagine how broken Jiang Yan was at that time. Even feeling tired of living, wasn't there a single thing in this world that could make him stay? It was as if she was an executioner, taking Jiang Yan's childhood right by the throat. Yanko, what did she say to you? If you're not happy, the three of us will help you take them out in one fell swoop. Fatty wrapped his arms around Jiang Yan's neck and laughed playfully. On the way back to the territory, Wu Qi and the others were very active. They were worried that Jiang Yan was being bullied and didn't dare to tell them. They don't spoil those brainwashed people. They are iron brothers. They can let Jiang Yan be bullied. They are 100 times not agree. Clutching his chest, eyes flashing, little brother slowly placed his hand on the hilt of the knife on his back. Wu Qi was frightened and agitated at the sight. Asterisk. What are you doing? Little brother? Little brother stared at them quizzically. Aren't we going to end them? Although he had only known Jiang Yan for a few days, he inexplicably felt that Jiang Yan was a trustworthy person who might teach him behind the scenes. Since he had made up his mind, he would not let any of his brothers receive the slightest aggravation. It's time to kill, just kill. Can't kill it. Desperate, He only recognized the three of them in his life. Jiang Yan's heart warmed as he looked at his little brother, who was already poised for action, and he sighed helplessly. This buddy of his, he's good at everything but one thing. He's too righteous. He used to be very righteous, but what he gained was betrayal, and it was a bloody lesson. As much as he believed in them, and he could be their strong backer, what if new people were added? He didn't want them to go through the pain of his own past in the future. He'd rather they never trusted themselves. At least, then they wouldn't get hurt. Little brother, there's no need to be like this. If I'm a bad person and am in your team, then wouldn't I be able to do wrong? Use you guys as a sword, and even betray you at the most critical times. Zhang Qiling raised his eyebrows and spoke confidently. Would you? No way. Xiao put away his knife and looked at Wu Qi as if signaling something. Wu Qi understood. Instantly tone up, pointing at Jiang Yan, and cursed. Jiang Yan brain is not a problem, right? Chapter 23, Cake Party. At the expense of us still treating you as a brother. Wu Qi nodded at Jiang Yan's chest with a face of indignation as he flung over his hand. Where's the ghost god fruit? Give it back to me? Jiang Yan looked at the indignant Wu Qi with bitterness in his heart, slowly pulling out the only remaining ghost god fruit from his pocket. That's all. I'll find the ones I ate and return them to you. But his last words had not been uttered. Wu Qi directly snatched the ghost god fruit with one hand and threw it to Fatty Wang. Fatty, take it. It's abominable. It's just a waste to give this to you Jiang Yan to eat. Jiang Yan looked at the empty hand, sour, but still did not say anything. But Wu Qi looked at Jiang Yan's look of anger and directly knocked on his brain and gasped, You can't lose your temper, ah? Where's the vigor you just had for that woman? Take it out. Jiang Yan didn't say anything. Wu Qi shoved the fruit into Jiang Yan's mouth. Take it out when I tell you to. No wonder you're being bullied by them. Wu Qi's face was full of bad temper. His tone gradually changed from icy to playful. But you're looking at the wrong people. We're not those villains of theirs. Yanko. He put his arm around Jiang Yan's shoulder and pointed at the two little brothers. Saying that we're brothers means that you're our strongest backing. You're just too kind. Are you worried that our future teammates will betray us? Jiang Yan's eyes flashed with surprise. You just have too many concerns. With you around, we can't look at anyone else. Right now you're the core of the team. Little brother is the main outlier. I'll assist. And Fatty burns the rice. Wu Qi poked Jiang Yan's chest. You, lay it on the line. It's so happily decided. I'll make a deal with you. If you don't treat us as brothers, I'll let my little brother bite you. Humph. Wu Qi angled his head with a face full of arrogance. His undeniable look instantly drenched Jiang Yan. Little brother stood beside him and spoke faintly. You're missing. Jiang Yan was moved to tears by the scene of their true feelings, which he had heard the most before. Asterisk 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 off. Are you bored? At this time, Fatty Wang wiped his tears with his sleeve and looked at them. What are you doing? Why are you so emotional? It makes me want to cry. Wu Qi laughed directly and cheerfully at the situation. You can stop crying. Giant baby crying. I don't want to laugh at you. Fatty. The corners of Zhao's mouth were all but rare as he watched the scene of them cracking jokes. Jiang Yan finally let go of all the burdens in his heart this time and smiled. Fatty. It's great to have you guys. Wu Qi patted Jiang Yan's shoulder. That's right. You still have us? They count for nothing. Sooner or later, I'll give them the table to lift. Dare to bully my brother. Don't even eat. Don't set it off yet. Fatty Wang's mouth lifted at this time. Yanzi, take you to a place. Ha? What place? Jiang Yan began to be puzzled. What kind of place could Fatty take himself to? Hey, just come with us. Fatty Wang came over and pushed Jiang Yan, then turned his head to look at little brother and the others. Tianjun. Little brother. What are you doing frozen there? Forget what you just said? Say what? This time it was Jiang Yan's turn to start looking forward. But it did happen before. And that time was when Jiang Yan was falsely accused of stealing third sister's amulet. He was penalized by the captain for standing outside the door. Already tortured by the ghostly aura and the potential dangers of the surrounding crisis, he didn't have an inch of spirit. But suddenly he was pulled over by his third sister, who said she had a surprise for him. He couldn't have been happier then. It was the first time he'd ever been invited and he was so looking forward to it. Then go back and put on your best clothes and get your spirits back to their best. Then it followed the third sister. It was only the third sister who seemed particularly anxious, cursing at the door as she changed herself. However, Jiang Yan did not care, but when he reached the place, Jiang Yan was surprised to see the empty place in front of him. At that moment, all he felt was a thrust from behind him, and he stumbled and was pushed back, the boards shattering under his feet in response. He felt his breathing start to become difficult as he looked around in uncertainty, frantically pleading towards his third sister for help. But third sister acted as if she was surprised, and then shouted, Jiang Yan has fallen into the cesspit. Everyone come and see. As Jiang Yan was about to pass out, he only saw his teammates, who were looking at him with disgust and ridiculous gazes. It's like being in a joke. In the end it was old Seven who found a stick and pulled him up. Everyone looked at him in disgust afterward. He didn't say anything back. He knew there was no point in saying anything. And then he went out on his own and found a place to live. He didn't think any of them liked him. He'd better not think about fitting in. Thoughts pulled back. Jiang Yan's heart was quite apprehensive at the moment. But he didn't think Wu Wei would harm himself. He was pushed outside a room by laughter. You guys are? Jiang Yan pointed at the door and looked at them again. Wu Qi smiled and gestured with his eyes. Open it. It's a surprise, oh, chimed in Fatty Wang. Specially prepared for you. The corners of Zhao's mouth lifted up in a faint smile. He was enjoying the atmosphere and he had finally found a family again. On purpose? Jiang Yan pointed at himself as if he thought of something. You guys didn't just watch me measure my strength on the side just to prepare a surprise for me. Ha? Yes. Open the door and take a look. Wu Qi pointed at the doorknob as if expecting Jiang Yan's reaction. Jiang Yan looked at them and smiled happily, reaching out and placing his hand on the handle to gently unscrew it. Pang! Instantly the ribbons rang out inside the room like rain. Wherever Jiang Yan's line of sight passed, colored lights flashed and dimmed, and although the house was shabby, it was cozy. In particular, there was a table with a hearty meal and an intact cake with 18 inserted in the center. Jiang Yan froze, his heart mixed. He had seen this kind of sumptuous birthday party, but all of that belonged to Chun Yu, and he could only secretly watch their happiness from the sidelines. And now, his wonderful brothers had prepared such a birthday party for him that was uniquely his. Tears dripped uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes and his nose began to sob. Ugh, hi, why are you still crying? This was carefully prepared by the three of us at Fat Brother. Don't you like it? Fatty Wang saw Jiang Yan crying and rushed forward to comfort him. Wu Qi patted his shoulder. It probably took us a long time, and we had to keep avoiding you during that time to help you discover it, but we're exhausted. You can't do this with your reaction. But at this time, a piece of paper was passed over. Jiang Yan's eyes were hazy as he took the tissue, and met Zhang Qiling's gaze that exuded an incomparable amount of worry and heartache. Only Zhang Qiling swept his gaze into the room and spoke. What wasn't there before? We'll make it up to you. Jiang Yan huffed. Isn't my reaction too humiliating? Wu Qi flicked his brain in a bad mood. Throw a stupid face. You're the one who has a lot of drama. Cry if you want to. We're not outsiders. With that, Fatty Wang reached out and gave Jiang Yan's ass a hard squeeze, then looked at his hand. Hey, it feels pretty good. Let's eat. The food will get cold soon. Little brother suddenly spoke. Wu Qi nodded his head and walked up. That's right. If the food is cold, it won't taste good. We'll cover your birthday from now on, but don't forget about ours. Otherwise don't blame me for taking a knife and sticking it up your ass in the middle of the night. Jiang Yan wiped her tears and smiled happily. Good, but how did you guys know about my birthday? Wu Qi's hand that was splitting the chopsticks froze and looked at Jiang Yan and asked suspiciously. Didn't you say that the day you awakened your ability was your birthday? Then we asked you what day it was, and you just said hello. Did you forget? With that he slammed his chopsticks on the table. Fine, fine, you even forgot that. Gonna have to smear your face with cake after a while. Fatty Wang laughed as he held a piece of cake in his hand and smeared it on Wu Qi's face. Ha ha ha, Tianjin take that. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You play shady. I'll wipe you out. Wu Qi instantly wiped up the cake towards Fatty Wang with one hand. But at this time, the corner of Wu Qi's mouth rose to directly separate the cake, and Wang Fatty exchanged a glance. Then the two of them would smile. Fatty Wang directly threw the cake at Zhang Qiling with one hand. Hey, hey, little brother take it. At this time, Jiang Yan was also thrown a piece of cake head-on by Wu Qi. Yanko, watch my move. Flying cake. With a pang, Jiang Yan's face was smeared with a large piece of cake, but Jiang Yan didn't feel angry at the moment. Instead he felt happy. He joined them in the cake smearing parade. I'm going to smear you all into flower cats. Ha ha, it was so nice, he had finally found a teammate, or rather, a brother, of his own. Chapter 24, could the second elder's talisman really have been torn by Jiang Yan on purpose? Zhan Luoluo, who was curled up in the quilt and crying, slowed down for a while, wiped her tears, and turned her eyes to Jiang Yan's cell phone again. She was no longer afraid to look away. She became afraid to see the truth. But her curiosity broke through and she picked up her phone again and flipped through it. It contains Jiang Yan's diary, circle of friends, and various records. Zhan Luoluo eschewed her breath and typed her name in the search button. The cozy sentence seemed so ironic to her. Big sis was really extra nice to me and said she'd take me to fight those horrors out there. Ugh? Zhan Luoluo's memories were triggered by this sentence, and she clearly remembered everything that happened that day. That time it was because Jiang Yan helped her to admit that he had stolen the fourth sister's clothes. She was just afraid at the time that Jiang Yan would falsely accuse Xiao Sun. But now, she just found it all so funny. But did Xiaosun really steal it? Could someone else inside the team have stolen it? She threw all thoughts to the back of her mind as she directly left the room and walked to the second oldest Chen Wanting's room to gather her into her own room. Chen Wanting, who had treated Jiang Yan very badly since he joined the team, even as bad as the oldest. Very bad. Often accusing Jiang Yan of all kinds of faults, even because Jiang Yan once at the dinner table, turned around and wiped her nose with a paper towel, disliking her for being so disgusting. Then since then Jiang Yan never sat at their table again. She was curious to know how Chen Wanting was treating this matter, and there was no way for her to just show this to everyone right now. Must find one for a break to see roughly what everyone thinks. During these 7 years, she wanted to see clearly what kind of life Jiang Yan had led. She suddenly realized that within this team, it seemed like Luo Xiaofei was the only one who treated Jiang Yan in a friendly manner. They, on the other hand, had never treated Jiang Yan as a human being at all. Luo Xiaofei seemed to have entered the team the day before Jiang Yan. She vaguely remembered the look in Luo Xiaofei's eyes as she stared at all of them in amazement when they had first falsely accused Jiang Yan. Sister Lolo, what are you looking for me for? Why are you in such a hurry? Zhang Luoluo sighed when she saw that she had a delicate face, had light makeup, and was wearing a gorgeous long dress. She now intuitively felt what kind of life Jiang Yan used to lead. Compared to these bright and shiny appearances of theirs, Jiang Yan's previous wearing of the stitched and mended thin short sleeve was particularly inferior. It's like a world apart. There's no comparison at all. How did things get to this point? Jiang Yan treated them obviously with her heart and lungs, but how they treated Jiang Yan, her heart was clogged. And she, Jiang Yan's most beloved big sister, was one of them. Sister Luo, are you crying? Chen Wanting saw Zhang Luoluo's abnormality and hurriedly drew a tissue from the side and handed it over. Her first thought was of Jiang Yan, coupled with her big sister's abnormality in front of her. In the past, big sister treated them the best and was even more responsible than the captain. There is only one possibility for this situation now. Big sister, did Jiang Yan piss you off? She hit the bed with a heavy hammer. Where is he? Tell me. I'll go and catch him back with a broken leg to apologize to you. She looked at Zhang Luoluo with indignation, venting her dissatisfaction. Zhang Luoluo shook her head. Sit down first. I'll ask you some questions. Ha? Chen Wanting opened her mouth and sat down. She was a little apprehensive. In the past, the captain basically didn't care about them, and only the eldest sister was managing everything for them. And in this moment, she felt that something bad was happening. Is it about Jiang Yan? She spoke weakly. Let me ask you. 7 days ago, the day Jiang Yan left, was that Dao sword really stolen by Jiang Yan? Ask this, why? Chen Wanting seemed a bit vain. Didn't Jiang Yan leave? Don't change the subject. You say what I ask. Zhang Luoluo couldn't be soft this time. She had to find out what was going on. Zhang Luoluo saw that she was still hesitating and spoke directly. Jiang Yan's cultivation is only at rank D, while Chen Yu's is at rank C. He also has a Dao weapon to protect his body. Do you think Jiang Yan can take the Dao weapon from Chen Yu? In other words, Jiang Yan was covered in blood and was looking shriveled. Do you think it was Chen Yu who went to face the fear or Jiang Yan? You know this better than I do. Tell the truth and don't try to pull the wool over your eyes. Chen Wanting was intimidated by Zhang Luoluo's decisive tone, and she knew that there was no way to help Xiaosun hide it today. One could only open his mouth. It was Xiaosun who robbed it, and Xiaosun was afraid that you guys would blame him, so he looked for me and Laosan to put on such a show. So you guys don't feel guilty at all? Zhang Luoluo felt more and more that her second sister was a bit strange. That I look at Xiaosun poor well, and Jiang Sun holding that Dao weapon in useless. These should have been Xiaosun's. Why rob the word? Chen Wanting skimmed her mouth full of defiance. Zhang Luoluo was infuriated by these words, but still suppressed the anger in her heart and spoke. Who else knows about this matter? Chen Wanting didn't hide it and directly told the whole story. And the captain. Her tone was relaxed. What? The captain also knows? Zhang Luoluo seemed to have heard some heavenly joke. She could no longer suppress the emotions in her heart, and she laughed to herself, but there were tears in the corners of her eyes. Big sister, what's wrong with you? Chen Wanting was worried as she looked at her big sister's appearance. Lao air. Zhang Luoluo wiped his eyes and looked at Chen Wanting with a sharp gaze. I'll ask you, have you ever treated Jiang Yan as a teammate? Teammate? Chen Wanting seemed to have heard something funny. Big sister, are you running a fever? I'm asking you yes or no. Zhang Luoluo's tone was firm and unquestionable. Chen Wanting was shocked by her big sister's reaction. It was the first time she had seen such an angry big sister. No, it was the expression that used to be shown only when big sister treated Jiang Yan. Chen Wanting stammered and spoke. Hasn't Jiang Yan left the team now? What about before? What did you think of him? Before, he was sort of. Chen Wanting didn't dare to look at her big sister's sharp gaze. What do you mean sort of? Hasn't he ever sent you anything? Zhang Luoluo sat up directly. Then let me ask you, Is Xiao Sun your teammate? Chen Wanting stared at the strange big sister in front of her, but still rightfully proud to open. That must be Xiao Sun, how excellent. But how our team score? Jiang Yan and he compared to that, there is comparability? Zhang Luoluo looked at her coldly. All, you never thought of Jiang Yan as a teammate? And what else? Make him a teammate and let him steal from you? He stole all my charms and destroyed a lot of them. And that's something I'm not falsely accusing him of. Zhang Luoluo froze. Really? Then Xiao Sun didn't frame him? That's for sure. Didn't Jiang Yan admit it himself? And even tore the talisman in front of me. Zhang Luoluo looked at her, serious gaze did not look like she was lying. She actually also remembered that at that time, Jiang Yan had stolen many of Lao Er's talismans and had torn them up in front of him. There was really no doubt about that. Could it be that what Jiang Yan said just now was all a lie? But it doesn't make sense. Zhang Luoluo's mind was very messed up right now, and she couldn't tell who was telling the truth. She was also all for thinking that Jiang Yan was just a thief with unclean hands and feet before. They were all constantly on the alert for Jiang Yan's every word and action, and many times they even left him alone inside the ghost domain to let him fend for himself. Zhang Luoluo lost her mind and sat paralyzed on the bed, bowing her head in a daze, contemplating all the memories of the past, trying to find the key point in it. Sister, why are you asking about this? Chen Wanting noticed the abnormality in her big sister's demeanor and waved her hand in front of her eyes. I found Jiang Yan today. But her expected reaction of Chen Wanting's surprise did not appear. And then what? Zhang Luoluo raised her eyes and stared at her strangely. Aren't you curious as to what I'm looking for him for? Chen Wanting spoke indifferently. What's the point of caring about this? Is he back yet? It's pissing you off so much. We must let the captain teach her a good lesson to take it out on you. Zhang Luoluo lost her concentration and spoke with a cold smile in her heart. Jiang Yan seems to have regained his ability? What? Chen Wanting was filled with surprise. Zhang Luoluo had a hint of relief in her heart when she saw her reaction at this time, but she always felt strange. Wouldn't that continue to help us heal our injuries? Where is he? Big sister, how come you didn't bring him back? Now everyone is worried about going out injured, can't be healed, they don't dare to go out. Jiang Yan, if he recovers that would be great. Chapter 25, he's not coming back. Big sister, don't you remember? Chen Wanting spoke directly when she saw her big sister's struggling appearance. That time I had just broken through the C rank. I know, interrupted Zhang Lolo. She knows all about it. That time, Chen Wanting made a breakthrough, and the metamorphosis of her talismanic path was also ushered in. Then she began to cultivate in seclusion. But at that time, she was in the territory. They're all out there practicing, too. But who knows? Just as Chen Wanting completed her metamorphosis, river words, he tore up all the protective talismans that were arranged around Chen Wanting's body, and he was still clutching the stolen talismans arranged around Chen Wanting. Knowing that a talisman master's metamorphosis was difficult, and that she had even made a breakthrough from comprehension that time, this could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But Jiang Yan just interrupted her. Looking at the failed Chen Wanting afterward, she even showed a fluky look. On that occasion, the captain came back extremely angry, and punished him directly by standing outside the door for 7 days, and beat him severely, and he seemed to lie down outside the door for 7 days. Even he hadn't eaten anything at all for 7 days in order to gamble with them, and tried to get in the door several times, but the captain stomped him out. So, big sister, there's really no need for you to pity him. Jiang Yan is just to blame. If that kind of person didn't still have a bit of use, could we keep him around as a time bomb? It's not, said Zhang Luoluo with a pained face. Jiang Yan is not such a person. Big sister, now that it's come to this, why are you still speaking up for him? Have you also been compelled by him? She pointed at the door. Now old Seven is terminally ill. She sighed breathlessly. Did Jiang Yan die outside? Her big sister's perversity made her incredibly convinced. And besides, Jiang Yan was a waste of space, daring to come up with the threat of quitting the team to threaten them. There are so many horrors out there. It's not enough for him to die. Zhang Luoluo opened her mouth and looked at Chen Wanting with a strange gaze. Still, he spoke. Jiang Yan isn't dead. Not dead? Then where is he? And he's thinking of threatening us by quitting the team? He's ridiculous. Who does he think he is? Thinks he's Xiao Sun Wu? Besides, Little Sun wouldn't do something as disgusting as he did. Not only has he regained his abilities, but he seems to have reached E rank. Zhang Luoluo opened her mouth in disbelief. She couldn't believe that Jiang Yan would go and ruin Chen Wanting's breakthrough. But why would Jiang Yan go out while they were all out? No, that time it seemed like Jiang Yan lied to them that it was Xiao Sun who was in danger outside before everyone went out. It's funny to say that they could go out as a whole team for Xiao Sun, while Jiang Yan was trapped and none of them took it into account. But she really didn't want to believe what Jiang Yan had done. But the truth was right in front of her, and when the captain confronted him at the time, he said nothing but was full of relief. Class E? Impossible, right? Chen Wanting looked at her big sister with a face full of incredulity. Big sister, you didn't lie to me? It's only been 7 days. Zhang Luoluo spoke. I'm not lying. I saw it with my own eyes. I also saw him maneuvering around a D-ranked ghost monster with ease and eventually consumed him. Class D? Chen Wanting was filled with amazement. That punk Jiang Yan can take on a D rank in 7 days? It seems like his ability may have awakened for the second time. It's possible. All the more reason we should get him back then. We won't have to worry about anyone on our team getting hurt when he's back. Zhang Luoluo frowned. Are you only thinking that he can treat us? Aren't you worried that he's out there with no food to eat, no clothes to wear, and always teetering on the edge of near death? Why should I worry about him? He's leaving the team on his own. It's none of our business. Chen Wanting went up and touched her forehead. Big sister, are you sick? Zhang Luoluo gasped and laughed, shaking off her hand. 7 days E rank. Do you know what concept? How long did it take you to break through to E rank? 2 months. Why? What about Xiao Sun? Didn't you all say that Jiang Yan is a waste? Xiao Sun is only rank C now, and it's already taken 7 years. Jiang Yan can be compared to Xiao Sun? Xiao Sun is an absolute heavenly pride. He is now building up his strength. You don't know. She began to gush as soon as she heard Xiao Sun, as if having Xiao Sun as her younger brother was her greatest pride. Jiang Yan won't be coming back, interrupted Zhang Luoluo directly. Chen Wanting looked at her doubtfully. Impossible. The terror outside is more than just level D. He doesn't even have a safe place to stay, and he's been able to last until now, fearing that he doesn't know if he's stolen something from somewhere to protect himself again. Zhang Luoluo only felt sarcastic as she looked at her rightful words. She used to think so, but what about reality? Jiang Yan had lived many times better than they had imagined. He's found a new team that won't receive the terror infestation. Chen Wanting retreated and pushed back, her voice gradually increasing in pitch. He found a new team? He's crazy. She was full of anger. We treated him so well. She went to find a new team. We didn't beat him to death because of the wrong things he had done, even if it was good. He is now Dao is able to find a new team. She snorted coldly. True enough, we should never have let him get out alive. She seemed to think of something, but his team is afraid that they cannot tolerate his full of stink. Maybe now is beating and scolding him. Hate to kill him. Can make steal my talisman and then destroy my breakthrough. Can get what good treatment. Zhang Luoluo looked at the agitated Chen Wanting and spoke faintly. He's doing well, and his teammates are treating him well. How good can it be? You can give him a ghost baby fruit? My third sister just gave Xiao Sun a ghost baby fruit? Does he have one? Zhang Luoluo's complexion gradually darkened when she heard the word ghost baby fruit. Ghost baby fruit? Jiang Yan really didn't. But the better ghost god fruit they took as a snack and ate it. And they also gave him all kinds of SS grade Dao weapons. They had sent an S-class Dao weapon to Xiao Sun before, but that was the limit. But she didn't think that the Dao weapon was something she got from fighting SS-ranked ghosts and monsters, and she was afraid that she might have picked it up from somewhere. Eldest, why haven't we ever given Jiang Yan even half of the ghost infant fruit, instead keeping the ghost infant fruit that Jiang Yan fought so hard to obtain for himself? Big sister, do you think it's possible for Jiang Yan to obtain the ghost baby fruit? I'm afraid it's not stealing from Xiao Sun again. Zhang Luoluo looked up after a pause and asked rhetorically. Eldest, do you think Jiang Yan will come back? That will definitely come back. Chen Wanting's face was full of confidence and anger. With that nature of his, sooner or later he'll be sent flying back. I'll definitely beat him up after he comes back. Zhang Luoluo's heart chilled when she saw this scene. She didn't know how Lao San had become like this. In the past, when she falsely accused Jiang Yan, she would always be the first to stand up for Xiao Sun, never cared who was right or wrong. But now, probably every time before, Jiang Yan could have been falsely accused. Many of those times involved her own participation. She was also a part of forcing Jiang Yan away. Zhang Luoluo took a deep breath to suppress the fluttering in his heart. He won't be coming back. The ghost infant fruit you mentioned, he really doesn't have it, but his teammates gave him an endless supply of ghost god fruit, and 2 SS-ranked Dao weapons. Does that still make you think that he'll come back? Chapter 26. How could Jiang Yan be this kind of person? Chen Wanting stared at her big sister's demeanor as if she was looking to see if she was joking, but all she saw was seriousness. She opened her mouth. Did you see it with your own eyes, big sister? Zhang Luoluo nodded. Well, and his teammates were very nice to him. I wanted to bring him back and they wouldn't even agree to it and almost took a shot at me. Chen Wanting didn't know what to say, but her demeanor hardened again. So what? He's just a momentary. He might be discarded in a few days. Maybe all the things he has on him are things he stole from his teammates? But it's not like they can say anything but compromise. Haven't we done this before? In the past, there were times when Jiang Yan stole from them, and they didn't care too much about it, but they never saw him grow the slightest bit, and everyone thought that he was too good to eat and lazy to do anything, and when the rice was fed to his mouth, he didn't even dare to move. And Jiang Yan always liked to come to my room before. Disgusting. Who would like someone with this kind of nature? Seeing this, Zhang Luoluo asked rhetorically, what about Xiao Sun? Hasn't he been there too? It seems like he sneaked in as well. Why don't you talk about him? Keep targeting Jiang Yan? Chen Wanting began to stammer. That's different. It's possible that Xiao Sun just wanted to surprise me. What about the fact that Jiang Yan has also been to other people's rooms? Chen Wanting argued with reason. But Xiao Sun has also been there. Doesn't everyone just target Jiang Yan? Zhang Luoluo saw the situation and emphasized again. Don't you suspect that it was Xiao Sun who falsely accused Jiang Yan of stealing Lao Wu's clothes? Chen Wanting didn't know what to say for a moment. She really hadn't seen Jiang Yan touch her clothes with his own hands. All she had was Xiao Sun's side of the story, and when the two of them confronted each other. Have you never seen the injuries on Jiang Yan's body before? Zhang Luoluo looked at her and continued to ask with a cold smile. I know. Chen Wanting instantly came to life when she heard this question. Wasn't it Jiang Yan himself who went out and ran into a horrible injury? It's not our fault. Zhang Luoluo laughed. Jiang Yan's injuries were all inflicted by us. Don't you remember? Not only did he get beaten by us, but he had to suffer the pain of us transferring all the injuries to him. But what about us? We just filmed him hiding in a corner in tears like a discarded puppy licking his wounds and posted it on our so-called team group to make fun of his behavior. The things in the group, said Chen Wanting for a moment, not knowing how to answer. But what was he supposed to think then? When he knew that you laughed at everything he did and that you hated him? Isn't that enough to drive a child away? You have to know. When we started laughing at him, he was only 10 years old. But what he endured. And what Xiao Sun endured. Xiao Sun is like a baby with us, holding it for fear of melting. And Jiang Yan? We treat him as a teammate? Or even said to have been a human being? We're all a bunch of executioners pushing him to his death. Chen Wanting's body trembled, her face full of irritation. Who told him? I don't know. Zhang Luoluo suppressed her emotions. But this is not the root of our distortion of the truth. We are sorry for Jiang Yan, even if he really did a lot of wrong things. You've also seen where Jiang Yan lives outside. He'd rather stay in that place than come back to see us. See that thick layer of blood clots? It's all thanks to us. But couldn't he have come to us for treatment? Who told him to be so stupid as to seek us out? Can we not treat him? Chen Wanting retorted. Zhang Luoluo directly said angrily. You let him come to us for treatment? If he came to us, would you treat him? Or would you let old Seven? Neither of us will. He knows this. Even he knows that we won't treat him and will beat him up. But that's no reason for him to steal from us. Is it? My breakthrough was interrupted by him. Is that something that is my fault? Big sister. You're too biased. Aren't you? Questioning us because of Jiang Yan's tripe? Chen Wanting directly showed her cards when she saw that the theory wasn't working. Zhang Luoluo only felt ridiculous. I might know why Jiang Yan doesn't want to stay with us. This is actually something we both know. We don't want to stay with him at all. I've only told you about this matter. Lao San's character. He might just go ahead and break Jiang Yan's legs. And I'm just wondering why we're so hateful towards Jiang Yan. And when we've done this kind of human and godly thing to our own teammates and still don't know it. Chen Wanting looked at her big sister and thought she was crazy. She was beginning to panic. She had certainly done a lot of hateful things in the last 7 years. She flipped through her cell phone, which had the look of Jiang Yan covered in mud and water, which she had pushed that time. There was also a picture of Jiang Yan's head covered in blood from her beating, and they just laughed all the way to the bank. But Jiang Yan's initial intention every time seemed to be for them. It doesn't matter if it's covered in mud and water, or if it's beaten and bloodied. It seemed as if Jiang Yan trusted them very much every time, then went through with it regardless, and subsequently fell into the traps they dug, and was laughed at by a group of them. When did she become like this? That's when a cell phone appeared in front of her. Chen Wanting looked at the cell phone and only found it unfamiliar. She looked at her big sister quizzically. This is Jiang Yan's cell phone. It wasn't lost, it was just picked up by Lao San. Chen Wanting was stunned and picked up her cell phone. Not waiting for her to ask, Zhang Luoluo spoke directly. I know you hold a grudge against Jiang Yan for interrupting your chance to comprehend the breakthrough, but I don't think Jiang Yan would do that. There are a lot of chats in there, as well as a diary, which should have the answers you have. Zhang Luoluo sighed. Take a look. You should have misunderstood Jiang Yan. There is no password inside. Zhang Luoluo froze for a moment. She didn't feel that she had falsely accused Jiang Yan. Still, she opened her cell phone, and what she saw in it was a family photo. She frowned and found the chat log inside WeChat and read it. Jiang Yan, this is my second sister. Oh, isn't she pretty? She's the only talisman master inside the team? So powerful. Even though I don't understand it. I want to learn talismans from senior sister so badly but I'm so stupid. Senior sister doesn't want to teach me and even scolded me, which is probably motivating me. The moment she entered her eyes, Chen Wanting's brows furrowed in confusion as she looked at Zhang Luoluo. Big sister. What is this? Zhang Luoluo's eyes were red and swollen, as if she had recalled something bad. There's a lot more. Take your time to look. Chen Wanting hesitated for a moment, as if she was a bit afraid to look down. She was afraid that things would usher in a reversal, and she was afraid that all her previous treatment of Jiang Yan would be her crime. She used to be a university professor, with a figure as high and pure as a white swan. She didn't want to usher in a stain on her life, but curiosity drove her to keep looking. She didn't believe that what she had seen was fake. How could a person like Jiang Yan be kind to them? He was just a vampire who saw money. It's been sucking the blood out of their team and vilifying the nicest little June on their team. Chapter 27, Going for the Kill. Jiang Yan initially looked at her and him, their eyes filled with admiration and expectation, worshipping the fact that they could fight the terrible fears out there, looking forward to the fact that he could face the enemy with them. She couldn't believe it. She was scared. Chen Wanting weakly raised her eyes and asked, Jiang Yan, how is his injury? Regardless of not being as good, they did cause some of those injuries, but she didn't do it on purpose. Besides, Big Sister is one of them. Moreover, the captain didn't stop them from doing so, and even said that this was exercising Jiang Yan's ability to endure, for his own good, to sharpen his temperament. What's more, that day, the master just said 2 words to him, and he just talked back and wanted to leave them. Zhang Luoluo's complexion darkened at his words. I did not see any injuries on his body, and he may have been treated by his teammates. She suddenly opened her mouth as if she thought of something, but he's still very skinny. Did we not give Jiang Yan food before? No, right? Chen Wanting stammered as she opened her mouth to reply. Zhang Luoluo sniffed and lowered his head in contemplation. I'll ask the captain in a little while. By the way, why does Jiang Yan's realm advance and retreat? Do you know why that is? Chen Wanting shook her head. Then why did you take Jiang Yan to the B-rank ghost domain last time? Zhang Luoluo thought about the previous events one by one. Chen Wanting's suburb froze for a moment. That time I tell the truth. Well, sighed Chen Wanting. It's not my fault. That time I took him to the B-rank ghost domain because he kept bothering me, giving me all sorts of low-grade Dao weapons. That's not sending out screamers. I just thought I'd give him a little punishment, and then I locked him in and lit a ghost inviting incense. Just came back by myself. Chen Wanting seemed like a small child who had done something wrong with a low tone. What? Zhang Luoluo was furious. A B-grade ghost domain? There are countless ghosts in there. Most of them are Class B ghosts, and even more may exist Class A ghosts. And Lauer just threw him in like that? And lock him up and light the incense? Are you crazy? Zhang Luoluo could no longer restrain herself from roaring out. It's not my fault. Besides, doesn't he have a Dao weapon? Didn't he come back safe and sound? Chen Wanting spoke with her eyes lowered. Who told him to mess with me? He had to insult me every day with those lowly things. It's still Xiao Sun who's good. Xiao Sun comes to me and brings me some little things. Zhang Luoluo was infuriated. She really didn't expect Lauer to be able to do such a thing and still pretend to act like nothing happened. She even blamed Jiang Yan in turn. Jiang Yan was only rank D at that time. Are you still human? Zhang Luoluo cursed angrily. But you know all of this. What are you being mean to me for? Chen Wanting stared at her accusingly. A fragment flashed through Zhang Luoluo's mind as she sniffed, sitting paralyzed on the bed in a daze, as if her body had been drained of strength. We almost got Jiang Yan killed. So it turns out that I'm also the culprit, she murmured, her eyes gradually lax. But Xiao Sun, the things that were given to you should have all been grabbed from Jiang Yan. Why is the same thing treated differently? Chen Wanting bristled. Can that be robbing? Everything in the team belongs to Xiao Sun. Besides, Xiao Sun is our teammate. Isn't it right for him to come to me? Zhang Luoluo no longer wanted to communicate with Lauer. You go back. As for the 2-day record, I will send it to you. I hope that when everything comes to light, you will still be so calm. Hiccup, said Fatty Wang, picking at his teeth with a toothpick and wrapping one arm around Jiang Yan. Yanzi, how's it going? Your fat brother's handiwork is pretty good, isn't it? Jiang Yan laughed. It's indeed delicious. It's been a long time since I've had such a sumptuous meal. Wu Xia propped up a chair and came over. Don't they feed you when you're inside your team? Jiang Yan seemed to be evoked by some bad memories and smiled bitterly. I found all the food myself, and then they even asked me to go find food for them. Ha? So not human? Fatty Wang hammered the table. So did you look for it? Jiang Yan nodded. Looking for it? I bring up going to hunt ghosts every time to exchange for money for them. It's just that I can only manage one low-level one in half a day. Barely enough to prepare a meal for them. Ha? Wu Qi felt his 3 senses being challenged. What about unprepared? Jiang's speech was stuffed for a moment. Not knowing how to open his mouth, he could only peel off the clothes on his arm. In an instant, Wu Qi and the others all looked unforgiving. Only Jiang Yan's arm was hideously scarred with knife and sword wounds. Only the wounds were all gone. and the mere traces could not be eliminated. But still, such extensive wounds made them blush. Wu Qi slapped the table heavily. I can't stand it. Fatty, can you do something big? Fatty Wang roared. I couldn't stand it anymore a long time ago. Jiang Yan, if you give the order, I'll immediately bring my little brother to cut them down. Xiao Xiao then used his hand to lift the back of Jiang Yan's clothes. Little brother's pupils instantly shrunk. Look at this. Jiang Yan's heart soured as he watched his little brother's movements. Wu Qi and Fatty walked straight up to have a look. A huge slash across Jiang Yan's back ran the entire length of his spine. It was hard for them to imagine the miserable life Jiang Yan had led before. Jiang Yan, you're such an animal. No wonder you don't join us every time you take a bath. I thought you had some hidden disease. Fatty Wang pointed at Jiang Yan and cursed. I didn't mean to hide it from you guys. I was just afraid of scaring you. Jiang Yan spoke with a bitter smile. Wu Qi knocked Jiang Yan's brain. Good for you, kid. You're a match for little brother. Wu Qi just wanted to flash his little brother's tattoo to scare Jiang Yan. But turn your head and see no one. Where did little brother run off to? But a beam of light shone through the doorway, illuminating the entire room. They looked over in unison. The little brother was found standing in the doorway with his back to them. The black and gold ancient sword was held in his hand, and dazzling light refracted from the blade with a piercing cold light. The little brother looked sideways at the crowd, his eyes sharp as if they were trying to penetrate this horrible mess. His dull whisper as cold and handsome as death in hell, but overbearing. Go kill someone. Zhang Luolua was lost in thought as she walked out of the room and found Zhang Pei, who was in the process of changing the wound bandage. Zhang Pei looked at Zhang Luolua with a suspicious expression. What's wrong? I saw that you didn't look right in the morning. Did Jiang Yan bully you? I don't blame Jiang Yan. I just want to know why Jiang Yan is so skinny. I don't think I've ever seen him at the dinner table. Zhang Luoluo opened the door. She had gradually become numb. These teammates treated Jiang Yan consistently with blame. Was there nothing that Jiang Yan could be proud of in their eyes? And in the past, why didn't Jiang Yan tell them that he had an overwhelming talent? That way they could definitely notice him. That way Jiang Yan wouldn't leave them like he did now. Food? Doesn't he have big fish and meat every day? Zhang Pei seemed to be infuriated and didn't even bandage his wounds. He goes out every day to get food and ends up coming back to feed us this garbage. He doesn't even have us in his sights, and he himself takes the big fish to eat at his Thai place. Zhang Pei looked back at Zhang Luoluo. You found him? Chapter 28. The monitor has been fixed. I'm good. Right. Zhang Luoluo didn't answer. She felt that now was not the time to clarify with the captain. Right now they were still incredibly disgusted with Jiang Yan. If she'd told herself she'd found it, she'd have picked him right back up and beaten him violently. But, let's not talk about whether or not we can find it again. I'm afraid that the man in the black clothes and hat is a match for the captain. It might not be as powerful as the captain, but Jiang Yan would certainly hate them with a passion. She pondered for a moment and spoke. I didn't find Jiang Yan. I was just thinking that I had never seen him at dinner before, which is why I inquired if there wasn't any food. Humph. It's best if we didn't find it. Zhang Pei sniffed his eyes grimly. If I find it, I'll have to waste him. We've suffered so much in the past few days. He can just turn it over when he says Jiang Yan can turn it over? You're giving me a hard time for talking to him, aren't you? I should have broken his legs so he couldn't walk. Zhang Luoluo froze, as if she knew the captain for the first time. It was clearly Lao San and the others who had slandered them, and the captain obviously knew it. So how could she blame it on Jiang Yan now? Luo Xiufei seemed to have noticed this side, came over and looked at Zhang Luoluo. Big sister, don't you know that Brother Yan doesn't have a bit of money left on him after he tired to take ghost items to exchange them for ghost coins to get us ready for a day's worth of food? No? Zhang Luoluo's pupils instantly contracted. I don't know? She instantly looked at Zhang Pei. Captain, is everything Lao Qi said true? Zhang Pei continued bandaging without a care in the world. That's true, but who knows if he would have hidden the ghost coins, and I've already done my best by not confiscating them for him. He used to steal away one of my S-rank Dao weapons. I don't know how long he'll be able to eat it. I'm afraid he's been eating a lot of big fish and meat all these years. I was counting his bones all fee, and refused to admit that he stole them. The more Zhang Pei said, the more angry he became, and he hated to eat Jiang Yan alive. Luo Xiufei smacked her lips. Captain, you didn't see Brother Yin steal it. You only believed Chen Yu's side of the story. Who saw it? So maybe Chen Yu stole it to frame Brother Yin? Zhang Pei seemed to have been nudged to the point of anger and instantly stood up and pointed at her with a very explosive voice. Old Seven, do you know what kind of words you're saying right now? You're questioning your teammates. What did I tell you before? Teammates are like your right-hand man. In this world, more trustworthy than your relatives. I don't want to hear similar words in the future. He was so angry that he didn't want to look at Luo Xiufei anymore. And as if Luo Xiufei didn't hear, she waved her hand towards Zhang Luoluo. As you can see, in fact, big sister, let me tell you, Brother Yan hasn't eaten with us since the first time he came to the dinner table. Zhang Luoluo saw this and pulled Luo Xiufei up. Xiufei, I have some things to ask you about Xiao Sun. Come over here, she said and glanced at Zhang Pei's reaction. Hearing that Xiao Sun's face was clearly somewhat better, she was especially glad now that she had just made the choice to not tell the team where Jiang Yan was going. Otherwise, just with the captain's attitude towards Jiang Yan, surely Jiang Jiang would definitely be injured. And if captured and returned, Jiang Yan's days would surely be as tormented as hell. That little brother shouldn't be able to block it. Zhang Luoluo pulled Luo Xiufei to reach a deserted place and bitterly inquired. Old 7, give me a breakdown of what you just said. Luo Xiufei stared at her suspiciously, thinking, how come this high and mighty big sister has the free time to care about Jiang Yan now? She had just gone up to take a look out of curiosity, not realizing that her big sister was so perverse. Did big sister really find Jiang Yan? She looked tense, but was relieved to think that her big sister hadn't just told the captain about Brother Yan's address. She took a deep breath to open her mouth and sighed. Big sister, don't you remember Brother Yan wiping his nose the first time he ate at the table? I know, what's wrong? Haven't all of us wiped it off? Chen Yu even sprayed the whole table once. Zhang Luoluo looked strange, not understanding what Luo Xiufei meant. Luo Xiufei spoke sourly. Just because Brother Yan wiped his nose in a single move, the captain said he was dirty and directly scolded him for not knowing what cleanliness is, punishing him for preparing meals for the whole team in the future, and even forbidding him to eat on the table. Then Brother Yan never came to the table again. But when Brother Yan tried to chuck some of his meal to eat elsewhere by himself, the captain smacked his hand again in reprimand, and said he should find it by himself, and that it was shameful of Brother Yan to try to eat without doing anything. Zhang Luoluo Duo's expression gradually floated up, and his eyebrows were even more deeply furrowed. So Jiang Yan has never had a complete meal with us? Zhang Luoluo's expression gradually drifted into a trance. It seemed like he really hadn't seen Jiang Yan appear in their line of sight during meals after that. Moreover, they didn't seem to mind when Chen Yu sprayed a table with food that time, and they just had old 7 find Jiang Yan and ask him to make another table. And they were still afraid that Chen Yu would be sad and blame himself. They were all coaxing him over there, telling him not to care. She only felt a coldness in her heart, and it was hard for her to imagine how helpless Jiang Yan should have been at that time. She seemed to remember Lao Qi not being found. The captain himself, seeing Jiang Yan eating bad buns from who knows where, just staring at them. The captain went straight up and kicked him down, staring at him with a face full of anger, scolding him if he was pretending to be pitiful, eating bad buns, and others who didn't know thought that they were treating him badly. Zhang Luoluo couldn't suppress the emotions in her heart. Her eyes shed tears of regret. She sniffled. So he's eating steamed buns every day? Luo Xiufei frowned with a somewhat strange expression as she watched Zhang Luoluo shed tears. She suddenly felt the whole world brighten up. In her heart, she really felt bad for Brother Yan. All these people one by one took Brother Yan's payment while coming to verbally attack Brother Yan. She finally realized the meaning of what it meant to be wicked. Luo Xiufei was in a good mood. Brother Yan. But just as she was about to open her mouth, the captain came over looking even more strange. What are you talking about? Zhang Luoluo turned her head to look at Zhang Pei and wiped her eyes and opened her mouth. It's fine. I'll just ask Jiang Yan what he used to eat in our place. Zhang Pei was instantly enraged. Eat? Does he deserve to eat? Every time Xiao Sun can't bear it, he goes to ask him to eat. And what's the result? Xiao Sun comes back every time and cries in aggravation. I ask him and he doesn't say anything. Isn't it obvious? He must have scolded Xiao Sun all over again. Thanks to Xiao Sun worrying that he couldn't get enough to eat, I asked Xiao Sun afterward, and Xiao Sun told me that Jiang Yan was in his room stealing spirit fruits exchanged by the team. Zhang Luoluo froze and looked at the captain. Now she knew how it felt to be treated differently. This was clearly Chen Yu slandering Jiang Yan. I remember that Brother Yan's room has surveillance. Why don't we take a look? Luo Xiufei seemed to have thought of some key point, but at this time, Chen Yu came out of nowhere to interrupt a few people. The surveillance in Brother Yan's bedroom seems to be broken. What were you guys chatting about just now? Did you find Brother Yan? Then let's go and find Brother Jiang Yan. I've thought of how to apologize to him, and this time I will definitely persuade Brother Jiang Yan to come back. His look of excitement almost fooled Luo Xiufei into it. Luo Xiufei swept her eyes cunningly at Chen Yu, and laughed coldly in her heart. She could still not understand Chen Yu's little trick. She spoke directly. I know. I fixed it for a long time ago. I'm great, right? Especially to prevent Brother Yan from doing something outrageous behind our backs. Fixed it early for us to watch. Her tone once again raised her gaze provocatively at Chen Yu. Isn't that right, Chen Yu little brother? Chapter 29. Could it be that he blames us for treating him badly? As soon as these words came out, Chen Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning as he smiled and spoke. Brother Jiang Yan is definitely not that kind of person. Didn't the captain say that we should trust our teammates? How can we not trust Brother Jiang Yan? He said that he was going to go forward and take Zhang Luoluo's hand. Big sister. Let's go find brother Jiang Yan. He must be suffering a lot outside right now. However, Zhang Luoluo's face darkened as he directly dodged Chen Yu's hand and looked at Luo Xiaofei. Old 7. Lead the way. But Zhang Pei looked at that scene just now and was even more furious as he looked at Zhang Luoluo. Boss, why are you avoiding Xiao Sun? Are you being compelled by Jiang Yan? Why so abnormal today? He was trembling with anger. Chen Yu saw this and rushed up to assist. Pei, don't be angry. Maybe brother Jiang Yan doesn't want to see me. You guys go and bring him back. I'll automatically quit. There's also big sister. His eyes squeezed tears as if he had been wronged in some big way. Big sis should just not want me to touch her. I'm the one who made big sis angry. Luo Xiaofei rolled her eyes looking at Chen Yu's pompous acting. She wondered if the rest of their team was brain dead. Before this was all they could believe what he said. My big Captain Lo. You guys in the end do not see the speech brothers monitoring? Zhang Pei's eyes instantly widened. How do you talk to me? Then he pacified Chen Yu who was at the side. Xiaosun, don't cry. We'll take it out on you. Jiang Yan is nothing but a waste of space. It's the same with or without him. You mustn't be presumptuous. He said and looked at Luo Xiaofei. Lao Qi, lead the way. You find all the restaurant's security cameras by the way. I'd like to see if Jiang Yan is stealing food behind our backs. Luo Xiaofei rolled her eyes and spat in her heart. But it was really a family. Got it. Luo Xiaofei sneered in her heart and went back to her room to pull out a laptop and get it on the hall table. Zhang Pei angry tucked his waist. This completely wasted. First, not to mention shouting at him to eat and not eating, now even behind our backs to steal food. Simply incomprehensible. How old is he to do such a shameless thing? Are we so petty in his eyes? Zhang Luoluo didn't say anything, just staring at the screen that was gradually turning on. Chen Yu's face was a bit ugly at this time. Why don't we just stop watching? I'm sure brother Yan must have a bitter reason. Luo Xiaofei adjusted the screen while flirting with her eyes. Look. Why don't you look? Don't you all want to know? I'll let you all have a feast for your eyes right away. How brother Ian betrayed us. How he enjoyed the food alone by himself. She immediately identified the video. She put the screen in front of them. My good teammate? Within the past 2 years, Yan has never shown up at the dinner table. He's always been sneaking food in his room, or secretly packing up all the food he's going to dump when he's done washing up and going back to his room to eat it himself. She raised her eyebrows slightly. Shall I recount it again? What? Zhang Pei slapped the table loudly. Here's another video of Yan eating leftovers in the middle of the night, about 12 o'clock at night, sneaking around the corner. But, Luo Xiaofei said and then looked at Xinjiang, but third sister. She just came back at this time, and when she saw brother Yan, she went up and kicked him, and poured rice all over him. Her eyes were slightly provocative as she looked at Chen Zhang's embarrassed appearance. There is such a thing, isn't there? My good third sister. Then I was thinking it was a rat that scared me. Who knew it was Jiang Yan? He scared me and blamed me? Can't he just eat the leftovers with honor? Chen Jiang retorted reasonably. Luo Xiaofei looked at Chen Jiang and tapped the screen with a sneer. This is the picture you guys created because brother Yan wiped his nose down on your back end. Chen Yu sprayed a table. What did you guys say? What has Ian been subjected to? And how can your hearts be so skewed? Chen Yu was aggrieved at this time. I was careless at that time. Brother Yan seemed to have added chili pepper to my meal that time. So Zhang Pei opened his mouth. Why are you blaming Xiao Sun? He didn't do it on purpose. Besides, can't Jiang Yan eat in the middle of the night in a bright manner? Scared Lao San to death. Not breaking his legs is even a good thing. He stared at the screen. Just the way he's acting pathetic. Who wouldn't be disgusted to see him? And he's not coming to the table for dinner when I tell him not to? I didn't see him being so obedient when he betrayed us. Luo Xiaofei spread her hands. I seem to remember brother Yan requesting with you to go up to the table to clip some dishes to eat on the side by himself. But the captain seemed to say at that time, what kind of meal is there to eat? Find it by yourself. Zhang Pei opened his mouth. I said something like that? I don't know about that. After all, there's nothing we can say that's going to win you back. She then tapped the keyboard again. This is the video that appeared during Yan's last meal. He was ready to go out that day with the steamed buns, but you guys stopped him. Brother Ian thought you guys were going to ask him to eat at that time, but you guys asked him what he was holding in his hand, and then brother Ian took something out, only for you guys to directly snatch the steamed buns over and stomp on the soles of your feet. Do you realize that this is a day's worth of rations for brother Yan? She roared from the bottom of her heart. She still remembers the appearance of Yan's aggrieved brother who didn't dare to cry out, silently bowing his head and stuffing the trampled and moldy steamed buns into his pocket, apologizing and crying. Zhang Pei was getting less and less confident. Then can we be blamed for him not eating? Doesn't he secretly leave a few ghost coins every day? Luo Xiaofei looked annoyed as she picked out another video. This is a video from brother Yan's room. Brother Yan is packing up his belongings. Did you see the ghost coins? Not a single one. I asked brother Yan. but he didn't say a word about it, so I just don't believe that those 3 ghost coins can disappear out of thin air. Only then did Qin Jiang retort, then maybe he's spending money outside. No, I saw it once. Luo Xiaofei picked out another video. This one is of Brother Yan going out once, only to have you, third sister, to stop him and take away his ghost coins. Chen Jiang froze for a moment. She seemed to remember, but all she could remember was that she was showing off in the group to come, and then discussing with a few sisters about whoever was going to grab it one day, and saying that it must not be a good thing for Jiang Yan to go out with the ghost coins. Then we're doing him a favor. Zhang Pei slammed the table, his face full of anger. Stop arguing. This Jiang Yan, pretending to be pitiful with us, right? He's simply lawless, lacks discipline, and doesn't even eat his meals. He looked at Zhang Luoluo angrily. Boss, have you already found Jiang Yan? Where is he? Tell me. I'll definitely go and capture Jiang Yan and force him to ask why he did it. Do you blame us for treating him badly? Chapter 30, The Child Who Cried Alone. He doesn't eat all day. Who is he pretending to be? If I don't break his legs, I won't be this captain in the future. Zhang Pei's angry look glared at Zhang Luoluo, not daring to speak. He didn't dare to say that he had found Jiang Yan. She was afraid that by then, Brother Yan would have his legs broken, and possibly along with his teammates, he would be brutally killed. She was seeing less and less of the captain these days. He was obviously so gentle and humble when he first joined and everything would be about them. But how and why did it turn out like this now? Boss is talking to you? Where is Jiang Yan? Zhang Luoluo shook her head. I didn't discover Jiang Yan's whereabouts, and went out only to see Jiang Yan's layers of blood feeling grief. Zhang Pei snorted coldly upon hearing this, suppressing the anger in his heart. It's best if this is the case. If I find Jiang Yan's traces, I'll make sure that he has a good time. As for the injuries on that body of his, doesn't he know to go to Old Six for treatment? Or take the healing elixir? Speaking of which, we don't seem to have any more healing elixir in our team. So which one of you has the time to go exchange it? But the crowd shook their heads. Zhang Pei suppressed his anger. Then who used to go for the exchange? Zhang Luoluo spoke. It's always been Jiang Yan, but ever since Jiang Yan awakened his abilities, the captain hasn't let Brother Yan exchange pills. Instead he's been exchanging injuries for him. As she spoke, she thought again of the blood-stained black clots in that place, and she couldn't contain her emotions, her eyes reddening. Zhang Pei grunted coldly. That's what he should have done. Besides, we don't have many injuries. How could he have gotten that medium black blood? Isn't it obvious that he wants to frame us and then give him ghost coins for compensation? Chen Jiang was even more positive. That's right. At the expense of us worrying about him. I didn't expect him to be this kind of person. Luo Xiaofei spoke breathlessly at this time. Most of the injuries on Brother Yan's body did come from his own injuries. Chen Jiang heard this on the force. See, I did not frame Jiang Yan. His own injuries themselves do not go to treatment. To hear to blame us not, his heart can be really deep. No wonder he framed Xiao Sun every time. Alas, how did we get into such a teammate? Zhang Pei exasperatedly said. At that time, I also saw his ability. Otherwise I wouldn't have taken him in from that orphanage hole to enjoy the blessings. Luo Xiaofei looked at their mouths and hit the keyboard again to find a video. This one is a video of Brother Yan taking off his clothes. When Chen Jiang heard this, he seemed to have heard something disgusting and turned around directly. Old 7, what are you showing us this kind of thing for? He's so dirty. Surely he doesn't know how many disgusting things he has on his body. But Zhang Pei looked at Luo Xiaofei suspiciously. What are you doing, Old 7? But at this moment, Chen Yu went up to the computer and tried to turn it off. Everyone just don't look at Brother Yan's private secrets. It's not good for his reputation. We can't be the kind of people who pry into other people's privacy. But the hand he had just extended was knocked away by Luo Xiaofei, who was one step ahead of him. Don't you guys want to see Brother Yan's injuries? Isn't this it? She said and directly clicked away. On the screen, Jiang Yan walked into the room, still holding a rag that was broken beyond repair. He started by biting the rag in his mouth, but cold sweat was already dampening his forehead as if he was suffering from something. He slowly and carefully unbuttoned his shirt, gritting his teeth as if each movement was as painful as a million arrows piercing his heart. When the clothes were all off, the whole body was displayed in front of them. The stab wounds that went to the bone and the bloody spine. He took a paper towel and dipped it in the green sticky stuff and applied it to the wound on his body. But the moment he touched the wound, his face gradually grimaced, but he didn't even scream. He just gasped for breath as he tore his lungs out. A large amount of sweat slapped against his already reddened cheeks. He gritted his teeth, even as the slightest trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He gently rubbed the green sticky herb on the wound, but as he wiped it, he could no longer bear the pain and fainted. Waking up again after a while, he once again bit the rag in his mouth, trembling his whitened lips, and died to vent all the pain on the rag. The supposedly white rag had been poured with bright red by Zhang Yan's bite. He shuddered again, as if he could pass out at any moment, and put his clothes back on. Pulling the moldy buns out of his arms again, he hid in the corner of the bed and choked on his food. He wanted to regain some of his strength. He was afraid. He was afraid that if he went to sleep he would never wake up again. But as he ate, his tears had long soaked the buns, his whitened lips trembled, and the buns were stained bright red with the blood that spilled from his mouth. But the next second he collapsed on the bed again with both eyes white. This concludes the video. Luo Xiaofei no longer knew how to describe her feelings at the moment. She had cried the entire night when she first watched it. She also wanted to help Brother Yin, but no matter what it was, if the captain found out, Brother Yin would surely not be spared a beating. She didn't dare to help Brother Yin in the back, and could only look at him with heartache. It seems the day was also Yan's birthday, his 11th birthday. All the while, these teammates of theirs were out hosting a grand banquet for Xiao Sun. As for Zhang Luoluo, who had watched all this, her eyes had long been stained, and she thought of the various words in Zhang Yan's cell phone that showed off her. She felt so animal. How could she do such a thing? As for Zhang Pei, he watched the video for a long time without being able to speak, but he still said angrily, "Doesn't he know how to heal his wounds? He doesn't know to ask me for ghost coins to exchange for healing medicine? He's pretending to be pitiful with me? And now he's even using the video to trick me into sympathizing?" Luo Xiaofei was bitter. "But Captain, when Brother Yan asked you for it, you beat him up. Brother Yin was still wounded, but you kicked him down with the slightest bit of mercy, and that time Brother Yin didn't get up for half an hour. And when I tried to help him, you told me not to help him, saying that he was pretending to be pitiful. I'll ask you, Captain, do you treat Brother Yin as a teammate or not? And don't you know if he's pretending to be pitiful or not? And that herb Brother Yin got, do you know where he obtained it from? It was found around the grave of an A-ranked ghost. Dr. Blackheart, do you think he's faking it?" Zhang Pei exasperatedly said. "Then can't you go in exchange for pills? For him to use?" Luo Xiaofei turned her head and didn't want to look at Zhang Pei. "My good Captain, I wanted to medicate Brother Yan, but you were all set to beat him to death." Zhang Luoluo looked at this scene and had long since cried into tears. "It's us who owe him. We don't deserve to be his teammates." Chen Yu walked up at this time to comfort. "Big sister, it's not our fault. Brother Yan probably made Brother Pei angry at that time, and he got all his injuries on his own." The Captain Ben said that he would take care of his own injuries, and that he should develop the habit of being independent. Only then did Zhang Pei ease his face. "You see how sensible Xiao Sun is, and still blame me? His own injuries he did not cure himself, who to blame? Still not want to pretend to be poor from me to cheat the benefits. They just had to grab a point to justify themselves, and then put all the blame on Zhang Yan's body in a worse way." To Luo Xiaofei, they were simply more chilling than any terror. She kind of broke her heart to these people. Who would want to give their back to such teammates? Luo Xiaofei spoke with a smile. "Most of Brother Kayan's injuries can be attributed to you guys." Chapter 31, Die With Us. Zhang Luoluo's heart trembled when she heard this, and it was very unpleasant. "Yeah, I owe these injuries to them." Instead, their teammates, stood and blamed Zhang Yan. During these 7 years, Zhang Yan was afraid that he didn't know how many times he had been severely beaten by them for various reasons, but Zhang Peiji was full of indifference. So what? This little injury. Resist a little past. A little injury cannot be cured. What use does he have? These injuries are his own fault. If he hadn't provoked us, could we have beaten him? If he was honest and 1/10 as well behaved and understanding as Little Sun, how could he have been beaten? Little Xian has stayed with us for so long, and made a single wrongdoing? All the same age. How the gap is so big. He deserved their own suffering. Luo Xiaofei didn't retort because she felt like she was farting if she did. After all, those who pretend to be asleep can never be woken up. And Zhang Luoluo had her head lowered at the moment, but the tears on her face hadn't diminished in the slightest. "Luo." Zhang Pei looked at Zhang Luoluo with a vicious brow. "You go and get Zhang Yan back for me. This rabid brat. You want to walk away after making such a big mistake?" Zhang Pei spoke ferociously. "Just want to leave? I want to let him know that in this world, besides us, who else would want him? A punk who only knows how to act pitifully to drain us of our utilization value? Come back, I'll make sure he pays for this. Not only did he steal my S-grade Dao weapon, but he even did this kind of thing. It's really becoming more and more lawless." Zhang Luoluo's beautiful eyes instantly trembled as she heard this, her tone stiffening. But Brother Yan is no longer our teammate, so why are we still looking for him?" She is now very afraid that Zhang Yan will be severely beaten as soon as she comes back, and she can't catch it even if she goes by herself. Quit? So what if he withdraws from the clan? Zhang Pei's beard flew straight up in anger. He thinks he's free just because he quit the team? He snorted coldly. In this huge world of terror, even if he ran to the ends of the earth, he wouldn't be as safe as this place of ours. He's an incapable mortal. How do I want to pin him down isn't simple. When he comes back, if he still thinks about quitting the team, I'll have to cure him of his whole body. Is the captain trying to crack all of Brother Yan's bones once again? Luo Xiaofei's face showed displeasure at this time. No, Luo Xiaofei was relieved when she heard this. Fortunately, her senior brother's ability hadn't recovered yet, so she definitely couldn't hide from the captain's pursuit. Besides, there was still terror outside attacking at any time, and there was a high probability that her senior brother would be recaptured, so she had to protect Brother Yan this time. No matter what she said, they're a bunch of people who eat people's bones. However, Zhang Luoluo was not the least bit afraid and met Zhang Pei's gaze and directly yelled, "Captain, what has Zhang Yan become? Why do you still want to teach him a lesson? Is his whole body bad in your eyes? I was his captain. I'm the one who brought him back from that dirty orphanage. I'm the one who taught him how to behave. And now, everything I do is for his own good." Zhang Pei's eyes were cold and stern. Zhang Luoluo looked at the captain's face filled with a taken-for-granted look. Her heart felt as cold as if she had been thrown into an ice cellar, and her eyes grew redder and redder. Zhang Yan is in our team, with no clothes to wear, no food to eat, and even a mere 3 ghost coins a month. It's all up for grabs by us. The guilt grew on her face as she spoke. He's not even an animal with us. We've taught him nothing, given him nothing, all we've had is uncapped humiliation and beatings. Zhang Luoluo. Zhang Pei gritted his teeth at Zhang Luoluo's angry accusation. What the hell is wrong with you now? I'm your captain. How do you talk to me? Zhang Yan was brought back by me. I was the one who gave him a warm place to stay in this horrible world. Have you been given some kind of mesmerizing soup by Zhang Yan, captain? But what about your most basic attitude towards your teammates? Zhang Yan is gone. He's not coming back anymore. And his powers have been restored. Zhang Pei's heart skipped a beat when he heard the word ability recovery. His heart was excited but also a little anxious because ability recovery would then mean that he would be recruited by other teams. Still, he laughed coldly in his heart. With Zhang Yan's nature, he was afraid that he would be ostracized wherever he went. Zhang Luoluo looked at Zhang Pei and sneered. And he has already found a team. But Zhang Pei was like strategizing without the slightest fear. So what? Now I'm afraid I don't know where the corner is crying. However, Zhang Pei still chortled in a cold voice. Zhang Luoluo, I'll give you a mission today. Bring Zhang Yan back to me. Captain, do you want to trap Zhang Yan to death in our team so badly? Zhang Luoluo couldn't help but say. Why do you hate him so much? What exactly did he do to piss you off? Want to kill him so badly? Zhang Pei was like a lit pop candle instantly catching fire. Zhang Luoluo, do you know what you're talking about? I put him to death? With that stinking problem of his, he can't even be cured under my watch. And if he stays out there for a few days, he'll still be bullied to death by the others? Don't blame me. I brought him back for his own good. Just the way he's such a loser now. He can leave the team after a few words. If he's not properly coached and tempered, he might be able to backstab us all in the future. Zhang Luoluo only found it funny, but he's more tormented living than dying in our place. Captain, you don't like him and everyone hates him. Why can't we just let him go once? Just as letting ourselves go once. He's at least alive out there. Zhang Luoluo. Zhang Pei clapped his hands and bellowed. You mean I didn't give him a chance to live? Zhang Luoluo froze. He looked at Zhang Pei's angry look. Just like this. Can you say that Zhang Yan has a chance to live when he comes back? I'm all about him now. You know? Haven't you noticed he's getting more tolerant now? Even if he doesn't appreciate me. You're getting all worked up with me. He looked at Zhang Luoluo with cold eyes and eyes slightly narrowed dangerously. Or do you want to leave the team as well? Zhang Luoluo instantly felt as if her heart had been pierced through. I don't dare. It's just that Zhang Yan had suffered too much in the past, and I think he's doing quite well outside. Pretty good? That's just on the surface. Regarding Zhang Yan's obnoxious nature, as long as his nature is exposed, once is fine. More times, he won't even know where to die. Zhang Pei spoke with a straight face, as if he was really thinking for Zhang Yan. But Zhang Luoluo knew deep down that Zhang Pei was just looking for an excuse to comfort himself for what he had done. I don't know where Zhang Yan is. I can't find him. Zhang Luoluo directly refused. Zhang Pei instantly laughed coldly and retreated a few steps. Looks like you're blaming me? Chen Yu rushed up and tried to get closer to Zhang Luoluo to persuade her not to make the captain angry again. But Zhang Luoluo threw away her sleeves once again. Chen Yu instantly didn't know how to move and stood there aggrieved. Seeing this, Zhang Pei's anger immediately rose, like an exploding volcano pointing at her and yelling, Zhang Luoluo, I'm telling you, I don't care if you know where Zhang Yan is or not. I'm putting my words here today. If you can't find Zhang Yan and don't bring him back to me, I'll personally take action to find him and waste him to stay with us forever. Chapter 32, Fatten Up Before Killing. Zhang Luoluo didn't know how she left the territory. She walked aimlessly outside as if her soul had been hooked away. At this time, Chen Wanning caught up from behind. Big sister, don't be angry with the captain, he's just too worried about Jiang Yan being bullied outside. Zhang Luoluo laughed coldly. How come they weren't clear about the current situation now and worried about Jiang Yan being bullied outside? He's worried that there's no one on the team to give them an unconditional injury replacement if there's an injury, right? They had drained Jiang Yan's value over and over again, and as a result, after people couldn't stand to leave, they didn't let others go. She sniffled and looked at Zhang Lolo. Did you read what I sent you? Ha! Chen Wanting visibly froze for a moment. Nope. Zhang Luoluo turned her head. You'll know everything when you read it. Where are you going? Big sister? Chen Wanting saw her big sister leave and wondered if she had really gone to catch Jiang Yan. Zhang Luoluo didn't say anything as she covered her crying red nose and quickly disappeared into the hazy mist. She didn't know how to choose. She really didn't want to bring Jiang Yan back. She knew very well what kind of pain he would suffer after she brought him back. But could those three people really protect Jiang Yan? Perhaps they really might just be using Jiang Yan. His ability was so special after all. But if she didn't complete the mission and bring Jiang Yan back, the captain would definitely step in. He had already broken through the SS rank, and even had a SS rank Dao artifact in his possession. It was impossible for those three to resist even if they were strong. Probably didn't even dare to fight before giving up Jiang Yan. She pondered over all the possibilities and silently made up her mind that she would bring Jiang Yan back. Old Seven had no animosity towards Jiang Yan either, and when he returned to the group, the big deal was that Old Seven and I were protecting him. Captain, they would stop bullying Jiang Yan. But, would Jiang Yan really follow her back? She sniffled. Her eyes reddened, and she crouched down in a corner and sobbed lowly. Yes, how could Jiang Yan come back with himself? She covered her reddened nose and pulled out Jiang Yan's cell phone, once again scanning up the chats in it. Inside the memo, Jiang Yan recorded everyone's preferences. She wiped at her tears trying to keep them from wetting her eyes. It says, most beloved big sister. She clicked on it, and underneath was a record of various bits and pieces and recorded photos of her from before, some with videos documenting him and herself. He labeled each thing with a note about the do's and don'ts involved. Big sister is dressed so beautifully today. He took Chen Yu and I out to look for fire spirit fruit today. Ugh. I heard it's for Chen Yu's breakthrough. Why did Big Sister let me go to lure the ghost by myself? But I went for Big Sister's sake. But the ghosts were very strong. My back was scorched by that burnt ghost. It smells so good. I want to eat meat so much. It's been more than 4 years since I've eaten meat. How? Why did Big Sister pick the fire spirit fruit and leave with Chen Yu? Is it because she doesn't want me anymore? Why is she so protective of Chen Yu? Big Sister seems to have really left. But why did she throw me a loop when she left? The circle seems to be trapping me. And the burning ghost seems puzzled. So hungry, it's been 3 days. Why hasn't Big Sister come to my rescue yet? How? Did the burnt ghost pass me a roast chicken? It's so delicious. Ugh. This ghost is so good. I haven't eaten since I came to the team. It's been 5 days. How come no one is still here? Have they encountered any difficulties? Then they must not care about me. Life is important. It's been 7 days. And I looked at what I look like on my cell phone. And my back is burnt. But I seem to have gained a little weight. The circle that Big Sister gave me seemed to be out of order. So I could finally leave. But the burning ghost seemed to see something fat and wanted to eat me. And that's when I realized that he wanted to fatten me up before he ate me. I almost died. My whole body was burned. It hurt so much. But everyone must have been so worried about me that I had to go back. But the moment I saw my teammates at home happy for Chen Yu's breakthrough, I felt quite happy, and sad. They turned out not to care about me at all. The back carried a picture of him all burnt up. And behind him were the ones who were celebrating for Chen Yu. But Jiang Yan still braced himself and barely managed to squeeze out a smile. She remembered that time. They seemed to be surprised when they saw Jiang Yan, because at that time, she had never thought that Jiang Yan could come back alive. But the smell of burning, and the pungent stench can make them sick. The captain directly turned him away. And the back do not know what happened. He stood in the door soaking wet, knocking on the door. That time, she was actually holding out to exchange Jiang Yan's life for the fire spirit fruit. Actually, the fire spirit fruit wasn't precious and could be exchanged for a few hundred ghost coins, but her consciousness just felt that Jiang Yan's life was just cheap and light. There are a couple of sentences after that seem to be caveats. Big Sister doesn't like the smell of burning. Big Sister wasted a Dao weapon for me. I'm going to find a better one for Big Sister. Big Sister prefers Chen Yu, or less conflict with Chen Yu. What he wants to give him is, Big Sister, I'm so tired. How nice it would have been if I had been eaten by Brother Burning Ghost at that time. The passage hit her like a hammer on the tip of her heart. Tears slipped from the corners of his eyes as if they were breaking the bank. She wants to get back Jiang Yan. She wants to make up for Jiang Yan. To make up for all the bullying Jiang Yan suffered in the past. She had to snatch Jiang Yan back. Otherwise the captain himself would surely injure him. She stood up as if she had a direction, looking at the hazy mist in the distance and resolutely walking towards the direction where Jiang Yan appeared last time. I'm sorry Jiang Yan. It's me, the big sister, who didn't do a good job. It's big sister who is ashamed of you. Big sister shouldn't have left you there. Should have been the first to save you. Little brother. As Jiang Yan looked at the light, his heart was pleased, but he couldn't be so selfish. Zhang Pei was on the verge of breaking through the SS level some time ago, and now he was afraid that he had already completed his advancement, so it would be a loss to go hard now. Now completely unaware of the strength of the two parties, he didn't want to put them in danger for himself. Little brother, come back. Let's go and raise our realm first, not to fight an unprepared battle. Jiang Yan looked at Zheng Qiling. Wu Xia came up, thinking that it was right. Hard Kong plunged into not work. If Jiang Yan was taken by the other party again, that would be the worst result. Fatty Wang directly stepped out of the doorway with 1 foot. What are you waiting for? I'll give you guys a bonus. Let's try the SS level ghosts this time, and see if Fatty I'll finish it off by chipping him or not, he said, and also pulled out 2 machetes from behind him to make a chopping and slicing. But little brother gazed straight at Jiang Yan, his eyes burning with trust. I just want to hear your thoughts. Kill then, end them all. If you don't kill them, then fatten them up before you kill them. Chapter 33, 3 seconds. Zheng Qiling's gaze was so serious, as if as long as Jiang Yan gave the order, he would not hesitate to raise his sword and decapitate them. But Jiang Yan felt that simple death didn't seem to be that torturous, and he was looking forward to the looks of remorse they revealed as they took a step towards death because of Chenyu. Little brother. Jiang Yan stepped forward and took his sword back into its sheath, patting him on the shoulder. Evil has its own way of rubbing off on them. They're not worthy of you yet. Wu Qi came up at this time. So what do we do now? Territory shield maintenance requires ghost coins. Why don't we go out and fight ghosts? Jiang Yan pondered for a moment. In the past, he had been asked to advance the ghost coins in their team. Let's raise our strength first, just to experiment with your abilities. Our goal is placed on reaching the SS level first, and this horror world is said to have 10 great horrors, each of which is a transcendent existence. Our goal is set on those 10 great horrors. Fatty Wang saw Jiang Yan talking divinely. Sounds so domineering. When the time comes, watch me and little brother and the others chip away at him. You just get high and watch the show from the side. Jiang Yan put his arm around little brother and the others as he headed out. That's not good. Then I must be the first to open the way for you. It was so hard to meet you guys. I don't want to have any accidents and lose you. After all, they were the only family he had left in this world. But it's better than family. But when a few people had just walked not long ago, a figure appeared not far from them, panting. Xiao Xiao saw this and looked at Jiang Yan. Fatty Wang also spat. How with a dogskin plaster like? But also let the fat master I stop. See, I do not cut him. He said he was going to go up and cut someone. Jiang Yan stopped him at this point. There's no need to bother with her. But Jiang Yan was just about to leave, when the little brother moved fast, drawing his knife and stabbing Zhang Luoluo like an arrow out of the string in the dark night. Zhang Luoluo was instantly stunned and stood still. She also wanted to move, but at this moment, little brother's knife had already reached her. The knife stopped just a centimeter away from her neck, and at this moment, as long as a little force was applied, Zhang Luoluo would be killed by slitting her throat. She trembled, not knowing how to react. He was too fast just now, just a split second. She had never seen that kind of speed before, and wondered how the captain would compare to it, only to hear the man wearing a black hat in front of him with a murderous look on his face picking his eyes and warning coldly. 3 seconds. Zhang Luoluo hadn't reacted for a moment upon hearing this. What 3 seconds? But she looked at the situation in front of her and instantly understood the meaning. 3. Voices carrying the scent of death swept through the room. She instantly regretted it and directly disappeared from Jiang Yan and the others' line of sight. The little brother saw this and sheathed his sword. Running quite fast, he walked to Jiang Yan's front mouth. Drive away. But at this time, Wu Xiedao was looking at little brother and was puzzled. Little brother, how did you just do it so fast? Whoosh, how come I haven't seen you use it before? Little brother, are you stealing some ginseng fruit behind our backs? Fatty Wang joked. It's not much, just a stunt, he responded breezily. But Jiang Yan was also puzzled at this time, because he saw little brother's feet trembling, and he recognized it with a glance. Tell the truth. Seeing that he couldn't hide it, the corners of Zhao's mouth rose slightly. It also drained all the strength from his body. Ha! Wu Xia's mouth opened wide, but he thought of something or didn't say anything. You're really scrappy. Fatty Wang gave him a nod of approval. But teach me next time, or protect Yanzi, isn't it? Yanzi is so small. Take care of it more. Wu Qi also raised his hand. Take me one. Jiang Yan opened his mouth. He didn't know what to say. He only hoped that he could become stronger and be able to properly repay them for treating him so well. Little brother patted him on the shoulder. I'm here. Don't worry. Wu Qi nodded. Words you just cultivate. Everything is with us. We're teammates. That's right. Aren't teammates supposed to trust each other and take care of each other? I'm still counting on Yanzi to take off and lead us to kill through the 10 terrors. Zhang Luoluo was covered in cold sweat on the way back. The eyes were too intimidating. The murderous intent that had almost condensed into substance left her with no way to catch her breath. She was pretty sure that if she was still in their line of sight in 3 seconds, she would be dead. But she's Jiang Yan's big sister. Who is he to do this to himself? Even if Jiang Yan didn't like himself, he couldn't see death like this. Returning to the territory, she was puzzled when she saw the crowd rejoicing. No, just now he was in a hurry to get Jiang Yan back. Now how? But when Zhang Pei saw that Zhang Luoluo had returned, a hint of displeasure swept across his eyes, but he still beckoned. Double happiness today. Xiao Sun has broken through to level C. We're going to organize a celebration banquet for him tomorrow. Zhang Luoluo froze and looked at them, not knowing what to say. At this time, the second oldest Chen Wanting walked up and took her hand. Big sister, did you find Jiang Yan? Zhang Luoluo shook her head. She felt that now was not the time to expose it. Moreover, she didn't dare to go to Jiang Yan alone again. Those teammates of his were too scary. But Jiang Yan was really so excessive. Even if she didn't want to see her as a big sister, she even made her teammates fight with her with swords. Big sister, don't look for Jiang Yan for now. That beast of his will surely not take long to come back. Have you thought about what you're going to send Xiao Sun? Zhang Luoluo grew her head. But then she thought of something and grabbed Chen Wanting's hand. Lao Air, do you want to find Jiang Yan? Ha? Chen Wanting froze for a moment. She actually didn't really want to look for Jiang Yan. In her impression, Jiang Yan was a thief who only stole and interrupted her breakthrough. In fact, she had thought about screwing Jiang Yan over, but just didn't continue after many fruitless attempts. In fact, everyone hates him. He's a man of extremely poor character who wouldn't be liked by anyone else. Not to mention the fact that there was Xiao Sun, his younger brother, which was the perfect teammate in their minds. All of this, Zhang Luoluo had also thought of it this way. Everyone on the team, for the most part, liked Chen Yu, and disliked Jiang Yan, even hate. Think he is full of stinky problems, dirty and stinky displacement every day. Zhang Luoluo if not have seen Jiang Yan's cell phone, I'm afraid she won't wake up from it. As for most of their expenses, it was actually Jiang Yan who was subsidizing them. A 10-year-old kid, taking his life in his hands, going to get them food and giving them dowsing tools. But they did something about it. Elder, sometimes it is possible to read what I have sent you, and all your former prejudices and misunderstandings about him may be cleared up. Jiang Yan has never been the scumbag we speak of. Chen Wanting lowered her head. I will look. It's just that I'm afraid. Afraid of what? Zhang Luoluo asked back. Afraid that all the misunderstandings will be solved, and you won't be able to face your old self, or you won't be able to face the current Jiang Yan? Chen Wanting was gagged speechless. She did think about that, and she thought about all of that in the little bit that her big sister showed her. She didn't dare to face it. She used to be a college professor. Gentle and friendly, and she was especially fond of children. But now, made to face the things she had done before, she was afraid she would break down. He used to adore you and love you as his big sister, sighed Zhang Luoluo. She knew all too well in her heart that in the past, when she was focused on her talismanic way, Jiang Yan had once feared that she would be too focused and put some fruits at the door for her. Fruits with attributes that he had supposedly spent half his life picking from a C-rated ghost domain. He used to be so in awe of her, striving to work hard with her as his goal. She really didn't dare to look at it. She couldn't bear the double blow her mind inflicted when the truth was revealed. No matter what, Jiang Yan is our teammate. A teammate who fights side by side with us and lives and dies with us. I won't pursue the others for now. But you, Zhang Luoluo looked at Chen Wanting seriously. You're his second sister. You should understand what Jiang Yan was subjected to in the past. I hope that when Jiang Yan comes back, you can treat him better. You and I will go find Jiang Yan again. I thought we didn't find it? Zhang Luoluo didn't say anything and just tugged her towards the door, completely unaware of the already grim-faced Chen Yu staring at them in death. Why is big sister so concerned about Jiang Yan now? No, Jiang Yan must come back this time and use the ghost chain lock once more. This time to the highest degree, directly hooking all of his everything over, including his life. Chapter 34. Have we ever blamed you half as much for all the wrong you've done? Jiang Yan led the three of them to OSS-ranked ghost domain. He gulped. This was his first time here and to say he wasn't scared was impossible. But at that moment, little brother tapped him on the shoulder handing over his black gold ancient blade. Feel free to use it. Fatty Wang exclaimed. Little brother, you, this knife is not never loaned out? Wu Qi was also quite surprised. By all accounts, little brother's favorite is this knife. Like his life, Once in the past, it was bounced off by a snake, but it was a burst of good heartache. Jiang Yan listened to their remarks and knew that this knife was a very important thing for Zhang Qiling. He was a bit afraid to take it. If this was lost, he would be too sorry for his little brother. But Xiao Zhao's mouth turned up to put the knife in Jiang Yan's arms as soon as he was done, and directly found a big rock to pull the two Wu Qi down. Feel free to use it. You won't be able to run away if it's broken. Ha! Jiang Yan was puzzled for a moment. At this time, Wu Qi slapped his thighs and exclaimed that little brother is powerful. You want to tie Jiang Yan to our team, but really have you? So that Jiang Yan can't escape even if he wants to run away. Fatty Wang laughed even more cheerfully, looking at Jiang Yan with a smug face. Hear that? You used little brother's knife. You won't be able to run away, and you'll be eating and drinking with us in the future. Jiang Yan was crying and laughing. He really didn't expect his group of teammates to be that cute. But are they really trying to tie themselves down? It's all in this knife. He lifted the knife up slowly, not to mention it was quite heavy. But, SS rank ghost? He reckons he'll have to roll over. He was only E rank now, and there was a 5 rank difference between him and SS rank. At this time, Fatty Wang threw over a roasted sausage. Yanzi, catch it. Jiang Yan sniffed and turned around as he took the grilled sausage that was thrown over. It's a kielbasa I made, and I've given my ability to increase your strength and resistance by 3 times. Jiang Yan smiled and ate. Thanks Fatty. Thanks for nothing. We're all brothers. At this time, Wu Qi also began to exert his abilities. There's still me. Instantly Jiang Yan was wrapped in a ball of golden light. A warmth spread throughout his body, and a power erupted from him. Jiang Yan now felt that the black gold ancient blade in his hand was no longer as heavy as it was just now. Jiang Yan looked at the ghostly domain in the distance with confidence. Originally, he had the strength to harden himself against a C rank, but now he could directly be able to arm wrestle with a B rank or even an A rank. He carried the black and gold ancient sword and then stepped into the ghost domain, a chopping and slashing, as if possessed by the god of war. He couldn't let Wu Qi and the others down for trusting him. He can't always hide behind them, can he? Besides, it had all come so far before, and what he had now he cherished very much. In no time, the C-rank monsters were cut off by him. The B-rank ones can even be easily decimated, but the A-ranked ones are not so simple, and B-rank and A-rank are supposed to be a watershed. But just as Jiang Yan was circling around with an A-ranked grievous ghost, instantly the air around them clouded over. That A-class ghost disappeared in that instant. Jiang Yan felt like there was something invisible around him watching him at the moment. The temperature around them dropped like a cliff, blowing Jiang Yan's sweaty hairs up. Luckily, it was good that little brother had sent the SS grade Dao clothes, or else with his thin clothes alone, I'm afraid that he wouldn't even be able to withstand the ghost chi. At the moment, the black and gold ancient sword in his hand and the Dao clothes he was wearing, as well as the increase in his body gave him great courage, but the black mist around them gradually coalesced and leaned in. It seemed like it was going to swallow him up. Jiang Yan had just taken a defensive stance when a black sharp claw instantly appeared at Jiang Yan's spine, but just as the paw that was about to strike on it was held by a hand, the owner of that claw apparently froze for a moment, and then took advantage of Xiao Zhao's lack of attention to hit Jiang Yan's body. Pang! Jiang Yan was knocked down onto a large stone, which was instantly crumbled by the tremendous force. Jiang Yan choked and looked at the Dao weapon that was dented by the blow on his chest, his heart bitter. He didn't expect that the gap was still too big, and he even broke the Dao clothes. At this time, Wu Qi rushed forward to check the situation and found that nothing happened before he breathed a sigh of relief. Scared me to death. I told you that I couldn't believe the idea that Fatty came up with, and I had to let you try it first. Fatty beamed but also spoke with incomparable worry. Then wasn't I also thinking that there was little brother around? But who would have thought that the SS class popped up so quickly? At this time, the little brother who kicked the ghostly creature away quickly backed up and looked at Jiang Yan with a guilty face as he stretched out his hand. How's it going? Jiang Yan held the outstretched hand as if he never cared about injuries. Don't worry, it's still so brittle. After pulling up Jiang Yan, little brother's gentle and amicable eyes were instantly as cold as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Pulling out the black and gold ancient sword stuck in the ground, his eyes erupted with monstrous killing intent. Toward the playful black mass ran like lightning. Dare to hurt my teammate. Flay you alive. A few moments later, the 4 of them walked out of the ghostly domain. Little brother looked at Jiang Yan with a guilty face. It's because I didn't protect you. Jiang Yan hurriedly replied. I would have died without you. But don't say such things. You're not treating me as a brother. He suddenly changed his words. But that slash you did in seconds was really handsome. I can teach you. Fatty Wang directly raised his hand. I want it too. Wu Qi kicked him in the ass. You're the one who came up with the bad idea. If it wasn't for little brother, Jiang Yan would have almost died. I didn't know it would appear so soon. Fatty Wang scratched his head, but still apologized earnestly towards Jiang Yan. Yanzi, This time it was my fault. But Jiang Yan looked at him with slightly narrowed eyes as if he was angry. Fatty Wang understood and laughed. It's me who's being formal. A few people just talked and laughed as they walked towards the territory. But when they reached the territory not far away, they saw two uninvited guests standing in the doorway watching them. Little brother was just about to move forward. Jiang Yan then stopped him. Forget it, you can't hide. I'll take care of it. Wu Qi was worried. Is it okay? Don't worry. Jiang Yan walked straight toward the two after he finished speaking. Zhang Luoluo, who saw Jiang Yan, was also very surprised. Pulling Chen Wanting, he walked towards Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, I'm not here to trouble you? Zhang Luoluo was afraid that Jiang Yan would leave directly and stopped him directly. Chen Wanting looked at Jiang Yan and also spoke with a surprised expression. Jiang Yan, you've been staying in this hellish place for the past few days? Quickly come home with us. Jiang Yan looked at Chen Wanting and laughed coldly. We don't seem to know each other well. What are you guys doing here looking for me? Chen Wanting instantly lost her temper when she heard this. Jiang Yan, we came here specifically to find you and take you back to apologize for your mistake. What are you so mad about? Jiang Yan snorted with laughter. Take me back to admit my mistake. Have you guys got it wrong? What did I do wrong? He turned his words around and laughed. Don't you guys just think that I've regained my ability and have a use for you again? So you'll let me go back to continue sucking your blood? Do you guys think I'm that stupid? Zhang Luoluo was instantly poked to the tip of her heart. I'm sorry, Jiang Yan, big sister, You mustn't. Miss Zhang. Jiang Yan directly made a move to block. If you're like this, those who don't know will think that I'm going to do something hurtful to you guys. Don't you just want me to go back and please that green tea Chun-Yu? Chen Wanting was instantly lit up. What do you mean by green tea? Do you know how to speak? We just want to take you back. You bit us back. Jiang Yan had a teasing smile on his face. Take me back. I don't even know what to say about you guys. Should I go back and kneel in front of you to apologize? I really doubt that your brains have been kicked by a donkey. Jiang Yan was full of mockery and had let himself go. Who am I to go back with you? What kind of person am I to you? And who are you to order me around? Besides, I'm on a team now. Have you asked my teammates behind me if you want to take me away? Chen Wanting looked suspiciously at the three people behind Jiang Yan, and instantly became furious. How dare you really find someone else to team up with? Did we treat you badly or something? How many mistakes have you made? And have we blamed you for half of them? Now you've gotten your wings. You don't even listen to me as your sister. What the hell are you up to? Chapter 35 Mrs. Swords are blind. Jiang Yan told you to leave. Didn't you hear him? She went straight up and tried to pull Jiang Yan. You hurry up and go back with me. Really itchy skin, isn't it? Zhang Luoluo spoke. Jiang Yan, go back with us. If you don't go back, the captain will definitely come and take you in, and you will definitely not be spared a beating then. Jiang Yan directly shrugged off Chen Wanting's outstretched hand. A severe beating? Have I endured fewer beatings in the past? Which time wasn't you guys colluding to frame and slander me? Don't you guys know the truth that evil has its own way of being evil? Jiang Yan looked at them with a cold smile. Zhang Luoluo froze and didn't say anything, but Chen Wanting saw this and yelled. Do you know that the captain is already angry? Do you think you can hide for a moment and still be able to hide for a lifetime? Don't you just want to learn talismans? You go back with me and I promise to teach you talismans. Jiang Yan very nonchalantly pointed at him and scolded. Chen Wanting, are you out of your mind? I said not to return. Are you not listening? With that talisman of yours, if I hadn't stopped you, you would have died somewhere. Chen Wanting obviously froze for a moment, not understanding Jiang Yan's words, but she still couldn't bear to be chided by him. I really just want to take you back. I don't blame you for interrupting my breakthrough. I'll teach you the talismans you want to learn. But don't. I'm not worthy of learning that talisman of yours. I'm afraid of learning myself to death. Jiang Yan laughed coldly. Chen Wanting instantly lost her temper when she saw Jiang Yan's lack of oil and salt. What the hell is wrong with you now? What the hell are you mad about? With that broken strength of yours, the captain will have to waste you when he comes. Jiang Yan looked at her ridiculously. I'm mad? You guys come to my doorstep, accusing me and trying to take me right back, and I'm making a scene? Are you guys not being funny? This strength of mine? How could I be if I hadn't stayed in a place like yours and endured inhuman treatment? I'm now long gone from the Jiang Yan who used to let you guys bully me. That Jiang Yan has long since died. Right at the moment of leaving, the team has died. Jiang Yan looked at them as if he was looking at strangers. Please make way, blocking me and my teammates from going home, as well as don't bother me again. The things you people did in the past, there will be people who will torment them since, and you'll never be able to get away with it. Chen Wanting was trembling with anger. She really wanted to bring Jiang Yan back this time. She was actually clear about what Jiang Yan had done in the past. From the moment that memo appeared, she actually probably guessed the outcome. She wanted to take Jiang Yan back to apologize properly to the captain in an attempt to be able to make him less culpable. Chen Wanting pulled Jiang Yan's sleeve. Jiang Yan, I'm your second sister. Didn't you used to love following my ass? Jiang Yan laughed coldly. Your old man might as well let Chenyu follow his ass. How old are you? It's not like I have that kind of fetish like Chenyu. Don't think about taking me back to continue sucking blood for you guys. It's not possible now, and it won't be possible in the future. Jiang Yan slapped her hand away. Chen Wanting's heart was as cold as if she had fallen into the ice cellar. Jiang Yan, it's impossible for the captain to let you go. The three of them, how could they stop the captain? The captain is already SS level. As she said that, she exploded her body's aura wanting to directly take Jiang Yan away. But before she could strike, a long black blade passed through her like an arrow, striking the distant boulder in one fell swoop. Instantly the boulder was shattered by a single slash. Chen Wanting felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. Just now that knife was a little more off. It could definitely take his life. Little brother walked over clutching his chest, his sharp eyes sweeping over Chen Wanting. Chen Wanting came over from her disorientation and wiped the cold sweat on her forehead towards Zhang Qiling. Just wanted to open his mouth to curse, but she froze at the sight of his stunning face. But she still pulled out of her thoughts and looked at the man just to scold. What are you doing? I'm looking for my teammates. What are you, an outsider, interfering with? Jiang Yan patted little brother's shoulder and sneered. He's my buddy. Isn't it normal to help me? Is it like you guys to see death? Chen Wanting pointed at Jiang Yan's nose in a very aggrieved manner. You're my teammate, and now you're helping outsiders bully me? I was really blind to try to help you plead with the captain. Jiang Yan was speechless as he spoke. Teammate? Don't you think that's a ridiculous statement? Treating me as a teammate? Have you guys ever given me any good looks, gave me any ghost money, or feed me? Jiang Yan walked up and patted her face and smiled as he spoke. No, some of it is just scolding. Some of it is just draining me of the only 3 ghost coins I have left for a month. And some of it is just kicking me out of the door to snatch rancid steamed buns with hungry ghosts to eat. I don't owe you anything at all. While you don't know how much you've gained from me, and I'll take all of that back. Every bit of it. Chen Wanting was dumbfounded by the words but still spoke with difficulty. Jiang Yan, but no matter what, we are your teammates. Your favorite sister. Are you going to flip out on us now just because of a little thing? Come with me and confess your faults, and we'll all forgive you for all the things you've done in the past. Recognize your mistakes? Jiang Yan snorted. What fault do I have? You saw me steal from you? What fault do you want me to admit? Chen Wanting froze for a moment, realizing that she really hadn't seen Jiang Yan steal anything. You guys have never asked me how I feel. Jiang Yan looked at her and spoke. Then why can't you explain? Can you die by explaining? Chen Wanting asked rhetorically. Explain? Is it useful for me to explain? You guys never listen to only Chen Yu's side of the story. I really don't see the point in bothering with you guys, he said and was about to leave. But Chen Wanting was unforgiving. Why are you pouting so much? The captain just didn't turn around for a while. Can't you take a step back? Jiang Yan was furious. Step back. It's come to this. What you want is still for me to lick my face and apologize? How many times have I retreated? You guys stomped all over the spirit fruit that I traded my life for, called me a parentless, and scolded me for stinking like a beggar. Did I ever retort a single word? Chen Wanting clenched her hand. She really regretted coming to Jiang Yan. It was better to have a celebration banquet for Chen Yu at home. Then who made you suffer? Aren't you, eh? Chen Wanting had just uttered these words when a crisp, warm ringing sound came from her face, only to see Wu Qi standing in front of her with a face full of anger at the moment, while his right hand trembled. Chen Wanting was blindsided by the slap, her voice gradually piercing her ears. Jiang Yan, you asshole, you just condone an outsider to bully your second sister. Jiang Yan sneered and pulled Wu Qi to look at him worriedly. Did your hand hurt? Seeing that Jiang Yan even went to care about an outsider in the first place, Chen Wanting's body erupted with breath. If you make any more trouble, I'll never care about you again. Jiang Yan smiled shamelessly. That couldn't be better. Chen Wanting couldn't stand it any longer and just wanted to strike. But she was grabbed by Zhang Luoluo. Elder, calm down. We're not here to pick a fight. Jiang Yan, you also say less. Lao Er is at least your second sister. After so many years, even if she is wrong, she has apologized to you now. Just be generous and forgive her. Jiang Yan felt disgusted in his heart. Forgive her? But who will forgive me? It was so hard for me to escape from that devil's cave. And you guys want to make me go back and be tortured again. Do you have any humanity left? Jiang Yan spoke directly. Wu Qi, little brother. Fatty, let's go. Talking to this kind of stupid woman is a waste of words. Jiang Yan swept a pitying glance at the two. She was looking forward to the image of them being tortured to death by Qin Yu. Get your ass back in there and stay with that green tea goody-goody brother of yours. Chen Wanting saw that Jiang Yan was about to leave and just wanted to pull him back. But at that moment, a black and gold ancient sword stood straight at her brow. Two young ladies, swords have no eyes. Jiang Yan said to let you go. Didn't hear? Chapter 36, Treat Everyone Gently. Chen Wanting froze and watched Jiang Yan go away, but she didn't dare to move half a step, because the man in front of her was just too overbearing. His sharp and murderous eyes felt like they could pierce into her nerves, making her unable to move. She was certain that if she dared to say a single word of no, the knife would be able to take her life. When Jiang Yan entered the house, Zhang Qiling put away the knife in his hand and looked at the two of them, silently leaving a sentence. There is no next time. With a cold sweep of his eyes he turned away from the two men and went into the house. Seeing this, Zhang Luoluo pulled Chen Wanting's hand and dragged him away from the place. On the way, Chen Wanting seemed to react as if she had reacted, and anger surfaced in her eyes once again. Jiang Yan, is he crazy? I'm his second sister. She stared in Jiang Yan's direction with a face full of anger. We've raised him for 7 years, and now he can't squeeze anything out of us. And now he's turned his head to someone else? Thanks to us treating him like family all these years. What a white-eyed wolf who can't be bred. Letting someone else threaten me with a knife. Captain. I'm looking for the captain. I'll let Jiang Yan know what the consequences of disobeying discipline are. She clenched her teeth tightly, itching to put Jiang Yan on the spot right now. But at this time, Zhang Luoluo pinched her hand. You wake up a little. This hint pulled Chen Wanting, who had fallen into a frenzy, back to reality. Don't you think it's strange? Although Jiang Yan's ability is rare, it's completely useless for fighting at all. Otherwise we wouldn't have cared so little about him all these years. And his talent is so poor that we haven't even noticed it in these 7 years. And a few of them were able to discover it? I think this feels fishy. It must be that Jiang Yan is being coaxed by them. We have to rescue him quickly. He used to like us so much. This time I'm afraid he's just throwing a temper tantrum. As long as he comes back, I'll make sure to protect him. Chen Wanting spoke up at this time, but he's really strange now. Will he really come back with us? The Jiang Yan of the past would never say these overly aggressive words, and there was only obsequiousness. Now how could he have become so petty, with no sense of the big picture at all, even opening his mouth to insult the two sisters who raised him and loved him and educated him, and even pointing a knife at them, and also said that Xiao Sun is green tea. This point is the most unacceptable to her. Xiao Sun is so good. Why should he suffer this kind of false accusation? He just envied Xiao Sun, but his kind of character would never be like Xiao Sun. He deserved all that guilt, and now he wants to give a chance but won't even look at it. Jude remembers the old days when he used to be full of smiles piled up on his face in the ranks and treated them with a pleasing disdain. Even if they were set up by their collusion, they could still say with a smile on their faces that they had done something wrong, and they had to apologize to them. He remembered a time when he and Chen Yu were jointly trapped in a ghost domain and they went to rescue them, but the ghost fire in it was too burning, and they only rescued Chen Yu, who had more than a few coughs, so they went straight back to see Chen Yu. But when they came back to their senses, they were afraid that the ghost fire would be too hot, so they simply ignored Jiang Yan, and complained why Jiang Yan hadn't rolled back to treat Chen Yu yet. Didn't he see Chen Yu coughing so badly? Until almost 12 o'clock at night, the door was opened. A dark man stood in the doorway. They thought it was a ghost from somewhere, and directly kicked it out. As a result, the ghost slowed down for a while before standing up and opening his mouth before saying that he was Jiang Yan, and said he was late and asked if they were hurt. That slightly miserable smile was etched into the hearts of a few, but it was laughed at in the group. Yes, they posted that picture in the group, and every now and then they have to bring it up for a couple of flirtatious laughs. They had become accustomed to his insults and bullying, but Jiang Yan always treated them with a smile, but no one knew how desperate he was behind the miserable smile he squeezed out. Human nature, when it really hits home. It used to be that Jiang Yan was long dead, and how desperate it was to say that, but Jiang Yan shouldn't have done this to her either. Besides, it was only because Jiang Yan's character was so bad that they did this. Why else didn't Xiao Sun treat it that way? Big sister, I think we can make Jiang Yan lose his reputation. Let's take out the evidence from before and show it to those teammates of his. That way they will definitely not attack and drive Jiang Yan out. At that time Jiang Yan is still not a person at our disposal? Chen Wanting had a look of conviction. Zhang Luoluo looked at Chen Wanting, who was deep in the middle of it, and angrily rebuked. How can you have such thoughts even now? You used to be a university professor. Not to mention teacher's morality. You're now on the verge of losing your most basic human nature. I'm just stating the facts. Even though I've falsely accused him a few times, but everyone else has lost things too. They can't all falsely accuse Jiang Yan, right? Besides, how come 7th senior sister hasn't falsely accused anyone? Zhang Luoluo was really exasperated. Your current appearance is really pitiful. But, the reactive Chen Wanting's brain was in pain at this point as she came to her senses. How did I get like this? She held her head, tears flowing from the corners of her eyes, not knowing how. How could I say this about Jiang Yan? What's wrong with me? Jiang Yan, he definitely won't come back. No, I must bring Jiang Yan back. He used to like staying with me so much. He will surely forgive me. I don't blame him for interrupting my advancement. I'll teach him the talisman. I'll promise him anything, as long as he can forgive me. Zhang Luoluo's heart ached as she looked at her second sister's appearance, but she still flung her sleeves away. He shouldn't be coming back, but you can take a look at the records I sent you. Which, and she had only read part of it, felt so surreal that her worldview seemed to be collapsing. She was even afraid that this was a smoke bomb made by Jiang Yan, but the phone had been discarded the previous year, so it shouldn't be false. Chen Wanting looked at the distant Zhang Guoyuo with inexplicable fear in her heart. Lost in thought, she went back to her room, unlocking the door behind her, and she dove straight under the covers in an attempt to let the tenderness wrap itself around her. But her heart just couldn't rest, so she finally took her cell phone out, rummaged through what her big sister had sent her. There's a lot of stuff in it, but it's pretty neat. She had felt very uncomfortable just looking at it a few times before, but after what had just happened, she was now inexplicably looking forward to what Jiang Yan would write. Could it be that there was really a hidden agenda in the matter of him interrupting his advancement talisman? Why did Jiang Yan say that, and die without stopping her? She clicked on the record with curiosity. Jiang Xin, you know what? The second sister in the team. She's really gentle. I heard that she used to be a university professor, and it's one of those very top schools. Second sister also published a paper. A very heartwarming paper called to treat everyone with gentleness. No wonder second sister treats us so gently and sweetly. It's really cool to have such a second sister. I'm really happy. Gentle with everyone? The former Chen Wanting must have felt that it would be very appropriate if she saw this, because he was very gentle and sweet to the people in the team, and even favored Chen Yu. But now, all she could think was that the irony was overwhelming. Chapter 37, God-invoking curse. Second sister, she gave Chen Yu a Dao jacket. Ugh. It's so pretty. If only I had one too. I'd be able to pad my teammates for a little while longer. You can only resist for a moment each time before you almost pass out. Second sister gave me a spirit fruit. It seems to be rotten, but it's delicious. Second sister. She doesn't seem to like me. I gave her a necklace that can withstand ghost chi and clear her mind, but she says it's ugly as hell, and one look at the material will damage her perfect skin. This is an attempt to plot against her, isn't it? There is also a photo attached of a crystal blue necklace, but it's been shattered. Chen Wanting covered her nose as she looked at the necklace and fell into memories. It was the first time Jiang Yan had given him a gift, and it was beautifully wrapped. At that time, she was resting on the sofa in the hall when Jiang Yan handed over a box, saying that it was a necklace, and took it out and showed it to her. She didn't even look at it, except to think what kind of crap this kind of person could send her. She was outright furious and threw the box and necklace out of his hand as soon as she could. And he chided him. Was he trying to get him killed? So stranded his hands. The material was so rotten. Was he trying to mess up her delicate and smooth skin? What a tenuous, white-eyed wolf. And kicked him out the door and took a picture and posted it to the group mocking him for only delivering this crap anymore. But Jiang Yan didn't say anything. Silently wiped his tears and picked up the things that were broken. And also told her that he was sorry? Tell her I'm sorry. It's not funny. But within a few days, Jiang Yan walked over with another necklace, saying that he had acquired it from a C-ranked ghost, when he was bloody and his breath was shriveled, as if he looked like he was about to faint. But at the time, she just thought he could really pretend. Wasn't it obvious that he was trying to blackmail her? It's a wonder he ever thought of it. She kicked people and things right out the door and closed it, punishing him for spending the night outside by himself. It rained heavily that day, and there was only one lonely figure in the corner outside the door gritting his teeth to open the shield he had exchanged for with all his ghostly energy levels, tears dripping on the necklace that was already broken. Squatting alone in the corner in solitude through this long night, the cold wind and the ghosts that waited for a chance to move all the time around him to wash away his spirit. Second sister has broken through level B. She's gained a Dao sword. It's really awesome. There's a photo in the back that looks like it was taken on the sly. Why did Chen Yu go to second sister's room? So Chen Yu wanted to steal second sister's Dao sword. No, it's second sister's, but I took it back. Why are they looking at me with that look of evil? Chen Wanting froze. The sword of the path? She instantly recalled that time when they heard a noise inside her room, and they instantly realized that it was Jiang Yan who had come to steal something. They rushed straight in this time, and sure enough, they found Jiang Yan in the middle of a confrontation with Chen Yu. In the confusion, I also heard Jiang Yan say something like, "Second sister is so good to you. Why did you steal second sister's Dao sword?" But who cares? They all thought that Jiang Yan was framing Chen Yu. After all, the Shao Sun in their perception wouldn't do that kind of thing at all, and if he wanted the Dao sword, she would give it to him since. All of them thought that Jiang Yan had twisted the facts and framed Shao Sun. She directly rushed up and kicked Jiang Yan at that time, knocking him to the ground and mocking him for being quite bold and how he was so weak. At that time, Jiang Yan seemed to be suffering from some kind of great aggression, saying that Chen Yu had stolen something, and he had come to stop it. But at that time, Chen Yu had already cried out of shape, and even covered his face, crying and pulling her. Don't blame brother Jiang Yan, I didn't know he was so short of douchi, or else I wouldn't have uncovered him, but he directly slapped me. How can brother Jiang Yan be like this? At that time, Jiang Yan strongly refuted that he didn't. But how do they care so much? They only think that it is Jiang Yan was caught stealing but was caught by Chen Yu. Angry directly slapped Chen Yu. See them come, and now falsely accused up Chen Yu. On that day, Jiang Yan was hanging from the beam of the room, and the captain was holding a D-grade ghost weapon, the Chain God Whip, which had all sorts of iron thorns on it, and flinging it at his body one whip after another. I only remember that he fainted after only a few lashes, and the captain scolded him at the time for being such a lowlife. They were even worried that Chen Yu was frightened by Jiang Yan's false accusations, and they all went up and heaved a few lashes as well. The next day, they saw that he had been saved by Luo Xiufei after being hung overnight, and Luo Xiufei even helped Jiang Yan and scolded them for having no humanity. Jiang Yan, he almost died. Do you know that? Seeing this, Chen Wanting felt that the quilt on her body could no longer provide her with warmth, and she felt that her entire body was cold as falling into an ice cellar. Second sister's talisman is so powerful. I wanted to learn it, but I was scolded back by second sister. I learned the art of talisman's law. I wanted to go to the second sister to see, but I was slapped again. Did I do something wrong? Second sister seems to be advancing. I'm so happy, but why is this talisman a bit abnormal? No, this is the god drawing spell. Second sister won't be able to stand the backlash. Attempts below SS level will surely kill her. I have to stop senior sister. This talisman shield of senior sister is so strong. I can only take out the explosive talisman used to save my life. It broke open, and I finally tore up that god-inducing talisman made by senior sister. But the repercussions of this are really great. I feel like I don't have any strength left in my body. Senior sister seems to be complaining about why I prevented him from advancing. Does she hate her that much? That time, she thought that Jiang Yan was trying to cut her off when she saw that her other teammates weren't there. But how could she have known that Jiang Yan had fainted after blocking? After the captain came back and knew about this matter, he was even more furious and drew his sword to chop him up. But with Luo Xiufei standing in the way, he ended up just pulling his fingernails out raw. They all pointed their fingers toward Jiang Yan and insulted him, calling him a shameless, underbred, white-eyed wolf. He said he gave him a warm home, but he's guilty of hitting on his teammates. At that time, Chen Wanting felt that Jiang Yan was really disgusting and couldn't see anyone else's good, and she had used many ideas to try to screw Jiang Yan to death, but every time, Jiang Yan would come crawling back covered in bruises. Afterwards, Jiang Yan had spent half his life obtaining a B-rank talisman to give to her in order to compensate her, and apologized to her with a face full of sincerity. But she ripped the talisman out with one hand and burned the talismanic prophet to ashes in front of him. She slapped him a couple times in the face with anger. Jiang Yan was still trying to explain something at that time. Chen Wanting directly cursed and opened her mouth to yell towards him. Don't let me see you in the future. With this talisman, who are you kidding? Do you deserve to live in the world? Do you know how important this promotion is for me? Get lost. I really don't know how you still have the face to live in the world. After that she huffed and left straight away. Since then, Jiang Yan rarely appeared in front of her, never sent her all kinds of little east and west again, and every time he saw her, his eyes were tinged with guilt and fear. He actually wanted to explain, but he knew deep down, would it help? Once prejudice is formed against him, it is an endless stream of targeting and mistrust. Chen Wanting covered her reddened nose, tears slipping from the corners of her eyes as she suddenly remembered Jiang Yan's deafening words. The old Jiang Yan is dead, died to their extreme persecution and coercion, died to their hatred and sin of slandering him indiscriminately, never to roll over again. The prejudice of them all had been weighing down his desire to redeem himself. Chen Wanting felt like the entire world was hazy. She hid under the covers and whimpered, "Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you explain? Why? I'm sure I'll forgive you if you tell me. Why didn't you tell me?" Oh. Chapter 38, I'm going to make sure he never asks to leave the team again. Chen Wanting was already at a loss for words to describe her current mood. It turned out that Jiang Yan never wanted to harm her. It turned out that he had always wanted to help her. But she did something. She felt as if the peaks of her breasts had been slammed hard and smothered. Why didn't she give Jiang Yan a chance to explain at that time? Obviously he was on the verge of saying it. She didn't dare look any further as she stepped out of her room and knocked on her big sister's door. The older sister opened the door and instantly understood everything when she saw her crying red eyes and invited her into the house. Chen Wanting sat on the bed and directly fell on Zhang Luoluo's arm, sobbing and choking. "Sister Luoluo, I was wrong. It turns out that he really just wanted to save me." She looked up at her big sister with red eyes. "Is it the same on your end? Zhang Luoluo pursed her lips and nodded. Aha! Chen Wanting trembled. But it's not my fault. Who told Jian Yan that he refused to explain? As long as he explains, I'm sure I won't misunderstand him. Isn't he asking for it? Zhang Luoluo's eyes flashed with a hint of anger. Explain? Do you think we will believe him even if he explains? You don't think we'll think he's paying for the mistakes he's made when he's done talking? If he does explain, you're afraid you'll just beat him up in front of us. Chen Wanting was speechless by what was said. But he's so stupid. He's not even half as good as Xiao Sun. Zhang Luoluo was rendered speechless by her words. To this day she still thought that Jian Yan wasn't half as good as Chen Yu. She sneered. I think Jian Yan got one sentence wrong. Chen Wanting was puzzled. What words? Zhang Luoluo stared at her with cold eyes. Not only is the old and dead, even we are dead. Without even humanity, is he still considered alive? Jian Yan has never done anything wrong. It's our various prejudices that ultimately created the current situation. She sighed. He used to adore you so much, but all sorts of attempts to please you have been rubbed out by your repeated humiliations and beatings. You used to be the target of her advances. But now, our presence only sickens him. In his mind, maybe we're dead. But at that moment, Chen Yu's knock came from outside the door. Big sister and second sister. Are you discussing brother Jian Yan? Where the hell is he? I miss him so much. After Zhang Luoluo and Chen Wanting exchanged a glance, the two of them came to the door and opened the door to the room, then looked at Chen Yu who was standing in front of the door, but the captain was already standing there behind him. Zhang Luoluo understood everything at the sight. In his heart, he laughed coldly at why Chen Yu wanted to know Jiang Yan so much. Does he have any other plans? Zhang Pei looked at the two and led them to the living room to ask about everything. Pang! He crushed the teacup in his hand as he looked at Zhang Luoluo angrily. You say he's not coming back? And got whisked back by his teammates with knives? He was furious and stomped his feet frantically. Jian Yan is crazy. You guys are his teammates who have been together for many years. Completely wasted. Now they've all joined forces with outsiders to start striking out at their own teammates. Disloyal, unrighteous and unfilial. How dare they hold a knife against you? He's completely wasted. He snorted coldly. Thanks to us treating him so well in these 7 years. Now it's good. Just leave when he says so. He thinks it's okay if he joins another team? Isn't he leaving the team? He has to give me back everything he ate and used with us all these years. Want to leave? Then make plans to leave. I'm going to have him on his knees begging me to come back when the time comes. Do you really think you can fly solo just because you joined a Thai team? When the time comes, I'm going to break all 4 of his legs and see how he leaves. Zhang Luoluo picked her eyes and looked at him. But Captain, Jian Yan has never used a single thing from us in these 7 years. Even the food we eat is bought from his own pocket. As well as the ghost coins that are issued to a few sisters in our team are all divided from the ones that he has turned in. Zhang Pei was furious. How can that be? Those ghost coins of his are not enough to stuff his teeth. He must have stolen something from the team to exchange it. Just that nature of his can privately pay for us to spend it? I'm going to let him know what it means to lift a stone and smash his own foot. With the ragtag team he joined. I'm afraid he can't even afford to pay these back. And what about that little raggedy kid in black you said? How strong can he be? You guys are just intimidated by him. I'm SS level now. Isn't pinching him as simple as pinching a chicken? He said smugly and looked at Chen Wanting again. Lao Air, go and call Lao Chi over. Let her count how much Jian Yan has wasted on us in these 7 years, as well as the fact that he stole so much from us as well as all of it. This time I'm going to let him know what it means to live more painfully than death. Zhang Luoluo looked at the unfamiliar Zhang Pei and only felt some irony. Doesn't the captain know that Jian Yan has never used anything from the team? Even most of their expenses were borne by Jian Yan alone. There was also the fact that every time there was a group mission, it was Jian Yan who suffered the most injuries, reaching the brink of death every time. It's all like this. Why doesn't the captain choose to let Jian Yan go? Besides, he's got a SS-ranked suit. He still cares about us? Zhang Pei seemed to have thought of something and looked at Zhang Luoluo. Luoluo, over the years, you tally up all the Dao artifacts and ghost coins that you guys have given to Jiang Yan. I want to make Jiang Yan return them with interest. What a grower. Wanting to go so easily? I'll make him cry and beg me not to abandon him without losing his blood money. His beard flew up in anger as he pinched his newly brought out teacup in exasperation. Zhang Luoluo looked at him. Captain, we haven't given him anything. Instead he has given us quite a few Dao weapons. As for the rest of his teammates, let alone sending him stuff. It's a good thing they didn't beat him half to death. How could they send him stuff? Zhang Pei coldly grunted as he flung the teacup in his hand. It's best if you didn't send it. By this time, Chen Wanting had already called Luo Xiaofei over. Zhang Pei looked at Luo Xiaofei with pent-up anger in his heart. Old 7. Quickly calculate how many resources Jiang Yan has used in the team these 7 years and how much blood he has sucked out of us. Jiang Yan, this beast, wants to run away after sucking blood? And joining another ragtag team? I'll make sure he begs me on his knees. I'm going to show him what happens when he angers me. Luo Xiaofei only felt ridiculous when she looked at the angry captain. She knew exactly how many resources Yan had used in these 7 years. However, she still looked at Zhang Pei with an angry face. What did Brother Yan do to make the captain angry? Did he do something hurtful again? Zhang Pei flung his sleeves. Humph. That punk is helping outsiders to come against his teammate who has taken care of him for 7 years. Xiaofei, you are closest to Zhang Yan. Just tell me if this matter is not very bad. I'm bound to punish him severely when he comes back. You guys take a look at Xiao Sun again. In these 7 years, we treated him so well. How did Xiao Sun treat us? And then look at Jiang Yan. There's no comparison. Luo Xiaofei seemed to have been hit by some explosive point, directly opened her mouth and scolded. How can Brother Yan be like this? Then how is the captain going to punish him? Zhang Pei slammed the table with deep hatred in his eyes. I'll first break his limbs so that he can never walk again. Then throw him into the ghost domain to endure 10 days and 10 nights of ghostly infestation. And I'll make sure that he never dares to mention the matter of leaving the team again. Chapter 39, I'd like to see what he stole. Luo Xiaofei instantly sneered and clapped her hands. That captain is really good to Brother Yan. But what? Zhang Pei was puzzled. But Brother Yan, he never used anything from the team at all. Even our team sucked a lot of his blood. Zhang Luoluo had a hurt look on his face. But the corners of her mouth lifted into an imperceptible smile. Brother Allspice doesn't owe us anything at all. And we still owe him a lot. Captain, what should we do about this? Zhang Luoluo helplessly spread his hands to indicate that he didn't know what to do. Zhang Pei slapped the table with a gurgling sound. How is that possible? I just can't believe that Jiang Yan hasn't eaten anything from us all these years. Luo Xiaofei helplessly getting head. No, alas. It's all because we ate his stuff and drove people away to grab something to eat with the starving ghosts. We're so hateful. I want to headbutt the wall. Captain, how about you? Want me to help you? No way. I can't believe he hasn't used anything from our team. And he's lived here for 7 years. Isn't that right? But even the ghost coins for the territory's core were paid for by Brother Yan. Luo Xiaofei bristled and shook her head. He suddenly thought of something. He looked at Luo Xiaofei and spoke. He has stolen an S-rank Dao weapon from me before. I forced him to almost commit suicide that time without even forcing it out. This time we must find the evidence. Right. There's surveillance. Zhang Pei looked at the others again with a flash of light. Lolo, do you have anything stolen by Jiang Yan? And everyone else's, make a list. He proudly pinched his beard. There is no way to fake these. I will definitely want him to lose his reputation this time. Find the evidence and send it directly to the world column. I want everyone to see all the wickedness of Jiang Yan. This. Zhang Luoluo looked at Zhang Pei and spoke in a small voice. I didn't have anything stolen. It was all a misunderstanding of him. Neither did the other senior sisters. Even the third sister's amulet doesn't have conclusive proof that Jiang Yan stole it. It was probably lost somewhere. What? Didn't steal? Zhang Pei seemed to have heard something ridiculous. Didn't you guys always catch Jiang Yan stealing things in the past? Now you're telling me that you didn't steal it? Zhang Luoluo, what kind of ecstasy have you been filled with by Jiang Yan? What kind of demon have you been possessed with these days? Speaking for Jiang Yan, this white-eyed wolf, all the time. I'm doing him a favor, you know? With his kind of nature, he's going to suffer out there sooner or later. Forget it, I'm not going to publicize his crimes. Can I? Tell me, what exactly did he steal? Zhang Luoluo gritted her teeth and glanced at Chen Wanning before finally speaking with difficulty. Xiao Sun had lost his C-rank Dao sword before. I don't know if it was stolen. Zhang Pei snorted coldly. I told you that Jiang Yan's hands and feet are not clean. Not to mention stealing my Dao sword. He also stole Xiao Sun's. It's really bold. Besides him, who else would steal? Where are the others? Write it all down. Zhang Luoluo reminded in a low voice. Maybe Xiao Sun is remembering it wrong? Misremembering? Possibly? In the past, Xiao Sun has not been bullied by Jiang Yan. You guys don't feel sorry for Xiao Sun but care about Jiang Yan. How do you act as a sister? No need to say more. He flung his sleeve and looked at Luo Xiaofei, old 7. Take off the surveillance camera and you'll know the ins and outs. I'd like to see who would steal something besides Jiang Yan. Could it be that the thing has become a spirit and run away? Don't you all not believe it? When the actual evidence is produced, you guys will see what kind of a commodity Jiang Yan really is. He gritted his teeth in anger. Going against me? Don't even think about what the consequences will be. This is simply going to turn over if we don't teach him a lesson. But I'm not someone who drills into deadlines. As long as Jiang Yan comes back to kowtow to me and make amends, and then gets everyone's forgiveness, I'll forgive him. Zhang Luoluo only felt a tightness in her chest. The captain had really gone off the deep end now. Luo Xiaofei looked at them with a sneer and went back to her room and took out her laptop to start debugging the video. She laughed coldly in her heart. Laugh, laugh, wait a while and you'll be dumbfounded. But at this moment, Zhang Pei still felt furious. When he comes back crying, none of you will plead for him. I'm going to chop off half of his bloodline to Xiao Sun. Xiao Sun is having a weak bloodline. It's just right. Zhang Luoluo started to get anxious, but Jiang Yan, he already used up a lot of his bloodline, and now he's only barely able to start cultivating. If he cuts off half of it again, Jiang Yan's life. Weak bloodline? Zhang Pei smiled coldly and spoke. What's it got to do with me? How would I be if he did not turn his sword against you? Also, you and Lao Er were the only ones who didn't show up for Xiao Sun's celebration banquet, so go see him afterward. He's thinking about you guys. Zhang Pei suppressed the fire, which felt much more comfortable, or Xiao Sun competing since childhood, understand and obedient, which is like Jiang Yan. Alas, that loser Jiang Yan. His realm has been regressing and advancing for 7 years, and Xiao Sun? Now it's D rank. There's absolutely no comparison. It's useless for him to want that bloodline. But Zhang Luoluo opened her mouth. But Jiang Yan is rank E in 7 days, and can cross over to kill rank D. Zhang Pei seemed to have heard something unbelievable. 7 days? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Zhang Pei's eyes widened. In his impression, Jiang Yan's realm had gone back and forth, and he had even thought that Jiang Yan hadn't practiced some kind of evil art, but now he was telling him that he had crossed 2 levels in 7 days. Zhang Luoluo's eyes were firm. I didn't see it wrong. And Jiang Yan's aura is not weaker than D rank at all, or even higher. I feel that Chun Yu might not be his opponent. Zhang Pei sneered. Xiao Sun isn't even his match? Are you kidding? He suddenly turned his words around, his eyes gradually turning grim. But so what if he's A-ranked? It's just a matter of wanting or not wanting to pin him down if I want to. He laughed coldly, incomparably confident in his own strength. Zhang Luoluo looked at the captain who swore, only to feel his heart chilled. He did not dare to imagine that once gentle and kind, to them even more heartfelt captain has changed so much. But then Luo Xiaofei greeted them. Sister Luo, Captain. Found it. Luo Xiaofei searched for half a day and found that only the hall and Jiang Yan's room had surveillance. None of their rooms had been installed for the sake of privacy, while Chan Yu's room had just been set up to monitor interference. Luo Xiaofei could feel ridiculous. This differentiation was really too funny. Was this the fear that Jiang Yan would do something hurtful without being discovered? But it seems like it does, and that's running into them as teammates. Luo Xiaofei looked at the others as they walked over and spoke. Captain, there were no videos found of Jiang Yan stealing, only videos of Jiang Yan preparing various gifts in the put room ready to give to the other sisters. No video? Zhang Pei stared at her as if to see if she was lying. Luo Xiaofei raised an eyebrow and spread her hands. None of your rooms have surveillance. Only Brother Yan's does. But Brother Yan did go to your room. But it was all about giving away some ghost coins or something like that. Zhang Pei laughed coldly. Sending me something? You think I will believe it? It must be an opportunity to go in and steal something. This brat city is quite deep, and he knows how to cover up. Lolo, come with me. I'd like to see him steal some of my stuff. Chapter 40, White Spirit Cat. Zhang Luoluo also wanted to know whether Jiang Yan had taken the captain's things or not, but she always felt that the matter of stealing an S-rank Dao weapon would never be that simple. Zhang Pei led her to rummage around the room for a while but didn't find anything. Did not lose anything? Seeing that his city is too quite deep, he didn't steal more for fear of stealing too much and revealing himself. Zhang Pei snorted coldly. He walked out of the room with large strides. Luo, go contact the other teammates and see if they've lost anything. I'd like to see just how shameless Jiang Yan can be. Zhang Luoluo looked at him. Captain, are you so sure that Jiang Yan stole it? Zhang Pei was indignant. Who stole it if not him? Could it be Xiao Sun? What do you think? Jiang Yan's realm is so low that he was able to come out in those B-rank ghost domains. Do you believe that he didn't steal it? Zhang Luoluo didn't dare to retort again. Zhang Pei slapped the table and sat down. This Jiang Yan is also really bold. And after regaining his ability, he wants to drain us and then wants to leave? Zhang Luoluo spoke up. Captain, but this time what if Jiang Yan is truly not going to come back? Zhang Pei sneered. Isn't it just killing a D-ranked ghost? If he thinks he's powerful just like that, then he's kind of wasted. And I'm ashamed for him when he goes out and says he's our teammate. Don't worry. As long as Jiang Yan's nature is exposed he won't be able to stay over there for long. Come back. I'll make sure to chop his hands off. He suddenly seemed to think of something looking at Zhang Luoluo. Luoluo, go to Jiang Yan's previous orphanage and probe them. If the strongest ones are still S-ranked, send me a message and I'll go and get them all. Jiang Yan will definitely participate in the Ghost Spirit Domain's secret realm after a while, so when the time comes, kill all those people from the orphanage in front of him. No way. Zhang Luoluo directly denied. This was the place where Jiang Yan used to live. If we really killed his former playmate, then he would really never forgive us again. Zhang Pei slapped the table. Why not? He didn't even come back to kowtow to me and apologize. His eyes gradually became hideously sharp. I'll let him know what it means to piss me off. I'll let him know that if he dares to disobey my decision, there's only one end. Zhang Luoluo still wanted to retort. Alright, you go explore first and give me information. Zhang Pei directly issued an expulsion order without giving Zhang Luoluo a chance to retort. Zhang Luoluo left the territory and walked in the direction of the orphanage with his eyes lifeless. She had only wanted the captain to save Jiang Yan from that trap, but she really didn't expect the captain to be so desperate. He even wanted to publicize the things Jiang Yan had done in the past for the whole world to verbally attack him. Even tried to kill his former dependent partner in front of him. Was the captain really not afraid that Jiang Yan would retaliate against them and hate them to death? This didn't leave any path for Jiang Yan at all. This was simply trying to drive him to his death. Was this really Jiang Yan's fault for ordering? The captain used to favor Chen Yu with all his resources. And for Jiang Yan? Just brought him back and squeezed all kinds of value out of him. If Jiang Yan hadn't been with him, he probably would have had a good life. But who actually stole the captain's S-rank Dao sword? Jiang Yan had been able to escape from various high-level ghost domains before. Could it really be that he had used the captain's Dao sword? Whatever. Let's go to the orphanage first. The captain shouldn't be heartless to that extent. The captain used to be a police officer. This time, she might just want to scare Jiang Yan. When Jiang Yan followed her back to the team and apologized to the captain would surely forgive him. And those orphans would surely be fine. Chen Wanning was lost in thought as she walked to the small house where Jiang Yan used to hide from them. But she still couldn't stand the smell around her, and used a freshening spell to ease it up a lot. It was really hard for her to imagine that Jiang Yan used to be able to hide in such a filthy place just to avoid meeting up with them. But she gradually lost her concentration looking at the fresh spell, as if she had thought of something sad, and the tip of her nose reddened a little. It occurred to her that it was because of this one fresh spell that Jiang Yan was particularly curious at the time and wanted to learn from her. In order to please her, he specially found a white spirit cat somewhere and gave it to her. That white spirit cat would feed back to its owner the effects of mental clarity and thoughts. A very rare spirit in the horror world. But at that time she only felt. And Jiang Yan stated something must be very dirty. Even if again pure things in her eyes just like Jiang Yan make people feel disgusting. She backed away in disgust, telling Jiang Yan to stay away. Ugly. Jiang Yan was very well behaved and just stood there and smiled, putting the white spirit cat down to let the cat go over on its own. The cat seemed to be a cub, stumbling in its walks, only to walk towards her with its eyes wide open and milky voice. But her, Chen Wanting, disgusted with the dirt, he threw an explosive charm directly at the kitten. In an instant, the fire exploded, and Jiang Yan couldn't even try to save the cat. The kitten that was supposed to be in swaddling clothes was blown straight to smithereens. At that time, Jiang Yan froze, his eyes instantly reddened, but never exploded with foul language at her, just choking down his head, not daring to cry out. He collapsed to the ground grasping the kitten's scattered limbs glancing at her with a look of grief to the point of despair, then silently left. That lonely figure was etched in her mind. At that time, she only felt that Jiang Yan was disgusting to the extreme, but now, she only felt that her heart was pulled up in general pain. Why is she so prejudiced against Jiang Yan? Isn't it just learning about talismans? His reason for learning the freshening spell should also be to be able to freshen up a bit in this little nest that was all his end. Chen Wanning sat paralyzed on the ground, already on the verge of collapse. She suddenly thought of something, picked up her cell phone and looked through the records her big sister had sent her. Sure enough, there was a memo from Jiang Yan that day. Second sister knows charms. Ugh. She's so good. It's good how I know them too. Today senior sister told Chen Yu that one is a freshness spell. It can freshen the air. I'd like to change the air in my nook so it won't be so disgusting if the big sisters and the others want to visit. But second sister seems to hate me, throwing Chen Yu a bunch of talismans and not willing to teach me one. What a lucky day, saved a white spirit cat under a bee chicken ghost. He's really cute. If only he could stay by my side to keep me company in the future. It seems like no one ever cared about me these past few years. But, second sister should like it. She used to be a college professor. I heard she loves cats. Give it to her. The kittens will surely go hungry following me. Second sister doesn't seem to like the little white cat. She gave it to. Oh, kitten, why? I'm sorry, little white cat. I did this to you. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Chen Wanning's tears fell like a dike, and her mind China instantly thought. Jiang Yan was lying alone in front of the white spirit cat's grave, hugging the grave and crying like tears were falling like rain. It's so heartbreaking. But what did she really do? Why she did it? Jiang Yan turned out not to be trying to please her at all. He just thought he would make the kitten hungry and wanted her to take care of it. But what did she really do? Chapter 41, Is it so easy to give away unicorn blood? She shuddered as she stepped out of the room and saw the small tomb standing in front of the door. But there was another one next to it. The tombstone reads, Dear kitten, don't meet me in your next life. The larger tombstone next to it had no words, but it was obvious that Jiang Yan had prepared it for himself. Perhaps he himself had wondered if he would even make it to the tomb. She shivered and just felt cold all over. At this time, Zhang Luoluo, however, walked over in puzzled disbelief, and froze in surprise when she saw Chen Wanting. Wanting? Why are you here? Don't you hate this place the most? It's too dirty. Chen Wanting covered her mouth, choked up and couldn't speak, kept shaking her head. No, She didn't dare to answer and looked at Zhang Luoluo as she choked back her sobs and inquired. Big sister, why are you here? Zhang Luoluo looked at the grave and also understood what was going on, but without saying it outright, she spoke. Master asked me to go to the orphanage to poke around. Prying what news? Chen Wanting was puzzled. Zhang Luoluo spoke. Master asked me to probe their highest battle strength. If I can, the captain might capture that group and threaten Jiang Yan. Chen Wanting froze. She suddenly thought of Jiang Yan's line about never having anyone to accompany her in these years. But now that the captain was doing it again, she covered her nose to hold back her tears. No, it won't work. Jiang Yan will go crazy. That was his old cherished playmate. Zhang Luoluo sighed. But when I got there, I found that the orphanage was already empty, with only a gatekeeper. Chen Wanting froze, lowered her head and said in a muffled voice, Jiang Yan should be guarding against us. Zhang Luoluo laughed miserably. How can he not guard against us? I'm afraid that he won't even know where he died in these 7 years. Chen Wanting sniffed and looked at the large tombstone next to her, not knowing how to speak. Within the entire team, the most unpopular person is him. Zhang Luoluo sighed. I really don't know what kind of existence Jiang Yan is in our team. What exactly did he come to our team for and what did he get out of it? They say the team is like home, but he's here with us. Her tone trailed off. But is he even remotely at home here? I asked the caretaker, and he told me that Jiang Yan was snatched away by our captain back then. As if it was because Chen Yu was just overbearingly snatched right back with a single word. And he went back during that time. And you know what he went back for? Going back was for a hot meal. And those of them who saw Jiang Yan were eager to persuade them to go back. But yet he dares not go back because of the captain's bullying. He is afraid to take his anger out on them. I'm afraid that only a few times in those 7 years did Dai Dai get some warmth there at the orphanage. Chen Wanting gradually choked. Why do even those dirty bad boys take such good care of Jiang Yan? We're the ones who are his teammates. We're the ones who are supposed to be taking such good care of him. But what the hell have we been doing all these years? It's not just you and me. It's the captain and the others. What are they treating Jiang Yan as? An animal? Or a bad kid bad to the bone? Chen Wanting shook her head and sniffled. I don't know about them. All I know is that I'm here because Jiang Yan wants to learn talismans from me. But he only learned the charm to get rid of the smell of his litter. But I'm just so disgusted with him for being a waste of space that I know about this matter. You killed the white spirit cat he gave you. Zhang Luoluo looked at the small dirtbag next to him. This is it, right? Chen Wanting nodded and continued. I also called him dirty, calling him a bastard born of a mother but not raised by a mother. Zhang Luoluo's pupils shrunk slightly as she looked at Chen Wanting, itching to beat her to death. She could hardly bear the anger in her heart bursting out. Don't you know that orphans are most afraid of this phrase? Chen Wanting didn't dare to speak, but she still stared into her eyes. But this sentence, it was you, big sister. Who said it first? Zhang Luoluo was dumbfounded by this dislike. What exactly does Jiang Yan count for with us? Her eyes gradually reddened as well. Even a janitorial master loves him. And why would we do something so frighteningly gut-wrenching? Chen Wanting sighed in a low voice as she looked at the white spirit cat's grave. It should have been the executioner who killed him himself. The sound of breaking wind slid through the air like a breaking force, leaving a blade behind, and the sound of sheathing rang out. Zhang Qiling put away his black gold ancient blade and kicked the head of the ghostly creature that had already knelt on the ground. Gurgling, the head rolls off. Wu Qi walked up and opened the level's treasure chest, taking out the pills therein and handing them to Jiang Yan. Take it all. It's all yours. He then looked at little brother again and smiled happily. You can do it, little brother. Now that the SS-ranked ghosts and monsters aren't your opponent, what else are we going to strive for in the future? He wrapped his arms around Jiang Yan and Fatty. From now on, we'll just lie flat. You drive all the way. Fatty slapped over Wu Qi's hand. How can you talk? We still have to take revenge. Yin Zi's revenge still has to be taken. When Yin Zi is stronger than them, we'll just kill them all in one pot. He tucked in a bag of ghost coins and stuffed it in Jiang Yan's hand. Tell me what's missing. As long as we have it in our team, feel free to use it, including the three of us, if you want to use it. Fatty Wang revealed a wry smile, gently wrapped his arms around Xiao Xiao's slender and robust waist, and Xiao Xiao's body obviously trembled for a moment. Fatty Wang laughed playfully in a very heartless manner. You should do little brother first, he has a good body. Ha ha. But Wu Qi knocked on his head and looked at Jiang Yan with a serious face. You really don't need us to make a move? Jiang Yan smiled and shook his head. There's no need for you guys to do anything. They'll have their own retribution. So what are your plans now? Are you just going to wait? Fatty Wang ate his chicken leg. Jiang Yan looked at the Dao sword in his hand and then at them and opened his mouth. I'm now at E level complete. I should be able to break through to D level in a few days. In a few days the ghost spirit mystery realm will appear. I want to go inside and look for a chance. Only there's an age restriction in it. It needs to be under 19 years old. Wu Qi opened his mouth. And Fatty Wang was also surprised as they all looked at little brother in unison. Then shook their heads frantically. Fatty Wang didn't even know that his chicken leg had fallen off. Then forget it. Little brother is afraid that he doesn't know how many years he has lived. Wu Qi nodded approvingly, pointing at little brother and then Jiang Yan, with the age difference between the two of you. Little brother could be your ancestor, haha. Jiang Yan was also amused by him. It's fine. I'll personally go forward this time. As the person in the team who knows this world well, I'll look down on myself if I don't make our team's name known in this world. Zhang Qiling walked towards Jiang Yan with a firm gaze and patted his shoulder. I believe in you. He then violently raised his foot and kicked at Jiang Yan at a very sharp angle. Jiang Yan took a step back and looked at Xiao Xiao with great suspicion. The corners of Zhao's mouth lifted lightly. I'll train you in the meantime. And I'll teach you all the skills I know so well. He then looked at Wu Qi and the two of them. You guys collect more heavenly materials and treasures. Jiang Yan's physique needs to be strengthened. And during that time, he will need a lot of energy. I will use Qilin blood as a guide to help him break through. Chapter 42, Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Jiang Yan froze, looking at Zhang Qiling, who was full of seriousness, and asked, There's really no need to be so nice to me. Using unicorn blood, surely it would hurt his body, right? Really? 7 years had long since worn him down and seen through human nature. And now this was rather a bit uncomfortable for him. As if Zhang Qiling could see what was on his mind. He spoke directly. Just a little bit of Qilin blood is enough. No need to worry. Wu Xia patted his ass on the shoulder. Just keep it or little brother won't stop. That's just how he is. Bored and pouting. But why are you talking so much today? Enlightened? Wu Qi looked at Zhang Qiling and laughed. Fatty Wang smiled gratefully and patted Wu Qi. That's not true. It's not much more than a family member? Jiang Yan looked at them. Unspeakable feelings surfacing in his heart. He had planned to take all the pain himself, so that he could always observe the ostracism and dislike of himself around him, and he could just leave without interruption. But he felt that he was being a bit redundant with this idea. How could he have such thoughts when they treated him as family? Everything in the past was ultimately a passing cloud, and what he had now was what he had to cherish. They seem to be making up for everything in their childhood by being all they can be. As for Zhang Pei and the others, sucking his blood and acting like they deserve it. They are nothing more than life's frustrations. As a human being, look forward and cherish everyone who is good to you at the moment. Jiang Yan looked at them from the bottom of his heart and smiled happily, letting go of all the baggage in his heart. Thank you, my family. In the past few days, Jiang Yan had gone through a series of hoochies from Fatty Wang and Wu Qi, and the realm on his body was scurrying like a rocket. Eat some more. There's a ghost god fruit here. Fatty Wang was shoving it towards Jiang Yan's mouth, as if he was acting as if Jiang Yan wouldn't let him go until he finished eating it. Wu Qi laughed beside him. You're feeding Yanko like a pig. Jiang Yan sniffed and looked at his stiff little belly, and laughed heartlessly. It was raining lightly at that moment, and in the distance a dark silhouette walked towards this side, as if it had something in its arms. It was only when the figure got closer that he realized it was little brother. After Xiao Xiao and Jiang Yan exchanged a glance, he pulled out a tiny candy man from his arms. Jiang Yan froze, looking at the candy man, momentarily lost in thought. The candy man looked like 4 people hooking up and laughing together, and on the far left was a tall one, presumably Wu Ji. On the right was one with a hat, presumably Xiao Xiao, and behind him with both hands together on Wu Qi and Xiao Xiao's shoulders was a fat man, and in the middle was a somewhat flattered Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan froze and took the sugar man. The little brother saw this and stepped aside to speak faintly. The place of exchange saw that there was one, so I bought one by the way. Wu Xia smacked his lips in wonder. By the way? Fatty Wang came over and took a look at Sugar Man. Hey, is that fat guy me? Kinda looks like him. Jiang Yan's eyes reddened a bit and wiped the corners of his eyes. Fatty Wang teased. It seems like there's a lot of wind and sand today, so you have to pack your clothes earlier. Wu Wei pulled him away. Yeah, I'm about to cry from all the scratching. Jiang Yan looked up at the little brother and smiled as he spoke. Thank you, I like it a lot. So that's what it feels like not to hide. I used to have to be careful when I wanted to take a picture with my teammates, but now, he no longer needs to shy away from it, because these family members of his care for him from the heart and take care of all his little moods. Little brother looked at Jiang Yan and wanted to say something, but he finally spoke. The training can't be cancelled. Jiang Yan smiled and nodded. It was his first time eating a Candyman, and it was sweet. At this time the sky cleared. A ray of sunlight hit Jiang Yan's face, spreading a faint hazy texture. At this moment Jiang Yan's heart, which had long been full of holes, moved as if it had been saved. At this time, two figures appeared in the distance. Jiang Yan was familiar with them. It was Zhang Luoluo and Chen Wanting. Zhang Lola was also carrying a gift box in her hand. Jiang Yan thought to himself why they had come and just wanted to pull little brother away. But then Zhang Luoluo ran up and tried to pull Jiang Yan. Little brother sidestepped in front of Jiang Yan, protecting him to the death. He had a bad impression of the woman in front of him. Xiao looked at her with cold eyes of contempt. What is it? Zhang Luoluo tried to squeeze out a smile and looked at Jiang Yan behind little brother. Jiang Yan, come over here for a moment. I have a few words I want to say to you. As if she was afraid of Jiang Yan's refusal, she hastily said, I'll just say a few words. I'll leave after I finish. Jiang Yan walked out from behind little brother. And after nodding his head in greeting with little brother to show, he turned his head to look at Zhang Luoluo. I don't know what exactly you came to find me for, but I'm having a good time here, so please don't bother me in the future. He really didn't understand. He had left the team. Didn't they hate themselves the most? What's the point of coming to him now? Do you still want to lock him up in the ghost realm to be corrupted by ghosts day and night? Zhang Luoluo looked stunned. Jiang Yan, my sister knows it's wrong. I came here this time just to apologize to you. I'll just say a few words. Really? She looked at Jiang Yan with a sincere look. Jiang Yan didn't speak. His expression was bland. Zhang Luoluo took out a pill from the gift box in her hand. Jiang Yan, you're definitely going to participate in the ghost spirit mystic realm in the near future, right? Sister, this is specially for the sake of finding a sacred medicine for healing, the healing spirit pill. I hope that you can accept it as compensation for my previous shortcomings to you. She smiled and handed it over. Jiang Yan looked at the gift box and only felt familiar. Seeing this, Zhang Luoluo smiled faintly. This is the same gift box you gave me for my Dao clothes. That time, my sister didn't know that you prepared clothes for me. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Jiang Yan snorted with cold eyes and interrupted. What are you doing all this for now? To mock me? Or do you want to tease me? Zhang Luo's complexion changed. Luo hastily waved his hand. No, I have been looking for this elixir for a long time. She can. Jiang Yan looked at her with a cold smile. It can heal the injuries from your previous beatings? Zhang Luoluo's complexion changed and she lowered her head in shame. Jiang Yan looked at her appearance and only felt ridiculous. What kind of plotting and scheming are you trying to pull off? Say it directly. Zhang Luoluo reddened her nose. I just wanted to care about your injury. Jiang Yan snorted and picked up the pill and examined it, his mouth perking up. Healing God pill? I remember you gave Chun Yu a box of them before, and now you're bringing this one to me. Do you think this is funny? Zhang Luoluo didn't dare to speak. Muffled for a while before speaking in a low voice, I only found this one. Sister will make it up to you next time. Okay. Jiang Yan quickly waved his hand. That's not true. I don't deserve your concern. I still don't know if this elixir is poisonous or not. After all, I wasn't drugged in the past. Zhang Luoluo seemed to have been poked to the sore spot. Jiang Yan, how can you talk to your sister like this? Even if I used to bully you even more. I have been your teammate for 7 years and taken care of you for 7 years. Now you're even saying that the elixir I sent you specially is poisonous? She laughed coldly. Jiang Yan's face turned cold. Nature exposed? He snorted coldly and looked at Zhang Luoluo with a heavy tone. Zhang Luoluo, do you think you guys are particularly smart? Thinking that you can play me in the palm of your hand? Zhang Luoluo realized that she just had a bad attitude. She came to beg Jiang Yan to apologize. Instantly her tone softened doubtfully. What? Jiang Yan seemed to hear something funny. A handful of pills in his hand along with the gift box in her hand, snatched it over and directly threw it on the ground, lifting his foot to directly stomp the two to pieces. Zhang Luoluo froze. She didn't understand why Jiang Yan suddenly erupted into such a fire. Jiang Yan, you're crazy. Zhang Luoluo. Jiang Yan could no longer suppress the anger in his heart, pointing at her nose and yelling. You shouldn't put your minds on those 3-year-olds who don't even have parents. Do you have any humanity left at all? Is your conscience eaten by dogs? Chapter 43, Jiang Yan never trusted them? Zhang Luoluo's expression was stagnant. So it was really Jiang Yan who had told them to leave in advance. Jiang Yan had never trusted them from the beginning. Jiang Yan coldly looked at her stagnant appearance. I tell you, you'd better not play the small plan on them, these children. There are any underhanded tricks towards me on the line. The big deal is that we together fish death net broken. Zhang Luoluo hurriedly explained. Jiang Yan, you misunderstood. We just want to take care of them. The horror world is so big. They children have no one to turn to. Care? Don't you think that's a ridiculous word coming from your mouths? You're afraid you're not going to abduct them all to the ranks for inhuman abuse as well. Zhang Luoluo was dumbfounded by her dislike. Jiang Yan, I just want to help you. The ghost spirit secret realm is too dangerous. Zhang Luoluo seemed to have thought of something as she looked at Jiang Yan and spoke excitedly. Xiao Yan, haven't you always wanted to learn combat skills from me? I'll teach you I'll teach you everything I know, Zhang Luoluo said and tried to pull Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan directly shook off her hand and laughed. Don't, I'm afraid that if I get practiced out of anything, you'll still have to blame me for being too much of a waste and spoiling this good skill of yours. No, it won't, it was my sister's fault in the past. I'll teach you seriously this time. Okay, the more Zhang Luoluo said, the weaker her tone became. Jiang Yan directly refused. With that snake heart of yours, what can you teach me? Teach me how to give up my head to the enemy. I, for one, won't bother you to waste more of your thoughts. I really just want to care about you, murmured Zhang Luoluo as she glanced down at the man in black next to her. Care for me? Locking me up outside the door to be eroded by the ghostly chi for 7 days and 7 nights? You'd better leave your rotten kindness to Qingyu. I don't care about it. Also, don't come to bother me in the future. Get as far away as you can, Jiang Yan seriously said and directly turned around to leave. Zhang Luoluo saw that Jiang Yan was going to leave and hurriedly pulled his hand. Listen to big sister's explanation, okay? Sister didn't know your good intentions in the past and paid a lot of money wrongly. I'm really sorry. Listen to my explanation. Sister can make it up to you. Jiang Yan swept her with cold eyes. Spread out. Zhang Luoluo tugged Jiang Yan's arm tightly. No, you must listen to my explanation today. Otherwise I will stay here until you listen to my explanation. Jiang Yan looked at her in anger and scolded. Zhang Luoluo, what the hell do you want to do? You have a pit in your brain. We are no longer teammates. Why do you keep coming to harass me? Don't you think I have suffered enough in the past? Zhang Luoluo pursed her lips and her eyes were slightly red as she pulled out a Dao jacket from her ring and looked at Jiang Yan with bawling eyes and opened her mouth. Jiang Yan, the ghost spirit mystic realm is very dangerous. This C-grade Dao jacket you should take it first. I'm really just worried about you being bullied. She saw that Jiang Yan didn't wear that SS-grade Dao clothes today. This was really the same as what she thought. These teammates of theirs must have been deceived by Jiang Yan and then confiscated all the things that they used to give to him, so that she was more certain that she could persuade Jiang Yan to go back to live well with them. Jiang Yan this time, however, took the Dao clothes and examined them. You guys are really quite good at giving them away. Zhang Luoluo saw that Jiang Yan was interested, and the speculation in his heart became even more certain that Jiang Yan had indeed been hated for revealing his nature here, and now even a C-grade Dao clothes could deprive him of his fulfillment. Jiang Yan glanced at her with cold eyes. So you can get lost? Zhang Luoluo's eyes were a little red. She opened her mouth but didn't know how to answer. She knew that for a while Jiang Yan would definitely not be able to get rid of the trauma he had suffered in the past. She could give him some time. That way when he went back, they would still be good teammates and family. But she turned and just tried to leave. He saw Jiang Yan throw the piece of Taoist clothing in the air and called out to Zhang Qiling. Little brother. The little brother on the side would understand. And the black and gold ancient sword was instantly sheathed, accompanied by the eloquent wind of the blade tearing the airborne Dao clothes to shreds. The Taoist clothes fluttered down with the wind. Just as Zhang Luoluo's heart fell into the ice cellar, Zhang Luoluo could no longer stop her tears at this scene. She covered her nose and looked at Jiang Yan incredulously. Jiang Yan, why? She had clearly taken out her sincerity. But why was Jiang Yan still so cold? Jiang Yan's eyes grew colder and colder as he watched Zhang Luoluo. At this moment, Zhang Luoluo's trembling body crying did look quite pitiful. If he were to change to the previous Jiang Yan, I'm afraid that he would really be heartbroken. But the current Jiang Yan only felt ridiculous looking at this scene. Isn't that exactly what she used to do to him? It's ridiculous. It's nothing, it's just that you touched it and I'm too dirty, Jiang Yan coldly said and then directly walked straight around her and left the place with little brother. Zhang Luoluo looked at Jiang Yan's departure figure was so determined. She collapsed in silent sobbing, very aggrieved. The shattered Dao clothes in front of her made her feel so unreal. Was this still the Jiang Yan who liked her before? She didn't understand. She was just trying to help Jiang Yan. How could he stomp on the pills she gave him? How could he tear the Dao clothes that were given to him to shreds? Why couldn't he just give her a chance to play the club? Couldn't he be half as generous as Chenyu? She couldn't contain the sadness in her heart and her nose twitched. At this time, Chen Wanting walked up to assist Zhang Luoluo to get up. Sister Luoluo, don't be too sad. Jiang Yan did go a bit overboard this time. He should still not have reacted. But, I'm just worried he'll get hurt. He hasn't known how to take care of himself since he was a child, starving himself so thin. Zhang Luoluo was aggrieved and wanted to cry out again. How could he do this to me? I wanted to release him. He didn't even give me a chance. And he went against me at every turn. Is it all my fault for what happened before? Elder, why didn't you come out and apologize to Jiang Yan just now? Zhang Luoluo wiped her tears and looked seriously at Chen Wanting. I don't dare. Chen Wanting opened her mouth somewhat timidly. Don't dare? What have you done in the past? Do you think I don't know? He simply wanted to learn the simplest of freshness spells, and you killed the kitten he gave you in front of him. Zhang Luoluo perked up. Why didn't you step forward just now? Don't you think of Jiang Yan as a teammate either? Chen Wanting didn't know how to answer. She was afraid that Jiang Yan would also humiliate her in the same way he did to her big sister. She wasn't doing much wrong. Wasn't big sis just trying to shield herself from a little scolding? Besides, who made the old Jiang Yan so annoying and dirty, and likes to steal from people? Then I wouldn't be so disgusted with him if he knew half as much as Xiao Sun. It's not even his problem at the end of the day. Even if you want to apologize to him, how can you do that? Do we have to kowtow to him to set the record straight? If she did go and apologize, she would only be humiliated even more. She had done far too many things to Jiang Yan in the past, and she didn't dare to gamble. Zhang Luoluo was furious at her appearance, and she knew that there was no way for either of them to come to their senses for a while, because from the bottom of their hearts, Jiang Yan was always the disgusting person, not to mention the fact that Xiao Sun was there. In contrast, there was even less of a way for them to put their faces down to please Jiang Yan. Zhang Luoluo didn't accuse Chen Wanting anymore and just got up and returned to the territory. Chen Wanting followed behind her and didn't say anything, just looked at her big sister's forlorn figure with more and more heartache in her heart. It's all Jiang Yan's fault, can't he be generous? At worst, big deal. Let him hit the hand a little. Just after returning home they saw that the captain Zhang Pei had prepared a whole bunch of things and even spent the money that Jiang Yan had previously contributed to buy a ghost ring that could help Chen Yu store his treasures. Zhang Pei saw Zhang Luoluo two people back, then opened his mouth and said angrily, "Where did you guys run off to? You guys didn't participate in Xiao Sun's celebration banquet. Not to mention that the ghost spirit mystery realm is in a hurry right now. So you guys don't help Xiao Sun to improve his strength. What are you running around for? Don't you guys realize that this time it's a matter of life and death for us?" Zhang Pei saw the two men bowing their heads and not speaking, and with a cold snort looked at Zhang Luoluo. "Luoluo, how's the poking around at the orphanage?" Zhang Luoluo lowered her head and spoke in a muffled voice. "The orphanage has long been empty." "It should be. What should I say?" Zhang Pei seemed to be very angry when he heard this. "Say it." Zhang Luoluo spoke with some guilt in her heart. It should be Jiang Yan who informed them in advance. Chapter 44. If it were me, I wouldn't like Jiang Yan either. Zhang Pei sniffed coldly. This beast really never treated us as teammates and defended us at every turn. What a white-eyed wolf that can't be raised well. I should have not saved him at that time and let him die in the orphanage. Zhang Luoluo looked at Zhang Pei's exasperation and didn't say anything. Zhang Pei swept a glance at them, then looked at Chen Yu. "Hurry up and give the gift to Chen Yu. Xiao Sun hasn't even arrived for the celebration banquet. He's looking forward to you guys. In a few days Chen Yu will be attending the Ghost Spirit Mystic Realm. During this period he must help Xiao Sun improve his strength more. Nothing else matters. As for Jiang Yan, that white-eyed wolf, it won't take him long before his nature is exposed. He'll definitely be kicked out of the team. And when he comes to beg me, there's something in store for him. Xiao Sun is now but that half of his bloodline. And now that he's run away, he doesn't have any sense of the big picture." Zhang Lolo lowered her head and didn't dare to speak. At this time, Chen Yu also walked to Zhang Luoluo and Chen Wanting's front, looking at them blearily. "Big sister. Second sister. You can come back. It's fine if the gift is not given. Your safety is the most important." Zhang Luoluo raised her head and rubbed his head, taking out a grade A Dao clothes from the ghost ring and handing it to him. "This Dao clothes can help you face ghosts below grade S without any worries. These days big sister had some things to do. This time I'll make it up to you." Chen Yu nodded and smiled. Big sister doesn't need to be so tired. There's me. Let me take care of a few sisters in the future. Chen Wanting listened very comfortably. Or Xiao Sun obedient. If Jiang Yan has half of him it would be good. Then it is not so much to send something to be rejected, but also have to say those hurtful words. She raised her hand and scraped Xiao Sun's nose to take out a jade box from her bosom. "Come Xiao Sun. This is the jade protection bracelet that senior sister sent you. It can protect you from ghost spiritual attacks and keep your thoughts clear. And my sister can rely on you to protect her in the future." Chen Yu nodded his head in a very good manner. "Thank you, second sister." Zhang Pei grunted coldly, still counting on you guys to have some conscience. He then beckoned. "Come Xiao Sun, brother Pei, I have something for you as well." Chen Yu walked over. Zhang Pei was very happy and placed a ghost ring in Chen Yu's palm. "Come, this ghost ring contains spirit elixirs to restore ghost chi. It can ensure that you will have constant ghost chi in the secret realm. There are all kinds of elixirs in the ring, and the captain has labeled them all for you." Chen Yu smiled happily. "Thank you, Captain." At this time, Zhang Pei once again pulled out a Dao sword and waved it twice in the air. "Here, this S-rank Dao sword will be your sword from now on. It just makes up for the fact that Jiang Yan destroyed your Dao weapon." He handed all styles of treasures to Chen Yu, fearing that he would be bullied in some way in the secret realm. Chen Yu smiled so happily that he couldn't hold the treasures in his arms, but Zhang Pei seriously patted Chen Yu's shoulder at this time. "Remember, your safety comes first in everything. Treasures and whatnot are not important. Life comes first. If we lose you, we will be very sad. And I've already made connections with the people in the other teams. When the time comes they'll all put their lives on the line to protect you. You basically won't get into trouble if you don't get close to those SS ranked ones. His kind and doting appearance was like that of an old father. But this scene was so ironic in Zhang Luoluo's eyes. All of these things were prepared by the captain half a year ago. And making connections was even paved for 4 or 5 years. Just to prepare for Chen Yu's current secret realm. Even more, it was feared that most of these things, most of them, were most likely obtained by Jiang Yan in exchange for his life. But these things that should have belonged to Jiang Yan were given to Chen Yu. Even Jiang Yan was snatched up by them before he could warm up his hands, while they were still at home enjoying all the fruits of Jiang Yan's life, while Jiang Yan was struggling to survive amidst all kinds of ghosts and monsters. What's more, Jiang Yan would be arranged by them to go out to look for special herbs, some of which were even guarded by evil spirits. But every time Jiang Yan came back covered in wounds, as soon as the herbs got a little muddy, they would beat him up and feed the herbs to the dogs. And by the way, they had to scold him if he had no hands and couldn't even hold a medicine steady. So why don't he just die? The previous Zhang Luoluo felt that these were really nothing excessive. After all, Jiang Yan was so. But now she looked at them rightfully enjoying all the good of Jiang Yan still had to spit on him a mouthful of spit feeling really bad. But Jiang Yan was outside. Even his Dao clothes and Dao sword had been confiscated. He was sure to be in a bad way this time when he went to the ghost spirit mysterious realm. Those teammates of his would surely do something very bad knowing Jiang Yan's nature, right? But why didn't Jiang Yan accept his gift? Could it be pride? But what time is it? Can you have some sense of the big picture? Chen Wanting behind her looked at this scene and felt bad in her heart. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the captain was more in favor of Chen Yu. But she was not in a position to say something fair for Jiang Yan. Saying too much is counterproductive. At this time, Chen Yu put everything into the ghost ring and looked at Zhang Pei. His eyes turned a little red and he was very touched as he squeezed tears hard. Captain, I don't even know how to thank you. Zhang Pei also kindly patted his shoulder. It's okay, these are what you should do as a captain. You see which teammate I am not this good to. Don't have psychological pressure. You can stand in front of me in good health is the best thanks. Chen Yu wiped his tears, a hint of grimness flashed in his eyes. I will definitely honor you all well in the future. Zhang Pei rubbed his head then looked at the two of them. Boss, in these days before the ghost spirit mystic realm you'll be in charge of helping Xiao Sun to improve his close combat. You're more than enough for all of this as the team's second in command. And Lao Air, aren't you the best at charms? You prepare some more. What advanced charms for Xiao Sun? What explosive charms? Amulets, prepare some more. Oh yeah, don't prepare any fresh spells, that is useless and takes up space. His eyes flicked up. Right, everyone else gather back and have a meeting. We need to improve little Sun on all fronts. After all, Xiao Sun is the core of our team. Chen Yu smiled with a face full of innocence. I will definitely try my best to learn from my sisters. Zhang Pei was very pleased. It's best that you have this heart. Unlike someone who only knows how to take the team's resources as a white-eyed wolf. Zhang Luoluo looked at the picture of their rapport and inexplicably felt a little torn in her heart. Why was the captain so biased? Obviously Jiang Yan was also their teammate and he worked harder than Chen Yu. But why did he get this kind of reward? Feeling more and more ironic, she fought back the pain in her heart and returned to her room with red eyes. Chen Wanting also chased after her big sister when she saw the difference. Seeing the bedside covering her nose and crying, big sister instantly panicked. She walked up and asked, Big sister, what's wrong with you? Zhang Luoluo's eyes reddened as she raised her eyes to meet Chen Wanting's eyes, inquiring, do you think the captain has really treated Jiang Yan as a teammate before? Why is he so kind to little Sun? Sending pills isn't enough. He even gave him an S-grade Dao weapon, as well as all sorts of treasures, and even asked us to teach him wholeheartedly. But Jiang Yan has never possessed even one of these. Although I know that the captain favors Xiao Sun, he can't be so biased. Jiang Yan doesn't even know if he can get enough to eat right now. How can he be like this? Chen Wanting looked stagnant. Her heart was also incomparably hard to bear, but she still chose to open her mouth to comfort. Elder sister, it's not the captain's fault. Look at how obedient little Sun is and how hard he works. It's only right that the captain treats him like this. And Jiang Yan's kind of disgusting nature coupled with his habit of loving to steal from his teammates. I feel that Jiang Yan has turned into what he is now because he brought it on himself. This time, I even scolded you to death. In my place, I don't like Jiang Yan either. Chapter 45, but we took those 3 as well. But after all, he used to live with us for 7 years. He's been our family since he was 10 years old. How can the captain be so biased? Zhang Luoluo wiped her tears as if she had made some kind of decision. Since it was the captain's fault, as the team's second in command, I must make it up for him. Chen Wanting opened her mouth as if she thought of something. Big sister, you wouldn't. Zhang Luoluo clenched her fists. I'm going to go make up for what the captain did wrong. And I'm going to give Jiang Yan the top-tier Dao weapon I have on me. Chen Wanting sighed. But Jiang Yan even spoiled the Dao clothes and pills you gave him. He definitely won't take them. Zhang Luoluo gave herself a pep talk. That's because he doesn't need those at all. C-grade Dao clothes are of no use to him at all. He endured 7 years of erosion a long time ago and doesn't fear these low-grade ones. As for the pills, that's because he's healed. Chen Wanting was puzzled, but he doesn't even use these. So why would he accept something from you? Zhang Luoluo pulled out a Dao sword from the ghost ring. This is a super A-grade Dao sword. I just don't believe that Jiang Yan won't take it. He made away with his previous Dao sword and Dao clothes. He doesn't have anything now, so he will definitely be very short of this handy weapon. By the way, Lao Er, do you have any high-grade Dao clothes? A grade is fine. Chen Wanting stared at Zhang Luoluo's eyes as if she was recognizing whether she was Zhang Luoluo or not. But she didn't want to give that little bastard Jiang Yan anything. She shook her head. No, but she asked back in the next second. But do you think that even if Jiang Yan is very short of these, how would he take them? Can't you see that he's sick of you? Zhang Luoluo quickly retorted. How could he? He's just, yeah, how could he take her stuff when he was so sick of himself? It's not like she's to blame for anything that could have happened before. Zhang Luoluo collapsed on the bed. We've done so many bad things, especially Lao San. Chen Wanting sighed and took her hand. Yeah, she has always hated Jiang Yan. After all, she stole the amulet she used to have given to her by her only mother, and now she doesn't even have the slightest idea of repenting back. She's done a lot worse. That time Yaya she was trapped in the ghostly realm of the water ghosts and was besieged by many B-rank ghosts. Everyone on the team was out on a mission at the time, and none of them could get to her in the first place. Jiang Yan, who was 11 years old at the time, received a message from the group and endured the pain of a broken arm to run alone to rescue Lao San. But in the end, he yanked Lao San out, but he was kicked right into the circle of those water spirits by Lao San's hatred. No one knows how he came back, except that he was gasping for air, and his whole body was as white as a corpse that had been soaked for a long time. At that time, Lao San not only didn't worry about Jiang Yan, but instead blamed him for hurting her hand when she yanked him. Zhang Luoluo knew about it, and her first reaction at the time was how Jiang Yan was so careless and didn't apologize for tugging and hurting someone. She instantly reddened her nose, ashamed of what she had done before. But Chen Wanting spoke up. Actually, it's quite good that Jiang Yan isn't coming back, because his return will definitely cause another group anger. Zhang Luoluo instantly lost her temper. You know what you're talking about. He must have suffered a lot out there, and we're the only ones who can accept him a little here. But he would have. You're wrong, Dick. We've done a lot of things wrong to him. It's not that he's wronged us. Zhang Luoluo sniffled. He used to just want to spend more time with me, but I locked him in the ghost domain. Zhang Luoluo stared straight at her. And you, originally a college teacher and very much a fan of children, yet you did something to a child as young as 10 years old and you refused to even show him that broken talisman of yours. Chen Wanting was disliked, not dare to speak. Mouth aggrieved up, who asked him to be so dirty all over the body? I did not mean it. Besides, if he hurt himself still have to come to blame me, then he definitely want to blackmail me. Zhang Luoluo didn't even know what to say about her. At that moment there was a knock on the door. Lolo, is it convenient to have a chat? Zhang Luoluo wiped her tears and opened the door before going out in unison with Chen Wanting. Zhang Luoluo was the first to speak. Brother Pei, is there something wrong? Seeing that Chen Wanting was also there, Zhang Pei beckoned to the sofa in the living room and sat down. Xiao Sun has been too tired from his cultivation during this period of time, and the secret realm is too dangerous. So I'm thinking of handing over all of the team's defense-type magic treasures to him. Right. In addition, Lao Er, you try to craft some god-tier talismans. Feel free to use the resources in the team. Make sure to craft one for Xiao Sun to use as a base card. Chen Wanting opened her mouth. God level, that would damage his lifespan. Zhang Pei waved his hand. All resources must favor Xiao Sun during this period of time. Whatever is going on right now is Xiao Sun's most important. Zhang Luoluo opened her mouth and decided to speak up after a moment's thought. But Captain, you've given Xiao Sun so many things. Have you thought about giving Jiang Yan something? Ha? Zhang Pei seemed to have heard something unbelievable. Prepare something for him? Boss, you're not mistaken. He's a waste of 7 years who's only at C rank. He's worthy of letting me prepare things? You guys haven't gotten over his ecstasy yet, have you? He swung the knife at you, at his teammate of 7 years. 7 years of what that means. Means he's no different from our family. But what did he do? And I'm just busy with Xiao Sun right now. Or else I'd have to personally capture him back and slap him into oblivion kneeling in front of our door to count out of him for 7 days and 7 nights. Zhang Luoluo's heart seemed to be seized up. His body was cold. The captain even thought of Jiang Yan in this way. Jiang Yan, he didn't do anything at all. But why did he have to get this kind of treatment? Zhang Pei waved his hand easily. You guys don't think too much. He's out there now but only for a moment. It won't be long before he's mercilessly thrown out. And in the end, He'll definitely come begging me to let him return to the team. Zhang Luoluo continued to inquire. But people will die in the ghost spirit mystic realm. Jiang Yan doesn't have anything. He'll die. Zhang Pei was very natural. Die? It's best to die. And it saves you from stealing part of Shao Sun's resources. Besides, you guys didn't really think he'd survive. Did you? And you're still obsessed with the position of the leader? Isn't that purely looking for death? He continued. That position. Shao Sun is hanging by a thread. Let alone Jiang Yan. Actually, you guys don't blame me for being biased. I'm just trying to rub off on him because he's got too many bad traits from that stinking place in the orphanage. I'm doing it all for his own good. If he's not disciplined, he'll starve to death on the streets in the old world. Not to mention in this world of scary ghosts and monsters. And he'll be lucky if he doesn't get beaten to death. But I take care of him like this, and what does he do? A couple of words with him and he just leaves the team. I'm going to have to teach him a lesson this time. Zhang Luoluo bristled. But you used to just give him 3 ghost coins every month. It would have been hard for him to even stay alive. 3 ghost coins? Zhang Pei raised his tone. 3 is more than enough. It's not like we're not feeding him. He's a self-made man. Who's to blame if he doesn't come to eat? Unbreedable white-eyed wolves. Really giving us trouble every day. Zhang Luoluo stared at Zhang Pei in a somewhat aggravated manner and reminded in a small voice. But, even those 3 ghost coins you let us take away. Chapter 46. The fact that I can keep him alive is the greatest gift of all. Zhang Pei's knuckles gripped red. 3? I don't give it to him. That's because I'm afraid he'll go out and buy something rare. And what does he lack in our team? It's not like he can starve. It's been 7 years. And it's been the greatest gift to him that I've been able to keep him alive. I didn't even give him any ghost coins. And now he dares to with me like this. If I give him some more high-level treasures, I'm afraid he'll be able to stand on my head and piss on it. I'm just letting him know that he's nothing without our team. That even staying alive is a luxury. Zhang Luoluo said in a trembling tone. But after this trip to the secret realm, the entire terror world will be strengthened by 1 step. And at that time, if Jiang Yan is still that weak, how will he survive? And his group of teammates are definitely crushing him. Zhang Pei smiled coldly. That was his own fault. Not staying in a good team. Going out to stay with those trashy losers. He deserved to die. Besides, at his level, he might have been eliminated before he even went in. And to think of getting first place? Don't even look at your own weight. Chen Wanting secretly spoke up at this time. Big sister should want to go help Jiang Yan. Zhang Pei instantly lost his temper. Help Jiang Yan? Zhang Luoluo. The Little Sun's secret realm is around the corner. This concerns our future survival. You go and care about Jiang Yan now? What do you think? Zhang Pei shook his head. I don't mean to be mean to you either. It's just that Jiang Yan is really too wasted. If he was 1/10 as strong as Shao Sun, I wouldn't have done this to him. Zhang Luoluo was torn in her heart. Was Jiang Yan really as useless as the captain said? Jiang Yan had reached rank C, while Shao Sun had only just reached it. And Jiang Yan had just left for 7 days and promoted 2 ranks. But why was the captain so prejudiced against him? Why can't you trust Jiang Yan for once? And his group of teammates are pretty strong, even though they're scattered. So why does the team call them misfits? It seemed that what she had told the captain earlier had absolutely no effect. Zhang Luoluo couldn't help but speak. Captain, do you really consider Jiang Yan as a teammate? Zhang Pei snorted coldly. Why didn't I? I pulled him into the team from the moment the terror first descended, and gave him good food and drink. And what did I get in return? Result. In exchange for betrayal. Zhang Pei pointed at Zhang Luoluo and spoke. Zhang Luoluo, I'm warning you, don't learn from his stinky body. I'm doing it for his own good now. As long as there's taught him well, grass he deserves our care. Zhang Luoluo sniffed and said no more, silently lowering her head. Zhang Pei waved his hand. Don't worry about Jiang Yan right now. Everything is now based on Shao Sun's secret realm. Within these few days, you guys will immediately stay in the team to teach Shao Sun a series of fighting techniques. And everyone else call back quickly. This is about Shao Sun's future life. Zhang Luoluo was fixed in place, staring blankly at the captain with a bad taste in her heart. This time in the secret realm, they had prepared everything for Little Sun. But what about Jiang Yan? It was still unknown that he was there fighting to the death over a C rank or even D rank Dao weapon. But all of this, if it wasn't for that mess Jiang Yan made, she would never have noticed him. Was Jiang Yan really their teammate before? Or are they just puppets pulled in and used as animals to be manipulated? Yanzi, this is an assortment of special foods I made. Among them are recovery gut, strength-enhancing lollipop, and speed-jumping candy. Fatty Wang placed a large pile of things in front of Jiang Yan, gushingly introducing the assortment. Finally, he also pulled out a super invincibly large lollipop. Fatty Wang looked at Jiang Yan and laughed. This is Yanzi's exclusive GG explosive-like lollipop. It can make your all-around attributes 5 times stronger. Remember, it's all the aspects. Instead, Wu Qi laughed and kicked the fat man's ass. You prepared so much for Jiang Yan. How is he going to fit? With that, he handed over a ring. Here, this is what I obtained. It seems to be called some kind of heaven-slaying ghost ring. I heard from others that it can hold things, and it can devour other people's ghost chi. He said and waved his fist full of confidence. When the time comes, whoever bullies you, you'll finish sucking his ghost energy. And at this time, Xiao Xiao looked at their series of behaviors, and then looked at the SSS rank Dao sword in his hand, silently shook his head inside in his heart. Sure enough, still too bad? With that thought he left the place. No one knew where he was going. Jiang Yan also noticed Xiao Zhao's strange appearance, but Xiao Zhao's figure had already disappeared from sight. Still, he was sure of his little brother's strength, and he should be able to pass through this side of the world with his eyes closed. Just to participate in the secret realm also have to find some defense talisman. Just afraid that the realm will be backstabbed by the villain at that time. Jiang Yan and Wu Qi both said a few words before heading to the exchange place alone, but he hadn't left for long before he came face to face with Zhang Luoluo who was on her way. Jiang Yan frowned slightly. How could he run into her everywhere? Jiang Yan just wanted to turn his head and go the other way. Zhang Luoluo seemed to know Jiang Yan's thoughts and hurriedly chased after him. Jiang Yan. Zhang Luoluo should have been filled with a look of joy, but she was stopped in her tracks by a sudden knife, only to see that little brother had leapt out of nowhere. A sharp blade crossed in front of Jiang Yan and Zhang Luoluo. Little brother glanced at Zhang Luoluo with cold eyes, then looked at Jiang Yan to resume his usual aloofness. How do we solve this? Jiang Yan looked at Xiao Xiao suspiciously. You just weren't? Little brother responded. I thought about getting you better gear, though. Zhao's knife was sheathed. I'll be there immediately when you're in danger. Jiang Yan nodded with a warm heart. Thank you, but I'll just take care of it myself. Jiang Yan said and walked towards Zhang Luoluo. He actually wondered why this woman was still thieving and harassing him. Don't they people hate themselves the most? I think he was designed by these wolves in sheep's clothing to cut off his entire bloodline and send it to Chinyu, and then pushed himself down into the 10,000 feet of the ghost domain so that he suffered a lot of torture and died of hatred. But now they come to themselves from time to time, and pretend to be very concerned about his appearance. In the end, what are they doing? To the point where they are still thinking of setting themselves up? They just think they're so easy to bully? Zhang Luoluo's heart tightened when she saw Jiang Yan's cold expression. Jiang Yan, I'm afraid that you won't have any handy weapons or healing elixirs in the secret realm in a few days, so I purposely wanted to send you some. She was afraid that Jiang Yan would leave again without even giving her a chance to speak like last time, so she hurriedly took out something from her ghost ring and handed it over. These are the pills I specially picked out for you, as well as one of my own piece of A-grade Dao sword. These should be able to defend yourself in the secret realm. Zhang Luoluo smiled happily, thinking that Jiang Yan would definitely take it. Jiang Yan scoffed as he looked down at Zhang Luoluo. A-grade Dao sword? Pills? Jiang Yan suddenly ridiculously looked at the sky, ridiculously said. The sun didn't come out of the west today either. Chapter 47, Who are you pretending for? Zhang Luoluo looked stunned, not knowing what Jiang Yan meant when he said this. Jiang Yan looked back at Zhang Luoluo with sunken eyes. I wouldn't dare to accept this. This pill is afraid that I don't know from which hole it was rubbed out. And this Dao sword. Do you want to make it so that you can pull it out and use it in a fight with someone else only to be locked up by the prohibitions in it, allowing people to slaughter it at will? You guys can get the hell out of here, alright? Who are you pretending to be here for? Jiang Yan chided in a cold voice. Zhang Luoluo's heart was a little hurt as she took 2 steps back and hastily waved her hand. Jiang Yan, I didn't, I'm your sister. How could I possibly go and harm you? I just want to help you. You don't have anything on you. There again. Zhang Luoluo's eyes intentionally glanced at the little brother next to him. You mustn't. I can't afford it. You'd better move your stinking feet towards Chinyu. He needs them. Me? I still like your old unruly look. It's more comfortable for me to scold you that way. Jiang Yan sneered. Zhang Luoluo didn't know how to retort, but suddenly a light dawned in front of her eyes, rushed to hold the Dao sword in her hand. What? Soft doesn't work too hard? Jiang Yan looked at her ridiculously. By this time, Zhao's knife was already sheathed, and as soon as she made a move, Xiao would be the first to cut her down. Zhang Luoluo panicked. I'm just showing you. There's no prohibition in here. It's still my personal Dao sword. Jiang Yan, weren't you most eager to take a look at it before? And these pills, they are all from Chen Yu's share, seeing that he couldn't use up so many. So I brought them all for you. Jiang Yan, you have to trust Big Sister. Big Sister has taken care of you for 7 years. It's impossible to lie to you. Jiang Yan with disgust in his eyes. Yo, you're quite generous. Chen Yu can't use it up to bring it to me. Why don't you wait for him to use it up and then take the leftover shells and then give them to me? Miss Zhang, your brain hasn't been kicked by a donkey, right? For fear of me blocking your family's green tea sun from breaking into the secret realm, you even came up with this kind of underhanded trick? Zhang Luoluo hurriedly waved her hand. No, I definitely don't have this kind of meaning. Chun Yu, he's already invincible in the secret realm. There's no need for me to treat you like this. I'm just afraid that you'll be bullied in there. And the secret realm this time is very dangerous. It's highly likely that a rank like yours. I'm just worried about you. You can't pretend. Jiang Yan directly interrupted her. Worrying about me? Giving me the Dao sword. Did you come here specifically to insult me? I didn't. No? Jiang Yan pointed at the Dao sword ridiculously. Zhan Luoluo, are you old and confused in the head? Just because of this Dao sword. You almost beat me to death. You're telling me to give me this Dao sword now. You've eaten in your head. Zhan Luoluo's heart was like a knife. I'm sorry, Xiao Yen. Sister was wrong. Hey, don't you dare. I can't afford an apology from you. Jiang Yan's face was grim. I'm just a commoner. Not worthy of your former plutocrat's daughter's sword. But, I'm not some soft persimmon either. If you guys want to go to war with me, I'll be ready to accompany you at any time. See if I don't play you guys to death. The more Jiang Yan spoke, the sharper his eyes became. To insult me with such a lowly thing? Thank you for thinking of it. Jiang Yan left directly with little brother without the slightest hesitation after finishing his last sentence. Zhan Luoluo looked at the determined Jiang Yan and took a step back in a daze. She couldn't believe that these vulgar words could come out of Jiang Yan's mouth. She looked at the Dao sword in her hand and instantly felt self-deprecating. Yeah, isn't she just here to humiliate her? That year, when she had just obtained this Dao sword, it was also the moment when he had advanced to a rank. At that time, the entire team celebrated for him, and he showed the Dao sword to everyone, even letting Chen Yu play with it for a few days. But the only thing she didn't do was to give Jiang Yan the Dao sword to touch. Even if she looked at it, she wanted to chop Jiang Yan up. That time, her sword suddenly fell to the ground. Jiang Yan was afraid of being soiled by the mud, rushed forward to pick it up and even wiped it with his sleeve. But she, Zhan Luoluo, looking at Jiang Yan's miserable appearance, directly kicked him down and snatched the Dao sword back, fearing that Jiang Yan would defile her sword. But she had just advanced and couldn't control her force, directly kicking Jiang Yan out 10 meters away. And listening to that crunch, his ribs should have broken a lot. But Jiang Yan coughed and stood up, enduring the severe pain to apologize to her. I remember how heartbreaking it was to see him leave with his mouth full of blood and covering his abdomen with a shudder. However, she felt that Jiang Yan was pretending, just trying to blackmail her Dao sword. But now that Zhan Luoluo thought back to these things, she was as cold as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. She realized that she was more vicious than she thought. She had thought she had done the least amount of evil, but now it seemed she's the most chilling of all. I'm afraid. With the secret realm just around the corner, Zhang Pei and the others devoted themselves to nurturing and training Chen Yu every step of the way. The boss, Lolo Zhang, didn't move an inch to teach Chen Yu various fighting techniques. The second Chen Wanting, on the other hand, worked day and night to refine talismans, fearing that Chen Yu would not have talismans to throw in the secret realm. Zhang Pei even used his own essence blood as a guide, injecting a piece of his power into a small sign as Chen Yu's last card. In the end, with them frantically taking piles of resources from the entire team, Chen Yu's level had already reached B rank, and many treasures that could only be used by B rankers had filled his ghost ring. Little Sun, you're already very strong now. These last few days, let's get your mental state in good shape. I've asked your big sister to prepare some spirit-nourishing medicines for you. Eat more in these few days. There's also a divine-grade Xuanwu mantra that your second sister has refined for you, so take that as well to prevent villains like Jiang Yan from sneaking up on you. Chen Yu smiled and took Chen Wanting's talisman. Thank you, second sister. Thank you all. He was so moved that he squeezed tears out of the corners of his eyes. I really don't know how to repay everyone. He laughed coldly in his heart. Jiang Yan? Just a clown. I'm afraid he can't even break my shell, let alone the fact that he's only a mere E-rank. This time I had to ghost chain him and pull him back, with his own equipment. Jiang Yan, that straw man, must have been scared out of his wits just by looking at him. At this time, Zhang Pei pulled out a sword talisman from his pocket. Come Xiao Sun, this is mixed with a piece of my power. It can help you withstand damage in your most critical moments, as long as it's below SS level. This time, Zhang Pei rubbed his head and smiled dotingly. This time, the future of our team is in your hands. This time, it's the key to whether or not we can survive in this horrible world in the future. Chen Yu obediently pumped his crying red nose. I will definitely live up to everyone's hopes for me. With everyone working together to help me this time, I don't even deserve to live if I don't win first place this time. After this secret realm, he would definitely be famous throughout the entire terror world, and he would make the entire world prostrate at his feet. And Jiang Yan? That's just Zhang Pei was very pleased to pinch the beard. Still have to be our little Sun, really have the responsibility. But next time to die words cannot say unlucky. with Lao Air's god-level talismans and the various treasures I gave you. Your trip to the secret realm this time is simply unimpeded, and some S-classes will have to weigh in when they encounter you. This time we'll definitely get a lot of heaven-defying treasures, and it's highly likely that we'll have SSX Dao artifacts. At that time, little soon, you will be the master of the entire terror world. Chapter 48, Why don't I go and chop up the 10 terrors? Jiang Yan slowly stood up, feeling the smooth sensation coming from his body. How's it going? Did Yanko break through yet? Wu Qi blinked his eyes and stared intently at Jiang Yan, as if he was as nervous as if he was breaking through. Jiang Yan met up with Wu Qi's eyes, and then looked around at little brother and Fatty Wang who were protecting him, and smiled as he spoke. A breakthrough. Now I'm at almost mid-level B. Fatty Wang smiled in relief. It's thanks to my fat master who has been frantically feeding Yanko for this period of time. Wu Qi laughed and scolded. Fatty, you're eating alone. Obviously we're looking for it together. Ha ha, yes, it was all me and Tianjin who found it together. Fatty Wang scratched his head. How could I swallow Tianjin's share? Right. How does it feel? Wu Qi asked. Jiang Yan clenched his fists and spoke with conviction. I now feel like I can easily pinch ranked ghosts and monsters with the hairy mound finger that little brother taught me. And if I add the SS rank Dao sword I can fight with PK ranks. And with S ranks I can give it a try. Wu Qi looked at Jiang Yan curiously. You're this strong now, so you mustn't become a god after S rank. Fatty Wang laughed at the side. Not bad. Kai Huang opened big. A knife, a small child. That's when the little brother suddenly went up and handed over a sword. Jiang Yan looked up in confusion. Little brother this is? Little brother spoke in a very flat tone. Only a peak SSS grade Dao sword was found. If I can't, I'll go chop up the 10 terrors and have them find it for you. Wu Qi immediately stared with wide eyes. Little brother, where did you grab? Shucks. It's a winning Dao weapon. So fierce. Fatty Wang patted his stomach. A child can be taught. And Yanko will surely be invincible in the secret realm with this divine weapon. Jiang Yan received the Dao sword not knowing how to say what he was feeling at this moment. He really couldn't predict little brother's brain circuits. He was really quite afraid that one day little brother would really make the 10 great terrors cry and look for treasures for him all over the world. At this time, little brother took out another small qilin pendant and placed it in Jiang Yan's palm. And this? Wu Qi was shocked again. What kind of treasure is this? Little brother, you're too biased. He clutched his chest, and Fatty Wang also clutched his chest with an angry look on his face. Jiang Yan felt a hint of depression, and he was just about to open his mouth to distribute the stuff to them. Between them the two spoke in unison. Little brother, you didn't tell us when you were looking for this kind of treasure, causing the things we sent to us to seem so much lower grade. When these words came out, Jiang Yan's heart, which had just been lifted up, trembled. Xiao ignored them and continued to speak. Summon the unicorn, protect. He paused. Abuse everything. Sustained for 1 minute. Finally little brother patted him on the shoulder and said solemnly with seriousness in his eyes. Everything comes first in terms of safety. Wu Qi also walked over. Words. We don't need you to win a good ranking. I just need you to survive. Fatty Wang also stared solemnly at Jiang Yan. That's right. We just need you to come out without losing a single hair. Everything else is a ing floating cloud. Brother is the most important thing. And what treasure can compare to a brother? Not at all. When the time comes, who bullies you? Talk to Fat Master me, and I'll lead my brothers to end his nest. Jiang Yan was moved beyond words by their actions. They were genuinely kind to themselves. Unlike his former teammates, who only put profits first and could push him into the ghost domain for the sake of a C-rank Dao weapon. Jiang Yan held back the excitement in his heart and smiled. I will. I'm going to take this first place. I'm going to make our team famous all over the world. And I'm going to let the whole world know that I have the best teammates in the world. Xiao Xiao seemed to have read Jiang Yan's thoughts, but didn't stop them, just lowered his eyes and spoke faintly. Remember, you have us. No one will touch you. Wu Qi wrapped his arms tightly around the three of them and laughed loudly. Right. With us around. Whoever touches you, that's just living too long. And it's time to go live in a coffin for a while, so that he can miss the taste of home. Time passed like water, and the moment when the ghost spirit mystic realm opened reached its end. At this moment, outside of the ghost collar mysteries, there had long been a sea of people, but they were lined up in a very orderly fashion. They were all filled with fantasies about the future, all thinking that they could gain opportunities from this secret realm from now on to get away with the whole horror world. Each team was fully armed and waiting for the opening of the secret world. However, their gazes looked towards Jiang Yan's group from time to time. Jiang Yan, on the other hand, stood at the back of the group, while at the front of the group little brother was holding the black and gold ancient sword, as if it were a mountain that pressed down on the surrounding area. Not daring to speak, that terrifying aura made the people around him tremble with fear. As for Jiang Yan, who was standing at the back, his hands were in his pockets, and a heaven-slaying ghost ring was on his hand. All the Dao weapons on his body were stuffed in the ring, and at this moment, he was like a white boy who was new to the world of terror. But who didn't know that he had a peak SSS grade Dao sword in his heaven-slaying ghost ring, and his Dao clothes were even the SSS grade Dao clothes that were very rare in the entire horror world, and even the pills were stuffed a whole room size, even the ghost coins are put in piles. Let Fatty Wang say that is, if you really do not want to move, then you take money to hit them, so that they help you out of hard labor. He did quite admire Fatty Wang's brain circuits, but even Wu Qi had saved him a skill bead, which he had heard was a special prop in which he could put outgoing abilities. This should be Wu Qi's apotheosis in here, then coupled with Fatty's GG exploding lollipop. Not to say it can go toe-to-toe with SSS level, it's still possible to touch base with SSS level, and that's if he goes smaller. Who knows if he'll slash a SS ranked ghost in a second. He looked at the few brothers in front of him. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. This time, he would never let them down on their expectations of him. This time, he had to take first place. But this scene appeared at the same time Zhang Pei's side was appearing. Their entire team of 9 people neatly surrounded Chen Yu in the center, and all of this fell into Wu Qi's eyes. That team couldn't be the same team that Yanko used to have, right? Fatty Wang tiptoed around. Where? Wu Qi pointed in the direction. Wang Fatty looked over and opened his mouth to despise. This is the person who used to bully Yanzi. It looks too weak, especially the middle of the small man. How to girly? Could it be that the cut was not thorough? And the little brother just swept it away. A cold aura spreading from his surroundings. Zhang Pei sighed. Xiao Sun, you're the only one this time. Don't be afraid. I've already made some connections. All you have to do is take out that little sign I gave you, and anyone will listen to your orders. Chen Wanning walked up. Don't be nervous. Everything is safety-oriented. Believe in yourself. Sister will cheer you on. Zhang Luoluo also spoke up. I've taught you pretty much all your shortcomings this time. No one should be your opponent this time. Don't be too nervous. Zhang Pei smiled happily. Remember, if someone bullies you inside, you run straight away. And when you come out, I'll bring you to the door to take revenge. Captain, don't worry. I have so many treasures in my possession. I definitely won't let your trust down. I must get first place this time. This way our team will be famous throughout the world. And at that time, Brother Jiang Yan will definitely hear the news and come back to continue spending time with everyone. Chen Yu spoke excitedly. Zhang Pei was very pleased. It's best that you have this heart. But as for Jiang Yan, let's forget about it. When it really comes to it, he'll surely pester us like a toad. Chapter 49, Regret? What's the use? Chen Yu smiled and opened his mouth. Although Brother Jiang Yan is at fault, he is still young and it's normal for him to not understand things. Zhang Pei patted his head. You're just too kind. When you get out, Brother Pei will get you whatever you want. Thank you, Captain. The corners of Chen Yu's mouth were grinning to the roots of his ears as he looked towards Zhang Pei. At this time, Jiang Yan's sight also looked towards them, and those sets of familiar faces all had smiles on their faces, without the slightest hint of the fear of the secret realm opening up before them. Maybe there were too many good old days to forget being dominated by terror. It's also true, he used to be the one charging at the front, figuring everything out, eating all the damage, and they'd come back with one last hit and then kick him aside. This time, if he remembered correctly, they had been preparing for a few years for the secret realm, and had almost piled half of the Pearwood's resources into it in order to help Chen Yu obtain first place. He still remembered, this time. They were happily participating in the secret realm while he was locked up by them in the endless ghost realm to earn ghost coins for them. 7 days in the secret realm, he was teetering on the brink of death at every turn. Hunger, pain, and fear were constantly washing over his nerves. At the time he still felt that what he had done might not have impressed them and wanted to try harder. Surely they would see his efforts. But reality slapped him in the face with nothing. Moreover, he clearly worked harder and had better talent than Chen Yu, who had only managed to reach level C in 7 years, while he himself had long since reached this realm I don't know how many times. This differentiation is engraved in his bones. In their last life, they broke all the bones in their entire body, wanting to gift Chen Yu with a complete stripping of their bloodline, so that he would be even more first class in terms of talent. But by the time they held their bloodline they had just completely gifted it to Chen Yu. Chen Yu directly used up the heaven-taking blood formation, stripping everyone's bloodline and rank to add to his own. They even die thinking it's deserved. Surprisingly, they did not struggle at all. But until the end, Chen Yu somehow used some method to make them seem to wake up. It was from that moment on that a look of fear appeared on everyone's faces. It's so ironic to remember the oldest screaming when she was almost violated. Isn't Chen Yu her favorite? And now, Jiang Yan couldn't help but shake his head and lose his smile as he looked at their doting faces. The secret world relies on killing ghosts for points. This time, he was eager to see what their amiable teammates would look like if Chen Yu didn't get first place. I'm afraid that I still have to pull a face with a pleasing face to comfort Chen Yu and tell him not to be sad. Chinyu, I wonder what your face will look like when you lose. I'm looking forward to it. The secret realm was soon to begin, and those who were ready to participate in the secret realm were lined up to go in one by one. At this time, Jiang Yan, who had greeted his brothers, was suddenly pulled by Fatty Wang, who then put on a jacket and handed over a mask. Jiang Yan looked at Fatty with some confusion. This is? Fatty Wang smiled and patted his chest. This is what I prepared for you. Little brother suit. Bring these attention inside. The most frightening thing in this is not the ghosts and monsters. It's the human heart. Jiang Yan bottom of the heart happy to receive the clothes put on the body. By the way, the hat a belt. Do not say. Really a little brother style. Thanks brothers, said Jiang Yan as he stepped forward and exchanged punches with the three of them, then walked towards the queue. And this scene was in the sight of Zhang Luoluo, who was looking around. Her eyes flicked up. Her eyes filled with disbelief that Jiang Yan had actually come and brought nothing with him. Doesn't he know how dangerous this secret realm is? But now she couldn't afford to give him a protective spell in front of the captain. Jiang Yan, why are you being silly at this time? No, she had to take the opportunity to see if she could give him some Dao weapons. If she really went in like that, she would definitely die. And even if he came out, if the captain found him, he certainly wouldn't let him go. Zhang Pei spoke up at this time. We'll wait here. Luo, you and the others go and set up a tent. We'll stand guard here for the next 7 days. Xiaosun's safety can't be compromised. Zhang Luoluo froze. What can be done about this? Zhang Pei seemed to see the difference in her. Lolo, what's wrong with you? Zhang Luoluo sighed back. It's fine. It's just that it's a bit uncomfortable to see Xiaosun leave us for a while. It's fine. We'll stay here for 7 days and not go anywhere. It's just as well to guard against other teams that would snatch Little Sun's treasures. Zhang Luoluo shook his head as he looked at the captain's benevolent look. She really didn't understand why the captain was so biased in favor of Chenyu. And Jiang Yan? She had only tried to send him some pills that Chenyu didn't want before, and the captain had thrown a fit. But who would have ever thought that Jiang Yan would go exploring the secret realm without even a Dao weapon for defense? The only thing that was there was the jacket that looked better, and Chenyu has the favorites of them all. No one even cared about Jiang Yan during this period. There isn't one. She wondered why things had reached this point, and why was she so tired of Jiang Yan in these 7 years? No matter how good he behaved in front of herself, as long as Chenyu was there, she would feel from the bottom of her heart that Jiang Yan was so tiresome. Is it really because Jiang Yan is dirty? The first time he saw him was when Zhang Pei threw him into an E-ranked ghost domain to see if he had the ability to survive. At that time, his whole body was pierced through, and the blood clutched at the flesh as if staining it, but he still struggled to put on a smile when he saw himself then, and with one of his teeth missing, he still smiled hoarsely and uttered his first words to her. Hello big sister, Xiao Yan isn't in pain. Big sister doesn't need to worry. Perhaps from that moment on, he had carved the label of a dirty child from the bottom of his heart. You're so young to be a smooth talker. You're going to be a crook when you grow up. She did feel that Jiang Yan was smelly and dirty at that time. She was a grand plutocrat's daughter and had never seen such a disheveled child in her life. She was so gentle and refined then. And Jiang Yan? Just an orphan who ran away from the trash heap. The difference in class made her superiority complex as a young lady rise up, and she naturally hated Jiang Yan very much. But it never occurred to her that Jiang Yan had just come out of an E-ranked ghost domain, covered in blood. And what had she done? She had disgusted him with his dirtiness and kicked him into the river. A 10-year-old who couldn't even swim. At that time she was still laughing as she watched Jiang Yan crawl out from under the water. She spoke with a very snicker at him whose breath was shriveled. No need to thank me. Wash up so that people won't hate you so much. She froze and ran off into the distance, not feeling a hint of safety until she was behind a large, gnarled tree with her back against it. Psychologically safe. She didn't know with what kind of thoughts she pulled out that cell phone of Jiang Yan's, frantically rummaging through the records from that day. Big sister doesn't seem to like me. Am I that dirty? But this is the cleanest laundry I've ever done. I think the blood on my body was hated by my big sister. Am I not supposed to be in my big sister's sight? She seems to hate me. Chapter 50. She wants to be Jiang Yan's hope for survival. Zhang Luoluo's body trembled. Her hands clasped her knees, and her tears dripped through the air like a dike on top of that big sister's words. All she could think was how ironic it was. Big sister? Now she seems to be nothing more than a sinful, poisonous woman. Her fingers continued to slide across the screen as she shook her hand, a little afraid to look at the screen, but she still wanted to see how Jiang Yan really thought. Big sister doesn't seem to like me touching her Dao sword, like I'm not even allowed to look at it. I'm sorry big sister, I'm the one who broke your Dao sword. I'm sorry. Zhang Luoluo sniffled and tried to recall the memory. It seemed like it was after she had beaten Jiang Yan up after obtaining the Dao sword. That time, it seemed like he was in the middle of facing the ghosts and monsters with this Dao sword. And then he was ultimately undefeated and defeated. And after that, he could only flee in a sorry state. At that time, when she went back, she even spat in front of the crowd that this sword had indeed become broken after being touched by Jiang Yan, and it wasn't good at all. Still remembering Jiang Yan's aggrieved look at that time, Zhang Pei even went up to slap him and scolded him if his hands were cheap, almost harming your big sister's life. At that time, Jiang Yan was just a mouthful of apologies. The matter was left unsettled. But who knew that within a few days, Jiang Yan would appear in front of her with a gray head and a Dao sword in his hand. At the time, she was taken aback and thought a wild monkey had come from somewhere. Her whole body was either bruised or purple, and no one knew what he had suffered. But at that time, she didn't even look at her, and directly drew out her Dao sword to slice the knife that Jiang Yan was holding in his hand in two. At that time she even scoffed, "With this broken sword of yours? You don't even want to give it to a dog. Hurry up and get as far away as you can." Jiang Yan at that time just froze and stayed there, completely numb to the pain in his body. "I broke Big Sister's sword. I'm going to find a new one for Lolo-san. Hey, I found a team that promised me a B-rank Dao sword when they said they'd let me enter a ghostly domain to draw monsters for them. It hurts so much to be hammered by a ghostly creature, but all of this is worth it. As long as I take this beating and accompany the Dao sword I acquired to Big Sister, she won't hate me anymore." "Ha? Why are all of them looking at me with monster-like eyes after I escaped? Could it be that I'm too dirty? But they said something like, 'You can even escape here. Little brother, you're so awesome.' So they gave me the Dao sword. Now Big Sister will definitely forgive me. But Big Sister doesn't seem to like this Dao sword. This has been the best thing I've gotten." When Zhang Luoluo saw this, it was as if something was stuck in her throat, unable to say anything at all. Tears slid down like a dam. She hit the lock screen button, never daring to look down again. A coldness that swept through his body from deep within. How could she treat Jiang Yan like that? There wasn't really anything wrong with that sword, but she just unconsciously wanted to blame it on Jiang Yan at that moment. How did she do that? How could she have humiliated a 10-year-old with a foul-mouthed outburst? She never deserved to be the Big Sister. She's the most vicious person in the world. The most unforgivable Big Sister. Suddenly, a touch came from her shoulder, frightening Zhang Luoluo for a moment. She turned her head and looked over to find that it was the oldest four, Wang Xiaoxiao. "Big Sister, why are you crying?" Wang Xiaoxiao was a little distressed and wanted to go forward to wipe her tears, but Zhang Luoluo wiped it off first, squeezing out a smile in front of her. "It's fine. Are you guys up to something?" "Ah, I'm fine. It's just that you don't seem to be looking too good, Big Sister. Are you worried about Xiao Sun's safety?" "There's no need to worry. Xiao Sun has the inclination of our entire team's resources, as well as the sword talisman given by the captain. And besides, the relationship is also well established, so surely nothing will happen." Zhang Luoluo smiled reluctantly. Had they never cared about Jiang Yan? Her eyes looked towards the place where she was lining up, but it had long been empty. It was obvious that they had all entered the secret realm, and she spoke in a low tone. "Jiang Yan is also here." "Ha? What is he doing here?" Wang Xiaoxiao was first stunned, not understanding why Big Sister said that. "He's here to participate in the secret realm." Zhang Luoluo sighed and suppressed the emotions in her heart. "He came to participate in the secret realm. I'm afraid he didn't come to be funny, right?" Wang Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded. With that waste of a man, not even a D rank, he's still participating in the secret realm. Isn't he here to seek death? Zhang Luoluo was silent and didn't want to speak, but still couldn't stand her words. Jiang Yan has long since stopped being E rank. He crossed 2 realms in a row in 7 days. Now that a month has long passed, he might have been D rank or even C rank. He's gifted. Very strong actually. Wang Xiaoxiao opened his mouth with a disinterested face. That's not much use. Even if he can escape from the ghosts and even more so kill some monsters, that's still not a star compared to Xiao Sun. Zhang Luoluo really didn't know how to refute her. Wang Xiaoxiao at this time looked at the Big Sister color of the abnormal awkward smile. "In fact, you don't need to worry about Jiang Yan. Inside there is Xiao Sun it. By the time Xiao Sun if and Jiang Yan meet, just to Xiao Sun that kind-hearted nature will certainly put down all the previous grudges to help him." Zhang Luoluo lowered her head. Would she really help him? But I'm just puzzled why the captain is so biased. Jiang Yan's talent is also very strong. Why doesn't the captain take care of him more? But what about Jiang Yan? There are only those 3 teammates. If he comes out, he still doesn't know that he'll be killed and seized by the other teams like a hungry wolf. Even he doesn't even have a Dao sword to kill monsters. So what would you have him fight monsters with and survive? Wang Xiaoxiao was very natural. That's not his own fault. He doesn't stay in a good team. He goes to look for some unsavory people. He really thinks he's some kind of chosen son. He can have chances everywhere. Hey, in that case, he's just selfish. Even if he has something good, he's not willing to share it. This kind of person deserves to die. Besides, Big Sister, you really don't think that Jiang Yan will be able to accomplish anything, do you? Xiao Sun's goal is to be the leader. The reward seems to be a SSX-level Dao weapon. And the captain has already made some connections. They'll give all the points to Xiao Sun. In this situation, I'm afraid Jiang Yan can only poof on the edge to survive. That's the truth. If Jiang Yan was half as strong as Chun Yu, he definitely wouldn't have ended up in such a situation. Zhang Luoluo only felt that her heart was viciously seized, unable to speak. Is Jiang Yan really no match for Chun Yu? Why didn't Jiang Yan even have a handy weapon? Had he really been ostracized for stealing from his team? Hey, big sister, don't you care about this? Jiang Yan has never treated us as teammates, and now that we meet and don't even greet each other, we must be too weak-minded to dare, Wang Xiaoxiao said, but Zhang Lolo didn't reply. All she could do now was pray that Jiang Yan would survive. Even if she was crippled, she could still take care of him. She had to tell him that her sister had done a lot of things wrong in the past and was the worst sister in the world, but she still wanted Jiang Yan to return to worshipping her like before. She was going to be Jiang Yan's hope, so that he could live a good life and be able to live in this place with a thought. Chapter 51 All, or, Death? Inside the Secretariat, Jiang Yan looked at the unfamiliar surroundings, but 7 years of living in the ghost domain had long since numbed him. At that moment, a curtain of light lit up above the sky. Defeating horrible ghosts and monsters and so on will all earn points. After 7 days the person with the first points will receive a SSX grade Dao weapon, the second will be SS grade, and the third will be S grade. All of you, meet your nightmares. Swipe points. Jiang Yan looked at the light curtain and fell into a deep thought. He was only one person, and he was weak, and one of his perceptions of his strength was still inaccurate. Suddenly an idea burst from his mind. Since points can be transferred, then why would he need to go through the hard work himself? Wouldn't it be better to snatch all of Chen Yu's points? However, he planned to target Chen Yu and put on a big show. But in the meantime it's up to the others to delegate. At this moment, there was still a long time until the end of the secret realm. So first go find an A rank and try it out first, and then by analogy to see what level of strength he had reached. Making up his mind he pushed all the way across towards the center of the secret realm. The center of the secret realm should be the residence of those high-level ghosts and monsters. Come into the middle of an A-rated haunted territory. Jiang Yan licked a bite of the lollipop given by Fatty just to be on the safe side. Not to mention, it was quite tasty, and then leaked out a trace of the mana orb power sent by Wu Qi to surround his body. Putting the SS grade Dao clothes on again, the SSS grade peak Dao sword came out, and instantly his force aggro was full. But when you see an A-list ghost, that ghost who knows runs straight away. Jiang Yan's feet were as fast as God's, and he stepped in front of the ghost, seeing that the ghost had already knelt down before he could chop through. No, I'm that scary? That ghost looked at Jiang Yan covered in full-grade sets and wiped his forehead. Big brother, truthfully your equipment is a bit too powerful. Jiang Yan didn't say anything and slashed down. There's no need for mercy even if the ghost begs for mercy. And who knows how many people he's actually harmed. Since the A-rank ghosts were just like this, then they would just look for the SS ranks to try. The big deal was that they could still run if they couldn't beat them. Thinking about it, he arrived in front of a SS-ranked ghost mansion, and instantly monstrous ghost chi spread all over Jiang Yan's body, as if it was going to eat him up. Jiang Yan directly stacked all the buffs and stepped in. It didn't take long for Jiang Yan to kick off the head of the incredulous ghost monster. Rolling, Jiang Yan organized his thoughts. In this situation now, he could easily exterminate with the SS class. He thought and headed towards the exit of the secret realm. He was on the opposite side of the back of the exit of the secret realm, so he had been raising his energy for 7 days. He glanced at Jiang Yan, who was in first place on the light screen in the sky, with a total of 50,000 points. Looking again at the large troop preparing to leave in the distance, they had both sadness and sorrow on their faces, and it was obvious that they had received different experiences and harvests during these 7 days. But they were his. Jiang Yan slowly put on his hat as he got up, and took out the mask, which had a hideous ghostly face on it. The crowd arriving from afar couldn't help but frown at the bizarre man. Jiang Yan silently drew the Dao sword behind his back at this time and knocked on the light door at the exit of the secret realm. Slowly spoke. All stand in line. At this point someone came over quizzically. Brother, are you here to manage order? Jiang Yan scanned the crowd. Most of them were rank C, and a few were rank B. But we didn't get a notice that we had to line out? The man was still puzzled. Jiang Yan didn't say much nonsense and pulled out a head from his ghost ring and kicked it to the ground. A discerning person instantly recognized this thing. This is a SS-class demon's lair. Everyone else sniffed and then looked at Jiang Yan in unison. It was instantly honest. And there was a long line of them all. This brother, what is this queue for? Jiang Yan didn't look at him and just spoke. Collect protection fees. The man was instantly shocked. You're kidding. You charge protection money? Jiang Yan spoke. I've probed. This SS ghost is the only one left. If I hadn't killed him, you guys wouldn't have escaped being abused. This place is a conspiracy. Ha! You're crazy. Who's going to believe the words of this inhuman thing like you? Jiang Yan didn't say anything, and with cold eyes, he gently put his sword on his neck. You can try. Whether it's your head that's hard or the SS-ranked ghost's neck that's hard. Who are you scaring? Who knows if you're picking up the slack somewhere? Besides, there are nearly 10,000 of us. Can you stop us just because you say so? One of us can spit you to death with a mouthful of spit. The surrounding people all chimed in. That's right. Get out of the way or don't blame us for being impolite. You're in the category of abusing your fellow countrymen. You're going to be reviled. Jiang Yan laughed softly. Oh, are you sure you don't have any human lives in your hands? This canopy is clearly marked. The crowd froze without speaking. Jiang Yan stopped talking nonsense and chopped at the distant hill with a sword. Instantly the boulder crumbled and was directly chopped into 2 pieces. You and the others. 100 points per person and 20% of the treasures on your body. This isn't too much, right? Jiang Yan lightly laughed. Oh yeah. This one in my hand is a SSS ranked Dao weapon. You guys can try it if you feel like a head iron. And I don't know who gulped, but they all stood up in line. Dude, you should have said so. I thought I had to pay it all. It's just that I told you that you killed the SS ranked ghosts to protect us. It's only a mere 100 points, and a few ghosts will be exchanged back. That's right, trade these for our lives, that's definitely worth it. Jiang Yan laughed at the speed at which they changed their faces. It was true that people's hearts. He wasn't wrong. He did save their lives because the ghost was laying down a formation when he first entered the ghostly mansion of the SS-ranked ghost. Jiang Yan was collecting various protection fees. Chen Yu, who was at the back of the group, was frowning. Who on earth was the one in front? How is this guy so strong? He also touched with the S-ranked ghosts and monsters, and spent 3 days not knowing how many pills and treasures he had spent. And if it wasn't for the S-ranked Dao weapon sent by the captain, he almost didn't beat it. That black hat guy is not hard to beat. It's just 100. That guy should be an official. After all, under 19? SS grade? Not at all. Just why hadn't he encountered Jiang Yan on this secret adventure? Is he dead? Since Jiang Yan left, his cultivation speed is falling a lot. Damn Jiang Yan, you also die in the team running around what? No, he had to ask the captain and the others to help him find it when he got out of the secret world. He now desperately needed the bloodline in Jiang Yan's body, and for some reason, Jiang Yan's bloodline power was so strong. His eyes were on fire and his mind was playing his little game. He wanted to strip Jiang Yan of everything. Jiang Yan, he's such a loser. Why is he taking up all this good stuff and not using it? Isn't it for him? The team was getting closer and closer. Chen Yu was playing all sorts of calculations in his mind, thinking about how to deprive Jiang Yan of everything. But then a somewhat familiar voice came to his ears. You, turn in all your points and resources. Jiang Yan's cold and stern voice rang in his ears. Chen Yu hadn't reacted yet. Then turned in 100 points and 20% of the resources. But what was ushered in was Jiang Yan's Dao sword. Are you ting me? Chen Yu felt the harsh blade of the sword on his neck and instantly sobered up, looking at Jiang Yan's hideous ghostly face shrinking his neck. Raider Shao? All of them. Jiang Yan's scattered cold voice sounded once again. Or, death. Jiang Yan will not really harm the interests of humanity itself. Not poisonous and not saintly, as will be revealed subsequently. All that is going on here is a big show that Jiang Yan is putting on against Chen Yu. Chapter 52, You're so weak. Chen Yu seemed to have heard something incredible, but when he saw those sharp and somewhat familiar eyes through the mask, that's when he reacted. But why did he sound so similar to Jiang Yan? Is he that punk Jiang Yan? But this is completely impossible. Let's say that his strength, at the most, can be D level. But in front of the eyes of this is afraid of B level out of the head. And as far as Jiang Yan's team was concerned, she had also secretly asked her second sister about it. It was a complete garbage team. There weren't even many individuals on it. A cook, a fool, and a dullard. What good equipment could there be for Jiang Yan? He pulled back his thoughts, and in his mind, he was incredibly sure that it was just a similarity in sound. But all the resources and points. This undoubtedly killed him. He had planned to use the first reward SSX-level Dao weapon plus the resources on his body to break through S-level or even higher in one fell swoop. But now, Chen Yu asked tentatively, why am I different from them? Jiang Yan stared at him with cold eyes. I think, seeing that Jiang Yan was so stubborn, Chen Yu wanted to maneuver around for a moment, but who knew that Jiang's words would directly knock him to the bottom. Within 3 breaths, do not deliver death. Chen Yu met Jiang Yan's smiling eyes. It was clearly directed at himself, but why was it only directed at himself? By the way, he was number 1 in points. This person in front of him obviously knew that he was number 1, so naturally, he hit him on the head. But this person in front of me is afraid that he is just bragging. Just now that hill he has been there, but it is just a mountain of rubble. A push will fall. And equipment doesn't mean everything. but he has a sword talisman given by the captain. As for the SS-level ghosts and monsters just now, I'm afraid that they are also pretending, and they might just be picking up the slack. Furthermore, even if he had killed him, he might not be unable to beat that ghost with a full SS rank strike. Hey, hurry up in front, we're waiting to get out. That's when he pulled back his thoughts. But then a voice as chilling as hell came out. It seems that you still choose to die. In an instant, a sword cut straight towards him like a sword. As Chen Yu froze, just as the sword was already cutting on his skin, the extreme desire to survive made him immediately use the shrinking earth talisman to dodge the sword. Phew! Chen Yu panted heavily, looking at Jiang Yan with resentment in his eyes. He didn't think that this person could really lay his hands on him. At this time, Chen Yu hurriedly took out the sword talisman in his hand and shouted towards the people behind him. Everyone, don't be fooled by him. He is now asking for all of our resources and points. Isn't this tantamount to cutting off the life of something? And that SS-level ghost monster wasn't killed by him at all. I just probed his breath. He's only AB level breath. We're tens of thousands of people. There's 10,000 of us who are almost all B level. What's the point of being afraid of him? Why do we have to be at his mercy? The moment these words came out, some of the people in the back had already begun to waver. Actually, what Chen Yu said was not wrong. 20% of the resources were enough for them to use for a long time. And the monsters outside would become stronger as time went on. And he just said all resources. That's bound to drive them to their deaths. Just as their expressions faltered, Chen Yu laughed coldly in his heart. Now he could leave without having to do anything at all, letting these people fight against him and him sneaking away. And that reward would be his as usual. Dude, are you really going to grab all of our resources? You'll undoubtedly kill us like that? At this moment, someone shouted half-heartedly towards Jiang Yan. That's right, dude kills people head-on. This is a bit much for you. In that case, there's no way for us to obey. You're only AB rank. Even if you have an SS rank Dao sword, we can still pile you up, they said and tried to kill them. But Jiang Yan was just looking at the little cutie. Like looking at Chen Yu, that green tea whore. You think too highly of yourself. He then looked back to the crowd in the distance who already didn't know what was going on and spoke. I'm only targeting him alone, but if you guys want to try it, you can have a fight too. The sword blade in Jiang Yan's hand glowed like the obsidian sun. I'll accompany you. When these words came out, everyone was dumbfounded, and Chen Yu's face was a little dark. No, you're really targeting. And everyone else froze have accused Chen Yu. Chen Yu, what's wrong with you? Chen Yu inwardly laughed coldly, stirring up trouble, but it is useless. In this horrible world, profit is number one. 20% of resources is enough to make people fight for their lives. Chen Yu swore and pointed at Jiang Yan. Even so, 20% of the resources is enough for your squad to be able to cultivate for half a year. Do you guys really want to see your teammates look disappointed in you? Moreover, I'm Chen Yu. The captain has told you guys that this time, I'll be the main focus. Do you guys want to do this because of a small person who was only a B rank in the district? You guys are also B rank. There are thousands of us. What are you guys afraid of? Those who don't know think we're cowards. Tens of thousands of people afraid of a godless thing. As soon as the next words came out, the tens of thousands of people in the back began to talk, all feeling that Chen Yu had a point. Jiang Yan just watched them act, really saving him the trouble of picking and choosing, directly sweeping them all. Chen Yu said more and more vigorously. Moreover, my captain Zhang Pei, you guys are not unaware of this. Are you guys really going to offend a SS rank for a mere B rank? Don't you guys want to have a safe territory in this world? This time when you help me succeed, I will make the captains form a large group, so that all of us will not have to worry about terror coming at any time. At this statement, the centralized crowd began to roll. They did all take favors from Zhang Pei and were going to make sure Xiao Sun got first place. After all, it was an SS-level powerhouse, and they just couldn't refuse. The crowd sighed and all took their places in line. Seeing that the situation was great, Chen Yu looked at the various treasures on Jiang Yan's body and revealed a burning gaze. These are his, SSS's Dao sword, and the Qilin jade pendant around his neck that looked unimpressive. The whole body is good for him. These were only enjoyed by the sons of heavenly destiny like him. His look grew crazier and crazier. If he could, he wanted to try out his special prop, the ghost chain, so he could draw on his qi and talent. Chen Yu directly sacrificed his Dao sword. He knew that he could only mobilize motivation if he took the lead. And with that, he ran towards Jiang Yan. Everyone, follow me in charge. Kill this human scum for me, that way all his points will be ours. Everyone else instantly revealed madness when they heard that the points could be shared equally. Only profit was everything. Human life? Worthless in this world. It's better now that someone is taking the lead. Just as Chen Yu's sword was about to chop at Jiang Yan's body, Jiang Yan just flicked it. The expected collision sound did not appear. All there was Chen Yu's horrified gaze and the Dao sword that shattered into two halves. You're weak. Jiang Yan stared at Chen Yu's slow as a turtle appearance with a smirk, and directly slashed his sword down towards his neck. Instantly blood stained the entire ground. Chapter 53, the first one is definitely our Shaosun's. In an instant, Chen Yu's head was severed. But in the blink of an eye Chen Yu's figure disappeared, and as he felt the loss of his life bar in his mind, his eyes looked at Jiang Yan sinisterly. Damn it, the double was killed. Why is this person in front of me so strong? Jiang Yan looked at Chen Yu in a bit of a daze. I didn't expect you to have embraced far this already. The substitute talisman, which Jiang Yan had obtained by chance in the SS-ranked ghost domain in his last life, could be snatched away by Chen Yu with an eye on him. I didn't realize that in this life he would get it early. It seemed things weren't as simple as he thought. But, it's all under control. The crowd from afar watching that outrageous scene just now also attributed it to Chen Yu having a special magic treasure. But now they didn't know what to do. It was a second kill. However, Chen Yu took out his sword card as if he did not have the slightest worry. I really did not expect you to be so strong. But I have an attack that is comparable to a full strength strike of an SS class in this sword card. So I will see if you can take it, he said and muttered the incantation. Instantly, the sky overturned and the clouds seemed to be torn apart, with one of the heavenly Dao swords heading straight for Jiang Yan. The sound of the air being torn apart around them shattered like glass. Just a griffin pretending to be a griffin. Pretending to be what? Chen Yu looked at Jiang Yan with contempt. This scene caused the surrounding people to look sideways, and in their hearts, they could not help but be glad that they had not messed with Chen Yu, or else their little lives would not know how to be lost. This little brother in front of you say what to do is not good. You have to engage in targeting. This is good. But behind Jiang Yan's mask was a faint light smile. Raising his hand and stroking the Qilin necklace around his neck, he spoke in a gentle tone. It's your turn to appear, my little Qilin. As the words fell, the Qilin necklace around Jiang Yan's neck shook as if it was responding to his call. Chen Yu couldn't help but sigh when he saw this moment. What are you pretending to be? What can you do with just that necklace? You still want to resist an SS-level attack? Get ready to wipe your neck. Everyone else began to look sideways as well, and they all wondered if Jiang Yan was making some kind of big move with this action. Just as they were discussing, a flash of light flashed through the little Qilin around Jiang Yan's neck. Instantly the sky was trampled like a spider's web. A ferocious chirp from the soul rang out from the air. This strike stepped on the clouds, directly shattering that heavenly Dao sword in the crowd's horrified gazes. This strike was like a wave that blew everyone except Jiang Yan around like fish and shrimp. Jiang Yan simply touched the necklace with the corners of his mouth rising. Come back, little Qilin. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Kirin returned to his necklace as a ball of light. Only the necklace wasn't as bright as it had been before. As expected of Jiang Yan, it was only a total of 1 minute long. Little brother, he really puts too much heart into it. Thank you. And when Chen Yu saw this scene, he was dumbfounded and froze as he looked at Jiang Yan, directly placing everything on the ground and stepping back a few steps. This brother, I'll give you everything. Is it okay to spare my life? He couldn't die. It was just a loss this time. He could totally rise again. If his life was gone, then there was really nothing left. But Jiang Yan's voice, like a death sentence from hell, rang in his ears. I can't. No one knew how Jiang Yan ran to Chen Yu in the blink of an eye, between the light of the blade, only to see Chen Yu disappear like a radiance, never to be seen again. Jiang Yan looked at the scene and smiled without saying anything. There are quite a lot of good things. Let you go for now this time. The next time we meet, it will be necessary to kill you. So next, Jiang Yan directly slashed his sword on the one who was preparing to sneak into the portal, and instantly an arm flew into the air with blood, tinted the ground a shade of red. Jiang Yan's chilling gaze swept towards those who were ready to leave. Didn't you guys just want to kill me? Why are you thinking of leaving now? Those people were instantly defeated. Is it okay for us to pay 20%? Oh no? Is it okay for me to pay 30% of the points and resources? The man who lost his arm trembled. I'm 40%. Please spare me, brother. Jiang Yan laughed coldly. I'm not that selfish. You guys leave all the points behind. As for the resources, 30% each, and you take the rest away on your own. This is not too much to ask, is it? When the crowd heard this, they initially thought that Jiang Yan was going to take advantage of the fire to rob them all, but now they were surprised. Everyone had transferred their points to Jiang Yan's account. Then one by one, they left. Jiang Yan looked at their departing figures and couldn't help but shake his head. Human nature. Jiang Yan walked over to the place where Chen Yu had just placed his things at this time and found that there were only a few Dao artifacts and resources. And as for points, not a single one. Chen Yu. Jiang Yan coldly laughed in his heart. The little thing's abacus played quite wanting to sound. Zhang Pei and the others waited outside the teleportation gate for 7 days. Everyone looked toward the door. Tension filled everyone's head. Zhang Pei was very afraid during this time that something would happen to Chen Yu in it. But there's no one there now. Did something happen inside? When Xin painted her nails, why hasn't it come out yet? According to Xiao Sun's strength it should come out soon. Zhang Luoluo looked at the way they were all worried about Chen Yu's Chu-Chu, and her heart seized with pain. Why was no one worried about Jiang Yan? Wasn't Jiang Yan their teammate? But now it seemed that he might be the only one who felt sorry for Jiang Yan. This time gate surged, and several figures appeared in it. The crowd was getting excited. Zhang Pei even went to the closest place to watch if it was their team's Chen Yu. But as time passed, many people returned to their teams, but only Xiao Sun's people were missing. And Zhang Luoluo, who saw the scene, also started to worry. Only she wasn't worried about Chen Yu, who had all sorts of magic treasures to protect his body. She was worried about Jiang Yan. Why isn't it out yet? Something couldn't have happened, could it? Chen Wanting looked at her big sister's flustered appearance and opened her mouth. Xiao Sun can have something. It should be delayed because of something. Just watch it, big sister. Xiao Sun is definitely number one. Zhang Pei was instantly relieved when he heard this. Little Sun, but he has my sword talisman to help him. What could happen to him? However, Little Sun's goal isn't to muddle through. That's to run for first place. This time, it took our team over 4 years. And this time, the first junior junction will surely go hand in hand. The people next to Zhang Pei saw Zhang Pei so convinced all smiled and opened their mouths. So brother Zhang has already grasped everything. It seems that these are small fights after all. That's not true. Our little son is both obedient and talented. And this time, he's simply given us a face to hold up. In the past, the boss was the one who fought in our team. The previous trip to the secret realm was a spirited one. And no ghosts or monsters were a match for her. Nowadays, there's another man of the people in our team. So it seems that this burden on me can be lighter. He smiled with a face full of relief. It's as if the number one spot has already gone to him. The people in the other teams also knew the characters in Zhang Pei's team. All of them are super talented. And no one who joins this team is the pride of heaven. The oldest had even reached a rank early. And seeing as how the youngest teammate was about to take off as well, it was getting really powerful. When the time comes, I still hope that Captain Zhang will take care of us in the future. The person next to him bowed his hand with a fawning smile squeezed on his face. Zhang Pei waved his hand. Harm, what's the big deal? We're all family. Your team can do it too. As long as you're obedient and understanding like Little Sun, slightly more talented, and cultivate hard, then you're bound to have some achievements. But it's not as good as Xiao Sun is. Ha, that must be no match for nephew Chen Yu. Then I can wait to drink Captain Zhang's celebratory wine? The man laughed. Drinking is definitely not a problem. But do these three little friends want to join us? Zhang Pei said as he turned his words around and swept his gaze onto the three Wu Qi who were looking at the portal next to him. Chapter 54, next time, it won't be a tree. This incidentally provocative tone instantly caught the attention of Wu Qi and the other three beside him. Fatty Wang sniffed out the words with gunpowder. You are Jiang Yan's former teammates? I look also quite fia. Mouth spring loaded. How so clever tongue. Zhang Pei was disliked for the first time, instantly coming to a temper. Sure enough, a bunch of misfits. Jiang Yan joining you guys is really a rat going into a family. This Jiang Yan, I'm afraid he died in there a long time ago. Is there any need for you guys to wait? Fatty Wang sniffed temper instantly up, rolled up his sleeves and wanted to go up to him. See you, Fatmaster, I do not beat you to death. But Wu Qi directly stopped him. Don't be impulsive. Jiang Yan hasn't come back yet. There's no need to get angry because of this kind of person. Let's wait for Jiang Yan to come back for everything. But Zhang Pei instantly scoffed when he saw them defeated. I didn't expect a family of cowards, and it's really thanks to Jiang Yan that he can stay with you guys. By the way, he hasn't stolen from you guys much, right? Seriously, kick Jiang Yan out, and save you guys from being cheated by him. The more Zhang Pei spoke, the more energized he became. He could be eyeing that bloodline in Jiang Yan's body, but the next moment he was about to open his mouth. His sweaty hairs instantly exploded, and the alarm bells of death rang in his ears. Between the black-hatted little brother who was originally over there resting with his eyes closed. At this moment, he had already swung his sword out, and the piercing light of the sword chopped towards him. There was a loud clash of sheaths. Xiao Zhao's slash was already a centimeter away from Zhang Pei. Little brother's morose eyes swept him. Zhang Pei slowed down, but looking at himself unharmed, he looked at the hairy child in front of him and immediately lost his temper. Who are you scaring? Here you also dare to make a move. Aren't you afraid that other people will make a move against you? The gazes of the crowd were drawn to look over in unison by the sound. Dude Zhang, what's going on? How did you mess with this dude? Someone asked. Little brother withdrew his knife at this point as well. Zhang Pei laughed coldly with a victimized look. I don't know, I just exchanged a couple of sentences with him and he struck out. Dude, it's... The man hesitated for a moment looking over at the little brother. But then there was a rumble. The crowd looked over in unison, realizing that the place where the blade that Xiao had just chopped out swept through was already cracked in all directions, and the farthest away tree that was a dozen or so floors high had already been cleaved into two halves. The crowd gulped and all looked at Xiao Xiao as if they were looking at a monster. They just couldn't understand how a young man who looked like he was only 20 years old could have such strength. It's out of their range, right? Xiao Xiao's cold eyes swept a glance at Zhang Pei, his killing intent fluctuating unevenly as he opened his mouth. Next time, it won't be a tree that is split. After he finished speaking, he turned around and patted Wu Qi and Fatty Wang on the shoulders. Wait for Jiang Yan first. Wu Qi and Fatty Wang swallowed their saliva and eventually did not speak. They just thought that their little brother was really cool at that time, and worthy of their brother, just strong. On the other hand, Zhang Pei's side fell into silence for a while, eventually ending in a cold snort from Zhang Pei. What's with the godliness? Just this. S rank can be reached. This time everyone is here. I'll let you off the hook this time for now. Fatty Wang is not the one to take offense, just you? You can't even dodge little brother's knife. And you're still screaming there. Where's your face? I'm ashamed for you. That's right. Jiang Yan was really blind to be on your team before. A bunch of white-eyed wolves that can't be raised. Fatty Wang patted Innocent's shoulder. You seem to have cursed in along with Tanji Inzi. Ha, yes, but these words will be Zhang Pei angry speechless, suppressing the anger in his heart. He left the place with a cold snort. They're just clowns. However, none of this mattered. The most important thing right now was Xiao Sun. As long as Xiao Sun won first place, then he would be the boss from now on, and they would be able to walk horizontally in this horror world. As for the rest of them, they are ultimately nothing more than a joke. When the absolute terror descended, they might even have to beg to take them in. At this time, the second oldest Chen Wanning pulled Zhang Pei in an excited tone. Captain, Xiao Sun came out. Looking at him it seems like he's 10 out of 10. Zhang Pei smiled brightly. Xiao Sun would have had our full training plus almost horizontal push of equipment this time. Why isn't he number one? The crowd all walked towards Chen Yu as if they had already predicted the outcome. Luo Xiaofei didn't mostly make no big moves. She was anxious about where the hell Brother Yan was. It won't, really. Impossible. Brother Yan's life is so hard that he can survive being framed by them for 7 years. It won't. It sure as hell won't. Luo Xiaofei also walked up, wanting to watch outside the portal to see if Jiang Yan would come out, and in the meantime, ask the others if they had seen Jiang Yan. Chen Yu, who was currently looking at them walking towards him, was laughing coldly in his heart. 50,000. Does he really only have 50,000 points? Those 50,000 were actually all shared by the others. As for the monsters he killed, they were all in his ghost ring, in which he could store living creatures through a special means, and the moment he had just come out he had already triggered the prohibition in the ring to abuse all of them. These monsters, I'm afraid there should be 200,000 of them, adding the original 50,000. Besides, could Jiang Yan really collect all the points? He really thinks those people are soft eaters. Points can be exchanged for resources. Zhang Pei, who had already walked up at this time, was very excited. How is it, Xiao Sun? Chen Yu smiled with a proud face and said, living up to everyone's hopes. This time I gained 250,000 points. The first place this time around should be 9 out of 10. This time it's also thanks to everyone working together. It's an honor that belongs to everyone. The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. Nephew Chen Yu, surely this should have been a lot of hard work over the years. Alas, it's actually okay. It's just that every day, non-stop, I went to explore the ghost domains every time for these 7 years in order to pursue the extreme. I went to explore the ghost domains higher than one level, and every time, I hovered on the edge of death. Otherwise how can I live up to everyone's cultivation of me? This child since he was young, he has been obedient and understanding. I don't let him spell so much, but he doesn't listen either. Zhang Pei smiled and rubbed his hair with a pleased face as he showed off. Without everyone, I wouldn't have gotten this far. Chen Yu was modest. That's a good boy. The crowd celebrated Chen Yu. Seeing him get first place, Zhang Luo and Chen Wanting were naturally overjoyed. And Chen Yu this didn't fail to live up to the effort they had put into him. However, right at this moment of joy, Zhang Luo looked towards the exit of the secret realm. Will something happen to Jiang Yan? But surely he didn't have that many points. Alas, if he took the Dao weapon he gave him then at least he would have a chance to kill a monster or two. Not to say over 1,000, but still a couple hundred points. The kid, why do you have to participate in the secret world? You're only at D level, so you're just looking for death by taking part in this kind of difficult secret realm. But the captain should be so biased too. Let's hope Jiang Yan survives, so that she must. Chen Wanting, the second oldest, also noticed her big sister's abnormality and walked up to check. What is big sister thinking about? Zhang Luoluo looked at the exit of the secret realm. Do you think Jiang Yan can still come out alive? Chen Wanting was stunned, not knowing how to answer, and after easing up a bit then spoke. If Jiang Yan comes out, let's go meet him. Well, even if he gets a pitifully small amount of points, let's take his side for once this time. Big sister, aren't we going a bit too far with Jiang Yan? Zhang Luoluo's beautiful eyes stared at Chen Wanting. Everything was in her eyes. Chen Wanting sighed. We did go too far with Jiang Yan. Not just me, but everyone. It seems that Xiaofei is the only one who is a little better. She would secretly give Jiang Yan food from time to time, but being discovered by the captain, Jiang Yan will even be severely beaten. This kind of life, how in the world did he endure it? Although he has some thieving habits that are tiresome, he was our teammate for 7 years after all. Zhang Lolo sighed. What's the use of thinking about this now? Jiang Yan had long since left them and had his own teammates. It's really unforgivable what they big sisters have done over the years. Jiang Yan would never forgive them again. Ever. Various readers. Xiao Ye will draw on everyone's advice. The main one to listen to persuasion. The back try to arrange some of the protagonist of the plot. The back may also be a variety of readers care about the Black Blind Man and the Small Flowers and other editions. Thanks to all of you. Xiao Ye would like to thank you all. But the data Xiao Ye watched, if today's urging is over 2,500, tomorrow will continue for more. Xiao Ye would like to thank you all. Also Little Brother's persona. I'll be changing it through everyone's suggestions. Chapter 55, taking it all in. The surrounding people also began to marvel. 250,000 points. How many ghosts and monsters does this have to kill? Little Sun's nephew is truly a dragon and phoenix amongst men. This time the first place will definitely not belong to Captain Zhang's team. That's not true. I just heard that Chen Dong's team's genius only gained 30,000. With Zhang's cliff-like growth, it's definitely Little Sun's nephew who gained first place. The surrounding voices of admiration came into Zhang Pei's ears. It was a hit, and his spine stiffened quite a bit. It's all the success of Xiao Sun's efforts. Everyone can definitely do the same in the future. He suddenly looked in the direction of Wu Qi just now and grunted coldly. A waste is a waste. Still diluted to turn over. On that kind of beast that doesn't know the slightest bit of enterprising and repayment still want to win the first place. I think it's delusional. Wu Qi instantly angry pointed at his nose and scolded. What are you complacent, are you? Only 250,000? Our word son can a million, you believe it or not. Will not speak quickly, shut up. Fatty Wang is also very angry. I see your mouth is long on the asshole. Mouth so stinky. See my words out not to block your mouth. Less out smoked people. Zheng Pei was disliked and his face was very gloomy, but it's just a clown. Let's see the real thing right now. Just Jiang Yan, that animal. I think it's hanging in the balance to survive. The surrounding people all started to wonder when they saw Zheng Pei so angry. Who is Jiang Yan? Just a white-eyed wolf who only sucks blood. Don't mention him. In that case, that's not a very good character indeed. Wu Qi glanced at him with cold eyes. In a hurry to go home to lay eggs. Ah, the eyes have not yet come out. When the time comes directly bared bubble yellow to let you sober up. Zheng Pei snorted coldly. This is complete nonsense. Just your team. You want nothing. Just Jiang Yan. He doesn't even have a broken sword. Taking his head to fight monsters. Ridiculous. Wu Qi just wanted to continue the code. Little brother's chilling aura instantly enveloped the entire room. His eyes with a fierce killing intent staring down at Zheng Pei. Zheng Pei was instantly dumbfounded by the breath and stopped speaking. Instead, he asked Xiao Sun. Alas, this person just don't know what is not know what's good and bad. Right, Xiao Sun? In the inside there is who bullied you did not. The captain to give you out of anger. Take you to give him a lesson. Chen Wanting said next to him. As far as Xiao Sun's powerful strength is concerned, who dares to bully Xiao Sun? It's good that Xiao Sun didn't bully others. Besides, Xiao Sun is so well behaved. He won't bully others. The crowd felt that way. How could nephew Chen Yu be bullied? Well, you guys should be worrying too much. After all, Chen Yu had the favor of their entire team. How could he be bullied with the top-notch equipment in hand? But at that moment, Chen Yu froze, his complexion gloomy, his sweaty hairs now exploding all over his body, his mind constantly recalling the sadistic images of that hideous masked man. He staggered back, being held by Chen Wanting's arm in confusion. Xiao Sun, what's wrong with you? Zheng Pei looked at Chen Yu's gaze and instantly knew everything. Xiao Sun, you tell the captain. The captain will help you out. Don't be afraid of his retaliation. With me here, no one in this world will dare to bully you. Chen Yu looked at the gazes around him and slowed down, feeling that he had lost face. He coughed and opened his mouth. It's nothing much. It's just that I met an evenly matched character. Except that he was wearing a hat and had a ghost face mask on. He sneak attacked me and was going to rob every one of their points and resources. I had just confronted the S-class and that's what got me sneak attacked by him. But luckily I hit him hard to eventually come out. The crowd felt shocked to hear this news. Is there anyone else who can fight evenly with nephew Chinyu? Is there anyone else under the age of 19 who is this strong? Are you guys missing the point? That person wants to hijack everyone's points. Is this person a devil? What kind of twisted heart does he have? This is revenge against all of our humanity. Has he been mentally twisted since he was a child? But fortunately, nephew Chenyu has what it takes to cure him, and when the time comes for him to come out, we must see what kind of character this is that dares to lose his conscience like this. It's people like that who deserve to die, to encroach on other people's achievements. How on earth do such people live in this world? Zheng Pei was said to have an iron color. His face was even more red half. He looked at Chenyu and opened his mouth. It's okay, Shao Sun. After a while, when that person comes out, I will make him pay back 100 times over. And dare to hit you must be severely punished. Chen Sun continued. Not only is that person heartless, but he also targeted me, trying to hijack all of my points and resources. It's fortunate that I'm strong, otherwise I was almost defeated by him. Zhang Pei's breath instantly erupted all over the room when he heard this. What? He targeted you? Who the hell is this person to target our team? His breath swept across the room. All of you sitting here, do you know who this man with the mask is? He has gotten his hands on everyone's supplies, not to mention targeting my team. This kind of human scum deserves to be executed. But the whole room shook their heads in disbelief. This pissed off Zhang Pei, but Fatty Wang and the others who heard this were surprised. Wearing a hat and a ghost face mask, isn't that Yanko? Fatty Wang exclaimed. Asterisk 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 asterisk, that's not. Wu Qi hurriedly covered his mouth. Don't make a sound now. Wait for Yanzi to come out. Fatty Wang covered his mouth and nodded his head quietly, looking at Wu Qi and little brother. Words are too powerful. Isn't this a heifer opening the door to a big cow? Powerful to the core? I also didn't expect Yanko to be so bold, but it's to my liking, truly worthy of being our brother. Wu Qi nodded in strong agreement. Both of them looked at the little brother in unison. You're not going to comment on that either? Little brother clutched his chest, wondering what he was thinking, then lowered his voice and said, Thinking? Think what? Wu Xiao wondered. Homesick? Fatty Wang patted his shoulder with a sad look. It's okay, there is a place where Tianjin Yanzi and I are home. But then little brother said something that made both men giggle, wondering whether to kill them all or keep some. Ha! Wu Qi froze. Don't you dare. There aren't many humans left on the globe. If we kill again, we'll really become sinners. Fatty Wang's ass pouted. Then what are you afraid of? Wait for Yanzi to come back. However, it had to be said that Yanko had made a big mess this time, and all of them didn't expect the usually gentle Jian Yan to be able to do such a domineering thing. Cool enough. I'm sure they've lived up to their brother's dedication. Zheng Pei's beard exploded with anger. When that ghost-faced man shows up, I'm going to nail him on the spot to do justice for everyone. And this person must have cheated. How is it possible to have the same strength as Shao Sun at the age of 19? The crowd fell silent, looking at the teleportation doorway in unison. At this time, one after another people came out again, and they rushed forward and asked, Buddy, is there a ghost-faced man wearing a hat in there? Yeah, what's going on? Zhang Pei saw that there was drama and hurriedly said, What's the situation inside? Have you been searched clean? The man scratched his head in confusion to indicate that he hadn't, but that person also gave himself 300,000 points. This time the top three were stable, but the first place was definitely for that ghost-faced person. How is it possible? Zhang Pei disbelievingly stopped asking him and instead went to ask the others. How about it? How strong is the ghost-faced man among them? It's probably at the S rank, but it's really very strong. To have such an achievement at the age of 19 in this world. I really don't know where the genius came from, but he only scrounged a little bit of my resources. Ha! Chenyu was dumbfounded to hear this. No. What a target. Ask him for all of it, while others have just a little bit of resources? Still, he couldn't shake his number one position, and when he came out, he would surely die. As for Jian Yan, and he's going to take it as it is. Strip him of all his bloodline and try to break through the S-class in one fell swoop. Chapter 56, The Cliff Gap. All of this fell into Zhang Luoluo's eyes. She had mixed feelings. That ghost-faced man can even be an even match for Shao Sun, that is how strong it is. Will Jian Yin be bullied in there? He must have very few resources. Would the ghost-faced man scold him if he saw so few resources? She was afraid to think about that image any longer. Jian Yin, you mustn't have an accident. Sister knows it's wrong. You must come out alive. Sister, make it up to you, okay? At this time, the people inside came out one after another. But the only thing they did not see was any sign of the ghost-faced man. There was also no sign of Jian Yin. The crowd began to wonder. It was found that those who should have appeared did so, though a few did not come out. They found a man and asked, Is there anyone else in there? The man thought for a moment. I think there are one or two more. The crowd all turned their gazes to the teleportation doorway at these words. Zhang Pei had already made full intentions. The first time the ghost-faced man appeared, he was going to prime him down. This kind of human scum, how dare they bully Shaosun? They simply deserved to die. Everyone turned their gazes over, and the atmosphere gradually began to chill down. Everyone was ready for the ghost-faced man to appear and strike the enemy. They were going to torture him so hard that they dared to undermine all of them, which directly caused the wrath of all of them. But little brother's hand was already on the hilt of the knife on his back. He didn't mind killing them all if someone made a move. At that moment, the sky was shrouded in blackness, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Only a black ball of light landed on the ground and transformed into a faceless man in black. The crowd was wondering who this was, but the faceless man was the first to speak. I am the Rule Incarnate and have come to present the award. The crowd then responded, but they all went up and asked questions without the slightest response. They then stopped caring and all focused on the teleportation doorway in unison. Chunyu looked at the faceless man and snorted coldly. The first one is definitely his own. He is 10 out of 10 this time. The man just said the same thing. Only took resources, but he underestimated himself too much. 50,000? Not the end of the line for him. Just him, 100,000 tops. It's just a smart-ass dumbass. Suddenly the light door flashed. The crowd was excited, and Zhang Pei was even ready to chop out a sword to kill this person. Dare to bully his teammates? That's a death wish. Who doesn't know that he has his heart in the right place for everyone on the team and dares to target his teammates? Just as everyone was poised, Jiang Yan walked out with his hands in his pockets. That breezy look instantly disrupting everyone's thinking. Who is this man? Someone asked. I guess it's someone from one of the teams. It can't be Ghostface. He doesn't seem to be very strong by the looks of him. But Zhang Luoluo looked at Jiang Yan's breezy demeanor and instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, looking at Jiang Yan's situation, he should have spent 7 days hiding in a very safe place in the secret realm. But how did he eat for such a long time? I don't think his teammates had food for him. No, we have to find a way to get him back after this. He's starving and thin out there. As for the ghost face, she hadn't even thought about it that way. With Jiang Yan's small body and strength, she felt very fortunate to be able to survive in the periphery. As for why he was able to get out, he should have had everything on him handed over to the ghost face. Alas, how good it would have been if he had accepted what he had given away earlier. At least there would have been a glimmer of hope of retaining a bit of resources. As it was now, he would definitely be scolded by his teammates when he went back. And she couldn't imagine the image of Jiang Yan being ostracized and beaten by them. This idea, Chen Yu also thought so. The moment Chen Yu saw Jiang Yan, the greed in his eyes could no longer be suppressed. Jiang Yan, quite able to hide. 7 days without seeing others. This time we cannot let him escape. We must use the ghost chain to suck out all of his chi. As for why he's out so late, he's still afraid he'll bully him. Jiang Yan, you won't get away this time. Zhang Pei had the same burning eyes. Jiang Yan, this punk even managed to survive the secret realm. But after this secret realm, the horrible difficulty increased. Just his snobbish eyes. He would surely beg to get into their team. He would teach him a lesson when the time came. That was when the crowd turned their eyes back into the door of light. Because of the interruption that Jiang Yan had just appeared, everyone was now even more cautious. But at this time, the faceless man next to him spoke. The secret realm is over. Start counting the points. At this point the entrance and exit of the secret realm also closed, no longer emitting bright light. This move instantly confused the whole crowd. Why did it just shut down? Ghostface hasn't shown up yet. Is there a mistake in the rules? What? Zhang Pei reacted and looked at the faceless man inquiring. May I ask if this is a time rule that closes when the time is up? The crowd also reacted. Yeah, if the time comes and the ghost-faced man doesn't show up, that would be a good explanation. If that's the case, then it's karma for him to be trapped in it for eternity. But it's really hard to get rid of the anger without killing him personally. That's 20% of the resources and points in our team. Just as the crowd was breathing a sigh of relief, the faceless man surprisingly answered their query. It may be closed only by the departure of all those who survive. The crowd froze at this news. Where's Ghostface? Has it blended into the group and snuck out? At that moment, the crowd instantly woke up, and in unison, they placed their gazes on Jiang Yan's body. At the moment, Jiang Yan was a happy man, surrounded by his teammates. Fatty Wang whacked his chest. Good boy. I knew you kid was good. Worthy of being our Iron Triangle's group favorite. Wu Qi was even happier next to him. What did I say? Yanko is the pride of heaven. Otherwise we wouldn't have been called over by him. The corners of my little brother's mouth turned up slightly even next to him. Jiang Yan scratched his head. This is all the result of everyone working together. The crowd watched them in this scene all dismissed the idea. Just how could Jiang Yan, who didn't even have a single piece of equipment on his body, be a Ghostface? Ghostface is a big guy with a full level set all over him. Just Jiang Yan? That was a world of difference. And he was afraid that a random C-ranked monster would be able to abuse him. But then the faceless man's voice filled with majesty once again attracted everyone's attention. Next, all the winning information will be announced. Zhang Pei retrieved his thoughts. It seemed that the ghost-faced man had already blended in with the crowd and fled long ago. But even if he escaped to the ends of the earth, he would catch him. Dare to target Cheng Yu. Really don't want to live. The crowd felt the same. Because as soon as the list is published, then his name will be a target. Then he will be wanted by everyone. After all, touching everyone's cake. But they only forgot one thing. This world is a world of killing. All people do not care what friendship. They only care about their own interests. That's when the faceless man's voice reached everyone's ears. The winners of this secret world were announced. First place, Jiang Yan, 2 million points, wins an XXS Dao weapon of his choice. Second place, Wang Dazue, 300,000 points, awarded a Dao sword. Third place, Zhang Dongyao, with 299,000 points, won a S-grade Dao sword. Fourth place, Chen Sheng, 299,000 points, awarded a grade A Dao sword. 455th place, Chun Yu, 250,000 points, winning a grade E body protector small herb. Congratulations to Jiang Yan for obtaining the rule enhancement. After the faceless man finished speaking, he turned into a ball of light and left the scene. The scene fell silent for a moment. What? Jiang Yan first? 2 million points? Second place is only 300,000. What a concept. Cliff Gap. Doesn't that mean that? The gazes of the crowd stared at Jiang Yan in unison. Could he be the ghost face? Chapter 57, You're the Solution. Zhang Luolua was confused. Looking at the light screen in the sky and rubbing his eyes, he couldn't believe this was real. She gradually regained her mind and her nose began to redden. Her body trembled as she covered her nose and looked in Jiang Yan's direction. So, Jiang Yan is that ghost-faced man. Chen Wanning also had trouble pulling herself out of her shock. Jiang Yan? But it can't be. Jiang Yan is only the highest C rank in the district. How could he have such strength? Zhang Luolua's voice trembled. Have you guys forgotten Jiang Yan's talent of crossing 2 levels in a row in 7 days? After such a long period of time, he would have long since broken through to rank B almost. But how can he have so many treasures for a mere casual? Xiaosun just said that guy was covered in a full set. How is this possible? When Xian stood up at once, Zhang Luolua was stunned. He has long since joined another team. It was as if her strength had been drained from her body. He stopped being our teammate a long time ago. Although she couldn't believe it either. It was indeed Jiang Yan who appeared in the end. Chen Wanning spoke up at this time. Maybe there's someone else named Jiang Yan at the scene? Could it be a mistake? The words were met with sideways glances. At this time, Zhang Pei, who had lost all his departures, also came into the spirit. Yes, there must be someone else named Jiang Yan. How can he have that much top-tier equipment with just that trash of his? And why should he have it with just those 3 fools of his? The fat man came in a temper. Who's the fool cursing? Zhang Pei snorted coldly. The fool is scolding you. Fatty Wang gave a very soothing thumbs up. Then you are so right. Zhang Pei froze for a moment. And after realizing that he had been brushed aside, he was a bit furious. Chun Yu, on the other hand, was in deep thought at the moment. Impossible. How could Jiang Yan have such strength? And that was a SSS grade Dao sword. What right did he have to have it? These should have been his to own. Moreover, Jiang Yan is gifted. He instantly sobered up at the thought. And it occurred to him that Jiang Yan's voice and eyes just now were exactly the same as that ghost-faced man's. Out of the question. That's not possible. He was in a state of disorientation. And he was deluding himself. If Jiang Yan really had it all, the first is also his. And what is the point of that E-rated protective weed? He knew that if he couldn't win first place, then his previous plans would then be completely ruined. And the origin of all of this came from Jiang Yan. It's all Jiang Yan's fault. Jiang Yan, why do you want to live in this world? Zhang Pei looked around. Who else on everyone's team is named Jiang Yan? But there was none of the response he expected. It was all you looking at me and me looking at you. At this time, Jiang Yan lightly laughed and removed the mask from the ring in the sight of the crowd. Is that what you're talking about? As soon as the words fell, the eyes of the crowd looked over in unison. And they all saw the incomparably frightening mask. I don't know who exclaimed. That's him. The ghost-faced man is him. It can't be wrong. This voice, and the ring in his hand I've heard of. It's the heaven-slaying ghost ring. A special prop. I told you how he could come out so lightly. Zhang Pei seemed to have lost his support once again, staggering back a bit. How could it be? How could it be Jiang Yan? Zhang Luoluo had long since cried into tears. It's really Jiang Yan, he's really still alive. And he even won first place. And dumped a full 170 points off second place. That kind of cliff difference. It was hard for her to think of Jiang Yan with the previous koi child who only knew how to wipe his nose and cry. And it's only been how long? A month no bar, and it's broken through to be rank. Does this gift really exist in this world? When Xin trembled. How could it be Jiang Yan? His mask must have been stolen. Yes, it was stolen. But then a ball of light came out from above the sky and landed in Jiang Yan's hands. Only Jiang Yan's hand gently disappeared into it, and relying on his thoughts, a golden orb appeared in his hand. A light curtain prompted at once in the sky. Congratulations to Jiang Yan for obtaining the XXS grade Dao artifact. 1 heart. This notice is out. The crowd was in an uproar, and Wu Qi is even more full of excitement. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Speech son. You 200 points. Quickly tell me what method was used. Words. I really doubt that you are not open. Quickly give me how to open. Let me try. Just barely. Fat Wan looked around and eventually saw Xiao Xiao. Just reached the kind of degree Xiao Xiao. Xiao looked at them without saying anything, but he was also happy for Jiang Yan from the bottom of his heart. Jiang Yan smiled, then faced everyone and placed his hands on the railing. Because I put on a show. At this time, the reactive Chen Yu sobered up and pointed at Jiang Yan and spoke with a solemn face. It's him, Jiang Yan. He pushed us humans into the abyss. Jiang Yan appropriated the resources of all of us. He's the sinner of humanity. As long as Jiang Yan was pushed off the high stage, then he would still be a lamb to be slaughtered, and victory would still belong to him. No one can shake him. At that time that XXS Dao artifact also belonged to him. Everything Jiang Yan possessed belonged to him. Zhang Pei also calmed down at his words and looked at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, you are now the sinner of all humanity. Don't you know that terror will escalate soon? What you're doing is tantamount to pushing everyone towards death. He looked around him with conviction. What does everyone think? Yes, this is completely cutting off our lives. Jiang Yan must return the resources. This kind of person doesn't deserve to live at all. That's right. How can he do that when he can even disregard the lives of his fellow countrymen? Wu Qi directly scolded. What are you calling you? This world is inherently weak and strong. That's right. Yanko moreover also confiscated other people's resources at all. As for the points, it's not useful at all. The crowd froze at these words, not understanding what Fatty Wang meant by this. Jiang Yan's sharp gaze looked at Zhang Pei. The face he had once respected and feared was so ironic. But the current Jiang Yan only had deep disgust. If it was before, he was afraid that he would simply offer him everything and curry favor with him. Then, in return, he was angrily scolded for his lack of shame, for doing such a treacherous thing and then taking everything for himself. But now all he wanted to say was, "Oh my good captain, this play can be only for you." But now he had teammates, or brothers, very good brothers. No, they were more his own. His family will always believe in him, and so is little brother at the moment. This was because his sword had already been drawn, and he slashed at the top of the large mountain in the distance. Boom! This blade light chopped on top of the large mountain, which was directly sliced in half without warning. As the stone rolled down and the sound of wind being crushed in their ears created a wave of air that blew across the crowd's cheeks, they instantly sobered up. This move instantly put everyone in their place. There was no more chattering and arguing, there was just the silence of a falling pin. Little brother swept them a glance, then drew his sword back behind Jiang Yan, and reached out to pat Jiang Yan's shoulder as he brushed past it. You fix it. Chapter 58. Surely you're an animal born of a mother but not raised by one. Jiang Yan nodded in response with the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Zhang Pei snorted. You guys don't think how strong he is? For that matter, I can do it too. He then looked at Jiang Yan with a sharp tone. Jiang Yan, it was supposed to be our teammate, and I hereby apologize profusely to everyone. This time, it's my poor discipline to do such a hurtful thing to everyone. Zhang Pei looked at everyone with a saddened look. This child has been unintelligent since he was a child and has the habit of thieving. But I didn't expect that he would be directly sentenced out of the team because of a couple of words spoken about him some time ago, causing a major loss to my team. This time, I can't believe I've caused you all this trouble again, and for that I apologize. Zhang Pei pointed at Jiang Yan. This time, I will make sure that he apologizes to everyone, and as for the resources, I will allocate them properly. When he's cured Jiang Yan, then he'll still be able to hold him at will. As far as resources are concerned, it would be a mercy for me to give you back a tenth. Zhang Luoluo also tensed up at this time. Wasn't the captain pushing Jiang Yan into the fire pit? While it's true that he made a big mistake, it's not as if it's the fault of them, his teammates, who didn't teach him well growing up. It was their mistake, and it dawned on everyone else. So it's Captain Zhang's teammate. Didn't you hear that? It's an ex-teammate. So much for thievery. Sentencing out of the team to do something like this really can't be evaluated. But just as they were fighting to a climax, a voice appeared from the crowd. But he sent me over 200,000 points. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to finish second. These words directly sobered the crowd. They looked at the leaderboard again and realized that it seemed to be true up there. with the points all neatly decreasing from second place onwards. The crowd was confused, but at this moment, someone spoke up. Nephew Chen Yu seems to be in last place, and is an E-ranked protective little herb. Ha? Little grass? It's still E-rated. Isn't that murderous? Murphy. The crowd instantly sobered up and all looked at Zhang Yan with anticipation. Zhang Yan looked at Zhang Pei with a slight smile at this. Captain Zhang, I didn't rob any of my compatriots of their resources, so you can show them if they are lost in the ghost ring. But Zhang Pei was a disbeliever. Don't lie to everyone. With your character from the orphanage, I still can't figure you out? But the crowd made moves regardless. Let's see if it's less. Hey, my ghost ring is on my hand. Don't steal it from my pants. After a long time, everyone looked at Zhang Yan with a look of suspicion. Mine isn't missing. I'm not missing mine either. All of them. Zhang Pei's heart, which was expecting a reversal, fell into the ice cellar all of a sudden, and he took many steps back, eventually staggering in disbelief. How could it be? How could it be like this? He suddenly caught a glimmer of opportunity. Then you even took away the others' points. He pointed at Zhang Yan and spoke defiantly. Zhang Yan spread his hands, then looked at the crowd with an innocent face. Did I steal your points? And the crowd's reactions were all within Zhang Yan's expectations. Asterisk 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 asterisk, how I'm not missing and adding. Yeah, there's even my name on the list. How come I have 277,000 points? I remember I don't have that much. They instantly sobered up and looked at Zhang Yan very puzzled. Zhang Yan smiled and looked at the crowd without speaking. The smile straight away confused the crowd. Suddenly someone in the crowd spoke up. Right. I remember that Zhang Yan killed a SS-ranked ghost monster. That ghost seems to enjoy capturing other ghosts and raising them in captivity for sacrifice. Wouldn't it be? But how did he manage to transfer the points without the slightest trace? Could it be that he tampered with the transfer? They were all confused. They didn't expect Zhang Yan to not only not transfer out, but to give them so much more. Zhang Yan, on the other hand, smiled and nodded, looking at Zhang Pei with a wry smile as he opened his mouth. Captain Zhang, this scene of mine, do you still like it? Zhang Pei and Chen Yu's hearts were instantly like knives when they heard this. That face was as ugly as it could be. Zhang Yan looked at Xu Xian. What he wanted to see most was this defeated look on their faces. That's a good look. Gilly, how comforting to watch. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Words, when did you get so smart? Fatty Wang patted Zhang Yan's shoulder at this time and laughed. Wu Qi was very happy. Words are prepared for this. This big show. You're really showing off. It's better than killing them outright. I also wonder how they feel when they punch cotton. Zhang Yan smiled and patted their shoulders, then looked at the crowd once again and opened his mouth. What about here? I'd like to express that my former teammates have long since died a clean death. Except for old 7 Luo Xiaofei. Of course. And, what's wrong with orphans? Orphans eat your family's rice? Let me ask Captain Zhang. Have I ever received a single favor from you? And yes, only you would push an orphan down into the ghostly realm to make him suffer. And only you would stomp on the most precious and several days' worth of food given to you by a mere 10-year-old. You are also the ones who killed the white spirit cat that a 10-year-old child risked his life to obtain and then beat and bullied him. You're the ones who dashed all the hopes of a 10-year-old orphan and trampled them hard underfoot. But here I would like to thank you all. Without you I wouldn't have met my current brothers. They are the ones who gave me a warm home. No more eating rotten fruit every day. No more eating something and having to worry about being tortured and scolded. No longer do you have to worry about doing something wrong and being locked out to suffer the torment of a ghostly infestation. No longer do you have to be sneaky and wary of whether what you're doing will cause offense. Zhang Yan turned his head to look at the 3 Wu Qi people as he finished his last sentence and spoke with a smile. Thank you. It's good to have you guys. Zhang Yan. At this point, Zhang Luoluo could no longer suppress the pent-up emotions in her heart. It turns out that Zhang Yan has been. He never wanted to hurt everyone. Tears slipped from her eyes as if they were breaking the bank, and she couldn't hold them back any longer. Chen Wanting looked at this scene, and her heart was also like a knife. Zhang Yan turned out to have never thought of doing something that would hurt everyone. It's all just to target them. But why did he target Xiao Sun? Target them. Isn't that pushing them into the fire? And to say the kind of things that make people sad. If terror enhanced their strength, how would they, who had no resources, survive in this world? How did Zhang Yan become like this? Was this still the Zhang Yan she knew? That's total revenge. Naked revenge. This is to put them to death. Why was Zhang Yan like this? Weren't they his teammates? They've at least given him 7 years of warmth and raised him for 7 years without care. But she suddenly realized how much damage they, her teammates, had done to him. Just now, Zhang Yan's words word by word were like needles in her heart. Chen Wanting looked at her big sister with a weak body. It turned out that they were all wrong. But the captain, most of this is the captain's fault. At the moment, Zhang Pei had difficulty breaking free from Zhang Xian's words. He was trembling, gnashing his teeth in anger, his brain burning with smoke. Jiang Yan, is he crazy? Such treacherous words can be said. Isn't it against them to talk about the past in front of so many people? They've raised him for 7 years. What gives him the right to be like that? Even if he didn't contribute the other people's resources to him, he took all the resources from their team. Animal. It's like a bastard born of a mother and not raised by a mother. Completely insane. He was completely hopeless. If he wasn't disciplined, this could have killed them. His teammates, in front of the others. It's true that the beast from the orphanage just doesn't know any sense. He shouldn't be living in this world. Chapter 59. Surely he won't leave us so easily. They had treated him so well, and it was fine for him to disregard the favor. But now he was targeting Xiao Sun. Even transferred extra points to someone else in order to target little Sun. It really pissed him off. In the beginning, he should have left Jiang Yan in the orphanage to fend for himself forever. And he should have sent him to the Death Ghost domain to suffer. Didn't he just give little Sun some equipment? Damn him for being so careful and not understanding the big picture at all. Can he blame them for his own poor talent? One does not know how to fight for it. Can one still be strong in this world if one just relies on others? I'm afraid it's hard to even stay alive. He did it all for his own good. It's not enough that he doesn't appreciate it, but he's joining forces with outsiders to target loved ones who used to be 10 times nicer to him. He should have died in the womb and lived to waste air and defile the world. If he's going to go after Xiao Sun now, wouldn't that mean that he'll have to go after him, the captain, later on? It's a shame they're so nice to him. Unbreedable white wolves. A dog keeper can even watch a door. And he, well, he's not even a dog. And his foxy friends, what the hell? One by one, they're pissing him off. I can't believe I taught him to be like this. Zhang Pei's beard flew up in anger. If Fatty Wang saw the scene, he must have laughed at him. How did he red warm up? But Zhang Luoluo's heart was also hard when she saw the captain being exasperated like this. Jiang Yan was, after all, a teammate, or relative, who had lived with them for 7 years. No one can afford to follow them so blatantly. There is no doubt about the allocation of resources this time. And when the difficulty of terror increases, they are sure that their future survival will definitely be in question. But if there's a little Sun, it shouldn't be a problem. LOL. Why did Jiang Yan become so strange? But, it's like they caused all of this. All of it is their fault. But now, they had completely pushed Jiang Yan over the edge. And he would never forgive them again. Never again will I offer them my best. No longer would she go up to her just because she appeared a little upset and say, "Big sister, don't cry, oh. Xiao Yan is here. Xiao Yan has brought you the most delicious candies." Zhang Luoluo could no longer suppress her emotions and reddened her eyes. If only she had realized earlier. Catching it earlier would have. It wouldn't have turned out the way it did. He should take the first place and show off with their hands and feet and say, "I won the first place. Am I awesome? I'm better than Shen Yu. I'm not worse than Shen Yu's brother. You guys care about caring about me? Okay, even a little." Chen Wanting looked at her big sister's saddened appearance, and her heart was also torn with pain. He watched the backs of his teammates who left with their arms wrapped around their shoulders was felt so harsh. She wanted to go up and apologize, but she dare not. She didn't want to face Jiang Yan's cynicism. She was afraid of being reduced to nothing. But in fact, she did. She's a college teacher. She's supposed to have a gentle personality and treat anyone with a soft voice. But why did it turn into angry scolding, bullying, and even uniting with others to falsely accuse him once Jiang Yan arrived? Jiang Yan used to worship her so much. But now, Jiang Yan had won first place in the secret realm and gained supreme glory. But it didn't belong to them. Maybe Jiang Yan just wanted to prove that he was never bad. He wanted them to understand that he could be better than any of them. Chen Wanting's heart felt empty, and sadness instantly surged through her heart. 7 years. 7 years of torture had sharpened his heart, which should have aspired to worship them, or expect them, into barbs. That would be returning the favor in kind. "Big sister, will Jiang Yan come back?" Chen Wanting wiped her tears as she looked at Zhang Luoluo and choked on her words. Hearing these words, Zhang Luoluo's body trembled slightly, and she eventually shook her head feebly. It shouldn't be. In his mind, we're long dead. When the heart dies, there is nothing left. He was an orphan, never felt the warmth that comes from a loved one, and suffered in an orphanage of torture, pain, and suffering. But we pulled him out of that place and gave him a light. But, we used this light to bind him for 7 years, to stab him deeply in the heart with this light. Zhang Luoluo wiped her tears, sniffled and patted Chen Wanting's shoulder. Actually, what Jiang Yan cares about the most isn't us. What? Chen Wanting froze for a moment, not understanding what her big sister meant. Do you remember where Jiang Yan would end up every time he was bullied, falsely accused, and verbally abused by us? Chen Wanting thoughtfully, his little house? Zhang Luoluo shook her head. It's for the captain. What do you want with the captain? The captain is the one who picked him up from the orphanage, which for an orphan is really no different than a parent. Think about someone who longs for affection and suddenly receives this kind of care and attention. Who would he turn to if he were bullied in the ranks? Who would he wish to be comforted by? It's the captain. It's his father. In fact, in Jiang Yan's inner heart, he has long treated the captain as his father. Do you know what he said in his diary? He said the palm of the captain's hand holding mine was so warm that day. Is he my father? Did he come to get me? The captain's shoulders are so broad. Was my father like that? It's been a while since I don't think I've ever seen my father. Zhang Luoluo sniffled. Every time Jiang Yan was bullied, he would find the captain. But the captain didn't want to see him. So he hid in the corner outside the captain's room, hugging his knees and crouching by the wall so he could feel the warmth from the captain. But a child who longed for affection. All he got these 7 years was teasing and playing with the 8 of us. Zhang Luoluo hysterically vented the emotions in her heart. In his mind, we might as well be ghosts. Chen Wanning looked at her big sister's agitated appearance and felt a chill run through her heart. She only felt a little suffocated. Are we really scarier than ghosts? She thought of that desperate feeling when Jiang Yan hid in a corner and cried alone, stuffing all her sadness into herself with nowhere to put it. She then felt a pain like her heart gripping. He's always treated us like family, like incredibly dear relatives, but we've driven him away. He just wants a touch of warmth, even a touch. Zhang Luoluo breathed in sharply. Do you know how the captain reacted when he realized that Jiang Yan was outside his door? He resented Jiang Yan for dirtying his door, dirtying his walls, slapping him, even tying him up and bleeding him from his fingertips. 7 days, 7 nights. Jiang Yan won't be coming back, sighed Zhang Luoluo, as if she had been drained of all her strength. He must be living a very happy life now. How could he come back to such a hellish place? Chen Wanning wiped her nose full of determination. No, I will beg Jiang Yan to forgive us. He will definitely come back. I will make up for all the wrong things I did in the past. I want to be his favorite second sister. He will definitely forgive us. He used to be so good to us. Surely he wouldn't leave us so easily. Chapter 60, Jiang Yan. Are you crazy? Jiang Yan swept his eyes at the gloomy-looking Zhang Pei, then left the place with a few buddies in his arms. No hurry. How boring to just kill it. What he wanted to see was that expression of agonizing regret when they were backstabbed by Qinyu. Torture? That doesn't count. It's just what they deserve. Yanzi, just let them off the hook? Fatty Wang put his arm around Jiang Yan's shoulder and laughed suspiciously. Why don't I go and make up a couple of cuts for you? Wu Xia interrupted with a smile. What do you know? Yanzi is trying to get them to eat their own words. Next time read more. The book has its own. Fatty Wang smiled and bristled. That's better. I can't read the book or anything, but I'm still very good at all kinds of torture. Fatty Wang revealed an evil smile. If you need it someday, Yanzi, I'll have my little brother tie one up for you, and I'll serve you with a direct crackle of torture. Jiang Yan smiled and said, what do you care about them for? The past passed. Sooner or later, they will be retributed. All we do is wait, add a little something from time to time. Fatty Wang pointed at Jiang Yan with a look of I understand, it's still you. This chronic poison. The method of killing and killing the heart can be much more exciting than physically. Wu Qi faced contempt. You two simply go to crime. Psychology and psychiatry is sort of understood by you. By the time the prisoner wants to confess to the crime, have to be tortured by you cannot speak. Isn't that, little brother? Wu Qi touched Zhang Qiling's arm and snickered. Zhang Qiling raised his eyes and gave them a puzzled look. He had just wandered off and didn't hear them, but nodded. Indeed. At this time, Jiang Yan pulled out the XXS Dao artifact. Come take a look at this. One heart. Wu Qi was instantly attracted to it and came up to survey it, realizing that nothing had been researched to get a clue. What's the use of this? Words. Fatty Wang was also puzzled. XXS Dao weapon. Sounds awesome. Isn't this thing some kind of great killing weapon? With that, he picked up the orb and was instantly shocked to see the button in the center. This isn't a pokeball, is it? With that, he threw himself toward little brother with a single press of that white button, calling out as he did so, come on in, little brother. But who knew that little brother faintly stretched out his index and middle fingers to directly clamp the flying orb, followed by a fling, directly flying towards Fatty Wang's forehead. Snap. Fatty Wang couldn't dodge enough to cover his forehead and screamed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Little brother, you engage in a sneak attack. No martial virtues for you. Wu Qi and Jiang Yan were both amused. Wu Qi laughed. Fatty, you just deserve it. You don't look at who you're throwing at. You're not looking for a beating? Ha ha. Jiang Yan smiled as he took the Dao weapon in Fatty Wang's hand and gently tapped the button on it to look at them. The function of this Dao weapon, you'll know next. As he spoke, the blue texture on top of the small ball turned into light and pierced towards the chests of the 4 men. Little brother and the others didn't resist because Jiang Yan wouldn't harm them. It was a heartfelt belief. Jiang Yan's heart warmed when he saw this scene. At that point, The light disappeared in the air and the orb vanished with it. Wu Qi looked at Jiang Yan with a skeptical expression. What's the use of this light? Fatty Wang touched his chest. Hey, you don't say. You really don't say. At these words, Wu Qi looked over. What a feeling. Fatty. Fatty Wang laughed with a triumphant face. Nothing feels the same. Wu Qi kicked Fatty Wang's ass. Why are you tender-oed? Jiang Yan looked at them and smiled as he solved the puzzle. Alright. What about this ball of light? At his words, all three looked over. Jiang Yan continued to explain. This ball of light can connect the hearts of the four of us. But the effect is that our abilities can complement each other? But it's one-sided. My recovery can be transferred to you guys. And most of the injuries you've suffered will be transferred to me. That is, you guys don't have to worry about getting hurt. Nanny is here. Jiang Yan patted his chest. But there's another effect that can teleport any of us to one of them, which greatly increases our survival probability. This statement was made. All three stiffened. Fatty Wang seemed to have grasped the point, rolled up his sleeves in anger, took the rope in Wu Qi's hands, and angrily walked towards Jiang Yan. And as he walked, the rope in his hands thundered like a whip. Words. Ah, words. You can be really ecumenical. Who let you be? Jiang Yan was tied up with a look of approval from Xiao Xiao and Tianjin. Jiang Yan looked at them with an innocent expression. Even though I went AWOL and did this kind of thing. I didn't share out your abilities, just my own. Fatty Wang nodded. I know. After saying that he stretched his hand towards Tianjin again. See, Yanko is just stubborn. It's hard to become a great man if you don't discipline him. Wu Qi nodded. It's time for discipline. With that, he handed over a feather. Fatty Wang received the feather and revealed a smug gaze at Jiang Yan's feet. Since you're so insistent, don't blame us. Jiang Yan looked at Fatty Wang's evil smile and was covered in cold sweat. At the moment he felt that Fatty Wang was scarier than some SS-ranked ghost or monster. Really? That or you're not sober. And you don't think of us as brothers, do you? Naive. Little brother. Tianjin also pulled a feather out of her bag and looked at Xiao. Want to join me? Xiao Xiao pursed his lips. His eyes narrowed slightly to reveal a trace of reluctance. Most still shook his head. No. Tianjin sighed at the sight and finally set his sights on Jiang Yan. In Jiang Yan's sight, their smiles were the devil. Shortly afterward, the sound of agonizing screams filled the air. After Wu Qi untied the ropes from Jiang Yan's body, he put his arm around his shoulders and laughed. How was it? Jiang Yan smiled miserably and scratched his ears. Just scare me. I thought you two were going to do something terrible. It ended up tickling his ears twice. Fatty Wang gasped and lightly punched his shoulder. No wonder they all called you a white-eyed wolf. You're not righteous at all. You only know how to suffer yourself. Why? You don't owe us anything. You? Wouldn't it be better for XXS's dowager to pick a dowager to protect yourself? We'd rather you be selfish. But Jiang Yan was just about to open his mouth. A familiar and gunpowder-filled voice came from just off in the distance. Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan sniffed and looked over, his cold eyes sweeping over Zhang Pei and the others. Seeing this, Wu Qi's three men directly protected Jiang Yan behind them. Wu Qi looked at them warily. What do you want again? What does want? Trying to bully Yanko again? Really think we're easy to bully? Fatty Wang said and looked to the side. Little brother. Show them your Shangfang sword and let them eat the knife. Before Xiao Xiao could finish his sentence, his hand had already pressed on the hilt of the knife behind his back, his eyes sharply scanning Zhang Pei and the rest of the crowd. But when Zhang Luoluo saw Jiang Yan in the distance, his originally lost look instantly gained spirit. Jiang Yan, you white-eyed wolf, where the hell do you want to escape to? Zhang Pei's hysterical voice came from the distance, but at the moment, Zhao's knife was already sheathed. Jiang Yan, are you crazy? Where did Xiao-sun provoke you? Just because I said a few words about you rebelled from the team and followed me against me. Do you still want some face? Chapter 61, taking his life? What about me? Have you thought about it? Jiang Yan. Zhang Pei angrily walked up to Jiang Yan, but when he saw that his little brother had already drawn his sword, he was still cowed for a few moments. Is this how you let outsiders draw their swords against the captain who raised you for 7 years? Jiang Yan looked at Zhang Pei with cold eyes. How sarcastic did this voice sound? Captain Zhang's exports became dirty but came to blame me? They're my teammates. You scolded me. If they didn't defend me, did they help you? Jiang Yan ridiculously scanned him. Zhang Pei instantly became angry and pointed at Jiang Yan. Teammates? You have teammates now? What do you take our previous kindness to you for? Jiang Yan spread his hands. Of course, as a fart. After all, I haven't experienced any of your goodness, but I have experienced a lot of swords, guns and sticks. You're really hopeless. Zhang Pei was trembling as he pointed at Jiang Yan, but he didn't dare to make a move. It was really because that little brother over there with the hat was just too much of an aura. The little brother carried a knife in his hand and looked sideways at Jiang Yan. To kill or not to kill? Jiang Yan smiled and patted his hand. It's fine. Let me do it myself. It's just a bunch of clowns. It won't be long before it pops up and destroys itself. Xiao put away his sword and stood up beside him, but his spirit was not slack. Wu Qi looked at Jiang Yan. Don't force yourself. With us here, no one will dare hurt you. Yes, just that group of people. If they move a hair of sweat of you, I will cut off all their hands. The corners of Jiang Yan's mouth rose slightly as he nodded, then crossed over to the trio and walked over. When Zhang Pei saw Jiang Yan come alone, his aura gradually climbed, and at this distance, he could easily take him down. Even if that little brother was fast, there was no way he could be faster than himself. Jiang Yan walked to Zhang Pei's front and laughed. This Captain Zhang, I very much doubt that you are plotting against the Dao weapon that I have just obtained. Alas, this news if released, I'm afraid that it is not damaging to you this reputation. Ah? You, said Zhang Pei, choking on his words at Jiang Yan's headbutt heap. How did he know he was having an affair with that Dao weapon? He had wanted to capture Jiang Yan back to take all the things for himself. After all, those things originally belonged to them, but they were stolen by this villain Jiang Yan. But now that it's been said directly, it's still faceless. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm your captain. Doesn't what's yours belong to us? Zhang Pei gasped. Oh, how come I don't remember I have you guys as teammates? Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows in doubt. Where are my teammates back there? Jiang Yan pointed to the three Wu Qi people behind him, then looked at Zhang Pei. By the way, you don't want to take a shot at me either. With your three-legged kung fu. I'm afraid of dirtying my mouth even if I say it. See no one Lu. Jiang Yan's face was full of disgust as he fanned the air in front of his nose. Zhang Pei was instantly angered. Say that again. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows slightly, his face full of contempt. So you like being scolded so much? I said. Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Why do you come out to wander around when you're mentally ill? Isn't it better to wait for death at home? Jiang Yan was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hear him, and even used his hand on his mouth as a trumpet, and the extreme mockery turned Zhang Pei's lips white with anger. Zhang Pei's feet were dull, each step especially heavy, and his aura erupted from his body as if he wanted to engulf Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan snickered and pulled out the peak SS grade Dao sword from the ghost ring and stuck it on the ground with a provocative face. Yo, want to fight? Come on, let's see who can beat who. That look of being in need of a beating made Zhang Pei's beard fly straight in anger. Today, I will definitely beat you badly to teach you a good lesson. But just as he was about to explode, Zhang Luoluo beside him stopped him. Captain, don't get angry. We're not here to fight this time. Let me have a word with Jiang Yan, who is usually closest to me. Zhang Pei snorted coldly. This time, with your big sister begging for mercy, I'll let you off for now this time. Yo, but don't. Zhang Luoluo, why are you stopping that crazy dog? Let him bite. Jiang Yan mocked with cold words. Zhang Pei was just about to get angry when he saw the situation, but he was stopped by Chen Wanting. Captain, Jiang Yan is being taught by his unsavory teammates. Don't take your anger out on him. Although Jiang Yan did do a very bad job, let's give him a chance this time. Jiang Yan swept his cold eyes over them, only to feel incomparably ridiculous. Zhang Luoluo walked towards Jiang Yan. Her eyes had long been red and swollen, obviously having cried for a long time. Jiang Yan directly interrupted her. Don't play any bitter tricks, just make your move, he said and drew his sword. But Zhang Luoluo quickly waved her hand. No, we're not here to trouble you. Not looking for trouble? All but stopped me and you're telling me this? You guys are really annoying like that, ugh. Just like a doggy. Zhang Luoluo and Chen Wanting, who was right behind her, felt a sudden pain. Jiang Yan, we just wanted to come and apologize to you. We did do a lot of things wrong to you in the past. Chen Wanting gripped her heart and choked. But don't. I can't afford this apology of yours. What? What tricks are you trying to pull this time? Jiang Yan looked at her with a cold smile. Zhang Luoluo hurriedly said. No, we simply wanted to apologize to you. And since you won first place this time, Big Sister wanted to give you some gifts for you to celebrate, he said and tried to pull something out. But Jiang Yan interrupted him. Stop pretending. Don't you just want to come and ask for the spirit fruit of cultivation? I remember when I gave it to you guys before, you threw it away as garbage. Jiang Yan, I don't mean this. In the past it was all my sister's fault. I shouldn't have thrown your spirit fruit. Big Sister knows it's wrong. Big Sister will make it up to you. Okay, we'll do our best to make up for whatever you want. Okay, as long as you're willing to come back with us. Your team can't protect you for the rest of your life, but we can. You need to look at the big picture. We're looking out for you. Jiang Yan looked at Zhang Luoluo and only felt sick to his stomach. Thinking about him, they didn't just see that they had won first place and had countless resources on their bodies, and even more Taoist weapons, and wanted to keep them for themselves. Begging for his forgiveness? That's ridiculous. Okay, why not? Jiang Yan looked at her with a cold smile. Zhang Luoluo and Chen Wanting were excited to see that there was something going on, and hurriedly asked, "Really? What compensation do you want?" Jiang Yan pointed at Chen Yu, who was standing behind their team. "Waste him, then kick him out of the team." His tone was flippant, as if he were making a joke, but the truth is really playing for laughs. Zhang Luoluo looked stagnant and refused without hesitation. "This won't do. How can he live after Shao Sun is ruined? Change it, will you?" Chen Wanting was even more somewhat annoyed. "How can you be like this? At the expense of the previous Shao Sun also spoke for you. He is ruined. It is difficult to even live. How can you be so vicious?" Jiang Yan sneered at their disgusting speeches. What he actually wanted to say was to leave Jiang Yan's life behind, but he knew that it was basically a joke. It's hard to even waste him, and you want to keep him alive? Ridiculous, ridiculous. Jiang Yan sarcastically clapped his hands. "What's ridiculous?" Zhang Luoluo doubted. "Chen Wanting, Jiang Yan, can you change your request? This really won't work. You're literally killing Shao Sun." Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows and said sarcastically, "Taking his life? Then when you guys wasted me, did you consider whether or not I would survive?" Chapter 62, Come to Talk to You. Green Tea Whore. Zhang Luoluo and Chen Wanting were stagnant. Jiang Yan looked at them. "Don't know how to go on?" He continued to speak. "I don't know how to say it. I'll say it for you. You never had any regard for my life. Zhang Luoluo, I don't even know how to say good things about you. How many times have you guys used this measurement? I'm tired of it, even if you guys don't get tired of it. Just want me to go back to that doghouse and continue to be bullied by you guys? Your hearts are so damn black. Black-hearted merchants can be bowled over by you when you come." Zhang Luoluo's nose was sore. Yes, they had deceived Jiang Yan so many times. How could Jiang Yan still believe them? Time and time again. False accusations and framing had long since smoothed out that heart of Jiang Yan's. "Miss Zhang, Chen Wanting's amulet was really stolen by me. Don't you have any idea in your heart? Still want to use this underhanded trick? Is there an end to it?" Jiang Yan continued. "You think this kind of thing is fun? It's fun to catch and falsely accuse and insult a child? I really want to see if your heart has been gnawed by a dog. Why is it so dirty?" Zhang Luoluo's entire body went cold from Jiang Yan's words, but she couldn't retort a single word. Bad memories flooded her mind, and she apparently froze when she met her second's gaze. "Big sister? Jiang Yan's words are?" Zhang Luoluo froze. Jiang Yan turned out to remember. That day, Lao San's amulet was held in Chen Yu's hands, and with a shadowy expression was instantly flustered when she saw it. At that time, she even went up to check it out and found out that it was Chen Yu who broke Lao San's amulet, fearing that third sister wouldn't like him, and then think about how to fix it. But at that time, Zhang Luoluo looked at Shao Sun in such a pitiful manner. His heart softened and colluded with him, and directly found the captain to say that Jiang Yan had stolen the amulet of the oldest three. Jiang Yan, who was falsely accused at that time, was an aggrieved one, and the way she held back her tears and didn't cry was really heartbreaking. But in their eyes, they only feel disgusted, but they can really pretend. Jiang Yan still can't get rid of the charge with 1,000 explanations. In the end, she went and lied to him herself and said that if she said he stole it, she would give him a share of the snacks she gave Chen Yu in the future. As a result, Jiang Yan turned out to be full of smiles and agreed. Bending over backwards for a mere snack? She thought at the time that his dignity was only worth a bag of snacks. It ended with Jiang Yan chained to the beams of the room, being whipped by the captain with a barbed chain, and he just endured the pain in his body, his miserable lips squeezing out a miserable smile as he looked at her. A sweet smile, as if to say, "Big sister, don't forget my snacks. We promised." We pulled the hook. But Jiang Yan was not craving for snacks. He just wanted to experience what it felt like to be pampered and cared for once. Just want to feel the gentle treatment from my big sister. But it never occurred to her how much an orphan longs for love and care from someone comparable to a family member. I only felt that Jiang Yan was so lowly at that time. Zhang Luoluo's expression stagnated and she took several steps back, her eyes gradually losing their concentration. Chen Wanting also understood the reason for this when she looked at the situation, and her heart ached like a knife. It turned out that it wasn't the amulet that Jiang Yan had stolen at all. But how cruel they did to Jiang Yan because of that incident. How exactly did they treat Jiang Yan in the past? Jiang Yan felt a surge of pleasure when he saw their expressions. I really didn't expect that I'd be able to see you guys show this kind of expression, but it's really a long time to live. Hurry up and get lost. Seeing you guys is annoying. Go spoil your Chen Yu. When the time comes, you won't even know how to get played to death. But I'm looking forward to your agonizing looks at that time. Jiang Yan was in a good mood and just wanted to leave. Zhang Luoluo and Chen Wanting were already speechless. But Zhang Pei could no longer suppress the anger in her heart, pointing at Jiang Yan and cursing tremblingly. Jiang Yan, what the hell are you up to? Now you don't even listen to your big sister's words. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows and turned his head to look at Zhang Pei. Listen to her farts? What kind of person is she to me? Is she my teammate? Are you my teammate? What's your relationship with me? It's clearly written in white blood. We have nothing to do with each other. May I ask, what are you screaming about? Why don't I learn human-animal communication? Otherwise I'm afraid I won't be able to understand you. Jiang Yan sighed very helplessly, scratching his ears. Zhang Pei was disliked and couldn't speak, but he didn't dare to bet on the strength of that black-hatted little brother. Zhang Luolua wiped her tears and looked at Jiang Yan with a sob. Jiang Yan, just forgive big sister. Okay, we know we're wrong. Don't get angry with the captain. This time as long as you go back with us, I'm sure I'll have a good talk with the captain, and the captain won't beat you up for sure. We'll all treat you well and make sure to make up for everything you've lost before. The captain just didn't react for a moment. The more she spoke, the more her tone trailed off, as the irony of such words sounded lost on her. But she really wanted to ask for Jiang Yan's forgiveness. Jiang Yan skimmed his mouth. Finished? Hurry up and get out when you're done. And you want to send me to the wolves? How in the world did your heart grow that you're still thinking of sending me back to torture me even now? Not hitting him? It's really ridiculous. He was sure that if he went back with them, the first thing that would happen was that he would be wasted, and then he would be served in chains, and there would be no shortage of insults and torture. At this time a green tea sound came from the back of the team, which could make Jiang Yan's whole sweaty hairs feel sick and vomit. Brother Jiang Yan, don't talk about the captain and the others like that. They're also doing it for your own good. Go back with us. Okay? We're all worried about you. Who else could this pussy chirping voice be but Chun Yu? Jiang Yan looked at Chun Yu's red eyes full of aggression and only felt sick to his stomach. But it's so annoying. Hulkbuster wasn't even this diligent in saving Grandpa. But Jiang Yan looked at him sarcastically. Isn't this a green tea whore? That little green grass is quite a match for you. Shen Yu's blocked speech choking directly changed the topic. Jiang Yan brother, I do not know how to provoke you. I apologize to you, okay? Why do you target me? He said with a face still full of aggression towards Jiang Yan. He thought to himself that with the captain and the others, he was sure he wouldn't get hurt, but he forgot. The one standing in front of him had long since ceased to be the obsequious Jiang Yan. Instead, it's the ghost face who can cut his head off with a single slash without hesitation. Jiang Yan looked at him over and laughed. Green tea whore, what are you pretending? Brother Jiang Yan, we're all worried about you. Don't be angry. Okay, go back with us. I'll give you all my Dao weapons, as long as you can forgive me. He looked aggrieved as if he had been bullied by Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan smiled and beckoned. Okay, come over and let's have a good chat. Really? Chen Yu's eyes flashed with golden light. As long as he touched Jiang Yan, he was definitely certain that his ghost god chain could definitely bind Jiang Yan. As long as his chi was bound, then Jiang Yan would never be able to escape him again. But Zhang Pei knew that Jiang Yan was definitely not holding his farts in his heart when he saw that expression on his face. He pointed at Jiang Yan and growled a warning. Bastard! If you dare to touch Xiao Sun for a second, you'll never want to come back to this team. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows. It really is a group favorite. I really don't know what kind of ecstasy Chen Yu gave them. So obsessed. Jiang Yan looked at them. Don't, you beg me to enter, I'm still lazy to enter it. That place can be more disgusting than what ghost domain. Every day also have to see your face. I'm afraid of one day to see your face disgusting evil to get heart attack. But if you guys want to come on strong? Jiang Yan spread his hands and looked behind him. You can beat my brother teammates first. The black lines on Zhang Pei's face were low and his face was livid with anger. Completely wasted. And if they are not disciplined, won't this all go to heaven? Zhang Luoluo held back her tears as she looked at Jiang Yan and advised. Jiang Yan, you don't want to grieve Xiao Sun. There's a way to discuss everything. If we hurt him, we'll never be able to get back to what we used to be. Jiang Yan looked at her coldly. This anticlimactic speech could only come from their mouths. Come on, green tea whore. Brother will say a few words to you, and definitely won't beat you to death. Jiang Yan beckoned towards Chen Yu, cajoling him. Chapter 63, Who would want to go back to that place of yours? Jiang Yan. Zhang Pei looked at Jiang Yan with a steeply chilling tone. If you do anything to hurt Xiao Sun, I won't be soft for a second in the future even if you beg me to return to the team. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows. Who wants to go back to your doghouse? A nest with a group of white-eyed wolves. Put aside this with who to it, but also with you back? Your brain is afraid to be a jerk, right? Xiao Sun, don't go over there. Just Jiang Yan's envious nature. If you go over there, he'll definitely bully you like he did before. Say a few words about him and he's able to judge the team. Even more so, he snatched away the treasure you had internalized, and now he's even joining forces with outsiders to threaten us. Xiao Sun's steps towards Jiang Yan also stalled and did not move forward. When he looked at Jiang Yan's eyes, they felt completely different from the Jiang Yan he had seen before. There was cunning and teasing in them, as well as a hint of enmity. He didn't dare to go over there, and he didn't dare to bet on whether Jiang Yan would slash him, but the huge benefits still got to him. That was a SSS grade Dao sword and XXS Dao artifact, as well as all sorts of resource treasures that were completely sufficient for him to reach SSS grade. He looked at Jiang Yan somewhat timidly. Brother Jiang Yan, if you want to say something, just say it. Jiang Yan laughed at his timid appearance and only felt mocked. Why haven't I seen you so afraid of me before? Didn't you pretend to be quite good before? It had to be said that Chenyu City was very deep, never showing a hint of dissatisfaction towards everyone. That was precisely why Zhang Pei and the others were fooled by him. I really don't know what kind of magic is in him too. Jiang Yan, what the hell do you want? Xiao Sun didn't mess with you. What kind of nerves are you committing? Zhang Pei was furious. Look at you now. You just made a fool out of everyone. Do you think it's funny? Do you think you have to show your worth to get my attention? Let me tell you, just like you don't deserve to be my teammate at all. You have gone off the deep end now. You are completely wasted. Jiang Yan only felt ridiculous. I'm wasted? I got your favor? Why is your face so tender and big? You also think too highly of yourself. Who cares to go back to your Noga Point place? What? Just so I can go back to serving you tea and getting yelled at? Am I masochistic or do I have some kind of fetish? You can damn well get away from me. I'm talking to the 82-year-old green tea. What are you pushing for? Jiang Yan swept a glance at him and then looked at Chenyu. Xiao Suna, come to brother here. Don't you want a Dao sword? Brother, this has. Jiang Yan pointed at the SSS rank Dao sword in his hand. Look at this great sword. Haven't you always wanted it? Come over here, I'll introduce it to you first. Jiang Yan, you didn't understand me when I was talking to you. Did you? I'm your captain. You don't even listen to your captain now? Zhang Pei pointed at Jiang Yan as if he had a righteous look on his face. Captain? Jiang Yan looked at him. Did you say Zhang Pei? Didn't he die a long time ago? You dare to scold me. Zhang Pei's body trembled with anger and almost spat out blood. Chen Wanting was a little worried. Jiang Yan, don't be like this, okay? I'm really a stranger when you're like this. I know all of this is our fault, but you can't say this about the captain. Zhang Pei looked at Jiang Yan with cold eyes. Don't try to persuade him. He's already gone crazy. Our careful cultivation over the past few years has even taught this kind of sinful animal. Let me tell you, Little Sun isn't something you can compare to. If you hurt a single cold hair on his head, I will make your life worse than death. He stared at Jiang Yan dead in the face. Jiang Yan waved his hand. Don't get ing high. Come on, Little Sun. Brother's big precious sword just asked if you like it. Jiang Yan patted the blade. Chenyu gulped as he watched this scene. Honestly, he did crave for these, but still, his life was important. Jiang Yan saw that he was unmoved and smiled as he opened his mouth. Alas, I actually quite want to go back. It's just that I'm really too thin-skinned, so I just wanted to apologize to Chenyu and get a head start. The crowd was in an uproar at these words. Chenyu vigilantly looked at him but still did not dare to approach forward, but stood in place. Brother Jiang Yan, in fact, there is no need. Everyone loves you, you just need to go back with us. I don't need to apologize. Zhang Pei's face instantly eased quite a bit when he heard this. Seeing Jiang Yan's serious look, his anger subsided a bit, but he still grunted coldly. Apologize now? It's too late. Aren't you just coveting our team's resources? But with everything you've done now, you'll never get any resources from our team now, so don't dream foolishly. However, he turned his words around. If you give all the treasures you have on you to Little Sun as a reparation gift, I will be able to mercifully consider thinking about forgiving you. Jiang Yan felt worms twisting in her stomach in disgust as she listened to his words. You can have some face. It's really the first time I've seen one as thick-skinned as you are. Jiang Yan looked at Chenyu with dry heaves of disgust. With the little resources in your team? If I'm not wrong, a large portion of the treasures in your team were traded for with my life. So what the hell kind of face do you have to say such things? You might as well take a piss and see what you're made of. These words filled Zhang Pei with dislike and anger. You are really hopeless. Where exactly have we wronged you? Right at this moment of days. Jiang Yan stepped out with one foot and arrived in front of Chenyu with extreme speed. Looking at that disgusting face, the corner of his mouth rose slightly. It's been a long time. Remember what I told you last time? The corners of Jiang Yan's mouth rose slightly as he put his sword on his neck, looking provocatively at Zhang Pei and the others as he smiled and opened his mouth. Cut you down every time I see you. Jiang Yan, don't do it. If you do, I'll have to skin you next time I catch you. Zhang Pei's expression turned grim, completely not expecting Jiang Yan to be so fast. Oh, but I can't do anything about the sword. Jiang Yan laughed and gently pressed his sword upwards. Right, little beast, tired of pretending. Don't think you can muddle through with what you've done before. Jiang Yan slowly approached his ear. His tone was chilling and cold. Bastard. Let's settle our accounts slowly. There's no hurry. I won't cut you to death at once. I'll let. Life is worse than death. Chenyu felt the killing intent emanating from Jiang Yan's body. It was the same as the one from the ghost-faced man back then. He could be sure that Jiang Yan was definitely thinking about how to torture him in his heart. However, he still acted pitifully, as if he had been aggrieved by Noah. Brother Jiang Yan, I don't know what you're talking about. I just want you to go back. It's all my fault. If it wasn't for me, Brother Jiang Yan wouldn't have been kicked out. Let's go back, okay? I was wrong. Jiang Yan felt sick at once, still pretending at this time? He raised his hand with a cold smile and struck Chen Yu's heart with a palm strike. With a pang, Chen Yu felt a huge force and instantly fell to the ground, as if he had lost something important in his heart. He looked at Jiang Yan blankly, realizing that the ghostly aura could no longer be condensed. You took me. Jiang Yan ridiculously sidled up to him and gently provoked in his ear. Haven't you guys always thought I was wasted? Now that I've scrapped you, I'm curious to see if they'll treat you differently as well. Will they push you into the ghost domain? Will you be thrown off the team? Will it put everything I've been subjected to before on you? Chapter 64, How dare you get distracted fighting with little brother? Chen Yu froze, meeting Jiang Yan's gaze, feeling his strength drained out of his body. You wasted me? Jiang Yan smiled and patted his face. It's good that you know. He suddenly slammed him hard across the face. Snap! The loud noise pulled everyone back into their thoughts. A big bright red palm print on Chen Yu's face was so harsh and conspicuous. He covered his face full of incredulity and looked at Jiang Yan. Brother Jiang Yan, why are you doing this to me? I didn't mess with you. Jiang Yan frowned, still pretending? It seems that this slap hasn't made you clear of your current situation. Jiang Yan's morose aura filled the air. Jiang Yan, you're crazy. You're completely insane. I tolerated whatever you did before, but now you've even taken a shot at Xiao Sun. You're completely ruined. Zhang Pei was trembling with anger as a huge might erupted from him. Xiao Sun, don't listen to his nonsense. We won't treat you that way. You're different from Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan is a white-eyed wolf. You're different. It's fine. Brother Pei will help you remodel your ghost chi. Trust Brother Pei. Brother Pei is coming to save you. Let Jiang kneel down for you. I'm going to make his life worse than death. Zhang Pei had already flashed his sword and charged towards Jiang Yan. Don't listen to that punk's bull ******. Jiang Yan laughed coldly. Waste? He only reached level B in 7 years or was piled up by you guys. Laozi is level B in less than a month. And you're calling me a waste? Then wouldn't that make him not even a waste? Jiang Yan laughed as he raised his palm again, using his full strength to whip towards the other side of Chen Yu's face with all his might. Chen Yu's head was lowered at the moment. His eyes were lifeless. He was wasted. There was nothing left. Nothing at all. This is all the fault of Jiang Yan. This beast. What right does he have to abolish himself? What right does he have? Isn't he afraid of being blamed by the world? But just as he glared angrily at Jiang Yan, he saw Jiang Yan's thick ear whip towards him with the wind. His pupils instantly shrunk slightly, and just as he tried to resist, the slap landed heavily on his face. Snap! Chen Yu only felt that his face was not his own. At that moment, a tooth slipped out of the air, which was exactly what flew out of Chen Yu's mouth. Jiang Yan looked at the symmetrical ears and jaws of Chen Yu's face only to feel unimpeded. Don't tell me, my physics teacher used to be right. The forces are really mutual. All he felt at this point was a crunch in his hands. He looked at Chen Yu in front of him, whose face was already bloody, revealing an evil expression. Hey, cool or not, don't you like to pretend to be green tea? Ever thought about what consequences you will receive for being a green tea? Brother Jiang Yan, why are you? We really just want to take you back. Why are you doing this to me? His hands covered his face full of grievances. Me, your mom. Still pretending. Jiang Yan was disgusted and anxious by him, and lifted his foot and stomped towards his face. Is it so cool to act like a? Jiang Yan felt the firm touch under his feet. The haze in his heart dissipated a bit, and he looked provocatively at Zhang Pei and the others. How refreshing. I've wanted to do this for a long time. Are you guys cool? What do you think about watching your most precious little son get his ass kicked? Zhang Pei's eyes reddened with anger. Jiang Yan, you're really crazy. Take a life. As he said that, the knife in his hand slashed towards Jiang Yan with monstrous blade intent. What the hell did Xiao Sun do to piss you off? How dare you do this to him? At the expense of Xiao Sun, who used to speak for you. You shameless white-eyed wolf. His eyes widened in anger as if he wanted to eat Jiang Yan up. But Jiang Yan stood there lightly without moving. You can also say such words. In the past that thing was not you guys collaborating to slander me? You still speak for me. How funny. However, Zhang Pei did not stop with the blade in his hand. I'm going to take your bloodline to make amends to Xiao Sun. Zhang Luoluo's heart clenched to the extreme as she watched this scene. He didn't expect Jiang Yan to really be able to do such a treacherous thing. That was his teammate who had lived with him for 7 years. How could he strike so hard? She knew that she had shortchanged Jiang Yan a lot in the past, but it didn't have to come to this. Does he hate them that much? But Jiang Yan might not be able to dodge the knife. What is the point of killing each other like this? but the image she expected of Jiang Yan being cut did not appear. All there was the sound of weapons clashing. Jiang Yan just looked at Zhang Pei, who had his way blocked by the knife, with such a breezy demeanor. And naturally, the owner of that sword was little brother. Wu Qi walked over and glanced at Chen Yu in disgust. Emma, this beating, it's really cool. Fatty Wang came over and also kicked him 2 feet, on this little beast. You fat master me a person can do 10. On your damn call Chen Yu ah. He pointed at the fearful Chen Yu. Next time, put your eyes a little brighter. Dare to touch your fat master's brother. If it wasn't for Yan Zi letting you live, fat master I would have to dismantle you and feed you to the dogs. Zhang Pei was furious. You're looking for death. He was furious and gritted his teeth. But the little brother in front of him was a bit too strong. He couldn't freeze for a while. He hurriedly shouted towards the back. What are you still waiting for? Hurry and come over to help. Can't you see that Xiao Sun is being bullied by that beast Jiang Yan? Zhang Luoluo and the others returned to their senses and rushed forward to help. Although they wanted Jiang Yan to come back, what was more important now was Xiao Sun's injuries. How Jiang Yan was so like. The strike was so heavy. But just as they wanted to go and save Chen Yu, they were stopped in their tracks by Fatty Wang and Wu Qi. If you want to get close to Yanko, first beat your fat master me in Tianjin. Little brother, you dragged that old Biden, and still want to hit the attention of Yanzi. I'm afraid that you are not fat with guts. The old man looks so good to talk to. Fatty Wang stood there. Although there was no ghost aura fluctuation on his body, Zhang Luoluo, they felt a great intimidation. Helplessly, she could only persuade Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, please don't be like this. Will you let Xiao Sun go? Weren't you guys the best friends to play with in the past? You let him go. We'll take you in. We can go back to being like we were before. This is all my sister's fault. My sister apologizes. She covered her chest and prayed hysterically to Jiang Yan. However, Jiang Yan just swept her a glance without replying and continued to walk towards Chen Yu, whose face was filled with fear. Brother Jiang Yan, don't be like this. All of us have been so good to you. How can you be like this to me? You used to be bullied and I even spoke up for you, have you forgotten? Jiang Yan kicked him in the face with a face full of disgust. You're still pretending even now. Is it so cool to pretend to be a? It's fine, I'll make it even better for you. Jiang Yan smiled and pulled out a dagger from the ghost ring. Don't you just love acting like a? I'll let you be a for the rest of your life. Jiang Yan smiled brightly. It's like saying something breezy. Jiang Yan, don't be impulsive. Let's discuss everything. Don't move Xiao Sun. I'll give you whatever you want. Don't hurt Xiao Sun anymore. Okay. Zhang Pei was obviously anxious. His tone was softened quite a bit. The next moment he was cut down to the ground by one of Zhao's slashes. Fatty Wang scoffed from the side. How dare you get distracted even when fighting with little brother? Aren't you looking for death? Chapter 65, Brother Jiang Yan, don't be like this. Brother Jiang Yan, don't be like this, said Chen Yu, fearfully bracing himself to move towards the back. The current Jiang Yan in his eyes were still that waste that was at his mercy. Now was a demon. Jiang Yan played with the dagger in his hand. It won't hurt. Don't worry. No, don't. Chen Yu was so scared that he didn't care about the pain on his face. Just wanting to get up was directly yanked by Jiang Yan. In the past when I was tortured by you guys, isn't that what you all told me? Instant memories flashed through Jiang Yan's mind like running water. He could remember it clearly. Jiang Yan, don't be afraid. You're to blame for all this. You say you can't listen to some words? Having to steal from Xiao Sun. Aren't you deserving of this? Zhang Pei, holding in his hands already stained with black blood clots of barbed iron chain, a whip. Not the slightest bit of retention of the heavy pull over Jiang Yan has long been bloodied wounds bring up blood and flesh splatters. At that time, he could only beg them. Captain, it really wasn't me who stole it. I just traded my life from the ghost domain to get a Dao artifact ready to give it to you. How could I possibly steal from Chen Yu? But Zhang Pei wouldn't pay any attention to his explanation and would only think that he was full of nonsense. Then he heaved up the stabbing chain to whip him again. He was hanging from the beams of the room, shaking and screaming as he was whipped. But they, his favorite big sisters, just took it for granted, even going so far as to take a few lashes themselves as well. How did Chen Yu plead for him at that time? He said at that time, Brother Jiang Yan, be careful when you steal next time. It's nothing for me to see it, but if the captain and the others see it, you'll have to suffer again. Captain, you're gentle, although Brother Jiang Yan's skin is thick, and I'm afraid that ordinary force won't be able to do much damage to him. He's just confused for a moment. Ha, it's ridiculous. Speak for him? And only in their eyes is this a plea for mercy. But what greeted him after those words? It was a harder swat, until his breath was so shriveled that he could hardly breathe, and even then he was not spared, and he had to be hanged for days, and not given food or water. Beautifully named something for his own good and to educate him. Even Zhang Pei said that he had worn so many calluses on his hands because of beating him. The thoughts pulled back, and the chill on Jiang Yan's body deepened. I really want to kill you. He grabbed him by the hair and dragged him viciously next to Zhang Pei, who was fighting fiercely with Xiao. Zhang Pei's face turned blue when he saw Chen Yu being messed up like this. Bastard! Bastard! How could you do such treacherous things to Chen Yu? Are you still a human being? Jiang Yan grabbed his hair and sighed softly next to him. See? They care about you so much? I used to pour my heart out for them for less than you did for nothing, but that's pretty damn biased. Jiang Yan slid the knife back and forth against his cheek. Isn't that right? Little beast. Jiang Yan, can you put down the knife? Let's talk about it. Zhang Luoluo looked worried at Chen Yu's appearance. Jiang Yan lightly laughed and slashed the knife at Chen Yu's wrist. Look, it's the first time they've spoken to me in such a low voice for your sake. Are you happy? How important you are in their hearts. Chen Yu's hand was stuck in Jiang Yan's death grip. What the hell are you doing? If you take a shot at me, there's no way my teammates will let you go. What am I doing? Jiang Yan laughed. Why don't you stop pretending? Didn't you have fun pretending just now? Jiang Yan stared into his fear-filled eyes, slowly pinching his hand to the ground. I remember one time you just stabbed my hand through the heart. I don't know if you can withstand this kind of drilling pain. No, as if Chen Yu thought of something. He desperately struggled to break free, but he had long been invalidated, so how could he resist? Only to see the dagger in Jiang Yan's hand slowly stabbing into his palm. Piercing and drilling pain drilled out from Chen Yu's mouth. Let me go. I know I'm wrong. I know I'm wrong. Jiang Yan, will you let me go please? I won't do that to you again. Don't Jiang Yan continued to exert force in his hands. In the past, when you were bullying me you could scream even more joyfully than you are now. Chen Wanting screamed miserably while resisting the heavy hammer of Fatty Wang's absolute strength. Jiang Yan, don't. Last time it was me who caused you to get your hands sapped. If you want to blame me, but you shouldn't have stolen Lao Wu's intimate undergarments. Otherwise I wouldn't have let him break your arms and legs to the fullest extent. Let him go, and you come and zap me. She almost cried as she said it, but Fatty Wang slammed his fist on her face. Pretend you're mom. Bark. What are you barking at the dog? But also blame you. Not blame you, blame who? Do you blame Yanzi? Your fat master, I will beat you to death now. Jiang Yan pointed at Chen Wanting and said to Chen Yu, look at your second sister, how much she loves you. Said his hand as he continued to push. It almost didn't kill me for you before. Chen Yu's face twisted up in pain. Brother Jiang Yan, I know I'm wrong, can you spare me? I'll give you everything. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows. Good. Seeing that he was in for a treat, Chen Yu endured the pain and asked, what? Will I let it go if you tell your group of teammates everything you've done to me before? No, no way. Chen Yu looked flustered. Jiang Yan, let go of Xiao Sun, or next time I catch you I'll have to waste you and skin you. The more Zhang Pei fought, the more angry he became. But this person in front of him just didn't have to use all his strength, as if he was just trying to slow him down. Jiang Yan, this beast, is he crazy? Does he know he knows what he's doing? Jiang Yan looked at him. Release it? How boring to let go. What I'm doing now isn't even a millionth of what you've done to me. As he said that, he pulled the dagger straight out, causing Chen Yu's face to grimace. Brother Jiang Yan, please let me go. Okay. Jiang Yan smiled without saying anything. The dagger returned a pick at his wrist, directly picking off his hamstring. The drilling pain instantly rushed from the soles of Chen Yu's feet straight to his brain like an electric current. He screamed as his heart tore out of his chest. Jiang Yan threw his dagger to the side when he saw his appearance. How boring. But I didn't even scream a word when you guys were torturing me when I was about to die. Did I scream when you guys stuck needles slowly through my fingertips and into my nails? Jiang Yan got up and lifted him up. Scared twice. This agonized look could be really soothing. Xiao Sun. Zhang Pei looked at Chen Yu's misery. His heart was like a knife as he looked fiercely at Jiang Yan. Jiang Jiang, are you still a human being? We just came to let you go back. And you even did such a thing. You really are too much of a disappointment to me. I should have killed you when you were 10 years old in the first place. Now you've gone crazy. You've gone completely insane. He roared hysterically as he fended off his little brother's attack. Jiang Yan tilted his head and looked at him ridiculously. Just you deserve to talk to me about people? When you guys hung me up and smoked me until I couldn't even breathe. Did you ever think that what you were doing was human? Did you consider that you still had humanity when you threw me into the ghost domain and used the god-attracting incense to invite those ghosts around to torture me? Humanity, huh? The person in this world who is least worthy to mention this word to me is you. Zhang Pei. Chapter 66 Because he doesn't deserve it. You, Zhang Pei spat out blood at the dislike. What a white-eyed wolf who can't be raised. You give Xiao Sun back to me. Your heavenly cheap life would have been inferior to even a finger of little Sun. But when he wanted to continue, Xiao Zhao's attack steeply intensified, and a huge force directly lifted him off the ground. Several people were lifted to the ground in embarrassment. It was surprising that 7 or 8 of them couldn't beat 3 people. What a disgrace. Just they do not know which Luo Xiufei is just muddling through. and came to chat with Fatty Wang when he was fighting. Watching Chen Yu being beaten, the heart that is a pleasure. No thanks to her brother Yen, he was just bossy. I finally got a little bit of my breath back after 7 years of holding it in. Jiang Yan lifted the agonizing Chen Yu, smiled and patted his face. Little beast, I won't kill you this time. Remember to go back and behave better. Don't get kicked out by them. Make good use of their love for you. I still want to see a big show. With that, he slapped him violently, swelling his face some more. He then looked at Zhang Pei. Captain Zhang, I know you guys are heartbroken about him. It's fine, I'm not like you guys who are inhuman. I won't kill him, but I'm looking forward to the look of you guys regretting it until you die. He let go of his hand, and Chen Yu just stood in place, covering his hand and looking at him with a face full of pain. Jiang Yan frowned and kicked him in the stomach. What? Want me to chop you up so badly? Chen Yu stumbled, then jerked back towards Zhang Pei's side and theirs. And finally Zhang Pei supported him with a face full of worry. Shaosun, how do you feel? I'll take you to see a doctor right now. Chen Yu miserably whitened his lips. It's all my fault. It's my strength that's too poor. Otherwise brother Jiang Yan wouldn't be angry. Jiang Yan, on the other hand, breezily put his arm around little brother's shoulders and their shoulders, close up the team. With that, he headed off into the distance, but his walking hand still beckoned. Remember to act better. Don't get kicked out. This wave of killing and killing was considered to be played to the extreme by Jiang Yan. Chen Yu's face was grim as he looked at Jiang Yan's departing back, gritting his teeth and playing with the calculations in his mind. Why didn't the demonic chain work when I just touched him? Why? It was out of his control, and it was a bad feeling. Jiang Yan, sooner or later, I'm going to kill you by 1,000 cuts. But Zhang Luoluo seemed like she didn't have a death wish as she chased after him. Jiang Yan, don't be angry, okay? I know you're just doing this to take the heat. I don't blame you. Just go back with me, okay? She never thought things would go this way. And at the moment, his eyes were red and he looked so aggrieved that it was pitiful. But in Jiang Yan's eyes it became disgusting. Zhang Luoluo, why are you pretending too? Do you also want to experience what it's like to have your hamstring picked? Zhang Lolo froze for a moment without saying anything. Zhang Luoluo, what are you still going to retain that white-eyed wolf for? Can't you see that Shaosun needs treatment? Zhang Pei that was so concerned about Chen Yu that she couldn't wait for the injury to grow on him. Jiang Yan swept a glance at her and faintly said, what do you think I'm going back with you for? Your hearts are all with him. So if I go back, you'll be bored? I'll be scolded by you? Am I sick for going back with you? Get as far away as you like. You're annoying to see. Why don't you just die with your intestines rotting? Jiang Yan's every word was like a needle sticking deep into her heart. She was about to say something when she saw Fatty Wang's raised fist instantly soften. Her heart was like a knife, but she didn't know what to say and could only watch Jiang Yan and his teammates leave. Jiang Yan, can't you forgive them for once? Why has it become so strange? She was just trying to make it up to him. Why couldn't she be given a chance? She walked back to Chen Yu forlornly, looking at his agonized appearance. But when he thought that Jiang Yan had suffered 100 times 10,000 times more pain than this in the past, his heart ached even more. Quickly old 7. Give Little Sim the healing elixir from the team quickly. Zhang Pei stomped his feet anxiously. Jiang Yan, this beast, how dare he lay hands on Shaosun? He really is lawless. He'd better not appear in front of me. Otherwise I'll make sure he knows what it means to be worse than death. I'm going to make him into a human swine. And kowtow and apologize all the time to Shaosun. Zhang Luoluo and the others pursed their lips. What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and save Little Sun. He looked at them with a pang of anger. At this time, Luo Xiaofei spoke up. Captain, we don't have any healing elixirs in our team. Everything has been given to Chen Yu, and all of Chen Yu's supplies have not been brought out this time. What? Zhang Luoluo stared at Luo Xiaofei incredulously. Seeing her helpless look, she looked at Chen Yu again and asked, Shaosun, where is the healing elixir the captain gave you? You quickly take it out and eat it. Don't be reluctant to part with it. Your life is important. Luo Xiaofei ridiculously looked at Chen Yu's agonized appearance. But she could have clutched an elixir in her hand and directly crushed it in her palm. Heck, I'd give it to a dog over you. And Chen Yu was asked this question as if he was poked to the sore spot. Jiang Yan, brother Jiang Yan snatched all my resources. Don't blame brother Jiang Yan, he should be too short of pills to use. Zhang Pei was furious. What a Jiang Yan! This was premeditated. What a beastly thing. Thanks to us teammates being so good to him. Chen Yu weakly spoke. Captain, don't blame brother Jiang Yan, it's because I'm too useless. If I were stronger, brother Jiang Yan might not be able to beat me and wouldn't bully me so much. If I were stronger, maybe brother Jiang Yan would have come back with me. Zhang Pei clenched his fists. Shaosun, don't talk about this. In our eyes, Jiang Yan can't even compare to a single finger of yours. Isn't he bullying you? Old 7. You publish all the previous videos of Jiang Yan stealing things. publish them to the Time platform. This time, I want everyone to know what kind of person Jiang Yan really is. Let everyone know how egregious this first is. I'm going to make him your public enemy the world over so he can still live? If he comes back and begs me to withdraw it, I'll make sure he kowtows to you properly to make amends. Zhang Luoluo covered her lips. Captain, this will ruin Jiang Yan. Ruined? He's ruined Little Sun now. He's flipped out. What are we even giving him leeway for? I'm going to make the whole world have no room for him, and let those teammates of his know of his evil deeds and get kicked out of his team when the time comes. Ha! With that look of desperation on his face, I was really looking forward to what kind of pleasure it would be. This is what happens when you bully Xiao Sun. I'll let him know that he's with me. Don't presume to compete with Xiao Sun for supremacy, because he doesn't deserve it. Hyped up Noah, readers' grandma begging hyped up. Today was originally 3 more, but see all the readers' great feedback and gifts. Directly plus more. Hope tomorrow can break 2,500 it. Break 2,500. Continue 4 more. Thank you La. Chapter 67, Father? Father? What's the father like? I don't know what a father is like, but the captain's shoulders are so broad, maybe that's what fathers are like. And the whole team is his family, and we, the rest of us, are his children. Where are my parents? Will my father be as gentle with me as the captain was with Chun Yu? The captain's shoulders are so broad. This should be the backbone of a family. He treats Chun Yu really well. I've never met my father. I heard from the director of the orphanage that I was left on the doorstep of the orphanage when I was a baby. My father? Do they not want me? Why don't they want me anymore? Oh, Mom and Dad, are you guys doing okay? I miss you guys, I miss you. Will you guys come and see Xiao Yan? Xiao Yan is so hungry. Xiao Yan is really hungry. It hurts in my body too, and I want to see you guys so bad. I miss you guys, can you come visit me? But that seems unlikely. You should, like the captain and the others, have a new baby. You'll love and pamper him. Give him all the care you can. It's my birthday, ugh. My mom and dad. Will you remember it's my birthday? Xiao Yan misses you guys so much. Xiao Yan won't bring you guys any trouble. Will you guys come back to find Xiao Yan? Xiao Yan is really good, and definitely doesn't grab anything from her brother. Words, love you all so much. Still love you guys even though I haven't seen you. Chen Wanting, who had returned to her territory, hid under the covers and looked over this diary that her big sister had sent to her. The date on it is early evening. It's supposed to be a diary he wrote on his 11th birthday. The eldest sister, on the other hand, had locked herself in her room never to come out again. Her eyes were already wet with tears, her nose twitching as she shivered under the covers. He suddenly thought of Jiang Yan's words. Teammates? You guys deserve to say the word teammate to me? It's ing ridiculous. All she felt now was a shiver and an icy chill from the bottom of her heart when she thought about the words. What kind of desperation is it to say such things? Birthday. How he really spent his birthday. She held back her emotions and turned her gaze to the screen again. Today, the captain and the others prepared a big birthday banquet for Chinyu, but they only forgot about me. Probably, not forgetting. I'm just an orphan. How can I fit in with them? Why does Chunyu get so much love and care from them? While could it be that I'm too stupid? Is it that my talent is too poor? Luckily, I still have 7th sister with me. I'm content. Thank you, Sister Xiaofei. If only you really were my sister. That way, I'd be someone with family. Mom and Dad, are you guys doing okay? Xiao Yan has eaten longevity noodles today. You don't have to worry. Oh, I can take care of myself. Xiao Yan is very understanding. If you are injured, you can also find your own herbs to heal yourself. And if you are hungry, you will grab something to eat from those ghosts and monsters. He. You can't starve Xiao Yan. Chen Wanting could no longer stop her tears when she saw this, and the light of her tears reflected the dark lines of script on the screen. Happy birthday to me. Love your own little speech. Oh, Chen Wanting turned off her cell phone, no longer dared to look down, and her trembling body seemed to be finding a trace of warmth in the comforter. But what was felt was always only endless coldness. She could imagine a small child, eating the bowl of noodles with tears in my eyes and all the while choking on the comforting thought of not crying. I can do this. Her heart ached as if seized at the thought. Big sister must have felt the same way as she did when she saw this. However, at that time, they had organized a grand birthday party for Chinyu outside, and even invited many teams to celebrate his birthday. And Jiang Yan? Possibly, sitting in a chair by myself, watching the insects chirping outside the window, with moist eyes. I wrote this journal entry. Who knows what thoughts were going through his mind? But he should have considered them family a long time ago. But how did these family members treat him? And how have they, those who are considered family, treated him these past 7 years? He admired everyone on the team beyond measure, using them as role models to try to grow and work hard to contribute everything he could to the team. The fear of not doing a good job causes resentment from people on the team. Everything is so careful. He would give them his best fruit. Rather than undergoing the devouring of ghost chi every day himself, he was giving them the best Dao weapon. But what about them? What did he get in return for all that he tried so hard to do? In return, they beat and bullied him endlessly, shutting him out and punishing him. But what would these look like if they were placed on Chenyu? Maybe they would only feel so sorry for Chenyu, and would even comfort him not to work so hard. But Chenyu was not Jiang Yan. All this that Jiang Yan had done, they took it for granted. And as long as there was the slightest mistake, they would magnify it, thus blaming him. It was hard for her to imagine Jiang Yan alone outside the ghostly door, crouching in a corner looking around at the dark night. The kind of loneliness and fear, the kind of mental defenses that would have gone right through her in her place. But Jiang Yan is 11 years old. He was so desperate for a hint of praise from them. But now, he was forced out by their own hands. Her ears once again rang with Jiang Yan's hysterical roar. Do you guys deserve to be my teammates? Are you human beings? Is your conscience eaten by dogs? The way Jiang Yan was looking at them right now, he was an enemy. That's right, haters. He hates everyone on the team. And up to now, the only time Big Sister has ever been remorseful. And when Big Sister took herself to apologize, what was she thinking? She even thought that Jiang Yan was just making. He was a cheap bastard. Why should they apologize to him? Shouldn't he be the one begging us to forgive him? But nothing can be undone now. Jiang Yan had left them forever. She wondered what her big sister thought. Maybe they could still get Jiang Yan back? 7 years of feeling doesn't mean nothing. Jiang Yan definitely still had them in his heart. There must be. She got up and opened the door towards her big sister's room, sniffling and taking her sleeve to wipe the teardrops from her eyes in an attempt to make herself less of a mess. She gently knocked on the door and spoke in a hoarse voice. Elder sister, it's me, Wanting. After a long time, footsteps came from behind the door, but they were very low. Eventually the door opened. Chen Wanting raised her eyes when she saw her big sister's eyes were already red and swollen, look were frozen. She was just about to open her mouth to inquire when she was pulled into the room with a husky voice. Come in and talk. The sound in her throat was as hoarse as if it had been cut by razor blades. Chen Wanting was pulled to the edge of the bed and sat down. She raised her eyes to meet her big sister's eyes instantly and couldn't help but pounce into her arms. Big sister, originally. So those things we used to do were so over the top. I know it's wrong. I really do. She choked out the thoughts in her heart. Sobs muffled from Zhang Luoluo's arms. Zhang Luoluo looked at her and raised his hand to gently rub her head. What ideas have you seen? Chapter 68, Protecting the Relationship Carefully. Chen Wanting listened to her big sister's voice with tenderness in her sobbing, slowly raising her head to meet her eyes. Jiang Yan, he's really so pitiful. He's an orphan. He's an orphan. He's never felt affection. He's treated us like family even more these past 7 years. But what have we done? We were so hateful, so cruel, that we could laugh and taunt him as he was whipped bloody. Were we really his teammates before? He's 11 years old. We're doing this to him. How on earth can he take it? We've been forced to fight ghosts for food. And we've been forced to be all over the place. She wiped her eyes. Why is it that instead of being even a little bit nice to him, we think he's such a? Zhang Luoluo patted her shoulder and spoke despondently. It's us who forced him away. There's no turning back. Jiang Yan will never forgive us again. Chen Wanting looked at her. But Jiang Yan used to worship us so much. It's impossible that so soon. Zhang Luoluo directly interrupted her and scolded sternly. You also know that he worships us? What were you doing when he asked you for advice on refreshing talismans? You directly killed the white spirit cat he gave you. You made a child who grew up without love. His only playmate. Kill him. Chen Wanting didn't dare to speak as she listened to her big sister's stern rebuke. Zhang Luoluo suppressed the emotions in his heart. Let alone you, even I, he just wanted to follow me around to learn a little while I imprisoned him in the endless ghost region. We're all a bunch of wolves in sheep's clothing. I still remember when I left. Jiang Yan looked at me with longing and regret. At that time I still felt sick to my stomach. But now, I was able to do that kind of thing. And I'm afraid he didn't even know what death meant at that time. I'm afraid he only felt then that his big sister was in danger and I had to protect her. But this big sister did something. She sniffled, not daring to think further. It's all too late now. Jiang Yan's heart has long been broken by us. He won't come back. Chen Wanting looked at Zhang Luoluo with lowered eyes. Elder sister, I still want to give it a try. Jiang Yan might just be gambling? I'll teach him the new spells. I'll teach him many kinds of charms. He'll be so happy then. Definitely coming back with us. Zhang Luoluo rubbed her head, eyes twinkling. But he has already left. The heart has already left. What then? Chen Wanting sniffled. Zhang Luoluo sighed. Let's wait for now. He's angry right now. We'll just be bumping into guns if we go. But I don't want to let him wander outside alone and live a life of hunger. I want him to know that he has a big sister who loves him. who is willing to care for him and love him, even though he's a bad big sister. I want him to know that he's never alone, that he has me, that I'll protect him from harm, that I'll make him feel warm. Chen Wanting looked at her big sister's tender appearance and fell into a state of disorientation. Well, we have to get him back. He must have suffered a lot out there. Just those teammates don't seem like nice people. They'll definitely bully him and take everything he gets this time for themselves. I'm going to bring him back, whether he'll hate me or not, whether he hates the captain or not. I'm going to get him back, no matter what the captain thinks. This will always be his home and we will always be his family. His favorite family. Zhang Luoluo looked at her with relief. Well, let's bring him home together. Yanko, your group of teammates are so heaven-defying. Wu Qi sighed as he looked at Zhang Yan with a roasted chicken in his hands. Fatty Wang was also beside him mixing sauces and cutting vegetables with a black and gold ancient knife. But the little brother next to him looked at Fatty Wang with such horror in his eyes. Zhang Yan swallowed his saliva and pointed at the little brother next to him. Do you want it? Give the knife back to little brother? Fatty Wang swept his eyes at little brother. Little brother. Ah, this I cut vegetables. But before he could finish, his butt was kicked by Wu Qi. Hey, who told you to steal little brother's knife to cut vegetables? Fatty Wang scratched his head. I'm not looking for this knife as fast. Besides, he looked at little brother and raised an eyebrow. This dish is all cut for Tianjin and Yanzi to eat. Do you mind if I use your knife? Xiao Zhao's eyes glanced at Jiang Yan and Tianjin, and finally leaned on the doorframe without saying anything. Fatty Wang saw the situation instantly to the spirit to look at Wu Qi laughed. You see people little brother do not mind you mind what? Tianjin swept him off his feet without saying anything more. Mainly he was just afraid of messing up the knife. Say, Yanko, the resources you obtain this time are enough for you to level up how many levels? Fatty Wang asked as he cut the vegetables. Zhang Yan released all the items in his ring. With these, all of us should get a qualitative leap in strength. Fatty Wang smacked his lips as he looked at the piles of medicinal herbs and Dao weapons. You kid, this is no less looking for something in there. Ah, didn't you not take their resources? How come there are so many? Tianjin was even more curious and touched up one of the elixirs. This thing is so low grade. Ugh. Why do they desperately want these things? Just this pile of stuff is afraid that it is not as valuable as a few ghost god fruits. Jiang Yan was momentarily speechless. Actually, ghost god fruit. I haven't even seen it before. If it wasn't for you guys coming, little brother, I'm afraid it would be hard for me to even survive. The emotions in his mind could no longer build up as he thought about it. Seeing his despondent look, Wu Xia patted his shoulder. What's the point? They are all good brothers. They will be better in the future. He looked at the sky, and I don't know how to go back. Otherwise I would have to introduce the black blind man and little flower and the others to you to get to know them. They are quite good people. Fatty Wang sighed. As far as Blindy's mouth is concerned, I think if he comes, he can really dislike those people who used to be Zhang Yan's teammates to their grandma's house. As for the small flower, well, then we may live as not this small house. High and low have to be in this place, the whole big villa. Wu Qi pondered. Hey, you don't say. If it's really possible, how nice. Fatty Wang returned the knife to the little brother. Indeed quite good. On their nature, on the words of the former teammates of those who do not die, but also have to lose a layer of skin. Jiang Yan listened to their words and spoke after a moment of contemplation. The weirdest thing in this world is the 10 great terrors, so we can ask about it when the time comes. Wu Qi put his arm around his shoulders. Hey, that would be just right. Best to take you back. There's not much left of this place anyway. Jiang Yan lowered his head as if he had thought of something, pursed his lips and fell into a low silence. Fatty Wang this is very puzzled. This house suddenly, but at this time, little brother swept a glance at Jiang Yan's expression and spoke with an unforgiving voice, orphan. Yeah, orphans. Fatty Wang opened his mouth first, then slammed his hands. Look what I forgot for this. The orphanage. Ah, they. Wu Qi patted Jiang Yan's shoulder. It's fine. It's okay to bring them together when the time comes. My Wu Shanju is still big. Jiang Yan felt bad in his heart. He felt somewhat ashamed of them. They do such good things for themselves, but they never do anything in return. A person who, after spending a long time in a place full of ostracism and disgust, encounters a place full of sunshine and tenderness can be really terrified. He's afraid of losing it all. He can only be careful to protect this hard-won relationship. Chapter 69, teetering on the brink of death again and again. Chen Wanting returned to her room and rummaged through the inscribed talismans, but found that none of them were left. All of them had been given to Xiao Sun to use in the secret realm. Now she could only reinscribe the talisman, and she would give it to Jiang Yan, and she would make up for all the injustices Jiang Yan had suffered in the past. She was going to bring Jiang Yan back. She was going to take good care of him and care for him, letting him know that besides his big sister, she, his second sister, also cared for him. Suddenly Qin Zhang's voice sounded outside the door. Sister Wanting, Chen Wanting got up and walked towards the door, but when she passed by the mirror, she realized that her face was very swollen from crying. Her eyes were red and swollen and there were dark circles under her eyes. She had read a lot about Jiang Yan's comments about herself yesterday, but the more she looked at it, the harder it was for her to imagine that Jiang Yan's dedication to himself could be replaced by an indelible trauma. She didn't go out the door, just inquired from the doorway. "What's wrong, Lao San?" Chen Jiang, a senior kindergarten teacher, is talented and elegant, and loves children very much. More so, he was the formation master of the team, facing all kinds of formations in the ghost domain with strong strength in breaking formations, and now he himself had reached a rank. The talent was strong, but it took too much time on Chen Yu to cause her realm to be on the low side. However, she thought to herself that Chen Yu was the core of the team, and that the team could only survive for a long time if Chen Yu was nurtured. "Sister Wanting, we're going to the Redemption God's palace to find the healing saint to help Little Sun heal his wounds. The captain is afraid that he will blame himself for the secret realm, especially letting us accompany him and comfort him well after the treatment. This time Xiao Sun is afraid that he is very uncomfortable in his heart." Jiang Yan's words are too harsh. Chen Yu is still a child. He even dared to say that kind of vulgar and unimaginative words to hurt him. Chen Wanting answered, "Got it. I'll come out in a while." When he was finished, he returned to his bedside, his mind unsure of what to expect. Why do they only care about Chen Yu? Although Jiang Yan picked Chen Yu's hand strength fee him a strength, but the captain they will surely double the treatment. Surely it won't take long to recover to the B level, or even a level. In the past, she did feel that Chen Yu deserved all of this, because of how obedient he is and how good he is. But now, she clearly felt that the Jiang Yan of the past was also very understanding, and his talent was even stronger. Although the habit of thievery in his body still hadn't changed, but they shouldn't be so biased in favor of Xiao Sun. All of them, before the terror descended, were the young ladies of the big families and considered themselves to be of noble status. There will be a high level of tolerance for children. But when it came to Jiang Yan, it all turned into a joke. From the moment Jiang Yan stepped into their group, his fate seemed to have been bound. He receives the punishment of their condemnation for every act. Even they felt that Jiang Yan was wasting air by breathing. And to Chen Yu, hate to contribute all the good things to him. In this comparison, Jiang Yan was so annoying. And the oldest three even hurt Jiang Yan the most, just because of an amulet? Even though that amulet was given to her by her mother, they had finalized all the crimes committed by Jiang Yan with only Chen Yu's mere words. She's a kindergarten teacher. She knows best the inner thoughts and aspirations of a small child. But what did she do? She grew up trampling hard on that childlike heart of Jiang Yan as a tool for venting. Jiang Yan, on the other hand, could only curl up under her coercion in an attempt to feel a trace of warmth, in an attempt to lessen the pain he received on his body by a single point. Chen Wanting inhaled her nose, and after adjusting her state, she walked out of the room. In the hall, all but the eldest sister were already ready, and Chen Yu's injuries had already been properly handled, and she only needed to go and look for a doctor to solidify and strengthen them. In fact, his injuries had already disappeared, but the hearts of these teammates of theirs still wanted Chen Yu to get the best treatment from the bottom of their hearts in an attempt to soothe the stigma in his heart. They want him to know that they won't give up on him because of his lack of talent, and that they will be more attentive to him. Chen Wanting's heart was like a knife as she watched them surround Chen Yu with concern. She looked at Chen Yu's hands, bandaged gauze or made of Tianshan silkworms, forever healing to the effect of white wounds, comparable to a ghost baby fruit. But now, they were not stingy at all in giving it to Chen Yu to use. When Chen Jiang saw Chen Wanting come out, she didn't notice the poor look on her face at all and directly pulled her in. "Second sister, just waiting for you. Let's get going. Xiao Sun's injuries can't wait." Chen Wanting followed them there without resistance. She was staring at that Tianshan silkworm the whole way. This is the old three afraid of Chen Yu wound infection. Specially went to look for silk, but also overnight made this gauze, and above the inscription of several kinds of array pattern. What cooling gas gathering array. But these things were just dispensable to Chen Yu, and they had to think how important it was. She still remembered that Jiang Yan's body was once a bloody mess. The wounds were even deeper into the bone marrow. The bones were turned over. The ground was even stained with blood, and it was mixed with all kinds of broken meat. Her heart shuddered at the thought. She had asked him once with a face full of toes, "Does it hurt?" But at that time, Jiang Yan was rubbing her wounds while grimacing in pain but still had to squeeze out a smile to look at this second sister of hers and say, "It doesn't hurt. Doesn't it hurt? That's still too light a hit." It was her response, a mixed response, and a pot of boiling hot water poured directly over the injuries he was seeing all over his body. "I see you're in your bones. Let me kill the deep in your bones for you." Her tone then was so condescending, her approach so gut-wrenching. She remembered Jiang Yan who had been doused with hot water at that time, The tattered remnants of his clothes that had already been dyed red with blood and flesh had been stained with his wounds because of the hot water. The sticky, silky liquid dripping from the blood and flesh was even more alarming. Jiang Yan's face was already hideous at that time, and his voice was even more tearful with pain from the heart. He looked at his second sister with great confusion in his eyes. He didn't understand why Chen Wanting was doing this to him. He doesn't get it. Did he do it wrong again? These wounds are due to the untimely protection of teammates during the retreat by the captain Zhang Pei, and that time was when he had just lowered himself from the beams. It's when he's at his weakest. He only felt his flesh and blood trembling all over his body, as if worms were gnawing at his flesh and blood, and the pain that drilled through his heart brought his sanity out of his days, once again sending him into a coma. But what did he get? What he got was because of the vicious kick from Zhang Pei that his tearing pain drew. What's all the noise? Can't you see Xiao Sun is sleeping? How hard he practiced yesterday. Didn't I just hit you twice to hang you for a few days? Still a man? You coward. Just remember that because of that kick, he was kicked heavily against the wall and the huge commotion spread throughout the room. And they, his teammates, just watched him gasp at every word. Even when he trembled and raised his hand toward them for help, they just watched and mocked playfully. Only Luo Xiaofei ran up and desperately stuffed elixirs into his mouth. Her hands and feet panicked as she took the sunburn medicine and wiped the already outwardly white flesh. Again and again, the pain pulled Jiang Yan from the edge of death and wakefulness. Teetering. Chapter 70, How ironic. Chen Wanting's heart was like a knife when she thought of this. Why was it like this? Why are they the way they are? Although it was true that Jiang Yan usually did a lot of bad things, he shouldn't have received such inhuman treatment. He was their teammate, a teammate who had lived for 7 years. So why did they all look like they wanted to eat Jiang Yan up? Except for Luo Xiaofei. During that time, whenever Jiang Yan showed any movement, they would punish him severely. If he dared to run away, he would be greeted with even worse bullying and scolding. These are things that none of them have. They've never been through this before either. Wasn't Jiang Yan their teammate? He was about the same as Chen Yu into the team but why did the two receive such similar treatment? Just because Xiao Sun is well qualified? Because he knows what he's doing? Or was it simply that their hearts had already been biased and had completely favored Chen Yu? No one had ever given him an ounce of kindness, except for Luo Xiaofei. Luo Xiaofei was as if she was always awake. She knew all this clearly, and even more so, she witnessed the whole process of their crime, but all she could do was witness it, unable to do anything to stop it, because the previous instances were so chilling. Jiang Yan merely bumped into them sisters a bit when he was replacing a teammate's injury, and he would get infested by the captain's feeding compulsion. The beautiful name was to eat the bad seed in the bottom of Jiang Yan's heart. During that time Jiang Yan was curled up in a corner every time, enduring the gnawing of the parasites in his stomach. It was hard for her to imagine how desperate Jiang Yan was at that time, so desperate that life was worse than death. He shows in his diary how desperate he is, how he wants to just walk away, but there is always a conviction that sustains him. She thought very clearly of a child in whose eyes these outwardly harmless big sisters were underneath cruel and unimaginable demons. And what about Luo Xiaofei? She saw Jiang Yan's agonized appearance over and over again, accusing them and asking if they were still human. They just thought she was crazy then, I guess. It is obvious that Jiang Yan has unclean hands and feet, and he still wants to take advantage of them. This compulsion erosion is already very light. Okay. And every time Luo Xiaofei got angry, every time she spoke for Jiang Yan, they would all push all their guilt and anger onto Jiang Yan, increasing their pain towards him over and over again. Over time, Luo Xiaofei no longer dared to plead for Jiang Yan, because she knew that she couldn't stop it, and her help would only bring Jiang Yan more pain. She had once tried to take Jiang Yan to escape from this place, but in return she received stronger beatings and scoldings with each of the captain's personal recaptures. He's not even a dog here. Had to look them in the eye every day. They're all a bunch of demons. A bunch of chilling demons. And underneath Jiang Yan's smile, just how traumatic the injuries were. 7 years of torment. And what kind of a being are they? These sisters. She thought about how her heart felt as if it was stuck in her throat, no longer able to speak. As long as she wanted to vocalize she would be choked by Jiang Yan's brilliant and incomparable smile. She looked up at them comforting. Xiao Sun's smile was felt so harsh. This is a moment that I'm afraid my big sister just experienced not long ago. And this smile that made him feel sick to his stomach used to be on his face. Jiang Yan used to look up to them so much. And did things even more carefully and cautiously, fearing that his sisters would hate him. He had longed so much for their care, but they, the big sisters, had woken him from his dreams with unmistakable clarity. But now, the sisters he was once so proud of have now been replaced with enemies of the same kind. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Without realizing it, they had arrived at the place where Chen Yu was being treated. But that medical sage rejected them with only one word. Blackheart, can't cure it. Chen Yu froze when he heard these words. His terrified gaze scanned the people around him, and he only felt incomparably embarrassed. He wanted to go and question the healer about why, but he couldn't. Zhang Pei and the others, however, were furious, but they didn't bother to question them because the reputation of the medical sage was too huge. Even those immensely powerful characters throughout the world who had acquired very serious injuries could be saved in this place. They don't dare to mess with it. Zhang Pei rubbed Chen Yu's head and tried his best to soften his tone. It's alright. That medical saint is just jealous of your excellent talent and is afraid that you will surpass him in the future. Chen Yu nodded awkwardly before being pushed by a few people to the Dao weapon area. Zhang Pei was very afraid that Chen Yu would be unhappy and directly purchased him a SS-grade Dao sword with a big wave of his hand. He rubbed Chen Yu's head in a gentle tone. Shao Sun Ah. This time the secret realm you suffered. If it wasn't for that beast Jiang Yan sneaking up on you, this time the great competition you will be number one. Don't ever lose your confidence ah. The captain will find a way to restore you to your former realm. The captain will allow you to go one step further. And the next time you meet Jiang Yan ruthlessly beat him up. Tell the captain what you want. The captain has plenty of ghost money. And next to him, Luo Xiufei looked at his statement, the speechlessness in her eyes so obvious. It's really thanks to him that he can say that. Using the ghost coins earned by Brother Yen and going to storm Brother Yen. I'm just asking, do you deserve it? Several of their sisters dragged Chen Yu around, and whenever Chen Yu liked them they were bound to take them. But all this was bizarre in her eyes. He had just been humiliated like this yesterday, and now he was being scolded by the medical sage for having a black heart. Didn't he feel guilty and embarrassed? She pulled out her phone and took a picture of it all towards them and sent it to her big sister, sending a message along the way. Big sister, why is Shao Sun? The other party sent a message after a while. All of them? Then he does have that little bit of thick skin. Chen Wanting put away her cell phone. At this time, Chen Wanshuan handed over a sugar man. Sister wanting you taste it? It's very sweet. If only brother Jiang Yan was there. He must be blaming me for making him so angry this time. Chen Wanting didn't know whether to take the candy man or not, because she felt that this Chen Yu in front of her, who had a bright smile on his face, was actually hypocritical inside, or was he really concerned about Jiang Yan? Because of yesterday's incident, their entire team was at a standstill, and the captain was even speaking without a word with a black face, as if a volcano that was about to be ignited. The others went back to their rooms with even less interest, and no one mentioned yesterday's incident again, because Jiang Yan had left completely. But there's no escaping this kind of thing. She eventually took the candy man and thanked him. As she looked at the image of Chen Yu happily interacting and playing with them, she only felt pain in her heart. What exactly was Chen Yu playing in his heart? And why would he join them in framing Jiang Yan? Did Jiang Yan's previous thievery really come from him? She pulled out her cell phone and physically shook as she sent a message. Sister Luo, once before, when I poured boiling hot water on Jiang Yan, were you there? Almost seconds back. I just watched you pour a whole pot of boiling water all over his body, starting at his head with a face full of hatred and disgust. And I just watched it all from the sidelines with cold eyes, without the slightest bit of emotion, only feeling that he was to blame for all of this. How ironic it is now that I think about it. Chapter 71, Poisoning. Jiang Yan felt the energy rushing through his body as if he was breaking through a layer of shackles. The top-grade spirit fruit in his mouth turned into channels of ghostly chi flowing into his mouth, drilling into his abdomen to punch the shackles together. Eventually, Jiang Yan took a big breath of air, opened his eyes, looked around him, and shook his head. It still doesn't work. I always feel like there's a cloud of black chi in my sea of chi interfering with my breakthrough. He was a bit puzzled and didn't understand where exactly this black gas came from. But after thinking about it, there was ultimately only one possibility, and that was that green tea Chen Yu did it. But how did he do it to himself without realizing it? Could it be that he now finally knew why Chen Yu would be so kind as to give himself pills? So that's where his good intentions went. This black gas was, I'm afraid, the key to putting himself into a coma to let them have their way when he died in his last life. Wu Qi looked at Jiang Yan looking a little off and asked worriedly, how is it? Is there a problem somewhere? Could it be those ex-teammates of yours pulling a stunt again? Fatty Wang came over and gritted his teeth, itching to go kill them. Jiang Yan nodded his head, voicing out all the thoughts in his mind. Jiang Yan had not yet expressed his opinion when he saw that Fatty Wang had already thrown the half-eaten chicken leg in his hand directly on the ground. Holy, is he Chen Yu sick ah? How dare to drug Yan Zi? Besides, what the hell is this black gas? Wu Qi was very puzzled. This place has any god doctor? No. Let's take Yanzi to have a look. Cultivation is a small matter. If there is damage to Yanzi's body, it will not be good. A hint of killing intent flowed through little brother's eyes at this time. Then he glanced at them, then turned around and walked towards the Redemption God's Hall. Follow me. Wu Qi difference. How does little brother know everything? Do you think he's been here before? Fatty Wang opened his mouth. How is this possible? Although little brother is old, it is unlikely that he has been here before. Otherwise this place would have long been his world. Where do we need to do all this now? That's right, nodded Wu Qi and followed. Fatty Wang looked at Jiang Yan to speak. Jiang Yan was puzzled. Fatty you. Fatty Wang finally overcame the nagging in his heart and directly walked up to carry Jiang Yan. You're a patient. It's better to come up obediently. You fat master, I'll be condescending for once. Jiang Yan only understood at this time. Instantly dumbfounded. It's not like I have a broken leg or foot. I can walk. And now I don't have any shadows. Fatty Wang patted him on the shoulder. Just don't talk if you're a patient. Just lie down properly. Jiang Yan still wanted to say something. At this time, Wu Qi had already stared at Jiang Yan with a deadly stare, holding the black and gold ancient knife in his hand. Don't you move. Rest well. The patient should rest well. If you move again, this knife of mine won't be long-eyed. Jiang Yan looked at them and couldn't say anything else, so he plopped down on Fatty Wang's back. Fatty Wang was probably a few years older than himself, but his spine was so broad. It's warm. For the first time he felt what it was like to be carried, the first to feel such passionate concern. In the past, even if he himself was dying and already on the verge of breaking, those teammates of his still looked as if they didn't care about anything. But these injuries are from them. It's also true that it's precisely because they're the ones playing that there's no ripple in the slightest. After a while, Jiang Yan was carried on his back and gradually became a bit sleepy, so he fell asleep. After a long time, Jiang Yan was awakened by Wu Qi's voice. Yanko, get up. We're here. Jiang Yan vaguely propped open his eyelids, and when he entered his eyes, he saw that he was already lying on the bed, and the three of them, Wu Qi, were standing beside the bed, and Fatty Wang was smiling and exchanging words with an old man, as if they were very familiar with each other. Jiang Yan slowly got up and shook his head. How could he have fallen asleep? He had developed over the previous 7 years of enduring too many sudden attacks to wake up immediately at the slightest movement, and would always remain half awake when he slept, and dreams were even less of a thing. But he had just had a dream, had a very cozy dream. He dreamed that there were 5 people around him, 3 of which were Wu Qi, Fatty and Xiao. The other 2, on the other hand, were unfamiliar to him, but familiar from the bottom of his heart. It was a cool man with sunglasses and a man who seemed to have a very nice gentle demeanor. It looks like they're pretty close, and they're in a lodge. I think it's the Wu Shanju that Wu Xia is talking about. Cozy and nice. It was surprisingly rare for the little man to have takeout in his hand while the 2 strange men fought, and the fat man was slicing the roast suckling pig, which had a candle on top of it. While he was frozen, Fatty Wang had already divided the roasted suckling pig into several pieces and served one to Jiang Yan. Come. It's a bit tacky to eat cake on your birthday. This pig, I've had it for 8 months and 8 days, so I'll make it a birthday cake this time. A few of the men clinked their plates together and laughed heartily. Happy birthday to our new family member, Jiang Yan. Read this. Jiang Yan's eyes reddened. Was that also his family? It was the best sleep he'd had in 7 years, and despite the month he'd spent with Wu Wei and the others, he was still having trouble loosening his spirit from its previous tightness. It had become his body's instinctive response. But now you're asleep? Maybe that instinct has faded because of them. At this time, Wu Qi handed over a cup of water. Thirsty, right? Drink some water first. Jiang Yan didn't have the courtesy to take the water and drink it all in one go, wiping his mouth and looking at Wu Qi. Where is this? Wu Qi smiled as he got up and pointed to the old man next to him. Nah, this is Elder Xie. He's a famous medical saint here, and a lot of difficult cases that can't be solved can be solved here. Jiang Yan pondered for a moment, and a light flashed in his head as he remembered that this old man lived in deep seclusion, making it difficult to seek healing. It's how it is. But he turned his head and realized that the medical sage Xia Lao was so polite to little brother, serving tea and water and being very respectful. Jiang Yan pointed at them to look at Wu Qi and asked suspiciously, "This is?" Wu Xia smiled and replied, "This, we actually didn't know that little brother had actually saved this old gentleman's life, and then that was it." Jiang Yan nodded in admiration. "That's so, little brother is so powerful." He looked over and realized that his little brother was just standing there not responding to the old man's enthusiasm. But when he realized he was looking, his 4 eyes met, but he slowly looked at the old man and spoke. "Heal." As if he had woken up from a dream, the old man smiled and nodded. "Why did I forget about this? We have to save people. We have to save people." With that, she put the tea in her hand aside and walked over to Jiang Yan. "Cure a little This is our group favorite. To cure the missing arms and legs, careful, I will tear down your house." Fatty Wang joked with a smile on the side. Wu Qi kicked his ass and gave him a blank look. "How do you talk to old Mr. Xie? Why don't you apologize?" Then after saying that he looked at old Mr. Xie, "You don't bother with him. You quickly see what's going on with Jiang Yan. There's always a cloud of black gas in his sea of qi, and we're very skeptical that it hasn't been drugged by someone. Chapter 72, You Bunch of Bone Eaters. Elder Xie smiled as he looked at Jiang Yan, only to feel particularly familiar. Hey? Aren't you that little doll from Captain Zhang's team? Wu Qi came to be interested at this time. Elder Xie, you know words? Fatty Wang came over. Quickly tell me what's going on with words. Elder Xie looked at them, then sighed and walked over to a table and started making tea. All come over and sit down. Jiang Yan got up, walked towards the table and eventually sat down. He also felt very familiar with this Elder Xie, but could never remember exactly where I had seen it. After Wu Qi and the others were seated, Fatty Wang was the first one who couldn't stay still, putting down the teacup in his hand and directly asked, Old man Xie, don't scare us. Is Yan Zi suffering from some terminal disease? If I get a terminal illness, I'll have to erect a big tombstone for Yanko, and grab all those ex-teammates of his and kowtow them one by one to make them repent. The more he talked, the angrier he got, and he couldn't wait to go out and find those people on the spot. No matter what, Yanko's hidden illness was caused by those people, and he would have to give them a good taste of his own medicine the next time they met. Wu Qi kicked his feet. Sit down and talk. Don't get excited. Then he looked at Elder Xie. Elder Xie, you don't need to care about him. How is Yanzi's injury? Elder Xie wiped his beard. Actually, that black mist in his chi is a poison, and it's an invisible poison. But now it's even transformed into a tangible form. Fortunately you guys found it in time. Otherwise, no matter how high the strength is, it's just a futile endeavor. As soon as Wu Qi heard this, he became anxious and rushed forward to hold his hand. Elder Xie, you must save Yanzi. It was not easy for him to escape from that kind of haunted place. Fatty Wang saw the situation. Xiao Lao, listen to your tone of voice can certainly save Yanzi. Right. You open a price. As long as my brother is cured, I will give you everything. Even if it is the SSS level of treasures I spelled out, the fat master of my life also want to get it for you. He was full of determination, not the least bit hesitant. If Xiao Lao really wanted it, he was afraid that he would grab Xiao Zhao's black and gold ancient sword without saying a word and go out to find a ghost to fight with. Elder Xie shook his head. There's no need to be so troublesome. In fact, that little brother next to you, as long as he wanders the innate Qilin Qi in his body around this little doll's body every day, he can be cured in a few dozen days. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief at these words, but Wu Qi asked, Elder Xie, what do you mean by looking familiar to Jiang Yan? That's when the eyes of the crowd all looked over in unison. Seeing this, Elder Xie sighed and couldn't help but shake his head as he looked at Jiang Yan's figure. Ugh, old man Xie, you can't just shake your head. Fatty Wang worried. Elder Xie sighed. Actually, I've seen him before. Seen him? Wu Qi frowned, having a sense of foreboding. Elder Xie looked at Wu Qi and nodded. Actually, Captain Zhang had brought him here before. No, I should say he brought Xingyu. At that time, Xingyu seemed to have broken a wound on his hand and looked for me to see a doctor. You guys say this is not an amusement to me? But I looked at them dressed in bright clothes, but behind them was a timid-faced little fellow, whose flesh and blood had long been blurred under the tattered clothes on his body. He said, as if frowning at the thought of some bad memory. Every step seemed torturous. I thought they were letting him come to be cured, but when I asked, they blamed the boy, saying he was playing the poor guy, and beat and scolded him again in front of me. I remember the image of him curled up on the floor in agony with his hands in the way, and I was like, even if this kid made an unforgivable mistake, he can't be treated like that. Even the meat turned out. Just as he said this, the atmosphere in the entire room became grave, and a morose aura flowed out from the three little brothers. The trio's sharp eyes stared at Elder Xie in unison, and then after, Wu Xie asked. Elder Xie gulped. In fact, the poison on young friend Zhang was taken from me. What? Fatty Wang couldn't suppress the anger in his heart and ruthlessly slammed the cup in his hand on the ground, drew up the knife behind little brother and put it on his neck. How dare you say that the poison on Yanzi's body was taken from you? Wu Qi didn't stop Fatty this time, because if that was the case, then Xiao Lao was an accomplice in the murder of Jiang Yan. But he still looked at Elder Xie. Elder Xie, are there any unspecified hidden agendas in it? Xiao Lao very calmly drank a mouthful of tea, staring at Fatty Wang. Young man, don't be so grumpy. It's the oldest four of their team, Wang Xiao, who asked me for the poison. It's actually not really a poison. He asked me for the medicine to heal his wounds, but only one of the herbs will be taken out that will become the poison on little friend Jiang Yan. I also gave it to her because I thought she was trying to get medicine to treat little friend Jiang Yan. They just came to me to treat Xingyu, but I drove them away. Xiao Lao put down his teacup and looked at Jiang Yan. It's just that I didn't expect they can be so vicious to such an extent. If it's not that I observed that this hat-wearing little brother beside me is burdened with a not bad bloodline, I'm afraid that this little friend can't come back to life already. Fatty Wang was so angry that he slashed at the table, and with a loud bang, the table made of stone instantly turned into two halves. The fat man was trembling with anger. I will go and chop them up now. Really angry with the fat master me. even so bullying the words. If not for the old me I came late, they have long turned into ashes to be raised by me. Wu Qi was also very angry. He hadn't known exactly how Jiang Yan had received the bullying before, but now he knew it all clearly. What a hard life Jiang Yan used to lead. 7 years, how the hell did he survive? Simply by listening to Elder Xie's words one could visualize the difference in treatment received by Yan Zi. He now sort of knew why Yanko hadn't been killing them outright. Killing them is what freed them. They bid farewell to Elder Xie and left the place. There was no hurry now. Since Jiang Yan had his own plans, then they would follow him. After all, they have them to spoil. And shortly after they left, Zhang Luoluo then arrived at Elder Xie's residence. Elder Xie, can you help treat little Sun's injuries? And we'll try our best to fulfill whatever payment you want. Her somewhat supplicating words were directly rejected by Xia Lao. You wicked people. Being in the midst of a chaotic world to plot against such young children. I'm afraid to help you. I'll be damned. Elder Xie directly poured a pot of cold water over. A dousing of a drenching. This time it was Zhang Luoluo's turn to be confused. What did Elder Xie mean by these inexplicable words? She had been called over by the captain to plead for mercy, but now it seemed there must be a hidden agenda. Xia Lao cursed the animal and prepared to slam the door, but he was resisted by Zhang Luoluo's robust steps. Elder Xie, what did you mean by what you just said? Could it be that you're not treating little Sun because of something else? Elder Xie snorted coldly. Just you bunch of man-eating beasts, taking old man's medicine to poison a little doll. Is your conscience eaten by dogs? Chapter 73, White Angel? Zhang Luoluo was instantly confused when she heard this. She didn't understand what Elder Xie meant. Poison? Why did they ever take poison back? The only other time was when Lao Si took a pair of medicines from here to treat Jiang Yan. At that time, she still thought that Xiao Sun was really good, knowing to sympathize with the people in the team, even though it was a good-for-nothing, money-grubbing, sex-crazed loser. But now, she frowned as she told Elder Xie what had happened one by one. Eventually she took over receiving a list in Xia Lao's breathless and contemptuous but with a hint of cunning gaze, though nothing was explained to her about what was going on. Above the white paper was clearly written the condition of Jiang Yan's body. Heavy poisoning, neurotoxin. The back is even written that the disease is critical and needs a medicine guy to save. That is Chun Yu's heart blood. Her entire body froze when she took the slip, and she collapsed to the ground as if her strength had been drained from her. Why was Jiang Yan poisoned? Although they had beaten and scolded Jiang Yan in the past, they wouldn't do such heartless things. How could they do such a thing when they consider themselves to be highly educated and highly skilled students? Although they had never cared about anything about Jiang Yan, they wouldn't be crazy enough to poison him. But now, no matter what, Xiao Sun's heart's blood definitely can't be taken. If it is taken, then is she still human? Although they had falsely accused Jiang Yan many times before, it didn't mean that Xiao Sun was wrong, but surely she could find something that could replace Xiao Sun's heart's blood. This time, he could definitely show Jiang Yan his determination. She wanted him to know that even if the world had abandoned him, he still had a big sister who cared about him. Even though this sister had been awful and had worn holes in his heart, she still had to let him know that he still had a haven. Zhang Luoluo's eyes began to redden. She wiped her tears and just wanted to leave when her shoulder was tapped. As soon as she turned her head and realized that it was the oldest one, Wang Xiaoxiao, she put away the fist that she was just about to blast out. She wiped her tears and hid the list in her hand behind her, sniffled, then suppressed the sadness in her heart and spoke. Old four, why are you here? Where are the captain and the others? The oldest four? Wang Xiaoxiao looked at his elder sister suspiciously. Why are you crying? Elder sister, even if Xia Lao rejects you, you don't have to be so sad. The captain has already found a corresponding solution. Her mind conjured up Jiang Yan's face of feigned pity when she thought of it. Jiang Yan, this beast, where on earth did we provoke him? Just now I seem to have seen him. This time he even followed us. I see. He just lacks a rib in his brain. Zhang Luoluo frowned when she heard this. You just saw Jiang Yan? Where? Zhang Luoluo pointed to the distance. Over there, but I should be wrong. Just Jiang Yan's obnoxious appearance. Can he handle his relationship with his teammates? Not to mention that those people were just hooking up. Zhang Luoluo also lowered her eyes when she heard this. It was also right. Jiang Yan's nature was placed there. Timid and cowardly. In the past, if there was no them, it might be hard to survive. But these were not Jiang Yan's fault. He was still so young. Zhang Luoluo sighed. I want to go find Jiang Yan. Looking for Jiang Yan? Big sister, you're not burnt out. Wang Xiaoxiao was filled with shock as she touched Zhang Luoluo's head. There's no fever either. Why are you saying such nonsense? She murmured with a puzzled face. Our team just gained a tragic price because of Jiang Yan. But now why is big sister suddenly concerned about Jiang Yan? Zhang Luoluo sighed. I'm not burnt out. I need to find Jiang Yan to ask something. Wang Xiaoxiao's face only got better when she heard this. I told you, Just Jiang Yan, that animal. How is it worth Big Sister's thoughts? Besides, you don't need to look for him, Big Sister. He'll be back before long. He, is just trying to get away with it, grabbing Xiao Sun's resources for himself, and then purposely waiting for us to find things out. Doesn't all this tell us everything? Jiang Yan, he's wanted to come back for a long time, but he's just cheap. He'd rather take the captain's attention that way than come back and kowtow and apologize. Wouldn't kowtowing and apologizing be enough? He had to make the captain and us so angry. And now, even if he gives his life to the captain, he will never be able to return to our team. Wang Shoushou was full of fanatical confidence. The trick of wanting to escape. How dare he think of it? And don't look at who we are. Are we pests like him who didn't even go to school? She patted Zhang Luoluo's shoulder. Big sister, just wait. When Jiang Yan sees that we're delayed in coming to him, he'll panic. Maybe he's regretting it right now and is thinking of ways to make up for it. Zhang Luoluo listened to her words and fell into deep thought. Even though it was all a bit outrageous, but it does sound so reasonable. And the key points are right on. Did Jiang Yan really just want them to beg him to come back? But the captain isn't the type to give up his self-respect because of his resources. Isn't he explicitly going against the captain? Wang Xiaoxiao pulled the corner of her coat. Big sister, don't think about Jiang Yan. After a while he will definitely come back. Our priority now is to stabilize Xiao Sun's mood. Right now he is in a very low mood because his cultivation is being ruined. Speaking of this, I'm angry. Jiang Yan in the end is not a son of a. We have 7 years of good food and drink to him. Treating him is not thin just because the captain said a couple of words to become the current appearance. Even if he comes back, the captain will definitely not accept him, and I will make sure to make him look good when the time comes. Zhang Luoluo only felt a heartbreaking pain as she listened to his words. Will Jiang Yan really come back? He'd already said in front of everyone that they, his teammates, were dead. Is he really trying to get away? Why is everyone so prejudiced against Jiang Yan? Why does it have to be in favor of little Sun, and the oldest three too? Lao San was the one among them who had caused the most damage to Jiang Yan. And why was Lao San so prejudiced against Jiang Yan? Just because of an amulet? He sniffled and eventually took the list in his hand and handed it to Wang Xiaoxiao. You used to be a medical professor. You should know quite a bit about these things. Wang Xiaoxiao froze and took the list. What's this? Zhang Luoluo looked at her and spoke. Jiang Yan used to admire you a lot as well, believing that your profession could benefit all of mankind, and that it was a role model that he needed to learn from. In fact, in Jiang Yan's heart you're not inferior to us at all, and even have a history. In the past, whenever Jiang Yan saw her, it was like seeing an idol, his eyes filled with solemnity and yearning. In his mind, she thought the fourth sister was so sacred, a white angel on earth. But this white angel, in the end, plunged the knife hard into his own chest. Chapter 74, he can never compare to one of Xiao Sun's fingers. Zhang Luoluo huffed. This is Jiang Yan's list, taken from the medical sage? Wang Xiaoxiao froze for a moment before reacting, staring at Zhang Luoluo in a daze. But Zhang Luoluo's expected shock did not appear. There was only surprise. Big sister, the captain told you to come to the medical saint. What Jiang Yan's list are you taking? Zhang Luoluo looked at her. The emotions in her heart were hard to duplicate. Do you know why Jiang Yan left? Why? Isn't it just that he's cheap? Not staying on a good team, going out and staying with the misfits. But he won first place in the secret realm. He proved that he's not a waste. He's no worse than Chengyu. Why do you guys always have to be so biased in favor of Chengyu? Sis, are you confused? Just Jiang Yan, can he be compared to Xiao Sun? Then you guys shouldn't be so biased. You treat Chengyu like you can't wait to give him the world. But what about Jiang Yan? Even though there are a lot of things wrong with him, he's also very well behaved. Wang Xiaoxiao seemed to have heard something ridiculous. Big sister, were you put in some kind of ecstasy by Jiang Yan? Why are you so concerned about Jiang Yan? Zhang Luoluo was stunned. Haven't I cared about him before? Wang Xiaoxiao nodded. Not only did he not care, but scolding was even more common. Everyone won't care about him. All treat him like an asshat on the team. Hearing these words, Zhang Luoluo's eyes could no longer stop the tears of remorse from flowing out. Yes, we all treated him like an asshat, so how could we care about him? But, he's never owed us anything, and a small portion of our team's expenditures are in Jiang Yan's ghost coins. We haven't given him anything, even draining him of his benefits, even robbing the 3 ghost coins that were left. Take a look at the list. I was confused when the medical sage gave it to me, but I don't know the specifics of it. Zhang Luoluo sighed, but Wang Xiaoxiao looked at the sheet with a look of disgust. Who wants to see his stuff? Bad luck. Big sister, you'd better burn it before it's too late. If you let the captain see it, certainly can't stop a scolding. Zhang Luoluo stared deathly into her eyes as a low tone came out of his mouth. Why are you so biased against Jiang Yan? Isn't his first place in the secret realm this time the best proof of that? He didn't take anyone's benefits. Only to us. Do you know why that is? Because our no-holds-barred humiliating and bullying has worn away his adoring love for us. He hates us. He hates us all. She threw up her sleeve. Forget it. Your mind is firmly established. There's no use telling you. But before I do, I want you to look at the list. There should be something going on here that we didn't know about before. Wang Xiaoxiao didn't say anything at the moment. It was the first time she had seen her big sister get so angry. It's all Jiang Yan's fault. He won first place in the secret realm? Wasn't that obtained by sneaking up on Little Sun? He didn't harm the human race, but he pushed them, his teammates, into the abyss. Did he deserve it? Wasn't it all his fault? Why is big sister coming to accuse us now? It's all because of that little beast Jiang Yan. Next time we meet I'll make him die by 1,000 cuts. She sighed and took the sheet, frowning as she read the top sheet. Zhang Luoluo probably guessed what was going on when she looked at her expression. But she was still quite critical of Lao Si's treatment of Jiang Yan. But she also knew that she couldn't change anything for a while. After all, she herself was the one in their group who had hurt Jiang Yan the most. At this time, Wang Xiaoxiao, who had read the list, her face was gloomy as she raised her eyes to her elder sister. Neurotoxicity? And an untreatable toxin? Zhang Luoluo nodded. Look behind you again. Wang Xiaoxiao sniffed and continued to read. Need Xiao Sun's heart blood? She was directly stunned when she saw this, but then she thought of something and her expression relaxed. But what does this have to do with us? His poisoning is God's retribution for him. He deserved it himself. This will also save him from bothering us. It's best if he's dead. And then once he's dead we can go and recover those Dao artifacts and resources he obtained. Is that what you think? Don't you want to use Xiao Sun's heart blood to help heal Jiang Yan? Zhang Luoluo raised an eyebrow, clearly unsatisfied with this answer. Aren't you curious as to how he acquired the nerve poison? Wang Xiaoxiao looked at the list with a bemused look. This toxin should have been piling up for a few years. But so what if he's dead? He made it on his own. That's what happens when you betray us. Why do you think he didn't add a rotten gut and die? Zhang Luoluo looked at her in a daze. Haven't you ever thought about it? Why did he pile up years of toxins? Who on earth poisoned him? Wang Xiaoxiao spread his hands. Then what else is there to ask? Either it's just messing around with food or else that spirit fruit that we obtained by going out in order not to let us find out. All of them were secretly eaten outside. For as selfish as he is, has he done this sort of thing yet? She bristled as if she had a happy face. Zhang Luoluo pointed at the black and white writing on it. This is a neurotoxin, and it is a continuous buildup. You tell me just stealing a fruit and it becomes like this. If you put it this way, whoever eats this fruit will die. But why isn't there one now? Wang Xiaoxiao sighed. Sister, why do you care so much about Jiang Yan? Can't he be the first to die? It's just as well to give everyone a warning. Besides, maybe he stole something special from the team to cause it? It's not our fault. Zhang Luoluo gasped and laughed. Then he can eat this as a meal? For a few years? Do you think that's possible? Is he sick in the head or has a pit in his head? Zhang Luoluo accused her over and over again. While Wang Xiaoxiao was all business. Then maybe he just has a pit in his head? It's not like we haven't used the bitter trick in the past few years. It's just that he wants to use it to take our care. Only he thinks wrong. We won't be heartbroken by his bitter trick. We'll just think he's really disgusting. Sis, you do know that I hate boys like that. Zhang Luoluo sneered. Playing poor. What about Chenyu? Hasn't he pretended to be pitiful? Which time didn't he ask you guys for this and that? And you still gave it to him? Prejudice really does kill a man. Wang Xiaoxiao froze for a moment, but still had that look. So what? Jiang Yan has already left us. He's no longer our teammate. His death or life. It's none of our business. This is what happens when you betray us. He's just cheap. He's just to blame. But in any case, to be healed with Xiao Sun's heart's blood, I only have 2 words. No way. Beautiful him. Now it seems to me that he's afraid that he's just trying to obtain Xiao Sun's heart blood. Does he think that we'll feel sorry for him if he's poisoned? She's also underestimating his place in our hearts. And I told him he doesn't deserve it yet. He'll never be as good as one of Little Sun's fingers. Chapter 75. Perhaps he found the poison tasty? No. You come with me to ask Jiang Yan what's going on, Zhang Luoluo said and tried to pull her up. But Wang Xiaoxiao was reluctant. I still have to go find herbs for Xiao Sun. Big sister. Jiang Yan has long since stopped being our teammate. Why on earth are you so obsessed? She questioned Zhang Lolo, poking her in the heart with every word. Is Jiang Yan's life not a life? You're a professor of medicine. You're deeply knowledgeable in this area. And now in this world your abilities are quite notable. But why can't you help Jiang Yan? Wang Xiaoxiao sighed. Big sister. It's not that I don't want to help. But there is no rule of law for this kind of neurotoxin. The only way is a special medicinal guide. But the medicinal guide is Xiao Sun's heart blood. She looked at Zhang Luoluo seriously. I'll just ask you one thing, big sister. Will you really use Xiao Sun's heart blood to treat Jiang Yan? Zhang Luoluo looked at her serious gaze and shook her head in a panicked manner. No, I won't. That's not it. Why care so much? He's just to blame. Who let him do this to us? Now well, retribution has come. But Zhang Luoluo looked at her with a gradually sharp expression. Lao Si, the issue I'm discussing with you now is not this, but how exactly he was poisoned. Aren't you curious? And he's an extreme admirer of yours. Can't you find another way to cure Jiang Yan? Wang Xiaoxiao looked at her and finally compromised. But I have to find herbs for Xiao Sun. Xiao Sun, his injuries have healed. First find a way to treat Jiang Yan. This matter is not negotiable. Zhang Luoluo directly exulted. Wang Xiaoxiao really can't endure her big sister's stalking and ultimately can only compromise, spreading her hands with a face full of disinterest. Okay, I really don't know where exactly Jiang Yan is good, but also big sister, you personally come to say this to me. With that said, she took the sheet in her hands again and began to scrutinize it, with a forest of herbs listed on it, these being the cause of the toxin. There's no way to cure this kind of poison. You can only find a special bloodline to unblock it, and it seems that only Xiao Sun has this kind of bloodline, she murmured as if she was proud and honored. Zhang Luoluo observed from the sidelines. Take a closer look. Perhaps there is something in it that Elder Xia has not discovered. Look for the key points. Wang Xiaoxiao saw the last can still not find anything. Directly will be the list stuffed back into the hands of the big sister. No way. Only the heart blood of Xiao Sun has a role. Xia Lao to give you this list is afraid of Jiang Yan in the back to play tricks. It's really a small man with a big heart. Only he's playing it wrong. She said and wanted to leave, but was directly pulled by Zhang Luoluo. Wang Xiaoxiao, even if it can't be cured, we should at least find out exactly how he was poisoned. Wang Xiaoxiao sniffed and fell into a deep thought. Finally a light in his eyes took the list and opened his mouth. It's still big sister, you're shrewd. This time, it was Zhang Luoluo's turn to be puzzled. She didn't know what old four meant by this, but Wang Xiaoxiao didn't care so much to look up the formula. This kind of medicinal herbs then seems to be only available here in Old Man Xie. Right. Haven't we been here once before? After treating Xiao Sun that time, it seems that third sister went back once, saying that she was looking for herbs for Xiao Sun to tone up and recuperate her body. She pondered and eventually looked at Zhang Luoluo. It's still big sister, you're shrewd. If this matter is known to Jiang Yan, he will definitely slander us for drugging him and will definitely publicize this news. Then our credibility will be gone. As far as Jiang Yan's temperament is concerned, he'll definitely do this kind of thing, Wang Xiaoxiao said with conviction. Zhang Luoluo coldly said, Jiang Yan, he won't. Jiang Yan has never been that kind of person. Don't you know what kind of person he was tortured by us before? Has he ever once gone to defame us? But on the flip side, we've slandered him quite a few times. Wang Xiaoxiao looked at her big sister's low look and couldn't refute, but patted her hand to comfort her. Big sister, don't be concerned about this, even if he won't be like this. The fact that he's going to die has been established now. As for why the poisoning, perhaps he was jealous of Xiao Sun have medicine to eat. Everyone favors him. Is the only sneak the medicine to eat? This is not, eat the wrong medicine. Poisoning? Who to blame? Blame it on himself. Zhang Luoluo felt icy cold all over her body, and her heart was like a knife twisting as she stared at the list in her hand. Jiang Yan's mood changed so quickly during this period that she didn't even react for a while. But he's not stupid. He should know when he's poisoned. No, is this poison invisible? But he can't keep stealing food even if he steals it once. Did he accidentally eat this for dinner? She sighed and looked at Wang Xiaoxiao a little overwhelmed. She suddenly wondered what this sister whom Jiang Yan regarded as a white angel really thought of him. Xiaoxiao, what is your opinion in treating Jiang Yan as a person? She looked at Wang Xiaoxiao seriously. Wang Xiaoxiao's face began to turn dark when she heard the name Jiang Yan, and she said breathlessly in a disgusted tone, Jiang Yan, this person, can only be said to be rotten, although he won first place in the secret realm this time. But surprisingly, it was a sneak attack targeting Xiao Sun to obtain it. From this it can be seen that this person, has a black heart, and especially careful eyes. The captain just said 2 sentences about him and then sentenced out of the team. And he is a person who is especially good at playing with his heart. This list is not the best proof. He is trying to use the bitter meat trick to provoke the relationship between us and Xiao Sun. The more Zhang Luoluo listened to his heart, the more confused he became. So in the eyes of the old four Jiang County is this kind of person. She sniffled. But what if Jiang Yan, he didn't eat it himself. Someone got him these pills specifically? Because the herbs are mixed among them, and the poison is fixed. Even if he takes it every day, he can't always eat it in the same proportion as the poison. Wang Xiaoxiao heard only feel ridiculous to the extreme. This is not a joke. Who will give people poison? I'm too lazy to do it. But on second thought, she realized that her big sister did have a point. She fell into a brief stupor not knowing what to do. But who would poison Jiang Yan again? It's against human nature. Let's just say that Jiang Yan's previous behavior of grabbing all the resources was no different from poisoning at all. Yet he was only targeting them. It's retaliation. She suddenly realized that if Jiang Yan's actions were poisoning them, then weren't the things they had done in the past also poisoning Jiang Yan? And it was a 7-year-long mental and physical toxin. But now, who would poison him? That's impossible for them teammates. What about the captain? He's not like that at all. And them sisters? That's certainly not possible either. But in the end, no, how could she think like this? Xiao Sun's nature was so kind that he didn't even want to kill a single mouse. How could he harm Jiang Yan? But in the end, who is under? Is it really Jiang Yan just stepping at 10,000ths of the probability of continuing to eat the poison? Maybe he thought the poison tasted good? Chapter 76, Big Sister. You're crazy. Wang Xiaoxiao came to a conclusion and looked at his elder sister and spoke solemnly. Sister. I know. It must have been Jiang Yan who ate it himself. He must have stepped on that 1 in 10,000 probability. And now it seems that the heavens don't want him to live to wreak havoc on people. Zhang Luoluo was choked by his words. Was that really the truth? Why would Senior think of this on something completely impossible? In her eyes, was Jiang Yan really considered a person? Just how ostracized and prejudiced Jiang Yan was in their place. Zhang Luoluo felt that every part of her body was incomparably warm and cold. If Lao San took medicine from Xia Lao to give Xiao Sun to eat. But how did this medicine get to Jiang Yan's hands? I remember that Xiao Sun's medicine cuckoo was eaten as they watched. Not to mention who knows the proportion of this poison. Zhang Luoluo was puzzled. But at this time, Wang Xiaoxiao looked at Zhang Luoluo with some hesitation. I know the ratio of the poison. What? Zhang Luoluo frowned at her words. You know? Well, I was afraid that Xiao Sun would take it wrong. So I specifically told him the proportions of this medicine, so that he should never mix it wrong. But Xiao Sun is definitely not going to poison. Zhang Luoluo looked at her color change so quickly, she did not know what to do. She also felt that Xiao Sun could not have poisoned. But now that everything has been ruled out, who in the end poisoned her? Could it be the oldest? Lao San was usually the most fed up with Jiang Yan. This point was highly likely. After all, she had tried to put Jiang Yan to death several times. But now the priority is to first know if Jiang Yan ate it by herself. If someone really drugged her, then she, as a big sister, will definitely not forgive herself. Able to. A thought suddenly came to her mind. How little Sun's heart's blood? No. This needs to be asked of Xiao Sun. But he's so wanting to Jiang Yan. Just as she was thinking, a familiar voice suddenly sounded beside her. Sister Luo. Sister Xiao Xiao. What are you doing here? Zhang Luoluo and Wang Xiaoxiao looked over at the same time. Wang Xiaoxiao's expression instantly changed from nervousness to doting. She went forward and rubbed Shen Yu's head in a tone that was very different from the solemnity of just now. Xiao Sun, how did you come? We were just discussing the matter of Jiang Yan's poisoning. Poisoned? The moment Shen Yu heard these words, a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes, but he still hid it extremely quickly as he looked at Wang Xiaoxiao in confusion. How could brother Jiang Yan be poisoned? Did he eat the wrong thing? As he spoke, Zhang Luoluo's gaze was always scanning his face, trying to find a hint of abnormality, but in the end, he didn't find anything. She sighed. Could it really be that Jiang Yan had eaten it himself? But that's too much of a coincidence. But Jiang Yan might or might not know that he was poisoned right now. Wang Xiaoxiao looked at such a kind and understanding Small Sun heart more certain. Certainly not Small Sun poison. This must be that Jiang Yan was jealous of Xiao Sun and secretly ate Xiao Sun's medicine. And this is why he was poisoned. He deserved it himself. Who can blame him for this? It's fine. Just Jiang Yan is poisoned and needs your heart's blood to be saved. But how can this be possible? We won't use Xiao Sun's heart's blood just to save a traitor. She looked at Chen Yu with a face full of joy. It's so serious. What kind of poison is it? Is there no other way? His expression pretended to be panicked, but in his heart, he was overjoyed. Jiang Yan, not in vain I gave you 7 years of poison, but now you have escaped from here. But it's fine. When you die, everything you have will inevitably still be mine, including the knife in the hand of the man in the hat, and their bloodlines. I'm going to dig through them all. Don't worry, Jiang Yan, I'll squeeze all the benefits out of you. Wang Xiaoxiao looked at such a well-behaved Xiao Sun more favorite. It's nothing. Just your third sister to get you medicine. Jiang Yan because jealous of you, secretly put your medicine to steal eat, which got sick. Is it the poison that you told me about before? Sister Xiao Xiao? He had a worried face, as if he was really worried for Jiang Yan. How is brother Jiang Yan like this? If he wants to eat it, I'll mix it up and give it to him, that's it. But how in the world, how is it now? He said word for word that he was worried about Jiang Yan, but he never said that he used his own heart's blood. Hypocrites are always very good at hiding themselves. But this was in Zhang Luoluo's eyes, but he felt that Xiao Sun was so understanding. Or, could he really use his heart's blood to treat it? A little bit should be fine. Besides, Xiaosun loved his brother Jiang Yan so much, he would definitely agree. Zhang Luoluo was a little excited at the thought. If he really saved Jiang Yan, Zhang Han would definitely cry and apologize to them. At that time, Jiang Yan would definitely beg the captain to let him come back. Right, so that she could make it up to her better. If she knew that she had begged Xiaosun to save him, he would surely forgive himself. She wanted him to know that even though he was dying of poisoning, there was still a sister looking out for him. She looked at Xiaosun, who was full of worry about Jiang Yan, and then looked at Wang Xiaoxiao, who was full of doting. Made up her mind in her mind and walked up and raised her hand to pat on Chen Yu's shoulder. Xiaosun, aren't you the one who cares about Jiang Yan the most? Chen Yu looked stunned, not knowing why his big sister would ask this kind of question. But he still nodded with a slightly arched eyebrow and an affirmative face. Brother Jiang Yan is very good. He just has a little bit too many small faults, and he loves to steal from the team, but his nature isn't bad, and educating for 2 years will definitely be a lot better. Big sister, you mustn't blame brother Jiang Yan. This trip to the secret realm is me apologizing to him. I didn't know that my previous inadvertent behavior caused brother Jiang Yan so much harm physically and mentally. If brother Jiang Yan can come back, I'm definitely willing to spend time with him, even if he's dying, he said with 2 hard tears in his eyes. But brother Jiang Yan was poisoned so deeply. Oh, he pretended to be sad and wiped the tears from his eyes. Zhang Luoluo looked at Chen Yu's expression, full of excitement, and patted his shoulder. Xiaosun, Jiang Yan's poison can be cured. You can help him. Just a little bit of your heart's blood. Aren't you the most concerned about Jiang Yan? This little bit of heart's blood. She said. Her eyes were even more full of anticipation as she looked at Chen Yu. The second half of the sentence was not uttered, but the meaning was already obvious. Chen Yu looked at Zhang Luoluo with a dumbfounded expression. Ha! He was all confused. According to Big Sister's care and favoritism towards herself, shouldn't she be resisting her use of her heart's blood to save Jiang Yan? Besides, he didn't mention using his heart's blood to save Jiang Yan. Why did the older sister's attitude change so quickly now? Shouldn't he be scavenging all the treasures on the dying Jiang Yan and giving them to him? What's with the idea of using his heart's blood? Doesn't Big Sister like him anymore? But this scene simultaneously exploded in Wang Xiaoxiao's mind as she turned to Zhang Luoluo with a sharp tone. Big Sister, you're crazy. How did you come up with the idea of letting Xiaosun contribute his heart's blood to save Jiang Yan? Jiang Yan, does he deserve it? Chapter 77. Are you going to bury Xiaosun's life? Wang Xiaoxiao looked furious as she stared at Zhang Luoluo. Big Sister, have you been hypnotized by Jiang Yan? Why do you keep speaking for Jiang Yan? He's a waste of space. Little Sun's blood used on him elevates him. Zhang Luoluo frowned. I was asking Xiaosun, why are you so excited? That, Wang Xiaoxiao instantly choked on her words but still opened her mouth. That I am also Xiaosun's sister. Isn't his thing my thing? Besides, I'm telling the truth. As far as Jiang Yan's strength is concerned, it must have been piled up with all sorts of pills. It's very flimsy. Besides, cure him? Let him come back and mess up the sky for us? But Jiang Yan wasn't mean to us in the past. He could even give up his life for us. Can't we just feed some of Xiaosun's heart's blood to heal it? Zhang Luoluo was a bit agitated. Consider it as an atonement for him, and it's not even known if we drugged him or not now. If we did it inadvertently, then the final murderer will be us. He must have everything on him out there right now that those teammates of his searched through. He has nothing left. Wang Xiaoxiao was speechless with dislike. This scene fell in Chen Yu's eyes only to feel annoyed. No. Why is Big Sister so concerned about Jiang Yan? Didn't she used to hate Jiang Yan the most? Could it be that the effect of the ghost chain has worn off? However, he couldn't show a different behavior. He could only sigh with some worry. Big Sister, don't get angry with fourth sister. It's all my fault. Otherwise brother Jiang Yan wouldn't have left. Since brother Jiang Yan needs my heart's blood, then I'll give up my chance to break through to a rank. Nowadays heart's blood is the most indispensable thing. He pretended to be righteous, but for the sake of brother Jiang Yan, I reason to offer, as long as brother Jiang Yan can recover his health, he said, and then hid the cunningness in his eyes. In the past, as long as he sold himself short, then Jiang Yan would suffer. This was 100 times successful. However, Zhang Luoluo sniffed but looked at Chen Yu with a somewhat sad but still pleased expression. Xiaosun, you have this kind of realization. Big Sister is very pleased. Don't worry, she wiped the tears from her eyes. Big Sister will look for a way for you to break through the A rank, and then find even more precious treasures to restore your strength. I just didn't expect, little Sun, that you would be so righteous. Big Sister is happy from the bottom of her heart. You've really grown up. You're even sympathetic to Big Sister. Ha! Chen Yu was dumbfounded when he heard this. According to past practice, as long as he sold himself short, they would definitely point the finger at Jiang Yan. But he even said this time that it would affect his future. But what's going on? Was Big Sister really drugged by Jiang Yan? This is the blood of the heart. Really want to lose a drop, then his bloodline is incomplete. How can Big Sister treat him so calmly? But Big Sister just didn't seem to realize the strangeness in his demeanor, kept praising him for his understanding and had to ask for his heart's blood now. No way. At this time, Wang Xiaoxiao, who was listening to all of this, spoke up. Big Sister, it's fine if you want to treat Jiang Yan, but you can't joke around with Xiao Sun's future. Besides, even if Xiao Sun agrees, the captain and I and the others won't agree. There's no negotiation on this point. With an angry look on her face, she pulled Chen Yu behind herself for protection. She stared into her big sister's eyes. Big sister, how did you become like this now? You didn't used to be like this. You're really strange to me. Zhang Luoluo smiled. Strange? I now feel that you guys are strangers. How much Jiang Yan paid for us, do you know? Let's just say that a large portion of the team's elixirs are all from Jiang Yan going to trade his life for them. And most of our current daily expenditure of ghost coins is also from Jiang Yan trading his life for them. Now that he's going to die from poisoning and only needs a drop of Xiao Sun's heart's blood to save him, are you going to let me watch with my own eyes as my brother, who has given 7 years of his life for you, dies? I can't do it. Wang Xiaoxiao was just about to retort when she was interrupted by Zhang Luoluo's cold words. Wang Xiaoxiao, have you forgotten? What did we do when Chen Yu's realm got in the way before? Just because of the captain's remark that he could pile it on with his bloodline. What did we do? We plunged a knife into Jiang Yan's heart and took out his heart's blood drop by drop. Are you aware of how much Jiang Yan has suffered in the past? What's wrong with returning a little nowadays? We can't treat it differently. Xiao. Her voice carried a tremor as she went over to hold on to Wang Xiaoxiao's face. Wang Xiaoxiao doesn't know what to do, but that can't take Xiao Sun's heart blood. How precious is Xiao Sun? And Jiang Yan? He's not precious enough to die. It's not even comparable. Besides, even if they were saved, with Jiang Yan's nature, he definitely wouldn't come back to apologize to them, and would only take it for granted. More than that, they will even retaliate against them. Saving him is just like feeding a tiger. But the most awkward one was still Chen Yu, who was in the middle. How about Xiao Sun? Just one drop. Zhang Luoluo looked at Chen Yu with a nervous expression. If Chen Yu refused, there was nothing she could do. Chen Yu was frozen by his big sister's question and didn't dare to speak, but he met his big sister's blazing gaze. But next to him, Wang Xiaoxiao was giving him a look full of reluctance, but he didn't know what to do. If he refused, the big sister's heart will definitely be upset. But what about his realm advancement if he answers and wins? You should know that the bloodline is the most inseparable. A drop of heart blood is even more important among the bloodline. River words. It's all your fault. If you said you'd leave the team, you did. Why did you have to make such a mess? I should have poisoned you before you left. He looked at his big sister and squeezed out a smile at the corner of his mouth and spoke. Big sister, but the elevation of my realm, doesn't brother Jiang Yan have any other methods? Wang Xiaoxiao was just about to say something when Zhang Luoluo directly interrupted her. Your fourth sister has said that there is no other way but your heart's blood. Xiao Sun, aren't you most concerned about Jiang Yan? Just this once. Big sister will find a better promotion for you. Chen Yu had already cursed Jiang Yan to death in his heart upon hearing this. He used to accumulate all sorts just to break through the S rank, but now it was hard to break through the A rank. But he could only barely squeeze out a smile now as he looked at Zhang Luoluo. Elder sister, what I'm willing to do, isn't it just a drop of heart's blood? Zhang Luoluo looked at Chen Yu and instantly felt that he was really obedient. But as soon as she thought that one drop might not be enough, she continued to speak. Xiao Sun, if one drop, big sister is afraid that she won't be able to cure it. How about a little more? Wang Xiaoxiao on the side was not happy. Big sister, you let Xiao Sun drop a drop even if you still want it? Are you crazy or not? This is a matter of life and death. Zhang Luoluo looked over with cold eyes. Is Jiang Yan's life not a life? Did we think about that when we took his heart's blood without any limits? How about it, little Sun? Aren't you the most obedient? Big sister will only beg you this once. She looked at Chen Yu with a warm smile on her face. Chen Yu, which has seen such a big sister, but also cannot refuse, his heart across a clenched teeth, directly spoke, as long as the rescue of brother Jiang Yan, then everything is not a problem. Brother Jiang Yan's life is the most important. Isn't it just a few drops of heart blood? I'll give it. But just as he was speaking passionately, the sound of shock and fury came from the distance. Give what? Are you trying to bury Xiao Sun's life? Chapter 78, Jiang Yan. You can't escape. The roar shifted the crowd's attention, and Zhang Luoluo looked at the captain, Zhang Pei, as he angrily walked over, the warmth of his anger clearly surfacing on his face. He came up and pulled Chen Yu behind him, looking at him with a soft expression. It's all right. The captain is here. No one can bully you. But Chen Yu, as if there is someone to support. He knows that as long as the captain came, then everything can be dissolved. In fact, just now the big sister has the moment to take away his blood. He secretly sent a message to the captain. Now, well, once the captain arrives, everything will be solved, and Big Sister can no longer force him to do anything, even if she agrees. As long as it is not good for her, the captain will stop it. He pretended to be very selfless and pulled Zhang Pei's sleeve. Captain, it's fine. Brother Jiang Yan was poisoned. Although he did a lot of hateful things to us, he's still our teammate. He patted his chest in a low tone. Even if I take this life of mine in exchange for Brother Jiang Yan's life, it's still fine. Zhang Pei listened to his heart flutter and pointed at Zhang Luoluo and yelled, "Listen to Xiao Sun's words. He is all willing to exchange a life for a renegade team of a life. How kind is little Sun? What about you? As a big sister, don't you know the importance of the lesser of the two? Is Jiang Yan that white-eyed wolf important or Xiao Sun? Don't you know?" He pointed at Zhang Luoluo and cursed with a burst of red and white on his face. Zhang Luoluo looked at Zhang Pei, and her heart didn't feel good at being spoken to, but she couldn't just watch Jiang Yan die. "Captain, I just want a drop of my heart's blood. It's not much. It won't affect Xiao Sun much. Jiang Yan used to blame us for being too biased. If we weren't so biased, maybe it wouldn't have happened at all that the secret realm was his to take first place. Maybe he wouldn't have ruled out the team." The more she spoke, the more her eyes reddened. Jiang Yan had received so much unfair treatment in the past, and now it had become difficult to survive. Wang Xiaoxiao looked at Zhang Luoluo strangely. "Big sister, but Xiao Sun's future can't be in the wrong. We used to rely on Xiao Sun to lead us to live. Jiang Yan has ruined our plans for several years this time. No one cares about our own situation. Why are you looking out for a white-eyed wolf who harmed us now? Do you want to be sentenced out of the team as well?" As soon as these words came out, Zhang Pei's gaze was also sharp with scrutiny as he swept over Zhang Luoluo's body. Zhang Luoluo staggered and looked at them. She didn't understand, except that she could only speak in a low voice. I won't be sentenced out of the team." But Xiao Sun seemed to have caught the key point and pulled up Zhang Luoluo's sleeve. Sister Luoluo definitely won't rebel against the team. Perhaps the impact of this secret journey to Big Sister is too great. Let Big Sister have a good rest." When Chen Yu finished the sentence, a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. "This time let's see what Big Sister will do. The captain is here, and I'm still helping her speak. No one in their right mind could possibly make any more noise." As he expected, Zhang Pei's anger apparently eased a bit as he looked at Zhang Luoluo with a look of hatred. "Look at Xiao Sun. You are going to lay your hands on him and he is still helping you out. I really don't know what to say about you." He flung down his sleeves. "This matter is over. Remember, Zhang Luoluo, if you care so much about Jiang Yan, why don't you simply get out of the team as well?" He pulled Chen Yu over and was ready to leave. At this time, Wang Xiaoxiao walked over and patted Zhang Luoluo's arm and sighed. "Big sister, don't get angry with the captain. We are the teammates. Now Jiang Yan has nothing to do with us. Whether he dies or lives has long since been out of our hands, and he's only to blame for his death." She looked at her big sister who was already lost in thought and no longer had anything good to say. She just patted her on the shoulder and left the place. Zhang Luoluo looked at their faraway figures and felt bad in her heart. Her mind drifted back to Jiang Yan's smile full of adoration. Every bit of him exploded like a bomb in her mind. For things to be the way they are now, obviously Jiang Yan used to like them so much. Obviously they're in harmony. Lost in thought, she followed them back to the territory, but Chen Yu weirdly pulled her aside. Zhang Luoluo was puzzled. By all rights, Chen Yu should be very afraid of himself right now. But Chen Yu unexpectedly peeled open his own shirt, revealing the piercing wound on his chest, then looked at her with a miserable mouth and opened his mouth. "Elder sister, just now the captain was there. It's not convenient for me to hand over my heart's blood to you, so hurry up and go and get this blood now to save brother Jiang Yan." With that he brought out a small vial in his arms. The bright red blood inside was so blinding that he trembled as if he were opening his mouth in a very thin voice. "Big sister, you must save brother Jiang Yan. Try to bring him back. He must have been bullied by those teammates of his outside." The more he said, the redder his eyes became, as if he was really thinking about Jiang Yan. Zhang Luoluo had frozen at this point. She tremblingly stretched out her hand and received the bottle containing the blood under Chen Yu's expectant gaze. She could clearly feel the heat coming from the blood within the bottle. Xiao Sun had already shown a lot of concern for Jiang Yan, and just now she was even more of a yes. So if it wasn't for the captain blocking her, she might have gotten it already. But when she saw the wound on Chen Yu's chest, her heart still seized hard. Even though she had seen more than enough of Chen Yu's chest-punctured wounds before, it still seemed like there was some fear now. But why did she only find the wounds on Jiang Yan's body disgusting before? And the first time she saw Chen Yu's wounds was so heartbreaking. She doesn't know. But none of that mattered now. What mattered was that she could finally cure Jiang Yan. She trembled and reached out her hand to help Chen Yu's head, and said with great relief, "Xiao Sun, have a heart. I will definitely try my best to treat Jiang Yan, and it would be even better if I can bring him back." Big sister owes you a favor this time. Chen Yu was touched and shook his head. It's fine. This is all what I should do. As long as brother Jiang Yan is fine. It's just some heart blood. There's never any way to compare with brother Jiang Yan. With that, he urged up Zhang Luoluo. Big sister, you should go quickly. If you're a little late, it'll be bad if the toxin in brother Jiang Yan's body spreads. Aha! Zhang Luoluo wiped the tears on her eyes, looked at the bottle in her hand and then looked at Chen Yu who was full of thoughts that Jiang Yan could be cured, nodded and rushed out the door. When Zhang Luoluo's figure disappeared from Chen Yu's sight, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he laughed softly as if he had succeeded in a trick. Jiang Yan, die while you can. He laughed as he wiped off that wound on his chest, the dye staining his hand directly. He scrutinized the dye carefully, gazing through the window as if expecting Jiang Yan's pained expression. This time, I had to make him come back on his knees and beg me to ask for the antidote. Jiang Yan, you can't escape. Chapter 79, Homecoming. But just as Zhang Luoluo didn't go far, Chen Wanning followed. Big sister, are you going to look for Jiang Yan? Zhang Luoluo turned back in surprise when she saw Chen Wanning's crying red eyes. Her heart suddenly trembled. Chen Wanning looked at Zhang Luoluo's heart as very bad taste. She actually does not dare to go to see Jiang Yan because she does not know in what way. She had just heard what the captain had come back to tell them as well. The whole drugging thing, she actually knew something about it. Zhang Luoluo sighed and patted her shoulder, handing over a tissue. Don't cry. Jiang Yan's toxin is spreading like crazy now. This curing him, he'll definitely change his mind about us. It's just that this time, we have to find a way to make it up to Sun. Chen Wanning gave a low hum, then followed Zhang Luoluo towards Jiang Yan's residence. In Jiang Yan's Qi Si, the massive black Qi was like a giant beast roaring inside him, recklessly charging his Qi Si. This massive black Qi had become violent since it was discovered, as if it wanted to devour Jiang Yan's Qi Si in a frenzy. Jiang Yan spat out a mouthful of blood with a wow as he felt the huge force in his body. He shuddered with a shriveled look. This scared the hell out of Wu Qi and the others. Little brother, come quickly. Yanzi can't hold on anymore. Quickly help him heal. Fatty Wang's forehead was in a cold sweat from his urgency. Wu Qi directly carried the paralyzed Jiang Yan to the bed with one hand, then made him able to sit on the bed. Xiao Xiao sat behind Jiang Yan with a single stride, frowned, and said doubtfully, how do you cure it? Wu Qi slapped his thigh, yes, how to cure? Xiao Wang said that the gas swimming over a week. But now, Fatty Wang's explosive temper instantly cursed. I should have known to tie that old man back until Yanko's injuries were good. At this time, Jiang Yan regained a trace of clarity, but the black Qi in his body was still rampaging around, and his Qi Si had been shattered. Is today the day to die? He hadn't said goodbye to this group of brothers. Haven't seen the other two family members yet. The conviction in his heart supported him to maintain the last trace of clarity. He spat out a mouthful of blood and directly raised his arm and bit on it with one hand. His arm ached sharply for a moment, and blood rolled down the tip of his teeth. Little brother, you can come as you please. If you're dead, you're dead. Scared less. He trusted little brother though. It was a trust that came from the depths of his soul. Xiao Xiao looked at Jiang Yan. A trace of intolerance flashed in his eyes. Then his hands directly pressed on his back. But when he just wanted to cross the Qi in his body, he found that there was something blocking the way. He frowned slightly at Wu Qi for help and shook his head. No. Wu Xia saw this situation are anxious crazy. Has been in the heart meditation, this can be done. Fatty Wang even wanted to slam the door. Wait, I will catch that to personally guide. Jiang Yan also felt the Qi on his back, and also felt something blocking it. He thought it should be the clothes blocking it. Since Qi was transmitted through the skin, having clothes to block it shouldn't be possible. And what he had on him was even a Dao weapon, and it was SS ranked, so it would definitely block the entry of Qi. He was just about to open his mouth when a hint of fishy sweetness once again came from his throat, and he let go of his hand, blood instantly flowing down his arm, coloring Jiang Yan's face with a splash of after. This scene could scare Wu Qi and the others. What can we do about this? Can we stop the bleeding with the spirit fruit's aura? Wu Qi moved to think about it, anxious to bury Fatty Wang. Because Fatty Wang is beside him and has already picked up the black and gold ancient knife and is ready to go to cut Xia down. Xiao Xiao was also at a loss for words. Although Yan Zi's talent was said to be unlimited recovery, why was the poison in his body so strong? If he had been unable to treat it, wouldn't it be an endless torture? Jiang Yan spoke hoarsely at this time. Clothes off? It should be the clothes blocking it. And this poison seems to be able to block the make of my talent. He spat out a mouthful of blood before he could finish his last sentence and fell asleep. He felt that all the internal organs in his body were shattered by that massive Qi. Chen Yu. So vicious. The moment they saw Jiang Yan fainting, Wu Qi and Fatty Wang's hearts were in their throats as they quickly stepped forward. Words, you don't faint. Wu Qi was frightened and started to shake Jiang Yan, his eyes even more red. You promised to go back with us. You're gone here. Where can I find someone? Ah, you quickly give me sober. He shook him frantically in a hurry, all but nearly exploding. Words, if you don't wake up, I'm going to chop your dick off. Fatty Wang chided Jiang Yan in a cold voice. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wu Qi kicked him in the leg. What are you talking about? Aren't I just giving Yanko a little boost? That's when they suddenly felt a breeze blowing across their cheeks. The two stumbled and fell to the ground. Fatty Wang was confused. Enemy attack? He hurriedly picked up his sword and looked around vigilantly, but they were all confused when they saw Xiao Xiao, because the Dao clothes on Jiang Yan had already been torn apart by this strong wind. Xiao Xiao's hand was pressed against Jiangsu's back and he frowned, his sharp gaze flashing a hint of hatred. He didn't expect the poison to be so vicious, and he didn't expect Jiang Yan's former teammates to be so vicious. He ran the qi in his body, and the qi drilled out of his body and gradually traveled down his arms and through Jiang Yan's back into his body. The little brother spoke. Wipe the sweat. Oh, this is coming. Fatty Wang froze for a moment at the sight, then quickly reacted by going to the side and fetching the dampened towel before stepping forward to start wiping the sweat from little brother's forehead. But when his eyes converged on little brother's eyes, he only felt that little brother's sharp and detailed gaze was a very breathless one. Could it be too hot? I remember dipping into cool water. Wu Qi took the towel from Fatty Wang's hand with a good look on his face. Wipe where you? Little brother is asking you to wipe Jiang Yan. As he said that, he put the towel on Jiang Yan's body, but the moment he touched it, he felt that his hand was scalded by hot water in general, and instantly frowned. Why is it so hot? He placed his hand on Jiang Yan's forehead. The beads of sweat on his forehead were so hot on his hand. It was only at this moment that they felt the heat from Jiang Yan's body, who was now emitting scalding heat like a furnace. Wu Qi panicked and hurriedly started to continuously wet the towel with Fatty Wang before wiping Jiang Yan's sweat, and inside Jiang Yan's body, while that mass of black qi collided, he suddenly felt an unfamiliar qi drilling into it, and when that qi met up with him, it changed into a small qilin that began to collide with him, and Jiang Yan's qi was like a shaky cradle enduring this overwhelming onslaught. Jiang Yan's brows tightened once again, and the tearing sensation within his body without the effects of his talent caused him pain, though this was even as strong as the feeling of being suspended from the beams of a room with a barbed chain to whip. But it still hurts. It was as if he had been put into a dark area and beaten, and this beating came from the verbal abuse and whipping of Zhang Pei and the others. His consciousness gradually sank. He just curled up in that dark corner, his eyes red and swollen, but he never cried out. The bruises from the whippings on his body tormented his spirit repeatedly. He wanted to die so bad. If you die, there's nothing left, and the pain is gone. His spirit came to the edge again, and areas of darkness spread and crumbled like a spider's web in all directions. The piercing insults of Zhang Pei and the others around them came into his mind. Jiang Yan, you are a white-eyed wolf. How did I get you out before? Why did you lay hands on Xiao Sun? Don't you know he's kind-hearted and won't lay hands on you? Jiang Yan, I really misjudged you. Hurry up and die. What's the use of you living? Hurry up and die. Zhang Pei and Zhang Luoluo, they pointed at Jiang Yan, who was cowering in the corner, and told him to die quickly. His spirit was tortured to its peak. He compromised. Instantly the black space in Zhang Pei and their mouths and faces shattered like glass. But then, just as his mind fell into a long slumber, a pair of hands reached out toward him as if with light. He froze as he slowly looked up, seeing only a blur of three figures, and the owner of these hands was looking at him with a smile on his face. The brow is so soft, so much to fall into. The corners of the mouth of that smile-filled face moved gently and slightly, letting out a magnetic low but very warming sound. Yanko, we still have to take you home. You can't leave first. The fat man in the blurry figure next to him rubbed his stomach and also reached over a hand. Words, go back with us. Fat master, I still have a lot of handicrafts you haven't tasted yet. The tall, hooded figure next to him at that moment also slowly reached out a hand at that moment. The corners of his mouth lifted gently, and he said only two words. Go home. Chapter 80, Someone's sending me ahead. Jiang Yan looked at them, and their blurred figures began to clear up as he slowly reached out and took the hands of the three. Seeing this, the three of them all exerted force to pull Jiang Yan up. A clear tear escaped from the corner of Jiang Yan's eye, cutting through the air and dripping onto the ground. When this drop of smoke touched the ground, the entire space was splashed with gusts of waves like ocean waves. The drops of tears began to spread like points of light until they surrounded the entire space. In an instant, the trio's point figures disappeared, leaving behind a sentence before vanishing into points of light. We'll meet you outside. That's when his mind was instantly pulled back, and he opened his eyes, already wet with tears, as the sharp pain in his body pulled him back to reality once again. He watched clearly as Wu Qi and Wang Fatty were frantically wiping his sweat away when he saw him waking up. Both were ecstatic. In unison, he breathed a sigh of relief. Yanko, you finally woke up. We almost. Wu Xie's eyes were even tearing up. We almost thought you were going to leave us. The corners of Jiang Yan's miserably white lips moved slightly, enduring the severe pain in his body. He laughed and said, "How can it be? You guys are my family." And when he turned his head, when he saw that little brother had been naked, the unicorn tattoo on his body fell piercingly in Jiang Yan's line of sight. But sweating profusely, instantly his heart trembled, for the corners of his lips had also turned white. He felt the warmth within him spread throughout his body. The pain in his body began to disappear, and his whitened lips began to regain their color. Inside, the black chi, which was originally beaten back, began to absorb the surrounding chi and became stronger and stronger. And the little brother outside his body also felt this aura. He directly took off his clothes, the Qilin blood in his body surging wildly, and the chi in his body grew stronger and stronger as it began to pass through his arms into Jiang Yan's body. The massive black chi in Jiang Yan's chi still wanted to escape when it saw the situation, but it was directly slapped onto the ground and then crushed to death by the Qilin that had instantly increased in size by several times. The Qilin then transformed into a gust of wind and flowed around in Jiang Yan's body before leaving his chi. At this time in the outside world, Jiang Yan's chi began to recover, and Jiang Yan could see that little brother was helping himself recover. But little brother's own breath wasn't too good either. He directly interrupted his breath, returning all of it, and at the moment his natural abilities began to be used, and the various injuries and pains in his body began to disappear. He used his ability directly on the little brother whose breath was weak, transferring all of his negativity to himself. The aura on Zhao's body also began to become thicker. Drops of sweat slid down little brother's chest. Zhao pursed his lips, breathing a little heavily. The whitish lips were also beginning to regain their blood color. The unicorn tattoo on his body disappeared as his body temperature returned. He took a deep breath, opened his eyes to meet Jiang Yan's line of sight, and spoke, "Is everything alright?" Jiang Yan only felt a wave of emotion in his heart and his eyes reddened. "Much better, thanks." He looked at Wu Wei again as the two of them opened their mouths and began scratching their heads in embarrassment. Wu Qi's heart that was in his throat at this time was released. He let out a long breath and patted Jiang Yan. "It's good that it's okay, we just almost thought that you were going to." Fatty Wang said, "What's the point of talking about this? Isn't Yanzi still fine now? But this poison is really vicious. Next time I see Zhang Pei and the others I will make them pay for it." Wu Qi said at this time, "Forget about Zhang Pei for now. Right now Yanzi's body is the important thing." Wu Xia looked at Xiao Xiao first. "Xiao, what's the feeling? Are you in any serious physical condition?" Xiao shook his head. "It's been eradicated." "Ha?" Wu Qi was shocked. "Eradicated?" He then looked at Jiang Yan. "How does it feel?" Seeing this, Jiang Yan closed his eyes and felt the sea of qi in his body, realizing that it was calm and peaceful, and that massive black qi had already disappeared. He opened his eyes and looked at Wu Qi. "It's gone." When Wu Qi heard these words, the big stone in his heart fell, and he thankfully patted his chest. "Fortunately, it's okay. Right, Fatty, what did you just say? You're going to kill Zhang Pei and the others? That's a bit bad. Why don't you poison them?" Wu Qi touched Fatty Wang. Fatty Wang opened his mouth. "No, you're more poisonous than me here. But it's just as well that Yanko's okay." Wu Wei put a hand on his shoulder. At this moment, Jiang Yan suddenly felt the sea of qi in his body begin to expand, and he quickly entered his state. But Wu Xia saw this and thought that Jiang Yan had relapsed again, and tensed up in the flesh. But the words of the youngest brother, who was taking a towel to wipe the sweat from his body in preparation for dressing, dispelled his doubts. Breakthrough. Wu Qi then sighed in relief. In that case, wouldn't Yanzi be breaking through the A rank then? His eyes were clearly surprised. Fatty Wang rubbed his stomach. Words are advancing so fast. We can't afford to drop our chains. We still have to follow him to fight the 10 great terrors. It's not good to drag our feet when the time comes. With that, Fatty Wang pulled out a large pile of fruits, then distributed them to Wu Qi and Xiao Xiao, and then sat down beside Jiang Yan to start growing the buildup of ghost qi in his body. All three of them began the cultivation of ghost qi, but at the same time, not far from where they live, Zhang Luoluo led Chen, wanting to avoid many potential dangers through the map in Jiang Yan's cell phone. Her eyes reddened slightly as she looked at the map in her hands. In fact, everyone in the team had this one map, and it was a paper map that Jiang Yan had personally given them. It was clearly labeled with each of their exclusive areas, and the probability of danger. But so elaborate maps they first contacted all thought Jiang Yan and lying to them or thinking of ways to harm them. All of them each tore up that thick book in front of Jiang Yan. That's right. Jiang Yan had explored almost all the places just to minimize the probability of danger. But what do? Chen Wanting also noticed that her big sister was out of sorts, and when she saw her looking at the map on her cell phone and falling into deep thought, a little bit of tears even slipped down on her eyes. She understood everything instantly, but she couldn't change anything, because it had already happened, and all they could do was try to undo it. She patted her big sister's shoulder. We'll be arriving at Jiang Yan's place soon. Adjust your state. Jiang Yan will definitely think we're here to act bitter again when he sees it. Zhang Luoluo sniffled and stopped looking at her cell phone, but her hand tightly clenched the bottle containing blood in her hand. As long as I save Jiang Yan, even if he hates me or curses me, I will let him know that even if the world has abandoned him, he still has me as his sister. Despite the fact that this sister was in tatters in his eyes, she still had to be Jiang Yan's hope of staying alive, his only pillar of support to live. She didn't stop walking as she thought. It wasn't long before they reached Jiang Yan's place. She looked at the tightly closed door, and the image of when Jiang Yan scolded her came to her mind. She was a little frightened. She was afraid that Jiang Yan would just get angry without waiting for her to explain and then smash the only thing that could save his heart. With that in mind, she put away the bottle, and only after doing so did she let out a sigh of relief before tentatively knocking gently on the door. Jiang Yan, are you home? But after 10 seconds or so there was still no one. Zhang Luoluo and Chen Wanning exchanged a glance and finally pushed the door open with one hand. Because it was too quiet, they were afraid that Jiang Yan had already fainted from too much poisoning, or just fainted in foam so that his teammates disliked him and kicked him out. But just as they vigilantly entered the room and opened Jiang Yan's bedroom, several pairs of eyes just looked straight at them. The one who reacted first was Fatty Wang, who directly burst out in foul language, then picked up the black and gold ancient sword on the side and got up ready to cut them. Asterisk 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 your grandfather, but also save the fat master I went out to look for. This directly to the door of the home of the head. Do not want for nothing. Chapter 81, if I were playing, I'd just run over them. Fatty Wang's imposing appearance instantly stunned Chen Wanning and Zhang Luoluo. Zhang Luoluo hurriedly pulled Chen Wanning back, but her eyes were still firmly fixed on Jiang Yan, who was still breaking through with his eyes closed, shouting, Xiao Yan, we've come to see you. But her words didn't wake Jiang Yan up in the slightest. Chen Wanting directly panicked. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, towards Jiang Yan, and shouted out in panic, Jiang Yan, if you don't wake up we'll die. As she said that, she looked at Fatty Wang who was sharpening his knife and walking towards her. Fatty, can you put down your knife first? We are here to save Jiang Yan. He is deeply poisoned. Only we can save him. Zhang Luoluo also looked flustered as she hurriedly took out the bottle filled with blood. This is the only thing that can save him now. He's been poisoned, you know? You guys can't dash the only hope that can save him Even if you hate him, you can't do this. Why don't I trade you guys something valuable on me for Jiang Yan? As long as you guys let him go and stop bullying him. Her panicked expression didn't look fake at all, as if she was truly worried about Jiang Yan's death. But in the eyes of Fatty Wang is ridiculous. Fatty Wang put away the knife, pointing to Zhang Luoluo them. Full of feel ridiculous look to Wu Qi. Tianjin, you see? These two afraid that the brain is not kicked by a donkey. Wu Qi nodded, however very calmly raised his eyes to look at the two men in a tone of voice. What is it? He had a pretty bad impression of these two, and it was obvious from the tone and message they spoke to Yanko, who must not have been bullied by them much. He even moved towards Jiang Yan's front as he spoke. He was worried that these two people were just watching Yan Zi break through to cause trouble, not to mention the fact that they knew that Yanko had been poisoned. Didn't that track them down? It was important to realize that they hadn't been away from the redemption shrine for long. These two, they sure didn't hold their farts. Xiao Zhao's expression was bland, as the might on the two people in front of him did not constitute a fear at all. He could take them down in a second if they dared to strike. Fatty Wang looked at them with amusement. Hey, Tianjin, did you hear that? He said he came to cure Yan Zi. How did he know that Yan Zi was poisoned? Could it be that they put it down? How do they have the face to come? This trespassing on private property can be regarded as breaking the law, right? No. What law to break? There is no law at all in this place. I see. Directly chop them up and feed them to the dogs. His intimidating voice like the sound of death into the ears of the two Zhang Luoluo caused a heartbeat of trembling. She trembled and tightly protected Wang Xiao behind her. Don't you guys mess around. Xiao Yan is still not awake. She placed the bottle with blood in her hand in front of her. Don't mess around. This is the only thing that can save Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan has been poisoned. Without this antidote, he will definitely die. With that, she pulled out all sorts of precious C-rank and B-rank Dao artifacts from her ghost ring and placed them on the ground. These are all for you guys. I just hope that you can return Jiang Yan to me. Fatty Wang snorted and raised the knife in his hand. Hey, she still thinks that we abused Yanzi? Yanzi is still too precious to us. You are the ones who mistreated Yanzi. You turn around and talk about us. Hey, this explosive temper of mine, he said and lost his temper. Zhang Lolo was dumbfounded by the remark. Wu Xia got up at this time. In their vigilant eyes picked up the ground in their view of the precious Dao weapon. Looked at the eyes swept to the tone of the Fat Wang. Do you think that this can change the words of the sun? Fatty Wang shook his head. You're just putting a bunch of XXS Dao weapons in front of us. We won't even frown. Words are not an item, and you're the only ones who think so. I yuck. Fatty Wang returned to the bedside with a disgusting yuck. He was now clear on why Yanko didn't kill them. Wouldn't it be more comforting to see them look like clowns? Murder? That's the lightest form of torture. He waved towards Wu Qi. Tianjin, come back. I would like to see what kind of drama they are trying to put on. To say that red and uncolored thing can cure Yanzi. Wu Qi coldly swept a glance at them, and then threw the Dao weapon in his hand on the ground as if it were trash as he said softly under his breath. Sending off beggars? I really don't know how Yanko joined your team before. He cursed and returned to his original position. He was also looking forward to the image if Yanko woke up and saw his former teammates coming to give him his medicine. Because he can be sure that Xiao Lao certainly will not lie. Only those who live in the blood of the Qilin can break this poison. But Zhang Pei, their team, he looked all over and did not. Most likely they were here to frame Yanko. I also don't know how they reacted when they saw that Yanko had broken through the A rank. Not to mention how they reacted when they realized that Yanko's poison had long been cured. He was beginning to look forward to it a little. As for the topic of Xiao Lao, Fatty Wang also has a deep sense of understanding. That is her mother's pure pit then. If it wasn't for that, Yanko wouldn't have been poisoned. And now that he's pulling this stunt, it's more than likely that is also messing with him. Must trash his stall sometime in a few days. Dare to make fun of them. Several of them looked at the two of them. Zhang Luoluo, warily. And Zhang Luoluo also looked at Wu Qi and they had a bad taste in their hearts. They hadn't expected these teams of Jiang Yan to be so vulgar, moving their swords, when they, the humans, were supposed to work together to fight terror. But they people are different. Thinking about civil war all the time. When exactly will such horrors be ruled out? Besides, B-rank Dao weapon junk? But it didn't look like they had any high-grade Dao weapons. But she didn't dare to accuse them and could only wait for Jiang Yan to awaken. But looking at Jiang Yan's painful appearance, he must be suffering from the toxin right now. She looked at Jiang Yan's frown with a pang of heartache. She looked at Wu Qi and the others again and found that they had a bemused look on their faces. Don't they care at all about Jiang Yan's death? They're teammates. But as she thought about it, she realized how she hadn't been like this before. And especially so. It's getting late. Fatty Wang even set up a barbecue outside the room. He was busy outside when the aroma wafted in through the door. Zhang Luoluo raised her eyes and looked outside, then looked at Jiang Yan, thinking that even if Jiang Yan had fainted from poisoning, it shouldn't have taken so long. But at this time, Fatty Wan walked in with a large string of barbecue in his hand, passing in front of Zhang Luoluo and Wang Xiaoxiao, and also smiled cheaply as he swept the barbecue from in front of them and then put it on the tip of his nose and smelled it. Emma, it really smells. Want to come for a little bit? For the sake of the word? He smiled kindly at the two. At this time, Chen Wanting's stomach rumbled indisputably, and she looked at Zhang Luoluo with an apologetic expression. Big sister. Zhang Luoluo just wanted to refuse, only to realize that she hadn't brought any food at all. If Jiang Yan didn't wake up for a few days, then she couldn't consume it at all, and now she also didn't care whether she got poisoned or not. Besides, they wouldn't dare eat it if it was poisoned. With that, he tried to reach out and take it. Thank you, but the hand has not reached halfway. Fat Wang cursed. You can be really shameless. In the past when Yanzi hungry also do not see you guys to give a little bit of food. Now even the cheek can be so thick, but also have the nerve to want. If you ask me, if it were me, I'd go straight a stream against the wall and die. Chapter 82, Death is no fun. Fatty Wang cursed and went back to his position, handing the barbecue to both Tianjin and Xiao Xiao. Come and eat. Hurry up and kill them. As soon as he ate the barbecue in his hand cleanly, he then threw the stick towards Zhang Luoluo. Hey, let me give you guys a taste of your fat master's handiwork. These words made Zhang Luoluo and Chen Wanting's whole face a burst of red and purple, and Wang Xiaoxiao couldn't sit still immediately. What the hell are you guys doing? Jiang Yan is dying. Can't you see that his lips are trembling? Fatty Wang turned his head to look at Jiang Yan and nodded his head to look at Chen Wanting. Well, then what? Chen Wanting gritted her teeth in anger. You quickly let us save him, even if you guys hate him, but this is still a fresh life. If you guys don't save it, let us save it. Okay. With that, she got up and prepared to go around to Jiang Yan's side, but she was blocked by Wu Qi. Wu Qi looked at them with cold eyes. Save Yanzi? Wasn't it you guys who gave this poison? What are you all pretending to do? Don't you think Jiang Yan has suffered enough? Can't you guys just leave him alone? Chen Wanting was disliked. I admit that we did wrong in the past, but we didn't poison him. We're not crazy enough to do that. Besides, now we're here to save him. If you guys are really doing this for Jiang Yan's sake, let me save him. With that, she picked up the bottle in her big sister's hand and headed towards Jiang Yan. This is Xiao Sun's heart blood. Elder Xia told us that this is the only antidote that can save Jiang Yan, because it's only little Sun's extreme bloodline that can do the trick. If the blood activity disappears, then it's all too late. She said that she was about to go forward and feed it to Jiang Yan, but Wu Qi took a step ahead of her and looked at her coldly and ridiculously. It's quite extreme, but our Yanzi doesn't need it. We've already cured Jiang Yan. Put your filthy hearts away or I'll waste you now. Chen Wanting was stunned by this move, but she really wanted to save Jiang Yan. She had no other ideas. How could these teammates of his be like this? They were even more vicious than them, and now that people were dying, they were not allowed to save them. But at this time, sweat dripped from Jiang Yan's forehead, and Zhang Luoluo instantly couldn't help herself when she saw this, directly taking the bottle and wanting to feed it to Jiang Yan. That's when little brother held the knife in one hand, the tip of it against her neck. Little brother didn't say anything, but his cold, handsome eyes said it all. Zhang Luoluo and Chen Wanting knew that they couldn't fight them. Even the captain couldn't help this hooded little brother, let alone them. Just a sigh of regression. Zhang Luoluo looked at Jiang Yan's painful appearance. Her heart was very bad. Could she really not save Jiang Yan? How did things get to this point? Obviously everything is still fine. If she had come to her senses earlier, would Jiang Yan have been saved? If Jiang Yan wouldn't have left the team because of those 2 words from the captain, then would he not have died? If Jiang Yan hadn't stolen anything from the team, perhaps Big Sister wouldn't have been so strict with him, beating and scolding him. Able to. They really didn't poison it. Their faces were now a shade of red and green, and they didn't know what to say, so they could only look at Jiang Yan nervously. I hope nothing happens to him suddenly. But at that moment, Jiang Yan's eyes opened and he let out a deep breath. But when he felt the silence of the air around him, he frowned. It's not right. According to the past situation, Wu Qi should be the first to ask what's going on. But now, he shifted his eyes and frowned when he saw the figures of the 2 Zhang Luoluo. No, why are these 2 things here again? This time it's even coming straight to your house? What's the end of this? Why don't we scrap 2 of them first? It would take away a lot of the spectacle, but it's not impossible. Next to him, Wu Qi touched Jiang Yan when he realized he was awake. They said they came to save your life. What do you think? Fatty Wang laughed beside him. What idea? They trespassed. Plus they wanted to plot against Yanko. Directly dragged out and chopped. No, you guys can't do this. We're really here to save Jiang Yan. Chen Wanting was timid but thought that they wouldn't strike at a weak woman like herself. Zhang Luoluo didn't care about this. Beside her just held the bottle with blood and looked at Jiang Yan worriedly. Xiao Yan, do you know that you've been poisoned? And it's a neurotoxin, which can kill you. Don't you notice any discomfort in your body right now? Jiang Yan swept them both away, stood up, took out the SSS rank Dao sword directly from the ghost ring, and looked at them with cold eyes. Which string is broken in your heads? Zhang Luoluo saw Jiang Yan's ruthless gaze at herself. Her heart trembled. Jiang Yan was really moved to kill. She quickly pulled up Chen Wanting and looked at Jiang Yan. Xiao Yan, we are here to save you. Listen to our explanation first. Okay. Jiang Yan sneered and walked towards them with his knife, kicking Zhang Luoluo when he froze. What kind of big-tail wolf are you pretending to be? I was poisoned and I didn't know? Also, you guys poisoned me, and now you're pretending to me that you're going to help me heal? Do you think I'm still the same Jiang Yan as before? Jiang Yan directly raised his sword to her neck. The old Jiang Yan is dead. Jiang Yan raised his sword and was about to chop at her body. When Zhang Luoluo saw this, she rushed to activate the protective Dao weapon that the captain had given her. It was ridiculous to say that this Dao weapon, everyone in their team had it, but Jiang Yan was the only exception. But she also didn't think that Jiang Yan could do much damage to her, because she herself was almost at the peak of a rank, and half of her foot was already at S rank. Regardless of how demonic Jiang Yan is, it is impossible to break her defense. She opened the Dao weapon just afraid of her own auto-block without a light weight to Jiang Yan to shock injury. It would be bad if this shock spread the neurotoxin in Jiang Yan's body. Even Chen Wanting felt this way and did not resist in the slightest. But the image of the shield protecting them to death, as they had expected, did not appear. All there was the sound of Jiang Yan's Dao sword slashing against the shield as it shattered. It wasn't the Dao sword that shattered. It was the shield that shattered when it was touched. Instantly a huge force swept over the 2 Zhang Luoluo, and while they stared wide-eyed they hurriedly drew out their Dao swords to fend them off. But the force was too powerful, directly lifting the 2 of them into the wall, and instead of dissipating immediately, the tremendous force directly collapsed the wall behind them. The 2 figures were knocked out of the wall as if they were kites that had lost their strings, and fell heavily to the ground. Pang! Soot and 4 gases. The smoke made Jiang Yan choke. He waved his hand, dispersing the smoke in front of him, and somewhat apologetically looked behind him and smiled awkwardly at Wu Qi. The force was a bit too much. Wu Qi walked up and patted his shoulder. If it collapses, it collapses. Just fix it when you're done, Fatty. Hey, why are you making me fix everything? Whoever collapses, who fixes it? Fatty Wang instantly quit when he heard that he had to do hard labor again. He looked at the smoke and dust outside the wall at this point. Hey, Yanko, you're really hitting hard. But I like it. I just don't know if he's dead yet. He still has to repair the wall for us. Jiang Yan put the Dao weapon away and looked coldly at the two people who were in a sorry state as the smoke and dust fell in a cold voice. It's best to die. Only, dead. Could be a little less fun. Chapter 83. Who are you pretending to be sympathetic to? Jiang Yan stepped out with one foot. Cold eyes looking at the sore and aching Zhang Luoluo. Two people coldly said. This all ran to my house. Really think I don't dare to kill you guys? Zhang Luoluo was already at a loss for words at this moment as she looked at the aura on Jiang Yan's body. Why is Jiang Yan so strong? Did he break through the A grade? That's impossible. Even if he breaks through the A rank, it's impossible for him to do any harm to her. She's a PK rank. And how old is he? Early 18s and it's only been a month since he was reconditioned. Xiao Sun isn't even that fast. But none of that should concern her. She looked at Jiang Yan and hurriedly got up. She didn't blame Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan should have beaten her. She deserves all of this. She held out the bottle in her hand. Jiang Yan, I'm here to deliver the antidote to you. Look, this is Xiao Sun's heart blood. It can cure your neurotoxin. Take it. Big sister went to a lot of trouble. Jiang Yan frowned at her miserable appearance and her worried tone. If it was the Jiang Yan of the past, he might actually go up and pick it up, then thank her with a face full of happiness. But now he just felt sick. Hadn't he given them enough pain last time? But they were so damn good at pretending. If you push a few more words, I'll immediately waste you. Jiang Yan looked at her with cold eyes, directly picking up the black and gold ancient knife handed over by little brother. Jiang Yan frowned. This slaughtering a chicken with a bull's knife, right? But he didn't care so much. At this time Zhang Luoluo seemed to be in a hurry. Jiang Yan, listen to your sister for once, will you? Your poison can't be delayed. Your body is already in bad shape. If the toxin spreads, then it can't be undone. Chen Wanting look also staggered up on the side, looking at Jiang Yan somewhat angry. Jiang Yan, can you understand something? You hit us. The gas also subsided. Can you first take the medicine? Jiang Yan looked at them and only felt ridiculous. Don't be hypocritical. What's in this bottle is afraid to be poisonous. I wouldn't dare to drink it. How could it be? This is what I specifically asked old Xie. He said that only Xiao Sun's heart blood can save you. Sister almost fell out with the team. In the end it was Xiao Sun who gave it to me personally. This time if you recovered, go back with me and apologize to Xiao Sun. Okay? The injuries on his body aren't good right now. And now, she looked at the bottle in her hand and her eyes reddened. Just listen to your sister for once. Okay? We can definitely go back to being like we were before. We were all worried about you. Chen Wanning also chimed in. Jiang Yan, big sister almost broke up with the team for your sake. So just listen to big sister for once. Even if we did a lot of evil things to you in the past, it wasn't intentional on our part. And the one who was hardest on you was the oldest. When Jiang Yan heard these words, a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. Zhang Luoluo could break with the team for herself? Is this still Chun Yu's blood? What the hell? Why didn't she say she'd give her life for herself? He smiled coldly without refusing and took the bloodied bottle under Zhang Luoluo's shocked and delighted gaze. He lifted and scrutinized it for a few moments. Next to him, Wu Xia instantly became worried when he saw the situation and was about to remind Jiang Yan that this was all a trick. But Fatty Wang raised his hand to stop him, his eyes signaling him to trust Jiang Yan. Wu Qi couldn't say anything when he saw this. Zhang Luoluo's greatest fear was that these teammates of his would stop him from saving Jiang Yan, who must have suffered a lot of abuse here. She had already made up her mind that as long as Jiang Yan's poison was cured, he would definitely be touched. And at that time, she would be bringing Jiang Yan back. With himself and Lao Er protecting Jiang Yan, he definitely wouldn't be ostracized much. At best, you'll get a reprimand from the captain. As for Little Sun's realm breakthrough, there must be other ways. Just as both she and Chen Wanting were fantasizing about the future, a sound of breaking glass pulled the two back in their thoughts. There was a silence in the air, only to see Jiang Yan's face full of surprise as he looked at the slight reversal of the hand's movement and looked at Zhang Luoluo as they said, "Oops. Sorry, the blood seems to have fallen out. Why don't you guys grab Chen Yu back again and take it again in front of me? That way I'll surely take it. After all, he has my blood in his veins." Zhang Luoluo froze. She seriously looked at Jiang Yan's guilt-filled look and shook her head. But Chen Wanning was very clear that this was entirely Jiang Yan not trusting them. They were his teammates who had been together for 7 years. Teammates who had been born to die and handed over their offspring to each other. So why refuse to believe them? Chen Wanting's eyes directly reddened as she looked at Jiang Yan. Her voice began to choke. Jiang Yan, this is your life-saving medicine. Why are you like this? She wiped her tears and stared at Jiang Yan with some resentment, almost roaring out. Do you know how big of a decision Big Sister made for this medicine? How do you? Jiang Yan indifferently skimmed his mouth and spread his hands. Then I really thank you guys. Next time I don't need it. I feel sick. Jiang Yan, how did you become like this? Disgusting? You just wait to be poisoned to death. You're just being a donkey with good intentions. Zhang Luoluo gritted her teeth in anger and flung her sleeves away, no longer caring about Jiang Yan. His prejudice against them was so deep in his bones that it would be futile to try to undo it. They did the best they could. He buried himself by his own doing. She consoled herself in her mind. She gave Jiang Yan a final regretful look inside. Things were already irreparable. She couldn't make it up to him even if she wanted to. She turned around and pulled Zhang Luoluo up. Big sister, let's go. But Zhang Luoluo was as if she was possessed. Looking at Jiang Yan lost in thought and crying, "It won't happen. There must be a way." As she said that, she squatted down and cupped the blood on the ground, and then looked up at Jiang Yan. "There's more here. Just take a sip. Just one sip and you'll be fine." Jiang Yan coldly slapped a hand over hers, sneering as he pointed at the blood on the ground that had already begun to corrode the ground. "You should first look at what exactly it is that you're trying to give me to drink. It's ing poison. And you're telling me it's the medicine that saved me?" He directly slapped Zhang Lola with one hand. There was a loud snap. Only Jiang Yan's cold curses remained. "For all your tricks. Seriously, it could be a tenth as strong as what you're known for doing." Zhang Luoluo felt the blazing pain on her face. She froze as she stared blankly at Jiang Yan, who had a cold face. She felt an electric current instantly sweep through her body under her feet, and her entire body was as cold as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Jiang Yan slapped her? What did Jiang Yan say? "It's poison?" She turned her head as stiff as a puppet, and when she saw the corroded ground, her heart ached like a knife. How can this be? This is clearly Xiao Sun's heart's blood. How can this be? She couldn't believe it was real. Could it be that Xiao Sun was trying to frame Jiang Yan? Or does his blood have a special effect? Maybe this is just the effect of the treatment? But then Jiang Yan's voice once again came into his ears, was so sarcastic. "Don't think about defending Qinyu. If it's really Qinyu's blood, doesn't that mean that his blood is poisonous? That would really fit his character then. Green tea poison. It should be, right?" Jiang Yan mocked with a cold smile. "But then again, you're disgusting. I'm afraid you already knew it was poison. Who are you pretending to show it to?" Chapter 84, Unnamed Draft. Zhang Luoluo had long since choked up and couldn't speak, her reddened eyes sliding down with the slightest trace of tears. "Xiao Yan, I really just want to save you. This blood might just be a special effect. Don't be capricious, okay? Sister begs you, will you drink a little? Just a little." She slowly took out the sheet from her ghost ring and handed it over. "This is your medical history report, was given to me by Elder Xie. I'm really just trying to save you. Why can't you trust me for once?" Jiang Yan received the list with a sneer and scanned it twice, while Fatty Wang next to him frowned as he took the list and looked at it. Instantly burst, "I told you that this heart is designated not to hold a good fart. Next time I see him I must break his incisors." Zhang Luoluo wiped her tears. "Xiao Yan, did you eat something indiscriminately in the past? Why didn't you tell me if you didn't have any food to eat?" Jiang Yan looked at the two men with cold eyes. He only felt more and more annoyed. These two men used to be his unattainable idol figures, but now he only felt disgusted. After being reborn once, he saw through everything. "Why don't you ask her? Ask her to let her have a violent beating?" Jiang Yan didn't want to see her acting pitiful again and turned his head to leave, but Zhang Luoluo instantly understood Jiang Yan's thoughts as she watched his actions. Going forward, he directly pulled him. "Xiao Yan, you go back with me. Xiao Sun is surely still willing to give you some blood. As long as you give Xiao Sun an apology and say something good. This time put down your dignity. Okay, life is important." Jiang Yan looked down at her and shrugged her off. "Get lost. I think you're dirty. And put down your dignity. I didn't see you guys sympathize when my dignity used to be trampled under your feet. It's disgusting. It's not because of you guys that I was poisoned. So what's with the hypocrisy? You guys." "No, I didn't poison." Zhang Luoluo instantly panicked. "How could I possibly poison you? Didn't poison me?" Jiang Yan laughed coldly as he looked at their hypocritical appearance. "Do you know what was coated on that chain in Zhang Pei's hand? It was this poison that was coated. Do you really think I don't know? I was never poisoned by eating it, but by each of your whips. So disgusting." Jiang Yan spat out a mouthful of saliva, feeling like there were ants crawling all over his body. How is it possible? That chain is clearly. The pupils of Zhang Luoluo began to lose focus, eyes filled with disbelief. "It's clearly been inspected by you guys, right?" Jiang Yan laughed coldly. "Right. There's obviously nothing on it," chimed in Chen Wanting. "How could it be poisonous? But do you remember what ye did before ye smoked on me? Roasted the chains inside the fireplace, which is full of poison. Don't ye know that?" Jiang Yan looked at their puzzled and shocked expressions and laughed coldly. "No way. Your good brother Chen Yu personally poisoned you guys, don't know?" Zhang Luoluo looked at Jiang Yan only to feel very strange. "Chen Yu wouldn't be like this. Chen Yu used to treat you the best. It's impossible. Will you go back with me first? Your poison can't be delayed any longer. Let's go back first, okay? She said and wanted to pull Jiang Yan again, but Jiang Yan directly dodged it. Let me go back? Go back to be victimized by you again? To be poisoned by you again? Zhan Luoluo, my poison is already cured. I don't need you to pretend here falsely. The promise is already obvious. If you guys still have doubts, just go ask your good brother Chen Yu. I won't serve you anymore. He threw a slap on the face of Chen Wanting, who still wanted to plead for mercy. You also get out of my way. You have a share in smacking me. I really don't know how you can lay such a heavy hand on a child who was only 10 years old. Chen Wanting froze. She didn't expect Jiang Yan to slap her big sister even if she even slapped herself. Is he crazy? I'm her second sister. This couldn't be a toxin seizure print affecting his nerves, could it? She staggered and covered her face as she looked at Jiang Yan's departing back. In the past, she always thought that Jiang Yan was just having a temper tantrum and wanted to beg them to go over and apologize and forgive them. But now she understood that Jiang Yan had long since ceased to be the coy Jiang Yan of the past. He's no longer a slug that can be put at their mercy. He's changed so strangely. But Jiang Yan suddenly stopped halfway through leaving. Zhang Luoluo and Chen Wanting's eyes instantly glowed, both thinking that Jiang Yan was going to change his mind. But Jiang Yan just coldly replied back, remember to fix the wall. If you can't, double your money will be deducted. The two men's faces instantly went white. His face was suffocating red. At this time, Fatty Wang can come to the spirit, directly do not know from where to take out two engineering cap buckle in their heads, and then backed up 2 steps to look at. Towards Wu Qi beckoned, hey, Tianjin, you come over to see the symmetry of the right or not? To no longer go to catch a symmetrical point. Tianjin that is laughing in upper breath cannot catch the lower breath. Fatty, you can really damage how can you be like this? Directly to capture them all to build a big villa is not good? But these words fell into the ears of the two Zhan Luoluo people so sarcastically. Chen Wanting threw a bag of ghost coins and pulled her big sister out of the area. They were just halfway there when Chen Wanting's head was slammed raw by the sound of ghost coins colliding, and she turned her head to look with a face full of anger. Fatty Wang at the moment is rolling up his sleeves with a look of contempt, on your point of broken ghost coins to send off the caller. I still do not know if it is not the pressure of the word son to get it. Chen Wanting, who was just about to explode, was stopped by Zhang Luoluo, for no other reason than that these ghost coins were indeed exchanged for Jiang Yan's life. It was just that her mind was now preoccupied with whether it was Xiao Sun who had poisoned her, whether it was him who had tried to harm Jiang Yan, whether this heart's blood was poisonous, or whether it was poisonous in itself, and whether it was all a setup by Qinyu. For the first time, she felt that Qinyu was so chilling. As for Jiang Yan's side, Jiang Yan didn't care about these little snippets at all. The two Zhang Lolos are just small people, but the biggest chess player is Qinyu. Now don't look at Zhang Luoluo, they are crying pitifully. If you really listen to them and drink the blood, you might just die of poisoning. Qinyu was a chess player on the team, and the previous 7 years seemed as if everything was under his control, and the rest of the team are just tool people. Poisoning? It's only a fragment, and perhaps even if they knew about it, they'd only find it optional. As for Qinyu as how to poison, that naturally is to find an excuse to pull a few back together with the poison, so that even if they are found can also be said to be a few people accidentally under. No one can point a finger at him. It's all just a joke. Nowadays he just wants to live a good life with his teammates and make his way in the world, but in his spare time he can sit back and watch them regret it before they die. Who knew how many more cards this Qinyu had in his hand? His methods Jiang Yan had seen before. That stand-in doll is one of them. Maybe one day I'll kill him 800 times and still not die. When the time comes, you can also put him in the furnace and let him slowly come back to life. As for now, well, first raise his strength to S rank to unlock his hidden talent, and then look for clues to find the 10 horrors. That said, these 10 horrors seem to have only their names and no one has seen them. It's not possible that their strength has already reached XXS. Nope. Need to upgrade quickly and see if there's a clue that will get the other two buddies across when the time comes, or go to that world as well. At this time, Wu Qi suddenly exclaimed, Yanko, there are 10 horrible clues now. It's one of the horrible brides. It seems like we have to explore the ghost domain of the SSS ranked bloodthirsty ghost babies first. Why don't you, Yanko, go up to S rank first? That way there is also a guarantee. Chapter 85 Special Props. Jiang Yan fell into deep thought after this news came out. The truth was that he could completely rely on Xiao Xiao. But, if he needed Xiao Xiao even for this kind of thing, wouldn't he be of no use at all? Jiang Yan was just about to open his mouth when Fatty Wang came up with a surprised face and looked at it, pointing at the screen. How does it show a single person ghost domain? Only one person can enter. Wu Qi sniffed and once again looked carefully at the words on it, surprised to find that it was indeed so. Wu Qi and Fatty Wang looked at Jiang Yan in unison, then closed their phones and spoke. It's better to wait until Yan Zi is above S level. At that time when Yan Zi's talent awakens for the second time, no one will be able to hurt him. What do you think, little brother? Wu Xi looked over at Xiao Xiao, who was leaning against the door. Xiao raised his eyes to them, his lips moving slightly. A slash is fine. Wu Wei froze and spoke stiffly. What do you mean? Put the ghost? Little brother lowered his eyes. Ghostland. Ha! Jiang Yan and Wu Qi raised their thumbs to little brother in unison. It's still you. Jiang Yan took a deep breath. Don't worry. There are still SSS level 1 heart and soul. When the time really can't fight, then call out to you guys. Besides, I don't know how many times I wandered around the edge of death in these 7 years. This difficulty still can't get through it. What else to be your teammates? Wu Qi was about to say something, so Jiang Yan patted his shoulder. Still don't trust me? Wu Qi's lips curved slightly in a dumbfounded smile at the sight. Believe. Fatty Wang smiled and spoke. Let's go. It's not too late. The secret realm shouldn't be snatched by others. Jiang Yan looked at the trio's determined backs as thoughts traveled out of his mind. He remembered that he seemed to have been to this secret realm, in which a fragment of a XXS ranked special prop still existed. It's just that in his last life, he got it himself and was taken away by Zhang Pei on the grounds of team allocation and given to Chen Yu. Remember what he said at the time. You punk, this was originally Chen Yu. Only by a fluke you picked it up, and there is no use for you to take it. This time the team is assigned to Xiao Sun. As for you, just give you a D-grade spirit fruit. No, F-grade it. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. After all, you're too talented. Jiang Yan laughed coldly. How pathetic. A bunch of robbers. I was so blind in my last life. Only in this life. This XXS special prop he must get. It is said to be the love token of the top 10 horrible brides. In his last life, Chen Yu seemed to be the one who ordered the Bride of Terror to siphon off all sorts of talents from his body. Pulling back his thoughts, little brother suddenly handed over the black and gold ancient sword towards him, then looked at him and faintly spoke. Be safe. Call me anytime. Jiang Yan was dumbfounded. It's not necessary. Having SSS ranked Dao swords is enough. Instead of backing off, Xiao continued to push the knife over. Good use. Jiang Yan smiled and couldn't refuse. He could only say that little brother was too protective. It feels good to have teammates like that. This Ghost Bride tour will hopefully lead to a trail of the other two teams. Both Zhang Luoluo, who had returned to the territory with their heads hanging down, did not know what to think, but both of them shared the same doubt. And that was what was going on with Xiao Sun's blood. Why it corrodes the ground. Could it really be a special effect? Or maybe it was taken wrong. In their subconscious they would rather believe that Chen Yu had taken the wrong one than that Chen Yu was trying to harm Jiang Yan. But Chen Wanting couldn't help but sob when she returned inside the territory. She regretted why she had blurted out when she was on her way out. She had obviously gone to apologize. She had obviously wanted to save Jiang Yan. But now why? Still poison is why. Turns out the poison had been coming from them all along. Whip by whip. But why would Xiao Sun poison? Could he have made a mistake and seen the poison as a healing potion? Or just accidentally mixed the herbs into the fire to accidentally make the poison? Zhang Luoluo spoke in disorientation. What to do? Jiang Yan doesn't have an antidote. Do we have to ask Xiao Sun for one? But Xiao Sun is body. Chen Wanting shook her head, not knowing what to do. I don't know. I know. Why Jiang Yan didn't tell us before that there was poison on the whip? Besides, do the others know? Did only Jiang Yan himself know since the beginning? But why didn't he tell us? Why did he go and suffer that himself? Was he stupid? He's not stupid, because no one would believe it and would beat him up for slandering Xiao Sun. Zhang Luoluo retorted, but his tone was so disheveled. We are all sinners, whether we know if it's poisonous or not. We are all sinners who plotted to kill Jiang Yan, and cannot be forgiven. But it's not our fault. Maybe Jiang Yan just exaggerated to make us feel guilty, but we still beat him up. There's no doubt about that. Zhang Luoluo sighed as she rationalized her thoughts. But that's not the fact that she's getting out of the charge. Nothing can be undone. The only hope was if Xiao Sun could donate some blood again to save Jiang Yan, but that was impossible. At this time, the people who had returned to the territory looked at Zhang Luoluo and both of them fell into silence. Zhang Luoluo looked up at Zhang Pei's somewhat warm and angry face, knowing that the captain definitely knew everything. After all, this was about Xiao Sun's future. But Xiao Sun, tell the captain, isn't this cutting Jiang Yan's back? At this time, the oldest four Wang Xiao walked over first, looking at Zhang Luoluo with some anger. Big sister, what's wrong with you? You even colluded with Jiang Yan to compel Xiao Sun. How did you become like this now? If I hadn't seen Xiao Sun wiping his chest wound with a face of pain, are you going to hoodwink us for the rest of our lives? As if she hadn't taken enough anger, she looked at Chen Wanting again. Second sister, why are you like this now too? Jiang Yan is no longer our teammate. It's not like you don't know that. You're following big sister like this now. Do you really want to be sentenced out of the team just like that white-eyed wolf Jiang Yan? He lied to us for 7 whole years. And now you as elders are joining forces with traitors to wreak havoc on our teammates. Zhang Luoluo looked at Chen Yu with some surprise. The original is not a small Sun Tzu, but also right. He is so good to Jiang Yan, and even willing to dedicate his heart's blood to save Jiang Yan's life and how to break Jiang Yan's retreat. But what to do now? Should we find another opportunity to ask Xiao Sun for everything again? After all, this poison was something they had put down together, and if word got out that Jiang Yan had died, all of them would have to be implicated. She used to be such an idol that Jiang Yan worshipped, but now she had personally poisoned him. She couldn't imagine at all how Jiang Yan looked at them at that time when she was smearing the medicine. Jiang Yan scolded them for not losing. They deserved to be scolded. But at this time, Zhang Pei looked at Zhang Luoluo two people's attitude. Originally because Xiao Sun comfort down the fire instantly burst, you two still do not know shame. Jiang Yan's life is life. Xiao Sun's is not? Do you know how much heart blood Xiao Sun offered this time? Almost half. Jiang Yan that where? Let him come out to see me. He stole something messy to eat the poison, now also want to take Xiao Sun's heart blood cure. He still has no heart. Do not know Xiao Sun breakthrough in the imminent? Really damned. He looked around and directly kicked open Jiang Yan's room to look into it. Finding no one and looking at Zhang Luoluo with a very explosive temper. Where is that white-eyed wolf man? Let him come out to see me. I have to break his dog's legs and take his dog's life to make up for Xiao Sun's heart's blood. Chapter 86. Xiao Sun must have accidentally made a mistake. Zhang Luoluo and Chen Wanting were both startled by the captain's terrifying anger, and both bowed their heads, not daring to speak. Zhang Pei saw that the two did not speak more angry. When you went to Jiang Yan to courtship is not quite active? Why are you mute now? Do you really want me to expel you from the team? Quickly tell me where Jiang Yan is. Bring him to me. I'll teach him well so he'll know what's the lesser of the two. Zhang Luoluo looked up at Zhang Pei with a somewhat inadequate tone. Captain, do you know what the poison on Jiang Yan's body is? What kind of poison? Isn't it just a neurotoxin? Old Four told me about it. Don't digress. Quickly tell me where Jiang Yan is. Zhang Pei's face was filled with anger, casting a layer of intimidation over everyone around him. Chen Wanting pressed her voice and squeezed out. We're the ones who fought it out. What? Hit what? The poison on Jiang Yan's body was struck by us, Chen Wanting added. But her eyes glanced at Chen Yu from time to time. She also refused to believe that Xiao Sun really will drug. Must be a mistake. He must be worried about Jiang Yan's injuries, specially put all his medicine in the fire, and then burned when the proportion of the imbalance reached this. That must be it. At this time, Chen Yu also seemed to have grasped the key to something. God suspiciously swept the second sister a glance, then immediately returned to the usual good behavior. Something was not good. If Jiang Yan had taken his poison, he would not be in any condition for a short time, but he should have followed him back. But now that there were no people either, how could he still control Jiang Yan? How else could they draw on his chi and talent? And besides, how did Big Sister and the others know that the poisonous one was from their fight? Could it be that Jiang Yan already knew about it? But he can't. He sneaked it in while everyone was away. Poison? We beat him. How can it be? Chen Wanting, could it be that you have also been drugged by Jiang Yan? It's true that we beat him up, but it's also his NS. Do we have to comfort him for stealing chicken and dog hooks? We are doing this for his good. For his future. Beating him to let him know that he can't do these hooks. Shouldn't he thank us? Now that he is so accomplished. Isn't it still our fight? But now it seems that it was still a light beating. This time, he even dared to hit his idea on Xiao Sun. Next time, I will definitely take his dog's life. Zhang Pei was shivering with anger. Chen Yu saw this and went over to look at Zhang Luoluo and the others and nodded, then looked at Zhang Pei with a slightly weak tone. Captain, don't blame Sister Luoluo and the others. It was me who took the initiative to give my heart's blood to Big Sister. Brother Jiang Yan's life is important. I can't look at him dying in front of us and not be able to do anything about it. Zhang Pei's reddened face eased a bit upon hearing these words. Zhang Luoluo, they looked at Chen Yu also with gratitude. Still Xiao Sun thoughtful. All for Jiang Yan to do such things. Now even for them and Jiang Yan to speak. How could they have thought of June as so hateful before? Chen Yu saw that Zhang Pei's face eased a lot, and then opened his somewhat miserable mouth. Although brother Jiang Yan is at fault, he can't lose his life because of all this. As for this injury of mine, there is a way to save it, and it can also detoxify the poison on brother Jiang Yan's body. What? Zhang Luoluo was the first to get excited when she heard this. A method that can save Jiang Yan? Why didn't Elder CS say? What is it? Little Sun? Why are you so concerned about Jiang Yan? Xiao Sun's life wouldn't be a life. How are you a big sister? Zhang Pei fell into a temper seeing her so agitated. But then again, seeing Xiao Sun's well-behaved appearance, shrugged off his sleeves and didn't pursue the matter any further. Sure enough, it's still Xiao Sun who is obedient. That punk Jiang Yan. If he is saved, he has to let him kowtow to Xiao Sun a few times. Chen Wanting was similarly looking forward to the method in Xiao Sun's mouth. Since Jiang Yan didn't believe in Xiao Sun's blood, then surely he could believe in the method this time. right? Jiang Yan would definitely be moved to come back with them by then. That way he doesn't have to suffer out there. Chen Yu looked at the captain, and then looked at them a little difficult to open his mouth. Although this method is there, the difficulty is too much huge. Zhang Pei patted his shoulder full of confidence. Believe you, Captain Me? There is no trouble in this world that I can't solve. He actually hid the power in his body. He just didn't want to explode prematurely. As for Jiang Yan, they were just jumping clowns. There was no need to explode their strength. And now that Xiao Sun was suffering, it was possible to expose one or two of them. Everyone pricked up their ears to hear what the solution was. Shen Yu also did not sell his story and spoke with some regret. I need to reach the ghostly domain of the bloodthirsty ghost infant in the SSS secret realm to fetch an item that can help me recover the injuries on my body and rapidly increase my strength. And it can also help others with their injuries. And any toxins can be undone. When these words came out, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air then sighed. Wang Xiaoxiao even came to temper. This SSS-level ghost domain go who can survive all blamed Jiang Yan. If not he had to get what poison. Xiao Sun also not to be forced into this now. Big sister. Where the hell is Jiang Yan? I have to go and get Jiang Yan back to find that item for Xiao Sun. If I get it back, maybe I can also be merciful and save his life. She looked at Zhang Luoluo furiously. Zhang Luoluo didn't answer her question. Only that her newly raised heart once again fell into silence. She thought Jiang Yan was saved. But now, SSS level the highest rank in their perception. Not to mention Jiang Yan, even the captain would have a hard enough time going. But then a voice lifted her heart again, though the words were a bit hard to hear. Grabbing Jiang Yan to explore the ghost domain? With that small physique of his, I'm afraid he'll be torn to shreds before he even goes in. And as for those teammates of his, they're even more useless. Last time, they were just let loose on them. Zheng Pei said and took out a Dao weapon from the ghost ring and handed it to Chen Yu. Now I don't want to hide it from you guys. In fact, I have already reached the peak of the SSS level long ago. It's just that I found out that there are still realms above me, united with the top 10 horrors of this world. And if we use it hastily, I'm afraid that I will definitely be besieged. This Dao artifact is a defensive Dao artifact. It's very difficult for SSS ranked ghosts and monsters to cause damage to you. So everything is foolproof. With that, he spoke to Zhang Luoluo with some exasperation. Luoluo, wanting, this time, I'll give you guys a chance to atone for your sins. You guys and Lao Si will take Xiao Sun together to assist him in the ghost domain. And this time, if there are any more mistakes, I'll definitely punish him severely. Soon after, Zhang Luoluo, along with Chen Wanning and Wang Xiaoxiao, led Chen Yu to the ghostly domain of the bloodthirsty ghost infant. On the way, Zhang Luoluo and the others still hadn't gotten over their shock. The captain actually has SSS level strength. Then wouldn't we be invincible already? Wang Xiaoxiao was pleasantly surprised. Fourth sister, there are still the 10 great terrors in this world. Their rank should be in the XXS. The captain will definitely be scorned if he is exposed. Chen Yu explained very plainly. Zhang Luoluo looked at Chen Yu with some suspicion. Xiao Sun, why are you so calm? Did you already know that the captain was hiding his strength? Chen Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning, then spoke with a childish face. I don't know it's just that the captain is so strong. It's not strange to have SSS level strength. Chen Wanning laughed and rubbed his head. That's right. Why didn't we think of that? It's still Xiao Sun who's smart. She raised her eyes to the distant sky. I'm sure I can get Jiang Yan to come around this time. If Jiang Yan knew that their captain had SSS rank strength, he would definitely come back. And this time it saved his life. Only Zhang Luolu raised a question. Xiao Sun, what's going on with your blood? How did it corrode the ground? She was actually puzzled at first. Since fourth sister had seen Xiao Sun wiping her wounds, then the blood must be correct. But why was it presented as poison? Xiao Sun froze for a moment when he heard the words. Chapter 87 nowadays. It's about Xiao Sun's future. Chen Yu froze, but looking at his elder sister's puzzled look knew that he could not reveal his footwear. Pretending not to know, he opened his mouth. What's wrong with my blood? No? When Zhang Luoluo saw Chen Yu's appearance, she also felt that it could really be that the blood had a special effect. But Chen Yu spoke up. I have taken brother Jiang Yan's heart blood before. Could big sister's doubt come from here? Right. Jiang Yan's blood. Could it be that Jiang Yan's blood at that time already had a toxin, and that's what caused the corrosion of the ground? When you put it that way, then it all makes sense. So now that I think about it, could it be that Xiao Sun has this toxin in his body as well? In that case, it was fortunate that Jiang Yan hadn't drunk that heart blood, or else the Karen toxin would have worsened. No, maybe Jiang Yan already knew that there was poison in the blood, and that's why he just knocked it over. But why didn't he say it? Xiao Sun cared about him so much. Even if he hated Xiao Sun, he couldn't just stand by and watch Xiao Sun die. No, these things couldn't be known to anyone, or else Jiang Yan would never be able to come out from inside that demonic cave again. and there would be no way to fight alongside them, because now the captain was at the peak of SSS rank. The peak, almost the first person under the XXS rank. Those teammates of Jiang Yan definitely couldn't afford to be angry, but now that the captain wouldn't explode in strength, there was a chance for everything, and as long as she brought Jiang Yan back, she would be fine if she and Lao Er worked together to protect him. Everything could be solved by obtaining the special object in Xiao Sun's mouth. There's a way to reverse everything. This time, it would definitely be foolproof, and at the end of the day, at most, Jiang Yan would be scolded twice by the captain and apologize to Xiao Sun, and there would be nothing more. And just like that, time passed quickly. Jiang Yan's side had already reached the bloodthirsty ghost infant's ghostly domain. You really don't need to split it? Little brother looked at Jiang Yan with some doubt. Well, Jiangxi smiled and waved his hand and laughed. There's really no need. With your precious sword, what am I afraid of? Besides, a flower that has been growing in a greenhouse has no way to stand alone. Hey, just your nature. Pouting. Be safe inside. Wu Qi knew deep down that he couldn't persuade him but could only let him pay attention to safety. Fatty Wang looked at the pitch-black ghost domain. TCH, I have to say, the pitch blackness is comparable to the blind man's sunglasses. Alright, our Yen Zi's lucky man has his own heavenly fortune. He survived the previous 7 years. He's still not afraid of these. In my opinion, these horrors aren't as scary as those godly teammates of theirs, aren't they? Yen Zi, he patted Jiang Yan's back with a hand. Jiang Yan smiled and just wanted to reply when he heard a distant sentence that was a little hard for him to say, instantly annoying him. Jiang Yan, you actually followed us here? When he turned his head, he really found Zhang Luoluo and the others, and just now he spoke wanting to be none other than Wang Xiaoxiao, only to see him angrily walking towards him. You really are a ghost, aren't you? You just cheated Xiao Sun of his heart's blood, and now you're here to take the chance by force with Xiao Sun. Quickly tell me, just how long have you been following us? Xiao Xiao stood out when she was about to reach Jiang Yan, directly blocking her path. Jiang Yan pulled out his ears and patted little brother's shoulder before stepping forward and speaking. Shady soul? I got here first. If we're talking about stalking, it should be you guys stalking me, right? Zhang Luoluo in the back looked at Jiang Yan with nothing on his body but a black broken knife, so he started to worry. Jiang Yan, this is a SSS-level ghost domain. Even if you want to rob Xiao Sun's chance, don't be like this, okay? You're going in there and you'll be in danger. Jiang Yan looked at her coldly. Aren't there a bit too many neurals in your dunhuang? Ha? Zhang Lolo didn't react. It's just that. Aren't you pushing your words a bit too much to understand human language? Wait until I learn human-animal communication later before I talk to you, okay? Jiang Yan said breathlessly. But look at them can dare to come to this ghost domain. They should have a backhand. I am afraid that Zhang Pei that does not pretend. In the previous life, the teen was in a huge crisis, and Zhang Pei suddenly erupted with tremendous strength, which could have shocked the entire world at that time, but still did not escape Chen Yu's seizure. It's just a dowry for someone else. How are you talking to big sister? Next to her, Wang Xiaoxiao came into a temper when she saw this. It's not just winning first place in the secret realm what's there to be dejected about. This is a SSS class bloodthirsty ghost baby. You're afraid that if you go in there, you won't even know how you'll die. Little Sun has lost a large amount of life this time because of you, and you still want to rob him. Do you not have a heart? And only Xiao Sun can get through here safely. We have SSS rank defense Dao artifacts, she said and tried to shoo Jiang Yan away to let Chen Yu enter. You guys are nervous. We were here first. What are you doing here backwards? Fatty Wang was very angry and blocked in front of Jiang Yan. Wu Qi stared at them with a face full of wariness. What nonsense with them. If you want to fight, then fight. Last time 6 or 7 people did not beat us too. Afraid of what? You really want to start a war? Helping outsiders against your teammates. Wang Xiaoxiao looked at Jiang Yan in anger at the situation. She was actually afraid, because the difference in strength was too great, and this little brother with the hat was still there. Although it was said that the captain could now shock and kill him at will, but it wasn't here now. Big sister, what to do? Chen Yu looked at Jiang Yan with some malice. Why could Jiang Yan arrive a step ahead of him? Clearly the treasure was close at hand. This Dao weapon I heard has an extremely strong role. As for what treatment of injuries, toxins are all a lie. Jiang Yan's death has nothing to do with him. When the time comes to die, just to be able to get all of his things in one go. Big sister, since brother Jiang Yan wants to snatch it away, let's just let it go to brother Jiang Yan. Brother Jiang Yan's body is important. I'm fine, but it's just that my future talent is limited. Zhang Luoluo's heart trembled with excitement as she looked at Chen Yu. Xiao Sun, you really think so? Well, this time, actually relying on the captain's Dao artifacts won't necessarily obtain it, since brother Jiang Yan is certain. He must be completely prepared. It's fine for me to be a little aggravated. A hint of shade flashed in his eyes. He had feigned pity to such an extent. He didn't believe that his big sister could not speak for him. This time it was about the future direction. It had to be taken down. And Jiang Yan, next time, let's see if we can beg the captain to take him back, and milk his talent dry first. But it was always just what he thought. Then let Jiang Yan go in first. When Jiang Yan has taken out the treasure, he can definitely help little Sun heal. Zhang Luoluo rubbed Chen Yu's head with a joyful smile. Worthy of being Xiao Sun, just consider it. Ha? Chen Yu was once again confused. No, why should I give it to him? Does he deserve it? He doesn't have Xiao Sun's Dao weapon. Going in is death. Wang Xiao heard her big sister's words and directly protected Chen Yu behind her, looking at Zhang Luoluo with a wary face. Big sister, now it's about the future of this little Sun. Why are you still helping outsiders today? Chapter 88. How old are you and still so easily angered? An outsider? Jiang Yan is also our teammate, our family member. Alright, stop talking for a while. Jiang Yan will definitely help little Sun with his treatment when he comes out. Zhang Luoluo bit out. Her gaze at Jiang Yan grew softer and softer, and she only felt that this time was a good way to get Jiang Yan back into the group. Chen Yu was dumbfounded. How did things get to this point now? Could it be that big sister wanted Jiang Yan to go scouting first? Although his little strength to go in is also 10 deaths can be in case of obtaining it, and also come out cannot be robbed. No, big sister's attitude towards Jiang Yan has switched so high nowadays. According to big sister's previous habits, she must have known something. Could it be that Jiang Yan was really just trying to show off in front of Zhang Pei? But even if he was good, he couldn't shake his place in front of the captain. This feeling that comes from deep inside can't change, but he couldn't refuse now. Besides, looking at this situation, it was really possible that Jiang Yan had found it first. If he argued, then his persona in the team would definitely fall apart. Then how would those teammates of theirs look at themselves? Big sister, why don't we let brother Jiang Yan go in first? He definitely needs this very much. No. The captain has already instructed that no one can rob Xiao Sun this time. By what right does the later come first? Wang Xiao flatly denied. Zhang Luoluo saw that Xiao Sun had loosened up, but Lao Si was still blocking. Don't say anything, listen to Xiao Sun. The gazes of all three converged on Chen Yu, who seemed to be aggrieved. Let brother Jiang Yan first, as long as he's happy, as long as he comes back. It's more important than anything else. Only then did Zhang Luoluo rub his head comfortably. It's still Xiao Sun who knows what's right. This time, as long as they treated Jiang Yan, he would definitely go back with them. But just as she was about to tell Jiang Yan that she could let him have it, however, he saw Jiang Yan carrying a black and gold ancient sword in his hand and his teammates said a few words then swept them away before stepping into the ghostly realm of the bloodthirsty ghost infant with a single foot, and his mouth seemed to say something else. By the look of the mouth it looks like, it can't be a misreading. She must have misread it. How could Jiang Yan curse? But Chen Yu, who saw this scene, had his teeth clenched as he looked at Jiang Yan's back, his heart filled with viciousness. Regardless, it was still hard to swallow the anger in his heart when he looked at Jiang Yan's intentional appearance. But as far as Jiang Yan that waste, without any heavenly treasures to defend himself, it's still not a dead end. Even if he comes out, he can accidentally tell the captain to go and snatch it for him. And at that time, if he teaches another lesson to Jiang Yan to bring him back then it's even better. Big sister, I really don't know what to say about you, it's about Xiao Sun's future. And you even gave it up to him. Wang Xiaoxiao's body trembled with anger. But I'd like to see if this loser can come out. Zhang Luoluo directly pulled her aside and looked in the direction of Wu Qi and the others, noticing that they were full of vigilance then stepped forward. First, seeing Fatty Wan's fierce look, she felt that this person must not be easy to talk to, and as for that black-hatted little brother, he must also be hard to talk to. Then nowadays there was only the young man in front of him whose name seemed to be Wu Qi. She stepped forward and extended her hand first, squeezing a smile on her face that looked as kind as possible. Hello, Zhang Luoluo, what's your name? Ugly refusal. Wu Qi swept her a very cold glance and didn't bother to shake her hand. This woman was a lunatic. She had done so many vicious things to Jiang Yan, and she hadn't knifed her, all for the sake of Yan Zi not wanting to kill her so early. But now that this man had even approached himself for a conversation, he must not be holding back any good farts in his mind. Could it be that he saw that he couldn't make a move from Jiang Yan, and wanted to cut away from himself? How is that possible? Just now, Jiang Yan had told them that if they were approached to talk to ignore them. There must be some kind of conspiracy. As for doing it, ask the little brother for his knife first, without it of course. Zhang Luoluo awkwardly withdrew her hand, looking at Wu Qi's face full of disgust, knowing deep down that the conversation had failed. As for the others there was even less need to try. She sympathetically returned to the group and led them away from the ghostly domain, waiting around for Jiang Yan to appear. Wang Xiao looked at her big sister annoyed. Why is big sister so nice to Jiang Yan? Is she really compelled? In the past, this kind of situation would have long been angry at Jiang Yan, and could even break a few of his ribs to take out his anger. But why is it that all the good that should have been done to Xiao Sun has now been transferred to Jiang Yan? It's fine. Big sister must have her own ideas for doing this. Chun Yu sighed in the middle as he watched their confronting breaths. Look how obedient little Sun is. Could I still harm little Sun? Zhang Luoluo's face eased a bit when she saw that someone was on her side. Little Sun is really getting better behaved now. This time Jiang Yan will definitely go back with me us. She rubbed Xin Yu's head, being very longing for the future. Going back? Going back is better. But right now, the feisty Jiang Yan was afraid that it would be difficult to even come out alive. But he couldn't say this in front of them, he could only smile and open his mouth. It's good that big sister is happy. This is all what I should do. We'll slowly make it up to brother Jiang Yan in the future. Before Zhang Luoluo could praise him, Wang Shoushao pointed at the place of the ghost domain and roared. Make up for it? What do we need to make up for him? This place was obviously discovered by us first. He was just following us to the place first. And as far as Jiang Yan's selfish and unrelenting nature is concerned, can you guys believe that he came out with 10 special props for Xiao Sun? Have you guys forgotten what he did before he left the team? Framing Xiao Sun is just as bad. He even destroyed Xiao Sun's Dao sword. Why should we let him now? We owe him Wang Xiaoxiao was nearly frantic. Wang Xiaoxiao, calm down. Zhang Luoluo's face was very bad and she scolded in a cold voice. What am I calming down for? This time it's about Xiao Sun's life and future. Why should we still bet such odds on Jiang Yan? Wang Xiaoxiao, calm down. Jiang Yan was already being bullied by those teams of his outside and couldn't catch his breath. This time there's only a chance that he can be the first to go and obtain a special Dao weapon. And this time, he can even show off in front of the captain. Why can't we give him a chance to make up for his mistakes? Can't we just trust him for once? But Jiang Yan what if he takes it away from us? And why give him a chance when he's the one who forced us to quit in the first place? Now he doesn't have any Dao weapon to defend himself. If he dies inside, it's just a matter of time. If he angers the living beings in it to increase the difficulty of Xiao Sun's search for special props, it's a big deal. Besides, who are we to cheapen him? Want something to find it yourself? I don't want him to encroach on Xiao Sun's fruit. Zhang Luoluo's face shook. You're his fourth sister. 7 years together. Why can't you trust him for once? Is he that bad? Wang Xiaoxiao is not the least bit accustomed to, I say no on no. This time Xiao Sun's future is the most important. I care to believe or not believe Jiang Yan. Why? She's worthy of making him believe in his orphanage trash? With that, she huffed and puffed towards Wu Qi and the others, as if she was SSS ranked. Chun Yu couldn't pull her even if he wanted to. Don't mind her. She can go if she wants to. When she comes back dusty, don't blame me for not persuading her. Zhang Luoluo pulled back Chen Wanning, who just wanted to go and persuade her. How old are you? You are still so easily angered. You are still angry with Jiang Yan. It will be hard to achieve great things in the future if you are like this. Chapter 89. I've found you. The moment he stepped into the ghost domain, the surrounding black chi crazily shrouded the path Jiang Yan had come from. Jiang Yan looked at the dense ghostly aura behind him, and a touch of heart trembling inexplicably surfaced in his heart. The concentration of this ghost chi had already coalesced into substance, completely different from the level he had endured before. He carried the black and gold ancient sword in his hand and wiped the blade as if little brother and the others were right behind him, and at this moment he felt a lot more at ease. At this time, the knife in his hand seemed to have sensed Jiang Yan's thoughts and trembled slightly as if responding to him. He smiled and gripped the hilt of his blade tighter. The bottom of his heart was much stronger, but across 4 levels, he was still inexplicably a little panicked in his heart. With the steps he took, the surrounding ghost chi was as if lightly dyed with red blood, transforming into red ghost chi churning in the air, and a closer look could reveal that they were like faces filled with resentment and grudges. Suddenly Jiang Yan wrinkled his nose and smelled a foul and incomparable smell, like rotten eggs stuffed in a rotten corpse drowned into the flavor of the general stench. Jiang Yan covered his nose and walked towards that place, noticing that there seemed to be a small hill behind the fog. He was a bit puzzled. Why is there a mountain in this place? He didn't know where that special prop was, but it looked like he could check out that little mountain place. With that in mind, he carried his sword towards the place, and after passing a rock half a man high, an even more vile odor reached his nostrils and he nearly vomited on the spot. What the hell is that smell? Even a corpse can't be this strong. Unless... Jiang Yan's pupils suddenly contracted. Just now the fog covered the small mountain with a layer of haze, and now after getting close enough to see it clearly, he realized which was the small mountain. It's literally a mountain of corpses. Without waiting for him to react, his body trembled abruptly. The sweaty hairs on his body instantly exploded as someone was pulling on his pants. With a frown in his eyes, the black and gold ancient sword in his hand swung out in that direction, but just as he was about to chop at the object behind him, Put then saw that the one pulling his pants was a half-human tall child with a cute little girl with a fleshy face. But Jiang Yan knew deep down that no living person would definitely appear in this place, and the force in his hands steeply increased. but just as she was about to be chopped on her neck, that little girl's eyes reddened slightly, and her gaze was so soft and pitiful as she looked at Jiang Yan. It was a look he had seen before, as he had once looked at Zhang Luoluo and the others with this kind of look. The knife in his hand steeply lost its strength. Seriously, he's a little. That look, it's very much like him. But now that there was no direction whatsoever, the sudden appearance of a small child should be associated with the bloodthirsty ghost babies in this ghostly realm. As he thought about it, he also showed a kind gaze at the little girl. The little girl's face had some mud and water on it, as well as blood, and her eyes were swollen from crying. Looking at her face, he inexplicably wanted to cry along with her, because it was so much like himself. The look on this face is so much like him. He even felt like it was himself. He reached out and wiped the blood from her face, then opened his mouth and gently asked, "What's your name? Where are your mom and dad?" The little girl stammered and stared at Jiang Yan, sucking in her nose that was already running out of her mouth, stretching out her already miserable sleeve to wipe her tears, and chokingly pointing at the hill in the distance. Dad and Mama are there." Jiang Yan sniffed. His eyes frowned as he looked at the hill. The hill was made up of corpses piled up. The overall height of the hill should be 5 stories high. One could imagine how many corpses were in it. Tens of thousands? Or 100,000? Or maybe more. Rage burned steeply in his heart. These murderous demons. He vowed to have all the ghosts of this world killed. At this time his pants once again came from a tugging sensation. Jiang Yan looked over, squatted down, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and as much as possible suppressed the anger in his heart and asked, "What's your name, little friend?" That little girl sniffled and choked as she spoke. "Big brother. My name is Xiao Shi. My first name is Zhang Yushi." "It's hard to hear, isn't it?" Jiang Yan saw this and rubbed her head. "It's not hard to hear. It's very nice." Jiang Yan looked at her. She should only be 9 years old almost. Inexplicably there was some sympathy for her, not knowing why. She's an orphan now, too, but maybe that's just a blindfold for bloodthirsty ghost babies. It's better to be careful. "Big brother, what's your name?" "Brother, you take me out, okay? There is a little kid in here who wants to kill me. I escaped with great difficulty. Mom and Dad just because." She wiped her tears and choked as she continued to speak. It was because of saving Hoshi that she was left on that mountain by that little friend. "Mom and Dad, are they never going to wake up again?" She tugged at Jiang Yan's pants. Jiang Yan lifted his pants, then raised his hand and gently placed it on her head. "It won't be. Mom and Dad just went to another world. They're watching over you." He squatted down and pulled out a tissue from his ghost ring and carefully dabbed the mud off of her. "Actually, brother doesn't have a mom and dad anymore either. They should have gone to another place as well. And they're probably watching us right now. Oh." He put away the tissue and got up to rub her little head. "So our little she, be happy, otherwise it will definitely be hard for mom and dad to see you unhappy." "Aha, Hoshi won't cry anymore. I'll listen to big brother." She wiped the tears from her eyes and tried hard to squeeze them back. Jiang Yan couldn't help but poof a smile as she looked at her, feeling that she really seemed like herself at the time. At one time, he had been this strong, but only he knew that they were just self-congratulation. He looked at his surroundings and sighed. This ghost baby was afraid that he didn't know how many families he had abused, but this female doll in front of him might also be that ghost baby, because ghosts are crafty, but it's also possible that they've just been caught in and haven't abused them yet. He retrieved his thoughts and looked down at her. "Does Xiaoxi know where the little friend you just mentioned is? Can you take brother to see it?" When she heard that she wanted to find the little kid who had just been there, Xiaoxi's face became visibly scared, and she tightly pulled on Jiang Yan's pants. She also wanted to pull on Jiang Yan's top, but she couldn't grab it even if she jumped up. She just hid behind Jiang Yan with a face full of fear and pointed at the hill. "Right behind there. That little kid is so scary looking. He put both my mom and dad inside a cauldron to cook them and then left them on the hill. Can big brother not go over there? I'm afraid." She clutched Jiang Yan's pants tightly. Jiang Yan smiled and said, "It's fine. Big brother is very strong, and big brother has teammates to protect him." With that, he raised the black and gold ancient sword in his hand. Hoshi's body began to tremble at the sight of the knife, as if she was scared from the bottom of her heart. This made Jiang Yan puzzled. Even a small child wouldn't show much of a reaction when seeing this knife. But now, let's just see what happens first. It's hard to die on your own now, so you're not afraid of that. Then can big brother take Xiaoxi out? Xiaoxi doesn't want to stay in this place. Xiaoxi seemed to have thought of something and started pulling Jiang Yan's pants again. Jiang Yan smiled and rubbed her head first. Big brother will take Xiaoxi out. But can Xiaoxi let go of big brother's pants first? It's all about to be yanked off. Hoshi released her hand with a bright smile, then stuck out her little thumb. Big brother pulls the hook. Jiang Yan dumbly stretched out his little thumb and hooked her finger. Pull the hook. Yay! 100 years not to change. Oh! Hoshi happily jumped up full of excitement. The scene was like a father coaxing his lost child. but at that moment, within another space, an enchanting voice echoed in the space. Sunga, I found you. Chapter 90, I just wanna be by your side. Jiang Yan rubbed Xiaoxi's head and held her hand towards the other side of the mountain. It was just that Xiaoxi's hand was raised high to touch Jiang Yan's hand, and her little feet couldn't keep up with Jiang Yan's pace at all. Jiang Yan took one step. She had to take 3 steps to catch up. How could this image be said to have a sense of joy? Big brother, wait for me. Xiaoxi's legs are too short to keep up with big brother. Xiaoxi was about to cry. Jiang Yan shook his head and lost his smile as he directly picked her up, then allowed him to be able to sit on his arm. It's a cozy image any way you look at it, but it's in a haunted area. Everything but so weird. As they covered their noses and passed by the mountain of corpses, Jiang Yan instantly frowned as he looked at the face of that mountain of corpses. Each corpse's body seemed to have been fried in oil, and the stomach was gutted and empty. Even the intestines were pulled outside in blood. The stinging aspect of the body made Seven, who had seen the corpses all over, feel nauseous. He reached out and covered Hoshi's eyes in a gentle tone. Don't look. Listen to your brother. Xiaoxi's head that wanted to probe out shrank back, then took Jiang Yan's hand to cover her eyes to death. Listen to big brother. Jiang Yan smiled and led her past the mountain of corpses, the pungent smell of the air around her making Jiang Yan frown. Why is the odor so much heavier? It looks like the ghost baby is close at hand. At this time, I don't know where a baby's cry came from. Wow 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 wow. The voice was like a ghostly song that entered Jiang Yan's ears, and the ear-piercing sound seemed to shake Jiang Yan's soul. He covered his ears but found that it didn't help. But she looked at Hoshi but didn't react at all. Could it be that this was only directed at himself? But where the hell did this voice come from? Suddenly gentle words came from his ears, and his ears were covered by a pair of soft little hands. Pain fly. Pain fly. Jiang Yan stared blankly at Xiaoxi. The piercing baby's cries no longer had the soul-shattering sound they had just had. Big brother doesn't hurt. There is Xiaoxi in. Xiaoxi covered his ears and smiled innocently and brightly. The doubts in Jiang Yan's heart deepened. Why wouldn't she be affected by this cry? This cry should come from a bloodthirsty ghost baby, and it was SSS level. From this, Xiaoxi might not be a ghost baby, but she wasn't an ordinary person either, because he hadn't seen any living person since he came in. How could a 9-year-old child be able to pass through unimpeded and free of ghostly aura? Perhaps he already had the answer in his mind. Still, he wanted to make sure. Jiang Yan rubbed her little head then continued to go deeper, and from afar, he saw a large cauldron, probably 1 story high, and there seemed to be a figure on it. He looked down and inquired Hoshi, is that the little friend you were talking about? Hoshi looked over at the sound and shook her head. No, big brother. Jiang Yan was puzzled, but he still curiously went forward, but the cries in his ears grew heavier and heavier, and he was certain that he might not be able to withstand it without Xiaoxi's protection. However, Zhao's black and gold ancient sword felt like it should be able to cut through the ear-splitting cries. As the voice got heavier, Jiang Yan's pace got faster and faster, and soon he ascended the steps and walked up to the cauldron's mouth, and right in front of him was the figure, which looked like it should be an adult, but he just seemed to move so stiffly, like a puppet, and he just mumbled and stirred the pots and pans with the spoon. Jiang Yan looked at Xiaoxi and asked softly, Xiaoxi, can you come on brother's back and help him cover his ears? Xiaoxi shook her head, and under Jiangsu's puzzled gaze, she knotted her own brow, then pressed it to Jiang Yan's brow, and in a flash a blue ray of light connected the 2 men's foreheads. At this point, even if Xiaoxi hadn't been shielding for Jiang Yan, she hadn't felt the soul-shattering effect of the cry in the slightest. Xiaoxi also knew that her big brother had things to do, so she immediately broke away from Jiang Yan's embrace. She pulled Jiang Yan, then took her small hands and covered Jiang Yan's ears and said, Big brother, you get busy first. Just don't forget Xiaoxi. Jiang Yan smiled and nodded, then single-handedly held the black and gold ancient sword, the blade emitting a gust of sword sound. Jiang Yan pinched his steps and walked towards the side of the figure. Jiang Yan carefully watched the figure, but the figure seemed to know Jiang Han's movements also turned around. His neck turned 180 degrees to look at Jiang Yan, the corners of his mouth smiled strangely, and his eyes rolled. Those eyes were as if they had magical powers, staring at Jiang Yan in death. Jiang Yan was stunned. His consciousness seemed to be tugged in the past, and it was as if the figure had transformed. The space around them also began to twist. Jiang Yan scanned the room and realized that he was already in a small, cozy room, and there was no more Dao clothes on his body, and no more black gold ancient sword in his hand. He looked at his surroundings. There was a made bed that looked warm and the soft light hitting the room was cozy. There were also 5 years of high school exams and 3 years of simulations on the table, with a fruit plate next to it. On the side of the table also relies a photo with its own. There were 2 other couples who were smiling and laughing and both kissing themselves. Their frowns are full of favor. Which is? His mom and dad? But he had never met his mom and dad. But why could he see affection in their smiles? Is this a picture of mom and dad? Suddenly, the memories in his mind fell into disarray, as if they were disorganized by being rolled into a ball of thread. His brain was hurting more and more. There were excited shouts in his ears as well. Big brother, don't go forward. The memory pained him as if he had been hit hard. He looks at that picture and subconsciously thinks that's his mom and dad, and this is his home. Is he back home? Everything around him became more and more familiar, and he just felt like he had experienced thousands of fragments around him. At this time, there was a knock at the door, and a voice with tenderness rang out. Xiaoyan eat? Mom is ready to eat. Jiang Yan's brain only felt an ache. Mom, he had a mom too. He held back the sharp pain and took a shaky step toward the door, but there was a tugging sensation at his pants. His eyes grew redder and redder, and he just felt as if his heart had been given a place to belong. He eventually endured the excruciating pain and shakily twisted open the doorknob. If the eye is an incredibly beautiful woman, and he has a 7% similarity, and the corners of the eyes have like crow's feet, the very moment the woman looked at him, her face instantly flustered, and the fruit plate she was carrying in her hand slipped and fell. With panic on her face and worry in her voice, she hurriedly walked up to look at him. What's wrong with my precious Xiaoyan? Is it a brain ache? Do you need to go to the hospital? With that, she assisted Jiang Yan to the bedside, then looked worriedly at the door. Child's father, quickly come and take a look. Xiaoyan seems to have brain pain. Jiang Yan just stared at the woman in a daze, her eyes getting redder and redder, and a single tear indisputably flowed from her eye socket. Mom is here. The woman saw this and held Jiang Yan in her arms with a heartbroken face. Jiang Yan felt the warmth coming from his body, only felt a bit unreal. So real. Is it really Mom? His memories were once again in disarray. A kind but with incomparable worry voice also rang out. What's wrong with Xiaoyan? Wasn't she fine just now? How come your brain suddenly hurts? I'll prepare a car here. Let's quickly go to the hospital. What's the point of going to the hospital? Call 120. Jiang Yan looked up in a daze and found a kind face with eyes that was anxiously pulling out a cell phone and calling. Hey, 110, shucks. 120? Come quickly. On Cozy Street. Cozy. Jiang Yan's mind seemed to clear up a lot, and she looked up at the two figures with more and more affection. Is it really his parents? He turned out to have parents. He could no longer contain the emotions in his heart and lost his voice. As soon as he hugged his mother tightly, his voice choked. So I have a mom too. Oh, why didn't you pick me up earlier? Sayaka misses you guys so much. So much for. Silly child, Mom is always here. Dad is also here. The kind woman rubbed Jiang Yan's head affectionately, and even rubbed her face against his forehead. Our little Yan Yan is crying snot again. Be careful you won't find a wife later. Jiang Yan once again hugged her tightly and choked. I don't want a wife. I only want Mom and Dad. I only want you guys. Just want to be there for you guys. Chapter 91. Mom and Dad are gone. Okay, always by your side. Mommy and Daddy won't disappear. At this time the man who had made the call also walked up and patted Jiang Yan's back. What's wrong with Xiaoyan? Why are you crying like this? Does your brain still hurt? Jiang Yan shook his head. It doesn't hurt anymore. Then because of what? The woman helped Jiang Yan with his hair, then lifted his face and scratched his nose. You little wit, did you just lie to Mommy? You know how to rely on her. Ever since you were a little girl, you've loved to cling to your mom, and you can't be shooed away. The man laughed beside him and agreed, that's not true. Took all my place. Nightmares in the middle of the night still have to cry and shout for Mom, and shouting to drill Mom's quilt. Yo, how long has that been going on? And besides, my baby, I don't pamper whoever I want. I wouldn't be happy to have someone else pamper me. The woman laughed and scolded. I see. Xiaoyan just wants to run away from her homework, doesn't she? Jiang Yan sniffled and didn't say anything. Only tears kept hugging his mom. It was an image he had dreamed of countless times, and now it had finally come true. But there was still a tugging sensation coming from his pants, and even a bite on the back of his thigh. Jiang Yan laughed lightly. He wiped the tears from his eyes, sniffled, and sat up, looking at the couple with a very happy smile. Thank you, my mom and dad. Hey, what kind of nonsense is this kid talking about? Thanking us. The man laughed and pointed at him. The woman laughed and raised a finger to tap him on the head. What are you thanking us for? We are your parents. Everything we do for you is deserved. There's nothing I should, but thank you all, said Jiang Yan, wiping his tears, then stood up. What's wrong with Xiaoyan? Why are you so abnormal today? The man frowned in confusion. The woman also stood up and surveyed Jiang Yan suspiciously. Xiaoyan, are you not feeling well? You're not going to school today. Mom will give you a day off to rest and relax. Jiang Yan smiled, and without warning, he hugged her at once, his chin patted on her shoulder, leaning in and whispering in her ear. Love you, old mom. The woman was puzzled. Why are you so melodramatic today? Jiang Yan smiled and didn't say anything, but hugged tighter and tighter, as if he was remembering the warm breath from his mother. For a long time he let go of his hand, and with a flick of his wrist under the puzzled gazes of the two, the black and gold ancient sword appeared in his hand. He looked at the man and smiled as he spoke. If I'd ever had a dad, he'd be supporting me in everything I want to do by now. That's for sure. As a dad I unconditionally support the choices you make. Except for crime of course, haha, the man chuckled. Jiang Yan let out a light laugh. Thank you. He steeply raised his sword out of its sheath, his eyes full of reluctance as he looked at the two men and ruthlessly slashed down the blade. And the woman as if she did not resist, just like this, in the man's arms full of kindness to look at him, the corners of his lips slightly moving. Mommy supports you in everything you do. Sion, be brave, oh mommy loves you. A tear slipped past the corner of Jiang Yan's eye, and in an instant, the space where the blade's light passed through shattered like a spider's web. Those two benevolent figures also disappeared with the space. I love you guys too. The tears in the corners of Jiang Yan's eyes slipped into the air and dripped onto the ground like 1,000 waves. The space around them was plunged into darkness. A pained cry came into the space. Oh wow, why can you break through the illusion? Obviously no one can break through it. What is the origin of that knife of yours? Jiang Yan followed the sound of that cry and discovered a small baby standing there crying under a cozy light at a dark space in the distance. Weird, because there was no blood on the baby's body, like a baby that was just walking and teething. Jiang Yan walked towards that suspiciously. The baby was eventually seen holding a picture of a couple holding a baby full of kind smiles. Jiang Yan swept his gaze towards the baby, and when his gaze met hers, an image instantly appeared in his mind, of a baby being protected in the arms of two figures. Instead, the two figures had their backs staked with several wounds from hoes and various farm implements, and behind them were dozens of peasants screaming and cursing at the two men with their farm implements. You two sweepers, how did you give birth to such a calamity? Since he was born, several people have died in our village. The two figures, on the other hand, did not say anything, but only protected the baby in their arms to the death. That baby was him. It was the baby who was now standing in front of Jiang Yan holding the picture. The baby's pitiful cries haunted Jiang Yan's ears. Wah, brother, why did they kill mommy and daddy? That group of people obviously died from the plague. Why did they call me a broomstick? I'll kill them all. Won't mom and dad wake up? But why hasn't mom and dad woken up yet? They're definitely going to wake up, aren't they? Jiang Yan looked at him and only felt a heartbreaking pain. Bloodthirsty ghost babies, as it turns out. It's just that the killing he caused is indelible. His ability is supposed to be soul and mental attacks. This kind of attack that catches people off guard is the hardest to dodge. It's no wonder he's SSS rated. He crouched down and pinched his little cheeks. Mommy and daddy went to another place. And my mommy and daddy should have gone too. So, the baby beamed, eating her fingers. Then I'm going to get them too. With that he placed the picture on that cot and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. Then he looked at Jiang Yan and waved his hand. Brother, I'm going to look for mom and dad. Do you want to go? Jiang Yan squatted in place and waved his hand as well. Brother won't go. Brother has a new family waiting for me. The baby smiled and waved his hand. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have killed so many people. I give my soul in exchange for peace in their afterlife. Let's go. Big brother. The baby took somewhat unskilled steps toward the distant mass of light. The corners of Jiang Yan's mouth lifted slightly, his gaze sweeping over the photo on the bed, the cozy light illuminating the photo in all its glory. At that moment the baby's figure disappeared, and the photo vanished into space as photoelectricity. In a flash, a white light shone on Jiang Yan's body, and Jiang Yan closed his eyes as he was stabbed by the strong light. A moment of vertigo. A voice with worry came out from the side of his leg. Big brother, don't go any further. That's a frying pan in front of you. Jiang Yan's eyes slowly opened to look suspiciously at the little one at his feet, and realized that she was biting her thigh dead on, as if she was trying to wake herself up. But how was she to know that she wouldn't even fantasize because of that pain? Her voice, however, is the best soul caller. Jiang Yan looked at his toes and realized that in front of him was a one-story tall frying pan. Jiang Yan took a step back in a daze. Some of the hijackers patted their chests, then rubbed the little one's little head and picked her up and scratched her little nose. Aya, it's thanks to our little she. Or else brother would have had to go down to the frying pan to take a bath. But Hoshi, whom he expected to be amused, did not appear. Some only. Xiaoshi bawling lying in Jiang Yan's arms raised soft little hand gently pounded Jiang Yan's chest. Big brother is fine. I thought big brother again to she abandoned. Oh, I'm glad big brother is okay. I only have big brother now. Mom and dad are gone. Chapter 92. It wasn't long after mom and dad picked me up before they were caught in this place. Choked Xiaoshi and looked at Jiang Yan. Her eyes filled with light. Jiang Yan frowned. Pick up? Yeah, I don't know how I was born. I just know that I woke up suddenly that day and then I was picked up by my mom and dad. Can Big Brother take Hoshi back with him? Let's. She lowered her head for fear that Jiang Yan would back out. We pulled the hook. And I'm awesome. I can help Big Brother. She pouted, her little hand against her face as if she was thinking about something. But after a while she wondered if she didn't know what she could say, her face holding back the red. Seeing this, Jiang Yan smiled and rubbed her head. Don't worry. Big Brother will do what he promised you. Big Brother will introduce you to other brothers then. Okay? Yeah. Big Brother is the best. Xiaoxi's lips curved slightly, revealing a small dimple. Her soft little hands clapped together happily, and then she hugged Jiang Yan's neck with her entire body plastered against his. Jiang Yan smiled and patted her back, but in his heart, he had already decided that this Xiaoxi should be the prop. Why the props are in human form is something to explore though. Jiang Yan, are you still a human being? You want to rob little son's life-saving things too? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Wang Xiaoxiao ran to Wang Fatty and the others with an unaware face and just cursed at the ghost domain. Jiang Yan, we obviously discovered this ghost domain first, so you're just following us and appropriating Xiao Sun's achievements. But it is expected that you have no way to get that treasure. I'm afraid that you will die before you can go deeper into it. But it's really heavenly. It's best to die. If you're not dead, get the out of there. I can spare you this time. I won't tell the captain. But if you don't come out again, I can have the captain come and take you back and torture you. Fatty Wang pulled out his ears and looked at Wu Qi with no interest. Tianjin. Seriously, the few times I've come over, I'm immune to their words, isn't it? There's a dog barking all the time, and you can tell which one by listening to it. Wu Qi coldly swept a glance at Wang Xiaoxiao. Wang Xiaoxiao froze for a moment and pointed angrily at Wu Qi. Who are you cursing? Fatty Wang looked at Wang Xiaoxiao and sighed. When will the blind man be able to come? When it comes to save us more words, he is a person tongue-in-cheek. They can be scolded into dog. He pulled out a handful of melon seeds from his arms and handed them to Wu Qi. Have some. He was afraid that Wu Qi's mouth was dry and took out water and handed it over. Drink some more. Wu Xie took the stuff and then kowtowed in front of Wang Xiaoxiao. And little brother had long been annoyed out of his mind by Wang Xiaoxiao's screaming and cursing. He wouldn't say anything more than a curse word, because it's too much trouble. And he won't. Wouldn't it be nice to have a fight? As he thought about it, he exerted force with his index and middle fingers, and with an arrow step, he stabbed towards Wang Xiaoxiao's throat. Even if it doesn't kill her, make her unable to speak maybe. And this instantaneous speed is as fast as a meteor. So that Wang Xiaoxiao's heart tightened. She still wanted to step back but found that it was already too late to dodge. Aren't you afraid that Jiang Yan will come out and blame you? She spoke directly in her haste. Xiaoxiao's movements stalled. Meeting the gaze of Wang Xiaoxiao who had already taken a bite of relief, her lips moved lightly. Her hands once again exerted force towards her neck and she pinched. He won't. In an instant, his hairy mound of fingers flew past like a bow and arrow that had lost its string. Help! Just as Wang Xiaoxiao tried to call for help, she was caught in a death grip by Zhao's twin fingers, and Zhang Luoluo, who had already quickly arrived next to him, was already panicking. Don't! Just in the nick of time, the necklace on Wang Xiaoxiao's chest lit up abruptly, instantly erupting a huge amount of energy sweeping across Xiao Zhao's fingers. Wang Xiaoxiao saw this. Heart of the stone fell down. Is the captain to give the amulet? When leaving for fear that they will have harm or given SSS-level Dao artifacts to protect the body, it also had to be the captain, who, despite hiding for so many years, was never less than kind to them. For that matter, Jiang Yan had received so many favors, and he still blamed the captain in return. He was really a white-eyed wolf and blind. Should have just strangled him when I first met him. Now, if he knows that the captain has been SSS level, but also to them incomparable heart, but also to send this kind of high-grade treasure, he is afraid that even want to die heart have it. When Zhang Luoluo saw this scene, she also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she had the amulet given by the captain. The captain was afraid that he had already anticipated this situation. But how can the captain of the small talk be so vulgar? You can't make a move even if there's a lot of conflict. When Wang Xiaoxiao saw that Xiao Zhao's hand was knocked back a little by that energy, he mocked a little. You think you can kill me? Ridiculous. Just you are worthy. A trace of surprise flashed in Xiao Zhao's eyes. But his hand once again exerted force and pinched on the strand of the wall-like shield, and in an instant, the entire shield crumbled as if it were a shard of glass. He didn't understand why she was so proud when she just didn't even use 1% of her power. Pang! The shroud shattered. Wang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Luoluo's hearts were once again clenched. Neither of them had expected that even this SSS-ranked shield would be unable to stop this little brother's attack. Is he even human? Just 2 fingers alone have such strength. So having a sword is not. Pervert. That was the label they both had in mind for their little brother. And no pity for beauty. How could he lay such a heavy hand on such a pretty girl? He's a bore. Help, said Wang Xiaoxiao, looking at the fingers sweeping over. scared to death. Okay, little brother. Their revenge will wait for the word son himself to report it. Fatty Wang spat out the melon in his mouth, then looked at Wu Qi and opened his mouth. Alas! This man gnaws just like this melon. The surface looks bright and shiny, but in fact, no one knows if the benevolence inside is bad, he said and held up a melon. Look, this one doesn't even have kernels. Wu Qi watched as Fatty Wang was bowled over by his words of dislike and laughed as well. Just as Wang Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief and thought that was all they would do. Zhao's offense, however, did not weaken at all, his eyes flashing with killing intent. It's fine, I'll just say that I accidentally strangled it. He'd put up with this guy for a long time. Not just about Jiang Yan, but about naivety as well. Ha! This scene, so that Fatty Wang was shocked. When did little brother become enlightened? Wu Qi shook his head. Let him be then. Kill one and there are many more behind. Also, Fatty Wang laughed. Then kill it. Just as Xiao Zhao's hairy mound of fingers had already pinched her throat and was ready to exert force, Zhang Luoluo next to her was looking at him with a pleading face. Then her hand raked on his arm. Please don't have to do it. Okay, I'll let Xiao Xiao apologize to Jiang Yan. No good. He coldly swept a glance at Wang Xiaoxiao, then exerted force in his hand and clicked, crushing her throat in the eyes of the two people who were shocked and panicked. Wang Xiaoxiao only felt a sweetness in her throat. Next to her, Chen Yu also panicked and rushed forward, pulling out an elixir from the ghost ring, then giving it to her. Not a moment later, the eyes of the recovered Wang Xiaoxiao had shock and fear then anger in them, because she realized he hadn't just crushed it all, he just left her unable to speak. Why? She watched as her little brother's cold eyes swept his own before he simply left. Asterisk 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 off. In fact, in the moment just now, he suddenly remembered the injuries Jiang Yan had received in the past, in which there was definitely a share of this person he had just pinched, and if he really killed him, he really would not be able to take out his anger on Yan Zi. Then he just crushed the vocalizing part. But the reactive Wang Xiaoxiao didn't care about that. She couldn't tolerate the fact that she was almost killed and was mercifully released by him. In the end, it's not just fear. Fear that our captain will come to his door and get him in trouble. In fact, in the last confrontation, the man would only be able to hardly distinguish himself from the captain, even much lower in chi. Now that the captain has SSS-level strength, he's still afraid of him? When the time comes, I'll directly kill him with one hand. This enmity was written down for now. But Jiang Yan, she was going to make him look good too. Chapter 93, The Engagement Ring. Fatty Wang looked at the little brother who came back with some surprise. Yo, little brother, this is the iron tree blossomed? All will be compassionate? He said and looked towards Wang Xiaoxiao. TSK, you don't say. It's really flavorful. Snap. Wu Qi went up and knocked him on the head. Tasteful enough. Can't you see the look in my little brother's eyes when he wants to knife you? Killing her would have been cheaper. Fatty Wang smiled and looked at little brother, noticing that there was doubt and surprise in his eyes. Isn't it just a skeleton? What flavor? But they all did not think that the little brother's lifespan has ever been long. I'm afraid that Wang Xiaoxiao wait until death has been turned into a skeleton. The little brother is still this young. Look, when the time comes, should I let my little brother go and poke the skeleton with a knife and ask, ha? I didn't strangle you in the first place. Now why are you dying before me? Nah, I'm joking with little brother. That hairy mound finger is better to let them taste it. Fatty Wang was dumbfounded. Xiao didn't say anything, but just leaned away never to make another sound. Only the cold eyes were still sweeping over Wang Xiaoxiao and the others. He didn't mind accidentally settling individuals if they dared to call out to Tenjin and the others again. Wu Qi smiled and looked at Xiao Xiao. Look how silent Xiao Xiao is. Fatty, you need to learn more. Hey, I can't learn that. It's better for little brother to learn from the blind man. He raised his eyes a little expectantly and cupped his chin as if fantasizing about how little brother would look in a war of words with someone else. You want to die, you can try. Wu Qi rolled his eyes full of speechlessness. The fat man's brain circuits were never normal. While Wang Xiaoxiao, who was watching them laughing and chatting, was full of black lines. Why should those of them who grabbed the fruits of others be able to chat so blatantly while those of them who were supposed to be treated well were in such a sorry state? It's all Jiang Yan's fault. What right did he have to bully people, knowing that he and his men couldn't beat them, and not letting them stay there properly to be scolded, and letting outsiders deal with his fourth sister, when it's really crazy? What she couldn't stand the most was actually calling her a dog. This one, a professor of medicine with a distinguished temperament and a flamboyant personality, had never been treated badly since she was born, let alone called her a dog. But she could only hold this anger in her heart and could not speak out. She was already afraid. The captain was not there now. She did not dare to go too far. Xiao Xiao, you can stop. Zhang Luoluo sighed as she looked at her. Just now it was really too thrilling, and I don't know if it was because they were afraid of the captain's retaliation, but they didn't put out a deadly hand. But the mere act of crushing the speaking windpipe is scary. but Wang Xiaoxiao seemed to know this as well, so he began to recklessly start staring at little brother. Humph, but it's just a jumping clown. When I meet the captain next time, I'll make sure that the captain will take it out on me, and dare to take a shot at me. How did he dare to do that? Who the hell gave him some courage? Wang Xiaoxiao, shut up, don't you want to live long enough? Zhang Luoluo scolded her with a frown. Didn't you see that they just showed mercy? Still making a fool of yourself. The captain won't be able to save you when the time comes. Said Wang Xiaoxiao, blushing. How had the eldest sister become like this? How kind she used to be to herself, and now she was helping an outsider to be so unkind to her. But she's also doing it for Xiao Sun for the sake of the team. It's not like she's wrong. What gives you the right to do this to her? Big brother, are we lost? Xiaoxi scratched his head, his eyes confused and clear as he looked at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan's face sank as he looked around. It should be that the ghostly aura here is too dense, blocking out the path on the way here. As he thought about it, he looked at Hoshi. Hoshi, do you remember anything else? Like the Terror Bride. Have you ever heard of it? What's a horror bride? Hoshi scratched her head as if in thought, but after a moment of thought beamed and shook her head. Hoshi doesn't know. Is that so? Jiang Yan frowned, but why in his last life he had once seen Chen Yu being able to control the Terror Bride, although that Terror Bride seemed to resist. Xiaoxi's voice suddenly broke into Jiang Yan's mind, disrupting all his thoughts. But I've met a big sister who said that she told me to come here and wait for you. It was also that big sister who told mom and dad to bring me here. Big sister? What kind of big sister? Jiang Yan looked at Xiaoxi and wondered. It couldn't be the horror bride. Hoshi pouted and thought for a moment, then said, I don't remember what it looked like, but it looked like she was lying in a red box. It was so pretty. Red box? Isn't that a coffin? Plus red, it should be. What's wrong? Big brother, are you looking for big sister? Big sister is old and pretty. I can introduce you to big brother. Big sister will definitely like big brother very much. Xiaoxi hugged his neck and smiled happily. When Jiang Yan heard these words, he only felt sweaty hairs explode all over his body, and he shivered at the thought of lying in a coffin with that ghostly thing. No need, let's talk about it when the time comes. Big brother has no intention of finding a girlfriend right now, but right at this moment, a charming and sexy voice rang out in his mind. Sagittarius, if you say that, your slave is going to be unhappy. Jiang Yan frowned. What kind of sound? Where did it come from? He only felt that the air around him had gotten much colder, but he couldn't find anything strange even though he looked around. Just as he was thinking, Xiaoxi nudged his cheek. Big brother, I want to go down. Jiang Yan put her down when he saw this. Perhaps the child was a bit tired, but Xiaoxi walked straight towards the distance. Jiang Yan could only follow when he saw this. Such a small child, although it was impossible to say that it was dangerous, because she looked like she was already somewhat special. But it wouldn't be good to run away and lose it. It was a special prop, even though he'd never treated her like one. He followed slowly, and before long, Hoshi ran to a place where there was a small platform surrounded by bright red satin, the same as a festive arrangement at a wedding. But in Jiang Yan's gaze, it was how it looked weird. Who would mess with these things in a place like this? But at this time, Xiaoxi walked up to the high platform, and then as if she had taken something from above, she ran towards Jiang Yan with her little feet, as if she had found something precious that she wanted to share with him. Jiang Yan looked at her suspiciously. Big brother, squat down. I can't reach you. Xiaoxi pulled on his pants. Jiang Yan smiled and shook his head as he crouched down. What's wrong, Xiaoxi? Did you find a way out? Hoshi smiled and shook her head. I found a good one. Big brother, you hold out your hand. Jiang Yan was puzzled, but still extended his hand. He wasn't afraid of Xiaoxi harming him, but Hoshi didn't seem satisfied. Big brother, you turn your hand over. Palm down, fingers spread. Jiang Yan puzzled. This is to torture himself? These previous he suffered can be more painful than this. Splints are more often the case. Sometimes also have to be brought overnight. Cannot be removed. He grinned and flipped it over. Big brother, close your eyes, continued Xiaoxi, looking at Jiang Yan as if she wanted to melt him. Jiang Yan reached out his other hand and pinched her cheeks, then closed his eyes. But something seemed to have been put on his fingers. Open your eyes, spoke Hoshi. Jiang Yan slowly opened his eyes. Clang, 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 a beautiful ring. Xiaoxi moved her small hand away and looked at the ring on Jiang Yan's hand with great surprise. A ring? Jiang Yan frowned. How about it? Does big brother like it? Xiaoxi smiled and wrapped her arms around Jiang Yan's neck. Jiang Yan didn't care about the ring either. Just take it as a gift from Xiaoxi. He rubbed Xiaoxi's head. Big brother likes it very much. Thank you, Xiaoxi. When brother has something good in the future, also give it to Xiaoxi. Good, he. Xiaoxi smiled happily and kissed Jiang Yan's face with a single bite. Jiang Yan blushed. This was the first time someone kissed him, and it was a girl. At that moment a voice rang out from the top of the ghost domain. Congratulations to Jiang Yan for obtaining the Terror Bride's engagement ring. Ha! Chapter 94, let's play slowly. No? How did he acquire the Terror Bride's love ring? He seemed to realize something and looked at the ring on his hand, his pupils shrinking slightly. This was the engagement ring? Is it okay if I take it off now and return it? He's never even been in a relationship, and you're telling me about a betrothal, or even an engagement, and it's a ing ghost? A marriage of the dead. Ha! He thought and put his hand on the ring to pick it, but the ring seemed to stick to his hand. No matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't shake it. Big brother doesn't like it? Xiaoxi watched Jiang Yan's movements and looked at him with confused eyes. Jiang Yan saw her gaze and his heart softened. Forget it, he couldn't take it off anyway. He nodded Xiaoxi's head. Why would I? As long as it's from Xiaoxi, brother likes it. That's when a door of light also appeared in the darkness in the distance. It's an exit. At that moment a voice rang out from the sky once again. Bride of Terror special prop. Ring of fixation. You have been blessed by the Bride of Terror. Jiang Yan rolled his eyes, still bestowing blessings, afraid that it wasn't an invocation. But then, as if the ring had heard his heart, it lit up. However, Jiang Yan didn't care about any of this and just took Xiaoxi towards that exit. Big brother, will the other brothers you mentioned like me? Xiaoxi hugged Jiang Yan's neck as if she was scared. For sure, they are all very nice and will definitely like you. Jiang Yan scratched her little agaric nose and laughed. So yeah, then Hoshi is going to have a few more big brothers. Oh yeah, she was happy at the thought of a few older brothers who were just like her big brother. Jiang Yan smiled and didn't say anything else, and as he passed through the light door, a heavenly whirlwind of blinding light lit up in front of his eyes. Thunderbolt. The sound of burning charcoal came into view. Jiang Yan hugged Xiaoxi, and after adapting to the environment, when he saw Fatty Wang squatting by the fire and burning a barbecue, Wu Ji was also sprinkling seasoning on the side. Hearing the commotion, Fatty Wang knew that Jiang Yan had come out and hurriedly picked up the barbecue in his hand and looked at Jiang Yan. Come on Yanzi, it's been a day. You're hungry. Order some food to pad your stomach. But when his gaze swept over to Jiang Yan, his mouth opened slightly as if he could swallow an egg, and he stammered a bit. No, it's only been a day, and you're having a baby. Yanzi, have you slept with a capable ghost? Or am I blind? He wiped his eyes still in some disbelief, but when he saw it clearly, he was still a bit unable to accept it. This is almost 8 years old, right? Yanko started at 10 years old. This is also the precocious. I was still playing in the mud when I was 10. Wu Qi kicked him in the ass. I wonder about this brain circuit of yours. Where did Yanzi get the time to have a baby when she joined the last team at the age of 10? If you ask me, it must have been that Yanzi used to get knocked out and then eaten up by someone. Wu Qi looked at Jiang Yan with a bad smile on his face. Isn't that right? Yanzi, good for you. You're allowed to snark on Yanko, but not me. Fatty Wang gasped. Still, he looked at the child in Jiang Yan's arms. But then again, this child really does look like Yanzi. Am I mistaken? It's not wrong. 3 parts bone statue, 7 parts god statue, said Wu Xia, surveying the situation and looking at Xiao Xiao. What do you think? Xiao Xiao? Xiao sniffed and looked up twice, but frowned when he saw Hoshi. However, he still spoke. It's very similar. It seems like Yanzi is really happy to be a father. Fatty Wang came energized and went up to hug Xiaoxi. Come, let uncle hug you. Xiaoxi saw Fatty Wang's greasy appearance and deadlocked around Jiang Yan's neck, beaming with a face full of resistance. I don't want. Jiang Yan smiled and couldn't say anything, but looked at Fatty with apologies. I can't help it. Xiaoxi just hung on Jiang Yan's body like an octopus. Fatty Wang pretended to be so pitiful. Alas, sad. This is disliking uncle. Xiaoxi seemed to see Fatty's sad appearance, beeped and thought for a moment and stretched out her hands. Then let you hug it. Just a moment to simmer. Fatty Wang heard the words, eyes glowing, stretched out his hand to pick up the little she. Get it? Your fat uncle came. Jiang Yan looked at them with a smile. Wu Qi also walked over and patted Jiang Yan. Yanzi, this your long-lost daughter? No, waved his hand as Jiang Yan waved his hand. I don't know whose child it is, but I met her when I went in, and then she seemed to be that special prop, so I brought her out. In fact, he just looked at her too poor. If not special props he would bring out, because, are orphans. But as his eyes scanned around, it was already dark, and he should have been in there all day. However, there were going to be a few very familiar but nauseating people in the darkness that made Jiang Yan sick to his stomach, and Zhang Luoluo, who had already noticed Jiang Yan's appearance, had already walked over. Wang Xiaoxiao's face looked bad, as if he was about to explode at any moment. Zhang Luoluo, what the hell do you want? Jiang Yan's tone was annoyed. No, I'm just too worried about you. You're not hurt, are you? It's fine if you didn't get the special props. Zhang Luoluo surveyed Jiang Yan's body as if she was looking for a wound. And, no need for you guys to worry about it. Don't you just want to see if I'm dead or not? And then snatch the stuff away. Your usual style. Jiang Yan coldly interrupted her. And next to him, Wang Xiaoxiao came in a temper. Hey, how do you talk to big sister? Big sister was worried about you getting hurt. And now you're even hitting back. Don't make your teammates stand up for you if you can. She was still a little afraid of the young man in the hat. Jiang Yan snorted. How I am is none of your business. What are you to me? Does your family live by the sea? The tube is really wide. Chen Yu walked over and looked at Jiang Yan with an aggrieved expression. Brother Jiang Yan, we don't mean to rob you. We're just worried about your safety. The ghosts inside are terrifying. Xiao Sun, don't speak for him. Wang Xiaoxiao pulled Chen Yu behind her. Seeing Jiang Yan with a displeased face. He's just a loser. What did he go in there for? Nothing. He even brought out a child. He can't even take care of himself. And he's still bringing out a child? I said, what are you doing robbing Xiao Sun's chance? This is great. You can't get in for a while. And if the toxin in your body spreads and you don't get treated with the special props, I'll see what you'll do. If Xiao Sun had gone in, maybe the poison in your body would have been lifted by now. You just don't have enough to die for. Said enough? Jiang Yan looked at them with cold eyes. Say enough and get lost. Killing you now is too cheap. He went up and slapped the corners of his mouth with a chilling smile. We'll play slowly later. Chapter 95. How dare you hit me? You hit me? Wang Xiaoxiao covered her face, looking at Jiang Yan with a shocked look on her face. The previous Jiang Yan didn't even dare to put a fart in front of her, but now he dared to hit her. How dare you hit me? Fatty Wang went up and kicked Wang Xiaoxiao's body with an arrow step, sending her flying a few meters away and spitting towards him. Not only do I hit you, I also kick you. Remember, oh, this group of people are all bad people. They all want to bully your big brother. Fatty Wang pointed at them towards Xiaoxi. So, they're all big bad guys. Hoshi beamed and pointed at them with a face full of anger. Bad guy? Wang Xiaoxiao got up and looked at Xiaoxi. Do you know it's him? She pointed at Jiang Yan. Your big brother, who has been taken care of by us for 7 years, without any care or consideration. And he, who has been so gracious to return the favor, has repeatedly struck out at us. Big sister, what are you looking at? I'm getting beat up by them. In this situation, you still think that they can take the treasure for us to use. Luckily Jiang Yan is more of a loser and didn't get it. Wang Xiaoxiao looked at Jiang Yan, his eyes filled with anger. Oh, how do you know I didn't obtain it? Jiang Yan looked at him provocatively, only feeling amused. Isn't it? You didn't bring anything out. Couldn't I just put it in the ghost ring? Jiang Yan looked at her with a cold smile. The madder she got, the happier he felt. Wang Xiaoxiao turned her gaze to Jiang Yan's hand and realized that there was a ring on it that was very special. Could this be a special prop? After all, she hadn't seen the ring when she had just gone in. Then give it back to me. Do you deserve to take something that belongs to Xiao Sun? Maybe Xiao Sun will be merciful and help you detoxify a bit. Otherwise, you won't even know when you'll die. Your face skin, can be really thick. I'm afraid that bullets can't even penetrate it. Give it to you? Are you worthy? Jiang Yan looked at her and sneered. Hey, aren't you just trying to get the captain's attention? Don't worry, as long as you hand over the stuff, I'll go back and definitely talk to the captain. Wang Xiaoxiao seemed to have read his thoughts and directly demolished him. This time, we even followed us and grabbed it first. Isn't that the best proof? She straightened her back as if she was victorious. Who the hell wants to go back with you? With that doghouse of yours? It's only worthy of a dog to live in. What the hell? Jiang Yan only felt that every single one of them was ridiculous to the extreme. Jiang Yan, you're scolding me again. Haven't you already been sentenced out of the team? Why are you still appearing in front of us? Get the hell out of here. Dead is better. That'll save you from having to collect your body. In your current state, not to mention letting me plead for you. I'm afraid that the next time you meet the captain, you'll be directly wasted by the captain. Our captain is now SSS level. Surprised, scared. By then all of you mole crickets will have to obediently beg for forgiveness. She crossed her waist, her face full of arrogance. Jiang Yan looked at her dogged appearance and was sickened for a moment. You're the only ones who take the SS class seriously. Can't you see I just passed one? I'm afraid of you guys? Jiang Yan pointed to the ghost domain behind him. Play just killed one. Wang Xiaoxiao frowned, somewhat in disbelief. But seeing Jiang Yan's look of conviction, he also fell into doubt. But in a blink of an eye it became clear. How can that be? You must have utilized some props to avoid the ghost baby's pursuit before obtaining the props. Even little Sun had to be careful to avoid it. Let alone you? Stop it. Zhang Luoluo directly covered her mouth. You want to die. The captain isn't here. She watched as the hooded little brother in the distance had already repicked up his ancient black and gold sword. Why is this Xia so clueless today? This is still the military advisor in their team? If we keep acting like her, we'll have to die sooner or later. Has been in this blah blah. Jiang Yan obtained the props, He does not give. What can they do? Even if it is Jiang Yan track them. But Jiang Yan is the first to go. It's indisputable. Nowadays, he could only speak kindly to Jiang Yan in an attempt to be able to get him to save the loss brought about by Xiao Sun's heart's blood. Wang Xiaoxiao stared at her big sister's eyes and saw her appalled look of fear. Also knew that she had just said that she was afraid that her life would not be long. However, she still stared at the ring in Jiang Yan's hand with a deadly stare. How could Jiang Yan be so petty? This was originally theirs, and now he was asking him to return it to use it for a little while without even giving it to him. It's really giving him too much of a good face. No, she couldn't swallow this. When she went back and found the captain, she had to let the captain come and grab Xiao Sun's things back. And that girl was creepy. And what's even worse is calling her a bad person. She's a professor of medicine who has saved tens of thousands of lives. So she's a bad person? This child is afraid that it has also been taught by Jiang Yan. We cannot let her fall into the devil's den. Next time we must take it back together to be properly educated. She's so knowledgeable that she's calling her a bad person. And that little brother in the hat. Doesn't he like to pinch her? When the time comes, waste him too and choke him full of fear. But Chenyu was staring at the ring in Jiang Yan's hand, but his eyes were red. This was his thing. Why should he let Jiang Yan take it? And that kid, he doesn't look like an ordinary person to come out of a SSS-ranked ghost domain? Can it be an ordinary little girl? There must be something fishy going on. No, we have to get the stuff back while we can. If you can't, you must get help from the captain. It's just a few mole crickets. For the current captain, I'm afraid that revealing a little bit of might will scare the guts out of them. Hurry up and get out. You fat master, I am in a good mood now. When one day the mood is not good, I will pot you end. Fatty Wang looked at them viciously, then rubbed Hoshi's head. Isn't that right, little friend? But Xiaoxi seemed to just look at Wang Xiaoxiao as if she was very angry and stared at her dead in the face. Steeply watched Wang Xiaoxiao looked at the eyes more and more engrossed, and eventually his brain hurt and began to hold his head in great pain. The scene stunned the crowd. However, Xiaoxi only gazed for a moment and then withdrew her eyes, nuzzled her mouth and hugged her chest. Those who dare to bully Big Brother are bad people. Xiaoxi just can't let them go. Fatty Wang looked at Wu Qi with some surprise. Tianjun. This, you'd better ask Yanko. I don't know either. Wu Qi shook his head. Jiang Yan looked at Xiaoxi and only felt that she was getting more and more mysterious. I don't know. It might be her own ability. So powerful. Fatty Wang rubbed Xiaoxi's face and was filled with excitement. Uncle Fatty, rub my face again and I'll stare back at you. She slapped his hand across her face, then said in a nonchalant manner, my face can only be rubbed by my big brother. Okay, I won't rub it anymore. Fatty Wang smacked his lips, a small person with a big temper. But as soon as he finished speaking, pain came to his arm, only to see that Hoshi had bitten on his arm. Hiss. Fatty Wang ate the pain and directly handed Xiaoxi to Wu Qi. This little friend is a bit of a tiger. It's better for you to take it with you. Chapter 96. Why are you so confused? Xiao Yan? Wu Qi smiled and took Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi ringed. Wu Qi did not resist in the slightest, smiling unusually happy. Jiang Yan, looking at Xiaoxi, was in a dilemma because he had brought back a small child without talking to them in advance, and her identity was unknown, so who knew if it would be potentially dangerous. But if he privately tried to keep her behind, he'd be doing his teammates a disservice. But Wu Qi seemed to be able to read Jiang Yan's thoughts. Looking at his frowning face, he laughed a little, then scratched Xiaoxi's nose. Such a cute kid. It would be nice to take him back. Can I? Jiang Yan sniffed with a twinkle in his eyes. Fatty Wang stepped forward and put his arm around his shoulder. Who are we to each other? Your daughter is our daughter. Right, little brother? He asked, looking over at little brother. Xiao Xiao raised his eyes to look at Xiaoxi and was about to say something, but he was seeing Jiang Yan and Wu Qi's bright smiles eventually choked his words back. Aha! Everything is no problem with him. Jiang Yan saw this and went up and rubbed Xiaoxi's head. See? I told you they were good. He smiled and patted Fatty Wang's shoulder. This one. Ah, you are the fat brother. The one holding you will be called Brother Wu Wei. As for little brother, Jiang Yan looped over little brother's shoulder and poked him in the cheek. Brother Qi Ling, I guess. Aha! I know la. Hoshi looked at them plausibly, then beamed and pointed at them one by one. Fat mom, skinny daddy, and a handsome boy, and my big brother. He. Xiaoxi was full of pride and raised her head to look at Jiang Yan, her small hands clapping in the air. See if I'm right? Jiang Yan held his forehead and nodded after realizing that they didn't resist in the slightest. Let's call it that. Instead, Fatty Wang teased her. Why am I the fat mom? Because only mommy can cook. And fat mommy smells like smoke and fire, so she can definitely cook. Then fat mommy cooks for skinny daddy. She clapped her little hands full of happiness. This amused them all and they laughed heartily. Their lives would no longer be boring with such a little cutie. But Hoshi was thinking of hugging her little brother, and that was a very But Xiao could not help Hoshi's persistent nature, and in the end, he could only put away his knife and hold him in his arms. And Hoshi just stared at her little brother and poked him in the face. Handsome brother, why don't you say something? Will you say something? Hoshi wants to hear it. But little brother was turning his head aside, attempting to avoid meeting his eyes. She saw that Xiao didn't want to talk to him. She directly hugged his neck and hung onto him. Humph. If handsome brother doesn't talk to me, is it because he doesn't like me? I'm just going to stick around here and not leave. Just as she was about to speak, Xiao covered her mouth. It wasn't long before she seemed tired and fell asleep in her little brother's arms as well. But the mouth still beeped. Handsome brother, fat mommy, skinny daddy, big brother. Hey, Hoshi has a family again. Jiang Yan just smiled at the situation, then swept a glance at Zhang Luoluo and the others before turning his head. Let's go. Go home. Seeing this, Wu Qi and the others didn't say anything more and just followed. However, Fatty Wang was looking at little brother's appearance and felt particularly joyful. Tianjun, did you find out that when little brother is bringing up a child? You don't say. It's kinda like a baby daddy. You'd better not. Let little brother take the child. The child lost may not even know. Wu Qi patted his shoulder and laughed. Also, Jiang Yan looked at Xiao holding Xiaoxi and thought, observe first, but what exactly is this horrible bride's engagement ring? You can really find the bride of horror. You'll have to go back and study it, but don't really marry the damn thing then. Look at him as they idly try to leave. But some people can't stand it. This is something that concerns Xiao Sun's life. Jiang Yan doesn't even know which is more important. So selfish and petty, and he can plot and scheme. But Zhang Luoluo next to her acted as if she hadn't noticed. Zhang Luoluo looked at Jiang Yan and the others with only kindness, where there was a trace of anger. Could it be that big sister was still thinking that she could make peace and attempt to get Jiang Yan to offer up her treasure? But is it possible? Jiang Yan had long since ceased to be the Jiang Yan who had been scolded by them before. He's gone rogue. He's been corrupted. Spending all day with misfits. It's a wonder you weren't taught to be bad. But Zhang Luoluo seemed like she just didn't know. Following up and asking, Xiao Yan, are you going back? Can you give Xiao Sun the special props to use? Xiao Sun paid a big price because of that jar of heart blood he gave you. I'm not trying to take it for myself. I'm just using it for a little while. Just a little while. Big sis means no harm. Jiang Yan frowned and turned his head to look at her. Before I even think of killing you guys, stay wherever you are. His tone was very cold. And Xiao also held Xiaoxi in one hand and the black and gold ancient sword in the other, staring at the other party with a deadly stare. But the movements in his hands were very gentle, as if he was worried that his movements would wake up Hoshi. But that didn't delay him from addressing a woman who was attempting to harm Jiang Yan. Zhang Luoluo looked at Jiang Yan, not knowing how to reply. Sister, big sister knows she's sorry, but Xiao Sun's matter really can't be delayed, and I'm doing this for your own good. Now that the captain is SSS level, you guys definitely won't be able to resist, and if Xiao Sun's injuries aren't saved and the captain finds out, he'll definitely blame you guys. If Xiao Sun has already recovered back, then if the captain knows that you guys robbed something, anger will not be too big. When the time comes, big sister on the side to help you guys persuasion is good. No need, SSS level is really quite imposing. Let him come, just so we haven't seen the power of SSS level yet? Jiang Yan coldly swept his eyes across and said, being nice to Yanzi? I can see that you don't have any good intentions. I'm afraid that the first person to go back and tell on you is you. What kind of big-tail wolf are you pretending to be here? Fatty Wang looked at her with a face full of mockery. It's like looking at a big, stinky pile. Yanko had already made his position clear, and it was just as well that it was a ing press for them to use poison to harm Yanko. And now you're thinking of hogging the fruits of Yanko's victory. How big their faces are. It simply shocked him to his core. If you're so far gone, just go back to the drawing board and start over. I didn't. I really did it for Xiao Yan's sake. How could I possibly harm you guys? Jiang Yan swept a glance at her without saying anything and directly led Wu Qi and the others out of here. Zhang Luoluo looked at their departing figures. Her body trembled and she collapsed to the ground. It was all over. Xiao Sun's injuries had not been saved, and the captain would definitely step in and take Jiang Yan back to be tortured. Chains hanging from bones, ghostly torment, soul-breaking needles. She didn't dare to imagine how she would choose if Jiang Yan looked at her with pleading eyes at that time. A clear tear escaped her eye at the thought. Xiao Yan, why are you so confused? Chapter 97. You are a sinner. Elder sister, I can actually do it even if I don't treat it, said Chen Yu as he walked up to comfort Zhang Luoluo. Brother Jiang Yan is just like this, so don't get angry with him. He stared at Jiang Yan's figure. His teeth had been clenched. These were his. Why could he be allowed to take them? It would have belonged to him. His heart seemed to have accumulated a lot of anger. Big sister, let's go find Jiang Yan. He must just think that we don't have the idea of accepting him. As long as we show our attitude, he will definitely agree to go back with us. Jiang Yan, everything you have belongs to me. Don't think you can make the captain and the others change by using some small tricks. Chen Wanting also comforted beside her. Big sister, although Jiang Yan has struck out at us, he hasn't struck out at us every time, at most slapping us twice. He definitely has us in his heart. We just need to persuade him more and he'll definitely come around. Zhang Luoluo's eyes lit up. She also felt that what they said made sense. She let out a deep breath. I told you, how could Jiang Yan do this to us? He has been thin-skinned since he was a child. And he doesn't fight back even when he hits him and returns the favor. She thought and followed a few people behind Jiang Yan. But Wang Xiaoxiao was not happy. Why should we apologize to him and beg for peace? It's obviously his fault. Is he still justified? Anyway, I'm not going. If you wanna go, you guys go. I'm going back to find the captain. As long as the captain comes, Jiang Yan and the others will have to be obedient. By then he'll get back what he owes us. Through and through. She left furiously. He even took a shot at me just now. He's really spoiled. I'll have to break his dog's legs when he's brought back. The bastard. Come back. Zhang Luoluo chortled and pulled her arm. Why do you hate Jiang Yan so much? Where did he provoke you before? Zhang Luoluo questioned with a deadly stare at her. Who let him keep annoying me in the past and giving me that lowly herb? Isn't that insulting me as a medical professor? Her face was full of aggression, but she still felt that it wasn't her fault. And I just broke his legs a couple times to teach him a lesson. I'm educating him. A free teacher. And he can't thank me enough for taking a shot at me. Wang Xiaoxiao. Zhang Luoluo's cold eyes stared at her, heckling. I really don't know how you've become like this now. How come you're so kind to Xiaosun? You can take care of the little grasses that he gave you. But why do you feel bored with the spirit grasses that Jiang Yan gave you? That, Xiaosun, he sent, is the intention. Jiang Yan clearly know that I don't need these to give them back to me. Isn't this giving me trouble? Besides, can Jiang Yan be compared to Xiaosun? One heaven and one earth. Alright, I don't know how many times I've heard this sentence. Zhang Luoluo snorted coldly. Everyone had said that Jiang Yan was obviously so outstanding. But why did no one bother to care? He had just come out of the SSS-ranked ghost domain without the slightest injury. And probably even killed an SSS-ranked ghost. Something that none of them who were sisters could do. If they had been in this state of mind, they were afraid that their ultimate achievements would not be as good as the current Jiang Yan. Knowing that Jiang Yan had only been away from them for a month, did they want people outside to know that Jiang Yan had been making slow progress in their team for 7 years? And as soon as he went out, he had carp turned dragon and progressed directly at a rapid pace? She's really tired. In their hearts now, they still felt that all the venomous beatings they had inflicted on Jiang Yan were for his own good. But did Jiang Yan need it? He didn't need to be taught because he himself was very knowledgeable and well behaved. But Wang Xiaoxiao looked at his big sister's angry appearance, skimming his mouth full of defiance. I'm not just sticking a few knives into his heart. Besides, I'm a professor. I won't really kill him. I'm just giving him a little lesson. What? Zhang Luoluo seemed to have heard something that shocked her 3 senses. You said that you stuck a few knives in Jiang Yan's heart. Are you still a human being? This is something that will kill you. That's not my fault. Who asked him to keep hanging around in front of my eyes, and said that he had refined a beauty elixir and wanted to give me a taste of it. Just like his harmful nature, he definitely didn't have good intentions. Beauty elixir? Has he ever seen an elixir? Must be trying to poison me. She thought of something and spoke accusingly. I just took a small knife and stuck it in his chest, avoiding the vitals a few times. Ha! Zhang Luoluo coldly looked at Wang Xiaoxiao and stumbled backward twice. She felt that her perception of Wang Xiaoxiao should be refreshed. Stick a knife in your chest? Avoiding the vitals? You're blaming Jiang Yan? But who knows, Jiang Yan may have buried his head overnight for an unknown number of days and nights to research the beauty pills, and he may have already tried it himself. But Wang Xiaoxiao not only didn't accept it but even took a knife and shot at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan was their teammate, a teammate who had lived for 7 years. Had he always been in this torment? He just wanted to show his 4th sister what he had accomplished and wanted to get some compliments. And no one ever taught him Danmaku, even if what he researched wasn't a beauty elixir. Just throw it away. Why come out so hard on him? It's really too strange. She suddenly felt like the teammates she used to live with were a bunch of cannibalistic demons. Eldest sister, Jiang Yan is doing this to us. I think it was his education that was too light in the past that caused him to be so cold and heartless now. Wang Xiaoxiao was furious, and following us every time, brushing us off. At this time, Chun Yu, who was at the side, looked at Wang Xiaoxiao and only felt shocked. My mom Lu, for sisters so tough, this are under the knife? Or to the heart? Jiang Yan, this vitality can be really tenacious. Fight undefeated, small, strong, true. At best, he's trying to make some profit. It's really no comparison. These sisters are so cannibalistic. Wang Xiaoxiao, haven't you ever thought about your problem? Maybe Jiang Yan has known about this place for a long time, And the path we took to get here was simply different from theirs. In your heart in the end there is no Jiang Yan this teammate. Our 7 years of feelings you eat as farts. You really make me strange now. I really don't know if you're still Wang Xiaoxiao. I really doubt now if you're possessed by a ghost. So cold-blooded. You're his fourth sister. He just wanted all the encouragement he could get from you. And what did you do? You held a knife to him. Do you think that's reasonable? Do you think you're still a person? Zhang Luoluo almost roared out. And the other things you've done in the past. You haven't slandered Jiang Yan much, have you? What about the other teammates? Have you all joined forces to falsely accuse Jiang Yan again? How much he suffered for it do you know? You're afraid that you've never had Jiang Yan's position in your heart. Your heart is always biased. Biased low completely and utterly. She pointed at Wang Xiaoxiao's chest and verbally yelled, venting her heart's dissatisfaction. You are a sinner. This title of Professor of Medicine in you is completely tarnished by you. Chapter 98, even if he dies, it's a worthy death. I didn't do it on purpose, he likes to be beaten so much. It won't be a big deal for me to stick 2 knives in him, besides. It's not like you guys haven't stuck them in before. And didn't you take a lot of heart blood? Staring at Zhang Luoluo's angry look, Wang Xiaoxiao could only bow her head and retort. You, Zhang Luoluo almost vomited in anger at her words. Is this still a human being? However, they did all do evil things to Jiang Yan. Lolo Zhan was right. It wasn't just her. All of them were guilty. They're the ones who are guilty of trying to get Jiang Yan killed. But compared to the oldest 4, they do a bit of a look at the genera. They have a role to play in taking the heart's blood, and the oldest can only think to get revenge. The meaning is different. Big sister, why do you care so much about Jiang Yan? Said Wang Xiaoxiao as she looked at Zhang Luoluo with doubt in her timid expression. In the past, Big sister had been very willing to join them in bullying Jiang Yan. He would even take the lead in thinking of ideas to make Jiang Yan pay. Once even made him put his head down and lick it because he came into the house and stepped on the floor. But the current big sister was completely different from the one she remembered. Was she really possessed by a ghost? She had just been speaking on the matter and hadn't made a single mistake. So why was she talking about herself like that? And it was Jiang Yan's fault in itself. Why should they pay for it? He is just a mother born and not mother raised. Even his heart is dirty. Why should they go to look at him squarely? There are some things that are all but decided from birth. He's just a... What's wrong with her? Big deal. After snatching Xiao Sun's stuff back, rewarding him with a few ghost coins to beat him up a few times less later wouldn't be good. Why do you have to make such a big deal out of something so simple? Does she have to apologize? Apologize to that? How can that be? He doesn't deserve it. She's a professor of medicine, highly respected and so naturally beautiful. Apologizing to him? But looking at Big Sister's appearance, it doesn't look like she's been taken over. Why did Big Sister become like this? Was she really brainwashed by Jiang Yan? But he couldn't think of where the mistake had been made. But it was the big sister and the second sister who brainwashed them when they went to find Jiang Yan, right? It's been like this since my oldest sister and second sister have been there a few times. Definitely. Wang Xiaoxiao's gaze as she looked at Jiang Yan's back grew more and more vengeful. Jiang Yan, Jiang Yan, you're really a villain. How dare you lay hands on your sister who has raised you for 7 years? Luckily, I had taken precautions against you in the past. Or else, I'm afraid that you would have been drilled by you a long time ago. What drilling? Xiao, what are you talking about again? Zhang Luolu looked at Wang Xiaoxiao, thinking that she was playing around again. Her tone was very bad. I'm telling you, don't have any bad thoughts about Jiang Yan. With a mindset like yours, you're afraid that you won't even be able to stand up in the face of those cunning ghosts and monsters, let alone improve your strength. I didn't. Wang Xiaoxiao skimmed her mouth very unconvinced. How is this brought back to boosting strength? Look. Besides, what's this got to do with Jiang Yan? It's not like he gave me my realm-raising elixir. Big sister, don't be so biased, isn't it? Zhang Luoluo looked at her with a cold smile. Wasn't the ghost coin that bought you the spirit medicine seized from Jiang Yan? Do you know how many ghost coins the captain asks Jiang Yan to hand over every month? Zhang Luoluo looked at Wang Xiaoxiao with some amusement. How many? Isn't it just a few dozen? It's not enough for one of my low-grade spirit herbs, Wang Xiaoxiao replied with a face full of disdain. With his little body and physique, I'll admit he's strong now. But what about before, when he was nothing more than AD? He even regressed at times. I'm afraid I'll be scared out of my wits if I run into a D-rank ghost. And that talent of his? It's like, it can only replace an injury. What else is it good for? And his teammates are just looking at his talent before they give him charity to join. Otherwise it would have been kicked a long time ago. But his talent isn't damage replacement anymore, sighed Zhang Luoluo as she looked at Wang Xiaoxiao with a heart like a knife. What? How is it possible? Isn't this something that can't be changed from birth? Wang Xiaoxiao was a bit surprised, but still quickly calmed down. Impossible. This feels impossible. If he can change his talent, then I can take my head off and kick it as a ball for him. Zhang Luoluo looked at her and only felt that her prejudice against Jiang Yan was still so deep. She sighed. Didn't you realize that Jiang Yan had such a strength bonus when he was only a rank? This is what a secondary talent can bring. It's the captain's type of onslaught that isn't so tough. And have you ever noticed that he has never had an injury on his body since he left my team's ranks? Zhang Lolo cupped his chin and speculated. Wang Xiaoxiao sniffed and recalled, realizing that everything was indeed as Big Sister had said. But so what? Maybe it was gained by draining his body's potential. Wang Xiaoxiao bristled with disbelief. There's no way to compare it to someone like Xiao Sun, who was born to be a strong person. Not really, said Chen Yudu, her face reddening. Brother Jiang Yan is still very powerful, but he's just a bit grumpy. Then he's a bit long. Then he's dirty, but there's not much else wrong with him. Zhang Luoluo looked at the two of them as they spoke to each other, and really didn't know what to say, as she only felt herself becoming more and more awake now. The more and more they are aware of what they do, the more aware they are of how vicious what they do is. Really incorrigible you. Zhang Luoluo eventually just snorted coldly and didn't look at Wang Xiaoxiao anymore. She visually estimated that Jiang Yanshan's ability should be above C rank and below A rank, because it's just an increase and nothing else. That was just her guess towards the high end of the scale though. It was possible it was a bit lower, but Wang Xiaoxiao, who heard her big sister's chiding, was not happy. What do you mean by incorrigible? The incorrigible one is clearly Jiang Yan, because of how much Jiang Yan himself was bullied, how much little Sun was bullied. The whole team is screwed up because of him. Jiang Yan had better never come back. Even if he begged the captain to let him come back, she would still go up and add fuel to the fire. Even if he came back, she had to make him look good and teach him a good lesson about who was really the king of size in the ranks. There was also Big Sister. She must break her attitude towards Jiang Yan. This cannot be blamed on her ruthlessness. To blame it on Jiang Yan his own, for robbing Little Sun's treasure alone, he deserved to die. And now he's robbed Xiao Sun of the thing that saved his life. All by what right should he be allowed? Doesn't anyone know that bullying is not a good idea? He's just enjoying their goodness while taking it for granted. And there's no point in pitying someone like that. If there was a chance, she wouldn't mind nullifying him. Didn't Big Sister say that he had a strong talent? Then she would find a chance to see if she could strip him of his talent to Xiao Sun. This was a way to give an account of Jiang Yan's ability to maximize the value of his talent. Even if he dies, it's a good death. Chapter 99, The Terrifying Bride. Xiao was carrying Hoshi in his arms and his pace was very light for fear of waking her up and then tossing himself. It was just that this scene felt so cozy in Jiang Yan's eyes. Hey, you don't say that little brother can have a hand in bringing up children. Fatty Wang put his arm around Wu Qi's shoulder. Looking at their figures was more and more cozy and smooth. Indeed, said Wu Xia, looking at little brother with a smirk. It's the first time little brother has been so gentle. What do you think is wrong with him? It won't really be an iron tree blossoming, right? Fatty Wang's pupils shrunk, feeling unbelievable, but the scene in front of him was so uncomfortable. Look at little brother's hand resting on Hoshi's leg. Ouch my ass. Jiang Yan patted his shoulder. Actually, little brother is just afraid that Xiao Xu will get up and toss him. Wu Qi opened his mouth, thinking that what Yanko said was the real truth. That's right. Little brother's nature. I'm afraid it's been hundreds of years. All three laughed. Naive The gang behind is still following? Fatty Wang stuck his hands in his pockets, spat out the small grass in his mouth, and took out his hand to break his wrist. Crackling. Wu Qi didn't turn around and said, still following, about a couple 100 meters. He looked at the map on his phone again, which Jiang Yan had sent them. We're almost home, and if they don't stop, we don't mind giving them a beating to go back to their moms. Tianjin, this idea is good. Fatty Wang was beside himself with excitement, all breaking his wrists as if he was ready to start at any time. However, Jiang Yan's gaze was dead set on Xiaoxi as he realized that there was a blue pattern on Xiaoxi's brow. The grain is very nice. Gradually he felt his eyes grow more and more mesmerized and his mind began to wander as he stared at the pattern and asked, do you see the light pattern on Hoshi's head? Where are the light patterns? Fatty Wang was the first to react and looked at Xiaoxi, looking left and right to find that there was none. Hey, did you see that, Tianjin? AI. Jiang Yan, how did you fall asleep? Wang Panzi stretched out his hand, but realized that Jiang Yan had already started to stagger. He hurriedly went forward to support him. Hey, Yako, why did you fall asleep? Is it somewhere uncomfortable? Fatty Wang frowned, looking at Jiang Yan with worry in his heart. Wu Qi stared at Jiang Yan from the side, then looked at Xiaoxi, cupped his chin and pondered for a moment, then came to a conclusion. Maybe it's because of Xiaoxi's special nature that made Jiang Yan fall asleep. Carry him home first, and we'll talk about it when we get home. But, it could also be an opportunity for Yanko. Fatty Wang let out a sigh of relief at his words and carried the already sleeping Jiang Yan onto his back. Hey, Tianjin, Little brother holding Xiaoxi. I'm carrying Yen Zi. This is a bit of a come down any way you look at it, haha. But I really don't blame Yanko for saying you have a clear brain. But it's really quite comical. Wu Qi smiled and then didn't say anything more. And Jiang Yan only felt a wave of dizziness at the moment. So he felt that the sky was the earth and the earth was the sky. And then a flash of white light flashed. And he raised his hand to block the strong light. And it took a few seconds before he could slow down. He reluctantly opened his eyes as he raised his arms, trying to make himself able to see things hazily. Tianjun, what's with the light? Could it be that the light bulb has become a spirit? But the naive answer he expected didn't come. Fatty? Still no answer. Jiang Yan frowned and eventually opened his eyes. But what met his eyes was a room furnished with various wedding decorations. A bridal chamber? And there was a photo on one table of a very beautiful woman with delicate features, slightly powdered. And the corners of her eyebrows were mesmerizing. But the corners of her mouth were slightly raised. The corners of her eyebrows were also slightly arched, like a curved moon. And she was wearing a wedding dress. She was smiling at herself. In an instant, Jiang Yan's hazy spirit immediately cleared up. He rubbed his eyes and looked again, realizing that the woman in the photo had regained her original appearance. Could it be that you're looking at it the wrong way? But once again he was shocked that it was himself standing next to her. The body was wearing a red wedding garment at the same time. He opened his mouth, looking slightly dazed. He blinked again and realized that the woman was actually smiling at herself next to him. And it was heartwarming, as if she was deeply in love with him. He instantly felt a cold chill run upward from the soles of his feet and then sweep through his body. And he felt his heart shudder at the unfamiliar surroundings. Another blink and the woman was back to her original form. With skepticism, he blinked, turned, and after a few tries realized that he no longer had the vision he had just had. But everything around us is so weird. He should mentally be entering a space within a space. He tentatively touched the table next to him that had been wrapped in red and found it to be solid. He could determine that this place was supposed to be a space that just pulled his spirit through. He looked at his surroundings. There was a plate of wine on the table, 2 by 2. It was a pair of cross-cup wine. Next to it was a piece of red paper. Jiang Yan frowned and picked it up. It had a clear lip print on it. The lips are seductive. Next to it was a bronze mirror. He could think of a stunningly beautiful woman grooming herself here. He looked around again as he wandered around the room. The walls were decorated in red, and although they looked joyous, they looked eerie and chilling to him. How the hell do you get out of this place? But just as he was walking, he noticed a red groom's costume on a hanger in the far room, the gold filigree on it visible from a distance. Jiang Yan didn't know what to do now, but at the moment, he could only take one step at a time, looking for a way out. He took one step toward that room, and one door after another behind him creaked shut with his steps. He felt the cold air under his feet getting heavier. He was now certain that the room was definitely haunted by the horrible bride, and that red dowry at the end of the room. In fact, he had read it in his previous life when he had been transformed into a spirit after his own death. At that time it was Chenyu who appeared in the air wearing this red groom's clothes and then holding a woman in a red wedding dress. Chenyu seemed to be able to rely on this red wedding garment to manipulate the terror bride. And at that time, Chenyu utilized the terror bride to directly slaughter tens of thousands of people, seizing their divine souls as a guide and their flesh as a mediator, completing a huge ritual, rite of passage. Remember that the Chenyu at that time was doing all this to break through the SSS level to achieve a higher rank. At that time, Zhang Pei was already at the peak of SSS level, but he still couldn't escape the strike of the terror bride. When Zhang Pei was dying, he had gathered many people at the peak of the SSS level, and there was even a top human powerhouse at the XXS level. But eventually, he died of depression. At that time, the rules of the game seemed to have punished Chenyu for what he had done, as a faceless man appeared, interrupting his spell casting and then striking out at him. But Bride of Terror was controlled to block a hit for him. In the end he achieved the XXS rank with the loss of one of the top 10 scary ghosts. Since then, he had begun to start taking down the other 10 great horrors one by one. But even so, the Terror Bride's strength still gave Jiang Yan a chill. I just don't know if little brother can beat her, or whether he could beat it with his new talent after breaking through the S rank. But these can only be revealed if you break through the S rank yourself. He was also looking forward to what form his strength would grow in when he broke through the S rank. Chapter 100 Am I Beautiful? As he got closer to the groom's clothes, he could also look clearly at the elaborate decorations and patterns on them. This exquisite pattern is simply the work of a master, and it is almost impossible to pick out any mistakes. But as he got closer, he felt the space get quieter and quieter. It can be described as a pin drop. He always felt the hairs on his body explode with sweat as he crossed a threshold and lifted a curtain. He didn't care though, because he had felt that way from the moment he stepped into the place. He moved closer and closer to the garment, eventually standing in front of it, staring at it in awe. He was mesmerized by what he was looking at. and he had to say that the delicacy of this garment was beyond his expectations, and the fabric could clearly be seen to be of the finest satin. He even felt that if this garment was worn on his body it would be very handsome. It wasn't that he was bragging, it was just a subconscious feeling, and a feeling of how nice it would be if the person standing next to that stunningly beautiful woman was himself. Just as his mind was getting more and more enthralled, he pinched his thigh violently, and instantly, the pain pulled him back from his imaginary dream. When he recovered mentally, his eyes were so wide that he could have stuffed an egg in his mouth. An electric current ran through him as if from the soles of his feet straight to his brain, giving him a steep and morose chill. For the garments on the hanger are still the same clothes one wears on one's body. What about the dowry? All he felt was a good something heavy on top of his head, and he stared out in a daze, as if in some disbelief, and reached out to touch it. Found himself still wearing his groomsman's hat on his head. His body stiffened as he lifted his arm, and when he saw the red groom's outfit already on his arm, he glanced at the mirror next to him and turned to look at it with some disbelief. The red groom's coat that he had on at the moment. Stunned out of his mind, he surveyed the dowry he was wearing, only to feel his sweaty hairs explode, and he always felt a pair of eyes staring at him. He touched the garment on his chest, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. You don't say. It's quite nice. He straightened out his clothes and surveyed them. It's just a dress, isn't it? Look at how it scared him. Hasn't he been through enough weird stuff in the last 7 years? Isn't that a little bit of a feather in the cap? Do you really think he's scared? Besides, if that horrible bride really wanted to get herself killed, then he would have been dead from the moment he stepped into this place. However, since Chun Yu could manipulate the bride of terror by wearing this garment, did that mean he could as well? Wouldn't he just take off then? Just as he was imagining things, an enchanting and charming, but somewhat gentle and attentive voice steeply appeared in his ears. Is it nice? Sajiri. It's nice to look at. This fabric, spoke Jiang Yan subconsciously, but when halfway through the sentence the body froze, the neck instantly became difficult to twist, and the hairs of sweat stood on end, and that's when a voice in his head sounded a voice. Congratulations on obtaining the recognition of the groom's marriage dress. Ha! Jiang Yan's brain was stuck in standby. Screw it, he didn't just look at it for a few moments and gain recognition. It was no wonder that Chen Yu's pussy was able to obtain something so heaven-defying so smoothly. Wouldn't that mean that whoever had this opportunity would be invincible in this world? But that's the bride of terror, one of the 10 terrors. It's that good to talk, and besides, he chose the groom. He must have gotten here by mistake. Or do not bother people cannot. Maybe people do not see their own little brother is not here, and then tear themselves up cannot be kind. He thought about it and tried to take his shirt off, but the image he had imagined of not being able to take it off didn't happen. But just as he was peeling back the waistband of his pants, he noticed that in the mirror, there was a bed behind him, and there was one sitting on the bed. A woman in a red wedding dress with a blood red cover on her head. She had her hands folded together in her lap, her pale skin with dots of light green veins, and those hands, with red, bright red, blood-like nail polish on her fingertips. It felt like I could strangle myself in the next second. You could see through the mirror what a gorgeous face there was behind the red head. A slightly powdered face with if anything pink lips and a pair of beautiful eyes that could take a person's heart. Jiang Yan subconsciously gulped at the thought, but why was his focus so skewed? Why do you think she's so beautiful? Can't she just be an old woman? And it's one of those ugly old women with no teeth. Just as he was clearing his thoughts, he only felt his surroundings getting colder and colder. Jiang Yan returned to his thoughts and was instantly wrapped in fear. He now felt like he couldn't even take normal steps, because this scene is, to put it mildly, bizarre. Had he just been in her line of sight from the moment he stepped in? But why didn't she kill herself? And he didn't think there was anyone in here the moment he entered. Nope, she's not even human. He was lost in thought. She couldn't be the one who just asked if he looked good. Could she? He only felt his body stiffen more and more. Still, years of teetering on the edge of life and death had made him much more receptive. His body was also beginning to regain control, and his face was much lighter. As it stood, the fact that she hadn't killed herself in the first place meant that there was still room for negotiation. What's more, he had already obtained the recognition of the groom's clothes, so he didn't believe that what Chen Yu could do, he couldn't do? Although people and ghosts are different, but it is not necessary to really marry her, just for show. But when this idea just popped up, he felt that the bride in front of him around the body of the gas breath has become more condensed cold up. He stared at the red cover. Could she hear his heart? Sang-ho? Then do I have to call him my wife? But in the next moment he threw that thought right out of his mind. Not this. But in the next second he only felt the coldness around him dissipate a lot. But then a voice that was gentle but with a hint of flirtation rang in his head. Sajiri, feel free. But the next moment the voice turned cold and with a hint of threat. But old woman. No way. Jiang Yan froze. Why did he feel that there was something inexplicably cute about the horrible bride in front of him? Was he angry? Does it still have to be a doe-eyed pissed off like Hoshi? But then a chaotic shudder ran through his head as he thought about it, and he felt like he'd been hit with a hammer blow. He froze as he looked at the horrible bride in front of him, and lost his temper. I'm not scared. Who the hell are you? And what are you doing with this mess? Your grandmother. I have long put life and death at risk, and I'm still afraid of you. An unarmed female ghost? When he said that, he walked to the bride in a furious manner, with a horrible aura as if he wanted to eat the bride in front of him. The scene was akin to a drunken groom returning to his bridal chamber in a drunken rage, taking it out on a delicate and attentive bride. But Jiang Yan walked to the side and steeply picked up the small long stick on the table next to him. This wasn't fear on his part. He was just unveiling, shucks, just fulfilling the duties expected of a groom. Otherwise, if one step isn't done right and the bride gets angry and kills him, that's the end of it. He's just found a new family. He can't die young. He trembled his hands and bit his lip, no longer having the majestic aura he had just had. He placed the small baguette under the red cover and had a long mental struggle with apprehension. Let's just die. We don't know how to get out anyway, and the only way to crack it should be the way it is now. With a clench of his teeth and a close of his eyes, he directly picked up the red cover with a small stick. He didn't dare look. He was afraid it was a rotten, disgusting old woman. But he slowly opened his eyes anyway when he felt the gaze on him. The moment he opened his eyes, his hand was touched by a touch of cold, very silky and tactile. He stiffened. His eyes instantly widened, and what entered them was a face that was too beautiful to be described in words anymore. It was exactly the same as the photo he had just seen at the point, but really looking at it face to face still felt so fantastical, and only felt incredible. Why there was such a beautiful woman in the world. Bah, female ghosts. His throat swallowed subconsciously, only to see the red-clothed female ghost's white and ice-smooth hand holding on the back of his hand. Those beautiful and moving eyes were full of deep love. The beautiful and blood-like lips gently rose, revealing a smile that made people feel that this was the early winter sun, only to see her soul-stirring and tantalizing eyes gazing at Jiang Yan, her red lips moving slightly. Sire, am I beautiful? Chapter 101, Did I let you play ing pussy? Jiang Yan looked at that beautiful face. His throat couldn't help but roll a bit, and subconsciously spoke. Beautiful. The red-robed female ghost's cold hand slowly stroked along Jiang Yan's arm towards his body. Just as she was about to open her mouth, her hand was about to reach Jiang Yan's chest. Jiang Yan's cold voice interrupted her. Have you touched enough? His hand clamped down on her arm as if it were a vice. Jiang Yan's eyes coldly met the terror bride's gaze, which was filled with a cold color. Regardless of whether or not this ghostly creature had struck out at himself, that was the presence of uncertainty. And if he really was always by his side, who knew if he would mess with him and sneak up on him one day? He was still at the point where he could give his life away because of beauty, let alone a ghost. Sangong really doesn't understand nah. Her seductive eyes gently curved up, backhandedly broke away from Jiang Yan's hand, slowly got up, and at the moment of locking gazes with Jiang Yan, her body had already slipped past behind Jiang Su. Jiang Yan was just about to make a move, but he realized that he had been fixed in place. Suddenly he felt a coolness underneath his body. A pair of small delicate white hands had already encircled his waist, and a soft touch came from behind him. A lightly tickling cool breath came from her ear at this moment. Sunga, you're really misbehaving. Jiang Yan heart to gas. Never met. Above the paste face to say the male. Who can be subjected to it? He just wanted to break free, but he only felt a burst of white light flashing past his eyes, and his vision became clearer and clearer. When he opened his eyes, what came into his eyes was the fat man's sturdy back. Jiang Yan only felt his heart warm. Sure enough, one should have been mentally pulled into that space. Luckily they were beside themselves. If it was Zhang Luoluo and the others, they would definitely do something evil to themselves that they didn't know about. But the blue lines staring at Hoshi's brow were then passed over, and when his gaze swept over to Hoshi, the blue lines on his forehead were no longer there. But when his eyes swept behind him, he realized that Zhang Luoluo was already walking in his direction. Jiang Yan, are you uncomfortable somewhere? Quickly use the special prop you just acquired. She wore a tense expression on her face, and her frown seemed to be worrying about Jiang Yan. She had just seen Jiang Yan directly fainting from afar, and she assumed that something had happened. But she still didn't go forward, only thinking that he should be too tired. But with the cold sweat on Jiang Yan's face when he woke up just now, she could be sure that the toxin in Jiang Yan's body must have taken effect. Jiang Yan patted the fatty's shoulder and then got down, looking at Zhang Luoluo, who had already arrived in front of him. His face was very unhappy. Jiang Yan, can you quickly treat the poison on your body? If you don't need to, can you help little Sun treat it first? He's hurt badly this time, and if he goes back with his injuries, the captain will definitely take it out on you. Jiang Yan, count on my sister to beg you. Okay, life is important. She looked at Jiang Yan filled with worry. Jiang Yan instantly snorted. Zhang Luoluo. Have you finally stopped pretending? Jiang Yan laughed coldly. Letting Chen Yu use the treasures I obtained? Does he have a big face? On what basis? Or on the basis of your rotten good intentions? Big sister is doing this for your own good. Why don't you understand big sister's good intentions? She staggered and looked at Jiang Yan. Her eyes filled with sadness. She sniffled. Jiang Yan, count on my sister to beg you. Just let little Sun use the treasure for just a little while. She had to let Jiang Yan cure Xiao Sun now. Nothing else. Just seeing as Xiao Sun would get the captain's favoritism. He would definitely come to trouble Jiang Yan, which was the last thing she wanted to see. Count on my sister to beg you, she even cried, going up and picking at Jiang Han's arm. Jiang Yan threw a hand over her. You're still finished. Chen Yu's bitter trick you guys are one to believe in. I didn't see you guys so worried when I was injured in the past. Is it interesting now? Isn't he Chen Yu very powerful? Have him come over and kowtow to me and apologize. I can forgive him. Zhang Luoluo was stunned and turned her head to look at Chen Yu, knowing deep down that this was impossible. And there's a strong possibility that Shaw will be angered, and then everything will be lost. Jiang Yan, can we change our request? On the side, Chen Wanting also looked at Jiang Yan with teary eyes. She and her big sister had already reached a consensus, but this request was just a bit, although it was highly likely that Xiao Sun would actually agree to it, since he was the one who liked Jiang Yan the most to go back. But this is too sorry for Xiao Sun, then there's no point in talking. You guys get lost, waved his hand as Jiang Yan directly interrupted their thoughts. At this time Wang Xiaoxiao, who heard all this, went forward and pulled Jiang Yan's arm, full of anger, pointing at Jiang Yan's nose and cursing. Jiang Yan, are you still a person? Big sister and second sister have worked so hard for you, and now you're given the chance and you still don't want it. Really think we're easy to bully? Jiang Yan directly skimmed over her hand. For heart? Still not worried about your green tea soon's safety? Still for my good? As far as you people's hearts are concerned, if you pull them out and feed them to the dogs will think they're dirty. You. Wang Xiaoxiao was shivering straight from Jiang Yan's words. Are you still giving it back or not? You still have a reason for robbing Xiao Sun's things. Xiao Sun was injured for the sake of it. You can even say these words so righteously now. If you don't give it back, believe it or not, we'll beat you to death, and then have the captain take you back to slowly torture you, so that you'll know what it means to live as if you're not as good as dead. She had been angry for a long time. Just now she wanted to go back to inform the captain, but Big Sister and the others directly pulled themselves from going back. In the end it was Little Sun who stepped in and she compromised. But who knew that Big Sister would plead for him and he would still be so obsessed? By this time, Little Brother and the others were now behind Jiang Yan. They were as if they were Jiang Yan's strongest backing, and Wu Qi's cold eyes swept over all of them. I heard, you guys are going to go Yonko? Who gave you guys the guts? Fatty Wang had already drawn the knife on Little Brother's back and waited in his hand. Just you little Yakuza. Both sides' auras were high, and although Wang Xiaoxiao was afraid of Xiao Xiao and the others, she was certain that they were still very jealous of their captain, and they definitely didn't dare to make a rash move. When she thought of this, she stood out with a defiant face. What? If you don't discipline him, you won't allow us teammates to discipline him? Look how he's been brought up by you all. Now he's a white-eyed wolf who's envious. You don't care about his cheap behavior, but you won't let us care about it? If he's like that, he'll be looked down upon wherever he goes. We're doing him a favor, and he's still thinking of breaking with us and striking out at us. Wang Xiaoxiao had a straight face, as if all that she said was the truth. Just as he wanted to continue speaking, Fatty Wang's foot had already kicked Wang Xiaoxiao in the stomach. I told you to pussy out. Chapter 102, do you have the life to take it? Being kicked to the ground, Wang Xiaoxiao stared at Wang Fatty in a daze. His temper instantly rose. Old lady is afraid of you. What right do you have to kick me? I'm a professor of medicine. You're an important contributor to mankind out of the blue. Yo, you're the one who's still an important person. Didn't you mix the poison quite well? Use all the contribution on Yanko? Fatty Wang swept his cold eyes over her with a face full of provocation. Fatty Wang said and looked at Zhang Luoluo. Hey, little ninny, just your ing name is Zhang Luoluo? Zhang Luoluo froze in her tracks, not yet having slowed down from the quickness of Fatty Wang's strikes, and only subconsciously nodded her head. Seeing this, Fatty Wang pointed his knife at Wang Xiaoxiao. Then you'll give me control of your dog. It doesn't move or howl. Those who don't know would think it's eating dog. It stinks so bad. Fatty Wang fanned his nose full of disgust. He is not afraid of these people. They are a bunch of small cabbages. Fat master, I slap a small karami. Just what captain they are. SSS ranked. Very hung? How bad is it? Can you block Xiao's slash? Big sister. Look at them. They're hitting me. And you're standing still? Are you still our big sister? Wang Xiaoxiao's face was filled with a bit of anger. but he didn't dare to yell at Fatty Wang, and could only look at his big sister begging to wake her up. But after Zhang Luo thought deeply, she looked at Wang Xiaoxiao and just sighed. Now Wang Xiaoxiao still can't make sense of the situation. Thanks to her being a professor of medicine, she thought that Wang Xiaoxiao's position was not a mix-up, and one of the key points I just heard was that the medicine was concocted by the fourth sister. And there's really a lot of doubt about that. However, right now they were pleading with Jiang Yan to use the treasure to heal little Sun, and it would also prevent the captain from finding Jiang Yan in trouble. If things went down to the wire, Jiang Yan would definitely be taught a hard lesson by the captain. Now she couldn't rely on Wang Xiaoxiao and the others. Only she could turn this situation around. Wang Xiaoxiao's heart chilled when she saw that her big sister was still indifferent and even tried to curry favor with the other party. She sort of understood. Big sister was drugged so biased towards Jiang Yan. The corner of her mouth rose as she pulled out a small sword plate from her bosom and stared at Jiang Yan and the others. Asterisk 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 asterisk, aren't you quite capable? The captain had known that you guys would mess up, and specially gave yes the SSS ranked Dao sword plate, which has a peak SSS ranked strike. I'll see if you guys still dare to make a move on me. Fatty Wang looked at the things in Wang Xiaoxiao's hands and thought she was so stupid. Can't you see little brother is here? If little brother wasn't here, she could have yelled at them by pulling this out. But now, isn't that a purely loaded muzzle? Who the hell are you scaring? Jiang Yan sneered. However, this scene was seen by Wang Xiaoxiao as Jiang Yan and the others being afraid. They were afraid of their SSS ranked sword tags. Weren't they quite capable of pretending? She originally still held a glimmer of an idea about Jiang Yan, thinking that there was still a chance for him to turn around. But now she thought wrong. None of the brutes from the orphanage are any good. Didn't she say she poisoned them? She wouldn't mind concocting poison to put in the orphanage as well next time to poison them. These mother asterisk 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 heirs deserve to die. And treatment? Do they deserve to be treated in a hospital? She looked at Jiang Yan coldly, squeezing the sword plate in her hand. What? Afraid? If you're afraid, then give me back the treasure that belongs to Xiao Sun, and I can still spare your life. Dare to join forces with outsiders to strike at me? I'll spare your life for now this time, but when the captain comes, I'll have to skin you raw. Just as she was still about to taunt Jiang Yan, a cracking sound came from the air. Snap! She received a heavy slap on her face from Zhang Lolo. Wang Xiaoxiao, are you crazy? Are you trying to kill Jiang Yan? Zhang Luoluo's face was filled with anger as she directly snatched the sword tablet from her hand. Wang Xiaoxiao hadn't reacted yet. Looking at the empty palms in her hands, she looked at Zhang Luoluo with a face full of dismay. Big sister, what are you doing? Big sister was not only helping Jiang Yan now, but now she was robbing them of the only card they could now use to recapture the treasure. Are you crazy? Big sister, I'm not crazy. Zhang Luoluo looked at her coldly. Her heart was speechless. They had come to beg for peace, although she was also sure that making this move could indeed force them to hand over their treasures. But that would only increase Jiang Yan's resentment towards them. What's the point when everything goes against the grain? Besides, just using it for a little bit. Jiang Yan used to be so generous. He must have just lost his temper. This would really be the end of everything if it really enraged him. Calm down first, I'll fix it, said Zhang Luoluo as he stared at her closely, his tone not as tough as it was just now. But big sister, Wang Xiaoxiao looked at the sword plate in her hand and wanted to say something but was interrupted by Zhang Luoluo's cold voice. If you still recognize me as your big sister, you'll listen to me. Okay. She looked at her big sister's serious look and eventually could only compromise, just hoping that her big sister could really work it out perfectly. But Jiang Yan, this person, she will definitely make him look good afterward. Zhang Luoluo glanced at her, then turned to Jiang Yan's voice softened down as much as possible. Xiao Yan, don't be general with your fourth sister. She's just too worried about the captain coming to trouble you. Seeing this, Wang Xiaoxiao just wanted to retort, but she was glared back by a cold stare from Zhang Luoluo. She then looked at Jiang Yan again. Xiao Yan, big sis really just wants to find you to borrow it this time. Xiao Sun will return it to you after she's finished using it. If you feel that you're losing money, how about this SSS ranked sword tag in my hand for you? You don't have much of a background in this terror world, and this sword metal can keep you safe and sound in this place. She said she was going to hand it over. This can be Wang Xiaoxiao was anxious, but she is not good to say something. A sword plate is just a sword. Only Jiang Yan they can look in the eyes as a treasure. This thing captain can make a whole lot. That's the gap. Uncrossable chasm. Besides, when the treasure is exchanged, with the captain around, what's the worry that they would dare to be reckless? Jiang Yan coldly looked at the sword plate only felt interesting. They are engaged in what plotting and scheming? Bitter meat trick see no use. Began to secretly conspire? Now even giving away SSS ranked sword tags to yourself? Isn't she afraid that their captain will take it out on her? Or was she just trying to hand over the sword tags to herself? and then plant them on herself to tell off their captain so she could come and suppress herself? Oh, I have to say, the math is really good. Jiang Yan received the sword license plate under Zhang Luoluo's expectant gaze. Jiang Yan looked at her excited look and only felt funny. Didn't she like to play tricks? Okay, I'll play with you once. Jiang Yan looked at Zhang Luoluo with a smile. I'm afraid this little bit of stuff isn't enough. Ha! Zhang Luoluo was stunned at first, not knowing why Jiang Yan thought this wasn't enough. But next to Wang Xiao came to temper. Not enough. Your appetite is too big. Be careful to eat a broken stomach. You have a life to take. Have a life to take. Chapter 103, perhaps its heart is bright red. Xiao. Zhang Luoluo directly glared at him, signaling for her to shut up. Wang Xiao looked at her big sister. Her heart was defeated, but she didn't say anything anymore. Only looking at Jiang Yan's gaze became more and more unkind. Jiang Yan ignored Wang Xiao and just scrutinized the sword plate in his hand. TSK, this is not enough. This prop of mine is XXS grade. With that, she threw the sword tablet on the ground in front of Zhang Luoluo, and then she stepped on it in front of the horrified gazes of the crowd. You'd better think of something that can make up for this difference in rank. Jiang Yan snorted and stared at her with a sneer. Zhang Luoluo looked at Jiang Yan's actions, then looked at the already muddy sword plate, and couldn't speak as if choked in her throat. She slowly reached out her hand and picked up the sword plate on the ground. She looked up at Jiang Yan's cold and disgusted expression and only felt so mocked. This scene was so familiar. Once upon a time, she had looked at Jiang Yan the same way, and the look of disgust was heavier than his, even kicked him down. But Jiang Yan didn't, because he thought it would dirty his feet. He now looked at each and every one of them at Zhang Luoluo and felt that his eyes were too dirty to see them. Zhang Luoluo picked up the sword plate and looked at Jiang Yan with some aggression. Her eyes slightly red as a few tears dripped out. She wiped her tears, attempting to see Jiang Yan's unforgiving look, but she was wrong. Jiang Yan was no longer the same Jiang Yan as before, facing him with only hateful eyes. Xiao Yan, big sister here, she said, wiping her tears and pulling out a doll from her arms. She said and handed it over towards Jiang Yan. She knew that everything she had on her right now couldn't stand up to the gap between SSS level to XXS level, but she could only gamble that the doll that Jiang Yan used to like would awaken a trace of memories in him and make his heart soften. This doll was exactly the bear doll that Jiang Yan had previously found from the ruins. He sewed and mended the bear, and the bear's chest even had a name of Xiao Yan. Remember the time. Jiang Yan looked at the already tattered bear crushed in the rubble. He felt that this bear was just like him, tattered and torn. No one liked it. Then he got a crowbar and backed up inside that ruined rubble for half a day before finally rescuing the already tattered brown bear. He looked at the bear's bright smile and he tried to squeeze out a smile just like the bear's, but he realized he couldn't. Some of it was just a self-congratulatory, miserable laugh. His tears streamed down the side of his face to fall on the bear's eyes, and he gently wiped them away and took him in his arms, carrying a glimmer of warmth back to his home. When he got home, he got a needle and thread that he had found from outside and started sewing on the bear. And he also sewed a small eyelet on the right side of the bear's chest, followed by a heart. Kagom's heart was red. He didn't find any red threads. All he had was black. It's as if he's implying that the bear follows you and has a black heart. Unable to have a bright red heart like a normal bear. Unable to see this wonderful world in a normal state of mind. He cried for a long time, eventually took a needle and stuck a lot of blood in his fingertips, and then got a bit of white, pure silk thread from outside, dyed the thread with blood, and eventually sewed a bright red heart on the bear's chest. He was smiling then, holding up the bear in front of the windowsill to bask in the pouring water of the sun, because he didn't think Bear's heart would always be black like his, because he felt his heart had stopped. The reddish-white lines are like white, clean paper, with infinite possibilities to continue the beautiful scroll. He thought it would give him a touch of coziness. The first moment he sewed up the bear he wanted to share the joy of gaining a friend with his big sister because he felt that she was the best for him. At least she didn't bully him as blatantly as his other sisters did. But what faced him was the jealousy of Chenyu. Chenyu looked at Jiang Yan holding the bear happily. He went up and pushed away Jiang Yan who just wanted to go upstairs. All the while, his hand had a death grip on the bear's head, and he tore at it. Cotton sprinkled on the ground as if it were snowflakes, also causing Jiang Yan's originally happy mood to hit rock bottom, for he felt as if the cotton were as if they were needles thrust into his heart. And at that time Jiang Yan looked at the bear whose head had been torn away. Instantly his heart was as painful as a knife. He trembled and held up the bear, tears dripping on the body of the bear like a dike. The red heart of the bear had become much lighter in color, but the cotton in it was tinted bright red. He held the bear and looked at Chenyu, who was holding the bear's head in his hands, and roared with cold eyes. What gives you the right to push me down? I didn't provoke you, so give me back the bear's head, he said and headed for the stairs angrily. But at this time, Zhang Luoluo who heard the commotion pushed open the door and saw the scene, and instantly lost her temper. Jiang Yan, what are you doing? Are you trying to make a move on Xiao Sun? Jiang Yan, at that time innocent aggression filled his chest. He stifled his tears staring at Chen Yu chokingly holding the little bear and said, Chen Yu, he just pushed me down the stairs and tore the little bear. I wanted to give you to pieces. But Chen Yu seemed to be very aggrieved, and as soon as he jumped into Zhang Luoluo's arms, then pointed at him just sobbing and falsely accusing him. It was brother Jiang Yan who just came up to see me in a bad way and tried to push me down the stairs. Then he was too weak and didn't get me down but fell down the stairs himself, so I tried to go up and pull him, but ended up only pulling the bear's head, which led to this mistake. It's all my fault. Big sister, you mustn't blame brother Jiang Yan. It should be because you guys are too good to me and brother Jiang Yan got jealous. It's all my fault. Jiang Yan looked at them dumbfounded then. He was just about to retort. No dash. But without waiting for him to explain, Zhang Luoluo rubbed Chen Yu's head, then took the bear's head in his hands, then stood on the stairs and protected Chen Yu behind him, condescendingly looking down at Jiang Yan with such disgust in her eyes. She directly tore the bear's head hard in half in front of Jiang Yan. This tearing sound was like tearing at Jiang Yan's heart. He only felt suffocated. His pupils were already out of focus, and he didn't even notice the bear in his arms falling to the ground. He just stared blankly at the torn-up bear, spilling out all over the snowy sky. Jiang Yan, can you stop being so careful? Isn't it just that we are a bit more biased? It's not that you're too cheap. If you could come from a better background and you could be more understanding, wouldn't we treat you like this? But you even harbor a grudge. How dare you try to push Xiao Sun down the stairs? He's only how old? You're so cruel. If you fall out of something you use your life to pay for it, ah? She threw the torn bear head in her hand fiercely on Jiang Yan's head, then kicked Jiang Yan, who was halfway down the stairs. But Jiang Yan was as if he didn't know the pain, staring dead at the bear's head that fell to the ground, tears dripping into the bear's eyes as if the bear was crying for him. He looked up and saw Chen Yu bloating behind Zhang Luoluo's back, only to feel chilled to the bone. He didn't say another word, just picked up the bear's body in their cold, disgusted stares, then held the cotton in his arms before silently leaving their sight. Zhang Luoluo only felt disgusted, and pretending to be pitiful. Does he deserve it? Jiang Yan, who returned to his room, sat down in front of the table and looked at the already miserable bears, lost his voice and cried. He took them in his arms and lay down on the table and cried for a long time. Bear, I'm sorry. How he hadn't saved him from the rubble, and maybe he wouldn't have been torn apart. Maybe it wouldn't have looked at itself so miserably. Perhaps its heart could have been bright red all along. Chapter 104, A Villain of Gratitude and Vengeance? After pulling back her thoughts, Zhang Luoluo looked at the bear in her hands in a daze, then looked at Jiang Yan with a face full of anticipation, and said with tearful eyes, Xiao Yan, this is what I took from your table. Now that I've mended her, will you accept it? I know this little bear. She lowered her eyes. I know this little bear was torn apart by Big Sister, but Big Sister knows it's wrong now. Forgive Big Sister. Okay, she said and pointed to the stitches on her neck with the bear. Look, there's not a mark on it yet. She wanted to continue talking, but Jiang Yan snatched the bear away with a cold eye, his sharp gaze sweeping over her face. Zhang Luoluo was relieved to see Jiang Yan take over, and now it seemed like Jiang Yan should be relieved that there was a high probability that he would be able to borrow the treasure for a bit. But Jiang Yan's words once again knocked her heart into a cage. Jiang Yan patted the dust on the bear's body and looked at Zhang Luoluo with a face full of disgust. I don't need you to pretend this rotten kindness yet. I'm too dirty. Still, he put the bear into the ghost ring. After all, the bear was innocent, and he couldn't tear it up in front of her. But Zhang Luoluo looked at Jiang Yan's behavior and thought he was saying yes. Xiao Yan, are you saying yes? Then can you give the treasure to Xiao Sun to use for a little while? Just a little while. Not enough. Jiang Yan swept his cold eyes over. Ha? Zhang Luoluo looked at Jiang Yan with some consternation, not understanding what else he wanted. Jiang Yan swept his eyes to Wang Xiaoxiao and said, leave one of her arms behind and I'll give Chen Yu something to use. His icy voice pierced into Zhang Luoluo's chest like a needle. She staggered back and stared at Jiang Yan with a face full of unbelief. Xiao Yan, how did you become like this? Xiao, she was just confused for a moment. She's your fourth sister. Why are you? Her eyes left a trace of remorseful tears. It wasn't Jiang Yan's fault. It was them as sisters who hadn't taught him well in the past few years. Don't blame him. But she couldn't back down. And since they were the ones who made this happen, they had to accept this. She stumbled and lifted her spirits, looking at Jiang Yan and begging in a warm voice, Xiao Yan, can we switch? She is your fourth sister. Even if she used to beat and scold you, but sometimes it's for your own good. Jiang Yan snorted with laughter at her fake person's appearance. Change one? Why didn't you guys think about it being too serious when you beat me up before and change it to a lighter one? Did you guys change it? You did change it. And you changed it heavier. Did you guys ever feel sorry for me once? Now why should I have to hurt her? Is it your cerebral palsy or my stupidity to feel sorry for someone who is trying to get me killed? Do you think that's possible? Zhang Luoluo stared at Jiang Yan's angry scolding expression and only felt that Jiang Yan was unfamiliar, but they hadn't broken his arm. And now it was the other way around. Why was he getting so scary? But if Xiao Zhao's arm was broken, the captain would definitely not be able to spare Jiang Yan when he found out. This instantly put her in a dilemma, and a cold sweat slid down the corners of her forehead. She was at a loss for words for a moment. Alright, I'll change it then. The voice of Jiang Yan once again entered her mind. She immediately heart like a roller coaster, like ups and downs. Deep breath. She said it. Jiang Yan, how could possibly do such heartless things? He wouldn't do that, despite his nasty nature. Change what? As long as big sister can do it, I'll definitely promise you. She looked at Jiang Yan with a face full of excitement. As long as the treasure was given to little son to use, everything would be solved and Jiang Yan could return to their group. However, Jiang Yan's gaze went to Chen Yu, his face full of provocation. Aren't you guys heartbroken for Wang Xiaoxiao? Then how about you guys waste Chen Yu's arm and pick off his hamstring? Besides, he can definitely recover. Isn't he an undefeatable little strong man? Didn't nothing happen last time when we picked his hamstring? This is a very light punishment for me, isn't it? I myself feel a bit sorry for Chen Yu's talent. Why don't I scrap him again? Jiang Yan's low-set eyes steeped upwards, sweeping Chen Yu with a good deal of amusement. Chen Yu was already hiding behind Wang Xiaoxiao at the moment, afraid that he would slash at him. What? Unwilling? Jiang Yan looked at Zhang Luoluo, who looked stagnant, and laughed lightly. It's fine if you don't choose. I'm not that unreasonable. Really? Zhang Luoluo, who had been in deep thought because of Jiang Han's words, suddenly saw her eyes light up. In fact, she was just thinking about whose arm to scrap, because as long as Jiang Yan came back, then all the treasures on his body that were the team's. At that time, if the captain distributed them, she would definitely be able to obtain one as well. She was now in desperate need of a breakthrough, just short of resources, and she was also short of a handy weapon. But if he laid his hands on Wang Xiaoxiao, the captain would definitely be enraged and might waste Jiang Yan and torture him severely. But if Xiao Sun is wasted, Jiang Yan will definitely die, because the captain was already dissatisfied with Jiang Yan, and even more so with the previous lesson from the last time. Even if Jiang Yan keeps begging for forgiveness to give up all kinds of treasures on his body, it won't help. This immediately put him in a dilemma. But now that Jiang Yan was relieved, then there was still a chance for everything to turn around. These sisters of theirs would definitely change if they acquired the various treasures on Jiang Yan's body, because there was no such thing as sudden concern in this world. There must be something that could affect their state of mind. Zhang Luoluo retrieved her thoughts and looked at Jiang Yan with a serious face. Little Yan, you've finally become enlightened. Everyone will definitely be happy this time. But Jiang Yan, as if out of his expectation, swept his cold eyes at her, his lips lightly opening. You are right? When did I say I promised you anything? Ha? Zhang Luoluo was a bit stunned, not reacting to what Jiang Yan meant. What? Jiang Yan pointed at Wang Xiaoxiao and Chen Yu. Since you don't choose, I'll choose for you. Aren't you worried about which one is injured and the other is unbalanced in their hearts? Wouldn't it be better to just scrap both of them? No way. The first to react, Zhang Luoluo instantly shielded Chen Yu and the others behind her. If they were really all ruined, then Jiang Yan would be completely finished. So what do you want? Zhang Luoluo was instantly in a dilemma. It was not good to offend either side, but the most important thing now was to retain Jiang Yan. Then only one person can be sacrificed. But neither Wang Xiaoxiao nor Chen Yu could move a single one. Only, as she thought of this, she looked into Jiang Yan's eyes and took a breath, making a great determination. Xiao Yan, is my arm okay? Sister isn't afraid of pain. Oh, you're so kind? Jiang Yan was a bit surprised, not expecting that Zhang Luoluo would actually be able to go to such lengths in order to protect Chen Yu. It's ridiculous to be so biased. That's just it. It's fine to waste your arm, sneered Jiang Yan as he drew out the Dao sword from the ghost ring and just wanted to go up and chop it off. A piercing voice then interrupted Jiang Yan, only to see Wang Xiaoxiao's face full of fury at the moment. The color of blood in her eyes emerged, staring at Jiang Yan with a deadly fury. Jiang Yan, what do you want to do? Waste big sister's arm? Are you crazy? We used to be so nice to you, and it's all been fed to the dogs? Waste big sister's arm. Why don't you waste your own arm? You gracious little man. Chapter 105, he's just getting back at them. Sha. Don't say it. Zhang Luoluo went up and covered her mouth, looking at Jiang Yan again with some fluke. She had just made such a great determination, and if she retained Jiang Yan back, then everything could still be saved, and her arm could be saved. But if it was interrupted by Wang Xiaoxiao, then everything would be over. Xiao Yan, don't be general with your sister Xiao. She took the wrong medicine today. Zhang Luoluo hurriedly pleaded towards Jiang Yan. It's fine, I'm not that careful. Jiang Yan waved his hand with an indifferent face. looking very casual. Really? Zhang Luoluo was filled with anticipation. The situation at hand was now the best, but Wang Xiaoxiao's eyes were endlessly resentful. If she really hurt a hair on her big sister's head, she would definitely inform the captain so that he could come and teach Jiang Yan a lesson. It is really lawless. They are good for him. Even anti-fruit envy, if not educate the education. In the future, I am afraid that even where to die do not know. Really, said Jiang Yan with a face full of indifference. Then I'll now, she said and wanted to waste her arm with a slap. But Jiang Yan directly interrupted her. I've changed my mind. Changed your mind? Zhang Luoluo retracted the hand she was just about to drop and breathed a sigh of relief. She actually wanted to salvage Jiang Yan without any effort. But Jiang Yan can wake up. She as a big sister is very pleased. Jiang Yan really grew up. Not so unreasonable before. She sighed, her eyes reddening with the feeling of watching her brother grow up for the first time. Humph. Wang Xiaoxiao looked at Jiang Yan and also only thought that he must be worried about the captain finding him in trouble. Still counting on him having a brain. But even so, she must go back and talk to the captain. She can't let Jiang Yan off the hook. However, if Jiang Yan could kneel down and kowtow a few times to make her happy, she could consider thinking about saying something lighter. And don't blame my sister for being ruthless, but blame you for moving against Xiao Sun. Jiang Yan looked at the two men's different looks and knew well what they were thinking inside. He coldly swept a glance at Wang Xiaoxiao, then looked at Zhang Luoluo and coldly said, I've changed my mind. I want 2 arms now. What? Wang Xiaoxiao was the first to react, her eyes glaring, staring at Jiang Yan with a face of indignation, directly breaking off her big sister's covered hand. Jiang Yan, don't you give a damn about your face. I didn't beat you to death right away. All for the sake of my big sister. She said that she wanted to go up and punch Jiang Yan. She couldn't help it. This was a complete lack of intention to return something to Xiao Sun. This is teasing them. Big sister could tolerate it. She couldn't. She ignored her big sister and went straight up to slap him. But just as the slap was about to slap Jiang Xiang, Fatty Wang suddenly flew into the air and kicked Wang Xiaoxiao's side waist from the side. A sound of bones colliding rang out. Wang Xiaoxiao felt this huge force and instantly flew 2 meters full of pain and fell to the ground. She was confused. Her eyes widened as she stared at Fatty Wang in death. You dare to kick me? How dare you strike at me? She suddenly swept her eyes to Jiang Yan. And what about you? Didn't you see him kick me? Aren't you afraid that our captain will come and take you back? Scared yet? If you're afraid, let him kneel down and apologize to me. She pointed at Fatty Wang with a face full of anger. Afraid of your mom's grandmother legs? Fatty Wang went up and kicked her a few more times. And then he felt that it wasn't too much, and looked at Wu Qi and shouted, Tianjin, come over and kick her together. Fatty, I've put up with her for a long time. That's not very nice, said Wu Qi, somewhat deeply apologetic. But on his feet he was even more ruthless than Fatty Wang. Wouldn't it be cruel to deal such a heavy hand to a girl? Wu Qi said as he looked at Fatty Wang while throwing out his feet. It's not like you're using your hands. It's okay to use your feet. Fatty Wang increased his strength. That's right too. Or you're smart. Wu Xie's face was full of comfort as he added 1 foot to the other. He said, not forgetting the remaining one. Do you want a couple kicks, little brother? Little brother shook his head, but his feet were a little stupid. Big sister. Wang Xiaoxiao curled up her body. Her eyes had long been in tears, staring at Zhang Luoluo with aggression and anger. They're all bullying me. And Jiang Yan, you quickly tell them to stop. Aren't you afraid that I'll tell the captain that if you make them stop, I can still spare your life? But she just wanted to continue to open her mouth directly by Fat Wang a foot to interrupt. You forced what are you? Just you bully the heaviest speech. That's right, take it out for Yanko. Little brother you come too, Wu Xia said. When Xiao heard this, he didn't hesitate to go up and kick. At this time, Zhang Luoluo, who reacted, looked at Wang Xiaoxiao with a face full of panic, and then looked at Jiang Yan, Xiao Yan. You quickly tell them to stop. She is your 4th sister. Even though she bullied you a lot in the past, she's still your favorite 4th sister. Xiao Yan, don't be capricious, okay? Sister will waste her arm, okay? As long as you can spare her. But she expected Jiang Xian's soft heart can appear. There is only, Jiang Yan cold sentence, pretending to pretend what? Favorite 4th sister? That ing was before. How much I used to like her. How much I hate her now. Say, me. Come on, don't you want to let her go? Fine. Jiang Yan said coldly. Zhang Luoluo was instantly elated and just wanted to go up to save Wang Xiaoxiao. Stop it guys. Jiang Yan has spoken. Won't you listen? Wu Qi and the others sniffed and looked at Jiang Yan. Zhang Luoluo also looked at Jiang Yan with a face full of anticipation. Even Wang Xiaoxiao, who was kicked and covered in dust, was also like this. But she was more resentful because she had already made up her mind that no matter how much Jiang Yan begged for forgiveness, she was going to make the captain settle today's score. But Jiang Yan looked as if he was surprised and spread his hands as he looked at Zhang Luoluo. Just because I said it, doesn't mean they'll listen? Right, Fatty? He looked over at Fatty with a snicker on his face. That's a must. Who are we to listen to Jiang Yan? The hands and feet are on us. We'll beat up whoever we see as unpleasant. Fatty Wang was full of joy and kicked 2 more times. You! Wang Xiaoxiao was all trembling with anger. She pointed at Jiang Yan with a face full of resentment. Jiang Yan, you white-eyed wolf. It's not as if I was so good to you before. Don't you dare snap such a big hat on me, said Jiang Yan with a face full of indifference. Xiao Yan, a surprised Zhang Luoluo stared at Jiang Yan dead in the face. Didn't you say, how could you? What about me? Didn't I learn all this from you guys? Are you guys treating me like this any less? Jiang Yan's words were like pins and needles in her heart. Zhang Luoluo staggered back, bad memories flooding his mind. As if everything Jiang Yan had done to them, they had done to him. He was getting back at them. Revenge for what they did to him. Chapter 106, Can you block the might of an SSS grade Dao sword? Zhang Luoluo looked at Jiang Yan in pain. Xiao Yan, don't be obsessive. Okay, we still have room for redemption. You quickly tell them to stop. With that, she walked towards Wu Qi and the others to pull them apart. But Fatty Wang shook off her hand. Don't touch me. I'm too dirty. Zhang Luoluo staggered back, lost in thought as she looked at Wang Xiaoxiao's eyes begging for help. She hurriedly walked to Jiang Yan's face and begged. Jiang Yan, please don't be like this. Okay, big sister knows it's wrong. Your sister Xiao didn't treat you too badly in the past. Don't climb relatives with me, you high and mighty ladies. I'm not good enough for you. Jiang Yan dodged her hand that tried to grab his with a face full of mockery. Zhang Luoluo's face was filled with loss as to what she should do for a moment. Neither side can be offended, and being caught in the middle is the hardest part. But Wang Xiaoxiao, who was watching the pain in her eyes and body, was not so calm, because it was her who was kicked. She looked at Zhang Luoluo and cried out in a lost voice. Big sister, what are you still dawdling for? Can't you see that Jiang Yan, he never wanted to return the treasure to Xiao Sun? Quickly take out the sword token. What the hell are you afraid of? He's not the same Jiang Yan as before. What are you still craving for? The sound of her losing her voice and crying in pain reached Zhang Luoluo's mind, seemingly awakening a trace of sanity in her. Zhang Luoluo looked at Jiang Yan in a daze, then at Wang Xiaoxiao. The best way now was to use the sword card to shock Jiang Yan and the others, so that Xiao would not have any accidents while allowing Xiao Sun to heal her injuries. But the only thing was that the relationship with Jiang Yan had reached a deadlock point. But this was still better than Jiang Yan being directly punished heavily by the captain. After she made up her mind, she looked at Jiang Yan, still pulling out the miserable sword plate from her bosom, and said with some sighs, Xiao Yan, let go. Big sister is doing this for your own good. Don't be obsessive. As she spoke, Wu Qi and the others had already returned to protect Jiang Yan behind him. Xiao Zhao's sharp gaze swept towards Zhang Luoluo, the black and gold ancient sword already in his hand. That monstrous aura instantly erupted from his body, and the sound of sonorous blade tones resounded from the black and gold ancient sword. Xiao Shi, who had already woken up, also looked at Zhang Luoluo with a hostile face and also stood in front of Jiang Yan to protect him. You're all bad people. The ones who are going to take a shot at Big Brother are all bad people. She then seemed to realize that she was too small and couldn't be of much use. She then had a flash of insight and began to pick at her little brother's pants, looking at him with her clueless and innocent eyes. Handsome brother, you're going to protect your big brother, aren't you? She said, and was still afraid that her little brother would refuse. She directly hugged his legs with both hands. Handsome brother is so strong. Surely he won't let big brother be bullied, right? Wu Qi looked at Xiaoxi dumbfounded and rubbed her little head. Don't worry, we will always stand behind your big brother. With that, he picked her up in a hug, then looked at Zhang Luoluo and the others hostilely. Watch how your handsome brother defeats them with just 2 swishes, he said and gestured twice in the air. Yeah. Hoshi clapped her hands full of happiness. At this time got up Wang Xiaoxiao, full of footprints. The large footprints can be clearly seen, must be Wang Fatty stepped on. Seeing this, Shenyu somewhat worriedly went forward and handed up a handkerchief. Sister Xiao, are you alright? Wang Xiaoxiao took the handkerchief and wiped his face, then rubbed his head. Sister is fine, or Xiao Sun is good. This is no comparison, no harm. Jiang Yan is an animal. As she said that, she came to Zhang Luoluo and pointed at Jiang Yan with a face full of anger and yelled, Jiang Yan, you're really not a person. I'm your sister. How dare you lay your hands on me? How dare you? As she said that, she pulled Zhang Luoluo. Big sister, you should quickly use your sword card to teach them a lesson. Just these mole crickets of theirs, do they really think that the last time they took a shot at us is all we have? Let me tell you, our captain is now SSS level. Do you regret it? Look at you like that. Who else would accept you? It's only our team that can put up with you. Big sister even came over to beg you to go back now. Even if you're not grateful, you're still greatly out of your depth. Regret? Regret is useless. It's already too late. Wang Xiaoxiao was full of smugness, attempting to see surprise on Jiang Yan's face, but she was disappointed. Jiang Yan's brows were only filled with teasing, and the gaze he looked at her was filled with a ridiculous look. Wang Xiaoxiao instantly fell into disorientation. Why? Why couldn't she see Jiang Yan's scared expression? This was a SSS-level Dao sword, and while she admitted that the young guy with the hat was strong, he could only be on par with the previous captain. But now it was completely different. With their current strength, how could they be a match for the captain? They must be foxing around. They must be holding out. Must be holding strong. As if she knew Jiang Yan's purpose, she instantly reverted to looking at Jiang Yan with a teasing gaze. Jiang Yan, don't brace yourself. But a small SS rank. Can you block this blow under the sword sign? Not to mention you. Not even your teammates. She said and looked at Wu Qi and Fatty Wang and the others, with resentment in her eyes. It is this fat man who strikes the fastest, and that skinny man, who says no on his lips, but actually strikes the hardest. These she made a note of. Even if we didn't teach them a lesson this time, the next time we meet, we'll be sure to have the captain waste them, pulling out their bones and tendons. Aren't they gifted? Uproot all of their bloodlines and give them to Shaosun. When the time comes, let's see them beg for mercy on their knees. And a little kid who grew up with whatever it is they people are indoctrinating him with. They don't deserve to be human at all. Jiang Yan, quickly return the item to Shaosun and I can reduce your punishment this time. Wang Xiaoxiao's face was full of contempt. If it wasn't for Big Sister and Little Sun pleading for you guys this time, I definitely wouldn't have let you guys off so easily. Zhang Luoluo grabbed Wang Xiaoxiao's hand to signal to stop talking. You said to give ah. Fatty Wang came to temper pointing at Wang Xiaoxiao on scolding. Really think ghost area your family opened? Ghost area is there. Why do not you go in? Besides, who do you blame for being late? That's right. Don't you understand the principle of first come, first served? Didn't your mom teach you this basic reasoning? Wu Qi was also contemptuous from the side. It was true that there were all kinds of birds in the forest, and he had never seen such an unreasonable person. How to change the blind man here? Shall not spray them to death. You. Wang Xiaoxiao's head was sweating with anger. Obviously you are the ones who followed us. Now you even turn around and bite us. Do you still need some face? You what you? If you want to fight, then just fight. Where's all this bull asterisk? Didn't you say that sword tag of yours is very powerful? Give it a try. Jiang Yan looked at them coldly, only feeling amused. Wang Xiaoxiao couldn't help it at once. Looking at her big sister's hesitant appearance, she directly reached out and snatched the sword plate. Originally she was still wanting to spare Jiang Yan's life, but now she's changed her mind. Those who are obsessed cannot be woken up in the end. Xiao don't. Zhang Luoluo was instantly worried as she looked at the sword tags that were snatched over. Big sister. Jiang Yan has changed. Don't be obsessive. With that, she began to activate her sword token and towards Jiang Yan she just chopped away. A monstrous sword light rushed straight down from the sky full of dark clouds. The clouds were all torn into pieces by this sharp sword blade, and the entire sky brightened up. This monstrous aura instantly pressed down on the people below, making it difficult for them to take half a step. Wang Xiaoxiao was full of smugness. You can't escape now, can you? Keep your eyes open in your next life. You're not good enough to bully us in the face. Zhang Luoluo staggered and looked at the Dao sword in the sky that covered half of the sky. His body seemed to have been drained of its strength, and he collapsed on his butt, staring blankly at Jiang Yan. It's all over. Unless the captain can show up to get everything back, it's all over. Tears of remorse flowed at her eyes. The least desirable scene had happened. Chapter 107, He's not bad at all. Zhang Luoluo stared blankly at the giant sword in the sky, her heart having fallen into an ice cellar. It's all over. Her face was full of indignation as she put her hands on Wang Xiaoxiao's shoulders and pulled her over. Staring at her dead on, her tone was very firm. Xiao, you definitely know that you can retrieve the sword card move, right? You must know something, right? She shook her hard, the force of her fingertips gripping her shoulders in a death grip, gripping Wang Xiaoxiao in pain. She looked at her unfamiliar big sister and broke his hand. Big sister, you're hurting me. There's no way to interrupt the sword card once it's made. This is all Jiang Yan's fault. Why are you still thinking about him? Can't he just stand there and accept our punishment properly, disable himself and contribute the treasure? Now that it's done, pissing off old me, isn't he asking for trouble? Zhang Luoluo didn't know how to reply. She just turned her head to look at Jiang Yan and the others, no longer able to lift her strength. Jiang Yan and the others were but SS level at best. This was SSS level sword sign. How could they possibly resist it? Chun Yu looked at this monstrous Dao sword. His heart sighed. This Dao sword. The momentum is really strong. Next time there is an opportunity to ask for a few more. or to pave the way for the big move behind. But as for Jiang Yan, if he died, his chi and such might weaken a lot. But it didn't matter. It works as usual. At that time, squeezing out all the blood from his body and refining it into a blood elixir and taking it should be able to raise his talent by a large realm. This time, Jiang Yan can't escape, right? Their gazes looked at Jiang Yan and the others in unison. There are joys and sorrows among them, but the most bashful ones were Jiang Yan and the others who were within the range of the attack. Jiang Yan stared at Wang Xiaoxiao first, staring at the sword plate in her hand, sneering in his heart. Now that he's done it, he's got to get some interest. Yanzi, this sword sign is quite interesting. Fatty Wang patted Jiang Yan's shoulder with some amusement as he looked up at the monstrous sword. They only felt the pressure coming from their bodies getting stronger and stronger, but that was all. Thin brother, I'm afraid. Xiaoxi stared at the giant sword above her head, somewhat timidly hiding behind Wu Qi's back. Her small hands clutched Wu Qi's pants in death. She wondered if she should ask Mama to come and rescue them, but Mama said not to call her until absolutely necessary. Wu Qi looked at the scared Xiaoxi, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a sunny hanging smile, stretching out his hands and picking her up with one hand, then using his hand to scrape the tip of her nose to point at Zhang Luoluo and the others. Xiaoxi, you remember, they are all bad people who want to put your big brother to death. He then pointed to the giant sword in the sky above his head. Look, what about this one? It's the fact that they're going to take a shot at a couple of your big brothers. What about all of it? What are we going to do with Hoshi? Wu Xie smiled and rubbed Hoshi's little head. Xiaoxi first looked at Zhang Luoluo, then at the giant sword above her head, slowly raised her eyes and looked at Zhang Luoluo and the others with a serious face and said, aha, they're all bad guys. When Xiaoxi grows up, she'll definitely beat them all up. Make them apologize to Big Brother, she said and crossed her arms with a defiant face. That's right. Fatty Wang went up and rubbed her little head full of doting color. Fat brother will help you along later. Nah, nodded Hoshi with a serious face. But Zhang Luoluo, who heard these words, was heartbroken. So this was how they all instilled Jiang Yan's thoughts. Now they won't even spare a 9-year-old child. Do they have any humanity left? What kind of quackery are they teaching her? They had no choice but to do this. But since the little child had already been taught to be like this, it would be difficult for him to become a great man in the future. Wang Xiaoxiao also feels the same. Since childhood, so harboring hatred, a little thing can give birth to resentment. This is afraid to talk to Jiang Yan. This is also the same as an orphan. Orphans deserve to die. They were a waste of air to be alive. But it's better now that they're all dead and clean than anything else. When she killed them, she would make sure to take the captain to the orphanage to clear out some of society's tumors. Those mother-born and mother-unraised brutes of theirs. There was no telling what they would do to hurt the world in the future. They are genetically from the moment they are born. With that in mind, he brought his gaze back together on Jiang Yan and the others. Fourth sister, aren't you overdoing it a bit? Chen Wanting, who had been silent as a bystander, also couldn't help but look at Wang Xiaoxiao with cold eyes. You didn't kill one person. You killed 5 lives. Aren't you afraid of the wrath of God? What did the captain used to teach you? Wang Xiaoxiao, however, did not care in the slightest and spoke in a reasoned manner. Can you blame me then? They were the ones who messed with me first. If they didn't piss us off and return the treasure, would I have done that? Besides, I've only broken a few of Jiang Yan's legs in the past, and he's so harboring a grudge that he mustn't want to put me to death after this time? I'm doing this for everyone's sake, as a precaution. Chen Wanting was heartbroken by her words, but she also knew that it was too late to say anything. Even if she called for help from the captain now, it was useless. It was because the huge sword above had already gathered its might, and the aura had already locked onto Jiang Yan and the others. They were bound to get away with it. Nothing can change the status quo. Suddenly an unbelievable idea flashed through her mind. Was it possible that the little man in the hat could possibly withstand the slash since he could fight against the captain who was hiding his strength? No, he was struggling to fend off the hidden strength captain. The chasm from this strike was too great. He definitely couldn't resist. Tears of regret flowed at her eyes at the thought, and she opened her cell phone and stared at one of Zhang's diary entries, tears slipping through the air and dripping onto the screen. A scene of the previous bits and pieces with Jiang Yan were turned into a heavy hammer hitting Jiang Yan's heart. She only felt more and more suffocated. Why was fourth sister so cruel? Why did she still feel that the previous Jiang Yan was so bad? He's not bad at all. He's really good. He's always been good and has always tried to be a good teammate. Try to please them. Strive to do the best you can with every little thing. But for every little thing, they could go and find reasons to bully Jiang Yan. Did Jiang Yan say anything? Refute anything? He just buried all the pain deep inside and didn't dare to speak, not daring to show the slightest displeasure, because he knew that they would find him disgusting if they saw his pathetic appearance, and would stick needles in his heart and pour hot oil over him. It's all so ironic. Wasn't Jiang Yan's behavior today forced by them? They were here to redeem him, not to make him hate them more. But now it's all over. Chapter 108, Handsome Little Brother Qiling. It's all over. However, she was a bit surprised when she turned her gaze to the several people who were about to be decimated by the giant sword. Why didn't she see the slightest bit of fear on Jiang Yan's face? There was only mockery and sneer. Does he still have a backhand? It couldn't be. Their biggest backhand was that black-hatted little brother. Now he couldn't break through the realm to resist. Could he? No way, it's only been a couple days. That now seemed to be the case. But Jiang Yan had already known that he was bound to die. And now he had already thought about it. Trying to cherish the time I have left. She thought about it and watched their playful expressions as they came within striking distance. Her heart pounding. Obviously everything could have been salvaged. Obviously it didn't even have to get to this point. It's all their fault. It's all the fourth sister's fault. But if Jiang Yan had been as angry as he was before, then nothing would have turned out like this. In the end, if Jiang Yan hadn't followed them and seized Xiao Sun's healing medicine, if they hadn't gone and taken Xiao Sun's heart's blood to treat Jiang Yan, putting it all together wouldn't have turned out this way. Then it all boils down to Jiang Yan's fault. It would at least make her heart feel better to think of it that way. That's right, all of this was Jiang Yan's own doing. But there was an upside to this. That way Jiang Yan he wouldn't be captured back and tortured by the captain. That's good news. However, Jiang Yan and the others who were facing imminent death were not the least bit worried. Xiao Shi looked at the giant sword above her head and looked at them with some doubt. Why aren't the big brothers worried? Listening to those bad guys. This seems to be a SSS-level attack. Ugh. Are you sure you don't want to ask your mommy to help? Wu Qi rubbed Xiao Shi's head and pointed at Xiao Xiao, who was already drawing his sword next to him. Xiao Shi is not afraid. Your handsome brother is here. All difficulties are no longer difficulties. Hoshi looked in Zhao's direction suspiciously. It was discovered that little brother's cold eyes were currently staring deathly at the huge sword that swept towards them. The giant sword tilted madly down from the sky, and the air around it was squeezed to emit a burst of sonic booms. The birds and finches around them even scattered and fled. And those who were in the range of the attack, who should have been overwhelmed by the pressure, had the pressure cancelled out by the invisible aura enveloping Xiao Zhao's body, only to see an inexplicable aura emanating from Xiao Zhao's body, forming a resisting momentum with the Dao sword in the distant sky. Just like water and fire fighting against each other. Little brother held his sword in one hand, and the pair of ancient eyes under the brim of his hat swept over the giant sword with the slightest hint of excitement. The black and gold ancient sword seemed to be responding to little brother's battle intent, the blade glistening with the sunlight that was scattered down on it. A ray of golden light shot through the thin clouds from the sky like dots of light spreading over little brother's body, as if gilding him with a hazy mist of light. Fatty Wang coughed and stopped Wu Qi and the others with both hands. Step back, little brother. It's time to start pretending. With those words, the huge sword on the edge of the sky formed a monstrous might sweeping towards them like a windswept cloud. Little brother held his sword single-handedly, his eyes flashing, his fingertips flicking, the black and gold ancient sword curling up a layer of blade flowers in his hand. He exerted force on his toes and swept towards the giant sword in the sky like an arrow out of the string. Behind him, there was a hidden unicorn silhouette encircling his circumference. But Xiao Zhao's figure was as small as an ant before an elephant in front of the giant sword. Zhang Luoluo looked at this scene. She knew that this person would definitely make a move. Surely this was all just an exercise in futility. This was an attack from an SSS rank sword sign, which contained a hint of the captain's bloodline aura. And what about that little brother? But can SS level? This could be seen from the difference in the power of the attack. That little brother would surely die. Watching all this, Wang Xiaoxiao also feels so. This is simply a drop in the bucket. Ants also delusion to shake the tree? Wouldn't it be better for them to stay put and die? They have to die. As the saying goes, if you don't make a mistake, you won't die. But they're trying to put on a funny show when they're dead. She could even imagine the man being crushed to death by that monstrous giant sword before he could even slash out. Isn't that pure hilarity? Does he really think he's the savior? No fictional male protagonist would dare to write like that. Just him? Not funny enough. Even though he looked handsome and was so strong at such a young age, he was simply more demonic than them. But a genius who didn't grow up was ultimately a waste. Blame them for messing with the wrong people. Chen Yu looked at the figure and felt excited in his heart. He could clearly see the monstrous qi on him. Although it wasn't as strong as the one on Jiang Yan, but it was still strong. The second person he had seen with such a strong qi. By stripping both him and Jiang Yan of all their qi this time, he could definitely break through to SS rank, and possibly SS rank as well. He got a little excited just thinking about it, and his palms were getting a little sweaty. Almost there, but they can't help it if they die. If that little brother had desperately led Jiang Yan and the others away, he might have even left a small life behind. But nowadays, it's just a mayfly. He was looking forward to how Jiang Yan and the others would look in pain after that person's death. In fact, if Jiang Yan had just come to him to kowtow and apologize, he could actually consider forgiving him, but only by charging some interest, locking him in a ghost domain, undergoing the erosion of ghost chi day and night. Then whenever he was about to be tortured to death, he would wake up again, squeeze his blood and chi, and be tortured again. It's been torturing him back and forth over and over again, but then he's still alive at least, right? On Jiang Yan's side, Xiao Shi was in Wu Qi's arms, her eyes clenching her small hands with anticipation. She stared at the figure in the air with a face full of adoration. Go handsome brother. Surely handsome can protect us. Wu Qi gently rubbed his head. Don't worry. Your handsome brother is very powerful. With that, he looked towards the sky to see Xiao Xiao, who was already on the verge of colliding with the giant sword. But the tiny figure of little brother, as he shattered the clothes on his body with a handful of hands, the unicorn tattoo on his body began to emerge on his body as his body temperature gradually rose. That qilin was as if it had come to life under the rays of sunlight, emitting a golden light, and then that originally dull eye brightened steeply. The unicorn tattoo on his body seemed to have come to life. On his body spread a layer of golden light detached from his body, surrounding his body, rapidly growing larger. The unicorn eventually transformed into a size equal to the giant sword. Roar! The unicorn opened its bloody mouth towards the sky and roared out a roar that chilled more than a few people. It was as if the entire sky had been shaken. Zhang Luoluo and the others had fallen into disorientation as they watched the scene. How could it be possible? Why did that person still have an undercard? Looking at this, it was highly likely that he could withstand a strike. But even if they resisted, they would be seriously injured. And then Jiang Yan would resent them even if he was still alive. Definitely won't forgive them again. But while it's a great deterrent, I just don't know how powerful it is. It might just be a fox and a tiger. Chen Yu looked at this scene. The excitement in his heart was hard to express. If he could take over this person's bloodline, was it possible for him to become like this as well? Such a handsome unicorn. His heart was so excited that he couldn't wait to grab it now. However, he wasn't worried in the slightest, as the captain's sword brand had a bloodline enhancement. The power was already half of what he had, and this little brother, even if he was more heaven-defying, it was impossible for him to progress so rapidly in a short period of time. And Wang Xiaoxiao was worried. She was afraid. She was afraid that if she resisted, the next second Jiang Yan and the others would go after her. She was already thinking about making an early escape. Still, she ultimately chose to believe in the captain's strength. But the next second their mouths were hard to close as if they had eaten, because they saw an image that left them in disbelief. Chapter 109. You're still breathing when I give you face. Only to see that golden qilin in the air. The golden light on its body faded away, leaving only the original black and white dots of ink. Just like a picture scroll, little brother sped ahead towards the giant sword, a faint ink-colored unicorn on his naked half, his steely gaze as if he could see through everything. While he was surrounded by the ink-colored unicorn stepping in the air and running towards the giant sword, his long whistling up to the sky was as if he could penetrate the mist between the worlds. It's long and euphonious. It eventually turned into ink spots that converged on the body of the black and gold ancient sword in Zhao's hand. The body of the black and gold ancient sword became sharp and incomparably sharp, and the surface was as smooth and handsome as if it had a unicorn pattern. There was even a unicorn head at the hilt, with the blade extending from its mouth. Xiao Xiao looked at the monstrous sword light above his head, his low eyes steeply sharp. His right hand fiercely exerted force. The blade drew an ink-colored sword light upwards towards that huge sword as attacked. The ink-colored blade light transformed into an ink-colored qilin figure in the air, his hideous face staring deathly at the giant sword. Roar! It raised its head to the sky and roared as if it was venting the indignation in its heart. The entire sky trembled a trifle. Even Zhang Pei, who was far away from the territory, could hear this roar, which was like a roar from an unyielding being. Reach out to the whole world and shake their souls. The qilin stepped in the air, each heavy footstep sounding as if it could crush the air with a heavy sound. Impossible! Impossible! As Wang Xiaoxiao watched this scene, she felt that her three views were turned upside down. She felt a great threat from this griffin, and there was a possibility inside her that she didn't even think she could believe. This little brother wouldn't really be able to withstand a strike from a SSS rank, right? But the next second she was filled with disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It was just a little loud. If they really resisted, those of them would definitely get Jiang Yan's revenge. She could only finally put the last straw on the impact that the blow could not withstand from the sword sign. Chen Yu's mood at the moment was exactly the same as hers, because he was the one who started the fire in this matter, to say the least. There was no way Jiang Yan wouldn't know, so if he did resist, he felt that he would be retaliated against by Jiang Yan. But Zhang Luoluo was excited. She was most unwilling for Jiang Yan to die, not to mention all those top-notch resources and Dao artifacts on Jiang Yan's body. Just the one he had on him that could restore the trauma brought on by Xiao Sun's heart's blood could make their hearts flutter. But if the giant sword attacked down, all of this would be reduced to nothing. In the aftermath, although Jiang Yan would be dissatisfied with himself, everything he had done before to retain Jiang Yan would also come to nothing. But at least they have a future. At least Jiang Yan is still alive. Since he's alive, there's still hope to redeem Jiang Yan. Even if he scolded himself, as long as he was happy. She wanted Jiang Yan to know that he still had a sister who still had him in her heart. She was going to be Jiang Yan's spiritual support to live, to get him on the right path, to teach him right from wrong. Surely she could teach him well. She wanted to be that good sister that Jiang Yan adored with all her eyes. At that moment, the ink-colored Qilin roared and slammed headfirst into the giant sword. In a flash, a huge wave blew over the crowd as if it was destroying them with a mighty force, blowing them around, but Xiao just floated in the air, holding his sword in his right hand, with the unicorn tattoo on his body as if it was alive. He lowered his eyes and swept a glance at Zhang Luoluo and the others as if he were a monarch looking down. Zhang Luoluo and the others felt their hairs explode with sweat as they were swept by this sharp gaze. This sharp gaze was like penetrating deep into their souls, making them feel their souls tremble. What's so godly about it? He thinks he's handsome. It's just a bluff. Wang Xiaoxiao turned back to her face full of disdain and skimmed her mouth. She looked at the sound of the collision in the sky. There was also little brother's figure looking down on them, and they just felt ridiculous. What's the point of being proud of the fact that we haven't won yet? As for little brother's side, she looked at little brother's back with a face full of admiration, then pulled Jiang Yan's clothes. Big brother, I want to marry handsome brother in the future. It's so handsome. Her little fangirl look instantly made Wu Qi cry and laugh. He rubbed her head and laughed. Why isn't it marrying big brother? Hoshi tilted his head, thinking about something. Isn't Mama's Sagittarius? Daddy? Isn't that big brother daddy? Then how can Hoshi marry dad? She beamed her little mouth as if accepting this fact, then spoke with a smile. Because big brother is daddy. Ha! Wu Qi's two gazes looked at Jiang Yan in unison, with surprise and a hint of contempt in their eyes. Fatty Wang put his arm around his shoulder and raised his finger to point at him but didn't know what to say. He just patted his shoulder. You're really good. Wu Qi gossip sound up. Instantly both eyes glowing to Jiang Yan. Words, not righteous. Ah, have Xiaoxi such a daughter? How not to say with us? You can really animal ah, he said and counted for a moment, then looked at Jiang Yan with a look of adoration. To have such strength at the age of 9, it's really a big cow opening the door for a heifer. Awesome to the core. The one who was the most puzzled was still Jiang Yan. He was the one who was the most clueless. Alright. He's still playing in the mud in the orphanage at 9. I'm afraid he doesn't even have his hair tied back. You let him wreak havoc on others? How is that possible? The more he stared at Hoshi, the more he felt puzzled. Since Hoshi said that, and she's 9 years old and someone who thinks logically on her own, there must be something behind this that he doesn't know about. Did someone sneak up on you in the middle of the night while you were asleep? It can't be. Who would be that deranged? But a loud noise in the distance pulled their thoughts back. This was because when that ink-colored Qilin touched the giant sword's body, images that shocked Zhang Luoluo and the rest of them unfolded. Because the moment that the ink-colored Qilin touched it, it shattered the giant sword with a devastating force in a single blow. The giant sword was as unbeatable as if it was made of paper in front of it. The ink-colored Qilin struck through the giant sword in one fell swoop, then stepped into the air and flew into the thin clouds with a loud chirping sound that spread throughout the entire world like a wave. It then hovered in the air around his little brother for a moment before it quickly grew smaller and turned into an inky color that once again attached itself to his body as a tattoo. The tattoos that were originally just shadows became much more solid. The black and gold ancient sword in his hand also returned to its original form. The sky has also returned to its usual calm. Little brother swept a glance at Zhang Luoluo and the others, then floated back to Jiang Yan's side before reaching out towards Fatty Wang. Ha! Fatty Wang looked at the half-naked little brother for a moment without reacting to what he meant, until the little brother's lips twitched. Clothes. Fatty Wang then reacted and patted his head. Look at my memory. With that he took a garment out of his bag of treasures. Xiao had just put on his clothes, and before he could put away his sword, Xiaoxi jumped over Wu Ste's body towards Xiao as soon as he could, and hung directly on Xiao's body. Xiao saw this and stretched the blade back to avoid that Hoshi would get hurt, but at this time, Jiang Yan was eager to try, and the heaven-slaying ghost ring in his hand lit up. The Dao sword appeared in his hand as his scarlet eyes swept over Zhang Luoluo and the others. An invisible killing intent emerged from him. Scarlet eyes stared at Wang Xiaoxiao dead in the face. A healthy step, like a sharp arrow out of the string toward Wang Xiaoxiao chopped. Give you face. You still ing wheeze on. Chapter 110, Sister is doing this for your own good. Jiang Yan's speed was like lightning, and the aura on his body was like a killing god coming out of hell. Chunyu froze and hid behind Zhang Luoluo, not daring to look at Jiang Yan, because this look was too familiar to him. It was the look that Jiang Yan had stared at him with the last time he was in the secret realm. Can't go wrong. He's going to go after them. It was all the fourth sister's fault. Who was she to trespass and mess with Jiang Yan? And that teammate of Jiang Yan's is too scary. It's still in the human category. Wasn't he only SS rank? How was it possible for this to decimate that sword tile from the captain with devastating strength? Could it be bravado? By burning essence blood? In a panic, he pulled out a defensive talisman and looked at Jiang Yan's incoming figure. And with a thought, the talisman instantly transformed into dots of light spreading in the air, transforming into a layer of protective shield. It was only after Chen Yu had done this that he patted his chest with some trepidation, but he still felt a bit scared and urged the amulet on his body again. The outermost layer alone was a SSS-level shield, and the ones he had on were even the top of the SSS level, all of which were given to him by the captain. If Jiang Yan knew this, would he be mad? After all, he was trying so hard to please the captain and trying to do his best, but each time, he was buried in countless false accusations and slanders for all his efforts. They will only think that what he says is the right thing to do. For how can one believe the words of a man who was born an orphan? This was the reason why Jiang Yan could never raise his head in front of him. Pang! A loud bang pulled his thoughts back as the Dao sword in Jiang Yan's hand had slashed at the shield he had just set up. Zhan Luoluo looked at Jiang Yan, who was full of killing intent, in a daze, and her palms couldn't help but clench a little tighter. Her fingertips were imprinted dead center in her flesh, her eyes slightly red, her heart trembling as she looked at Jiang Yan's face full of killing intent. It was the first time she had seen Jiang Yan who looked like this. Looking at Jiang Yan with his Dao sword in hand and full of killing intent, she only felt her heart tremble. The previous Jiang Yan's face was most often that of a smile that was barely squeezed out of a miserable smile, but now the Jiang Yan in front of him really wanted to kill them. Wang Xiaoxiao's teeth were already clenched, staring dead on at the hole in the sky left by the thin clouds being washed away. On the basis of what? Why should his teammates be able to break the sword sign? Why not? Wouldn't it be better for them to just stand there and get smashed to death? Why resist to the death? Jiang Yan wouldn't have done that before. Is it bad that he'll just stand there and be beaten and scolded by them, not knowing how to fight back at all? Early death. They survived this time. Is it not good to die on their own as opposed to being captured by the captain to be taught a lesson and tortured by them? She's doing it for his own good. Why couldn't he understand the good intentions of this fourth sister of hers? Now that they have survived this calamity and are not fleeing, they have come to make a move against them. Isn't he afraid the captain will come and condemn him? Fourth sister. Chen Yu noticed that Wang Xiaoxiao's complexion was abnormal and pulled her hand to look at Jiang Yan. This shield is SSS ranked. It's even more powerful than the sword sign that was just there. This was given to me by the captain. So don't be afraid, sister. When they get tired of fighting, we can leave or call the captain to come and rescue us? No way. Zhan Luoluo directly interrupted Chen Yu. No, first wait for Jiang Yan and the others to be exhausted before we leave. With that, she frowned and looked at Chen Yu as she continued to ask, Xiao Sun, did the captain of this shroud tell you how long it would last? Chen Yu pondered for a moment then replied, this shield seems like it won't disappear as long as it doesn't break. It should be able to last for a period of 7 days and 7 nights. But since brother Jiang Yan hates us so much, I as a younger brother am heartbroken as to why he can become like this anymore. I could have done without the treatment. His eyes turned red as he said that, looking at Zhan Luoluo with an aggrieved look of simplicity. Elder sister. Is it that I've done wrong? Is it that I shouldn't have appeared in front of you, making brother Jiang Yan jealous? Why don't I just leave? Or go out and let brother Jiang Yan beat me up to take out my anger? With that he bowed his head with a look as if he had drained his strength and was lost in thought as he tried to head out the door. Zhang Luoluo's eyes wrinkled. Right. This time the starting point is Xiao Sun. If Xiao Sun goes out and lets Jiang Yan beat him up or waste his arm a few times to let him get rid of his anger, then wouldn't all the problems be solved? Besides, if he was beaten, the captain would surely give him all sorts of healing elixirs. Surely it wouldn't cause much of a problem. It should be fine in a few days. And as long as she and Lao Er add a little bit of jealousy in front of the captain. Xiao Sun's words, so fond of his brother Jiang Yan, surely do not want him to be in trouble. This time let him take the blame, does not matter. As for the oldest, when the time comes, first knock out, and later slowly change her mind. The big deal was to show her Jiang Yan's previous records with her. She didn't believe that she wouldn't regret it when Lao Si saw the things she had done in the past. Thinking of her thought, she looked excitedly at Chen Yu, who took small steps outward for fear that they would not be able to drag him. Xiao Sun. Chen Yu heard his big sister's voice like a desert plant about to dry up and die to get the sweet spring of rain and dew like joy. He almost thought that they would not pull themselves. He just wanted to play a bit of bitterness to try to enhance their hatred for Jiang Yan, and he had tried this trick 100 times in the past. This time, Jiang Yan would surely die. But the next second his whole body froze because what did he hear? The somewhat excited voice of his eldest sister was heard. Xiao Sun has suffered you this time. Go back and big sister will definitely compensate you. Just go out and let Jiang Yan beat him up a few times to let him out of his anger. Ha! Chen Yu's head instantly fell into a state of stagnation, as if he didn't understand. He looked at Zhang Luoluo suspiciously. What did you just say? Big sister? You go out and let Jiang Yan beat you up. We'll go back and make it up to you. Okay, said Zhang Luoluo with a look of impatience as she pushed Jiang Yan. Chen Yu felt the thrust behind him, and the Jiang Yan who was getting closer and closer. The last straw in his heart had been crushed. He looked unbelievably at Jiang Yan's eyes as he looked at him with the Dao sword in his hand full of ridiculousness. With a flash in his mind, he turned his gaze to Wang Xiaoxiao. Wang Xiaoxiao had just been immersed in surprise and hadn't come back to her senses. But when she saw Xiao Sun's gaze full of help, she instantly reacted. Big sister, you're crazy. She rushed up and pulled her big sister's arm, then pointed at Jiang Yan. What the hell are you doing? Are you trying to send little Sun to his death? He hates Xiao Sun the most right now. He hates Xiao Sun for stealing the favor and favoritism that originally belonged to him. He's too jealous. As soon as she pulled Xiao Sun back behind her, she stared at Zhang Luoluo with a face full of anger. Big sister, you're really strange right now. I think it's necessary for me to go back and ask the captain to help you see if you're possessed by a ghost or not. Chapter 111. This is a pressure from the SSS level. Is it something you can withstand? I'm not crazy. Zhang Luoluo still tried to pull Chen Yu. I'm sober now. We used to take care of him for 7 years. Even if he hates it, he won't lay much of a hand on Xiao Sun. This time, moreover, he has already obtained what he wanted. And this time for the sake of saving Jiang Yan's life, Jiang Yan definitely wouldn't lay a heavy hand on Xiao Sun. Wang Xiaoxiao slapped over Zhang Luoluo's hand and deadlocked Chen Yu behind her. Her voice trembled as she said, Big sister, didn't you guys see the way they bullied me? They hit and kicked me. Didn't you see that? I'm her fourth sister, the one who treats her the best. And he can lay such a heavy hand on me. What about what he did to Xiao Sun? You also know that the one thing he hates the most is Xiao Sun, and he can spare Xiao Sun lightly. She put her hand in front of Chen Yu's body. Anyway, no matter what you say, big sister, I will not let Xiao Sun out. To go you go. With that, she looked towards the shield. And this is a stronger shield than the sword sign just now. Jiang Yan won't break it even if he fights for 7 days and 7 nights. So what are we afraid of? If you still want to retain Jiang Yan, big sister, then let's go back and find the captain. Let the captain take us. And you just go apologize. That's the best way. Anyway, don't even think about trying to get us hurt. Zhang Luoluo first looked at Chen Yu's fearful appearance, then looked at Wang Xiaoxiao, and her clenched fists eventually fell. The twinkle in his eyes dimmed. Looking at the current situation, she knew there was no way she could get Chen Yu to go out and let Jiang Yan out, but it's the only way to have it both ways. She could only sigh and look at Jiang Yan outside the shroud, her eyes lightless. Jiang Yan, I'm sorry, Jiang Yan looked at the shroud at the moment and felt that it was quite tricky. However, he was getting more and more convinced that they could be really weak, and his gaze swept towards the crowd inside the shroud, only to find it laughable. This scene was so familiar. How had he not been one of them in the past? But every time they would use Jiang Yan as bait alone in a haunted domain in order to save themselves, locking him up in a cage-like place like the one in front of him. The scene in front of me was so ridiculous, but that ghost now became just him. He didn't find the ghost scary at the time, though, because the grief and sadness in his heart took over all in his mind. Jiang Yan, will you forgive your sisters? A piercing voice entered his ears, and he looked back at Zhang Luoluo's begging face. It was how familiar it felt. How many times he had begged them to let himself out with that same expression. Jiang Yan placed his Dao sword on the shield and aimed it at Zhang Luoluo's neck. Who am I to forgive you? His tone was chilling, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. You guys just tried to kill me and my teammates. Jiang Yan raised his Dao sword. His body's ghost chi gathered on the Dao sword. The Dao sword instantly erupted with a dazzling light. The sword light went straight to the sky. He exerted force in his hand, and it was a fierce strike towards the shield. Clunk! The immense force actually sent a ripple through the shield. Zhang Luoluo and the others were directly dumbfounded. Zhang Luoluo looked at the shield above her head and was a bit lost in thought. Wasn't this shield SSS level? Why Jiang Yan can be shaken? Although there wasn't the slightest hint of trying to break through, it was strong enough to shake a ripple alone. In fact, in her place, she couldn't do it to such an extent. It's highly likely that you'll even be shaken up. What kind of monster was Jiang Yan? He wouldn't be possessed by some evil demon. However, he was holding a SSS-level Dao sword in his hand. It was highly likely that the credit was here. If he was holding AS level this sword, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to shake it. The thought balanced her mind a lot. I'm sure if she had that SSS sword she could have done damage to the shield as well. But at this level now, it should be Jiang Yan's full strength. Wang Xiaoxiao was trembling as she looked at Jiang Yan in disbelief. The mind kept murmuring, how can this be? How is this possible? How could Jiang Yan strike a ripple? Could it be that Jiang Yan was already S-ranked? But an S-rank holding an SSS-rank Dao sword shouldn't cause this kind of damage. The SSS level can only be utilized to its full strength at the same level. How could he have done this at the most A level? It might have been possible if it had been the man who had just been there. But why was it Jiang Yan who could do such a thing? Why can't it be someone else? At this moment, Chen Yu stared at Jiang Yan, and when he locked eyes with his scarlet eyes, he only felt as if his heart had been seized. Jiang Yan looked at the crowd hiding in the shield, a snicker on his face as he raised his sword and placed it on the shield, mockingly walking around the shield with his eyes on them. Upon seeing Chen Yu's fearful expression only felt ridiculous. He tapped his sword gently on the shield and looked at him playfully. Chen Yu, you also have today. Give you the avenue and you don't leave. You have to come to mess with me? Just forget about it if you provoke me. Jiang Yan's tone was diffident, and the Dao sword in his hand struck on it as if it were a death knell. Steeply, Zhang Han's eyes sharpened as he stared at Chen Yu and narrowed his eyes. His tone heavy. Then the last thing you should do is hit my teammates with your ideas. Alright, I've had enough fun. I'm going to give you a taste of all the different kinds of torture I've been subjected to before this time, and I'm looking forward to your teammates seeing you hanging from the beams of the room and being whipped with chains. With that he stroked the shroud, then raised the Dao sword once more and once again gathered the ghost energy and swung it out. A collision sound once more. A ripple rippled across the shield, though it was considerably weaker than the last. This instantly made Zhang Luoluo and the others lose a lot of breath. After Wang Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief, she patted her chest, as if she was godly breathless after the robbery. She was really afraid that Jiang Yan would really break the shield. She slowed down to look at Jiang Yan with indignation in her complacency. What are you doing? Can't you see it scared me? It's just a waste. Still trying to break through the defense. This is SSS level. You still think it's your broken amulet. Unsuspecting beast. There are some things you have to weigh yourself against, and some things you can't do just because you want to. She looked at Jiang Yan with a smug look on her face, and the pride on her face wasn't even the slightest bit hidden. She stood right where she was and provocatively raised a middle finger. You know what? You're like an impotent raging punk right now. With your little strength, you're not even good enough to give me a massage. I'm right here. If you can break through the shield today, I'll kneel down and call you daddy. This young lady, I will fight you to the end today, but you'd better do it before it's too late, or the captain realizes we haven't gone back, comes to find us, and sees you strike out at us. That power from a peak SSS class tournament powerhouse is not something you can withstand. Chapter 112, You're making me sick to my stomach. Pang! The Dao sword in Jiang Yan's hand slashed at the shield one at a time, striking a little ripple. Seeing this, Jiang Yan wiped his shield and didn't know what he was thinking. That's going to turn Wang Xiaoshuo on. She just wanted to see Jiang Yan's tortured expression, the suffocating feeling that the more he wanted but the less he could get. She even pulled out a chair from her ghost ring, then pulled out a handful of melons and sat on the chair with a provocative face as she looked at Jiang Yan getting high on melons. She crossed her legs and raised an eyebrow full of mockery. Use a little more energy. Did you not eat? If you can come in, sister will give you melon rind to lick. With that, she spat out the melon rind and looked at Jiang Yan with a mocking face. Sister is right here. Hurry up and use your soft strength to attack. I don't believe you can break through the shield. Zhang Luoluo looked at Jiang Yan with some worry, then turned back and glared at Zhang Luoluo. Don't go too far. Wang Xiaoxiao had a hard time getting out of breath and looked indifferent. I just want to export my anger for Xiao Sun. You as a big sister don't dare to come out. I'll do it, and second sister too. Just know to stand there and say nothing. You are the second sister, and the fourth sister I come to reason with you? She said with some exasperation. This, said Chen wanting, not knowing what to say. She could only lower her head and murmur. It's not my fault. She just wanted to undo the poison on Jiang Yan's body and pick him up and return him to the team to make it up to him. But who knew so much trouble would arise? Humph. Wang Xiaoxiao coldly hummed before turning her gaze towards Jiang Yan. Instantly her pupils shrunk. She was scared, because she saw the last person she wanted to see. She subconsciously got up and took a few steps back. That man is little brother. Xiaoxiao followed Wu Qi and the others behind Jiang Yan. Wu Qi stepped forward and patted Jiang Yan's shoulder looking at the shroud. How's it going? Yan Zi, can you break it open? Do you want me to help you, buddy? Seeing this, Fatty Wang stepped forward and put on Jiang Yan's shoulder. That's, Yanzi, don't carry everything yourself. With that, he touched the shroud and smacked his lips. You don't say. It's quite something. With that, he pulled the kitchen knife out of his bag and then struck at the shield, followed by a thud. The knife shattered. Wang Xiaoxiao, who originally thought that this fat man was going to play some kind of underhanded card, couldn't help but laugh at once. She covered her stomach and looked at Fatty Wang with a face full of mockery as she laughed forward and backward. Big brother. You're here to be funny, aren't you? With that broken sword of yours? I thought you were using some kind of supreme divine weapon. With that, he looked at Jiang Yan. His eyes instantly sank. You'd better know better. This shield is not something you can break. If you take big sister and they don't let me notify the captain, I'm afraid that you would have already been dead by now. What are you calling for? Fatty Wang stared at Wang Xiaoxiao with a face full of anger. Just your mouth is big, isn't it? Sooner or later I'll tear your mouth apart. With that he pulled out another knife and slashed up again. Scream! A dog's bark is better than yours. But the next second, the knife fragmented again. This could put Wang Xiaoxiao, who had just been stunned, into a sense of humor. She looked at Fatty Wang with a face full of mockery. Look at the pussy you've grown, and you still want to break the shield. Why don't you go and die, you? And don't take a piss and look at what a pussy you are. How dare you come out to meet people? If it were me, I'd be twisting and crawling in the dark. With that, he spat out a melon shell towards Fatty Wang. Say that again for a sake. Fatty Wang was completely enraged by these words and pointed at her and yelled. Wang Xiaoxiao first glanced at Xiaoxiao, then looked at Fatty Wang. What's wrong with saying it again? You're a pussy. Just look like a pussy a million times. Fatty Wang was completely enraged and looked at Wang Xiaoxiao's eyes as if they had a nameless fire. Just when Zhang Luoluo thought he was going to zoom in, Fatty Wang's next move instantly made her unable to break her defense, only to see Fatty Wang yell out with a face full of indignation. Little brother! As he shouted, he even ran to his little brother's side and pulled his sleeve with a shy face. But just as he pulled it up, Hoshi, who was hanging on, slapped it off. You are not allowed to touch handsome brother. She is mine. Xiaoxi hugged Xiaoxiao's neck and looked at Fatty Wang as if she was looking at an enemy. Fatty Wang was a bit speechless. You doll is a real talent, so young and so flamboyant. Poof. Fatty Wang could only look at little brother when he saw this. Little brother, quickly take out your black gold ancient sword and chop her. She pointed at Wang Xiaoxiao. This woman's mouth stinks like she ate. I have to pee a yellow bubble to bear her awake. When Wang Xiaoxiao saw this operation of Fatty Wang, his mouth slightly opened and he was a bit dumbfounded. No, why is he allowed to play around? Don't be like that. She watched in a daze, turning her gaze to her little brother. This mysterious man, every time, would suddenly explode with unreasonable strength when they thought it was impossible. If he came, the shield would most likely be broken. But this shroud could be mostly stronger than the sword sign just now. I heard that it was strengthened by the captain with a hint of bloodline power and then fused with various heavenly materials. As she thought of this, a hint of confidence came to her heart. Her back became straightened, and her gaze towards Xiaoxiao began to sharpen. You really think you can break it by calling out to someone, and you don't look at how much you weigh. However, Xiaoxiao narrowed his eyes slightly and swept a glance at Wang Xiaoxiao before turning his gaze to Jiang Yan. Trust him. Fatty Wang didn't say anything when he saw this. He just patted Jiang Yan's shoulder and pointed at Wang Xiaoxiao. Did you hear that? Your fat master, my honor is in your hands. Don't let down your brother's sincerity. With that, he took Wu Qi back a few steps. The little brother took a few steps back as well, but shook his head gently as he looked over at the little potty mouth hanging onto him in his arms. He's really hard. Wang Xiaoxiao looked at this scene, came temper. Egu, this is not dare ah. Thanks for still thinking that black hat of yours could be much better. So I'm afraid to even try. Wang Xiaoxiao looked at Xiaoxiao. Cold smile in his heart. Must have just struck out and consumed most of his ghost chi and strength. During this period the captain should be able to dare to come. But to actually put your hopes on Jiang Yan? They're out of their minds. Why don't you go home before it's too late? And disgrace yourself here. None of them will get away when the captain comes. It was true that after spending a lot of time at Jiang Yan's side, his brain had deteriorated. She eventually turned her gaze to Jiang Yan. Yo, still want to try? Why don't you go home and get cleaned up? Your attacks are getting weaker and weaker. Are you out of ghost energy? She snorted with laughter. You, ever so persistent. Why don't you see the coffin? Remember the obsessive energy you used to have. Same as now. Quite stupid though. That time you stole the spirit fruit I brought back to Shaosun. I broke both your legs, remember? That wasn't even a spirit fruit for little Sun. It was just a rotten fruit that I wanted to feed to the dogs, but who knew that you would eat it? She continued to sit in her chair and get high on melon, smiling with a provocative face. Actually, I hadn't wanted to pursue the matter, but you even thought that you had done something wrong and cried and begged me for forgiveness. Then you've begged me so much that I had to find a reason to sit on your charges so I could give you punishment. Thinking about that excuse was killing me that time, but the way you were screaming in agony was laughable as hell. Chapter 113, He'll be unhappy. I can clearly remember when you had your leg broken by me, and you were still asking me to forgive you one way or another. Jiang Yan swept a glance at him, and the Dao sword in his hand converged with ghostly chi in a fierce strike. You know what? When I broke your leg, I put poison on the stinging rod, and it was the kind that inhibits muscle growth and pain amplification. Have you noticed that your wounds haven't been able to heal and they always ache in the middle of the night? Don't guess. It's all my doing. Do you remember the herb you used to heal your wounds? I actually switched it to poison before you could bite into it. It just wasn't very toxic. With that careless nature of yours, I'm afraid you'll faint while running away." She snorted and spat out a melon shell, sweeping Jiang Yan with a careless glance. "I seem to remember you falling into a coma when you patted us out earlier. How the hell did you survive?" she said, looking a little agitated. "Will you tell me about it? I'm dying to know." Ugh. The more she spoke, the more excited she became. Her head stretched out, looking at Jiang Yan's appearance and snickering. "No way, you wouldn't have knelt down for the ghost and asked him to spare your life. You're so handsome." She laughed and looked at Jiang Yan with mockery in her eyes. "The decline makes me sick. I literally feel like throwing up every time you play pathetic in front of me. I'm telling you, when you begged for forgiveness with me, I really kinda wanted to say, you're wrong, why don't you go to hell? But who would have thought? You actually went and got yourself killed." Suddenly a piercing voice pierced through her eardrums, shaking her a little. "Xiao Xiao." Wang Xiaoxiao pulled out her ears and looked at Zhang Luoluo. "What are you doing, big sister? Scared me." "Xiao Xiao, you stop talking." Zhang Luoluo blared at Wang Xiaoxiao as she looked at Jiang Yan, whose killing intent was already monstrous in his body. "Why don't you let me say it?" She got rid of Zhang Luoluo's warning look and continued to be condescending when she looked at Jiang Yan. "Do you know what we thought that time when you were looking for a way out? We think you're a liability and deserve to die. Damn it, if it wasn't for Xiao Sun's kind heart going to persuade you, you'd be dead by now. Now you're turning your back on me. But Xiao Sun sacrificed his heart's blood for your poison. Instead of just thanking him, you turned around and robbed him of his life-saving medicine. Are you still human?" The more she spoke, the more agitated she became. Her face bulged with veins and she looked at Jiang Yan with a face full of anger, as if she wanted to eat him up. "Xiao Xiao." Zhang Luoluo coldly roared and glared at her. "Stop saying that. Don't let me say it?" Wang Xiaoxiao looked at Zhang Luoluo in surprise, then looked at Jiang Yan. "You prefer not to let me say it?" "I prefer to say it." She pointed at Jiang Yan and cursed. "You're an animal." Jiang Yan stared at Wang Xiaoxiao. The murderous intent in his eyes could no longer be concealed. He actually knows all about it. He knows all about it. He knew that Wang Xiaoxiao had poisoned her medicine, but he was just afraid that Fourth Sister had put it wrong and put it as poison. But he didn't want to see Fourth Sister's lost look when she found out that he was useless. He didn't want them to be sad and lost. "Oh, it seems like such ing bull now. It's all ing bull. Bull asterisk 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 affection. It's all fake." His eyes were filled with blood. His teeth had already bitten through his lips, and his murderous eyes were like evil spirits coming out of hell. "Wang Xiaoxiao, you're so ing brave." Jiang Yan opened his mouth and stared at Wang Xiaoxiao with a fierce face, a drop of blood dripping out from under his teeth. Jiang Yan's appearance caused Wang Xiaoxiao to be stunned and retreated. It was the first time she had seen Jiang Yan look so angry, but she still came back to her senses. Her face was tinged with anger. "You're scaring your mom. Impotent raging cutie. It's just a matter of looking at how ridiculous you look now. Trying to kill me, but can you break through the shield the captain gave you? Oops, don't even think about it." Wang Xiaoxiao was full of mockery. "Hurry up and get lost. You won't scream when the captain comes in your teammates and you are subdued. Those teammates of yours." She swept her gaze over Wang Xiaoxiao and the others, covering her mouth with mockery and widening her eyes. "I'm afraid they'll get the beat out of them. Ugh. I'm afraid you'll be hung from the beams and watch me we torture them. Ugh. Especially that little girl. I was going to let her off the hook, but now I changed my mind." With that, she pulled out a bloodied iron chain with barbs on it from her ghost ring, and she pointed at it as she walked to the front of the shield to meet Jiang Yan face to face. She placed the chain in front of Jiang Yan and said in a slow, but very curt tone, "Let me tell you, I'll use this chain, same as I did before against one." Whipped her into blood flow more than scream even more than more more continuously. Jiang Yan stared at her dead in the face. "You're really an animal." He once again gathered his ghost chi. Black clouds churned in the sea of chi, and the originally calm sea of chi had become waves that rolled through the sea of chi in an overwhelming manner. That ferocious aura seemed like it was going to crash through the sea of chi and gush out. The Dao sword in Jiang Yan's hand. Once again converging sword light, this time much larger, piercing light as if to pierce the sky, sharp, hostile. The land underneath Jiang Yan's feet was already crumbling under the pressure of the aura on Jiang Yan's body. Jiang Yan's eyes carried a heavy killing intent, and the Dao sword in his hand fiercely chopped towards Wang Xiaoxiao. "You're a ing." With a pang, the shield began to shake violently, but after a moment, it returned to calm. The air steeply quieted down. Only the heat around Jiang Yan boiled like boiling water. "Not enough. Not enough." Wang Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded at this scene, but looking at the still intact look, and seeing Jiang Yan panting all the way to the ground, she felt like she could do it again. She hugged her chest and looked at Jiang Yan. Gu, why are you in a hurry? Are you too tired or too angry? Let me tell you, didn't you give me many precious spirit herbs in the past? Alas, you're the only one who took that weed for life. Just those medicines you traded your life for are not even worthy of me as a guide, and I've soiled my medicines, and I'm afraid that your hands on them will taint the activity of the herbs. I'm afraid that the pills that are refined, even dogs won't want to eat them. So I took the herbs you used to save your life, and fed them to the road dog. Her face was full of mockery as she stared at Jiang Yan. Don't struggle. With your Thai ability, you're only worthy of replacing our injuries. As far as those teammates of yours go, that's what you can see. Who else would mess with a little like you? When Fatty Wang saw this scene, his teeth were almost clenched. He directly rolled up his sleeves to go up and do it. Asterisk 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 me. You think I'm a vegetarian? Fat master. See if I don't beat the out of you. Then stuff it in your mouth and beat it out again. He said he was about to go up, but Wu Qi blocked him. This is his calamity and heart disease. He needs to break it himself. Otherwise, he won't be happy later. Chapter 114, he's an incorrigible lunatic. Fatty Wang glanced at Jiang Yan with some heartache, so he didn't speak. The Dao sword in Jiang Yan's hand once again slashed against the shroud, sending up a layer of waves. Zhang Luoluo looked at the swirling shroud and laughed. Jiang Yan, don't blame your sister. Your sister still has to find a reason every time she beats you. Why don't you just stick your head directly over for me to fan next time? Jiang Yan's eyes became more and more scarlet, and the force of his fingertips became more and more vicious. Sha Wang, you're good. How had he ever forgotten some of these things she said? How could he forget the scars and pain that had been left in his body one at a time? But he did something wrong. What did he do wrong? Just because you're from a lowly Chunyu? Because he's not as popular as he could be? His eyes grew redder and redder as a single tear slipped from the corner of his eye. He was really tired, and he felt like his heart had been cut to shreds a long time ago. But he has rediscovered his family, and they don't dislike him because of his origins. It's more than 100 times better for you. It's enough to have these. But Shosho Wang threatened their names. Then she deserves to die. The frequency with which he gathered ghost chi grew faster and faster. The force in his hands grew stronger and stronger, and the aura of his body reached its peak. Pang! Jiang Yan's monstrous sword chopped on it, once again causing the shield to become rippled. The ear-piercing sound of the Dao sword rubbing on the shield made Wang Xiaoxiao a little worried if the shield would be broken. But now, things seemed to be going in an uncontrollable direction, for she could see the light on the shroud beginning to fade a bit. This was a peak SSS-level defense shield, and it was even stronger than the sword sign just now. How old is Jiang Yan? No way. That's impossible. In just 1 month, how could he have progressed so rapidly? Shouldn't she have just broken Jiang Yan down? Doesn't he have the weakest feelings in his heart? Why, he surely lasted until now, and he seemed to be at full strength with every blow. Isn't he tired? Is he still a human being? But how could Jiang Yan know that he was tired? He had bestowed 7 whole years of anger on the Dao sword. The body of the Dao sword even became trembling due to Jiang Yan's monstrous rage. The sword also became more and more reddish, as if it was like a magic sword, manic and vicious. As the sound of the collision between the shield and the Dao sword grew purer and purer, Wang Xiaoxiao no longer had the calmness she had just had. She frowned and stared at the Dao sword, her hand already clenched tightly. SSS-level shield. She could be sure that in his place, she felt unable to shake it in the slightest. And also the big sister. She was just barely touching the threshold of the S-level. How could she possibly cut it open? But the light pattern above the shroud grew fainter and fainter, and she became increasingly unable to sit still. The heart in her mind, which was originally angry, becoming agitated. When she put her eyes on Jiang Yan's silent but bloodshot eyes that seemed to be filling the entire eye socket, her sword brows furrowed as if she hated to kill her. Her heart straightened with fear. He tried to kill himself. He definitely wanted to kill himself. What right did he have to kill himself? She had beaten and scolded him for years, but at least she had given him a place to live, or he would have died long ago. Even if he's not thankful, he's trying to kill him. What's going on in this world? Is there any law left? She staggered back and suddenly stepped on Zhang Luoluo's foot, rushing her eyes to her and pulling her arm somewhat helpfully. Big sister, Jiang Yan wants to kill me. Don't you care? Zhang Luoluo didn't say anything, just looked at Wang Xiaoxiao's face feeling a little ridiculous. But then he turned his eyes to Jiang Yan, and the pain in his heart became more and more unbearable. Zhang Luoluo also knew that she couldn't beat them when she saw her big sister react like this. She withdrew her pacing and looked at Jiang Yan. Her heart tightened and she began to laugh. Ha ha, why didn't I think of that? Jiang Yan must be exploding his own potential for things. This is something that only the most foolish would do. But it's ridiculous. Because my 3 words made it so. And so did he. He's afraid he'll break the shield and be exhausted the next second. What's the difference between this and a hanging old dog? A flash in the pan. Does he think he's handsome? Her mouth said, and her heart was a little more at ease, and she looked at Jiang Yan's ruthless gaze with a little more confidence. As she thought about it, she turned back to look at Xiao Sun. Xiao Sun, did the captain give you any powerful Dao artifacts? Lend it to sister and see how fourth sister can help you snatch that treasure back. I'll make him kowtow and apologize to you again. It's really backfiring. Chun Yu looked at the fourth sister's somewhat manic smile. His heart felt ridiculous, however he still pulled out a SS-grade Dao sword from the ghost ring and handed it over. Smiling happily, fourth sister, don't lay a heavy hand on brother Jiang Yan. He doesn't have much ghost chi left, and it's fine for brother Jiang Yan to actually privately swallow the treasures. It's fine to aggravate Xiao Sun. Chun Yu pitifully swept a glance at Jiang Yan, appearing petulant. When Wang Xiaoxiao saw this SS-grade Dao weapon, she instantly added a lot of confidence in her heart. Jiang Yan's Dao weapon was already about to collapse, and with this divine assistance, she would definitely decimate Jiang Yan together. She took the sword with a smile and reached out to rub her hand on the well-behaved Jiang Yan's head and said, please also be generous. Xiao Sun, you mustn't learn from Jiang Yan. Aha, nodded Chun Yu very obediently, but he was pinching a talisman in his hand, and his wry eyes swept over Jiang Yan before retracting. Wang Xiaoxiao weighed the Dao sword and looked towards Zhang Luoluo. Big sister, you'll be able to fend off those people's attacks as much as you can in a while. They're 2 losers plus a cripple. You'll definitely be fine if you bring little Sun and second sister with you. Big deal. If you can't fight, call the captain to finish the job. After she finished speaking, she took the Dao sword in her hand and took up a fending stance in Jiang Yan's direction. Little bastard. Your hair hasn't even grown yet and you want to fight with your sister. Let's see if she doesn't beat the out of you. Sister let you wake up to your position and let you know that people are determined from birth to be noble and lowly. Wang Xiaoxiao, what are you doing? Zhang Luoluo's face was grim as she directly reached out and pulled her over with one hand, slapping her hard across the face. Wang Xiaoxiao froze, all in a heavenly whirlwind, feeling the pain on her cheeks before she stared at Zhang Luoluo with some surprise and anger and roared. What are you doing? Big sister. Zhang Luoluo clamped her shoulders in a death grip. Calm down. You don't know what Jiang Yan's strength is? Even if he's exhausted, it's still not something you can beat. She looked at the violently shaking shroud and trembled in her heart. This kind of attack, not to mention Wang Xiaoxiao could block it. She might not even be able to block it. Isn't Wang Xiaoxiao going up there to die? You let go of me. Wang Xiaoxiao shook off Zhang Luoluo's hand with a hint of madness in her eyes. Can't fight. What makes you think I can't fight? She pointed her Dao sword at Jiang Yan. Just him? This trash. Why can't I beat him? Even if I can't, I can burn my essence blood. I'm afraid of him. Ha! He's a hopeless lunatic. Why should I be afraid of him? Chapter 115. Didn't you just pretend to be something you're not? Zhang Luoluo looked at Wang Xiaoxiao's almost insane appearance. Her heart was very complicated. She didn't know how to persuade her. Wang Xiaoxiao, her talent and main profession are healer-related. Where is the fighting power? Even more timid than the youngest in the group. 7. But the situation at hand she couldn't even block. She sighed. It's just that, although Jiang Yan hated to kill the fourth sister right now, in fact, his heart actually still lived in the fourth sister. She had read the diary that Jiang Yan had written to her fourth sister on his cell phone, and it was even more emotional than the one she had given her. Moreover, Jiang Yan was using so much ghost chi right now, it would be impossible for a normal SS rank to have so much ghost chi capacity, right? Besides, it was a SSS ranked shield, so even after opening it, he must have been deflated. The fourth sister should be able to support herself for a while if she took on Jiang Yan, or it was possible to defeat him as well. At that time she had to step in and save Jiang Yan, no matter how much the fourth sister wanted to punish him. After all, they had struck out at Jiang Yan's teammate, and if it wasn't but that little brother who was struggling to hold on, he was afraid that he would have been overthrown long ago. However, after this battle, the fourth sister would definitely change her mind about Jiang Yan, and perhaps this would be a breakthrough to redeem Jiang Yan. Pang! As the force in Jiang Yan's hands grew stronger, the Taoist sword's trembling blade almost couldn't withstand such a violent injection of ghost chi from Jiang Yan. Wu Qi and the others were heartbroken as they looked at Jiang Yan's appearance. Jiang Yan looked at Wang Xiaoxiao. The anger in his heart reached its peak. He retreated a few steps. His eyes flashed. The Dao sword in his hand once again transformed into a few meters of lightsaber. He steeply exerted force under his feet. His figure was as difficult to capture the figure as lightning. Jiang Yan gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands. His sharp gaze seemed to penetrate the shield like a demon of the abyss watching Wang Xiaoxiao. Think hiding in a turtle shell is useful? Every torment you have inflicted on my body, I will return it in kind. His teeth tightened. His hands fiercely exerted force. The Dao sword pierced through the air to emit a gust of wind sound, and the aura on Jiang Yan's body was as violent as a demon hissing. Pang! The Dao sword struck the shield, and the light patterns attached to it were actually shattered by the heavy blow. the entire shield also trembled more and more. Wang Xiaoxiao looked at Jiang Yan with wide eyes. She couldn't believe why Jiang Yan still had the strength to swing this sword. Isn't he afraid to drain himself? There was nothing even remotely like good behavior in this crazy look of his, and the more he acted like this, the more ridiculous she thought he was. She was a temperamental and fanciful medical professor, and you made her read this. It would be strange if she could not hate Jiang Yan. She snorted coldly. It's just a deathbed counterattack. As she said that, her body erupted with aura, and with a clench of her teeth, she muttered a complicated incantation. Then she put up her 2 fingers and pointed at a few acupoints on her body, and steeply the aura on her body reached its peak, and she was even somewhat trying to surpass Jiang Yan. The corners of Jiang Yan's mouth grinned slightly as he watched Wang Xiaoxiao's ridiculous movements, looked at the Dao sword in his hand that had begun to crack, lifted the sword, and gently stroked his fingers over it to say softly, "Good riddance, old friend." He backed up as he wiped his sword. Wang Xiaoxiao looked at Jiang Yan's appearance and thought that he was running out of strength. The sword was chopped to pieces. Even if it broke open, he still had the strength left to strike at himself? She'll still be at her mercy when the time comes. Fatty Wan watched Jiang Yan's movements, then looked at Wang Xiaoxiao's position, and stopped his hand in front of Wu Qi and the others. Back off. Someone's about to get loaded. That sword, sure is cool. Several people turned their gazes toward Jiang Yan. The body of the Dao sword in Jiang Yan's hand was shattered, but after being wiped by Jiang Yan, it instantly turned bright, and the entire sword god trembled as if responding to Jiang Yan's monstrous anger. Little brother, Zhang Luoluo and the others taught you to stop me. No need to beat them to death. Let me do it. Jiang Yan looked at Wu Qi and the others and laughed lightly. Wu Qi gave a direct okay sign. Oh up. Wang Xiaoxiao looked at Jiang Yan and only felt that he was clamoring for attention. But in the next second, Jiang Yan held the Dao sword in one hand. His body's aura was as if it had turned into substance, and his eyes seemed to have a red light flashing in them. All of a sudden, Jiang Yan's feet exerted force, and Jiang Yan's figure had disappeared from Wang Xiaoxiao's sight. Wang Xiaoxiao panicked, attempting to find Jiang Yan's figure, but the next second steep pupils dilated, because a sword had reached the shield in front of her. She was still trying to strike a fighting pose. The moment the Dao sword in Jiang Yan's hand touched the shield, the sound of shattering traveled into everyone's hearts. Wang Xiaoxiao thought that it was the Dao sword in Jiang Yan's hand that shattered, and her heart rejoiced, but the next second the blade light slashed towards her. The fear within her made her rush to avoid the blow. The blade grazed the tip of her nose at the last instant. Wang Xiaoxiao's heart tightened just as he tried to exhale a mouthful of turbid air. Jiang Yan's eyes had already met hers. These eyes were pure anger. There was also the murderous intent in him, so thick that it choked her. The shield shattered, and the killing intent directly on Jiang Yan's body made her body feel colder and colder. Jiang Yan first swept a glance at the Dao sword before letting go of his hand and letting it fall, and when it touched the ground, the Dao sword shattered and turned into thousands of fragments. Jiang Yan raised his eyes and met Wang Xiaoxiao's fearful gaze. His lips moved lightly and he let out a chilling voice. Where's that screaming energy you just had? Wang Xiaoxiao stared at Jiang Yan, only to feel that he couldn't even hold his sword, as if his strength had been drained. Why? Why couldn't she even do the simplest of raising her sword? She shouldn't be afraid of Jiang Yan, right? Her soul was in fear of. She withdrew her mind and was just about to raise her sword when she felt a vice around his neck in a death grip. Jiang Yan's hand deadpanned on her throat, laughing softly. This, Professor Wang. Why aren't you screaming? Wang Xiaoxiao stammered. Her face was suffocated iron blue. Her hands broke Jiang Yan choking his hand, but found that no matter how hard she tried she still couldn't shake a bit. She's scared. She's really scared. Jiang Yan really wanted to kill. She was just speaking the truth, trying to enlighten him as to why he was laying such a heavy hand on himself. She had just been forced by them to use the sword sign in a fit of anger. Could she be blamed? Besides, she had at least given Jiang Yan a way to die without struggling, which was the greatest forgiveness for him. But now what right did Jiang Yan have to deal such a heavy hand to her? When Jiang Yan saw her struggling, he only felt the breath in his sea of qi gradually thicken and permeate. The corners of his mouth grinned lightly, and his hands violently exerted force as he pressed the back of Wang Xiaoxiao's head fiercely to the ground. Pang! Before he had time to feel the weightlessness, Wang Xiaoxiao felt the back of his head being hit by a large truck. The land was crumbled by this heavy blow, with Wang Xiaoxiao's head as the center. It spread a shattered range of 2 meters outwards. Wang Xiaoxiao in the very center only felt a burst of dizziness in his brain, as if his head was no longer able to think. Jiang Yan let go of his hand, and Wang Xiaoxiao's neck was bruised. Jiang Yan ridiculously squatted down beside Wang Xiaoxiao's head, reached out and gently patted on Wang Xiaoxiao's dirt-stained face. Weren't you quite pretending just now? Why don't you pretend now? Chapter 116 Chapter 115 You're calling your mom? Wang Xiaoxiao only felt as if her body was falling apart. Her head was dizzy and the back of her head hurt. Suddenly as she was about to open her eyes, Jiang Yan's cold laughter rang in her ears. If you don't speak, then I'll clear your head. The words snapped. Jiang Yan's hand that had been lightly slapping on Wang Xiaoxiao's face steeply exerted force, directly slapping half of Wang Xiaoxiao's face and swelling it. Wang Xiaoxiao's original hazy consciousness instantly woke up. She screamed in pain and opened her eyes. After meeting Jiang Yan's pair of eyes, great fear instantly gripped her mind. And with trembling, ghastly lips she said, "What are you doing?" Jiang Yan looked at Wang Xiaoxiao and smiled first, then waved his palm. "You don't know? Ha? Then I'll let you sober up again." After he said that, he raised his hand and first smiled at the horror-filled Wang Xiaoxiao to each other. Only the smile looked so gut-wrenching. Then in the sight of Wang Xiaoxiao's pupils shrinking slightly, a pair of large hands slid through the air and ruthlessly threw themselves onto Wang Xiaoxiao's face with a snap. The other half of Wang Xiaoxiao's face was instantly swollen by the blow. Jiang Yan looked at Wang Xiaoxiao whose face was swollen into a goldfish and only felt ridiculous. "Hey, don't you say, it looks better when it's symmetrical." Zhang Luoluo beside her panicked at the sight and wanted to go up to help, but she was scared by the black and gold ancient sword that flew out of little brother's fluttering hand and backed away. However, her speed was completely unmatched by the black gold ancient blade, and her pupils gradually shrunk as she watched the light of the blade that was getting closer and closer. Pang! Her heart was lifted hard as she froze and looked at her little brother, then at the ancient black and gold blade in the tree next to her. As she looked at Wang Xiaoxiao's appearance again, she only felt a sense of powerlessness welling up in her heart. However, she still pulled out her Dao sword and said towards Chen Wanting and Chen Yu, "Come over here and help. Quickly go save your fourth sister." Chen Wanting pulled her thoughts back from the surprise of Jiang Yan breaking through the shield just now and hurriedly pulled out her Dao sword with Chen Yu to try to rescue Wang Xiaoxiao, but Fatty Wang and the others, which were soft eaters, had pulled out their weapons and blocked them. Fatty Wang narrowed his eyes slightly and scanned Chen Yu and the others vigilantly. "Want to save someone? Asked you your Tianjin master and your fat master?" Little brother patted Fatty Wang's shoulder at this time. Fatty Wang returned to his senses and grinned at little brother. "Look at my memory." After saying that, he then looked at Zhang Luoluo and the others. "Have you asked Master Fat and Master Tianjin and Master Xioga?" That's when Hoshi tugged on his sleeve again and pointed at herself. "Fat brother, and Hoshi?" The air fell silent for a moment. Fatty Wang directly picked up Xiao Shi, who was hanging on Xiao Xiao, and then put her on the ground. "You stay here properly. We several brothers will go and teach the bad guys a lesson." After saying that, he looked at Zhang Luoluo again. "What are you waiting for?" The crowd froze. "Let's do it. Words are dry. Why wait for?" With that, he pulled out his machete and ran towards them, looking like he wanted to chop them to death. "Pa!" Jiang Yan's lips flicked up as he looked at Wang Xiaoxiao's face swollen into a pig's head. "Hey, sober yet?" Wang Xiaoxiao shook his head, not caring about the pain on his face, staring at Jiang Yan dead in the face. "You punk, you only dare to hit women too." "Pa!" Jiang Yan once again fiercely struck out and threw himself on her face. "Looks like you're still not sober? You ask a very stupid question. Do you self-respecting brutes still deserve to be human? Still worthy of gender?" Jiang Yan's arm once again exerted force and flung it on Wang Xiaoxiao's face. "Damn! I'm slapping people like you, not to mention you. I've pulled up and slapped every one of your team that's ever laid a hand on me." Jiang Yan smiled in a way that made Wang Xiaoxiao feel chilled. 7 years, 7 years, he had teetered on the brink of death countless times. Countless times I've come home and been kicked out the door. Countless times I've been humiliated. He could finally collect a little interest now. Jiang Yan looked at Wang Xiaoxiao. The corner of his mouth lightly grinned, stood up, came to Wang Xiaoxiao's face, then slowly clenched his fist. Wang Xiaoxiao looked at Jiang Yan's impish smile and instantly panicked. "Don't you move me. I said don't you move me, or I'll have the captain skin you." Pang! The words she was about to continue shouting out came to an abrupt end, because it was as if her entire face had been smashed by a huge force, and her entire face was wrapped in a fiery blazing sensation. Asterisk 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 asterisk, how dare you? Wang Xiaoxiao's twisted face and swollen eyes had reached the peak of anger. "What? You're still dizzy?" Jiang Yan looked surprised as he raised his right fist and slammed it again. "Jiang Yan, you animal! Stop it!" Finally slowing down, Wang Xiaoxiao tried to fend off Jiang Yan's fists with the only ounce of strength she had left, but Jiang Yan's fists seemed to grow eyes. Jiang Yan feel not cool enough, directly clenched fists with both hands, like rain like waving fists, toward Wang Xiaoxiao's face is whacked. "Wang Xiaoxiao, are you but very hung? You get up and hang again. You get up. Didn't you used to love to whip me with a chain? Get up. Why don't you? 7 years, you've hit me 7,506 times. Whenever you see me upset, you just pull over and beat and curse me. Are you still a human being? You're worse than an animal." Wang Xiaoxiao's hands were dead over her face, looking at the messy fists through her fingers. She only felt a sense of suffocation enveloping her entire body. She had never been so suffocated. Why did Jiang Yan dare to hit her? Wasn't he afraid of angering the captain and killing him? Even if he's not afraid, shouldn't he be worried about his teammates? Those teammates of his were also. Each and every one of them were crazy. Not even wanting to lose their lives. Always supporting Jiang Yan. Did Jiang Yan give them some kind of ecstasy? Just as her mind was jumping around, a clicking sound rang out, and a pain that tore through her hands. She screamed in agony. Her fingers no longer able to use their strength, but her fists still didn't stop. Jiang Yan's heavy punches hit her face one after another like rain. Jiang Yan exhaled a deep breath of turbid air, feeling that his soul had been sublimated, and the feeling of his fists hitting the flesh was so damn refreshing. He'd waited 7 years for this moment. Then his right hand fiercely increased in strength and once again struck Wang Xiaoxiao's face with a heavy hammer blow. Don't you love this face of yours the most? I'm going to destroy it nowadays. With a muffled crunching sound, Wang Xiaoxiao felt her body trembling, and the intense blazing pain coming from her knuckles and the tip of her nose made her scream miserably. Her fingers were broken in inches and the bridge of her nose was even broken. She opened her swollen eyes and trembled as she looked at the hand that was already bent beyond recognition, her voice carrying a quiver and even more tears flowing from the corners of her eyes. Her miserable choked voice rang out. My face! My face! Jiang Yan, I'm going to kill you! Wang Xiaoxiao's piercing voice was so loud that Jiang Yan frowned. Jiang Yan directly straightened up, stretched out his foot, and heavily stepped on Wang Xiaoxiao's point face. You're calling your mom? You're annoying me. Chapter 117, Fighting with your fat ass is a distraction. Jiang Yan's fist carried wind in it, and his fierce fist once again pounded on Wang Xiaoxiao's face, causing her pain to intensify once again. Calling your mom? You call. Why don't you scream? Jiang Yan's last punch violently hit Wang Xiaoxiao's already swollen face again. Wang Xiaoxiao's speech was already unclear. His face was already bloodied, and blood flowed all over his face from the broken bridge of his nose. Wang Xiaoxiao trembled as she stared at Jiang Yan, slurring her words. Jiang, what? You have a toothache? Jiang Yan was puzzled, then laughed. It's fine. I'll help you pull out your tooth. With that, his lips lifted slightly. He clenched his fist and slammed it heavily on Wang Xiaoxiao's teeth. The moment it fell, it clicked. Wang Xiaoxiao felt like her nerves were about to collapse. Jiang Yan, you animal. I'll make sure the captain kills you. Jiang Yan retracted his fist and looked at the broken teeth and Wang Xiaoxiao's mouth mixed with blood in his mouth. The corner of his lips slightly hooked. Kill me? Are you worthy? I'm merely returning what you did to me before, as it were. He smiled, staring at her, then grabbed her hair and lifted her straight up. Wang Xiaoxiao tore her heart and lungs in pain, and still wanted to go and grab Jiang Yan's hand. You let go. I'm your fourth sister. Jiang Yan looked at the agonizing Wang Xiaoxiao and kindly grabbed her middle finger, then gently broke it with a click. Wang Xiaoxiao's face was full of grimace and pain. Your mom. Jiang Yan laughed and said, oops, accidentally broke the wrong one. Then he once again turned his attention to his pinky, before gently breaking it in front of Wang Xiaoxiao's horrified gaze. Wang Xiaoxiao's tears of pain and snot wet her entire face. You punk, let go of me. I don't think I can spare you. How could you do this to me? She choked out in a shaky voice. Jiang Yan again turned his gaze to his thumb and sighed somewhat. Ugh, this wasn't how you reacted when you used to fry my 10 fingers in a frying pan. Wang Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered when he heard this, then quickly dimmed. But in the next second there was another click of pain at her fingertips. The already broken finger was made to feel worse than death by this tugging and pulling. Jiang Yan laughed at her appearance. Hey, yes, that's the expression. In the past my expression was even more hideous than yours. Jiang Yan yanked up her hair before dragging her out of the deep pit. Wang Xiaoxiao's tears flowed in pain as she felt the sensation of her scalp being torn. She wanted to reach out and pull Jiang Yan's hand to make her let go, but when her already broken fingers touched her hair, the intense penetrating pain made her heart fall into despair once again. Her swollen and painful eyes looked at the way Jiang Yan dragged himself along, feeling the sensation of being dragged underneath her body. The fear in her heart reached the extreme. She's scared. She's completely scared. She had never seen Jiang Yan look so cruel and cold. She was wrong. She should have listened to her big sister. She shouldn't have used his shield, let alone a sword sign. If she had known, she would have just called the captain. But she had no way to call for help now. But her big sister and the others were involved. So what kind of inhuman treatment would she really have to go through? How can Jiang Yan be so cruel? Is she still human? She fried his fingers in a frying pan. So isn't he okay now? Why is he so petty? She oil blackmailed him also for his good. He stole so many things, has long accounted for the filth. She just let him in advance to undergo the torture of the 18 layers of hell. She's helping him with his endurance. Why doesn't he thank her? And she's the fourth sister who's been with him for 7 years. So is she going to beat up on her because of one little thing that won't kill him? The stone beneath her pierced through the clothes on her back, pulling up bloody marks on her back. Jiang Yan's face was grim as he dragged her towards the distant boulder. With her last ounce of strength, Wang Xiaoxiao saw the boulder. Her heart was lifted once again. She was trembling and the sweaty hairs on her body had exploded. She shook her body frantically, but found that it didn't ease Jiang Yan's pace in the slightest. She trembled and placed her gaze on Jiang Yan, her voice trembling. Jiang Yan, will you let sister go? Sister knows she's wrong. But there was a hint of resentment in her gaze. I'll try to beat you up a little more gently next time, and I'll be lucky if I don't beat you to death. Yo! Jiang Yan's dragging pace stalled, turning his head to look at Wang Xiaoxiao, grinning. So our great Professor Wang still apologizes? What a rarity! Wang Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up, thinking that Jiang Yan was about to let go, but the next second hers hit rock bottom again. Only a faint smile was raised on Jiang Yan's face. But I think you must be delirious right now to be able to say what you're saying. If it was when you were sober, you definitely wouldn't beg for mercy, right? Jiang Yan violently grabbed her hair and smiled slightly on meeting Wang Xiaoxiao's evasive gaze. Don't worry. After all, we have 7 years of relationship. I can't possibly play you to death. After all, you are my fourth sister. How can I give up? But this gentle words and smile in the eyes of Wang Xiaoxiao is like the devil is saying to her, I will torture to make your life worse than death. Jiang Yan saw that she didn't say anything and smiled before continuing to drag her towards the distant boulder. Don't worry. I know you're tough talking. I'll make you sober up. No need to thank me. It's good for you to go back, isn't it? When the time comes, you will tell your captain that Jiang Yan is cruel to the extreme. You go and take him down. He is a man. You go. Jiang Yan was as bland as if he was talking about an ordinary trivial matter. But in Wang Xiaoxiao's ears is indeed mocking, because she does have this kind of idea, and very strong. But all of this was seen through by Jiang Yan. Why wasn't Jiang Yan afraid of the captain? Did he think that their team alone could withstand the captain's wrath? But right now, she had to look for a chance to escape. The pain in her body was making her cry from the pain. She's a noble professor, and now she's being tortured like this, and an orphan with a lowly bloodline. Who, I'm afraid, doesn't even know which parent? Just a bastard. Next to her, Zhang Luoluo fended off Fatty Wang's attack and also saw the miserable state that Wang Xiaoxiao was beaten into. All she felt in her heart was unbearable. This was the child she had taught. But now it's come to this. She was the most culpable because she hadn't reversed Jiang Yan's gut-wrenching personality and mentality in 7 years. It's too scary. How did he become like this? But it was the injuries on Wang Xiaoxiao's body that mattered. What a torture this has become. But the next second she was kicked to the ground by Fatty Wang. You split your mom's god. Fighting with your fat master and still distracted. You're afraid that you don't even know when your life is gone. Chapter 118, Remove Your Arm. Zhang Luoluo stumbled and fell to the ground. But looking in Jiang Yan's direction she still shouted, Jiang Yan, don't do anything stupid. How could she have known that Jiang Yan would lay such a heavy hand on Lao Si? This was like trying to kill her. But this fat man in front of him kept blocking himself. What can be done about it? She could only watch as Wang Xiaoxiao was lifted and dragged by Jiang Yan towards the boulder. She was shocked in her heart. Jiang Yan wouldn't be trying to run Lao Si over. After she thought about it, she shouted towards Jiang Yan, Jiang Yan, don't be impulsive. Don't torture your fourth sister anymore. Don't stop it quickly. Stop it. We can still go back to our old life. If you lay a hand on your fourth sister, the captain, who is already cynical, will kill you and your teammates to bury the oldest. When Wang Xiaoxiao heard this shout, the water waves of despair in her heart instantly perked up. Elder sister, you quickly tell Jiang Yan to stop. After saying that, he looked at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan quickly release my mother. If you don't want you and your teammates to be caught in an endless hunt, you don't move me, and I'm your fourth sister. You don't think about the old feelings, I still think about it. Don't worry. You stop. I'm sure to tell the captain to lighten up a bit. Her voice trembled with a hint of begging. She was afraid that Jiang Yan really couldn't think straight and did something stupid. She was doing it for his own good. She's such a good fourth sister. She's been looking out for him up to this point. Why is he still like this? Just stop. Turn around. My sister doesn't blame you. She looked at Jiang Yan with a face full of sincerity, not in the least softened by the pain coming from her body. Jiang Yan stopped on his feet and looked at her with a gaze of a retard, then once again exerted force in his hands. The violent scalp-tearing sensation made Wang Xiaoxiao feel like people were dying. She trembled her miserable white lips and spoke, Jiang Yan, you really shall not die. Stop it. Otherwise when big sister comes and kills you, don't blame me for not pleading for you. Jiang Yan looked at him with a smile and shook his head. You let her come. I'll take it as it is. Falling asleep, he yanked his scalp hard again before continuing towards the boulder. This time I'll give you a taste of what it's like to have your head cracked and bleeding. Wang Xiaoxiao froze, but seeing her big sister trapped by Fatty Wang, her heart once again sank into a low level. She looked at Jiang Yan with a somewhat begging voice. Jiang Yan, let go of your sister. Okay? Sister knows it's wrong. Sister will give you all the spirit fruits on her body? Sister make it up to you for the sins you've suffered in the past. Okay. Jiang Yan didn't even return his head. I'm disgusted. Wang Xiaoxiao saw that Jiang Yan didn't eat this move at all. She endured the pain coming from her fingers, her voice getting more and more choked. Jiang Yan, you can't kill me. The captain will get angry. Will you let sister go? Sister won't tell the captain. Won't tell the captain. We can still live everything happily in the future. Jiang Yan's eyes flashed. Turning his head with Wang Xiaoxiao, originally vicious hatred can instantly become warm and sincere eyes. Unexpectedly said. Really? Seeing this, Wang Xiaoxiao was in for a treat and hurriedly tried to nod his head, but the next second a sharp tearing sensation came from his scalp. She held back the pain and looked at Jiang Yan with a face full of sincerity, trying to squeeze out what she thought was a kind smile. Really? When has sister ever lied to you? Jiang Yan looked at the smile she squeezed out and only felt as disgusted as if he had seen a pile of dry heaving for a moment, then his eyes narrowed slightly. Sorry, I've changed my mind. He sneered. I still find it soothing to see you look worse than dead. Wang Xiaoxiao didn't believe it and hurriedly continued. Jiang Yan, will you listen to your sister for once? My sister is thinking about your name. We don't have any deep hatred. Aren't you just stealing something? It's not like it's anything to us. When the time comes, my sister will put in a good word for you in front of the captain, and the captain will definitely be able to forgive you. I'm the prettiest on the team, and my sister doesn't even blame you for breaking my face. She was talking about it in a heavenly way, talking as if it was true, but Jiang Yan only laughed at this. Noble? Pretty? No one would give her a second glance if she was placed in the ghetto right now. Wang Xiaoxiao still wanted to continue persuading Jiang Yan, but Jiang Yan didn't want to hear her push anymore. She grabbed Wang Xiaoxiao's hair, and with a fierce force in her hand, she pressed Wang Xiaoxiao's head onto the stone-covered ground. A muffled sound rang out. Wang Xiaoxiao's face comes into close contact with the ground. Jiang Yan, I hate. Before she could choke, Jiang Yan once again yanked her to her feet and said suspiciously, What did you say? Not enough? Before Wang Xiaoxiao could reply, Jiang Yan next time exerted force violently, once again helping Wang Xiaoxiao's face come into close contact with the ground, this time with more force than last time. Wang Xiaoxiao's choked voice rang out from the ground. Her whimpers were interspersed with sobs, and she felt more and more suffocated. Jiang Yan directly yanked her by the hair and lifted her up again, then turned her head around. Wang Xiaoxiao's face was already covered with stones, and his mouth contained even more gravel. Jiang Yan looked at her somewhat ridiculously and patted her face with his hand. Weren't you just very capable? Why don't you scream? Still dare to scream? With that he slapped it hard in his hand again. I am most annoyed with your kind of who has become a. That I'm stealing? Jiang Yan lifted his face and stretched out his foot to kick it hard. What the did I steal? You sleep with one to listen? I'll let you go if you tell me? Pang. Jiang Yan didn't mind overdoing it and kicked up another hard kick, saying it's for my own good. Letting me let you go. Letting you go to call that captain of yours? Anytime you're not like that, talking about what's best for me. You're the one who hits the most ing poison, she said and kicked again. Wang Xiaoxiao felt as if her soul was being tortured to death. All she could do with a shred of strength was yell. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. I know it's wrong, I really do. She struggled with her hands in midair attempting to grab onto something. Jiang Yan smiled as he grabbed her hand. Then with a snap, a bone-cracking sound rang out. Jiang Yan directly crushed her bones with a hard force. Ah! Wang Xiaoxiao's shrill screams of misery were mixed with the sound of despair. Calling your mom? Is it noisy? Jiang Yan's face was full of displeasure as he slapped over. Wang Xiaoxiao's face was huffed out of shape. A bloodied tooth was hardened and slapped out by Jiang Yan. What do you do besides scream? Jiang Yan grabbed the teeth, then shoved them directly into her mouth and roared. She swallowed it, evil or not. Wang Xiaoxiao whimpered and shook his head, tears already wetting his swollen fat face. Seeing this, Jiang Yan let out a deep breath. You're really making this difficult for me. He sighed, then jerked up and kicked her hard in the mouth with his foot. Don't do it if it's hard for you. Keep saying I'm cheap? You're reeking of me? You say one more word and I'll take both your arms off. Chapter 119, Don't waste my arm. Don't fight, shivered Wang Xiaoxiao, shielding her face. Don't waste my arm. Don't, she choked, her voice as hard as a lump in her throat. She can't be ruined her arm. Ruined her arm and still how can she live? The captain they and Xiao Sun will surely look at her with different eyes. No, no way. Jiang Yan, I've given you food before. Can you forget? Wang Xiaoxiao covered her bleeding face and looked at Jiang Yan in fear. Jiang Yan stopped his feet, looked at Wang Xiaoxiao with some amusement, squatted down, pinched her dirt-stained hair, and violently yanked it, gripping off a dozen or so strands of hair. Ah! Jiang Yan, what are you doing? Wang Xiaoxiao tried to touch her hair in pain, but the broken hand hurt when she touched it. She gasped for air and looked at Jiang Yan with her swollen and painful eyes open, fear in her eyes. Jiang Yan blew the hair out of his hand and swept his gaze toward Wang Xiaoxiao, the corners of his mouth once again raising a meaningful smile before he once again placed his hand on a handful of her hair. I'm not doing anything, am I? I'm just trying to help you remember. He jerked the strand of hair off with a teasing look in his eyes. Memories. What the kind of food did you give me? Wang Xiaoxiao hadn't even gotten out of the pain of having her hair pulled out when she looked at Jiang Yan's teasing gaze. It was really too scary. This is her hair. If she gets pulled bald, what kind of man will she be looking for in the future? Do you want to be a nun? She completely broke her defense. Her eyes could no longer stop the flow of tears. Enduring the pain of her fingers being broken and bent, reached out to grab Jiang Yan's ankle and shook it. Will you let me go? Jiang Yan drew back his foot with a look of disgust, though he violently stepped on her already broken fingers, then twisted the sole of his foot as Wang Xiaoxiao let out a desperate cry of pain. Is my foot also something you can touch? With that, he raised his foot and kicked Wang Xiaoxiao in the head. Seeing this kick, Wang Xiaoxiao could not avoid it at all. His eyes were full of despair, and he could only take this kick hard. Jiang Yan kicked down and kicked her out 2 meters away, then somewhat ridiculously grabbed her hair and said, Don't remember? Then I'll give you a reminder. He once again grabbed Wang Xiaoxiao's hair. How a handful of pulling. The first, you gave me a moldy bun, remember? Wang Xiaoxiao is still in the brain confusion. If not, her strength is strong, the whole body quality of the overall enhancement. On the Jiang Yan, this a few feet plus, so tormented she has long been dead. But in the next second, as the speed in Jiang Yan's hands gradually increased, only then did he hear Jiang Yan's words and instantly thought of something. That was when she purposely threw a steamed bun that had been annotated with toxins by a poisonous snake to Jiang Yan, who hadn't eaten for a few days. She even said at that time, Little turtle grandson, reward your buns. At that time, Jiang Yan's face was full of mud and water. He had just escaped from the ghost domain and had been hungry for a few days, then directly picked up the steamed buns on the ground and wolfed them down, eating with a mouth full of thanks to her. She looked at Jiang Yan's appearance, and in fear of him choking, she handed over a bottle of water laced with toxins. She also purposely used colorless. However, Jiang Yan drank it down and noticed the odd flavor, but still didn't sniff it down. The second time, she was the one who put juiced cockroaches and rats in Jiang Yan's leftovers. She remembered the time when she had watched Jiang Yan, who had come back, dirty, then looking for his leftovers, then glancing at the green juices in them, and looking around just in time to see her. And then inexplicably, I got red-eyed, but I took one bite at a time. And what's even more ridiculous, she purposely didn't strangle the rat's tail, and then Jiang Yan was looking at her with the rat's tail in his mouth full of smiles. The third, Jiang Yan didn't know where to take out a roasted chicken and ran his ass to her and said to give it to her. Then how dare she eat it? It might be Jiang Yan taking revenge on her, but she still accepted it. However, he sprinkled a layer of cranberry red on top of the roasted chicken in front of Jiang Yan, and then let Jiang Yan eat it. If he doesn't eat, she'll hang him from the beams and draw the chain. Smoke until you run out of gas. When these words came out, Jiang Yan froze. He knew it was poison, but he had no choice but to wipe his tears while eating the roasted chicken. He traded his own blood for his roast chicken with the burning ghost, took 4 whole liters of his blood. He was feeling like the whole thing was going to die, but he still clearly remembers fourth sister saying that she wanted to eat roast chicken. Instantly, the sensation of her scalp being torn pulled her back to reality, and her consciousness swirled for a moment before she met Jiang Yan's cold, stern eyes. Remember? Do you want me to help you again? Jiang Yan said as he violently grabbed a handful of hair and yanked it violently. Wang Xiaoxiao's scalp was split open by some of these pulls, and she felt like her entire body was going to die. She looked at Jiang Yan in fear, her voice hoarse to the point of being inaudible. Jiang Yan, I was wrong. I shouldn't have treated you like that. Besides, I wasn't that evil to you. Why do you keep grabbing me? As she said that, she turned her gaze to Zhang Luoluo and the others. You could have targeted them. Why do you keep hitting me? If you still think I'm your favorite fourth sister, you'll stop. Jiang Yan was infuriated and laughed when he heard this, directly getting up and pulling what was left of her hair towards the distant boulder. Looks like you still don't see the coffin. Let me help you. She's got a tough mouth. Forget it, just kill her. Tired of playing. The speed of his feet grew faster and faster. Wang Xiaoxiao's fear had reached its limit at this moment, no longer daring to look at Jiang Yan, and could only place her last expectations on her big sister and the others. She wrenched her eyes and stared at Zhang Luoluo. Big sister, you come and save me. Her voice was so weak it was almost inaudible, as if she were whimpering. But Jiang Yan heard it and pulled his hair violently in his hands. What are you screaming for? Mouth ripped for you. Noisy. Wang Xiaoxiao instantly didn't dare to speak. looking at Jiang Yan with nothing but deep fear. But this movement immediately caught the attention of Zhang Luoluo and the others. Zhang Luoluo was lost in thought as she stared at Wang Xiaoxiao and Jiang Yan's hands, while under Wang Xiaoxiao's dragged back were traces of blood. Jiang Yan, are you crazy? She cried out in a lost voice, her eyes even shedding tears of remorse. It was all her fault for not educating Jiang Yan well. It's her fault. Jiang Yan was really trying to kill her fourth sister. Although her fourth sister had done a lot of wrong to him in the past, she shouldn't have laid such a heavy hand on him. All the anger was gone, and she had expected a few slaps at most. But now, his fourth sister had begged him to send it. What more did he want? There's a degree to which you can make mistakes. It's personally pushing yourself to death. The captain, if he comes. No, she had to stop Jiang Yan. Chapter 120, You Shouldn't Be in Pain. After she thought about it, she pulled out a shuttle talisman from her ghost ring and looked at Chen Yu and the others. You guys go ahead and surround yourselves with them. I'll go save your sister Xiao Xiao. When she said that, she tried to pinch up the charm to instantly move. But the next second Fatty Wang directly reached out and grabbed the talisman in her hand. Full of ridicule. Who do you save? You save? Wang Xiaoxiao froze. Just wanted to continue to pull out the charm. But Fatty Wang saw the right moment to go up and smack her in the face with a big mouth. Where's your mom? The huge slap knocked her off her feet. She could only watch as Jiang Yan unceremoniously dragged Wang Xiaoxiao to the boulder. Jiang Yan grabbed Wang Xiaoxiao's hair and righted her face, looking somewhat playfully at Zhang Luoluo, who was blocked by Fatty Wang. Little thing, your good big sister is pleading for you? Not touched? Wang Xiaoxiao stared at Jiang Yan, fearfully shaking his head first, but when he saw Jiang Yan frown, he instantly nodded obediently. Jiang Yan grinned lightly at the corner of his mouth. That's right. Here, since you're so grateful to your big sister, take the punishment she used to inflict on me for her. With that, he grabbed the back of Wang Xiaoxiao's head and then violently slammed it towards the boulder. Wang Xiaoxiao felt the wind whistling past her ears, the boulder in her eyes gradually enlarging as she choked back a sob and yelled, Don't, no. Pang, her voice ended abruptly. She felt her whole body stiffen. The whole nerve of the man rose to a peak. Jiang Yan, don't. She choked out a sob, and her hand tried to grab Jiang Yan's leg even more. What? Too light? Jiang Yan grinned. I didn't expect you to be so kind to your big sister. Willing to take on her guilt? That's a good point. Jiang Yan proceeded to pull back her head in the next second, then slammed it against the boulder. The boulder was already stained red with blood as the number of impacts on Wang Xiaoxiao's skull enhanced. Jiang Yan, I'm in pain. Let me go. Okay, she said in choked aggravation. Does it hurt? Jiang Yan thought doubtfully, then once again turned his gaze to Wang Xiaoxiao. It seems like you have a bad memory. Do you want me to help you clear your head? Wang Xiaoxiao sniffed and shook her head quickly with a resistant look on her face. She no longer wanted to endure Jiang Yan pulling her hair by the handful. It hurts too much. Wouldn't that be enough? When you beat me before, I cried and begged you to spare me, but I didn't see you spare me? Jiang Yan laughed as he once again banged her head against the boulder. Pang, pang. Wang Xiaoxiao was already desperate. Her voice trembled. Jiang Yan, I was wrong. Fourth sister was wrong. I will never hit you again. Jiang Yan shook his head. Not sincere enough. It needs to be beaten. As he said that, he grabbed the back of her head in his hand with fierce force and slammed it hard against the boulder. With a rumble, the boulder shattered in response. Jiang Yan smiled and looked at the boulder. I didn't expect this boulder to be such a tofu drag project. What a shame. He shook his head with some regret. But all this was in Wang Xiaoxiao's eyes, and before Jiang Yan spared her. Jiang Yan, put my sister down. Okay. But the next second Jiang Yan yanked up her hair. Okay. Wang Xiaoxiao let out a sigh of relief. Jiang Yan, this beast finally loosened his tongue. When she went back, she would definitely inform the captain that Jiang Yan had even laid hands on his most beloved fourth sister. She must return all the pain she had suffered today 100-fold. But the next moment there was another tugging sensation in the top of his head. She instantly panicked, her gaze sweeping over to Jiang Yan, her tone a bit timid. No, not put me down? Jiang Yan frowned. When did I say I'd let go of you? With that, he tugged her scalp once more towards the uneven boulder next to him. This stone is a bit more kiddie compared to the last one, which was flat and neat, with all sorts of small stones on it. Jiang Yan sked. TSK, this is the best choice. It's only right for everything you guys used to pay on me, right? He spared a glance at Wang Xiaoxiao. Jiang Yan, will you let me go? Fourth sister really knows it's wrong and shouldn't have laid hands on your teammate. Which can how noble is your status how am I worthy of letting you recognize your mistake? So Jiang Yan's originally amicable smile steeply chilled. The word bites and it's heavy. Narrowed his eyes and said, so, return me my ing self. With that, he grabbed her head in his hand and pulled it back before dragging it hard towards the top. Boom! Wang Xiaoxiao felt a heavenly rotation and the whole world began to blur. Jiang Yan laughed as he once again pulled her head up to slam it again. 7 years. 7 years, do you know how I came over? The force in Jiang Yan's hands continued to increase, and his expression was no longer as cold and plain as before. It began to be hideous. For 7 years you have broken my legs 506 times, my ribs 783 times, and my hand bones 1,800 times. Does this hope you all know? Jiang Yan exerted force in his hands and violently slammed towards the boulder. Are you all still human? His hands loosened, and Wang Xiaoxiao, whose brain had been hit with blood, fell to the ground in response, and she had only one thought. That was when Jiang Yan finally stopped. She almost died. She just almost died. Why could Jiang Yan hit him so hard? She did not torture Jiang Yan, and granting him death is also quick and easy, which is so torturous. She hadn't just drugged Jiang Yan a few times in the past, breaking a few toes hard. Why is Jiang Yan so ruthless? It was all the fault of Big Sister and the others. What gave them the right to be so cruel to Jiang Yan? And now Jiang Yan had transferred all the guilt he had suffered before onto her. Ouch! It hurts too much. She felt like her spirit was breaking. All it took was one more beat of that last string and she was sure to go crazy. Jiang Yan covered his face with a grim smile and looked at Wang Xiaoxiao on the ground. My dear fourth sister, you can't faint. He took out a long knife from the ghost ring and stared at Wang Xiaoxiao with a somewhat chilling smile. How can I continue to play when you've fainted? Isn't that how you guys used to play with me? Why don't you play now? He suddenly covered his mouth with surprise. Don't you think it's funny? His smile turned steeply cold, and the long knife in his hand slashed at Wang Xiaoxiao's body. Wang Xiaoxiao's whole body sweat hair steeply exploded. Originally stopped restless heart once again seized up. She turned her gaze to her back and realized that the knife in Jiang Yan's hand was traveling towards her ankle. It felt as if the knife had already cut into her, chilling her to the bone. Jiang Yan, don't! Her voice was hoarse, and she let out a weak cry of pain. But Jiang Yan looked at Wang Xiaoxiao with a smile. Yo, you're awake? That's great. I was afraid you wouldn't see this one coming. Let's play nice. The knife in his hand wandered, eventually resting against Wang Xiaoxiao's ankle before flicking it. In this instant, Wang Xiaoxiao only felt a blazing tearing sensation coming from her ankle. Jiang Yan looked at her with a face full of innocence. Ouch! Accidentally picked it off. You shouldn't be in pain, should you? Chapter 121 Jiang Yan, spare me. I'll give you everything. Wang Xiaoxiao tore her heart out and cried in pain. Jiang Yan, spare me, I'll give you whatever you want. Okay. She looked so funny with her tears mixed with snot on her face. Jiang Yan smiled without answering and slid his sword on her other leg once again. Wang Xiaoxiao's expression froze, and her choked voice snapped. I know I'm wrong. I shouldn't have picked your tendons. I'm sorry, you let me go. Okay. She remembered all of it. That time, because Jiang Yan had accidentally tripped over Xiao Sun when he was going down the stairs, then rolled down and happened to fall in front of her, when she was still holding the soup pot that happened to be boiling. The sudden appearance of Jiang Yan startled her, and the soup pot in her hand tilted, pouring onto her hand. She felt very tripped at that time. All blamed Jiang Yan how suddenly appeared in front of him. Could it be that he wanted to harm her? Her hand shook as it was scalded, and all of the freshly boiled soup in the basin dripped all over Jiang Yan's body. Jiang Yan's whole body was shaking and howling loudly at that time as he was scalded. She was furious. If not for Jiang Yan's sudden appearance, how could she have spilled the soup on her hands? It was all Jiang Yan's fault. This soup was a tonic soup meant to replenish Xiao Sun's body, and Jiang Yan had really pissed her off completely this time. This soup is full of precious heavenly ingredients. As for why she didn't put up with Xiao Sun tripping Jiang Yan on the stairs, that must be because Jiang Yan was jealous that Xiao Sun had such a sweet sister as them, willing to be able to tend the best resources in the entire team for his sake. It wasn't that they were biased, it was entirely that Jiang Yan simply had no way of comparing himself to Xiao Sun. If he was half as obedient as little Sun, then they wouldn't be treating him so special. Jiang Yan's thieving nature. They were lucky if they didn't punish Jiang Yan, but this time Jiang Yan had completely angered her. This was freshly boiled soup. Her skin was already delicate and lubricated, and by Jiang Yan's mess, she had scalded a lot of her skin. As for Jiang Yan's skin, he's an animal. What right does he have to live? Just burn him. That time she told the captain and the others about it. Xiao Sun also said that it was Jiang Yan who tossed him, but Jiang Yan's body bones were too weak, and he was tossed down instead. At that time, the captain was shocked and angry, and first punched Jiang Yan, who had burns all over her body, and then let her make her own decision. She thought at the time that this was harmful from a young age, so she had to be educated in advance. Then she tied Jiang Yan to a worn-out bedpan, which was covered with densely packed fine needles. Jiang Yan was still a mouthful of apologies at that time, but what did she do? She took out that kind of soft needle. Jiang Yan thought at that time that she was going to give him acupuncture to heal his wounds, and was moved to tears at that time. What did he say? He said, "Fourth sister, are you giving me acupuncture? I don't need it, my injury is not important. Fourth sister, is your hand okay?" He was full of worry at that time. Wang Xiaoxiao still think it is quite ridiculous. Pretending can be really like ah. At that time, she first told him to lie down, and even though the bed was full of needles, Jiang Yan really thought it was to heal his wounds, and really did lie down. Thousands of needles pierced into his skin. Blood was flowing all over the place. At that time Jiang Yan was still stupid enough to think that it was really a healing process. Even if it hurt again, she gritted her teeth and held on. She even looked at her with some concern and said, "Fourth sister, I'm not in pain. Just feel free to come." At that time, she almost spewed out in laughter, and could only hold back her laughter as she took out a thin, soft needle, and then pasted it on his acupoints. "It doesn't hurt, let's just pretend that we're playing a game." Jiang Yan was quite excited to hear it and kept going along with her, saying that he was fine. Wang Xiaoxiao only felt that the pretense can be really like, in order to please them, can act like this as no one. She then took long, thin, soft needles and jabbed them into the places on his body where he had the most nerves and began to turn them. Jiang Yan felt like his entire soul had been stripped away at that moment, and that feeling of his nerves being stirred up really made him unable to hold back any longer. His lips were all bloodied from biting, his tightly clenched nails even pierced into his palms, cold sweat pouring down his face, but he didn't dare to move, because if he did, the needles underneath him would turn with him and then stir his flesh and blood. He couldn't hold back the pain at that time, so he trembled his miserable white lips and looked at her and said in a trembling voice, "Fourth sister, can you be a little lighter? It hurts." She just kept her hands moving and smiled to soothe him. "Geez, this is an important part of the healing process. Haven't you ever heard the story of the good medicine that hurts? This is where the more it hurts the more effective he is. My sister is trying to get rid of the scars on you, and I'm going to a lot of trouble to do it." At that time, Jiang Yan actually thought that Wang Xiaoxiao was teasing him, because they people would only show this look of pity for him when they were torturing him, but he really cherished this moment, and they were actually thinking of him in their hearts, for better or for worse. He then trembled and continued to lie down dead, gritting his teeth trying to make his voice kinda softer. "Then sister, you lighten up a bit. I'm afraid of pain. If the average person still had a conscience, I'm afraid they would stop this operation of suffocating brutality. But she is Wang Xiaoxiao, alas. She's Xia Wang. How could she let Jiang Yan go?" She felt that Jiang Yan was just pretending and took out 10 silver needles. She was a professor of medicine. She knew the acupuncture points of the human body like the back of her hand, and she was very steady with each strike, each time accurately stabbing at the most nerve-intensive places on Jiang Yan's body, and it's where it hurts the most. Still, she has a good conscience. She also knows that there is a lightness and a slowness, first twisting to a very painful spot, then to a light spot, then suddenly twisting to the most painful spot. She still has a conscience, I guess, and it's 10 silver needles rotating in a circle at the same time. That's not a good taste. She even asked Jiang Yan, who was already on the verge of passing out from the pain, if it hurt. Jiang Yan just held up the last vestige of consciousness and said, "It doesn't hurt, fourth sister. You can go ahead and do it, as long as you are happy. It's all my fault." He was so pathetic then, constantly teetering on the brink of death, and then nerves being twisted in a way that made him want to die on the spot. But he held on with his teeth and his breath. That time, Wang Xiaoxiao tortured him for 7 whole days. For 7 days Jiang Yan didn't eat anything. All he had was some water that Lao Qi had sneakily brought him. But every time he was caught delivering water, an extra silver needle would be added to Jiang Yan's body. Soft, thin silver needles churned back and forth as they stabbed into the nerves. Every night, Jiang Yan's cries of agony could be heard. Wang Xiaoxiao, who had pulled back her thoughts, looked at Jiang Yan in fear. She now very aptly knew what was going through Jiang Yan's mind at that time. She wanted to die. She wanted to just die. Didn't want to be tortured by Jiang Yan anymore. Jiang Yan was right. All the things they did to him on his body were incredibly vicious. And what she was enduring now was just one of the 9 cows on Jiang Yan. Not even enough. Chapter 122, It doesn't hurt, because the pain hasn't arrived yet. Jiang Yan sighed. "It seems like you really remembered everything." "Right," said Wang Xiaoxiao with her head full of agreement, thinking that she would be forgiven by Jiang Yan if she answered correctly. But the knife in Jiang Yan's hand didn't have the slightest desire to let go. The corners of his mouth lifted up lightly as he crouched down next to Wang Xiaoxiao's face, somewhat amused as he pressed the cold but bloodied blade against her face. "Does it hurt?" With tears in her eyes, Wang Xiaoxiao first turned her head to look at her ankle, the severed Achilles tendon and nerve, and she subconsciously gulped. Her eyes were full of fear, but she didn't dare to shout out, and could only look at Jiang Yan, barely squeezing out a smile. "It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt?" He grinned. "No pain? With that he squeezed a thoughtful smile on his face, his tone soft and gentle. I'm still too light then. With that he stood up and came to Wang Xiaoxiao's calf. Wang Xiaoxiao reacted with fear in her eyes, looking at Jiang Yan and shouted, Jiang Yan, I'm in pain. I'm in pain. She had just thought that as long as she was soft, Jiang Yan would let herself go. But who knew that Jiang Yan didn't follow the rules? Pain? Jiang Yan's feet stalled, looking at Wang Xiaoxiao with a smile on his face. Pain is right. How can I grow a memory without pain? Wang Xiaoxiao wanted to say something else, but was directly interrupted by Jiang Yan reaching out. You're the one who said this to me. Wang Xiaoxiao was momentarily speechless, but looking at the knife in Jiang Yan's hand, she no longer wanted to be hurt by it for even a fraction of a second, but she didn't know what to say, and her face was suffocatingly red. But looking at the knife in Jiang Yan's hand once again pressed against the Achilles tendon of her other foot, her fear instantly crushed the last string in her heart. She cried out and opened her mouth. Jiang Yan, please spare me. Okay, I'll be a cow for you. I'll kneel down and kowtow and apologize for you. Okay. She was too afraid of this Jiang Yan in front of her. Simply a devil. And one that was very good at torturing people's spirit. She had also just realized that the original nerve being severed was so painful, thanks to her thinking at that time that Jiang Yan was just a little bit painful. It was thought that Jiang Yan was pretending to be pitiful, but now that she'd been through it once, she never wanted to go through it again. It really hurts too much. The knife in Jiang Yan's hand rested on the side of Wang Xiaoxiao's leg, and his tone was kind. That won't do. Your big sister's share can still have to be suffered by you. Wang Xiaoxiao looked flustered. No, big sister doesn't want me to take it on. She can do it herself. As she said that, she placed her gaze on Zhang Luoluo. You quickly go find big sister. Big sister is right there. Zhang Luoluo noticed Wang Xiaoxiao's gaze, and the moment she turned her head, she looked flustered, but her eyes stared at Jiang Yan with a chill in them. Xiao Yan, will you stop torturing your fourth sister? I'll take it for her. Jiang Yan lightly eeked. Look, big sister, she said she's willing. Wang Xiaoxiao was full of surprise as she pointed at Zhang Luoluo and looked at Jiang Yan, the joy in her eyes not hidden in the slightest. Jiang Yan bristled, only feeling a little ridiculous, his eyes surprised. She's willing? Wang Xiaoxiao nodded frantically at the sight. She couldn't wait to escape from this demon's clutches right now, but the next second her heart was once again knocked into the ice. It's none of my business if she agrees. You guys used to agree that old Seven wouldn't beat me. Have you beaten me less? Jiang Yan ridiculously placed the knife at her Achilles tendon once again and then picked it violently. Blood laced with a hint of broken flesh splattered and flew in the air. A mournful scream shook the air. Jiang Yan, what are you doing? When Zhang Luoluo saw this scene, her eyes reddened with tears mixed in. How could you lay such a heavy hand on your fourth sister? Jiang Yan spread his hands and stepped on the leg of Wang Xiaoxiao, whose face was already twisted, then kept twisting it with his toes. Is it heavy? Why don't I feel heavy? As he said that, his face grew grim and he laughed up to the sky as his foot lifted up once again and violently stomped down once again on the Achilles tendon that had just snapped. Heavy? I don't think it's heavy at all. He swept his gaze toward Wang Xiaoxiao and placed the knife at her neck, his tone frivolous. Your big sister feels heavy. What do you think? Wang Xiaoxiao was still immersed in the pain of having her Achilles tendon picked off at this point, but as the tip of the knife in Jiang Yan's hand slid across her neck and spilled a trace of blood, she instantly came to her senses and trembled with white lips. Fearfully, he stared at Jiang Yan's teasing face. Jiang Yan let out a light eep, and the knife in his hand was once again pressed against her neck. Not heavy. Wang Xiaoxiao instantly felt chilled, not daring to disobey Jiang Yan in the slightest to directly shout out. Jiang Yan bristled. That's right. With that, he placed his eyes on Zhang Luoluo. Look, she said herself that it's not heavy. Zhang Luoluo choked on her words for a moment. You are threatening your fourth sister. Oh, Jiang Yan spread his hands, feeling surprised and ridiculous, and the knife in his hand pressed against the back of Wang Xiaoxiao's hand to turn her over. A threat? Jiang Yan finally murmured. Zhang Luoluo instantly became worried when she saw Jiang Yan's action. Jiang Yan, what are you doing? Don't you go on doing anything. You put down the knife in your hand and we'll have a chance to go back in time. Go back to the old days when a few sisters took care of caring for you. Jiang Yan ridiculously swept a glance at Zhang Luoluo, and the knife in his hand gently stabbed into Wang Xiaoxiao's wrist. Threatening? She looked at Zhang Luoluo with a smile as the knife in her hand continued to stab in, accompanied by Wang Xiaoxiao's heart-rending pain. He whispered, What's wrong with threatening? What's wrong with me threatening you? He slammed his hand so hard that the blade cut through the flesh and blood, severing her tendon. Have you threatened me before? Haven't you threatened me enough? You people are ridiculous, he said and then turned his gaze to Wang Xiaoxiao's other hand. Originally, Wang Xiaoxiao hissed in pain because of the broken tendons in his hands, but when he saw Jiang Yan's horrifying gaze, his heart was like a knife. Not, still coming? She endured the severe pain and went straight to the ground. using her body to protect her other hand underneath her in an attempt to be able to block Jiang Yan's attack. Jiang Yan laughed coldly, his tone airy and cold. Hands. Wang Xiaoxiao did not falter in the slightest at his words and had to shake his head even as he endured the severe pain. I don't want to say it a second time. Jiang Yan's tone was direct. Wang Xiaoxiao still shook his head. Jiang Yan directly put the knife on the back of her neck. Wang Xiaoxiao felt the pain of the blade piercing through her flesh and blood, and she felt like her spirit was about to break. With tears in her eyes and a trembling body, she sniffled. I'll turn. She shuddered and rolled over with her last ounce of strength, placing the hand that hadn't been picked off in front of Jiang Yan. There was just a hint of begging still in her eyes, and her lightly shaking head seemed to be begging for mercy. But Jiang Yan was not a kind person. Regardless of the heartbreaking shouts of Zhang Luoluo next to him, the knife in his hand sliced through the air, piercing the skin and cutting through every ounce of flesh and blood. It doesn't hurt, because it hurts more, yet. Chapter 123. Is it going to die? Jiang Yan looked at the bloodline of a curved moon in the air. His heart was unclogged, and the shackle in his heart loosened a touch. Suddenly, a monstrous might erupted violently from Jiang Yan's chi, instantly breaking through the clouds. Jiang Yan's body seemed to be sprinkled with a layer of light. Divine. Jiang Yan was a bit surprised. Could it be that his realm had risen? Everyone also saw this sight and trembled in their hearts. Wang Xiaoxiao felt as if all the wounds on his body around this holy light were being burned by the fire, and the tearing pain increased infinitely. She curled up in pain, not daring to look at Jiang Yan directly, but in his heart, he hated Jiang Yan more and more. Jiang Yan unexpectedly broke through the S-level. What right does he have? He is all. Even that bloodline do not know if it is which roadside was picked up by the corpse of the wheel out of him. What's he pretending to be? Isn't he just an S-rank? And all the pain he had inflicted on himself, he would make him pay back 1,000 times over in the future. As soon as the captain comes, yes, as soon as the captain comes, Big Sister and the others must be biased towards Jiang Yan, so biased that they could actually let Jiang Yan beat himself up without a care in the world. Can't Big Sister come over and help her with some of her pain? It was clearly the eldest sister who had done more vicious things to Jiang Yan. Why did they have to grab her and beat her up? Grab him and torture him. Jiang Yan is a devil who eats people without spitting bones. What she had done to Jiang Yan in the past was not this vicious. Wasn't she just breaking a few of his bones? It's not like it's going to hurt. Why is he so loaded? Wu Xia kicked Shen Yu in the stomach, knocking him far away. And Shen Yu as if he just didn't know the pain. Always cynical. He didn't even wipe the dust from the footprints on his stomach. He just sat on the ground in a daze with his eyes staring at Jiang Yan who was bathed in golden light. No way. That's impossible. How could Jiang Yan have advanced to S rank so quickly? Hadn't he had his ability shattered and retrained? How long has it been? A full month and a half. What gives him the right? He had eaten so many heavenly ingredients for 7 years and worked incredibly hard to deprive Jiang Yan of his chi and bloodline, and he had only managed to get to a rank in 7 years. Why should Jiang Yan be able to do better than him in how long a time? This was impossible. Jiang Yan must have cheated. Or maybe it's just a fake trick to wiggle your eyes. This thought. Zhang Luoluo also thought so. Otherwise it simply wouldn't be able to account for Jiang Yan's heaven-defying nature. Although she also wanted to believe Jiang Yan. Jiang Zhang's talent was there, and after 7 years in their team, his realm progressed slowly and even regressed sometimes. How is it possible that this month can be reversed? This is 7 great realms. Jiang Yan can't be so heaven-defying. Xiao Sun's talent was better than his, and he hadn't reached this level in 7 years. He then turned his gaze to Xiao Sun, and when he saw how frozen he had become, a tremor ran through his heart. Couldn't Xiao Sun accept this fact as well? Xiao Sun's talent was super strong, or else they people wouldn't have favored Xiao Sun so much. And Jiang Yan's talent really can't be seen, and he has a nasty temperament. Nowadays, this is a form that would not sit well in anyone's heart. Hey, look at their faces. Are they scared silly? Fatty Wang put his arm around Wu Qi's shoulder and pointed at Zhang Luoluo and the others and mocked. Wu Qi also laughed. That's not true. As far as Yan Zi's talent is concerned, if it wasn't for the fact that he used to be bullied every day in their team, or else he would have already been SSS ranked to take us flying. Wu Xia said this, gripped the knife in his hand tightly, swept them a glance, and snorted coldly. Isn't Jiang Yan's talent poor? Didn't you guys forcefully upgrade him? Zhang Luo was a bit surprised to hear Wu Qi's words. Shen Yu and Shen Wanting were also attracted by this question, looking over one after another. Fatty Wang blankly glanced at them. Aisen's talent was already good, but it was shattered by you guys, then saved by us. Then he was inspired by the hidden talent contained by us. Hidden talent? Zhang Luoluo muttered these words out of her disoriented mouth. And thinking about it, it was as if her body had been drained of its strength. Jiang Yan turned out to have a hidden talent. Why didn't they realize it before? If they had realized it earlier, there wouldn't have been what happened now. At that time, Jiang Yan would definitely get the same treatment as Xiao Sun and then enjoy the group favor of several of their sisters, and could subsequently get along with Xiao Sun then lead them to take this world. But now, nothing. Why did Jiang Yan not inspire in advance? But Wang Xiao, who heard this news, cursed in his heart. Jiang Yan has a very deep city on him. Isn't it good to stimulate talent early? Why did they have to be tortured for 7 years? Wouldn't it have been nothing if the talent had been stimulated earlier? But Jiang Yan had inspired his talent because he was dying. So what they had done to Jiang Yan in the past had helped him a lot, which meant that without their torture, Jiang Yan wouldn't have become so powerful, wouldn't have such a high level of talent. In that case, they had done Jiang Yan a favor in the past, so Jiang Yan should be thanking them now. Shouldn't you get down on your knees and kowtow to her in gratitude for such a great favor? It seemed like there had been fewer fights before, and if he had been left for dead on the day he was first brought into the fold, would the gift have just sparked as he was dying? Then there's no such thing as now. But how Jiang Yan thanked them. They did this human and godly thing to his spawn. He's going to kill their spawn. How can he be so cold-blooded? As she thought about it, her heart gained strength, and she looked at Jiang Yan with a firm gaze. Jiang Yan, it's all because of us that you've gained such an achievement. Without us, you wouldn't be where you are now. You have to heal me. You have to apologize to me. You have to compensate me as well. Otherwise a treasonous person like you is going to stink for 1,000 years. But when she saw Jiang Yan still enjoying himself in the golden light, she lost her temper. I'm your benefactor. Is this how I deal with your benefactor? That's when Fatty Wang darted over and delivered a heavy ing kick to Wang Xiaoxiao's outstretched head. Pang! Wang Xiaoxiao's brain felt like it was being hit by a heavy hammer, and it felt like his brain was going to be shaken out. She felt like her spirit was about to collapse. Slowing down, she stared at Fatty Wang, wanting to kill him, but she couldn't move a bit, and could only prostrate herself on the ground like a stinky reptile. What are you doing? Her voice was harsh. Fatty Wang pulled out his ears and twisted his ankle, then looked at Wu Qi and laughed. Tianjun, how's my accuracy? Wu Qi dumbly and silently gave him a thumbs up. Bull. Fatty Wang listened to the comfort and looked at Wang Xiaoxiao's head and came to feel it again. Wang Xiaoxiao's heart trembled as she was stared at by Fatty Wang. She wanted to back away but she could only crawl slowly. With that, Fatty Wang walked towards Wang Xiaoxiao with a sneering mockery on his face, his fists breaking in his hands and cackling. The corner of his mouth grinned a chilling smile. Who told you to disturb Jiang Yan's breakthrough? Don't you know to disturb Yan Zi? Is it going to die? Chapter 124. You think you're faster than me? Wang Xiaoxiao was afraid. She was afraid. She had cried, her face full of filth, twisting her body, moving towards the back. Then while looking at Fatty Wang shouted, I was wrong. I should have disturbed Jiang Yan. I really know it's wrong. Help me. Will you? But Fatty Wang did not stop, and his footsteps were a little faster. Where is the mistake? You're not wrong. What's wrong with you, missy? Let me come and pop your head to let you know you're not wrong. With that he raised his foot and aimed it at Wang Xiaoxiao's head, ready for a shot to the heart. Wang Xiaoxiao's eyes were full of fear, staring at Fatty Wang dead in the face, looking at the gradually increasing big feet in her sight. Her heart was scared to the extreme. She lost her voice and cried out, Big sister, save me. Zhang Luoluo had already run to their side before she could yell. Just as Fatty Wang's foot was about to kick Wang Xiaoxiao, Zhang Luoluo blocked Fatty Wang's foot with her body, but she herself blocked Fatty Wang's kick hard. Instantly this huge force like the impact of a car sent her flying a few meters away, then dragged and scraped the ground for 2 meters before she managed to stop. One can only imagine the consequences if this kick strikes Wang Xiaoxiao's head. But when she wanted to go and call Chen Yu to help, but she could see that Chen Yu had already fallen into a state of disorientation, and the whole person was not angry at all. He just stared blankly at Jiang Yan, his heart even more restless. Why does Jiang Yan have a hidden talent and why? Why can he have it and he doesn't? He had played such a big game of chess, but Jiang Yan had jumped out of the game and out of his control. This feeling of powerlessness was killing him. His eyes grew hotter and hotter as he looked at the golden light on Jiang Yan's body. His eyes grew colder and colder. All of this is clearly mine. All of it is mine. By what right did all of this happen to Jiang Yan? He was going to take it back. Take back everything that was rightfully his. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and his eyes glowed divinely as he slowly stood up and drew out various props from his ghost ring. Her gaze blazed at Jiang Yan as if he was already in his pocket. She scanned her little brother first, and in her mind she made her own little calculations. Zhang Luoluo seemed to have seen his intentions and wanted to make a move to stop him. But she didn't want Jiang Yan and their teammates to react to her reminder and take a shot at Xiao Sun, so she stopped herself from saying what she was going to say next. Chen Yu cupped the talisman in his hand and his feet were as fast as lightning. He laughed coldly in his heart. This was a SSS-ranked shrinking talisman given by the captain. He didn't believe that Jiang Yan's teammates could keep up. With that in mind he drew out another soul-locking chain. The chain flickered with purple and black light and the whole thing looked eerie. His speed grew faster and faster, and the reacting Wu Qi tried to block him, but before his hand could reach out, he was brushed aside by a healthy step from Chen Yu. Chen Yu teasingly swept a glance at Wu Qi, but in the next second he turned his head, and just as he wanted to accelerate he was blocked by a burly body. Chen Yu could not react in time, and with a pain in his heart, he once again pinched and exploded a shuttle talisman. And in an instant, when his body was about to crash into Xiao Xiao, his figure disappeared into the air as a speck of light. Chen Yu's heart was delighted, and he first swept a playful glance back at little brother. You want to fight with me? You're just a mere SS rank, and you're trying to catch up with my SSS rank speed. Just kidding. He felt happier and happier in his heart when he thought of this, because Jiang Yan was close at hand, just 10 meters away from him. As long as a person enters the breakthrough state must not be disturbed. Even a slight touch may cause his soul to collapse. Unlike him, he was going to use the hook at the top of this soul chain in his hand to deeply penetrate Jiang Yan's peepa bone and extract the hidden talent in him. As long as he does all this well, he is the most gifted person in this world. Breaking through the realm is even more like drinking water. And when Big Sister and the others learned that Jiang Yan had been scrapped, they would surely come around and continue to be nice to him without any limits. As for the fear of revenge from Jiang Yan's team, 7-1 Jiang Yan, his use value is gone. They will still care about Jiang Yan's death or life, even if they took a step back and said that they would avenge Jiang Yan, but their captain wasn't a vegetarian. Beating a little doll that hadn't even reached SSS level wasn't as simple as picking up a chicken. He made up his mind, but the speed of his feet accelerated a lot more. Zhang Luoluo looked at this scene and wanted to go to stop Chen Yu, but she was still more worried about Wang Xiaoxiao. As long as she left and got her way with Xiao Sun, Wang Fatty and the others would surely unleash their anger on them, and then Xiao Xiao, who already had all her limbs severed, would surely not be able to escape. Seeing this, Chen Wanting also knew her big sister's good intentions. Pinching the talisman she had made in her hand, she quickly stepped forward, and then called out while rushing to him, Xiao Sun, don't do anything stupid. Come back. Just let the captain take care of it. Chen Yu swept a glance and then returned. I'm doing all this for the good of brother Jiang Yan. His breakthrough this time is too strange. He might have been taken over by a great power. I must think about the safety of brother Jiang Yan's life. Chen Wanting froze when these words came out. Could it be that Jiang Yan had really been taken over? Progress is so rapid. Moreover, Jiang Yan was on the verge of death after having his talent abolished, and with all that horror out there, how was he able to survive? Could it really have been taken over? But even if he was taken over, his body couldn't be damaged. She still didn't stop. Her speed was extremely fast, running towards Chen Yu. But Chen Yu had already arrived in front of Jiang Yan by this time, and he first looked at Jiang Yan, who was bathed in golden light, that handsome face, and a body that was already getting stronger and stronger. What attracted him even more was the monstrous qi on Jiang Yan. This qi is so much stronger than before. It should be as much as 10 times stronger. His heart was in the right place. He knew this, and he quickly raised the soul chains in his hands, one in each hand, and the hooks at the top were even more shockingly illuminated by the light. Zhang Luoluo opened her mouth. Xiao Sun, stop, don't do anything stupid. Chen Yu didn't listen to the advice and shook the chain with both hands, fiercely shooting towards Jiang Yan's back peepa bone. I didn't do anything stupid. Brother Jiang Yan is in too much pain. I want to help him. I want to help him. His expression grew more and more agitated, and the chain in his hand quickly stabbed towards Jiang Yan's peepa bone, just as Chen Yu was imagining a better life in the future. Pang! The sound of shattering brought his thoughts to a screeching halt. He raised his eyes in a daze, and when his gaze met little brother's chilling eyes, he realized that the soul-locking chain in his hand had already been chopped to pieces by little brother's black and gold ancient sword, and in that instant, little brother's black and gold ancient sword was already on his neck. Killing intent flickered in Zhao's eyes. Chen Yu stared unbelievably at little brother, his eyes lost in thought, and his hands were even trembling. Impossible! Impossible! How can his speed be faster than the SSS rank shrinking ground talisman, as well as the time and space talisman? Little brother did not give him time to think and be shocked. His eyes were ruthless and he raised his hand and slashed towards Chen Yu with his black and gold ancient sword. Chapter 125, You want to run away without asking me? In Chen Yu's gaze, the black and gold ancient sword sliced through the air, and because of its excessive speed, the sonic boom produced by squeezing with the air exploded in his ears. He just wanted to retreat to keep his distance, but the speed of the black gold ancient blade was so fast that he didn't have a single chance to be able to react. His thoughts flew at this time. Thinking of all the ideas in his mind that he could escape, realized that there was no way at all that he could resist this blade. This slash had at least SS level strength, and he regretted it, really regretted it. If he had known that Jiang Yan's teammates were so strong, he should have brought the captain. Then everything would have gone smoothly. He could perfectly shatter all of the chi and bloodline power in Jiang Yan's body and deprive him of all of it. And he could communicate all of the grudges he had received back to him. Obviously everything could have been done perfectly, but it was ruined by Jiang Yan, the pawn who jumped out of the game. It's a really bad feeling. Now it's all over. It's all over. For the first time he faced the fear of death head on. Just a moment before he was about to despair, a huge force directly pushed him away. An extremely sharp sword blade swept past him and grazed the tip of his nose, ending the reverberation of the slash with a rumbling sound of a boulder shattering. In that split second, his heart was in his throat. Rumbling, her body fell to the ground in response. Chen Wanting pressed on top of her, panting heavily in shock, staring at Chen Yu with a gaze full of fortunate colors. Finally saved. Chen Yu looked at Chen Wanting and let out a sigh of relief, then shifted his gaze to the eyes of the little brother standing behind Chen Yu. That gaze full of killing intent still gave him chills. He hurriedly turned over and stood up with both Chen Wanting. Without the slightest hesitation, he pulled his second sister back, his eyes staring at Xiao Xiao dead in the face, fearing that he would swing out another blade. But he was relieved when he looked at Xiao Xiao, who didn't make the slightest move, just stood next to Jiang Yan guarding him. But looking at Jiang Yan's cozy face, his back teeth were about to be clenched. It was clearly all his. He clearly had a death grip on Jiang Yan. But why is this situation still being created? But now was no longer the time to strike, and the force of the captain must be relied upon to suppress it. However, he still wondered why Jiang Yan would suddenly become enlightened. He had obviously already given him a mesmerizing agent and under the whole 7 years. Mu ran. The aura on Jiang Yan's body erupted like a monstrous rage. The entire sky was tinted with a golden color along with the golden light from his body. The aura on his body also strengthened in a climbing manner with the explosion of golden light. Roar! A terrifying unicorn roar came from the clouds that had been penetrated by the golden light, as if venting the anger that had been building up in his heart for a long time. As the sound grew louder and louder, the golden thin clouds were pierced through by a golden qilin whose body covered half of the sky. The pair of reddish golden eyes exuded a faint golden halo, first staring sharply at Chen Yu, the gold color of his eyes tinted with a touch of redness. This invisible aura pressed on Chen Yu's heart, making his not dare to look directly at that qilin, and even his feet had begun to soften. What the hell is this? Why does Jiang Yan have such a strong bloodline? How the hell was this almost invincible qilin born in this world? He staggered back, a little dazed, and first glanced at his eldest sister who was treating Wang Xiaoxiao. He pulled out the last temporal amulet from the ghost ring, his eyes glowing fiercely and somewhat contemptuously as he first swept a glance at Jiang Yan before handing over the amulet on his body to Chen Wanting's hand. He looked at Chen Wanting with a solemn face. Second sister. I'll attract Jiang Yan's attention in a moment. You guys hurry up and take fourth sister and the others away. Don't need to be concerned about my well-being. Brother Jiang Yan is completely possessed. He first looked at the qilin in the sky. This qilin I have seen in an ancient book. This is an evil incomparable as a qilin. He once massacred millions of people in ancient times, and now he has become the killing ancient Lin. You guys must go back in a while to inform the captain, so that the captain can solve this matter. He looked at Jiang Yan with some regret and sighed feebly. Brother Jiang Yan has become completely possessed, and now only the captain has come to suppress and bring back to clear his distractions. Chen Wanting became increasingly shocked as her gaze swept towards the qilin. The domineering gaze but laced with killing intent was so chilling. It makes it impossible to put up any resistance at all. She somewhat sighed at why Xiao Sun was so obedient. This time they had come to save Jiang Yan, but they were under all kinds of siege by Jiang Yan, which gave her an inkling of whether or not she was being blindsided by Jiang Yan. Was he really wrong? Could Jiang Yan really be that bad? Why was Jiang Yan so cold-blooded towards them? At least they were teammates who had been together for 7 years. How can you do such a thing? In contrast, being willing to give his life to help them break their back, little Sun became especially smooth. She rubbed his head with great relief, her face full of tenderness. It's okay, Xiao Sun. We are all family. We have to work together. Besides, you are the smallest here. It's only right for us several as sisters to protect you. Go back and inform the captain. We'll break your back. She spoke with her mouth. But Chen Yu had done all these things that they hadn't noticed in the slightest when Jiang Yan had paid them in the past. Eccentricities etched in your bones and there's no way to change it anytime soon. But just as they pushed and shoved, the golden qilin in the sky began to move. 2 pairs of eyes as hot and dazzling as the sun staring at Jiang Yan, fiercely stepping up with steps that could shatter the void and charging violently towards Jiang Yan. That ferocious want to break Jiang Yan body momentum. Was little brother coldly swept a glance behind as if the doused volcano has no previous killing intent and momentum Hongba. He looked at little brother in fear, then obediently burrowed into Jiang Yan's body. Mu ran. The aura on Jiang Yan's body peaked like an erupting volcano as the qilin drilled into his body. The air within 10 meters around him blazed as if it had been scorched. The golden pillar of light on his body then slowly transformed into a sky full of light points descending into his body. Seeing the situation, Chen Yu clutched the space talisman tightly in his hand. His eyes were dead set on the imposing Jiang Yan. To run. He felt terrified from the bottom of his heart. Jiang Yan's aura at this moment was really too powerful. So powerful that it suffocated him. He first looked at his second sister, took a breath, and turned around violently, muttering an incantation. Second sister. I'll go back and inform the captain so he can come help. You guys? But before he could finish his words, he only felt that his entire person was locked in general, and he turned his head in a daze to look at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan's eyes, which were originally ancient and unperturbed, had threads of golden light flowing between them, his eyelids slowly fluttering as a pair of golden pupils stared at him like a heavenly god descending from the heavens. Want to run? Asked me? Jiang Yan opened his mouth and stared at Chen Yu with a cold gaze as he slowly raised his hand and gently clenched it in the air. Instantly Chen Yu directly collapsed to the ground. He felt that his heart was seized and generally unable to beat, and his breathing became weak. He violently crushed and exploded the talisman in his hand. As he was about to suffocate, his body disappeared into a faint point of light. Chapter 126, Chen Yu ran away. You three are still left. No loss. Jiang Yan looked at Chen Yu's disappearing figure. His eyes narrowed slightly. His eyes saw Jiang Yan's figure as if he had penetrated through space and time. The corners of his mouth rose slightly as he lifted his feet, and golden patterns began to converge underneath his feet. He stomped violently, and golden light exploded beneath his feet as the entire ground began to shake. The crowd all looked at Jiang Yan's point operation suspiciously, but on Chen Yu's side, gasping for air and breaking free from Jiang Yan's restraints, he was somewhat glad that he ran fast. He had to hurry up and inform the captain so he could fix this mess. Jiang Yan was completely insane. Not only did he lay hands on him, but also on his fourth sister. Didn't he used to like fourth sister the most? Surprisingly, he can now lay such a heavy hand. Could it be that he has really been taken over? He first took a bite of the recovery spirit fruit that he took out of the ghost ring, and then pinched an acceleration talisman and ran in the direction of the territory. He really hated Jiang Yan. How many SSS ranked items did he scrap this time? It was all from the captain. But right away, everything on Jiang Yan belonged to him. He wanted to return all that Jiang Yan had done to him, through and through, 100 times, 1,000,000 times over. The pace of his feet was windy, getting faster and faster. But then the weather, which had been clear and sunny, began to change erratically, and it even rained on a sunny day. Chen Yu did not pay much attention as his figure quickly traveled through the woods. At this time, the thin clouds above his head were tinted with a touch of gold, and the thin clouds looked as if they had been penetrated, and a giant Qilin foot covered half of the sky, and it stepped straight towards Chen Yu's direction. 100 meters around Chen Yu's body was as if it was locked by an invisible aura, and a huge might pressed on the land, causing Chen Yu's figure, which was incomparably fast, to become stagnant. Chen Yu's heart sank as he felt the pressure pressing down on him, and his heart once again clenched as he looked at the giant foot of the Qilin in the sky. No! Come again? Is Jiang Yan that careful? He was really convinced. This doesn't let him rest for a while. He could already imagine Jiang Yan's face full of mockery. But Jiang Yan he had only remodeled his ability for how long before he could reach this level. Sure enough, the chi in him was too strong. So strong that he felt suffocated just looking at it. However, the Qilin's giant foot did not give him the slightest time to react, and its speed was like lightning as it fell towards him. He was simply unable to move an inch by the pressure. Chen Yu was really too scared. This strike would definitely kill him. Why is Jiang Yan so scary? He's going to escape. He has to. As the unicorn's feet approached, the air within the range of being attacked fell into a stagnation. Chen Yu pondered various methods in his mind, but the speed of the Qilin foot did not allow him to ponder. It was as if thousands of forces were gathered under the Qilin's feet, and the air waves around him became more and more crimson. Chen Yu's heart was so hateful that he fiercely slapped his chest, and the ghostly qi went down his chest into his heart, where a drop of his heart's blood rapidly rotated, emitting gleams of golden light. Pang! At this time, the Qilin's foot stepped on the place where Chen Yu was, and the moment it touched, the airwave coming from the foot blew towards the surroundings, and all the trees broke in unison at one time, and right in the center of the giant foot, the cracked land was blown apart, and all the mountains and rocks within a 1-mile radius were squeezed into pieces and turned into flying ash. Gradually, the Qilin's feet transformed into dots of golden light spreading over the land, and the entire ground had been devastated, and right in the middle was no longer Chen Yu's figure. It's like it's disappeared. This huge commotion caught the attention of Zhang Luoluo and the others not far away. They stared blankly at the thin clouds that were pierced through the distant sky, through which rays of sunlight were scattered on the devastated ground. That forest had long been deserted, and this was the cemetery that Jiang Yan had specially chosen for Chen Yu. Fatty Wang stared at that place for a long time and couldn't return to his senses. Wu Qi reacted first and his gaze towards Jiang Yan became different. He patted over Jiang Yan's shoulder with a dashing tone. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Can INZ? You just broke through the S rank and you have so much power. It's almost catching up with little brother. Fatty Wang returned to his senses. Still somewhat incredibly rubbed his eyes and looked at Jiang Yan inside. It still has to be our Yanzi. But in the next second, he patted his chest again. I told you that Yanko could do it, right? But it's a good thing that it's thanks to little brother. Otherwise Yanko would have definitely been disturbed just now. This chin you really damned cannot see others good, but also so ing green tea? I really do not know what kind of person it gave birth to this kind of animal. Jiang Yan scratched his head and nodded his head in a gesture to little brother. Now that they were in a relationship, it would be rusty to say thank you. Hey, I'm still far from little brother him. If it wasn't for you guys, how could I have gotten to where I am now? He said and thought of the time when he was in danger. The image of them stepping up to help him. His eyes became red as he thought about it. At this point, Xiao Shi, who saw Jiang Yan about to cry red eyes, tugged on his pants. Seeing this, Jiang Yan crouched down and asked, "What's wrong, Xiao Shi?" Xiao Shi raised her sleeve and wiped the corners of Jiang Yan's eyes, grinning an innocent smile, her tone very gentle, as if she was the big sister, comforting a wounded little child. Big brother don't cry there is Xiao Shi. Xiao Shi and a few other big brothers will definitely protect big brother. We are all the strongest point backing up big brother. Hearing this, Jiang Yan looked at Xiao Shi, who wasn't even half as tall as himself, and for a moment, tears flowed out of the corners of his eyes as he paddled in the air and was eventually caught by Xiao Shi. Xiao Shi fortunately lowered her head and tasted it, then grinned, revealing a bright smile as she looked at Jiang Yan. Big brother, it's sweet ugh. Jiang Yan wiped the corners of his eyes and smiled as he gently rubbed her little head. It's sweet, but, at that moment his eyes sharpened steeply as he slowly stood up, and with a grip in his hand, an imprint in the shape of a small sword lit up at the back of his hand. In a flash, the points of light in his hand converged into a long sword. At the hilt of the sword, a unicorn head was hideously attached to it, and the sword was wrapped in something as black as scales, but the blade of the sword was indeed incomparably sharp, as if it was able to cut through the sky with a single stroke of the sword. Fatty Wang saw this knife, pupils shrinking slightly, around the knife and marveled, I drop mom. This knife how tender handsome. Simply handsome explosion Wu Qi even went up and knocked on the sword body. Heavy but with a crunchy sound. Wu Qi smacked his lips. This material, I don't know what it is. Jiang Yan laughed lightly and returned. I don't know. I just felt like the back of my hand was struck by a sword after my breakthrough, and then I was subconsciously able to summon it. However, right now, the top priority was not about any sword, but about Wang Xiaoxiao and the others. He lifted his gaze to the two of them, Wang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Luoluo, whose gazes were filled with terror. Wang Xiaoxiao didn't even care about her big sister's recovery and thought about escaping towards the back, but the pain in her body still made it difficult to move an inch at all. Jiang Yan carried the Qilin sword in his hand, his eyes were scarlet, and his feet were even flashing with golden light. That traitor Chen you escaped, and there are still 3 of you left. No loss.